On the Sabaody archipelago a few days before meeting the Straw Hat crew, Brooke was holding a grand concert. Below the stage, countless fans filled the venue in a sea of people. They shouted Brooke's name in unison: Soul King. Soul King. Soul King. Amidst the thousands there was an unfamiliar face, alone and tranquil despite the surrounding frenzy. He radiated a chilling aura as cold as the underworld. Bai Jing, an orphan. On a stormy night, he was watching the latest episode of a pirate anime. But with a tremendous crack from the sky, a bolt of lightning struck, and he transmigrated in a flash. Whether due to that lightning or not, after transmigrating, he discovered something unusual about himself. It seemed he had gained the power of the Rumble Rumble fruit. Not only had he perfectly inherited Enel's Rumble Rumble fruit ability, but he could also awaken the fruit's power. He had even rehearsed the appearance of his awakened form countless times in his mind. Most peculiar of all, he possessed devil fruit abilities, yet was unafraid of seawater or sea stone, and was no landbound weakling. This made his life feel like it had been cheated with hacks. As the concert ended and the crowd dispersed, only Bai Jing remained where he stood. Brooke stood on the stage with his two scheming managers lurking behind him. Brooke glanced curiously at Bai Jing, his voice emanating from beneath his skull. Yo-ho-ho-ho, would you like an autograph, young man? Bai Jing nodded and produced a blank white paper from his hand, handing it over. Brooke bent down and accepted it. Just then Bai Jing's hand touched Brooke's hand, and a faint smile curled at his lips. Objective achieved. Now let's see if it can truly be realized. Silently, an aura of immortality gathered upon his form. An aura cold as the 9 depths of the underworld surged forth. Brooke was startled. This aura was identical to his own fruit's power, even more terrifying in might. Having achieved his objective, Bai Jing said something that left Brooke completely bewildered. I will help fill your captain's regrets. After transmigrating, Bai Jing discovered his constitution was remarkably unusual. A message transmitted through his mind. One can trace back to the fruit's origin, perfectly replicate its abilities without truly having consumed a devil fruit. All it takes is touching a devil fruit ability user. As long as he touches a fruit user, he can perfectly replicate their devil fruit ability, and it doesn't even count as having eaten a devil fruit. Since it doesn't count as eating a fruit, it breaks the rule that one can only consume a single devil fruit. He could possess countless abilities. In short, he could possess multiple devil fruit abilities while not being weakened by water. With an experimental mindset, Bai Jing wondered, if fruits can awaken, can the underworld fruit grant passage into the underworld to revive the dead? Several months later, Bai Jing successfully awakened the underworld fruit. Reviving the dead seemed entirely possible now. East Blue Goa Kingdom, Mount Corvo. This was where the story began, where the 3 brothers Luffy, Ace, and Sabo grew up under the care of the mountain bandit Dayton. The mountain bandit Dayton played the role of a mother during the 3 brothers' upbringing. Bai Jing arrived alone before this bandit hideout. His figure was slender, yet his back radiated unshakable resolve. He pushed open the heavy door. Inside, dozens of bandits sat around a great iron pot, scrambling for the meat stewing within. Don't grab, that's mine. Get lost, this is mine. Hee hee, you all fight. I'll just take the meat and go. They pushed and shoved, jostling one another. As the door swung open, everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, meat held midair, frozen in place. At the doorway, a slender figure walked straight in. Bai Jing scanned the room, his gaze settling on a plump woman drinking alone to one side. She had a broad, imposing figure with orange curly hair tied back at the nape of her neck. Gold hoop earrings adorned her ears, and a cigarette perpetually dangled from her lips. She wore a white shirt on top, dark green plaid trousers below, brown boots on her feet, and a red beaded necklace around her thick neck. Who else could this be but Dayton? Who else could this be but the one who wept most bitterly upon learning of Port Gasti Ace's death, who beat the person she feared most in her entire life? To this day, Bai Jing still remembered the scene of Dayton beating Garp. She punched Garp, flying, the person she feared most in her life. Finally, she grabbed Garp by his collar, weeping, demanding answers. You were there during that war, right before their eyes. What did you do? What did you do? Tears poured like a waterfall, her voice hoarse, demanding. Why? Amidst her demands, her large fists rained down on Garp's face. One punch, then another. Question after question. Why? Why did you abandon Ace? Our mission's more important than family. Garp, what kind of Navy hero are you? You're just human scum. Now she sat, drinking herself into a stupor, still drowning in sorrow. She turned to glance at the black-haired brat, and was momentarily stunned. She said impatiently, Brat, this is a bandit's place. Are you here to die? It had been over 2 years since Ace's death. Bai Jing had come here only to give Dayton a hope, to free her from such endless suffering. His gaze was resolute as he spoke. Sabo didn't die. He's become the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Disbelief spread across Dayton's plump face, and the wine cup slipped from her hand and crashed to the floor. At this time, she still did not know of Sabo being alive, nor did she know the rumors of Sabo's capture and supposed death. I feel certain Sabo isn't dead. It's fake news. Anyway, he believed Sabo's death was absolute nonsense. Even if Sabo had died, Bai Jing could expend some effort to resurrect him. She rushed forward, her large frame standing a full head taller than Bai Jing. She looked down, grabbed Bai Jing by his collar, and demanded loudly, "Is it true?" Bai Jing nodded calmly. It's true. He didn't mind her rough treatment in the slightest. After all, as a pirate anime fan, he knew exactly what role Dayton had played in Luffy and the brothers' upbringing. Clearly, Dayton didn't believe him. She tried to shove Bai Jing aside with force. Although Bai Jing's body was only 18, he had his fruit powers. Blue-white arcs of the rumble fruit crackled across his body, and his entire form flashed into a bolt of lightning, reappearing to the side. Dayton grew even more unstable, her voice cracking as she began howling, "I don't believe you, you little punk. You've got a death wish coming here to trick me. Get lost while I still haven't decided what to do with you." After she finished speaking, the surrounding bandits all looked at Bai Jing with ill intent, threatening him. Bai Jing paid no heed to Dayton's emotional state, and instead spoke as if to himself. "When Luffy and the others built their treehouse base at night, you would secretly go cover them with blankets. When you learned Ace and the others had provoked the Blue Jam pirates, knowing how dangerous they were, fearing for the three brothers' safety, you took your whole bandit family to the termination point to save them. After you were gravely wounded, it was Ace who carried you back home." Dayton stood rooted to the spot. Everything Bai Jing said were memories of the past. She stared at Bai Jing in disbelief. How could this child before her know everything she had ever done? Bai Jing offered Dayton a gentle smile. Upon that handsome face, there was endless tenderness. "Beneath that fierce exterior of yours, Dayton, lies a kind, loyal, and righteous heart." His form transformed into arcs of lightning and vanished from where he stood, leaving behind words floating in the air. "Ace is not dead. Hold on to hope, and the day of reunion will surely come." Inside the house, deathly silence. Dayton stood rooted where she was, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. The surrounding bandits didn't dare move, either, simply standing in silence with her. Half a day later, Dayton's eyes were filled with complexity. She murmured softly, "Can I really trust you?" Ace. Ace, he was clearly already. And Sabo, he was clearly just. The next day, Bai Jing left the mountains and returned to Windmill Village. He arrived at the bar run by Makino, ordered a glass of wine, and then departed. He also got a flask of wine to go. Makino looked at the unfamiliar face with some puzzlement, but said nothing. Such strange people were not uncommon. After leaving, Bai Jing kept the flask tucked at his waist. After all, one needs fine wine to meet again, does one not? He murmured softly, then decided to find a place where no one was around. The underworld fruit passage through the 9 hells of Yomi. Ace, Luffy's brother. I never expected I would have a day when I could mend everyone's regrets. Of course, that is also one of my regrets from watching the pirates. He arrived at an uninhabited place, an empty forest. Because of his devil fruit awakening, his soul could leave his body. If no one guarded his physical form, he did not know what damage it might suffer. But he could not trust those pirates and bandits, so he could only rely on himself. The pirate world was far from as beautiful as depicted in the manga. Pirates represented cruelty and slaughter. Good ones existed, and bad ones existed too. But the majority were the former. Burning, killing, looting, they did it all. In these few short months, he had witnessed far too many instances of pirates slaughtering villages and seizing resources. The eerie, cold aura emanating from his body continuously radiated outward. Under this terrifying chill, all the surrounding trees froze into solid ice. His soul slowly shed its shell, leaving only the physical body in place. The dark, golden soul shimmered with radiance as it gradually merged into the heavens and earth. Before his eyes, a guiding aura of the 9 hells led him forward as he drifted behind it. The drifting speed was remarkably fast, passing over a cold spring and a broken ancient bridge. Above the ancient bridge, countless gray souls drifted about. He passed directly overhead, yet none of them could see him. His own dark golden figure was cloaked in the aura of the underworld fruit. As long as he did not reveal himself, absolutely no one could discover him. This was the secret to his ability to resurrect others, taking their souls and crossing this ancient bridge. The ancient bridge connected the world of the living and the 9 hells, representing the 2 realms of the world, the realm of the living and the realm of the dead. Who could have imagined that the awakening of the underworld fruit could truly grant passage through Yomi and the ability to carry away remnant souls? Bai Jing drifted along the side, murmuring softly. No one saw him, and no one paid him any attention. Following the continuous guidance of the 9 hells aura, he crossed straight over the ancient bridge and arrived at a hazy place. Below lay an endless, chaotic black sea. The waves of this black sea churned violently. Some souls were thrown directly into this black sea, completely worn away, unable to reincarnate. Bai Jing could not help feeling worried. Do you think Ace might have been dumped into this black sea too, unable to reincarnate? He continued, following the guidance of the 9 hells aura, slowly descending into the depths below Yomi. This should be the legendary Yomi. Huh, there is actually a massive city ahead. Bai Jing could not help being surprised as he looked at the end of Yomi, where several vast, boundless great cities stood. He slowly entered the first city. The streets of this city were unexpectedly identical to those of the living world. Numerous remnant souls came and went, maintaining their appearance from when they were alive and retaining their memories from life. But such people were only a minority. Only those who were extremely powerful and strong in life could achieve this. If they were merely ordinary people, most were dissolved into Yomi, or their memories were worn away entirely, and they would enter this city awaiting reincarnation. These pieces of information about memory were also what surfaced in his mind after the underworld fruit awakened. He too would likely be treated as someone awaiting reincarnation. The Nine Hells aura around him gradually dissipated, revealing his original appearance. The souls around merely glanced at Bai Jing once before continuing to walk about the street on their own. Bai Jing paid them no mind, either searching through this enormous city for where Ace's aura might be. Along the way, Bai Jing encountered many familiar faces, minor pirate characters who had been killed. These characters were not worth saving, their deaths were meaningless. Damn ruthless. Bai Jing spotted a familiar figure. The mountain bandit Higoma. His strength was weak, but his courage was enormous. He actually dared to provoke Shanks. In the story, Shanks did not respond to his provocation, so Higoma arrogantly assumed it was because he was too strong and Shanks dared not fight back. And Luffy, wanting to avenge Shanks, ran off to find Higoma and was taken hostage by Higoma. Well, then Shanks was not happy about that. You can hit me, but not my crew. So he brought his crew and wiped out Higoma's entire bandit group. Higoma fled to the sea with Luffy and encountered the Sea King, which swallowed him whole in one bite. Shanks also lost an arm from the bite. Although he ultimately died, trading his life for an arm of one of the four emperors meant this minor character was truly formidable. It was also why Shanks bet his future on that one arm. But Bai Jing found him irritating. He quietly approached his side, the Nine Hells aura once again shrouding his figure as though he should not exist in this world at all. He rushed forward with a fierce flying kick, stomping hard on his backside. He shouted loudly, "Go to hell." After doing all this, Bai Jing felt it was not enough. After all, with the Nine Hells aura concealing him, no one could see him. Another fierce kick, stomping hard on his backside. "How dare you take Luffy hostage? How dare you strike Shanks down with a bottle? I'll kick you to death, damn it." Bai Jing delivered 3 consecutive fierce kicks to his body. After finishing, he spat hard on the ground before leaving. Higoma, having been kicked to the ground, looked completely bewildered. He gazed around in confusion and shouted, "Who is it? Which bastard snuck up on your grandpa Higoma? Don't you know your grandpa Higoma is worth a bounty of 8 million berries? Oh yeah, how dare you still stand there and shout?" Bai Jing was now worked up. He temporarily set aside the thought of finding Ace. After all, this ghost city was so vast that finding him would take quite some time. First, beat up this ignorant, arrogant bandit. Higoma knocked Shanks down with a bottle, and he himself knocked Higoma down with his feet. By the transitive property of logic, that meant he too had defeated Shanks. He charged forward with another flying kick that sent Higoma flying far away. Then he took a soccer shooting stance and kicked heavily toward his head. He kicked while shouting, "Go to hell." On this street of Yomi, a bizarre scene unfolded. Higoma was kicked back and forth continuously like a one-man show. His head kicked to one side, his body shifted to another. Ouch, damn. Which grandson is sneaking up on Grandpa Higoma? You bastard. Don't hit the face. Damn it, I was wrong. Please, great one, spare me. And on this street, he was the only one being kicked while shouting. The crowd watched him like he was an idiot. Seeing Higoma surrender, Bai Jing comfortably clapped his hands and left gracefully. Little oars. Boom. Boom. That guy again. How did he get here? His body is so enormous. Is this a giant? At the northeastern corner of the street, the tremendous noise caught Bai Jing's attention. Bai Jing murmured, "The first awakening of the underworld fruit means my time in this netherworld is absolutely limited. My own 9 nether chi is already running low. If I can't find Ace within a day, my soul must return to the world of the living. Otherwise, I'll remain forever in this netherworld Yellow Springs." Because he had only obtained the underworld fruit recently and had little time to develop it, he could not yet truly master the 9 nether chi it granted. He had to slowly store and use it in the living world. Only by gathering boundless death chi and cold chi could he amass enough 9 nether chi to extend his stay in this netherworld. There's a commotion over there. Let's go check it out. Bai Jing dispersed the 9 nether chi around him and hurried toward the northeastern corner of the street. At the street corner, a strange-looking man with 2 horns on his head stared awkwardly at the buildings he had destroyed. Long fangs jutted from his mouth, his skin was pale green, and he had long red hair and long eyelashes. His stature was colossal. He was an ancient giant, far larger than ordinary giants. Around his neck hung a skull pendant, he wore samurai armor, and he gripped a great blade. When Bai Jing arrived, he was stunned by the giant's appearance. Isn't this little Oars the commander of Whitebeard's ship? On his back was the straw hat Ace had woven for him. It was precisely because of that kindness that he believed Ace was a gentle and warm person. He had disobeyed Whitebeard and rushed to Marineford. Because Little Or's enormous body would make him an easy target, Whitebeard had forbidden him from coming. But to save Ace, he charged alone toward the execution platform. In the end, he was gravely wounded by the combined techniques of 3 of the 7 warlords of the sea: Bartholomew, Kuma, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Gecko Moria. His right foot was severed, his body was pierced through, and Ors finally collapsed from his severe injuries. When the Marines set up an encirclement to trap Whitebeard and his crew, his blood seeped into the Marines' net system because his body was so immense, causing some of the mechanisms to malfunction. Moreover, before he reached the execution platform, he made sure the encirclement could not completely cut off Whitebeard and the others. He then helped guide the Black Moby Dick into the encirclement, but was finally struck down by cannon fire once more. It was in this way that he died. Around him, many spiritual bodies stared at Little Ors with ill intent. Such a reckless giant, destroying so many streets and buildings. Never mind. Soon the law enforcement squad will come and drag this soul to the Yellow Springs. He won't be allowed to reincarnate. This is what happens to those who break the rules. What kind of monster is this? Who knows? He looks so ferocious. Maybe he was some kind of demon in his past life. I can't believe a freak like this managed to enter Yellow Springs City and even get a chance at reincarnation. But, hearing those words, the hot-tempered Little Ors flushed slightly beneath his green skin, clearly enraged. But constrained by the rules of Yellow Springs City, he could not retaliate. Clutching his long blade, he stood frozen and bewildered, panic creeping into his eyes. He could die, but what about Ace? Bai Jing had originally come to save Ace, yet seeing Little Ors like this, he could not simply stand by. As the commander of the 16th Division, his strength was at the vice admiral level. Hearing them say he would be sent to the Yellow Springs without reincarnation, how could that be allowed? Bai Jing couldn't help but release boundless 9 nether chi, wrapping Little Or's enormous body in it. Little by little, the giant's figure faded from where he stood. Bai Jing felt a pang of reluctance. He could have stayed here for 24 hours, but now 18 hours was already the absolute limit. Still, he remained in place, just invisible. When the people around saw Little Ors vanish into thin air, they were puzzled. Where did he go? Where is he now? No idea. He was right here just a moment ago. How strange. Shrouded in 9 nether chi, Bai Jing approached Little Ors and looked up at him. Since Little Ors was here, perhaps he was connected to Ace. Bai Jing spoke up. Do you know where Ace is? Hearing this, Little Ors looked down, and the caution in his eyes turned fierce. He could restrain himself for others, but when it came to Ace, he would never reveal a single piece of information about him. Moreover, this person actually knew Ace. Friend or foe, he could not tell. His voice was heavy as he asked, "How do you know Ace? Who are you?" Because they were wrapped in 9 nether chi, neither their bodies nor their voices could be detected by anyone else. They could speak freely. Bai Jing smiled lightly. "I don't just know Ace. I can also reunite Ace with his brothers. All you need to know is that I bear you no ill will. Didn't I just help you through this crisis? Take me to Ace, and everything will become clear." It wasn't easy to explain. He couldn't just say he was a time traveler who was a fan of One Piece, wanted to fill all the regrets in the story. A ghost would never believe that. The brat would be lucky not to strike him down with a single slash. Little Ors remained wary, not relaxing his guard in the slightest because of Bai Jing's words. Instead, he questioned again and tightened his grip on his long blade. This was Little Or's nature. He regarded Ace as a blood brother and would protect him even at the cost of his life. During the Battle of Marineford, he had taken bullet after bullet in order to save Ace. Seeing that persuasion was not working, Bai Jing sighed softly and pointed at the hat on Little Or's back. "Ace wove that hat for you with his own hands, didn't he? You shielded him from countless bullets for Ace, and in the end you died in battle. You really were a loyal, lovesick fool. Don't you want to return to the real world with Ace? Don't you want to see Ace, Luffy, and Sabo reunited as brothers? And don't you miss the others of the Whitebeard pirates? The Phoenix Marco is still alive, trapped in self-blame and suffering. Don't you want to go back and see him? Don't you want to go back and take revenge?" Bai Jing's string of questions slowly melted the guard in Or's heart, and instead stirred a blazing fury within him. During the Battle of Marineford, it was those damned Marines who killed Ace and killed Pops. Little Ors lowered his defenses, and the gaze he fixed on Bai Jing softened. Though he had no idea how Bai Jing knew so much, or knew that his straw hat had been woven by Ace, those words alone were enough to make him believe. He too wanted to return to the real world, to see Ace reunited with his brothers, and to see Ace smile again. Truly, Little Ors, that big fool, was loyal and righteous, with his heart devoted only to his brothers. He said, "Follow me." Seeing that his words had worked, Bai Jing nodded and followed behind Little Ors. Wrapped in 9 nether chi, every step and every sound he made was completely concealed. Oz led the pair through the streets and arrived at a corner in the northeastern part of the city. The little villa in that corner was dilapidated and overgrown with weeds, but precisely because it was so run down, no one lived there. The large compound was just large enough to accommodate Oz's enormous frame. At the open building of the compound, a young man stood anxiously outside the courtyard, casting his gaze around as if searching for something, his face full of panic. When he saw little Oz return, the panic on his face gradually faded, and he heaved a great sigh of relief. Watching little Oz come back, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. "I thought you'd gone off somewhere," he said. "With a body that big, if something happened, and you broke the rules of Huangquan City." At that, Bai Jing slowly stepped out from behind little Oz. After seeing the young man before him and confirming his identity, Bai Jing smiled with relief. "Finally found you." There was an orange cowboy hat with 2 badges pinned to the brim, one smiling and one sad. Black hair, freckles on both cheeks, inherited from his mother. Still the familiar sight, bare-chested with a tattoo reading ASC on his left arm. The S was crossed out. That letter, which did not belong to his name, was a memorial to another sworn brother, Sabo. On Ace's back was the tattoo emblem of the Whitebeard pirates. Little Oz spoke. "This man wanted to see you. He's also the one who helped me through my difficulty. Because I damaged a building, the enforcers would surely have arrested me, but thanks to him I avoided a fight." Ace paused. Seeing Bai Jing's gaze soften, as well, he bowed deeply to Bai Jing. This too was a courtesy he had learned after Sabo died, in order to take care of Luffy. It was precisely this that had made him so gentle. "Thanks to you, brother," he said. "Come, let's go inside and sit for a while. Allow me to express my gratitude. How about that?" Bai Jing nodded. That suited him perfectly. When was business ever discussed outside the door? The three entered the compound, and because of his enormous size, little Oz could only stand in the middle of the courtyard. To accommodate little Oz, Ace and Bai Jing set up a simple pavilion in the center of the courtyard. Ace poured out 2 cups of fine wine. He raised his cup high and said gratefully, "Thanks to you, brother. I toast you with this cup." Bai Jing did not refuse. He lifted the cup and drained it in one go. Then Bai Jing spoke, going straight to the point. "I can take you back to the world you came from." At those words, Ace was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't pull himself together. Only after a long pause did he burst into laughter, as if he didn't believe it. "Brother, is what you said really true?" He stared hard at Bai Jing's face, searching for the slightest flaw. If Bai Jing hadn't saved little Oz, almost anyone would have thrown him out. Wasn't this pure nonsense? Once you enter the death realm, you still want to go back. Was he being taken for a 3-year-old? Bai Jing said it couldn't be more true. Then the 9 nether chi around his hands slowly enveloped his body. Guided by that 9 nether chi, his form actually drifted upward, and his aura vanished completely. Ace clicked his tongue in wonder. After thinking it over at length, he still slowly shook his head. "I've already lived one life. A good reincarnation should be enough. Settle down for a lifetime toiling through the years. Even so, there would be no regrets. Go back. Who would I even see? Pops died saving me, and many of the Whitebeard pirates died for my sake. If I went back, who would still recognize me? And who would I have the nerve to face?" A self-deprecating smile touched Ace's face, an indescribable loneliness in it. Because he had dragged the entire crew into ruin, he had sunk into endless guilt and agony. Even in his soul form, he still couldn't snap out of it. Boundless pain buried him deeply. Seeing this, little Oz couldn't help saying, "You didn't do anything wrong. We are all family," and Pops felt the same way. This reminded Bai Jing of a moving scene from the pirate world. One of Whitebeard's sons, the man called Spider, had been deceived by the Marines and turned, stabbing Whitebeard. It was that very stab that made Whitebeard's condition plummet. In the end, Whitebeard did not kill the man called Spider. Instead, he pulled him into a heavy embrace. With a kind gaze, he said, "Even so, I will still love you, my son." But that was no excuse for Ace to run away. He was running from reality, running from the past. Bai Jing spoke slowly, his tone unrelenting. "What if I could bring Whitebeard back to the original world as well? What if I could bring the dead back to the original world?" Ace listened, but still slowly shook his head. "Because we are ghosts, we did once try to find Pop's soul. But we spent 2 full years and searched every corner of Huangquan City, yet still couldn't find Pop's soul. Besides, in this death realm, our abilities can all be used again." As he spoke, a soul flame slowly appeared in his hand, the power of the flame fruit. It was merely manifesting in another form. This was the balance of yin and yang. By all rights, since Sabo had eaten the flame fruit, Ace's power should have disappeared. But even now he could still use it. He spoke again. "But no one dares to cause trouble because there are enforcers. They can completely suppress our abilities. No matter how powerful you were in life here, even a dragon must crawl, and even a tiger must lie low. The soul-hunting rod can erase every last bit of your power, lock you in boundless darkness, drag you down to the yellow springs, and condemn you to eternal rebirthlessness." This was the first time Bai Jing had heard that the death realm had such a power structure. It was also the first time he had heard of the enforcers. No wonder little Oz had been so wary of them just now. Bai Jing asked in return, "The death realm is not just Huangquan City, is it? Have you two ever searched the other cities?" When Bai Jing had been crossing the yellow springs on his way here, he had seen the layout of many cities. That he had arrived in this particular city could only be described as a twist of fate. So it was understandable that Ace and little Oz had never been to the other cities. Other cities? Sure enough, at Bai Jing's words, both of them were puzzled. They truly had never gone to other cities because they couldn't even leave through the city gate. Bai Jing said confidently, "I can do that." For now, I'll take you two back first. Once my 9 nether chi has recovered, I can go to the other cities and take a look. I can revive Whitebeard. A rare silence fell over the two as if they had sunk into endless thought. Bai Jing did not disturb them, nor did he unfasten the wine flask at his waist. He set a cup on the table, filled it, and drank it in one gulp. He had thought this would make Ace and Little Oz agree, but Ace still slowly shook his head. Ace's face was full of self-reproach and pain. He still couldn't forget how, because of him, others had been plunged into endless misfortune. He lowered the brim of his hat, tears at the corners of his eyes. Because he was in soul form, the tears could not fall. It seems that all my life, because I carried the name of the demon child. Whoever comes near me will meet boundless calamity. Sabo was like that, Pops was like that, and everyone else was too. I am the demon child. Whoever comes near me is doomed to misfortune. Bai Jing let out a low sigh. He had expected the two to be overjoyed at the news of resurrection, but instead, he was met with this scene. It was precisely because of this that Ace had formed a knot in his heart, sealing himself off and escaping reality. Little Oz Jr., of course, stayed by Ace's side, mirroring his every move. It wasn't as if he could persuade Ace on behalf of some stranger. But Bai Jing had his own plans. Today Ace was definitely going to be resurrected. No one could change that, not even if they tried. That was Bai Jing's declaration. His eyes were deep, contemplative. Like countless One Piece fans after the Battle of Marineford, he had believed Luffy had saved Ace, believed everything was over. He had believed, no, we fans had believed. We thought that this battle was our victory. But in the end, Ace's death and Whitebeard's death made us realize it was all an illusion. He stood up and laughed heartily. I had wondered what kind of man Fire Fist Ace was. I never expected him to be a coward who breaks his promises. Ace remained silent, offering no rebuttal. Little Oz Jr. said nothing either. Bai Jing roared, you Ace are nothing but a coward. Who said Sabo is dead? Do you know that Sabo never died? He later even joined the Revolutionary Army. These words reignited a glimmer of light in Ace's lifeless eyes. He couldn't believe it and trembled with excitement. Really? I knew it. I never saw that brat, even in this boundless realm of death. I thought he had gone to heaven, but it turns out he's still alive. Bai Jing pressed on relentlessly. Do you know how long your brother Luffy wallowed in despair because of your death? Do you know how many people grieved for you, how many suffered for you? Yet here you are. When the opportunity is right before you, you choose to sink into self-indulgence and depravity. His gaze burned as he stepped closer, hurling accusation after accusation. Didn't you and Luffy once swear you would meet at the summit? Was that just a load of crap? In Impel Down you fought with Knight of the Sea Jinbe and entrusted him to take care of your little brother Luffy. Was that just a pretense? Was that all a lie? And what about Tama and Wano? You made a promise to her, yet now you're dead. Is that also a lie? And Yamato, the two of you once drank together. Have you already forgotten all of that? With so many people you care about, and so many who care about you, you're still running away. Ha, Fire Fist Ace, nothing more than this. Bai Jing slammed his fist against the table in fury, arcs of lightning crackling across his body. His devil fruit ability had followed him even into this world of the dead. By now Ace had completely shed his previous dejection, a flicker of change stirring within him. Yes, so many people cared about him. And there were so many he cared about, all waiting for him. What reason did he have to wallow in self-pity and hide away here? True, he had already died. But with such a chance before him, would Ace really cling so desperately to his life? Would Ace really not dare to take the plunge? Was he still Fire Fist Ace? At worst it would only be death again, and he had died before. Seeing this, Bai Jing stoked the flames a little more. Do you know that after Whitebeard died, Blackbeard stole his devil fruit ability and gained both the Yami Yami no Mi and the Goro Goro no Mi powers? Now he has become one of the emperors of the sea. The man who killed Whitebeard and stole his power is still roaming free. Can you really just stand there and watch? Do you know how many people died when Phoenix Marco led the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates to fight Blackbeard? Diamond Jozu lost his life in that battle too. Won't you avenge him? Don't you want revenge? At this, Bai Jing paused, feeling the same pain. He hated it too. And do you know how much Garp suffered after your death? He was pinned to the ground by Sengoku, unable to move. How much did that word justice on his back truly weigh? How heavy were the responsibilities those two words placed upon his shoulders, and how agonizing was his pain? He is your grandfather. When you were still young, he wanted the three of you brothers to walk the path of the Marines so you wouldn't have to live as fugitives. Things didn't go as he wished. But he protected you in the only way he knew how, through his own form of love. If only you had called out Grandpa in that final moment, the outcome would have been utterly different. So, I ask you, do you resent Garp for not saving you in the end? Do you hate him? Ace's eyes grew even more moist, but because he was a soul, no tears could fall. And yet his boundless pain had already been washed away, replaced by endless guilt. His voice was choked with emotion. It was a rare sight to see Fire Fist Ace in such a state. His voice hoarse, he spoke, I don't hate him. I only hate that I was too reckless. Back then Pops told me not to chase after Blackbeard, and I didn't listen. I hate that I was so weak-willed as to run away again. I hate that it took me this long to learn the truth. I hate Blackbeard for killing our own family and betraying the very spirit of the Whitebeard pirates. As he said this, boundless fury blazed in his eyes and roaring flames erupted around his body. Only then did Bai Jing nod in satisfaction, offering one final remark. There is one more person you owe. Haven't you thought of it, even now? The anger in Ace's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a bewildered stare at Bai Jing. There were simply too many people he had wronged. He truly couldn't guess whom Bai Jing meant. Bai Jing's expression turned serious, his eyes calm. It's Dayton, the foster mother of you three brothers, Sabo, Luffy, and you. She may have been rough, but she protected you with her own unique tenderness, her own unique way of loving you. She was the one who raised the three of you, brought you up, and helped you grow. Do you know how heartbroken she was, how much she suffered because of your death? She even beat the one person she had never dared to lay a hand on in her entire life. She was terrified of Garp. She was as afraid of him as a mouse before a cat. But when she heard you had died, and that Garp had failed to save you, she charged forward, grabbed Garp by the collar, knocked him to the ground, and struck him again and again. Her grief was so immense, her tears so scalding. They seared all our hearts. Here we, naturally refers to the One Piece fans. Ace could no longer hold it back. The infinite sorrow in his heart burst forth. Even though he was a soul, his soul transformed into scalding tears, falling one after another down his cheeks. They trickled past his freckles, drop by heavy drop, splashing onto the ground. Fire Fist Ace. He wept. Bai Jing did not stop him, letting him do as he pleased. The pent-up emotions that had been suppressed for too long burst out all at once, which would be good for him. Meanwhile, Little Oz beside them had been unusually silent, not saying a single word. His gaze toward Bai Jing had changed as well. Earlier there was still a trace of hostility, but now it was pure gratitude. He knew how heavy Ace's psychological burden had been during these days in the death world. Now Bai Jing had lifted it off him. Not to mention that Bai Jing could even resurrect others possessing such a heaven-defying method. Nearly a quarter of an hour later, Ace slowly regained his composure, and the look he gave Bai Jing was completely different. He asked, "How do we get out?" There are quite a few enforcers in the city tightly guarding the city gates. Getting out is definitely not an easy matter. Bai Jing sighed softly in his heart. It was good as long as he was willing to loosen up. It seemed that taking him out would be simple, and his 9 nether chi was still sufficient to last for nearly a dozen hours. Bringing the two of them out was entirely within his capability. He spoke. The 9 nether chi on me can shield your bodies and even your voices. It will carry you aloft, drifting out of this death world and back to the real world. Are you ready? If so, there is no time to lose. Let us leave now. The three exchanged glances and were completely ready. Ace and Little Oz had no more lingering attachments in the death world. They looked at Bai Jing and said, "We are ready. We will trouble you, brother." Bai Jing did not say much, and the 9 nether chi around his body slowly emanated outward. That chi was icy and freezing, enveloping both of them. Because of Little Oz's immense size, it took a while. The two looked at each other in astonishment. Under the cover of the 9 nether chi, neither could see the other. If not for the 9 nether chi allowing them to sense each other, they would have thought the other had vanished into thin air. Bai Jing said, "Next I will take you out of this death world. Your bodies will soon float up. Do not make any sudden moves, and do not actively release your aura." With that, Bai Jing's eyes were solemn. This was also his first time doing such a thing. The three bodies slowly floated upward along the trajectory set by the 9 nether chi. The three were gently pulled along, and their speed grew faster and faster. Soon they left Huangquan City, crossed the boundless Huangchuan, and arrived beside the ancient bridge. Yet their speed did not slow down, instead it became even more rapid. Crossing the ancient bridge, there was a beam of light. That point of light was the passage leading to the mortal world. As soon as they crossed this passage, Ace and Oz would be successfully resurrected. The two bodies passed through the light first and returned to the mortal world, while Bai Jing's body inexplicably paused at that spot. And an ancient voice reached his mind. This might disrupt the balance of yin and yang and break cause and effect. Are you certain you want to do this? Bai Jing had no idea where the voice came from, and it actually had the power to intercept him. His back was soaked with cold sweat, even though he was a soul body. But since things had come this far, what was there to regret or hesitate about? Just go ahead and do it. Ignoring the voice, he continued to intensify the release of 9 nether chi and surged violently through the light, entering the mortal world and returning to the pirate world. The moment he returned to the pirate world, the voice came again. "Fine, do as you wish." Then it abruptly stopped. At the moment Bai Jing left, a long, slow sigh resounded over the Huangquan in the death world. Fortune or disaster. The original course of the world has changed because of you. Why can you travel to the death world? Even the awakening of the underworld fruit could not achieve this. This child radiates the aura of a higher civilization. Could he be from some other place? After these words, the death world fell into boundless silence once more. No one knew that two soul bodies had disappeared from Huangquan City, nor how they had left. In several cities deeper in the death world, there were figures familiar to Bai Jing. especially one strong old man with a huge build and 100 bullet wounds on his body. His gaze was deep as he murmured softly, "No family here. My children are not here." Meanwhile, after Bai Jing's soul slowly returned to the real world, Ace's soul and Little Oz's soul were still beside him. The moment their souls touched the sunlight, their soul bodies instantly solidified. Flesh and blood grew back in an instant, restoring them to their original forms. The two stared at each other wide-eyed. Little Oz, as if unable to believe it, suddenly clenched his fists. The real touch told him that all of this was true, not a dream. The two of them, he and Ace, had truly returned to the real world, truly resurrected. Ace and Little Oz looked at Bai Jing, who still floated in the air, and asked in surprise, "Why are you still a soul body and not in the flesh?" Bai Jing was also stunned. "What? I'm still not in the flesh." Looking below, he exclaimed, "Damn it! Where's my physical body? Which bastard stole my body?" His soul looked all around, but found no trace of his physical body in the vicinity. The downside of the awakened underworld fruit was that if no one guarded your physical body, it could be taken away by others. Worry appeared in his eyes. Flames of the flame fruit slowly gathered in Ace's hand, reigniting his body. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "I fire fist Ace him back." As he spoke, a cross-shaped flame slowly appeared behind him, followed by a Whitebeard pirate's flag burning in the fire. He stepped out of the flames, reborn. The flame fruit had appeared in the world again. In this pirate world, Ace was not the only one with this fruit. Sabo had it as well, and the two did not conflict with each other. Of course, Bai Jing also had this ability. With the flame fruit reappearing, thinking of the brothers Sabo and Ace joining forces made Bai Jing excited no matter how he thought about it. Now finding your physical body is the priority. Let's take a look at the nearest places first, whether it was taken by wild animals or by someone else. Bai Jing nodded. His soul body traversed the entire uninhabited forest and arrived at the seaside. On a pirate ship in the distant sea, several pirates sat around a body, their eyes filled with curiosity. What happened to this kid? Why did we strike his body so many times, and he hasn't reacted? Could he really be dead? Looking closely, this was indeed Bai Jing's body, covered with numerous cuts and gashes of varying sizes, counting dozens of wounds across his frame, all inflicted by these pirates. Fortunately, Bai Jing's soul hadn't yet returned to his body. Otherwise, every one of those endless pains would transfer to him. Without his soul anchoring himself within his body, lost its natural elemental defense, leaving him vulnerable to even the smallest blade. When a lethal strike came, his body would instinctively protect him automatically, shifting into an elemental form. Yet Bai Jing sensed something deeply wrong from the distant pirate vessel. He could feel his own flesh lying there. He felt a surge of urgency. "I found my body. Let's go quickly." With that, his soul began drifting slowly toward the pirate ship on the sea. Ace and Little Oz exchanged a glance. They would certainly help, since Bai Jing had already brought them back to life. Such a tremendous kindness was like being reborn by parents. It was precisely Bai Jing who had awakened Ace, pulling him from his descent into darkness. At the very least, both Ace and Little Oz now truly regarded Bai Jing as family and friend, letting go of their inner vigilance. Ace turned his gaze toward the distance, his hands transforming into blades as he severed two sections from a massive tree and hurled them far ahead. He stepped onto the floating wood, drifting across the sea surface, using the branches as oars and rowing with all his strength. As a devil fruit user, he couldn't touch seawater. Little Oz was different. Not bound by devil fruit abilities, he plunged his enormous frame into the water and swam toward the pirate ship. On the red gold pirate ship. "Hell, let's find the next village and plunder it again. Our treasure stores are running low. Indeed, we can hardly wait." Those villagers in the last village actually dared to resist, and we slaughtered countless of them in one breath. Their expressions of despair and defiance before dying were quite satisfying. Ha! What a pity these poor wretches only had so little belly. They deserve to die. On this pirate ship, around 100 pirates drank, ate, and laughed uproariously, treating murder as nothing but trivial. As for Bai Jing's body, they had discarded it aside without a second thought. Only out of curiosity had they picked it up. Meanwhile, Bai Jing's soul drifted slowly toward the pirate ship. "Huh, am I drunk, or is there a soul in the air?" One pirate rubbed his sleepy eyes, shook off his intoxication, and upon confirming the spectral figure, let out a scream. "Ah, a ghost. There's a ghost." "What ghost? Have you lost your mind? What are you yelling about in broad daylight?" Nearby, the other pirates turned their attention to the commotion. At that moment, Bai Jing's soul had already begun merging back into his body. Bai Jing, who had been lying on the ground with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. Under the elementization of lightning, the scars on his body slowly healed until he was restored to his original state. By then, Ace had arrived and Little Oz was wading through the water. From his log, Ace leaped high and landed on the pirate flagpole atop the ship. Crouching slightly with his hands resting below his knees and his right hand adjusting his hat, he looked down with a faint smile. "Looks like you found it." Meanwhile, Bai Jing slowly rose to his feet, facing the 100 pirates before him. He had overheard their previous conversation. Slaughter of villagers, murder of innocents. This was the true world of pirates where such righteousness was scarce. And where was all that so-called hot-blooded passion? This was the real world where lives were taken without a second thought. But since he had encountered them, it was simply their misfortune. At least he had his own standards. Having seen too much of this world, his expression grew cold. Wipe them all out. Ace looked at Bai Jing and asked, shall I go first or you? Let's split them evenly. A slight smile curled Bai Jing's lips as he watched the pirates flooding onto the deck, all wearing red headbands. You bastard, do you have any idea who we are? We are the renowned Red Gold Pirates. Do you know our captain? Captain Wuchimaki of the pirates with a bounty of 6 million belly. From within the ship's cabin, a man wearing a red headband emerged slowly, a massive scar running from the corner of his mouth up to his forehead. His upper body was bare, muscles bulging, and his eyes held hostility as he regarded the two on the deck. Delivering yourselves to your deaths. How dare you set foot on the Red Gold Pirates ship, you audacious fools. Men attack. Kill them. Kill. Kill. Around them, dozens of other pirates raised their blades and swung down at the pair. Some attempted to climb the flagpole to take Ace down. Bai Jing laughed aloud. A bounty of 6 million belly. That's all you've got, and you dare flaunt it. Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? As dozens closed in from all directions, arcs of lightning appeared around Bai Jing's hands. Ace glanced at the Red Gold Pirates charging toward him and smiled faintly. Fire Sea Prosperity. I have a bounty of 550 million belly, and say nothing, yet you boast of merely 6 million. With that, he extended his index and middle fingers like pistols, aiming them at his opponents and firing rapid bursts of flame from his fingertips. The firepower matched that of handguns. Flame condensed and struck again and again, hitting the Red Gold Pirates as they climbed upward. Their bodies instantly erupted into flames. Several men desperately tried to extinguish the fire, but it clung to them, burning through their flesh. One by one, they fell from the air, neutralized effortlessly by Ace before they could reach the top. Damn it! Captain Wuchimaki of the Red Gold Pirates glared at Ace, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. That face seemed familiar, yet he couldn't place it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the deck, numerous pirates were relentlessly charging toward Bai Jing. They could see Bai Jing was an easy target now and intended to eliminate him first. Learning from past mistakes, they drew their pistols, surrounding him with wicked grins. The pistols clicked as they loaded and fired bullets soaring through the air. No matter how skilled one might be, even the best can fall to crude weapons. Bai Jing sighed softly. Can't you see I'm also a power user? Lightning crackled across his body as he growled, lightning flash. Rays of electricity surged from his frame, converting into blinding light and searing heat to neutralize any physical assault. An endless cascade of lightning flashed, deflecting each incoming bullet until they disintegrated completely. Bai Jing, lightning burst from his body. He quickly whispered, discharge 1 million volts. This could unleash lightning to attack targets, and at the users will the voltage could be freely controlled from 100 million to 200 million volts. In this work, there are 100 volts, 200 volts, 100 volts, and max 200 volts. Endless arcs of lightning surged violently across the field, crackling and snapping. Crackle, 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 crackle. The moment a Red Gold Pirate touched the lightning, his body went stiff, his limbs turned rigid, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground. Electrocuted. Bai Jing looked helplessly at the dozens of dead men sprawled on the ground and sighed, why did you have to try to steal my body? Look at this mess. Meanwhile, Ace was above, still firing shot after shot downward from his fire gun. Blazing flame bullets. One shot, one kill. Ooh, anyone hit was doomed. The captain of the Red Gold Pirates watched his men die one after another and began to panic. We've run into a real tough one today. These two are monsters. Seeing that his subordinates were nearly all dead, and he had no strength left to resist, he decided he might as well flee. Without hesitation, he turned and dove beneath the sea. At the same time, a huge figure rose from the sea nearby. Little oars, 38 meters tall, appeared on the surface like a small giant. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung the long blade straight down. Before the Red Gold captain could even react, he was cut clean in two at the waist. Dead beyond any doubt. Even a single punch would have been enough to kill him. His final words before death were spoken as he recognized Ace. Fire fist. Ace. Alive. Ace's fire gun, a cold, merciless weapon, reaped the Red Gold Pirates' lives shot after shot. Above, they kept screaming one cry after another. Oh, spare me. Boss, spare me. We were wrong, we were wrong. But how could Ace, who had already killed, who knew how many people pay them, any heed? The world simply worked that way. You killed. Within just a few blinks, every last pirate was dead. He snapped his fingers. Snap. Flames fell upon their bodies, turning them to drifting ash. Bai Jing turned his gaze to the ship's cabin where a chest of gold and silver treasure sat. A small chest completely full. Gold and jewels packed to the brim. But Bai Jing was unimpressed and curled his lip. What a pauper, barely any money. Selling all this gold and jewelry would only fetch around 10 million berries. Then he looked at little oars still out on the sea and said, pick up his head. It should be worth at least 600 berries, we might as well turn it into cash. Little oars pinched the head between his enormous fingers and tossed it onto the ship. Ace jumped down from the flagpole, gazed at the endless ocean, and said with feeling such a familiar sensation, being a pirate really is freedom. He looked at Bai Jing and asked, what are your plans? We'll stay by your side. First, to wait for Bai Jing to revive Pops. Second, to repay Bai Jing for the grace of bringing them back to life. Staying with Bai Jing for a while would be a way of helping him. Whether he chose to become a pirate or something else, the two would do everything in their power to aid him. Bai Jing understood what they meant and asked with a smile, why not go find Luffy and Sabo? Wouldn't a reunion between brothers be heartwarming? Ace walked slowly across the deck and gazing at the boundless sea said softly, the sea is the greatest freedom. No one can break the wings of freedom. Luffy has his own adventure and his own companions. As for me, this big brother died long ago. For now, I won't disturb him. On this boundless sea one day we will meet again, won't we? He turned his head and smiled gently. Bai Jing nodded, exactly so. How about this, the two of you stay with me, and we sail the sea anew together. Ace did not refuse. Then let's do that for now. We'll settle future matters later. With that, the two exchanged smiles. Bai Jing finally untied the wine jug from his waist and tossed it to Ace. Taste this familiar flavor, he said. Ace opened the jug, took a fierce swig, and shouted, good wine. Then he tossed the jug to little oars, who drained it in one gulp. His face split in a broad grin. On the east blue, three men laughed with unbridled joy. All right, what is your wish? To be a pirate or a marine? Ace asked. Bai Jing looked out at the endless sea and heroic pride surged within him. I'll organize a fleet of my own, crewed by the mightiest pirates of this generation. Or rather, the mightiest pirates of the previous generation. On the sea, I'll be the most carefree pirate of all. I don't care about being pirate king. Leave that to Luffy and the others. What I want is to take in all the grand scenery this pirate world has to offer. Pirate or marine, I'll just stay true to what I believe. That's enough. He turned to them, his expression utterly serious. I once heard a remarkable man say this. A man who dies carrying through his convictions. Isn't that cool? His eyes held a distant reminiscence. Ace and little oars were stunned. Who could have said words like that? It echoed exactly what was in their hearts. Seeing Bai Jing like this, they couldn't help asking, is he still alive? Bai Jing slowly shook his head. He had passed away, but that doesn't matter. I can revive him. Though our stances differ, I want to persuade him to come aboard my ship. This ship will have not only pirates, but also members of other callings. Bai Jing's lips curled slightly as he looked at Ace, and said, as the first step of your resurrection, let me put on a fireworks display for you. Celebrating your rebirth. He gave a slight hop, and in one step soared into the sky. His right hand clenched from an open palm into a fist. Blazing flames began to roar. Ace froze and blurted in shock, impossible. This is the power of the flame fruit. There was only surprise in his eyes. No jealousy, nothing else. Bai Jing, however, paid no heed to Ace still on the deck. When flame fruit power clashed with flame fruit power, no thought was needed. They would surely be mutually immune. He turned his arm into a colossal flame of fearsome heat, made it stretch outward, and attacked his target with a burning punch. Its speed was immense, its range vast, and its impact crushing. This was also Ace's favorite move. A single fist could sink 5 ships. Boundless flames churned as Bai Jing bellowed, fire fist. A phantom fire fist, dozens of zhang long slammed ferociously into the red gold pirate ship. The instant it struck, it tore through the vessel's midsection, blasting from one side to the other. Fire blazed up in fury. Ace jumped in shock, springing high from above to land on Little Oar's shoulder. The two marveled at the pirate ship as it slowly burned. With that done, Bai Jing clapped his hands in satisfaction and landed on Little Oar's other shoulder. He asked, looking at Ace, well, is this bonfire to your liking? Ace looked at Bai Jing as though he were looking at a monster. He never imagined that Bai Jing also possessed his flame fruit ability. From what Bai Jing had just displayed, that was undoubtedly the rumble fruit. And now he had another fruit ability as well. This utterly overturned his understanding. Yet the two did not press the matter. Everyone has their own secrets, and this was Bai Jing's secret. What's more, he had saved the two of them, and was even going to save Whitebeard. How could they have the face to question him about something like that? Naturally, they understood this, and said no more. With little oars at their side, the two slowly swam toward Windmill Village. It was time to see some old acquaintances, and along the way cash in that 6 million bounty head for some money. The netherworld chi within Bai Jing dispersed into nothing. If he wished to replenish it quickly, there were 2 methods. The first was to kill, obtaining the death aura from their bodies. The second was to find a place of extreme cold and condense netherworld chi from the cold air, but that was painfully slow. Killing one person yielded 1 wisp of netherworld chi. Once he had 100 wisps of netherworld chi, he could remain in the Yellow Springs for 10 minutes. This was also the most efficient way to gather it. The netherworld chi he had gained earlier had come from killing other pirates. And those pirates deserved death. They had butchered the island's residents. And so Bai Jing paid them back in kind. Just as those pirates had slaughtered the villagers, so did he slaughter them. Only this way could he maintain enough netherworld chi, and only this way could he descend once more to the Yellow Springs to resurrect others. The two stood on Little Or's shoulders as he slowly swam toward Windmill Village. On the calm sea nearby, a massive whirlpool began to churn as if something were brewing within it. The next moment, a colossal eel head burst violently out of the vortex. Its enormous body slowly rose above the surface. Its mouth was packed with fangs, and its massive frame was roughly estimated to be 30 meters long. And that head was fully 3 to 4 meters wide. Seawater from its body splashed to the side, landing squarely on Ace, causing his legs to give way as he collapsed limply onto Little Oars. With calm eyes, Bai Jing said as Sea King. Yet the seawater had splashed onto Bai Jing as well, and he was completely unaffected. Seeing the giant eel head, he couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "Oh, this looks just like the Sea King that bit off Shank's arm. I never thought there'd be a Sea King here." Greed burned in the Sea King's eyes as it stared at the trio, the look of an apex predator sizing up its prey. It slammed its head back into the sea, and when it surfaced again, its tremendous jaws were already open. It lunged at them with that fang-filled mouth. One bite of that magnitude would absolutely have left a huge wound on Little Oars. A roar burst from its throat. Roar. This Sea King wanted to swallow them all in a single gulp. Ace at this moment was so weakened by the water splashing around him that his entire body had gone limp. He looked at Bai Jing, and finding Bai Jing completely unharmed, slowly breathed a sigh of relief. If even Bai Jing were affected by seawater, then this encounter would be hanging by a thread. It had been far too impulsive to burn the ship all at once. It looked cool, no question, but now they were in a miserable fix. Bai Jing froze. He had just understood what the eel was saying. Translated, it meant, humans die. It seems I also have the power to hear the voice of all things. Bai Jing was shaken to the core. A little later, however, he stood to the side, stroking his chin, eyeing the enormous eel with a contemplative expression. "What do you think?" he murmured. "Braised in soy sauce or grilled fresh? With this much eel meat, it should feed us for quite a while." Just as Little Oars raised the long blade in his hand, ready to sever the giant eel's head, Bai Jing moved. Lightning flickered in his hand, and arcs of electricity spread outward. The rumble fruit asserted itself once more. He had not used the flame fruit. Out at sea, the flame fruit was too limited. The rumble fruit, by contrast, could conduct through water. It was practically a lethal weapon. Ace saw the lightning wreathing Bai Jing and could not help but blurt out, "Take it easy. Seawater conducts electricity. What if it gets us too?" Bai Jing, of course, knew this and gave Ace a reassuring smile. Seeing this, Little Oars lowered his blade. He had faith in Bai Jing's abilities. A Sea King like this was too insignificant before Bai Jing. Dealing with it would not be difficult. A man who could resurrect others and wield such heaven-defying means would crush a Sea King with ease. If not for the sea's overwhelming restrictions, the two of them could kill a Sea King without breaking a sweat. With a sudden burst, Bai Jing released the lightning in his hand. Infinite thunder was already gathering. With a solemn expression, he shouted, "Divine Judgment." The technique forms lightning around the user's wrist and unleashes it according to the user's will. When released, the lightning descends from the sky as a giant pillar of thunder, annihilating the target. This move could also be thrown horizontally. It did not have to be aimed from above. If supplemented with observation haki, the technique could home in on its target with far greater precision. As luck would have it, he knew observation haki. In his eyes, observation haki slowly radiated outward, locking onto the Sea King's head with absolute accuracy. He raised his right hand high. The arcs of lightning around his right hand crackled to their utmost limit, and he sharply swept his right hand downward through the air. Above the Sea King, the lightning appeared eerily out of nowhere, forming a colossal pillar of thunder far larger than the Sea King's head. Just as the Sea King's fangs were about to tear into the group, the pillar fell from the sky and pierced straight through the Sea King's skull. The intense high-voltage lightning jolted its body stiff, and its consciousness died instantly. What was more, the tremendous heat from the high-voltage lightning sent the smell of scorched meat drifting through the air. Bai Jing clapped his hands in satisfaction. He was very pleased with the sight. The rumble fruit was too powerful, and those moves had been only minor ones. He still had countless devastating techniques he had yet to unleash. As for the observation haki, he had just used. It was inherent to the rumble fruit. It was a power that keenly sensed the chi of one's surroundings, allowing the user to detect enemies beyond their line of sight, or even foresee their opponent's movements. On Skypiea, it was called mantra. It was also a mind-reading ability, perhaps best described as the power of hearing. Function 2, a cardiac pacemaker. This was the ability of Enel the Thunder God. By combining the rumble fruit's power to receive electric waves, it greatly enhanced the potency and range of mantra, enabling him to hear the voices of everyone across all of Skypiea. Bai Jing naturally had it as well. He looked at Little Oars and Ace and said, "You two head back first. I'll drag this Sea King to shore, and we'll have a feast. The two gaped at Beijing as though he were a monster, then nodded numbly. Two devil fruit powers, so overwhelmingly dominant. Ace's voice rang out in astonishment. Though he was puzzled as to why Beijing was unaffected by seawater with such a freak around, who could bring them back from the dead, his immunity to seawater was no longer something to wonder about. But what they still did not know was that Beijing possessed far more than a single devil fruit ability. At the edge of Fengsha village, three figures sat together around a small fire. Sipping wine and savoring grilled eel, the aroma was simply divine. Who else would these three be but AC, Beijing, and Xiao Aozi? The three raised their cups high, clashing them together in the air with force. Shouting cheers. They drained their drinks in one gulp. Beijing glanced at his companions and found himself reminiscing about AC, Lufei, and Sabo from their childhood. He remembered the day they swore brotherhood beside a tree stump sealed with a single bottle of wine. He turned to AC with a playful smile. Look at us, three from Fengsha village. Doesn't this remind you of the day you, Lufei, and Sabo made your oath all those years ago? The words caught AC off guard. Those memories should have remained known only to himself, Sabo, and Lufei. Why did Beijing possess such knowledge? He stared at Beijing, confusion etched across his face. Beijing merely smiled, emptying his cup without explanation. An hour later the three set out. Of course Beijing had suggested the detour. Before departing he felt obligated to visit Dayton. After all, she was AC's adoptive mother, and the promise Beijing had made to her had indeed been fulfilled. Upon reaching Dayton's home, the familiar sight left AC rooted to the spot for a long while. Since setting sail alone, he hadn't returned to Fengsha village to see her. Standing before that door, his heart swirled with conflicting emotions, making it impossible to take a step forward, or dare to. He feared he wouldn't know what to say upon seeing her again. Beijing and Xiao Aozi refrained from interrupting, recognizing this as a moment meant solely for AC. They waited in silence while Xiao Aozi's massive frame sought shade elsewhere. Besides, his enormous body couldn't even fit through that doorway. Suddenly the door swung open. Two bandits emerged to run errands, but froze at the sight before them. Eyes wide, mouths agape in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes vigorously. The two stammered, AI AC. AC is alive. The commotion drew attention from inside. Dayton burst out of the house, her eyes instantly welling up at the sight of the young man before her. Towering and transformed from the boy she once knew. Though AC had changed so much, the freckles across his face remained. The moment he saw Dayton, his nose turned red, his throat tightened, and his eyes grew damp. He rushed into Dayton's arms, without hesitation clutching her tightly. Dayton, caught off guard by his sudden embrace, held him just as fiercely. Her voice cracked through tears. You reckless fool. Do you have any idea how long I worried for you all these years? How terrified I was when I heard you were dead. All three of you brothers are impossible. Gone for so long without so much as a letter or a visit. Dayton's voice rose to near shouts, rough as ever, yet beneath it all ran waves of love and concern that AC felt deeply in his chest. Tears streamed freely down his face, now stripping away the calm, detached mask he'd worn. All composure shattered as he broke into sobbing. In that moment, he was just a lost child returned to his mother's embrace. Through his tears he choked out, I'm sorry, Dayton. It was my fault. I've come back. This time I'm truly back. I've kept you worrying for nothing. They held each other tightly, weeping uncontrollably, every bit the children they once were. Meanwhile, the bandits hidden inside the house watched the scene unfold and were moved to tears themselves, embracing one another as they wept openly. Why, AC isn't dead. Why, I always knew that little rascal wouldn't die so easily. He's still alive after all. Beijing could barely watch anymore, his own eyes stinging with unshed tears. The last time he witnessed Dayton pummeling Kapu, his tears had flowed endlessly, and he feared the same would happen now. How long they remained locked in that embrace, crying together, he couldn't say. Eventually they composed themselves and stepped inside the bandit dwelling. Dayton noticed Beijing standing nearby. Wasn't this the same boy who'd once arrived at their hideout claiming AC was still alive? Now his prophecy had come true, he'd actually brought AC back to her. Dayton glanced at him with profound gratitude. All her unspeakable thanks rested in that single look. There were countless words left unspoken, years of experiences waiting to be shared. Only those who'd endured separation could truly understand. The two talked for what felt like an eternity within the house, while Beijing listened quietly from the sidelines. 3 days later the trio finally departed. Through Dayton's tearful gaze their figures grew smaller and smaller until they disappeared from view. After they left, Dayton's eyes filled with tears once more, and she wept uncontrollably. She shielded her face with her right hand, unwilling to let anyone witness her vulnerability. Choking back sobs, she cursed through her tears, you damn kid. Came for just a few days, and now you're leaving again. Go, go, go. You might as well have stayed gone. Died out there where no one could find you. Even as she scolded, her tears continued to stream down her face. Turning back toward the house, she murmured to herself, children grow up. They have their own journeys to undertake. Lufei and Sabo are safe out there, and AC is alive too. Everything is wonderful. The trio arrived in town and several people stopped in their tracks when they caught sight of AC's face. Doesn't this young man look familiar? Have you noticed? He looks so much like the pirate AC. Who's AC? Huchuan AC, Fire Fist AC. Now that you mention it, there really is a resemblance. Whispers rippled through the crowd as AC made no effort to conceal his identity. His resurrection would spread across the world soon enough regardless. Meanwhile, Xiao Aozi waited by the shore, his enormous size wrist causing unnecessary panic and misunderstanding. AC visited the tavern where Makinos ran, sharing a drink and catching up on old times. Baijing headed to the naval headquarters to exchange bounties for money and also picked out a small boat in town. The three were ready to set sail. Within half a day, Baijing found a vessel barely large enough for himself and AC. But no ship could accommodate Xiao Aozi. Standing 38 meters tall, he was far too massive for any available vessel. Certainly not in this coastal town. Given his enormous size, Xiao Aozi would have to make do by swimming alongside them for the next few days. That evening, as AC emerged from the tavern, Makinos saw him out with a warm smile in her eyes. I'm so glad you're alive, Mr. AC. I'm certain Mr. Kapu and Dayton will be overjoyed to hear the news. Under the darkening sky, the trio set sail on their 10-meter vessel, and so began Baijing's adventure. That night, Ace, Baijing, and Little Oars officially began roaming the Great Sea. The two of them had no idea where they were bound, simply letting themselves drift with the ocean. Whether this little boat was sturdy or not was hard to say, but if they happened upon any pirates along the way, they could always borrow one. If the pirates refused, then they could only be persuaded by virtue. After all, Baijing was a transmigrator. As for what that virtue meant, those in the know understood it all too well. Let it drift for now, or we might as well go straight to killing other pirates. Little Oar's enormous body lurked beneath the ocean. Every movement he made down there pushed the small boat forward at high speed, so they moved with astonishing speed. Little Oars also wanted to resurrect the others as soon as possible, so he was willing to help kill pirates and gather some 9 abyss chi for Baijing. But Ace slowly shook his head. Oars, that's where you're wrong. A pirate's life is also a life. Only those who massacre deserve to die. Let such matters follow their own course, Mr. Baijing has his own ideas. Ace's address to Baijing had also changed. It had been brother at first, and now it was Mr. It was truly sincere respect for Baijing. First, respect for a powerhouse, second, respect for their resurrection, and third, the respect of one who had been enlightened by him. Baijing lay on the small boat, his head pillowed on his hands. He smiled softly as he looked at the stars scattered across the sky above the sea. This is the feeling of freedom. And I already have a candidate for my next target. Have you heard this saying? When it comes to true men, none surpasses Bon Clao. When it comes to gentleness, none surpasses Corazon. When it comes to devotion, none surpasses Senor Pink. Pity though. One of those three is an executive under Doflamingo, so he probably can't be won over. But it is enough to make up for the regrets of love. But I don't know whether the one we're looking for is among them. Let fate take its course. Still, we need to find that person first. So our first stop will be Marineford. I believe that before long we'll see Luffy and the others again. At this point in time, they should already be on Big Mom's turf, in the territory of the Yonko Big Mom. Ace listened quietly, then asked, but the journey to Marineford is still very far. It will probably take quite a few days. By the way, we can hijack a marine warship. Those warships are fast and semi-automated, far faster than this little broken boat of ours. Baijing jumped up, wild ambition in his eyes. Ace nodded. The plan was feasible. The three of them drifted at sea for 3 whole days without seeing a single pirate ship, not even a trace. Baijing lay on the bow in utter boredom. By now they had long since eaten all their food. Now there was nothing to eat. They could only dive into the sea to catch sea kings, but sea kings rarely appeared, so there was nowhere to find food. Little Oars had lost some weight after pushing the boat forward day and night for 3 days. They carried berries on them, but had nowhere to spend them. Counting the bounty taken for the head of the Red Gold Pirates captain along with the cash from the gold, silver, and jewelry they had converted, they carried a total of 15 million berries. Too bad it was money. It couldn't be eaten and wouldn't fill their stomachs. Look, there's a sea restaurant up ahead. Let's go there and rest. Little Oar's deep voice rumbled, catching Ace's and Baijing's attention. The two stood up and looked at the sea restaurant in the distance. The more Baijing looked, the more familiar it felt. He exclaimed, "Isn't this the sea restaurant run by Red-Legged Zeph? In other words, Sanji's master?" Baijing couldn't help but get excited. With the revive fruit, his soul left his body, floated up, and descended upon the sea restaurant. His physical body was left behind in place. The sea restaurant was crowded with people coming and going as several hundred pirates were dining there. The moment Baijing's soul arrived, he shouted, "Boss, 50 servings of seafood fried rice." "Crap, a ghost. There's a ghost here." Baijing's voice immediately drew the attention of the sea restaurant's waiters and the pirates. They stared at the green soul floating in the air, scared out of their wits. The pirates shouted from the side, while the diners, seeing Baijing like this, couldn't help shouting too, "It really is a ghost." A ghost in broad daylight. Ace carried Bai Jing's physical body into the restaurant. Only then did Bai Jing's soul slowly drift back into his body, returning him to normal. Little Oars did not come near, because his body was too huge. They would have the restaurant cook an extra-large seafood fried rice, and bring a portion to him. Also, they had to find a nearby island, otherwise Little Oars soaked in the sea for 3 days would turn into dried fish. When Bai Jing returned to normal, the crowd slowly went back to their seats. Seeing how young Bai Jing looked, they began to harbor wicked intentions. A few men had already secretly marked Bai Jing's appearance, and were waiting outside the restaurant. With a vicious smile, one said, "Brat, you actually dared to make me lose face. Pulling pranks like this in broad daylight. It seems not even several lives would be enough to save you. Boss, the men are all arranged. Our ship outside has already come over. The brothers on board, a full 100 of them, have surrounded this whole area, just waiting for that brat. Good. In a little while, when that brat comes out, we'll cut him to pieces. How dare he make our ox cart pirates lose so much face? Rest assured, boss. Everything is in place." Outside, pirates quietly gathered. Bai Jing and Ace found seats and sat down waiting for the seafood fried rice. As for the disturbance outside, it was all under Bai Jing's observation. With observation hockey, and with the rumble fruit letting him hear other people's heartbeats, he was aware of every move made by everyone in the entire sea restaurant with perfect clarity. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. If they're looking for trouble. These pirates are truly stupid. Perfect. Over 200 people bringing me some 9 abyss chi. Redleg Zeph was in the kitchen at that moment. When an order for 50 servings of seafood fried rice suddenly came in, he looked over curiously to see who had ordered so much, then went about making it with steady skill. 2 bowls of fried rice were soon served. Facing the golden seafood fried rice before him, perfect in color, aroma, and taste, Bai Jing set to it without delay. Spoonful after spoonful went into his mouth. It was wonderfully fresh and delicious. Golden light glimmered in his eyes as he praised excellent cooking, worthy of being Sanji's master. This seafood fried rice is even more delicious than I imagined. The umami of the seafood seamlessly blends with the fragrance of the fried rice. It is simply a feast for the taste buds. Bring a few more servings. Bai Jing shouted, completely absorbed in the meal. His table manners and Ace's were simply worlds apart. Ace, having learned etiquette, ate with great elegance, slowly sending one bite after another to his mouth. Zeph, who was making seafood fried rice in the kitchen, heard what Bai Jing said and limped out. That leg of his had been cut off back when he saved Sanji, which was why he had the name Redleg Zeph. Redleg Zeph looked at Bai Jing with curiosity, sizing him up from head to toe. Could this teenager, only around 10 or so years old, really know Sanji? No matter how he thought about it, it seemed impossible. Sanji had been out at sea for years, and with their ages so far apart, he could have had no connection with the kid before him. Zeph asked doubtfully, "Do you really know Sanji?" Bai Jing smiled faintly. "Of course I know Sanji. Not only do I know him, I also know his deeds. Lately he's been making quite a splash. As the second son of the Germa family, a raid suit has made him far more powerful. And Sanji is getting married soon too. But the way it ends may be rather unpleasant for him." Bai Jing thought back to how Luffy and the others had shown up at Sanji's wedding, and how the final string of battles turned into an unpleasant affair. But fortunately, Pudding's love for Sanji was deep. She was the first woman to take the cigarette from Sanji's mouth, something that made Bai Jing ship this couple with all his might. Alas, on that final stormy night, Pudding gave Sanji a kiss, and then cut away the chain of memories built over those days, leaving her alone to suffer in pain. I've heard that 9 out of 10 pirate loves end in tragedy. Sure enough, it proved true. But as long as he found the Straw Hat crew, he would definitely restore Sanji's memories, make him go to Pudding, and let the two marry. Redleg Zeph's eyes gleamed with interest. "How do you know that?" he asked. "You're in the East Blue, but they're in the New World." Ace, meanwhile, simply kept eating, savoring good food was all that mattered to him. He also had some impression of Sanji, one of Luffy's crewmates. Bai Jing said, "How about a bet? If I can prove that what I'm saying is true, then these 2 bowls of seafood rice are on you. I don't have to pay." Actually, he wasn't coveting the price of those 2 bowls, since he and Ace weren't short of money. He simply wanted to make a bet with Redleg Zeph to convince him and let him know exactly what Sanji had been up to lately. In Bai Jing's eyes, Daiden was the foster mother of the 3 brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, while Redleg Zeph was Sanji's adoptive father. "Oh, 2 bowls of seafood rice. I can certainly afford to treat you. Go ahead then." The 2 long strands of Redleg Zeph's mustache twitched continuously as he spoke. Bai Jing said slowly, "As for how I know this, I have no solid proof, believe it or not. But there is one thing you definitely know, and you will know exactly what I mean." Bai Jing unhurriedly took a mouthful of seafood rice and murmured, 13 years ago, after you returned to the East Blue, you led the chef pirates to the orbit and seized the treasure aboard the ship. Sanji charged at you only to be kicked flying. He bit down hard on your right leg and declared that he would definitely find all blue. That moved you because you shared the same dream. On that day, the storm raged violently. Sanji was swept away by the wind and waves, and you jumped into the sea to save him. The two of you drifted onto a desolate island. You split a bag of food that could last 5 days with Sanji, then took a great pile of treasure to the other side of the island to wait for rescue ships. To survive, you smashed off your right leg with a rock and ate it. Bai Jing said that last sentence very quietly, so that only he and Zeph could hear it. Hearing all of this red-legged, Zeph's pupils contracted, and the look he gave Bai Jing changed. In a low voice he asked, "Who are you? Why do you know all of this?" He thought to himself that during those days absolutely no one besides Sanji could have known. Yet Bai Jing had just recounted it all word for word, and that made Zeph half believe what he had heard. Bai Jing waved his hand and smiled. "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that by some twist of fate I came to the sea restaurant, and I'm here by chance to tell you about Sanji. After being his old father for all these years, it must be hard to watch your child go so far away. Now Sanji, chasing his dream of the all-blue, has become a famous pirate, and his bounty is extremely high. Their whole crew has entered the Grand Line." Red-legged Zeph found the young kid before him more and more unfathomable. He couldn't help but laugh aloud and finally let go of his doubts. "Ha, you're quite an interesting little brat. In that case, I'll treat you to the remaining 48 bowls of seafood rice as well. And since this old man is in a good mood today, I'll throw in another 50 bowls. He lowered his voice and casually glanced outside. "There are 200 pirates out there watching you covetously. If you need to escape, you can slip into my back kitchen." Bai Jing chuckled and waved his hand. "No need. A mere 200 pirates. One snap of my fingers is all it takes." With that he continued burying his head in his seafood rice. Zeph nodded, said nothing, and returned to the back kitchen to make more seafood rice. Even from the kitchen his loud laughter could still be heard, echoing throughout the sea restaurant. "Hey, what's going on with Zeph? Why is he laughing for no reason? That old man must have lost his mind today. Let's just eat our food. I have to say it really tastes good." Bowl after bowl of seafood rice was brought out, and Ace and Bai Jing ate with great relish. When they had finished everything, Ace stood up and shouted, "Pack another 200 bowls of seafood rice to go." "Who are these two guys? How can they eat so much? Are they here to throw money away?" "Whatever. If they are, heh." Many pirates around them stared at the pair with glittering eyes. Ordering such a huge amount of seafood rice made them look like easy prey. "Huh, why does that guy in the red hat look so familiar? Where have I seen that face before?" "You feel that way too?" "Yeah, I have the same feeling, but I just can't remember right now." The people around them lowered their voices and stared at Ace's face with curiosity. Because Ace had been dead for over 2 whole years, Fire Fist Ace had long since faded from the public eye. When the 200 bowls of seafood rice were packed into an enormous bundle, the two paid tens of thousands of belly before leaving. Naturally, Red-Leg Zeph refused to accept the money, but Bai Jing insisted on leaving it. They packed up a truly massive bundle and then headed outside. "You little brat, finally out are you? Enjoyed your meal in there, and had a fine time scaring us too, didn't you?" Heh. Around the entrance of the floating restaurant, several hundred pirates encircled the two, sealing them off. "Do you have any idea how fearsome our Chinyu pirate crew is around these waters? Go ask anyone who hasn't heard of the Chinyu pirates. Yet you dare to provoke us. I'll give you 2 choices: 1, kowtow and apologize; 2, kowtow and apologize; 3, still kowtow and apologize." The pirate leader stood bare-chested with a banner tied to his right arm, showing an old ox pushing a cart. The rest of the Chinyu pirates wore the same banner on their right arms. Bai Jing let out a faint sigh, looking around helplessly. "Why are all you stinking pirates cut from the same cloth? I haven't done anything to you. Why do you go out of your way to pick a fight with me? Fine then, I'll give you 3 choices as well. 1, kneel and kowtow an apology; 2, kowtow and apologize while singing; 3, all of you jump off this floating restaurant, swim 10 kilometers back, and then kowtow and apologize." Hearing this, the pirates' faces twisted even more savagely. "You little brat, how dare you toy with us?" Bai Jing turned to Ace. "Take these back to Little Oars first. He must be starving. I'll deal with these insignificant ants myself." Ace nodded, and with a single leap, he shot several dozen zhang into the air, soaring clean over them. "Think you can run, brat? Where do you think you're going?" The dozens of pirates behind him charged after him. At the far end of the restaurant lay their moored pirate ship. It was only a short stretch, and beyond it lay the open sea. Convinced that Ace had nowhere to run, they gave chase. Ace ignored them and leaped again, landing at the edge of the floating restaurant. He bent his knees slightly and sprang upward, completing a full 360 in midair. When everyone thought he was about to fall into the water, the corner of his mouth lifted as he shouted, "Fire Fist." A colossal flame gathered in his hand. The Fire Fist blasted downward into the sea with tremendous force. The impact rebounded his body several hundred meters away, and he landed with perfect precision on the small boat moored in the distance. Little Oars's enormous body floated nearby. Ace considerately carried all the food over to Little Oars. The pirates who had been about to chase him broke into a cold sweat when they realized Ace was actually a devil fruit user. Good thing they hadn't gone after him. Otherwise they would have been dead where they stood. They came back, eyes locked onto Bai Jing. After all, one picks the softest persimmon to squeeze. "Kid, your comrade has run off, yet you still dare to bluster without shame. You want us to kneel? You've got some nerve, boy. Brothers, get him. Skin this brat alive, and let him know what happens when you mess with the Chinyu pirates. The mob gripped their long blades and swung them at Bai Jing. Bai Jing couldn't help but sigh. I told you I'm strong. Why won't you believe me? I'm a devil fruit user too. Like hell you are, brat. Just because you say so? Then I say I've got the flame fruit too. Huh. The captain of the Chinyu pirates sneered. Bai Jing said nothing more, but flames slowly crept up his hands as he clenched his fists. A figure-8 pattern appeared before him, and from its center, endless flames spat out shot after shot, striking the pirates charging to kill him. Before their saber strokes could land on Bai Jing, their bodies were already ablaze. Flame bullets tore through them like live rounds fired from a real gun. Bai Jing sighed faintly. Why won't you believe me? Now. It's too late. Firing time. Showtime. A fire gun appeared in his hand, firing shot after shot in rapid succession. This flame had no limitation of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. And that was that. The relentless barrage continued, and within moments nearly 100 pirates had fallen dead. Their death aura transformed into pure 9 netherworld chi and unseen by all merged into Bai Jing's body. How is this possible? Run. That kid is a devil fruit user. We can't deal with him. Run. It's already too late. In your next life, keep your eyes sharp. Bai Jing's voice was like the whisper of death itself. His hands transformed into searing flame guns. Bullets of fire flew out one after another, reaping their lives with cruel indifference. Many people inside the floating restaurant poked their heads out, watched the scene, and drew in sharp breaths. That kid was playing possum. He's a devil fruit user. But why does that fruit look so much like the flame fruit? Isn't that Ace's flame fruit? Wait, wasn't the man sitting across from that young man earlier just like Ace? It really seems like him. It's Fire Fist Ace. Wasn't Fire Fist Ace supposed to be dead? Then why is he here now? I don't know. Could the earlier news have been a rumor? Keep your voices down. If that young man hears us, we won't get off easy. Anyone can see he's not someone to be trifled with. The diners inside the floating restaurant were deeply shaken, and a bold conjecture took root. In their hearts, Fire Fist Ace had never died. Surely this news would soon sweep across the entire East Blue. Boss, please spare me, boss. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. I've offended you. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. I won't dare do it again. Knowing he could no longer escape, the captain of the Chinyu pirates fell to his knees at once, tears and snot streaming down his face. All around lay the corpses of his crew. Bai Jing's expression was cold as he calmly extinguished the flames on his hands. Just as the pirate thought he was saved, a short dagger suddenly appeared in the man's hand. He lunged at Bai Jing in a ferocious leap, all trace of his groveling demeanor gone. Everything before had been an act. Still charging, he shouted, "You little brat. You made me lose face. Die." The blade thrust out and sank straight into Bai Jing's body. But the expected gush of blood never came. The dagger in his fist passed directly through Bai Jing's abdomen. Bai Jing's abdomen had become nothing but elemental flame, and that burning blaze consumed the man's entire arm in an instant. The searing heat melted his arm into blood and water. Oh, oh. He yanked back his right hand in agony, but the flames had already devoured it completely. All in a single moment. Bai Jing had never been naive enough to imagine the man would kneel and kowtow in true repentance. He had been on guard all along. Even now a trace of mockery lingered at the corner of his mouth. He slowly extended the thumb of his right hand. A bolt of lightning shot straight through the man's brow, leaving a large bloody hole as it passed. The man's eyes flew wide, he collapsed to the ground and died. Having done all this, Bai Jing turned his gaze to the interior of the floating restaurant and smiled. Thanks for the hospitality. With that, he nimbly jumped onto the pirate ship nearby, claimed it as his own, and sailed off into the distance. Now that they had a pirate ship, there was no longer any need for that small fishing vessel. However, Little Oar's enormous frame made it impossible for him to board, so he was forced to wade in the ocean. Axe looked at Little Oar's concern visible in his eyes. Staying submerged like this wouldn't do. Don't worry, he said aloud. Someday, and soon at that, we will have a much larger pirate ship for our voyages. Little Oars grinned broadly, his massive fangs looking somewhat fearsome. His voice was heavy. It's fine. With the physique of a giant, if I can't even endure soaking in seawater for a while, then what kind of good-for-nothing would I be? Axe and Bai Jing exchanged smiles. The two of them repainted the flag on their pirate ship. The sight of a calf pulling a cart was far too absurd to leave as is. This reminded Bai Jing of a certain move from his past life, though he couldn't quite place why it felt so strange. The three set sail once more upon the boundless ocean. This time they had learned their lesson and stocked plenty of provisions aboard. Combined with the bread and alcohol already stored on the pirate ship, they had enough supplies for quite some time. At night the three chatted and drank on the sea. By late evening they fell into deep slumber after getting drunk. Along the way they passed numerous small islands where Little Oars could climb ashore to dry off and rest. Several days later they spotted a massive island, an island Bai Jing recognized. Rumble Island. Rumble Island was the territory of Silver Fox Foggy, who appeared in Luffy's storyline. There they had engaged in a spectacular competition against him. Interest flared in by Jing's eyes. He wasn't interested in Foggy's so-called competition at all. He was far more fascinated by the devil fruit ability Foggy possessed. Foggy's fruit was the slow fruit, a profoundly underestimated power primarily because its user was utterly incompetent. It could reduce the flow of time around objects to a certain extent, altering time itself. Such an incredibly overpowered fruit, yet it had been developed to such a pathetic extent. If Bai Jing had been Foggy, he would have simply run headfirst into a block of tofu and died right then and there. Standing at the bow, he gazed at the small island with intense interest. The slow photon was an undiscovered elementary particle unknown to this world. Everything exposed to this ray, whether living beings, liquids, or gases, would lose a portion of their velocity, while all other forms of energy remained unchanged. In simple terms, anything touched by this light would move extremely slowly. Within the illuminated area, all objects would decelerate. No matter how fast the object was moving, it would be slowed, including the speed of falling toward the ground. At that moment, the decelerated object would appear to float in midair. Since reactions also slowed down, any damage received while under the effect of the slow photon would accumulate and detonate all at once the moment the light's effect expired. The photon slowdown could last for 30 seconds before velocity returned to normal. Moreover, the emitted photons could be pre-stored within weapons. This was precisely what made this fruit so extraordinarily powerful. Just imagine, when Bai Jing had a large army of subordinates, he could release slow photons and every opponent would move at a sluggish pace. However, there was a fatal flaw: when photons encountered mirrors, they would be reflected, and the user themselves would be affected by the slow light. The pirate ship slowly approached Rumble Island. Little Oars did not appear near the shore. He was kept hidden due to his enormous stature attracting too much attention. Only Axe and Bai Jing went ashore. Bai Jing wanted to explore the island, and Axe accompanied him. The instant they set foot on land, massive cannon fire erupted around them, boom after boom. Bang bang bang. A red carpet rose beneath their feet, extending inward. Beyond it, Silver Fox Foggy made a dazzling entrance. He wore gleaming large leather shoes and strode confidently across the red carpet until he stood before them. With his widow's peak hair, red nose, inverted V-shaped eyebrows, and triangular eyes, there was no mistaking him. This was Foggy. He looked at them with delight, his gaze lingering on the pirate ship behind them, a gleam of joy in his eyes. "Welcome to Rumble Island," he said. "Compete against us here, and you shall receive abundant rewards. If you lose, all you need to forfeit is that pirate ship. Our competition is absolutely fair and just, no deceit whatsoever." He rubbed his hands together, eagerly watching them expectantly, hoping they would agree to the match. Or rather, given their slender frames, they would have no choice but to accept. With so many people here, how could they possibly lose to just two individuals? Bai Jing was thrilled beyond words. He never expected someone to come knocking on his door. Silver Fox Foggy was right in front of him, saving him the trouble of searching for him. As for this ridiculous game and his so-called fairness, pure nonsense. Had he not read the One Piece storyline? What a despicable devil fruit ability that could slow down opponents. What fairness could there possibly be? Without a word, Bai Jing moved instantly. His speed was astonishing. He became a streak of lightning, appearing before Silver Fox Foggy in an instant. Before Foggy could react, Bai Jing's hand was already resting on his shoulder. The moment his hand made contact with Foggy's body, he acquired the ability to perfectly replicate any devil fruit power. Foggy felt something crucial missing from his body. Meanwhile, Bai Jing sensed a new devil fruit ability suddenly flowing within him, the slow fruit. Foggy's expression immediately changed. He shoved Bai Jing's hand away and roared, "What are you doing?" Bai Jing placed his hand on his shoulder again and said, "My good friend, I owe you. As for this game, I'm not playing anymore. See you around. Bye-bye." Turning around, he departed. Goodness, had he been on the island for less than 15 minutes, and already an opponent came to gift him a devil fruit ability. Little Oars, still wet from the ocean, was about to set sail again. Damn it. Do you think Rumble Island is somewhere you can come and go as you please? Who do you take Silver Fox Foggy for? Enraged, Foggy clenched his fists into elegant orchid posture gestures and fired a slow photon beam. But Bai Jing had anticipated this. His body turned elemental, once more transforming into lightning and vanishing from sight. Suddenly, he reappeared right in front of Foggy. He seized Foggy by the throat and lifted him high, his eyes cold and indifferent. His voice was as chilling as December ice. "Silver Fox Foggy, bounty of 24 million berries. Tell me, wouldn't it be wonderful if I handed your head to the Marines for a reward?" Lightning and flame flickered simultaneously across his body. From his grip, both lightning and fire rained down upon Foggy, though only a fraction of their power. The high-voltage electricity caused Foggy's hair to stand on end and burst into flames, burning it completely away. Silver Fox Foggy had become Bald Fox. Foggy's face turned crimson. Glaring at his onlooking subordinates, he bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Get in there and attack him now." "Attack him? Can't you see he's threatening me?" The four lackeys were about to make a move, but Ace stepped forward, and with him at the center a colossal field of flames erupted outward. It engulfed everyone within its ring. Inside this circle of fire the surrounding flames blazed fiercely, while Ace's own body ignited with fire. His voice was languid. "You'd better not move. I can't guarantee you won't be reduced to ashes under this flame." Then he murmured under his breath, "Firefly Fire Fist." On his hands he conjured numerous small, glowing blue-green fireballs resembling fireflies which floated around the crowd. They could gather all at once on a foe and detonate in an instant, dealing devastating damage. But they could also harm everyone present. Silver Fox Foxy's pupils contracted violently as he instantly recognized the man in the distance. That flame ability, and that hat with its smiling and crying faces. Isn't that Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates? Didn't he die? Why is he still alive? Clearly the others also recognized Ace at once. Their bodies trembled in unison. This was the most vicious pirate, Fire Fist Ace. He had once refused the invitation to become a warlord of the sea. Foxy couldn't help but demand, "Ace, why are you still alive?" His eyes fixed on Ace were filled with wariness. Fire Fist Ace did not answer. Instead, he awaited Bai Jing's next command. It was becoming apparent that Bai Jing was already emerging as the leader of this group. For he was stronger, and the strong always command respect wherever they go. Bai Jing slowly set Silver Fox Foxy down and turned to leave. The assembled Silver Fox pirates stared fixedly at Bai Jing's retreating figure, not daring to utter a single word or take a single deep breath. After all, the boundless flames surrounding them could reduce them to ashes in an instant if they made a single misstep. Only when Bai Jing had faded from sight did Fire Fist Ace turn and follow behind him. The two boarded the pirate ship and called for Little Oars Jr. The ship set sail once more, drifting ever farther away while the vast field of flames that had surrounded them gradually dissipated. Silver Fox Foxy felt as though he had walked through hell itself. Bai Jing's indifferent gaze, his thunderous power, and his flame abilities. All of it made his heart quake. In all his years as a pirate, he had never felt anything like this. That look was like a god above gazing down upon an ant below. The backs of the crew were drenched in cold sweat. That was Fire Fist Ace, the infamous pirate, and they had actually encountered him. Moreover, the news of Ace's death years ago was apparently false. This shocking revelation was bound to create an uproar and spread across the entire pirate world before long. The Silver Fox pirates were still reeling from Ace's appearance, but Foxy himself was not. What stunned him was how that young man could wield the power of two different devil fruits. And even more, that Fire Fist Ace was taking orders from him. Back on the pirate ship, the two once again drank wine together. Bai Jing was evidently in high spirits, humming a little tune. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho, yo-ho-ho, yo-ho, I'll bring you Bink sake, the wine brewed for ages untold. It carries the fragrance of the sea's true sons. This song immediately seized Ace's heart and mind. Ace listened quietly to the beautiful melody. When Bai Jing finished humming it, Ace looked at him and asked, "What is the name of this song?" Bai Jing smiled and said, "This song was composed by a truly remarkable musician. It's called Bink's Sake, and that musician has some connection to your younger brother." Ace took a sip of wine and said no more. The two quietly watched the night sea. Bai Jing roughly calculated that in the past few days he had killed only a little over 300 people, and the 9 abyss chi within him had gathered merely over 30 strands. In just 5 hours, even if he descended into the Yellow Springs, finding the ones he sought was unrealistic. He still needed to find more heinous pirates, accumulate 9 abyss chi, and then travel to the Yellow Springs realm to revive certain people. Upon this boundless sea, only he and Ace stood aboard the ship. Little Oars Jr. couldn't board the vessel and could only float on the water, which made things feel rather lonely. "Once I revive them, I'll recruit some more crewmates, preferably musicians or cooks, so we can cook out at sea." Seeing Bai Jing lost in thought, Ace couldn't help but ask, "Are you thinking about who to revive?" Bai Jing nodded. "Whitebeard should be in one of the other cities of the Yellow Springs, but I don't know which one exactly, so finding him will take considerable time. And the same goes for the others I wish to revive. To be safe, I need to amass enough 9 abyss chi to guarantee at least 3 days in the Yellow Springs realm. Then I'll descend once more and search for those people to see if they can be revived." He turned to Ace, his expression turning serious. "Do you know that in my world there is a saying?" Without waiting for Ace to respond, Bai Jing continued. "Familial love is no more than Dayton, regret is no more than Doflamingo. Manhood is no more than Frankia, love is no more than Senior Pink. Gentleness is no more than Corazon, a chivalry is no more than Sanji." Ace found it strange. There was even someone named Dayton. He was intensely curious about Bai Jing's origins. Bai Jing knew Ace didn't recognize these names. He stood up and gazed into the distance, recalling that flamboyant man in the swan dress. With nostalgia in his eyes, he spoke. "Manhood is no more than Bon Clay, is not just empty words. For the sake of your dear younger brother, he was locked away and impelled down. Within impelled down so that Straw Hat could escape and reach Marine headquarters to save you, he disguised himself as Magellan. He went to the underground control room and opened the gates of Impel Down, letting Straw Hat and his crew flee. And beyond that debt of gratitude, there was also that time in Impel Down's endless snowfield when Straw Hat was on the verge of freezing to death. It was Bon Clay who carried Straw Hat across the snowfield, found Emporio Ivankov, and saved Straw Hat's life. In the end, he remained alone in that sunless place. That is why I say manhood is no more than Bon Clay. Ace listened with growing intensity and fell into an unusually long silence. To do so much for his own younger brother, this man deserved respect. He sighed with admiration. That is a true man. I truly wish to meet him and thank him properly for doing so much for my foolish little brother. The trio of three were making their way towards Sabeti Archipelago. Bai Jing now wanted to first find Rayleigh and learn hockey. At least he needed to master armament hockey. Originally, he had wanted to seek instruction from Ace, but felt that Ace was somewhat unreliable. Better to let Rayleigh teach him. The vice-captain of the Pirate King would surely know his stuff. He was not yet strong enough at this point. If he were sufficiently powerful and possessed enough devil fruit abilities, he would pay a visit to Marine headquarters and meet with Garp and Sengoku first. He was also quite tempted by Sengoku's Tondanai no Mi ability. Of course, if he accumulated enough abilities, he would head to the World Noble's residence and eliminate all those scum. And along the way, he could collect some of the supreme grade swords, which would be simply delightful. The road ahead was still long. After another 10 days of drifting at sea, a massive warship was slowly approaching them from the distance. On that blue marine warship was the familiar seagull ensign, an automated large-scale naval vessel. As Bai Jing watched the distant blue warship, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He exclaimed excitedly, "Ace, look. There's a solution for Old Ors Jr. Their Navy warship is so massive it can easily accommodate Old Ors Jr.'s enormous frame." Bai Jing was definitely the most brazen pirate around. Most pirates would flee at the sight of a warship, but Bai Jing was actually planning to hijack one. Oh wait, he forgot about one more fellow who wasn't afraid of the Navy either. Who do you think I am? I'm Jack. That was Jack the big fool who had charged headfirst into the warship and ended up with one of his elephant tusks broken. The Fire Fist Ace adjusted his hat, his eyes shining with excitement. The Navy, huh? Long time no see. Although Bai Jing wanted to seize the warship, he had no intention of causing excessive slaughter. If the Navy refused to see reason, well, that wouldn't be his fault. As someone who had transmigrated, he valued rationality. Bartering was a concept the Navy should understand, shouldn't they? It was reasonable to propose exchanging his small pirate ship for their massive, fully automated naval vessel. That's only fair, isn't it? Fair and square. Vice Admiral Mole, there appears to be a pirate vessel ahead. Should we engage it? A Navy officer behind him spotted Bai Jing's position and immediately reported to the Vice Admiral. This Vice Admiral was also familiar to Bai Jing, the mole who had appeared in many episodes of the pirate saga. Picking up his telescope, he gazed into the distance and confirmed the presence of a pirate ship issuing orders without delay. Pirates belong in the sea, captured and destroyed. Since we've encountered them, open fire. Report to the fleet. Full speed ahead, close in on that pirate vessel, and blast them into the water. Upon hearing Vice Admiral Mole's orders, the Navy officer behind him straightened his posture and rendered a salute. Yes, sir. On this massive naval warship, an entire 1,000-strong Navy stood ready above. This naval vessel, stretching 300 meters in length and tens of meters wide, caught Bai Jing's eye. Such an imposing warship would certainly make a statement when deployed. After all, he only needed the warship to reach Sabeti Archipelago. Other concerns could wait. As for naval pursuit, don't be absurd. With the Goro Goro no Mi and Mera Mera no Mi abilities combined with Ace and Old Ors, they had the firepower of 3 warlords of the sea. Unless an admiral showed up personally, no one could stop them. Pirates ahead surrender peacefully, and there may be a glimmer of mercy. Otherwise, don't blame us for showing no quarter beneath our cannons. The Navy's voice carried across the distance from the warship, reaching the trio's ears. Ace and Bai Jing maintained calm expressions as they steered their pirate ship directly toward the warship, showing no sign of evasion. Old Ors positioned himself ahead of the pirate vessel, using his massive head as cover to keep the Navy from spotting him, creating the element of surprise. Even a single Navy warship would suffice. Bai Jing alone was more than enough, since his body was immune to sea stone and seawater while retaining his devil fruit abilities. Such an overpowered advantage guaranteed his invincibility. As the warship drew closer and Mole saw no sign of surrender from the pirates, he ordered, "Fire! Blast those pirates into the water." At that moment, massive cannonballs erupted from the black barrels, dozens of projectiles aimed squarely at the pirate ship. Ace's body erupted in roaring flames as he crossed his index fingers into a cross shape, then called out, "Cross fire." The crossed fingers formed a cross, channeling a beam of flame that followed the geometric pattern toward the target. The flame erupted continuously from his index finger, carving a pillar of fire through the sky that pierced straight through the incoming barrage of cannonballs. The fire column swept through every projectile. The cannonballs detonated midair before they could reach the pirate ship. With everything complete, Ace crouched low and launched himself toward the distant warship with tremendous force. Mid-flight, both hands wreathed in flames, Ace slammed them downward against the sea surface, using the tremendous recoil to land precisely on the naval warship. Watching Ace disappear into the distance, Bai Jing couldn't help but mutter, "I need to track down Kizaru someday. His Pika Pika no Mi would let me traverse such distances effortlessly, otherwise it lacks style." His Goro Goro no Mi granted him the strongest Rego form, allowing brief flight when transformed. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, Bai Jing shot toward the naval warship and vanished from the pirate vessel. The two appeared suddenly aboard the naval vessel, catching the crew off guard. When they finally made out their faces, Vice Admiral Mole's eyes filled with sheer disbelief. His pupils contracted in shock, his face went rigid, and his limbs grew cold despite himself. Trembling, he stammered, "Fire Fist. Ace, how is this possible? You're dead." During the summit war, he had witnessed with his own eyes as Akainu's fist blasted through Ace's chest, killing him. For Ace to now appear before him completely unscathed left him utterly bewildered. Furthermore, his Mera Mera no Mi powers remained intact, which defied all logic. Seeing everyone still in shock, Bai Jing spoke first to break the silence. "No need for guessing games. I opened this mountain, I planted this tree. If you wish to pass, leave tribute. I've always loved making friends through fair exchange. I'll generously gift you my pirate ship, and in return you hand over this Navy warship. Not too much to ask, is it?" Bai Jing grinned, scanning the deck to locate the ship's controls. As the crew snapped back to reality and heard Bai Jing's words, fury surged through them. "Boy, you're dreaming. What kind of nonsense is this?" Despite the curses, the first thought that flashed through their minds was, "We're Marines, and we've been robbed. And by pirates no less. How could there be pirates this audacious? Robbing the Marines themselves. What is this world coming to? Shouldn't pirates run from Marines the way rats flee from cats?" But this one had actually jumped off a pirate ship and landed on a Marine warship. Facing a full 10,000 Marines, the two of them didn't run. They were trying to rob the Marines in reverse. Had the heat fried his brain? "Hey kid, are you all right? Have you lost your mind? We're Marines. You're a pirate. Do you understand your position?" a nearby Marine officer called out despite himself. Bai Jing nodded. "Of course I do." His expression was completely innocent. He spoke, "You wouldn't want to throw away your lives for nothing over a single warship, would you? Besides, who says everyone aboard a pirate ship has to be a pirate? I'm standing on a Marine warship now. Why don't you call me a Marine?" Vice Admiral Mamanga stared at Fire Fist Ace and tightened his grip on the long saber in his hand. The justice on his back would never allow him to take a single step backward, even if the man before him was Fire Fist Ace, a force to rival a warlord of the sea. Ace gave Vice Admiral Mamanga a slight nod. "Vice Admiral, I trust you've been well. More than 2 years have passed since we parted at the Paramount War. So tell me, how should I repay you Marines?" The instant the words left his mouth, Ace's figure vanished from where he stood. He roared Divine Flame Shiranui. Transforming his hands into flames, he hurled a spear of fire at his opponent. The attack seared the enemy even as it pierced through, making it ideal for close-quarters combat. His hands blazed with wild flames. A towering pillar of fire formed, giving him enough thrust to charge Vice Admiral Mamanga. Before Vice Admiral Mamanga could react, he swung his long saber in desperation. His hands turned black, cloaked in armament hockey, and he smashed toward Ace. But Ace was too fast, and the technique had achieved total surprise. The two enormous fire spears pierced clean through Vice Admiral Mamanga's body. Fortunately, he had armored his body with armament hockey in time. Otherwise, Vice Admiral Mamanga would have bled out from that strike. He was knocked back several steps, spat out a mouthful of blood, and still retained a great deal of fighting strength. A Vice Admiral was no empty title. He had real power. The long saber in his hand suddenly turned black, coated in armament hockey. He unleashed the 6 powers and battled Ace. The Marines nearby, recognizing Fire Fist Ace, had already begun thinking of retreat. Then they saw Bai Jing as an unknown newcomer, and they charged at him in unison. They chose to squeeze the softest persimmon. Thousands of Marines swiftly regrouped and surrounded Bai Jing within ring, sealing him completely. Raising their guns, they fired at him again and again, trying to shoot him to death. Bai Jing made no move to resist. He let the bullets and cannonballs pass through his body. His entire form became elemental. The shots tore through him in bursts of sparks, turning him into a man of living flame. He flashed a grin. "Courtesy before force. That's the custom of my homeland. Our actions aren't about right and wrong. They're only about different positions. I promise I'll go easy on you." As the words ended, Bai Jing's hands blazed with roaring flames. He spun his whole body into the air and shouted, "Flame Command, Fire Pillar." After using Flame Command, he turned the gathered flames through the rotation of his hands into a burning column that shot upward, striking the sky. While in midair, it could also be fired downward to smash into the ground and clear out enemies below. Countless small flames descended from the sky in an endless stream, sweeping away the Marines all around. The instant the flames touched them, they blazed fiercely. The men frantically rolled on the spot, beating out the fire on their bodies. While they were putting out the flames, Bai Jing flitted back and forth across the ship like a ghost, his body turning into lightning. Again and again he shifted through elemental form. Crackling high-voltage lightning covered his fists. One punch sent a Marine crashing down unconscious. In just a few blinks, hundreds of Marines had fallen beside him. And the number kept growing. From that side of the fight, only the screams of Marines could be heard. Ah! 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 He's also a user of the flame fruit. Everyone run. We're no match for him. We need Vice Admiral Mamanga. Only the Vice Admiral can protect us. The Marines around him scattered in defeat, shouting in terror. There are two flame fruit users on this Marine warship. One was Fire Fist Ace, and the other was Bai Jing. Vice Admiral Mamanga was too stunned to speak. There were actually two users of the flame fruit. Not even the present Marine government, nor anyone else in this world, had developed such a devil fruit ability. Vegapunk had never manufactured an identical fruit either, and now there were two right before his eyes. He had never imagined it, but he had no mind to focus on anything else. In his battle with Ace, he had already begun to lose the upper hand. Vice Admiral Mamanga desperately swung his Marine saber, blocking Ace's punches one after another. Ace's fists too were covered in armament hockey. Two black fists kept battering each other in close combat. Though his saber was completely coated in armament hockey, it was useless against Ace, whose elemental form was far too dominant. Ace had been killed so easily by Akainu because of the matchup between their devil fruits, but Mamanga here was not a devil fruit user. A Vice Admiral's strength should have been on par with a warlord of the sea, yet the man he faced was Fire Fist Ace. Can you tell me why you suddenly revived, eh? I clearly saw you die in the Paramount War. Vice Admiral Mamanga asked in bewilderment. The saber and fist in his hands kept swinging without pause, his movements never stopped. The flames around Ace surged more violently, and he hit Vice Admiral Mamanga round after round, sparks flying everywhere. Ace simply smiled in response. There are many more things you could never have imagined. New grudges and old scores can be settled together today. In Bai Jing's hands the flames slowly faded, replaced by lightning. With the dominating power of the rumble fruit, killing the Marines on the deck was absolutely no problem. But he had been the one in the wrong, seizing their ship unprovoked. If he also killed these people, what difference would there be between him and the pirates who slaughtered villagers without a second thought? Though he disdained to join the Marines, he had to admit that most Marines truly carried justice on their shoulders. And most pirates were nothing more than brutes of the sea. These men were 100 harms and not a single benefit to this world. Yet he yearned to sail freely across the sea, carefree and unrestrained. So, become the Pirate King. What freedom that would be. Blue lightning continuously flickered across Bai Jing's hands. Within a 10-meter radius surrounding him, the air was thick with crackling electrical energy. The atmosphere crackled incessantly with the sound of snapping electricity. Gazing at the gathered Marines, Bai Jing spoke once more. This is my final warning. Withdraw at once. Otherwise, should you perish beneath this thunder, do not hold me responsible. Though the Marines trembled with fear, they were Navy warriors nonetheless. As representatives of justice, how could they simply retreat? Moreover, when they were ambushed moments ago, they had immediately transmitted a distress signal to nearby naval vessels for reinforcements. Those ships were already en route. In the distance, two massive naval warships gradually came into view, their seagull emblems prominently displayed upon their hulls. Oh, he called for backup. Bai Jing had also noticed the three warships approaching from afar, yet he showed no signs of alarm. He declared, "Release discharge, 20 million volts." Boundless blue lightning erupted from his body, immediately flooding the battlefield with intense electrical energy. The electric current surged through the air, numbing thousands of Marines simultaneously. Their bodies went rigid, eyes rolled back, and they collapsed unconscious on the spot. Whether they lived or died remained uncertain. The remaining Marines stationed nearby watched with trepidation and urgently commanded, "Find those sea prism stone bullets. Fire at him." Bai Jing advanced steadily toward the remaining 3,000, undeterred by the sea prism stone projectiles. The Marines triggered their weapons, and bullets crafted from sea prism stone streaked from their dark barrels toward Bai Jing. With merely a snap of his fingers, Bai Jing summoned the lightning to intercept the incoming sea prism stone bullets. Upon contact with his electrical barrier, the projectiles detonated instantly before reaching him. When the Marines realized these tactics were ineffective against Bai Jing, they gritted their teeth and raised their blades, charging forward. At that moment, two naval warships arrived, carrying another 20,000 troops. 3 vice admirals stood among them. Upon seeing Fire Fist Ace, they froze in shock. None could have imagined Ace would survive. Their astonishment mirrored Moses' initial reaction. How is this possible? Why is Fire Fist Ace still alive? His Flames fruit powers remain intact too. Wasn't he dead? Why has he reappeared here? Forget it, we must assist Vice Admiral Mose immediately, or he'll surely fall to this rogue alone. They deployed extended naval gangplanks connecting their vessel to Vice Admiral Mose's ship. The 20,000 Marines mobilized, preparing to charge across. The three vice admirals moved first, joining the fray to surround Fire Fist Ace. Observing the 20,000 troops converging upon them, Bai Jing's expression darkened. Among the advancing force was one vice admiral leading 20,000 troops toward them, including Kobe. As one of Luffy's most devoted followers, Kobe's presence made Bai Jing hesitant to strike recklessly. He swiftly leaped beside Ace, who stepped back upon witnessing the three vice admirals engage. Back to back they faced the encircling marines. Ace harbored no fear for these troops. Even 20,000 additional marines would pose no threat. As a warlord of the sea wielding the flames fruit, what concern did he have for mere vice admirals? He alone could handle them, befitting his position as captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. Fire Fist Ace, why have you returned from death? Kobe's gaze carried no fear, only joy. How are you alive? He asked. The thought of Luffy reuniting with his brother filled him with quiet delight, though as a marine officer, he dared not show it openly. The assembled vice admirals similarly fixed their stares upon Fire Fist Ace, their armament haki already coating their limbs as they tensed for battle. Should these officers engage Ace directly, the outcome remained uncertain. Ace might very well prevail. Bai Jing turned to Kobe and asked, might you allow us to depart? Perhaps we could compromise. Each side yields ground, and none come to harm. Let you go? What delusional fantasy is this? Today you will all be arrested and sent to Marine headquarters. None shall leave. Before Kobe could respond, another vice admiral with a square face interjected sharply. Capturing Fire Fist Ace and this pirate would certainly secure their promotions and rewards. Bai Jing disregarded the vice admiral and instead awaited Kobe's reply. To his disappointment, Kobe slowly shook his head while gazing at the 7,000 marines lying defeated upon the ground and replied, I am afraid that proves rather difficult. You would do well to surrender peacefully and return with us to Marine headquarters. It appears our negotiations have reached an impasse, Bai Jing remarked. Surely you would not wish for all these soldiers to perish beneath my thunder. He had not yet revealed his full arsenal. The Rumble fruit could undergo awakening, and it also possessed the Thunder God form. Eliminating everyone here would be trivial. Yet out of respect for Luffy, he chose to spare Kobe's companions. Bai Jing whispered, Thunder Rain. Endless lightning surged from his body, drawing atmospheric electricity into existence. In an instant, the heavens darkened beneath an overwhelming canopy of storm clouds. Distant rumbles echoed from within the cloud mass. Boom, boom. He employed art pronouncement to generate colossal thunderhead formations, channeling his own electrical energy upward. This process transformed the storm clouds into massive spherical black formations resembling ball lightning. Within these dark clouds swirled tremendous air currents and electric discharges. When the spherical storm cloud descended from above, it unleashed devastating lightning that annihilated everything within its attack radius. This was Enel's technique, capable of reducing an entire sky island to dust in the blink of an eye. Had Enel deployed Thunder Rain at full power, he could have eradicated an entire nation's population. The terrifying destructive potential of this ability was readily apparent as the turbulent electricity grew increasingly violent, with thunderous booms reverberating across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The 11 vice admirals stared upward with utter dread, their fear reaching its zenith. Should this catastrophic lightning strike down, none among them could escape certain death. The thunderhead's span actually covered thousands of li in every direction. Bai Jing spoke again, his former patience entirely gone, his gaze cold and merciless. Turning to the others, he declared, we claim this naval warship. All personnel aboard will vacate immediately or perish beneath this thunderhead. Though the two had been surrounded, Bai Jing's single Rago had turned the tide of battle outright. Though the enemy had held the numerical advantage, they now found themselves at an outright disadvantage. This filled everyone with bitter unwillingness. Yet sensing the terrifying aura in the sky above, they were helpless to do anything. The three vice admirals' eyes had turned utterly gloomy. There was no color left in their faces, they looked extremely awful. Since becoming vice admirals, this was the first time they had been berated and cursed at by pirates, and there was nothing they could do about it. Their frustration had reached the limit. Kobe was worried. If they did not retreat, these people would all be buried right there. Resolve flashed in his eyes, and he made an instant decision. Retreat. Dignity could be thrown away, but the lives of the men had to be preserved. He was their representative, this was his duty, his mission, and it was what Garp had taught him. Hearing Kobe's voice, the Marines turned back in unison from their original route. Yet a good number of Marines still remained, waiting for the three vice admirals' orders. The three vice admirals could neither advance nor retreat. Retreat would mean losing face. Advance would mean everyone died here, dragged down with them. But this was the Marines' honor. Upon their backs was written the word justice. To die for justice, to die fighting pirates, so what? That was the Marines' mission. Bai Jing's expression grew colder and colder. Meanwhile, Fire Fist Ace watched the scene from the side, full of admiration for Kobe. As for the other vice admirals, he had little interest. The flames in his hands began to burn slowly as calm settled over his eyes. He was ready to get serious, or what had come before was just a warm-up. High above, endless bolts of lightning had already begun to crash down. With devastating destructive power, an entire marine warship beside them was blasted into fragments, not a single piece remaining. What was more, violent lightning now filled the air around the two marine warships. An area 1,000 li around was plunged into a sea of thunder, horrifying beyond measure. The terrifying voltage had reached an appalling tens of millions of volts. Even an admiral would be hard-pressed by such a strike, if not killed then crippled. That was the monstrous nature of the rumble fruit, a nearly invincible fruit, yet born to be countered by that straw-hatted Luffy. Rubber had a natural immunity to lightning. But Bai Jing refused to believe it. As long as his lightning's voltage was high enough to generate heat, he could still scrape a layer of skin off that rubber. Unfortunately, Luffy's fruit turned out to be the sun god Nika form. That too carried certain nuances regarding immunity to fire. It was ironic that the flame fruit had actually blocked a fatal blow for the sun god. Bai Jing's voice grew colder still. I'll count down from 3. If you still haven't left by then, die right where you stand. Today all he did was to uphold the little bit of justice in his heart. He had his own judgment, so he did not wish to kill these more than 20,000 people without cause. Besides, if he killed all these people, including Kobe, how could Ace ever face Luffy again? Kobe could more or less be considered Luffy's friend. There was no conflict of interest between the two sides, and Kobe was still alive. If Bai Jing ran into Kobe again later, he would not hold back. Seeing the 11 vice admirals still hesitating, Kobe could not help urging, Vice Admirals, your lives are what matter. These are our Marines. Charging headlong into a battle we know we cannot win is unwise. Wasn't it the same during the Paramount War? Why not reduce this needless slaughter? Kobe pleaded earnestly from the side, and Vice Admiral Momonga was the first to make up his mind, turn around and leave. Withdraw the troops. As soon as one person spoke, the others echoed. Though the 10 vice admirals were unwilling, they could only grit their teeth and swallow this humiliation. They snorted coldly, turned around, and led the tens of thousands of Marines back onto the only Marine fleet that remained nearby. What the hell? What kind of attitude is that? You still dare to snort at me? Bai Jing was displeased, and a new idea took shape in his mind. When everyone had left, Bai Jing looked at Ace and said, have little oars come up. We're going to the Sabaody archipelago. As for these Marines, he glanced over, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as another wicked idea formed. I said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said you wouldn't fall into the water. It was already generous of me to spare you, yet you still sneer and make faces. Who are you making that face for? Then don't blame me. Little Or's massive body climbed out of the sea and landed heavily on the Marine warship. His mountain-like frame was just the right size to sit on the warship's deck. Ace, meanwhile, entered the cabin, went full throttle, and followed the eternal pose, steering the warship toward the Sabaody archipelago. That's Little Or's one of the captains in Whitebeard's fleet. That's impossible. Wasn't he dead too? How is he still alive? No one knows. This is explosive news. It must be taken back to Marine headquarters. And the news of Fire Fist Ace's revival must be given the utmost attention by Marine headquarters. The dead pirates suddenly coming back to life? Could it be heralding something? Or was the Paramount War all fake? The 3 vice admirals hastily held a small meeting on the other Marine warship and began discussing the matter. Using a den mushi, they rapidly relayed the information back to Marine headquarters. They had to send forces to hunt down Fire Fist Ace and Bai Jing. Their strength was now something vice admirals could no longer handle. Moreover, Bai Jing in particular, that terrifying rumble fruit was practically a bug in the system. In a group battle once that thunder tribulation came down, all who came would die. Moreover, he was a user of 2 devil fruits. It would take top-tier combat power to deal with him. After Bai Jing's Marine warship had sailed far out of the area, the thunderclouds and lightning around still had not dispersed. Bai Jing turned around and looked at the other Marine warship, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Have you ever seen dumplings being dropped into boiling water? If not, I'll let you take a look. As he finished speaking, the lightning aura around his body stirred the endless thunderclouds in the sky. Within the thunderclouds, an enormous violent sphere of lightning began to form. The sphere was hundreds of feet across, and the violent power of the high-voltage lightning within it made it impossible for anyone to approach. Whoever came close would die. Even the vice admirals could not block it. The sphere descended swiftly, and by the time everyone reacted, their faces changed drastically. They bellowed, scatter to both sides. Faster, or we'll all die. Hurry. Tens of thousands of Marines rushed desperately toward both sides of the warship. The lightning struck the warship at the very moment they finished running. Its overwhelming power pierced straight through the entire Marine warship. Starting from the middle, it created a huge rift, blasting the whole warship over and scattering it into countless fragments. As for the tens of thousands of Marines on board, including the 3 vice admirals, they all fell into the sea at once. How many were wounded or killed was unknown. Bai Jing's eyes held amusement. Haha, that really is interesting. Let's see if you dare to do this next time. Oh no, next time we meet you won't be so lucky. Next time will be when my 9 nether chi has gathered without cease. The marine warship carrying Bai Jing, Ace, and Little Oars slowly departed bound for the Sabaody archipelago. Ace looked at Bai Jing in puzzlement and asked why not kill them outright. Why let them go? Bai Jing smiled faintly and replied, do you know who that young marine with pink hair was? He is your dear little brother's most devoted fan. He admires Luffy immensely. If we had killed him and everyone else here, it would have been hard to explain to your brother. That was Bai Jing's subtle calculation. If he and Ace had killed Kobe, then when Ace and Luffy finally acknowledged each other as brothers, their bond might not have changed because of Kobe, but there would still be an inevitable trace of awkwardness. I see. Ace suddenly understood. The way he looked at Bai Jing changed. This man was too mysterious, too meticulous, and too considerate in every regard. Beside him, Ace seemed like the one who was still a young teenager, whereas Bai Jing was the unflappably mature middle-aged man. Of course, this was all thanks to the fact that Bai Jing was also a huge One Piece fan. Having watched One Piece for so long, how could he not know even its basic characters? Otherwise, all those years of watching would have been in vain. Let's go to the Sabaody archipelago and find Rayleigh first. I'll learn armament haki and observation haki from him. If you want to learn haki, I can actually teach you. With that, Ace raised his right hand, and his entire fist was covered in black armament haki. Ace continued, armament haki can be applied to weapons, bodies, and even objects produced by devil fruits. Its purpose is to increase damage, protect one's weapon, and allow one to touch Logia users. Observation haki, on the other hand, allows you to sense your opponent's presence and even know their next move. But no two people's observation haki is exactly the same. Hearing Ace's explanation, Bai Jing nodded. He naturally knew all of this. Luffy could perceive others' emotions, Katakuri could foresee the future. Usopp's observation haki allowed him to see the presence of others directly. As for observation haki, Bai Jing already possessed it himself. Relying on this observation haki, he could clearly sense whether others bore him goodwill or malice, perceive their every movement, and even anticipate their future actions. All of this he could do. With the Rumble fruit, he could do even better. It was only that he had not yet had the chance to develop it further, for his time in this pirate world was still too short. The most basic armament haki was the foundational stage of its application, also known as armament hardening. This stage allowed the user to coat their body or weapon with armament haki to increase both offensive power and defensive capability. This stage also had a distinctive feature: any weapon or body surface covered by armament haki would turn black. Bai Jing did exactly the same, slowly gathering his will and imitating what Ace had done. On his fist, a faint trace of black began to spread. The black first enveloped his thumb, then covered his entire palm. But having reached that point, he could not advance any further, and he could not understand why. Ace was stunned. He truly had not expected that someone who had been a complete novice at armament haki only moments ago could now coat his entire palm with it. Although this was merely the shallowest application of armament haki, it also revealed Bai Jing's terrifying talent. Ace had only just explained the concept, and Bai Jing could already put it into practice. Little Oars also turned his gaze toward them, and could not help remarking, "You really are a monster. This pirate world is destined to change because of you. In the future, there will surely be a place for you among the 4 emperors. I am not exaggerating." Hearing Little Oars' words, Bai Jing chuckled. Even honest, gentle Little Oars has learned to flatter. Little Oars scratched his head bashfully, without saying a word, his face slightly red. Clearly Bai Jing had hit the nail on the head. He had indeed been somewhat guilty of flattery just now, but there was no denying that his words had also been sincere. Inside, Bai Jing burned vast ambition. His goal was by no means as simple as becoming one of the 4 emperors. As for the position of Pirate King, though he had no interest in it, he still wanted to go and take a look. Helping others fulfill their wishes and helping pirates make up for their regrets. This was what he, as a One Piece fan who had crossed over into this world, believed he must do. It could be understood as a responsibility. It was also his goal. Yet as a man with ambitions spanning the 4 corners of the world, he too wished to ascend that throne. And at the very end, he was determined to clash with the mightiest beings of this pirate world. By that time, he would surely possess numerous devil fruit abilities and have mastered everything there was to learn. As a One Piece fan, he naturally remembered his historical mission. That mission was he could forego becoming Pirate King, but certain people must die. During these past few days aboard the marine warship, Bai Jing had been training desperately, yet no matter what he did, he could not expand the coverage of his armament haki. Unfortunately, he remained completely stuck, unable to see any breakthrough ahead. Seeing that he could not progress further in this area, he turned to studying the techniques of the Marine's 6 powers. The marine warship contained records of the 6 powers as well. He noted them all down and learned them by studying the texts. The 6 powers were not difficult for him to learn, in fact they came with ease. In only half a day he had already mastered a considerable number of them. Little Oars had found some leisure during these days. Using the power of his Rumble fruit, Bai Jing scoured the marine warship for discarded steel, and with the same ability, forged a gigantic fishing rod for Little Oars. This allowed him to fish on the sea, stave off boredom, and even treat himself to some meat on the side. I never expected the Marines to be so fond of gold. In one of the rooms, Bai Jing discovered a large stash of gold and jewelry. Presumably it had been stripped from other pirates, and now it had all conveniently fallen into his hands. Since he had inherited the power of the rumble fruit, it would be a terrible waste not to forge a weapon out of that gold. Rays of lightning crackled around his hand as he muttered softly, rumble metallurgy. By using high-voltage electricity to create tremendous heat, he melted the gold and shaped it into whatever form he wished. After a few rounds of smelting, the gold gradually took the form of a sea king, trident, its head splitting into 3 prongs, and its body a single slender rod. The front part of the weapon, namely the trident head, was long and slender, much like the weapon wielded by Yang Jian. Thus the proportions were just right, absolutely perfect. Bai Jing looked the golden weapon up and down and nodded with satisfaction. Their warship, meanwhile, was drawing ever closer to the Sabaody archipelago. They would arrive within a few days. Compared with ordinary pirate ships, this semi-automated marine warship was far faster. These past few days, the entire East Blue had been consumed by the news. The Marine headquarters was also thrown into chaos, printing countless extra newspapers to dispatch to every corner of the world. Fire Fist Ace has revived. Fire Fist Ace has revived. Not only that, he actually has the Flame Fruit ability. He appeared alongside a mysterious youth, and the two blatantly robbed a marine warship. The entire East Blue was thrown into a violent upheaval. No one had expected that Fire Fist Ace, who perished in the Paramount War 2 years ago, had truly come back to life. He had even reappeared in the public eye. Fire Fist Ace's bounty poster was issued once more. This time his bounty had been raised from 550 million to 600 million berries. At the same time, Bai Jing, who had robbed a marine warship and possessed that terrifying devil fruit ability, sent the marine headquarters into a frenzy as they assessed his level of danger. Marine headquarters, Marine Fort. The power of the rumble fruit is the power of a god. Far too terrifying. And that boy is vicious enough to rob a marine warship. This is a declaration of war against the Marines. We should raise his bounty. I think so too. What about the rest of you? In a small dim meeting room, several men were debating Bai Jing's bounty, with a photograph of Bai Jing from the battle hanging above them. Behind him surged endless thunder, his entire body wreathed in blue lightning like a sovereign of storms. It was absolutely badass. Compared with Sanji's bounty photo, his picture was as different as heaven from earth. Then what should his bounty be? Given how vicious he is, even more terrifying than Straw Hat Luffy. I say we set it at 300 million berries. I agree, seconded. I'm for it too. That kid is truly frightening. With that power and Fire Fist Ace as his partner, who knows how many storms he'll stir up in this world. In a marine office, Garp sat with his legs crossed. When he heard the news, he absolutely refused to believe it. He thought someone was mocking him and flew into a rage. But after clear photographs of Bai Jing and Ace had been taken, Garp found them almost impossible to believe. After all, how could the dead come back to life? Even so, he chose to believe. Tears welled up in his eyes. It was hard to imagine that a hero of the Marines could weep. Alone in his office, tears kept pouring from his eyes. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It's good that he's alive. It's good that he's alive. His laughter boomed through the office. It was so thunderous that Sengoku Tsuru and the others outside the door curled their lips in displeasure. What is Garp doing laughing so openly? Does he have no regard for his status as a marine hero? What would that look like, showing concern for a pirate? Looking at the aging Sengoku before her, Tsuru said helplessly, Garp has always been like this, as you know. Family matters most to him. Besides, if you hadn't stopped him back then, Akainu might not be sitting in the fleet admiral's seat today. At Marine headquarters, Akainu sat at his desk, a cigar clamped between his teeth. The enormous scar on his face was still there. When he caught wind of Fire Fist Ace's revival, he shot to his feet and smashed his fist through the desk before him. He's clearly dead. Why is he alive? He bellowed furiously. These pirates are all the same. The moment we don't eliminate them, they keep popping up before our eyes. This is the era of the worst criminals. Every pirate deserves to die. The Sabaody archipelago lay ahead, and Little Oars Jr. Ace and Bai Jing looked at the unbroken succession of islands they were about to reach. Excitement gleamed in their eyes. This should be Sabaody, the vital threshold to the new world. Let's head into the new world soon and see if we can find the Golden Emperor. That Golden Emperor is immensely wealthy. He controls nearly a third of the world's fortune. If we can get him on board, we can have whatever we want. Besides, the Golden Emperor's pirate ship was far too luxurious, and Bai Jing coveted it fiercely. The Golden Emperor's gold fruit power was a welcome addition too. Bai Jing and Ace went ashore and headed to the bar to look for Dark King Rayleigh. With Ace's assistance, Rayleigh would surely, for Ace's sake, be willing to teach him. Bai Jing was conceited, but not arrogant enough to think he could force Rayleigh to teach him armament hockey through sheer force. After all, that man was the Pirate King's right hand. Even if he had grown old, he was not someone Bai Jing could defeat now. Unless Bai Jing acquired several more devil fruit powers, or descended once more into the netherworld and resurrected Roger, along with Ace's mother Rouge. Ace had not brought up these matters, and Bai Jing had not said much about them either. In Ace's mind, his father and mother were merely strangers who had abandoned him after his birth. Bai Jing, however, had his own considerations. If he could meet them in the Yellow Springs, he still wanted to bring them back to life. He wanted to explain to Ace face to face that they had not abandoned him deliberately. They had been left with no choice. The two stepped onto the island astonished by the towering island trees around them. You could never know until you saw it with your own eyes. Only by experiencing it in person could you understand how bizarre the Sabaody archipelago truly was. The entire island was formed of 79 numbered trees, each supporting towns and facilities. Numbers 1 to 29 were mainly human trafficking shops, human auction houses, and lawless zones. Numbers 30 to 39 were leisure places, such as Soap Park. Numbers 40 to 49 were sightseeing areas and local specialty shops. Numbers 50 to 59 chiefly held shipyards and coating artisans. Numbers 60 to 69 chiefly held marine garrisons and government access points. Because of the Paramount War 2 years ago, the Marines had pulled their main combat strength out of Sabaody. As a result, Sabaody archipelago had become a lawless land. Pirates gathered here, and they're visible everywhere, looting and killing at will. Ace and Bai Jing had a clear objective: first find Dark King Rayleigh in the bar. The bar had a unique name, Shacky's Ripoff Bar. Following the map, the two reached the bar and stepped inside. Recently, due to the surge of pirates, the bar was packed to overflowing. Pirates of every kind and description filled the room, but Bai Jing recognized none of them. To avoid causing an unnecessary uproar, Ace had his face covered. Have you heard? Fire Fist Ace has actually been revived. Of course. Word has already exploded across the East Blue for days. They say the other seas haven't caught wind of it yet. I never imagined Ace would come back. Makes me wonder whether Whitebeard could too. Whitebeard? Even if that decrepit old thing came back, so what? With all the wounds he carried, living would be worse than dying. This era belongs to the young now. Can that undying old geezer really come back? The noisy chatter in the bar continued unabated. Some discussing Ace, others cursing Whitebeard. Hearing those words, a terrifyingly dangerous light gathered in Ace's eyes. His fists clenched, and he was about to stride toward that table of pirates. But at that moment, Bai Jing's hand landed on his shoulder, and he slowly shook his head. Ace had assumed Bai Jing intended for him to swallow the humiliation, but hearing others insult Whitebeard so vilely, how could Ace possibly hold back? Just as Ace was about to make his next move, Bai Jing stirred. His entire body transformed into lightning as he abruptly appeared before the table of those who had just spoken. His massive hand seized the insolent pirate and lifted him straight up by the neck, causing the man's face to turn crimson. Bai Jing's eyes were utterly indifferent as his right hand slammed viciously across the man's face. Had he not been gripping the man's neck tightly, the man would certainly have been sent flying by the blow. The force was shockingly immense. Slap! The crisp sound reverberated throughout the tavern. What had been a rowdy drinking hole was now plunged into dead silence by that resounding slap. The anomaly immediately caught everyone's attention, and all eyes turned in their direction. He tossed the man aside like a dead dog. The pirates at the same table erupted in rage. 4 of them sprang to their feet, snatched up the long swords by their feet, and slashed at Bai Jing, shouting, "Bastard! You dare bully even us pirates? You must be tired of life, kid." Bai Jing moved again. 4 wisps of flame blazed to life on his hands and landed on the 4 men, burning away every stitch of clothing on their bodies. Lightning danced around his left hand, and blue arcs of thunder lashed out violently. The ferocious high-voltage bolts struck the 4 men. The instant they touched, their bodies stiffened and went rigid. They fell into a dead faint. The man Bai Jing had flung away was inflamed with rage, his face flushed red and swollen like a pig's liver. When had he, a pirate, ever been so utterly humiliated? To be thrown out like a dead dog and slapped across the face. Frantically, he drew the gun from his waist and fired several shots at Bai Jing. 3 bullets passed straight through Bai Jing's body. He took one step after another until he stood before the man, then leaned down with a cold, indifferent gaze. "What the hell were you barking about just now? How dare you besmirch Whitebeard's name? Do you not understand that disaster comes from careless words, eh? Then why don't you get the hell out of here?" After saying this, Bai Jing said in a low voice, "Rokushiki Rankyaku thread. This special extension of Rankyaku gathers the force of a leg-swept slash and kicks it fiercely at the enemy." The Rankyaku slash shot forth, advancing in a perfectly straight line. Bai Jing kicked the man away like a dead dog. The force was terrifyingly immense. Countless bones in the man's body had been shattered, and he was not far from death with all his internal organs ruptured. Gritting his teeth against the fury in his heart, he held his breath and slowly crawled into the distance. Bai Jing ignored him and sat down in the seat the man had just occupied. "Boss lady, bring us a few bottles of fine wine." Shacky, who had been wiping a glass behind the counter, glanced over. She didn't recognize Ace, for his face was swathed so completely that no one could make out his identity. As for Bai Jing, though she felt a trace of curiosity, she had seen no lack of pirates passing through, many far more powerful than him. Still, one as young as Bai Jing was quite rare. Shaki instructed a waiter to serve them a few cups of wine, then withdrew, but her gaze remained fixed on Bai Jing. In the past few days, she had also heard the news of Fire Fist Ace's resurrection and had been shaken by it. She had already contacted Rayleigh asking him to rush over to the bar to discuss the authenticity of the matter. Whether it was fate or coincidence, Rayleigh was already on his way. Ace stared at Bai Jing in amazement, sizing him up anew as though meeting him for the first time. The way Bai Jing had flown into a rage moments ago was somewhat frightening, as if Whitebeard were also someone of great importance to him. How could he not be? Among all the pirates Bai Jing had encountered, the man he admired most was Whitebeard. Those domineering words, that invincible bearing. Had he not been old, how could the Marines have ever defeated him? He was destined to be an invincible legendary pirate, just like Roger. If Bai Jing possessed a devil fruit that could restore youth, he would definitely use it on Whitebeard a couple of times. How stirring those bold words were. Every time Bai Jing recalled them, his blood burned with passion. A surge of heroic valor kept welling up from his chest. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the new era that can carry me. Golden light flickered in Bai Jing's eyes as he murmured to himself, his words audible only to him. A new age. The ship that can carry you has already appeared, waiting for your resurrection. Ace asked curiously, do you know Pops too? Bai Jing smiled subtly and said mysteriously, I know him, and I've admired Whitebeard for a long time. A man of such unbridled spirit is the true king of this, a real man among men. Don't worry. Before long, Whitebeard will be resurrected as well, and he will appear on our pirate ship. A faint expectation flickered in Ace's eyes. He clinked his glass of wine with Bai Jing, and they both drained it in one gulp. The surrounding pirates looked at them with wary eyes and muttered, those two don't know yet that they've stirred up trouble. That pirate just now was a member of the Senmu Pirates. Their boss is Winchester, whose bounty stands at 80 million berries. What's more, Winchester is a lackey of the Marines with connections to them, which is why he's been able to run wild here all this time. He counts as one of the overlords of the Sabaody archipelago. Who would have thought these two would go and provoke him? Keep your voices down. Those two are clearly no easy prey. Especially that young man, with the way he struck, so decisively, killing without hesitation. Didn't you see the four of them lying there like dead dogs, unconscious, and not even knowing if they're alive or dead? Ace and Bai Jing drank on as if nothing had happened. To them, no matter which pirate came, even if an admiral arrived, they wouldn't panic. Who is it? Who killed someone from my pirate crew? Get the hell out here, or today I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. I'll chop the flesh from your body bit by bit and feed it to the dogs. A sudden rough voice boomed out. Around Shaki's bar, thousands of pirates had surrounded the tavern, and their number was still swelling without end. The man at the head was the very Winchester the pirates had been talking about. He was a gaunt old man, lean all over, leaning on a walking stick, yet his voice was extraordinarily loud. Bai Jing, possessing observation hockey, sensed everyone's heartbeat and had long detected every move outside. He also keenly detected that this old man was a devil fruit user, though for now it was impossible to tell what kind. Ace stood up ready to deal with these pesky flies. But Bai Jing smiled at him and shook his head. Let me handle it. After all, I'm the one who caused this trouble. These are nothing but ants. Go tell Shaki. It's fine to reveal who you are. Trust her and see if she can contact Rayleigh. With your status, it shouldn't be hard to meet Rayleigh. Ace nodded, stood up, and went to the bar, while Bai Jing also rose and walked out the tavern door. I'm the one who killed them. What's this? Bully the young, and the old show up. Oh, bully the old, and the older show up. Go on, do you want a gang fight, or a one-on-one? I understand the code of the martial world. Bai Jing said lazily, staring down at the people below with little interest. Numerous as they were in his eyes, they were nothing more than ants. Killing them would take no more than a mere flick of his fingers. He did not need to expend much effort at all. Inside Shaki's bar, many pirates poked their heads out, watching the battle outside with curiosity and gloating in their eyes. Haha, I told you this brat was showing off too much. Now he stepped on an iron plate, hasn't he? A gang fight or one-on-one is just an excuse. Let's see how this brat handles it now. He's provoked thousands of pirates and the captain of that crew, who has an 80 million berry bounty. He'll probably have to admit defeat obediently. Meanwhile, Shaki watched Bai Jing leave, then withdrew her gaze and looked at the masked man approaching her, her expression completely unreadable. Ace's voice came from beneath the mask. Sis Shaki, after all these years, don't you recognize me? Shaki froze at the voice. It was so familiar that she recognized Ace at once. Then her gaze fell on the hat Ace carried on his back, which bore the iconic smiling face and crying face. She pulled Ace into a hidden corner of the bar and exclaimed in shock, "You're really alive." Her voice trembled slightly, as if she couldn't believe it. Ace slowly took off his mask and smiled softly. "Of course it's me." Shaki's voice trembled slightly, as if she couldn't believe it. Though she wasn't too familiar with Ace, she had met him a few times. And because of her relationship with Straw Hat Luffy, she had naturally taken notice of Ace. She truly hadn't expected that rumor to be true, yet Ace was standing right before her alive and whole. Ace asked, "Where's the Dark King Rayleigh? My friend here wants to meet him. He wants to learn hockey from him." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Bai Jing outside the door. Shaki was startled, then said, "Rayleigh is on his way. I originally wanted to confirm the truth of that matter with him. I never expected you to appear right in front of me. I believe he should be here soon. And this friend of yours, he won't have much trouble dealing with so many pirates, right?" Her eyes were filled with doubt. Ace smiled lightly and said nothing more. Bai Jing was simply too formidable. That freakish rumble fruit, the sky filling lightning that day, and the thunderous sea stretching 1,000 li had given even Ace a tremendous fright. If those high-voltage bolts had struck him, he wouldn't have felt too good either. Not to mention these mere thousands of pirates. Wiping them out would only take an instant. Once inside, the lean old man saw that Bai Jing actually knew the rules of the martial world, so he grinned viciously. "Gang fight. One-on-one. Brat, you're thinking too nicely. Now I'll give you two choices. 1, thousands of us gang up on you. 2, you alone fight all of us. Or 3, you kill yourself right here. Let you know what happens when you anger our Senmu pirates, and what consequences come to those who bully our Senmu pirates. In the Sabaody archipelago, our Senmu pirates are the heavens of this place. If we want you to live, you live. If we want you to die, you die." Bai Jing pinched his nose and fanned the air in disgust. He said with revulsion, "What's that stench?" "Oh, it's your breath. Did you eat shit this morning? Since you talked about fighting one-on-one or as a group, I'll give you that chance." As he finished, blue electricity surged over Bai Jing's body. He gave Winston Sight a sunny smile. But no matter how Winston Sight looked at it, that smile was somehow unnerving. It also sent a chill down the old man's back. Bai Jing casually snapped the fingers of his right hand and said, "Discharge to 0 volts." The lightning on his body burst outward violently. Centered on him, fierce thunderclaps reached the crowd of pirates in an instant. The moment the high-voltage lightning touched them, they were reduced to corpses. Their bodily functions were destroyed in an instant. Their bodies stiffened, arms and legs went straight, and they fell to the ground dead. This was the overwhelming power of the rumble fruit, instantly killing off every small fry. Of course, if he had Conqueror's hockey, one glance would also be enough to take out this many small fry. Thousands of Senmu pirates collapsed at once, deader than dead. Only Winston Sight remained on the field. Winston Sight felt the eerie atmosphere all around. Looking about, he found that all the people of his pirate crew had died under a single snap of Bai Jing's fingers. Good grief. They had been ready for a one-on-one just moments ago, and now they were deader than dead. He couldn't help feeling terrified. He became more and more certain that this brat was playing the pig to eat the tiger, hiding his true strength. But since things had reached this point, he had no choice but to continue. His reputation of 80 million berries wasn't for nothing. It had been forged through bloody battle. His gaze sharpened, and he started running. In that moment, the muscles in his upper body suddenly exploded, ripping his shirt apart. The lean old man instantly turned into a muscular hulk. His combat power had risen tenfold in an instant. A curious Bai Jing looked him over again and again. What kind of fruit was this? How could it suddenly boost combat power? The answer Bai Jing received was the old man's fist already upon him. His speed was astonishing, and the force in that punch was enough to make one gasp. Bai Jing transformed into lightning and dodged the blow, still constantly sizing up the lean old man before him. He wanted to see exactly how strong he was, and just what kind of fruit this was. Meanwhile, in the tavern, the 4 men who had just been electrocuted by Bai Jing regained a moment of clarity. They looked outside and saw their boss fighting the man who had knocked them out. They instantly perked up. Drawing on energy from who knows where, they suddenly stood up and shouted, "Boss, go get him. Boss, you're the best. Beat that little thief until he squeals." Of course, the boss is definitely the strongest. With the rampage fruit, he'll beat that brat until he screams for his parents and avenge us. Bai Jing's hearing was incredibly sharp. He immediately caught that information. The rampage fruit. Judging from the name, it seemed able to grant a sudden amplification and unleash tremendous power. It was very much like the old man's current state. Ace was a little curious. Looking at the old man outside with confusion, he turned to Shaki and asked, "What kind of fruit is the rampage fruit?" After all, Shaki had been here for a very long time, but she had learned a lot about the nearby pirates through hearsay and observation. Shaki slowly said, "The rampage fruit can instantly raise the user's strength, speed, agility, defense, and endurance tenfold. The effect lasts for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the user falls into a sudden state of extreme weakness, and that weakened state takes 3 days to recover from. This is a fatal threat to the user. All in all, it has both advantages and disadvantages." Ace nodded. During his years of absence, these strange fruits had multiplied even further. This fruit could enhance a person's attack power, defense, agility, and various other physical abilities by tenfold. Would you call it weak? It allows one to unleash 10 times their combat strength. Would you call it strong, though? After activation, the user enters a period of weakness. Moreover, this debilitation lasts for 3 full days. In battle, there is simply no time to wait. If Luffy had fallen into a 3-day weakness during his battle against Doflamingo, he would have been killed long ago. There was no role for him in this matter. Bai Jing heard Xia Qi's voice mixed with others, and since everything was already known, there was no need to continue pretending. And that bounty of 80 million, the money to be made from turning in his head, was tempting. Firelight swirled around his left fist while lightning crackled about his right. He slowly merged the two elements together. The very space around them began to surge and tremble, maddened by the clash of thunder and fire roaring with thunderous resonance. This sudden inspiration came to Bai Jing. Having read countless cultivation novels in his previous life, he knew well of the legendary lightning-fire combinations in those tales. With both devil fruit abilities at his disposal, he had wondered whether merging lightning and flame into lightning fire was even feasible. Now that he tried it, he discovered it was indeed possible. Brat Dai, where do you think you're running to? Vinca St had no intention of letting Bai Jing escape. Aware of his fruit's severe drawbacks, and with his subordinates already slain, he needed to end this quickly. Afterward, he would need to find a safe place to endure the 3-day aftermath. His fists grew increasingly ferocious and rapid, smashing toward Bai Jing's body. Black armament haki shrouded his fists as he pressed his assault, each blow aimed to kill. Bai Jing sidestepped gracefully, evading one strike after another, then reached behind him for the golden trident he had crafted. He channeled the lightning merging in his left hand into the trident's prongs. Gripping it with both hands, he hurled it toward Vinca St, unleashing a torrent of blue thunder mixed with fire. 30 million volts lightning phoenix. He condensed the electricity he had gathered into a phoenix-shaped bolt of lightning that shot toward his target at tremendous speed, scorching everything in its path. The colossal lightning phoenix, forged from pure thunder, descended upon Vinca St. Its beak opened wide, moving with astonishing speed, striking in the blink of an eye. Vinca St could not evade in time. The 30 million volt blast exploded across his body with catastrophic force. Flames consumed him relentlessly. Amplified by the combined power of the Mera Mera no Mi and Goro Goro no Mi, his body emitted an acrid burning stench. Lightning coursed through his veins, paralyzing his torso and clouding his consciousness for a fleeting moment. Damn you, brat. He had entered a state of frenzy, his rage fueling ever greater power. On top of his original enhancement, he could amplify his strength another tenfold. Vinca St, who should have been obliterated, regenerated to full health. His muscles bulged and tore free, transforming him into a human-like beast. His defense, resistance, and endurance reached their absolute peak. This berserk fruit is quite fascinating, Bai Jing remarked. I initially dismissed it as useless, but now I am genuinely interested. Interest sparked in Bai Jing's eyes. His figure dissolved into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. Vinca St moved too fast for the naked eye to follow, disappearing from his position and delivering a devastating punch aimed at Bai Jing's skull. Armament haki coated Bai Jing's fist, and nothing more. Then endless flames began to burn while lightning surged across his knuckles. Bang! A thunderous impact echoed through the arena, followed by the sickening sound of shattering bone. Inside the tavern, everyone held their breath, too terrified to even exhale. The spectators watched the fight with eyes full of amazement. That bone-cracking sound came from Bai Jing's fist. He had underestimated Vinca St's berserker mode. Those sequential tenfold increases compounded into a 100-fold surge. The transcendent leap in power caught him off guard, and in his moment of carelessness, he suffered injury. Yet in exchange, he claimed this fruit's power. Feeling no pain, a smirk curled his lips. His gaze sharpened fiercely, and he roared, 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Let's see if you survive this. Lightning erupted from his fist, coalescing into a massive thunder dragon that surged toward his target to electrocute it to death. This colossal thunder dragon, its head alone 3 times the size of Vinca St, burst forth from Bai Jing's palm with terrifying force. Roar! The dragon's thunderous cry shook the entire venue. The immense lightning dragon pierced straight through Vinca St's body. It carved a massive, bloody cavity, shattering half of his torso into fragments. Vinca St, now reduced to half a body, lost consciousness entirely and collapsed dead upon the ground. Having finished everything, Bai Jing withdrew his hand and gazed at his right fist, letting out a bitter smile. I should not have underestimated my opponent. But then again, he chuckled darkly. His right hand began to elementalize, transforming into pure lightning. Within mere seconds, his shattered bones knit back together, leaving only superficial wounds. Armament haki could strike natural-type devil fruit users. So he had suffered only a minor setback, yet gained a profoundly powerful fruit. A tremendous profit. Wielding the golden trident in his left hand, he drew it lightly across Vinca St's neck, and half of his skull fell away. He took a linen cloth, wrapped the remains, and lifted them into his hand. Blood seeped from within the cloth as he turned and returned to the tavern. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in horror. They had never encountered such a fierce pirate before. The onlookers murmured among themselves. What kind of devil fruit grants both lightning and fire? and it was so overwhelmingly powerful. Who could possibly withstand that giant thunder dragon? Who is he? He is definitely no ordinary pirate. Why has he only appeared on Sabaody Archipelago now? I have never heard of him before. Xiaoqi stood stunned speechless. Her gaze remained fixed on Bai Jing, as if she wanted to dissect his very being with her eyes. The 4 members of the Sinmu pirates, witnessing their captain defeated in an instant, nearly wet themselves. Their smirks froze rigidly upon their faces. Bai Jing walked back into Xiaoqi's tavern. The patrons, filled with dread, scattered aside, daring not speak a single word. In this pirate world, strength remained the supreme authority. Those 4 pirates trembled uncontrollably, retreating step by step, staring at Bai Jing as he approached like a demon. Where did all your shouting go? Were you not so vocal just moments ago? Bai Jing laughed. Do you know? According to the law of conservation of smiles, when one person's grin fades away, it will inevitably appear upon another's face. And now it has come to rest upon mine. Spare us. We will never again dare to oppose you. We beseech you in your great magnanimity to let us go as though we were but a passing fart. The 4 men knelt down without a shred of dignity, pleading and begging for mercy. Tears and snot streamed down their faces, and a foul stench reached Bai Jing's nose. He cast a glance at the floor beneath them. It had been thoroughly soaked. His interest vanished entirely, so he turned away without sparing them another look. His gaze went instead to Shaki behind the bar. His purpose was to see the Dark King Rayleigh and learn hockey, not to waste time on small fry like them. When the 4 men saw that Bai Jing had lost interest, relief washed over them, though malice still festered in their hearts. We might have fallen this time, but next time we'll give you what you deserve. I'll summon my people right now. Do you think you'll live past tomorrow? Just you wait. A venomous glint flashed deep in their eyes. Bai Jing's rumble fruit allowed him to perceive the heartbeats of everyone nearby, and his observation hockey could also plumb the thoughts in their minds. At once Bai Jing turned and conjured 4 bolts of lightning at his fingertips. Each carried a voltage of 60 million volts, more than enough to snuff out their lives. The lightning bolts tore through the backs of their skulls and out through the centers of their foreheads, leaving their eyes instantly empty. The 4 men fell to the floor in unison. Even in death, they could not grasp why Bai Jing, who had plainly said he would not kill them, had so suddenly gone back on his word. Bai Jing turned around. Seeing the onlookers' stunned faces, their hands clapped over their mouths, he feigned a pang of sympathy. Is the dead man all right? He's fine. He just needs to be a bit more careful in his next life. He then strolled to the bar and asked Ace how did it go. Everyone present found Bai Jing utterly bizarre. How could there be such a shameless pirate in this world? Was this the same man who had just been so ruthlessly decisive, the one who had blasted Winsensight, the 80 million berry pirate, to pieces with a single punch? How could he be so unscrupulous? As if reading the strange expression in their eyes, Bai Jing smiled lightly, as though nothing were amiss. When cutting weeds, one must pull out the roots lest they sprout anew with the spring breeze. The doomed are doomed to die. After all, I am a pirate. If you actually believe a pirate's promises, then what are you doing being pirates? Have you got bubbles in your heads? Makes perfect sense. That was the first thought to surface in everyone's mind. And why was the pirate in front of them so blatant and so arrogant? He was more pirate than any of them. Ace once again felt his understanding of Bai Jing being completely overturned. Earlier, Bai Jing had come across as deep-thinking, meticulous, and calculating. Now he had become a dark-humored, amusing trickster who feigned weakness while hiding his claws. This Bai Jing truly was a man of many facets. At that exact moment, as fate would have it, an old man in clear-lensed spectacles walked straight in through the door. He had long curly hair and a beard on his chin, and both hair and beard were silver. Beneath his glasses, a vertical scar ran down his right eye. Wasn't this the Dark King Rayleigh? Having finally laid eyes on the man he had been longing to meet, Bai Jing turned to Ace and gave him an approving look. Very efficient. Ace smiled awkwardly. In truth, he had done nothing at all. Shaki had already summoned Rayleigh. The Dark King's arrival had nothing whatsoever to do with Ace. Upon Rayleigh's arrival, the gathered pirates were hushed and reverent regarding him with a mixture of fear and respect. He was the right-hand man of the Pirate King after all. It was his incomparable prestige and power that shielded Shaki's bar, which was why no pirate had ever dared to stir up trouble inside. He wore flip-flops and had a scruffy beard. Still no one dared look down on him. He smiled at the pirates and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to trouble everyone today. Shaki's bar is closed. I'd ask you all to leave quickly." A glint flashed in his spectacles. He seemed affable, yet his dignity was overwhelming. On hearing that, how could any of the pirates remain? They fled from Shaki's bar as if their lives depended on it. Only Bai Jing, Ace, and Shaki were left in the room. When Rayleigh noticed Ace in the corner of the bar, he gave a start. The thought that the man before him could really be Ace had not occurred to him. And the news that Ace had come back to life was true. He stepped forward, studying Ace with a trace of doubt, then said slowly, "I know it may be impertinent, but are you truly alive?" Ace waved a hand. "No matter. Yes, I really have been revived. This time I will never be so impulsive again." Ace's confirmation shook the Dark King Rayleigh considerably. After half a moment he managed to collect himself. Then he looked at Bai Jing and asked, "And who is this young friend?" Bai Jing hastily replied, "I came to ask for your guidance on hockey. I hope you can teach me how to wield it." "Oh." Rayleigh raised a skeptical brow. Ace immediately spoke up. "Please help him, Rayleigh. It was Mr. Bai Jing who saved me. Otherwise I would have died in the netherworld with no chance to come back." Hearing Ace's appeals, Rayleigh found himself interested in Bai Jing. After pondering, he nodded and smiled. "If it's merely such a simple matter as consulting on hockey. You make me sound quite rigid. Well, speak. What do you wish to learn?" Bai Jing said, "Why is it that my hockey can only cover my fist? It cannot cover the rest of my body." "Oh, there is such a thing. Show me how you use it." As the Dark King Rayleigh requested, Bai Jing nodded. Armament hockey swiftly coated his palm, yet it stubbornly refused to spread over his entire arm or anywhere else on his body. "Huh, now this is interesting." The Dark King Rayleigh perceived that Bai Jing also possessed observation hockey. What was more unlike ordinary observation hockey, this one could not only predict the future, but also eavesdrop on the thoughts of others and see through their next move. This observation hockey was more than a match for Rayleigh's own. With his discerning eye and deep experience, Rayleigh instantly pinpointed the root of the problem. He spoke, "It is not because your chi is insufficient. Hockey can only ascend to a higher plane on the foundation of actual combat. At present, the hockey level you have reached is the elementary level. There are 4 levels of hockey: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and the 4th level. Even Ace has only remained at the elementary level," Rayleigh said, casting a sidelong glance at Ace. Ace did not deny it. He was well aware that his hockey was not particularly advanced. His ferocious fighting power came instead from his excellent physical technique and his mastery of the flame fruit. "In that case, come with me." Rayleigh turned and walked toward the back of the bar. Bai Jing hastened after him, with Ace following as well. Shaki puffed out her cheeks and pursed her lips as she watched the 3 men leave. 3 rotten men, leaving me here all alone. Well, today's business is done for. No money to be made now. Now try channeling your armament hockey into your fist. Trade a blow with me and let us see whether you can shatter the very limits of armament hockey. The instant the Dark King Rayleigh finished speaking, his body stirred into motion. Though age had crept upon him, he was after all the right hand of the Pirate King. His prowess could never be underestimated. His speed was staggering. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Bai Jing. His fist veiled in black armament hockey hurtled downward with not an ounce of mercy. Such is the mark of a true minter. Strict without compromise for leniency would be the gravest betrayal of Bai Jing. Bai Jing's pupils contracted. Hastily gathering armament hockey upon his own fist, he unleashed a punch against Rayleigh's. In that clash, his strength proved woefully inferior to Rayleigh's. He was hurled back several paces before he could steady himself. Before he could utter a word, Rayleigh's second fist was upon him. His left and right fists driving together cloaked in armament hockey, battering Bai Jing in an unbroken storm. Bai Jing pressed, sorely hastened to defend with his right fist, yet his left fist could still not be cloaked in armament hockey, placing him at a grave disadvantage. He blocked one blow, but another slammed into his abdomen and blasted him a dozen paces away before he finally stilled himself. But Rayleigh was already before him again, a flying kick wreathed in armament hockey sweeping toward Bai Jing's head. Ace, watching from the side, clicked his tongue in astonishment. Such mighty physical arts, hale and vigorous even in age. Somewhere within the fight, Bai Jing seemed to grasp a revelation, and he raised his left hand. Armament hockey shrouded his left hand as he hurriedly intercepted the kick. Rayleigh, however, twisted in midair, and another fist appeared above Bai Jing's crown, descending toward his skull. This time Bai Jing's timing was flawless. He lifted his right hand above his head, and in that instant armament hockey silently veiled his right hand, halting the blow. Witnessing this, Rayleigh's eyes brimmed with delight and heartfelt admiration. What a fine lad. In a mere 3 moves you have already broken through your combat limits. Now you can shroud both hands in armament hockey. Such monstrous comprehension. He wondered whether Bai Jing could surpass even his own limits. With that he roared again. He offered not the slightest leniency, for only now had he grown earnest. The prior exchange was but a foretaste, this was the feast itself. His speed swelled several-fold. Fist after fist, all clad in armament hockey, wove an impenetrable maze of afterimages before Bai Jing's eyes. Bai Jing's observation hockey flared, foreseeing the course and trajectory of Rayleigh's punches. Beneath its perception, Rayleigh's fists slowed, and every forthcoming path lay exposed. Bai Jing's form drifted like a phantom, evading blow after blow, his fighting spirit enkindled to a blaze. Both fists were wrapped in armament hockey, and unceasingly the hockey surged to envelop his entire arms. His fists met Rayleigh's in return. Faster and faster they spiraled. Within the arena, nothing remained save a maelstrom of fist shadows, dense, boundless, indistinguishable. Blow upon blow, barrage upon barrage. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder of colliding fists echoed back and forth, muffled and heavy, and with every sound Rayleigh's satisfaction deepened. Then his right leg lashed out with savage speed, so swift that Bai Jing had no time to react. In that moment, Bai Jing felt a lethal crisis, as though an instinct within his flesh had cried out. A wild impulse detonated from within his body. In his eyes, a domineering majesty exploded into being, one that deemed itself supreme over heaven and earth, second to none. Golden ripples visible to the naked eye quaked through the air, and it was these golden ripples that arrested Rayleigh's kick, and this opening that Bai Jing seized with crystal clarity. A golden chance, a flaw. Lightning and flame licked across Bai Jing's hand as he thundered, 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. The lightning he had conjured burst forth from his fist, coalescing into a wolf-shaped Thunder Beast, a wolf of lightning that sprinted at high speed to incinerate its target. Under Rayleigh's utter unpreparedness, this thunder wolf blasted him into the air. Rayleigh hurriedly retreated a full dozen steps before steadying himself. That anomalous burst had drawn the attention of Ace, Rayleigh, and Shikiaku all at once. The gaze of all three bored fixedly into Bai Jing. Word by word they uttered Conqueror's Haki. Bai Jing withdrew the lightning from his hand. The counterattack had been entirely instinctive. Hearing the words Conqueror's Haki, he could not help but smile. The golden Haki that had burst from his eyes moments ago was precisely that, Conqueror's Haki, and now it felt as if he could summon it again. Mastering Conqueror's Haki seemed by no means difficult. Moreover, after his bout with Rayleigh, he could already envelop his entire body in Haki. His Haki had ascended an entire grade. Rayleigh's astonishment at Bai Jing defied all description. He gazed at the youth, smiled slowly, and shook his head. The waves of the Yangtze forever press against those that follow. Old bones like ours are no longer of any use. And you, boy, are a true monster. Within 3 strokes you have elevated your armament Haki in intensity, awakened Conqueror's Haki, and possess observation Haki as well. There is nothing left for me to teach you. Bai Jing scratched his head with a simple, guileless smile. Ace ambled over, draped his arm across Bai Jing's shoulders, and led him into Shikuka's bar for a round of drinks. Rayleigh, evidently in high spirits after witnessing such a promising young man, joined them for several cups. They drank deep into the night, all thoroughly inebriated. Bai Jing wished to explore the night bazaar of the Sabaody archipelago, and so he slipped out of the tavern alone. Meanwhile, the Dark King, Rayleigh, and Ace lingered within, recounting the tales of those intervening years, and how Ace had come to live once more. Ace glossed over the overwhelming majority of the details, fabricating an entirely different story, and never breathed a single syllable about the world of the dead. They had been resurrected from the Yellow Springs. Spoken aloud, that truth would not only meet Rayleigh's disbelief, but would also expose Bai Jing's ability. Such an act of betraying a friend was beyond him. Hopelessly drunk, Bai Jing drifted at random along the streets. He wandered for he knew not how long, until he came upon a tavern tucked away in an alley, and went inside. The tavern's name, oddly enough, was the Gold Roger Bar. By the time Bai Jing entered, the establishment was already desolate and crumbling. There were few patrons within. Only an ancient man so aged he could grow no older, every last tooth in his mouth wasted away. Bai Jing lowered himself slowly into a seat. This very seat, as it happened, bore a curious tale. Luffy too had once sat there. It was this same old man who, gazing upon Luffy, had discerned in the boy the makings of the Pirate King. The old man, wearing gold earrings in both ears and a woven cap upon his head, watched the sudden intrusion of Bai Jing without uttering a single word. Bai Jing, by now seeming to have sobered somewhat, took in the appearance of his surroundings and the old man. He immediately realized where he was. Yet this clarity vanished in the blink of an eye. He burst out laughing. The Gold Roger Tavern. How extraordinarily interesting. At that moment his heroic aura surged to the heavens as he rose from his stool. Conqueror's Haki radiated from him unconsciously, while the powers of his 2 devil fruits formed thunder and flame behind him, making his entire presence all the more august and commanding. One man stood there, yet he seemed like an army of thousands. He thundered, I do not resent my failure to see the ancients, I resent that the ancients never witnessed my madness. The old man was taken aback, as though he had glimpsed a being of extraordinary consequence. Once before in this very place, he had perceived in Luffy the makings of the Pirate King. And the man who had so abruptly barged into the tavern possessed the bearing of an undefeatable being. Almost as if under an illusion, the old man's vision slowly blurred, and he seemed to see a god of the future. He murmured to himself, this young man's fortune and aura surpass even that straw hat boy who came here all those years ago. Moreover, I have a premonition that an extraordinary being is about to rise in this world. Only a moment later, Bai Jing reigned in that imposing aura, then collapsed onto the bar counter, snoring thunderously as he fell fast asleep. The old man, by contrast, merely moved to one side and drank alone in melancholy, reminiscing about stories of yesteryear. And so he drank through the night. The next day, when Bai Jing sobered up, he shook his head, looked at the old man, and finally recalled the events of the previous night. He gave an awkward smile. Old sir, I apologize for disturbing you. With that he took his leave of the Gold Roger Tavern and did nothing further. He had wandered into this place by chance, and there was nothing here worthy of remembrance or attachment. As for the tale of Gold, Roger, he had already heard it. Watching Bai Jing's figure fade into the distance, the old man pondered. This young man is certain to accomplish great deeds, to shine resplendently upon this world. A strange smile crept across the old man's face. Then on that very spot the tavern vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. For this tavern belonged in Lobetown, not here. How the old man came to appear, how the tavern came to appear, none could ever know. On the street a courier seagull dropped a wanted poster from above. The image of a man caught the attention of countless pirates at once. The man's striking features were as handsome as if chiseled by a blade. His entire being exuded the regal air of one who could awe the world, and on his handsome face lingered a bold, carefree smile. The instant the pirates caught sight of Bai Jing's wanted poster, their pupils contracted violently, as if unable to believe it. They counted the bounty amount printed at its top. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, hundreds of millions. Impossible. This newly debuted pirate is only a rookie, yet his bounty has already reached 300 million. What's more, the wanted poster specifically notes that he is a user of 2 devil fruits, possessing the flame fruit and the rumble fruit. A user of 2 devil fruits. Can such a person really exist? And isn't the flame fruit Fire Fist Aces? Why does he possess it too? The release of this wanted poster sent tremendous shockwaves through the pirate world of the East Blue. Earlier, the pirates at the Chess Tavern also saw the wanted poster and realized that the man was none other than Bai Jing, the very person they had encountered before. Once they grasped the situation, cold sweat streamed down their faces like rain. Thank heavens they had not provoked him. Otherwise, a wanted man with a 300 million bounty could have squashed them with a single finger. Bai Jing roamed the Sabaody archipelago alone, glancing all about, utterly unaware that his bounty had been exposed. Walking down the street, he arrived at the auction house without realizing it. Inside, a feverish auction was in full swing, and the item being auctioned was a mermaid woman. Inside the auction hall, several peculiar figures wore bubble-like helmets over their heads and garments akin to enormous thick down coats. Bai Jing was rather intrigued by this auction house. Having arrived in this pirate world, how could he not take in such a spectacle? Wouldn't it be a disservice to himself? He transformed his entire body into a bolt of lightning, passed through the gate, and slipped past the guard's notice. Aren't these the celestial dragon scum? Bai Jing's gaze fell upon the men below who were bidding at the auction. Their hair stood on end and curled at the tips, and they wore white coats resembling spacesuits. The men below wore lecherous grins as they stared at the mermaid above, the mermaid kept in the aquarium on the upper platform. From the waist down, she had a beautiful scale-covered fishtail. From the waist up, she was a gorgeous woman. Her whole body was at once temptingly seductive and built for quick escape. Her upper body was delicate and silky, tender as fine jade, as if blessed with icy skin and jade-like bones. And upon her chest a pair of large snow-white mounds were tightly wrapped in her clothes, with not the slightest hint revealed. Her beauty, of course, went without saying. She was a top-tier prize, no less alluring than Nami or others of her caliber. Naturally, this made her extremely desirable in the eyes of the celestial dragons below. All around the celestial dragons stood agents clad in black, guards responsible for protecting them. Haha, this woman is interesting. I want her. I'll take her back for my amusement and keep her in an aquarium to admire at my leisure. The celestial dragon, wearing a glass bubble, snot running from his nose and boundless lewdness on his face, kept snickering as he gazed at the mermaid above. The 2 other celestial dragons were unhappy at this and spoke out. She belongs to my Chow Malia family. I want this woman. His features were somewhat different from those of the snot-nosed celestial dragon. He wore a pair of sunglasses concealing his gaze and expression, and his eyes remained fixed on the mermaid's upper body. The remaining celestial dragon was a woman. Seeing how beautiful the mermaid was, resentment flickered in the depths of her eyes. Although she herself was passably pretty, she was thrown into the shade by comparison. She spoke up. No, that woman must be brought back so I can disfigure her. There must not be anyone more beautiful than me in this world. All 3 celestial dragons wore glass bubbles, and every word and gesture of theirs could decide the life and death of those on the platform above. Once the mermaid was obtained at auction, they would brand the mark of the celestial dragons upon her body. Up above, the auctioneer was in a dilemma among these 3 celestial dragons. He could not afford to offend any of them, and slighting any would be disastrous. His expression stiff with embarrassment, he looked toward the 3, silently beseeching them to reach a resolution and consult among themselves. But how could the 3 ever act like that? One of them shouted, "If you don't give her to me, I'll have your entire family slaughtered." The snot-nosed celestial dragon was the first to speak. The other 2 also issued threats. "If you don't give me this woman, I'll have your tendons ripped out and your skin flayed, then toss you into the sea to feed the fish." The woman was equally venomous-hearted. Not an ounce of beauty remained on her face. In that instant, she became the most poisonous of all women. She said bitingly, if you fail to deliver this woman into my hands, your offspring and everyone in your family will be slaughtered by my celestial dragon clan, exterminated to the last. Weigh these consequences carefully. At this moment, Bai Jing had just appeared. Seeing this scene, he could not hold back his curses. Scum! Every celestial dragon deserves death. I had meant to wait until I had grown stronger before coming for you. I never imagined that the road for enemies would be so narrow. We meet right here. With that, his figure emerged at the rear of the auction hall. He stood to his full height and cried, then let me decide this outcome. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd turned to look and found a mere youth, losing interest immediately. Those present at the auction were all prominent figures, at least well-to-do. However, the three world nobles at the very front, hearing Bai Jing's words, became interested. They rose in unison and glanced at Bai Jing, their eyes as indifferent as if he were but an ant. The three looked down from above, tilting their heads, and spoke. Speak. How shall we divide it? If you cannot give a satisfactory answer, we will kill you. If you do well, we shall reward you with some money, and you may scram. Looking the way you do, you annoy me just by existing. The world noble with a runny nose spoke with disgust, as if he had smelled a foul fly. Bai Jing, hearing this, grew more spirited. Hey, I was thinking of killing you bastards anyway, and now you come looking for trouble with me. Isn't this simply walking right into my trap? Bai Jing smiled slightly. That smile was as radiant as the sun, bringing warmth to everyone's hearts. All eyes turned toward Bai Jing, even the auctioneer above. They hoped he would give an answer so they could finally feel relieved. The mermaid girl imprisoned in the massive fish tank showed panic on her face, sheer terror on the verge of tears. These people eyed her hungrily, while she was physically weak. Captured by the auction house and immediately sold to others, how could she not be terrified? Bai Jing looked at the three world nobles and spoke slowly, word by word. Then you three idiots shall die before my eyes. This mermaid is mine. What? What did you just say? You damn native, do you know who you just offended? Upon hearing this, the three world nobles flew into a rage. Especially the two world nobles, one with a runny nose and the other wearing sunglasses, immediately drew their long guns from their chests. They raised them, aimed at Bai Jing, pulled the triggers, and fired several rounds in succession. The bullets passed through Bai Jing's body effortlessly. Since his body had become elemental, ordinary bullets were ineffective against him. The female world noble beside them also hastily grabbed her long gun and fired multiple rounds. The three kept shooting until their ammunition ran out, then slowly lowered their weapons. Bai Jing was unharmed. They could only speak again, looking at the black-robed men around them, saying, "What are you waiting for? Come on. Such a native. I'll make him a slave forever. I will torture and torment him properly." Bai Jing moved, stepping down from the elevated platform one pace at a time. The black-clad agents below charged at Bai Jing, raising their long guns and brandishing their swords. Bai Jing sneered, looking at the runny-nosed world noble with utter disgust. "Didn't your mother tell you to look in a mirror? Why are you still like a 3-year-old child? Looking as foolish as you do, with snot still running, you arrogant world noble fool, dare to look down on others, thinking yourself superior. If you don't die today, I'll take your surname." Before the words were finished, Bai Jing transformed into lightning. The electric flash darted around all the black-clad attackers and appeared before that world noble. His large hand pressed against the air barrier. Flames surged in his palm, and in that instant the temperature of the barrier rose sharply, leaving a red mark on the world noble's shoulder. Pure burn marks. His left fist slammed into the world noble's stomach. The flames consumed all his clothing. This punch Bai Jing delivered with all his strength, without reservation. The world noble was blasted away, vomiting blood and bile. The two world nobles beside him panicked. Seeing Bai Jing's ferocity, they threatened again. "You lowborn scum, do you know what you've hit? We are noble world nobles while you are merely a native. Kneel now and apologize properly, and we may let you keep your body intact. Otherwise, your entire family and all those connected to you will die without proper burial, fed to dogs. Can you hear me? Are you deaf? Cease your actions now." The two saw Bai Jing, truly panicked, yet their sense of superiority remained. In their eyes, aside from world nobles, everyone else was but a native. At that moment, all the black agents arrived. Their eyes narrowed as they said, "Logia-type devil fruit." Covering themselves in haki, they surged forward, attacking Bai Jing, attempting to overwhelm Bai Jing with numbers. Meanwhile, guards on the other side used transponder snails to contact the Navy headquarters. "Hurry here. A world noble has been harmed, or you will all suffer the consequences." Guards surrounding the area were being rapidly mobilized. They loaded sea-stone bullets and fired in unison at Bai Jing, while those wielding long swords also charged. Hundreds of people surrounded the entire auction house, making it impossible to escape. Bai Jing's actions had thrown the auction into chaos. Other nobles fled outward, daring not to stay. The scene became chaotic while the auctioneer hid under the stage, trembling, watching the audacious Bai Jing above. "How dare he? These are world nobles." The auctioneer stuttered, filled with fear. The beautiful mermaid in the fish tank still looked extremely panicked, But as she looked at Bai Jing, an indescribable emotion emerged. In her eyes, this man was her savior come to rescue her. These seastone bullets passed through Bai Jing's body one after another. His body elementalized again. He had not eaten a devil fruit, so seastone and seawater had no effect on him. Moreover, his ability allowed him to become elemental. Only Haki could restrain Logia-type powers. Otherwise, nothing could limit him. This was Bai Jing's extraordinary advantage. His face remained cold as he murmured, "Release electricity, 80 million volts." Countless lightnings surged, endless blue electrical light crackling in the air. High voltage exploded throughout the atmosphere, thunder echoes ringing out. All the hundreds of agents on the field lost consciousness the instant they touched the high-voltage lightning, electrocuted to death. This was the dominance of high-voltage electricity, though Bai Jing deliberately held back some power. The 3 bolts of lightning did not strike the 3 world nobles. All the agents and guards on the field had been dealt with by Bai Jing, leaving only the 3 powerless world nobles. The auctioneer hiding under the stage, Bai Jing, did not say much, simply sending a bolt of lightning from his hand, electrocuting him unconscious as well. The runny-nosed world noble, having been blasted away, struggled to his feet. His voice was naive and shrill, his eyes filled with fear. "You're dead. You're finished. How dare you oppose my world noble status? The Navy will arrive soon. Do you realize what great trouble you have caused? I will tear you apart, tear you to pieces." By the end, he was nearly roaring. The other 2 world nobles were also continuously retreating, while Bai Jing steadily approached them. The world noble wearing sunglasses and the female world noble threatened again. "Right now, if you commit suicide and kneel to apologize, we shall let it pass. Spare your family and friends, otherwise they must surely die, and everyone in your home will be treated as slaves, tortured to death. Do you understand the consequences? Surrender immediately. Fool, you stand on the brink of death and still refuse to repent. Do you know how many lives have been lost under your celestial dragon's cruel rule? How many have perished pointlessly because of your so-called noble status? If the Golden Emperor were present now, he would surely torture these 3 to death." Bai Jing knew that the Marines would dispatch at least 1 admiral to respond. Since these were celestial dragons, an admiral would inevitably come whenever they faced danger. Regardless of who came, he remained unfazed. But the 3 scum before him, he was determined to kill. He stepped forward, calmly planted his feet, and vanished from the spot in an instant. His massive hand seized the glass domes surrounding the other 2 celestial dragons and crushed them to shards. With his left and right hands, he lifted them both into the air. Flames erupted from both palms, incinerating all their garments until nothing remained, not even a single hair on their bodies. The sniveling celestial dragon was grabbed by Bai Jing and thrown onto the ground. The 3 now lay exposed and helpless like lambs awaiting slaughter. The female celestial dragon screamed in terror, frantically covering herself. Bai Jing's eyes remained as cold and still as a deep well. To deal with scum, one must use the methods of scum. He spoke indifferently. "Do you not all enjoy branding the celestial dragon's mark onto others? Very well. Today I shall return the favor in kind. You shall taste this very suffering yourselves." He unfastened the trident from his back. 50 million volts of lightning coursed through the trident, generating intense heat that scorched the prongs until they glowed white hot. Raging flames engulfed his left arm as he pressed the trident against the inferno, heating it further. When the metal grew so hot it threatened to melt even gold, Bai Jing finally withdrew his hand with satisfaction. Only then did genuine terror seize the 3 as they understood Bai Jing's intention, to brand them with the trident's mark just as they had branded their own slaves. They scrambled backward, hands braced against the floor, their faces twisted in absolute dread, too terrified to even scream. Once they had retreated sufficiently, 3 electric chains formed from lightning surged from Bai Jing's palm. The chains wrapped around their necks and yanked them forward with brutal force. A mocking sneer crossed his face. "Don't you all love making others serve as your dogs? Don't you revel in dragging ropes around others' necks and trampling them beneath your feet? Yet now the tables have turned and you're trembling with fear. We beg you, spare us. We were wrong. Whatever you desire, we'll give it to you. We are celestial dragons, the most exalted beings. We'll give you anything," they shrieked. Tears streamed down their faces, snot ran freely, and a pool of urine had formed beneath them on the ground. Bai Jing's sneer deepened. "Ha, celestial dragons. Is that all you are? I had thought you had more courage." With that, Bai Jing dragged each of them forward one by one. The searing hot trident pressed first against the sniveling celestial dragon, branding him mercilessly. The intense heat carved crimson welts into his flesh, searing deep enough to penetrate bone and sinew. The scorched meat released a foul aroma as it sizzled violently. Sizzle. "Oh." The celestial dragon screamed in agony before collapsing unconscious. The other 2 watched in sheer horror, on the verge of fainting themselves. Yet the electric shock around their necks forced them to remain painfully conscious. Bai Jing reheated the trident until it returned to its initial burning temperature. He branded the trident mark onto both of them in succession, the sound of searing flesh echoing through the air. When he finished, all three collapsed unconscious, the enormous trident sigil now carved into their backs. Thinking of how the celestial dragons had treated others, he still felt unsatisfied. But as he prepared to continue his observation, he detected that the Marines had already surrounded the entire auction house. The naval force numbered over 10,000 and was still growing. Bai Jing had no choice but to cease his actions, though sparing these three unconscious celestial dragons was out of the question. He increased the electric current through the restraints, jolting them back to consciousness. As they awoke, Bai Jing leaned down, his expression completely detached. The trident's point sliced through three necks in swift motion. Their severed heads tumbled to the ground, dead beyond any doubt, their eyes frozen in utter terror, even in death. Having finished, Bai Jing turned away and used flames to burn off the blood from his trident. The blood of such scum disgusted him. The mere sight of these three filled him with revulsion. Not everything is so black and white. Some celestial dragons are decent people, but most are despicable scum, like these, worthy of no pity. He thought of how they had treated other slaves and how they had wronged Stella, the Golden Emperor's companion, who would be introduced later. He thought of how they had treated the tyrant bears. Every atrocity committed by the celestial dragons flashed before his eyes. Was it not absurd to consider sparing them? The mermaid trapped in the fish tank had witnessed everything. The ferocity Bai Jing displayed and the brutality he had just committed. Despite her terror of the auction, she felt absolutely no fear toward Bai Jing's actions. Instead, a smile spread across her face as she stared directly at him. Gratefully, she spoke boldly. "Sir, please take me with you. I will repay you handsomely, even if it means serving you as your lowest servant. As long as you don't leave me here, I beg you, sir." Bai Jing had intended to take her along, though certainly not because of her beauty. Certainly not. It's not what you're thinking. Really not. But the surroundings were already surrounded by countless Marines, and he could sense an admiral was en route. This admiral was none other than Kizaru, known as Luffy's dear uncle and the Navy's greatest actor. Escaping should pose no problem for him, but facing an admiral like Kizaru would still be challenging. Confronting him now would be difficult. Moreover, having killed 3 celestial dragons, they would never let it go and would hunt him to his death. Therefore, bringing along such a mermaid burden offered nothing but risk. He hesitated. Leaving a woman here, he did not know what terrible fate awaited her. Because he had killed celestial dragons, she would certainly not survive either. Bai Jing's compassion began to stir, though he remained conflicted. The woman seemed to read his concerns and spoke. "I am also a devil fruit user. My fruit is quite special. Take me with you. I won't be a burden to you." Bai Jing heard this and naturally understood the mermaid's meaning. She was afraid he would abandon her. He let out a slow sigh, realizing that if she needed help, he had no choice but to assist. Whether her words were true or not, she had already spoken so earnestly, and the longing for life in her eyes could not be faked. He might as well see it through and do a good deed to the end. He stepped forward, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the sight of such a large fish tank, not knowing where to begin. The water inside was clear, which was why the mermaid could remain within it. The mermaid girl seemed to notice Bai Jing's difficulty and took the initiative to leap out of the fish tank. Seeing her jump down on her own, Bai Jing quickly extended both hands and caught her steadily. The mermaid girl happened to land in Wang Xuanji's embrace. One hand supported her lower fish-like body, while the other rested on her back. The right hand felt a delicate, cool, and soft touch. Her upper body, when touched, was as smooth as silk, moist and sleek, giving Bai Jing a peculiar sensation and stirring wonder in his heart. A flush of crimson flashed across the mermaid girl's face, spreading all the way to the roots of her ears. Embarrassed to meet Bai Jing's gaze, she took the initiative to speak. "I am indeed a devil fruit user. My devil fruit ability can attach itself to others. It can triple the combat power of others, and during battle grant a 5-second invincible state at any time. This invincible state is impervious to blades, guns, fire, and water. Even if you are a devil fruit user, even sea prism stone is useless against you. It can withstand fatal damage." Hearing this, Bai Jing looked at the mermaid girl in his arms in astonishment. Such a monstrous ability, and a support-type devil fruit at that. To her it was of little value, but to others it was overwhelmingly powerful. The mermaid girl had the courage to speak only because she trusted Bai Jing. Otherwise, if others learned of her ability, they would have forcibly confined her long ago. That was exactly why she was terrified at the thought of being bought by someone. The number of Marines around was still steadily increasing, while Huang Yuan walked step by step into the auction hall, his face still wearing that casual, indifferent expression. He had short black hair with a slight natural curl. He wore a pair of sunglasses, and a ring of stubble covered his face. His build was tall and lean, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, with a purple tie, a dark green shirt, and white leather shoes. He walked further inside. The beautiful girl took the initiative to speak. "My name is Hua Jin." From her body, faint blue specks of light emanated, gradually flowing into Bai Jing's body. She vanished from Bai Jing's embrace, and Bai Jing marveled at such a magical sight. Meanwhile, in a certain part of his body, a miniature version of Hua Jin appeared. Her voice echoed in Bai Jing's mind. This fruit of mine can provide others with a triple amplification. The duration depends on how long I can sustain it. In other words, it depends on the amount of damage you take. If the damage is too high and exceeds what I can bear, the duration will naturally come to an end. If not, it can last indefinitely. Then within Bai Jing's mind, Hua Jin's phantom appeared, and beside, it was a miniature figure of Bai Jing himself. It was worth mentioning that in this place, resembling a soul space, the two were completely bare to each other. No adornment whatsoever. Neither wore anything at all. This made Bai Jing's old face flush involuntarily. He could clearly see two peach blossom spots on the distant high peaks. And those peaks rose and fell with magnificent undulation. Her lower body was still in the form of a mermaid, so there was nothing to see there. It must be said that the mermaid girl had great courage to go through with all this. It was also her first time using this fruit's ability on a strange man. Before this, she had never used it on anyone. But when his gaze fell upon the three headless corpses lying at the edge of the arena, his pupils suddenly constricted and his calm demeanor vanished. He turned to look at Bai Jing, who stood alone, and his face darkened. Do you realize how enormous a disaster you have caused? These are celestial dragons. How dare you kill them? Huang Yuan's body transformed into a golden flash and vanished from his spot. His massive foot aimed at Bai Jing's head, intending to send him flying with a single kick. At this moment, Bai Jing, empowered by a threefold boost in combat power, was not too inferior to Huang Yuan. He swung the golden trident in his hand, covered in armament haki, and met Huang Yuan's kick. Because Huang Yuan's physical techniques were stronger than his, Bai Jing was forced back dozens of steps on the auction platform before he could stabilize himself. His expression turned serious, and he said, "Indeed, the gap between me and an admiral is still enormous. Even with a triple amplification, whether in physical technique or attacking power, I was still pushed back more than a dozen steps by that kick." Huh. Huang Yuan let out a soft exclamation, as if he hadn't expected Bai Jing to still have strength left after that kick. He had not held back in the slightest. His body glowed again, and a yellow flash appeared behind Bai Jing. Another kick came down, aimed directly at the top of Bai Jing's head. This time Bai Jing neither dodged nor avoided. Armament haki surged over both his hands, and he abruptly raised them above his head to block the kick. The force of that kick was tremendous, driving Bai Jing deep into the auction arena floor, sinking him fully 10 zhang into the ground. Meanwhile, in the soul space, Hua Jin also felt the impact of that kick. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly with a trace of discomfort. The force of the kick was transferred to her, as well, bringing some pain. However, it was still within her endurance. Despite knowing this, Bai Jing couldn't help feeling pity for her. This fruit was indeed beneficial to others, but utterly harmful to its user. When assisting others, she had to bear such pain herself. He said softly, "I'm sorry for your trouble." Slowly, a strange expression appeared on his face. "Since we've had direct contact, I'll take the glint fruit ability." His expression was serious. His whole body began to glow with light. The yellow flash vanished from where he stood and reappeared elsewhere. Not only that, after flashing to another spot, his entire body transformed into yellow light, once more vanishing from the venue and shooting outside. Within a single second, Bai Jing had accomplished it. The whole act was fluid and seamless without the slightest hesitation. Huang Yuan saw that Bai Jing actually possessed the glint fruit ability as well. His regard for Bai Jing grew increasingly high, and any hint of contempt in his eyes was long gone. Outside, the area had long been surrounded by a host of Navy soldiers, completely sealed off. Layer upon layer of them had set up cannons and firearms. Each one stood ready, waiting in place like a spider in its web for Bai Jing to come out. Huang Yuan immediately gave chase from inside. His entire body transformed into a beam of light, appearing behind Bai Jing and pursuing relentlessly. Seeing this, Bai Jing pushed his body to the utmost limit, also wielding his devil fruit power to its peak. The flash, he became darted back and forth before materializing outside the venue. Only then did he slowly come to a halt, and at that moment Huang Yuan also chased out from behind him. The Navy soldiers around him all stared at Bai Jing with great trepidation. Clearly they all recognized this supernova pirate before them. He was a newcomer from the East Blue, and as just a rookie, he already had a bounty of 300 million. This time he had killed 3 world nobles and intercepted the slaves the celestial dragons intended to auction. His bounty would likely skyrocket, and he would be pursued by the Navy government and hunted by CP0. Huang Yuan gathered yellow light in his hand, condensing it into a blade of light, and slashed toward Bai Jing. Moreover, his movement speed became even swifter, twice as fast as before. This time he was truly serious. He intended to kill Bai Jing. His murderous intent had been aroused. At that moment, seeing Huang Yuan charging at him again from behind, and the Navy soldiers gradually pressing in from all sides, Bai Jing found himself surrounded so densely that there was no escape. His expression darkened. If he wanted to escape for good, he had to shake off Huang Yuan's pursuit. Bai Jing's mind was clear, and a countermeasure immediately came to him. In his right hand, lightning radiance spread. The glint fruit power also gathered above. Upon this golden trident converged three forces: flame, light, and thunder. Armament haki enveloped the trident as it met Huang Yuan's sword head-on. This desperate resistance exploded together with the three forces contained in the golden trident. The light sword was blasted by the power of Bai Jing's golden trident, dissolving into specks of light and vanishing. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan was forced back a step by this strike, while Bai Jing staggered back 10 steps. Although this exchange left him at a disadvantage, the combination of the three forces had shattered the light sword. Bai Jing's mind once again formed a new strategy. The Navy soldiers around them surged forward in endless waves. The roar of cannons and gunfire rang out without cease. Bullets without number, some made of sea stone, some not, were all fired at Bai Jing. Bai Jing suddenly released boundless lightning radiance, annihilating all those cannonballs and bullets. But the Navy soldiers surged forward and swiftly slashed at his back. But Bai Jing, already in his elemental form, how could he be cut down by that blade? A fierce glint flashed across his eyes. The lightning in his hand pierced into the body of the Navy soldier, who had slashed at him, completely destroying his bodily functions. The soldier fell straight to the ground. At this moment, another round of gunfire erupted once more, the endless bullets blasting toward Bai Jing. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan was above in the sky, charging a devastating attack. Bai Jing said irritably, "Isn't this endless, huh?" With his hands held, as if embracing something, a golden flash was brewing between them. He murmured, "Yada mirror." In his hand, a mirror-like light was concentrated, then shot out as beams that refracted and rebounded towards surrounding targets, thereby forming a track of light through which one could move at light speed. Relying on this flash, he moved swiftly, several times faster than before. Seeing Bai Jing employ the Yada mirror up above, Huang Yuan exclaimed in shock, "Isn't that my technique?" "What? How does this kid know it?" By then he had finished charging his trump card, and the Navy cannons were roaring. He formed a circle with his thumbs and index fingers, crossed his hands, and spoke, "Yasakani Magatama." After photonizing and flying into the air, he fired countless dazzling light projectiles at the target, a wide-range attack technique. Just as Bai Jing flew up into the sky, Huang Yuan's killing move arrived. Startled, Bai Jing hastily assumed a defensive stance, and a slow light appeared in his hands. With his hands holding an empty sphere, countless rays of slow light shot out from within it, forming a massive barrier that gradually slowed down the incoming light projectiles. Though they had moved at the speed of photons, they now crawled through the air like snails. Below, the Navy soldiers once again adjusted their cannons and firearms, aiming at Bai Jing and opening fire. At this moment, boundless haki abruptly gathered in Bai Jing's eyes. A powerful golden ripple with him at the center radiated outward through the air. This golden conqueror's haki caused the weak-willed Navy soldiers to lose consciousness all at once and collapse to the ground. Of the tens of thousands of Marines present, fewer than 1 in 10 remained standing. They were knocked unconscious by the conqueror's haki. The remaining 1,000 or so held officer ranks, and thus had stronger wills. Bai Jing, imitating Huang Yuan's gesture, touched his thumbs and index fingers together and crossed his hands. From within the ring, infinite specks of light flickered. They shot out from his hands toward the unconscious Marines below, as well as the light projectiles that were about to strike him. Yasakani Magatama. Countless light specks scattered from his hands, blasting one group after another of the still unconscious Marines below, leaving them of unknown life or death. Meanwhile, the light projectiles above were blocked one by one, and the surplus ones flew toward Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan transformed into light, and the projectiles passed harmlessly through his body. But none of them could harm him. This was the overwhelming might of a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. What's more, the clash between two Logia ability users was truly spectacular. At this time, AIC Lei Li and Xia Qi seemed to have noticed the commotion at the auction house and began watching from the shadows. Upon discovering it was Bai Jing, AIC prepared to rush out and also planned to call Xiao Aozi to come support. Bai Jing sensed AIC lurking in the shadows and grew anxious. Using the power of the rumble fruit, he gathered thunderous sound into a voice and sent it to AIC's ear. "Don't come to help me. I have my own ways. Now you and Xiao Aozi go prepare a huge pirate ship that has already been coated with a membrane. We'll dive into the undersea world. The target is the New World. Head for the New World. Remember to stock up on plenty of food and drinks. These mere Navy soldiers can't do anything to me." AIC heard Bai Jing's transmission. Though he had no idea how Bai Jing could transmit his voice through the void, he still followed his instructions. He had just seen that Bai Jing's Devil Fruit ability had gained another power. Since that was the case, he would trust him completely, placing his faith in his partner. During this journey, Bai Jing had killed countless people, and the 9 abyss chi had now gathered in substantial amount, enough for him to stay 3 days in the Yellow Spring world. Therefore, when the time came, he could enter the Yellow Spring world to resurrect the one he wished to bring back. Just as Rayleigh hesitated over whether he should step forward to help Ace, exchanged a few words with him, and then departed. Rayleigh cast one deep look at Bai Jing before leaving, as well leaving Bai Jing to contend with Kizaru and the countless Marines. Although Bai Jing had killed many Marines and rendered most of them combat ineffective, Marines were still pouring in without end. Because the lives of the celestial dragons were too important, the Marines protected them at all times, and if a celestial dragon so wished, the Marines could dispatch admirals to protect them. This could be considered a dereliction of duty on the Marines' part, allowing 3 celestial dragons to be so easily killed by Bai Jing. Kizaru's expression was not pleasant. He realized that his glint fruit ability had actually been flawlessly copied by this kid before him. Moreover, Bai Jing also possessed the powers of other devil fruits. Such a troublesome opponent. This was definitely the first time Kizaru had faced such a difficult situation since becoming an admiral. Even during the Paramount War, acting had never been this exhausting. Bai Jing was genuinely tough to handle. Around them, the number of Marines had quietly increased once again. The Marines had begun to gradually surround the entire Sabati archipelago, preventing Bai Jing from escaping, while reinforcements continued to stream in. Because his physical combat skills were not yet very strong, he was still a notch below Kizaru, even though his combat power was currently being amplified threefold. But he still had a way. Kizaru then began to take matters truly seriously, pushing his speed to the extreme. The entire sky was filled with golden flashes of light. His hands loosely grasped the air and spread apart as he called out, "Lightly, sword of the heavenly clouds." He condensed photons in his hands, forming a sword of light as a weapon to attack his target. Kizaru's light sword was surprisingly coated with haki as well. His hands were also clad in armament haki as he unleashed his signature move, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. Although Bai Jing's observation haki allowed him to predict Kizaru's next move, Kizaru was after all an admiral, and Bai Jing's strength was still somewhat lacking. In terms of physical combat and devil fruit development, the glint fruit, the flame fruit, and the slow fruit had all been acquired only recently, and were not yet well developed. He still needed time. The fruit he had developed best was the rumble fruit, because it was his first devil fruit ability. Thus Bai Jing went completely all out while Marines from all directions continued to arrive. From his eyes, he once again released Conqueror's haki, and golden ripples surged through the surroundings. The Marines who could not withstand the Conqueror's haki fell unconscious, while those who endured it felt their legs give way and sank to the ground. Bai Jing looked solemnly at Kizaru charging toward him and bellowed, "Let's see which is stronger, your light or my lightning. If there truly is a god in this world, then it must be me, the Thunder God. 200 million volts, Thunder God." This was Enel's ultimate technique, releasing every bit of the 200 million volts of lightning within his body and wrapping himself completely in the released lightning. He used it to transform into a giant thunder god, and its offensive might was not to be underestimated. Bai Jing had precisely drawn on this method, releasing all the lightning stored within his body. It wrapped around him in layers. His small and slender frame suddenly became towering and imposing as lightning turned into muscles and enclosed his whole body. Several meters tall and 3 to 4 meters wide, Bai Jing's current form was incomparably larger than Kizaru's. In this state, Bai Jing's power was at its peak. Let me see if my own strength can stand against a Marine admiral. He activated the ability of the Rampage fruit. At that moment, his lightning burst forth wildly, doubling his size once more. The boundless lightning plunged the entire area around the auction house into a sea of thunder. The lightning he released inadvertently electrocuted all the Marines, knocking them to the ground alive or dead. His hair stood on end, and his supremely mighty form was like a true god of thunder in the heavens. His physical combat, defense, attack power, agility, speed, and tenacity had all multiplied by an unknown factor at that moment. This was the boost from the Rampage fruit, the Mermaid Girl's support fruit, and the Thunder God form combined. At this moment, Bai Jing could be described as invincible. When gods fight, mortals suffer. The Marines had nearly all been wiped out. Kizaru's photonic form paused in midair, affected by the lightning. He covered his entire body in armament haki, but the lightning was simply too fierce. Even when he converted his body into photons, it was hard to resist. His speed began to slow, and Bai Jing seized exactly that opportunity. Bai Jing leaped abruptly. In less than a breath, his figure turned into a great bolt of lightning and vanished from the spot. This speed was even faster than Kizaru's glint fruit. A giant fist smashed down, and Kizaru hastily blocked. Kizaru's light sword once again met Bai Jing's thunderous heavy punch. The giant fist was covered in endless lightning. At the instant it collided with the light sword, a thunder dragon blasted out from within. The violent lightning sent Kizaru's body flying heavily into the auction house. Stones collapsed all around. But Bai Jing had no intention of ending the battle so easily. His whole body once again turned into a bolt of lightning and vanished from where he stood, while violent purple lightning plunged the entire area for 100 li into a sea of thunder. At that moment, wind and rain raged over the Sabaody archipelago. Marine headquarters had sent out another admiral who was rushing over. As Kizaru rose from the rubble and prepared to attack Bai Jing again, Bai Jing was already right in front of him. He gave Kizaru not the slightest chance. The giant fist came crashing down, fist shadows flew faster and faster, and endless thunderbolts fell from the sky. Pillars of lightning were as thick as water buckets. With every punch, Bai Jing threw a pillar of lightning followed. However many punches he landed, that many lightning pillars came crashing down. The boundless lightning numbed Kizaru's body, even though he was a Logia user. This was the overwhelming power of the Rumble fruit. This was the might of Bai Jing in his Thunder God form. Kizaru could only defend passively. He had no chance to counterattack at all. Even blocking was difficult. Bai Jing pinned him in the rubble and kept hammering him relentlessly. Punch after punch, each one struck flesh. The ground was pounded into a huge crater with a 10-meter radius carved out by sheer force. But Kizaru was worthy of the name Marine Admiral. Even after being beaten until he vomited blood, he still stubbornly defended. Kizaru was completely passive and his condition began to deteriorate. Under 200 million volts of high-voltage electricity, he was helpless. At that moment, a Marine Admiral was being suppressed by Bai Jing. The Marines arriving from all around looked as though they had seen a ghost. Since when had admirals become this weak? Bai Jing's fists blurred with increasing speed. Each fist was cloaked in armament hockey wreathed in lightning, engulfed in flames, and shrouded in blinding light. The combined might of the three elemental devil fruits began to beat Kizaru's aura into decline. With these three overwhelming devil fruits, supplemented by Conqueror's hockey observation hockey and armament hockey, everything converged into a devastating onslaught. Even a Marine Admiral could not withstand such an assault. Kizaru's entire body was blasted apart into countless photons. Seizing a brief opening, those photons hastily flashed aside and coalesced into Kizaru's silhouette. At this moment, Kizaru hardly retained any of his former bearing. His clothes were ragged and the marine coat behind his back had long been blasted into shreds. His upper body was bare, his face was bruised and swollen, and traces of blood lingered at the corners of his mouth. Bai Jing silently said to himself, "Luffy, sorry for beating your own uncle into such a state. But there's no helping it. This is battle." Of course, this was merely Bai Jing's private amusement. He grew more and more excited because his present strength was enough to fight evenly with a Marine Admiral. What did that mean? It meant he now stood at the very pinnacle of this world. A Marine Admiral was one of the few dozen most powerful people in this pirate world. It might also be because Kizaru was getting old and was no longer at his peak. But an admiral was an admiral, and he still possessed the glint fruit. Bai Jing always felt that Kizaru was a member of the Revolutionary Army, surely a mole planted in the Marines. So there was still some genuine power within him that he had not revealed. For instance, the awakening of the Rumble fruit, the Thunder God's domain, had not yet been used. These were trump cards held in reserve, and now Kizaru had been reduced to such a state by Bai Jing's hand. But whose fault was it that they stood on opposite sides? There was no way he could stop now. Stopping was utterly out of the question. Because he had killed celestial dragons, the Marines would inevitably throw everything they had into hunting him down. For now, all he had to do was wait for Ace to find a pirate ship and for Little Oars Jr. to board it ready to set off with Bai Jing. Once they entered the new world and dived into the deep sea, the Marines would find it very hard to catch them. As for whether his bounty would rise afterward, that was none of Bai Jing's concern. The higher the bounty, the more excited Bai Jing became. Kizaru had already lost at least half of his combat strength. His body could no longer withstand that 200 million volt lightning. The horrifying lightning was ravaging his body, and his condition was deteriorating bit by bit. Seeing that the area had been mostly swept clean, and that Kizaru's condition was declining, his presence wilting, Bai Jing transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanished from the spot, and fled into the distance. Kizaru had the will to pursue, but not the strength. Enduring a brutal beating from Bai Jing in his Thunder God form was no easy matter, not to mention those three devil fruit powers. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and slumped to the ground, panting heavily. He had been forcing himself to hold on all along, but the 200 million volt lightning was simply too much to bear. This Thunder God form was far too terrifying. Yet he felt neither sorrow nor frustration. Instead, he chuckled softly, I'm old now. A few hits and I can't go on anymore. That kid is truly a freak. Whatever. They were celestial dragons anyway. If they died, they died. He began healing himself on the spot. Among the Marines lying around him, some managed to get back up, while others would never rise again. Not everyone could withstand such high voltage current, even if it was only a mere few tens of millions of volts. If it had been 200 million volt current, not a single Marine present would have been able to stand. A little over 10 minutes after Bai Jing fled, Fujitora hurried over at the sound of the commotion. Seeing Kizaru sitting on the ground, he asked what happened. Where did the man go? Kizaru said casually. He got away. That kid is an absolute monster. He has 3 devil fruit abilities and can even copy other people's abilities. He copied my glint fruit too. If you're going to chase him, hurry up, otherwise he'll really slip away. Fujitora nodded after hearing this, though his eyes could not see. Still, he began to pursue step by step. Relying on observation, Haki reading the path was a simple matter. Meanwhile, Bai Jing had already arrived at the edge of the Sabeti archipelago. Ace and Little Oars Jr. had boarded a massive pirate ship that had already been coated, and it was personally procured by Dark King Rayleigh. Seeing the others ready, Bai Jing immediately leapt up and boarded the ship. Ace, Little Oars Jr. and Dark King Rayleigh were all rather curious to see Bai Jing still in his Thunder God state. The effect of the berserk fruit was about to wear off, and he would be cast into a 3-day period of weakness. Thus, getting onto the pirate ship early and making their way into the deep sea was the safer choice. Little Oars Jr., however, was not a devil fruit user. If something went wrong and they came into contact with seawater, he would still be able to protect himself. The 3 exchanged glances, weighed anchor, and prepared to dive into the deep sea for Fishman Island. Dark King Rayleigh looked at them, waved, and said with a smile, "When you see Straw Hat, take a look at how his training is coming along for me. Also, you freakish boy, if you ever run into Luffy, remember not to beat him within an inch of his life. Hold back a little." He said this jokingly to Bai Jing, who simply offered a smile in return. The 3 waved, and the pirate ship slowly sank beneath the sea. When it had sunk about 1/3 of the way, Fujitora arrived post-haste. Just as the ship was beginning to descend, he hurriedly drew his sword, bringing down a meteorite from the sky in an attempt to destroy the pirate ship. When Bai Jing saw that the pursuer was actually Fujitora, his mind began to stir with new schemes. He was also interested in the gravity fruit. Since his Thunder God state was still active, he tapped into the rumble fruit's power, turning himself into a flash of lightning. With the added boost of the glint fruit, his speed doubled once more. Before Fujitora could react, Bai Jing was already beside him, and a ferocious punch smashed out. The huge fist, crackling with lightning, slammed into him and sent Fujitora staggering back several steps. A faint smile curled at the corner of Bai Jing's mouth. After doing all this, he retreated. At that time, the meteorite was just beginning to fall, and the pirate ship had already fully submerged beneath the sea. Bai Jing leapt down, dove into the sea, and entered the pirate ship. Meanwhile, the meteorite, hundreds of zhang in width, was still slowly falling. Just as it was about to touch the seawater, Bai Jing snapped the fingers of his right hand, releasing the gravity fruit's power. Using anti-gravity, he sent the meteorite back into the sky. It was all to no avail. The marines around began to surround the Sabeti archipelago, but the men they sought had already escaped, and with Dark King Rayleigh helping them, what could the marines possibly do? Fujitora's expression was solemn. That brat had just sent him flying with a single punch, and he could even control gravity. He glanced at Dark King Rayleigh in the distance, merely nodded, said nothing, and turned away. Since the man had already escaped and could not be caught, he might as well head back early. He had no liking for the celestial dragons either. Over 100,000 marines had come away empty-handed, and more than a dozen marine warships had also found nothing. This operation was a complete disaster for the marines. Moreover, 3 celestial dragons had been decapitated, a disgrace that called for death. It was hard to imagine the upheaval that would follow, for celestial dragons had truly died. In the past few decades, there had been no pirate who took the initiative to kill a celestial dragon. This was the first case. And it happened right before the marines' eyes. Even under their protection, the celestial dragons were killed. At this moment, the pirate ship was diving into the boundless deep sea, and the light gradually began to dim. Around them, a few other pirate ships could be seen sinking alongside. Moreover, his entire body felt weak. Even moving was difficult, and his muscles ached. Ace and Little Oars Jr. looked at him with concern. "Are you all right? You really managed to fight Kizaru, to battle an admiral, and still escape. Just how strong have you become?" Bai Jing forced a bitter smile. "Only luck. This is a side effect of the devil fruit ability. For these 3 days I'll be in a weakened state, so I'll have to entrust the sailing to you." After finishing, he felt it was hard even to speak another word. He never imagined that the after effect of the berserk fruit would be this severe. The 2 nodded, steering the helm as they made their way toward Mermaid Island. Within Bai Jing's mind, in a space akin to his soul, the mermaid girl Hua Jin, though not severely injured herself, continued channeling the power of her auxiliary fruit through him. She bore so much pain, yet never broke from this auxiliary state. After all, if she released it, Bai Jing's resilience and resistance would drop by 3 times. This continuity served his recovery well, so it persisted unbroken. An hour later, Bai Jing seemed to have regained some strength, enough to speak haltingly and push himself upright. He suddenly recalled how Enel once used his rumble fruit's lightning to stimulate his heart and restore his body's functions. If Enel could heal his own wounds through another method with the Rumble Rumble fruit, couldn't Bai Jing attempt the same? Deciding to act on this impulse immediately, he whispered, electrotherapy. By channeling electrical energy to massage his own heart, he hoped to jolt his stopped heart back into beating. He followed through sending electrical pulses through his heart to force it to beat again. His blood began circulating faster as his body's functions restored, while the lightning discharged stagnant blood from within him and accelerated his metabolism. The relief was instantaneous. His aftereffects receded at a visible rate. Within merely 3 hours, Bai Jing had fully recovered and could activate his berserk fruit once more. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "This Rumble Rumble fruit is monstrously powerful. No wonder they call it the fruit of a god." Indeed, the addition of God spoke volumes. He wondered just how formidable Luffy's Gomu Gomu no Mi, the sun god Nika form, truly was. I'll have to find a way to connect with that someday and see what I can learn from it. At present, Bai Jing commanded 7 distinct devil fruits. The Flame Flame fruit, Rumble Rumble fruit, Sparkle Sparkle fruit, Slow Slow fruit, Berserk fruit, Gravity Gravity fruit, and Underworld fruit, each granting him an extraordinary array of abilities. It was nothing short of monstrous. Each of his 7 powers was formidable in its own right. Having fully recovered, Bai Jing turned to address the 2 of them. "Where's my room? I'll go in and rest first." The 2 nodded and pointed toward a location. "All the rooms are vacant. Pick whichever you like." Witnessing Bai Jing's complete recovery in merely 3 hours only deepened their awe at his monstrous abilities. His recovery speed and overall power were simply too bizarre. Had Bai Jing not been such an obvious newcomer, Ace might have mistaken him for a Yonko playing the fool. Within his consciousness, a miniature version of Bai Jing and a miniature Hua Jin gazed at each other. The miniature Bai Jing, his very consciousness, spoke slowly. "I've already fully recovered now. You don't need to maintain this state anymore. You can step back out. This is my room. No one can see you here. On this pirate ship, there's also an aquarium. We're heading into the deep sea now, where I can return you to the mermaid world." The miniature Hua Jin nodded shyly, and then the tiny figure vanished entirely from within Bai Jing's consciousness. From Bai Jing's body, a pale blue light gradually separated and materialized opposite him into the silhouette of a mermaid, eventually coalescing into the form of Hua Jin. Her complexion showed a touch of paleness, indicating the battle had taken its toll on her as well. Fortunately, since Bai Jing's injuries weren't severe, the impact on her was correspondingly lighter. Because she lacked legs, mermaids only developed them naturally after turning 30. At her current age, she couldn't stand unaided, and a stumble sent her crashing onto the floor. Bai Jing swiftly gathered her into his arms and carried her to his bed, though the room's hidden aquarium behind him offered a more suitable resting place. With no other creatures inside, he decided against placing her on the bed. Being a mermaid, the aquarium would be more fitting. He gently lowered her into the water, and Hua Jin seemed to revive instantly upon contact, her color returning noticeably within the tank. With wide eyes fixed on Bai Jing, she spoke of her lonely origins in the mermaid world, an orphan with no family, uncertain of where she'd even come from. She asked him to let her stay by his side, instead her gaze carrying a quiet plea that revealed her innate wisdom and sensitivity to kindness. She could read his intentions clearly. There was no ill will toward her, not even a hint of corruption, only clarity in his eyes. Bai Jing hesitated, though he wanted to keep Hua Jin close precisely because her devil fruit ability was support-based. The enhancement to himself would be extraordinarily powerful. His berserk fruit already multiplied his combat strength tenfold, and in a state of extreme rage, that multiplier stacked on top of itself. With the auxiliary fruit's threefold boost layered in, the combined effect would reach a terrifying 300 times. As his power continued to grow alongside this almost broken ability, no opponent could hope to defeat him. Torn within himself, he couldn't bear to refuse when he saw the girl's pleading expression, so he nodded despite his reservations. Her face lit up with relief. Upon seeing Bai Jing agree, the girl erupted into joyful celebration, darting back and forth through the small aquarium with barely contained excitement. But she was still in water. Her clothes clung soaked to her body, revealing an unmistakable figure beneath. Bai Jing realized he needed to find her something to wear before anyone else stumbled upon the scene. "You'll have to endure this for a few days," he said apologetically. "What would you like to eat? I'll bring it to you. Given your current state, I can't have you meeting the others yet. Once we reach Mermaid Island, I'll get you proper clothes, then we'll head to the new world. After that, I'll introduce you to Ace and the others." Hua Jin paused, processing his words before glancing down at herself. A blush spread across her cheeks, deepening to her ears. She quickly covered herself with both hands, but nodded anyway. Bai Jing shook his head and smiled. She'd already seen everything during their earlier fruit synergy. There was nothing left to be embarrassed about, yet he found himself asking anyway, "Have you ever used this fruit ability on anyone else before?" Immediately regretting the question, Bai Jing wondered why he'd even asked something so inappropriate. But the mermaid girl didn't hesitate or hide anything. She shook her head with solemn seriousness, looking directly into his eyes, and confirming this was her first time using the ability, and only on him. There's a catch with this fruit. It can only ever bond with one person. Once I use it on someone, I'm bound to them for life. Bai Jing froze stunned. If that was true, leaving her behind would ruin her entirely. A mermaid who'd eaten a devil fruit couldn't survive in the ocean without a bonded partner. The fruit demanded absolute loyalty, just like any other, bonding to one person for life. How could he, Bai Jing, betray that sacred trust? Regret clouded his eyes. I'm sorry, I was hesitating about bringing you along. I should have decided sooner. Please take care of me from now on. For the past few days, Bai Jing had been bringing ample food and fine wine into his room to eat. This puzzled Xiao Aoji and Ace somewhat, but they said nothing. Everyone had their own preferences. Ace and Xiao Aoji stood at the bow, gazing at the pitch-black ocean surrounding them, unable to help but sigh. Since my rebirth, stepping into the new world once more truly fills me with anticipation. Xiao Aoji's enormous frame took up most of the pirate ship's deck. Ace smiled faintly. Back then, when we first entered the new world, we had yet to meet each other, let alone the captain. Now years have slipped by, and yet another journey begins. How thrilling. Xiao Aoji's eyes held a trace of nostalgia as he gently stroked the giant straw hat upon his head woven for him by Ace. I wonder where the captain rests in the world of the dead, he murmured. Ace offered a faint smile. Master Bai Jing will manage that. We need only trust him. Moreover, we should not demand too much. It was Master Bai Jing who resurrected us. We should be grateful for that. What more could we possibly ask for? Luffy, we will see him again soon. Xiao Aoji nodded heavily upon hearing this. He was a man of simple nature, and so did Ace. 3 days later, their pirate ship drew near the Fishman Kingdom. Ace and Xiao Aoji gazed ahead with eager anticipation. This was their second visit. The last time they had come aboard Whitebeard's ship. As the pirate vessel drifted into port and docked, the surrounding scenery gradually revealed itself. This underwater world was extraordinarily bright, nothing like the darkness one might expect from the deep sea. A colossal air dome enveloped the entire area, supplying sufficient oxygen for all to breathe. We have arrived at the Fishman world. Let us restock on whatever supplies we need here, and then set sail for the new world. Bai Jing regarded the Fishman Island with some curiosity. The group anchored their pirate ship and disembarked together. Xiao Aoji's body was far too enormous, risking damage to the streets, so he remained behind on the pirate ship to keep watch. Ace, Bai Jing, and Hua Xin ventured onto the streets to gather provisions. Hua Xin once again transformed into a stream of blue light and entered Bai Jing's body. Numerous merfolk passed by, their gazes fixed upon Ace and Bai Jing with curiosity and friendliness. Since Luffy had saved the Fishman Island these past years, the merfolk, fishmen, and many other sea races had grown considerably warmer toward humans. Yet not all welcomed humans with open arms. After wandering the streets for nearly half a day, they purchased an abundance of food and alcohol and returned to the pirate ship. Then they set out once more, seeking amusement upon the streets. After all, this was a rare opportunity to visit the Fishman Island, and one ought to make the most of it. Bai Jing had a clear objective: the Mermaid Cafe. This was the very place that had left Sanji utterly captivated, that had caused Sanji's nose to bleed profusely. It was a location where Sanji nearly died from blood loss. How could Bai Jing resist visiting it himself? Today the Mermaid Cafe was notably deserted, the interior entirely empty. The primary reason was that most had already departed for the new world, leaving few visitors on the Fishman Island. Moreover, Princess Shirahoshi and the princesses of various kingdoms had all traveled to meet the world nobles for the World Conference, further thinning the population of the island. As the two entered, every mermaid within immediately turned their gaze toward them. Greeted warmly by the hospitable staff, Bai Jing was led inside, while someone guided his hand forward. What would our guests like to order? This is the Mermaid Cafe, and if you wish to watch a mermaid dance, that can certainly be arranged. The beautiful mermaid spoke, subtly pressing Bai Jing's hand against her soft curves. A cotton-soft sensation relaxed Bai Jing's right hand. His expression remained unchanged. They were all adults, there was no need to be coy about such things. After all, this was the world of pirates, not his previous world. The surrounding mermaids eagerly attended to them. As music began to play, mermaids above started singing and dancing, their graceful figures twisting melodiously overhead. Ace, having never experienced such a scene, grew visibly flustered, his cheeks flushing red. Overwhelmed, he retreated to a corner alone, ensuring no mermaid approached him. But Bai Jing was different. He did not resist. Furthermore, nothing improper had occurred. What harm could come of such innocent contact? The two ordered a few cups of coffee to take away. As the dance concluded, the beautiful, alluring mermaids gazed at Bai Jing with affectionate eyes. Bai Jing's youthful appearance and handsome features naturally won their favor. At that moment, within Bai Jing's mind, Hua Xin seemed to flush faintly, let out a cold snort, and turned her face away. She could see everything happening outside with perfect clarity. That cold snort caused Bai Jing to immediately pull himself back from the merriment. He offered an awkward smile. He seemed to understand what these mermaids desired. But then again their lower halves were still fishtails, so he decided against it. Leaving behind a generous amount of belly, the two finally departed. During their outing, Ace had noticed Bai Jing entering a women's clothing store with some surprise. When Bai Jing purchased numerous garments for women, Ace's expression grew exceedingly peculiar. Yet he said nothing. Only after 3 full days of revelry did the two return to the pirate ship, bringing an abundance of food for Xiao Aoji. After helping Hua Jin change into new attire, she was wrapped tightly from head to toe in an oversized loose robe. It was crafted from a special leather material that would not absorb moisture even within the humid Fishman Kingdom aquarium, keeping her comfortable. Bai Jing invited Ace inside, while Xiao Aoji watched from afar with wide-eyed curiosity. Warmly introducing, he said, "This is our new companion Hua Jin. She is also a devil fruit user. Her devil fruit ability is unique. She can assist others, but only one person at a time. She is my friend." Upon seeing Hua Jin, Ace bowed gallantly and greeted her warmly. "Hello." Xiao Aoji did likewise, offering a clumsy greeting. He had never interacted with a girl before. His crew consisted entirely of burly men. Over the following days, everyone grew more acquainted with one another. Then they set sail for the new world, needing only to dive beneath the sea surface to reach their destination. Deep within the ocean, massive sea kings convened in discussion below. "Have you felt that presence? That aura resembled the breath of a deity. I have sensed it as well. On the Fishman Island over these past few days, a divine aura briefly appeared for 3 days before vanishing. Wasn't it said this world has long lost such power? Why has it reappeared? I do not know. Whether this unknown is blessing or curse upon the king remains to be seen." Upon the pirate ship, Bai Jing seemed to catch those voices and gazed downward into the abyss. But it was pitch black down there, he could see nothing. Roger possessed the ability to hear the voice of all things. Luffy shared that same gift. And so did Bai Jing. He had heard every word clearly. Muttering to himself, he whispered, "What god?" The new world was not far off. The pirate ship was about to emerge from the sea. Bai Jing turned his gaze inward and felt that he had gathered enough of his 9 nether chi. It was time to make a journey to the Yellow Springs. "I will descend into the world of Yellow Springs. Just take care of my physical body," he said solemnly to the two of them. Ace and Little Oars nodded heavily. "Rest assured, no one on this pirate ship can steal your body. What happened last time will never occur again." Bai Jing felt at ease as the Yellow Springs fruit awakened once more. Surrounding him, cold ice spread everywhere, and a chilling aura from the Yellow Springs froze the surrounding seawater into ice. The temperature on the pirate ship plummeted suddenly. Guided by the 9 nether chi, his soul began to slowly depart from his physical body. Watching Bai Jing's soul suddenly vanish on the pirate ship, the three were all astonished. This was also Hua Jin's first time witnessing Bai Jing in this state. With wide, curious eyes, she stared at Bai Jing, whose soul had departed, leaving only his physical shell behind. Ace and Little Oars continued to steer the pirate ship toward the new world as they always did. As for who Bai Jing would resurrect this time, they were quite eager to find out. With only 4 people on the pirate ship, it felt a bit too lonely. Guided by the 9 nether chi, Bai Jing crossed the familiar ancient bridge and traversed the endless Yellow Springs, gazing at the distant dense cities. The first city was called Huangquan City, where he had previously found Ace and Little Oars. Since both of them had confirmed that Whitebeard was not in this city, he decided to search for him in the next city. His gaze shifted to the city behind Huangquan City. The 9 nether chi completely concealed his figure, and no one noticed him. He drifted to a city gate behind the Huangquan fortress and looked up at the 3 large characters inscribed above Bu City. Walking slowly into the city alone through the streets, he dispersed his 9 nether chi. He figured it best to conserve his energy, uncertain whether he could locate any acquaintances within these 3 days. The streets of Bu City mirrored those of Huangquan City, with nearly identical layouts for buildings and structures. Countless spirits passed through the streets, each more unfamiliar than the last, none he recognized. During this time, Bai Jing had encountered armored spirits wielding pitch-black batons. The spirits around them instinctively gave way upon seeing these figures. The black batons they carried were likely the soul hunting staves that Ace and Little Oars had mentioned. Their identities became clear. They were the enforcement squad within the city. Though individually weak, their soul-restraining batons were formidable. Have you heard? The 10 strongest in Bu City have already been selected. They now have the privilege of cutting the line, choosing when to reincarnate, whether sooner or later. Delay, eh? Who would want to linger in this godforsaken place? Better to move on to the next life as soon as possible. Nobody would choose to delay. Everyone wants to cut in line and reincarnate early. The quota for reincarnation is extremely scarce. Some have spent decades here without being able to reincarnate, forever stranded in Bu City. There's no helping it. In Bu City, strength is what truly matters. Although everyone here had been a spirit for years, the number of deceased souls was not small. Whispers of discussion filled the air around him. Bai Jing couldn't help but feel curious upon hearing this. What competition? What are the 10 strongest? He continued to listen carefully as those few kept murmuring among themselves. The 10 from the Northern District have already been chosen, and they'll be making their decision today. Whether to reincarnate early or delay it. Let's go take a look and see what these top 10 strongest look like. Hearing this, Bai Jing also made his way toward the Northern District. He had no leads anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to check it out. If a large crowd gathered, he might spot some acquaintances he could resurrect. This would save him the trouble of searching. By the time Bai Jing drifted to the Northern District, a tide of spirits had already gathered. Or rather, a surge of ghosts. Numerous spirits hovered above, watching the 10 figures on the stage. These 10 varied in height, build, and appearance. Humanoid forms were prominent, but other races were also present. As Bai Jing scanned them, he started from the last person. It was a blue-skinned ghost. The image of a Smurf popped into his mind. Are those Smurfs? Then his gaze slowly moved to the 9th, 8th, and those ahead. The ones in front were all towering and imposing, their faces radiating ferocity. Even as spirits of bloodlust emanated from them. They must have killed many in their previous lives, retaining such intense murderous intent even after death. When his eyes fell on those ahead, he couldn't help but express his amazement. The world is indeed full of wonders. The 4th place was a bizarre creature with 4 arms and 6 legs, resembling nothing so much as a monster. The 3rd and 2nd places seemed relatively normal, humanoid figures with long greatswords strapped to their backs. But when he saw the 1st place, his eyes narrowed and his expression grew agitated. The 1st place contender bore a crescent-shaped white mustache curling upward, a black headcloth wrapped around his head. A massive robe draped over his muscular frame with numerous scars across his chest. Wasn't this the Whitebeard Bai Jing had been searching for? He hadn't expected such luck, finding Whitebeard in just the 2nd city. Whitebeard's face was utterly cold as the enforcer stepped onto the platform and asked, "When do you plan to reincarnate?" "You have the choice, to enter first or delay. It's entirely up to you." Hearing these words, Bai Jing grew anxious. If Whitebeard chose to reincarnate, all his efforts would be for nothing. Wouldn't everything fall apart? Below, a crowd of spirits watched Whitebeard with anticipation. Wherever a strong person goes, they receive respect from everyone. And beyond that, Whitebeard's strange ability to trigger earthquakes was truly formidable. Were it not for the enforcers present, Whitebeard would be the #1 powerhouse in Bugue City. Bai Jing felt both relief and worry. Relieved that Whitebeard, the man Sengoku had called capable of destroying the world, remained the strongest in Bugue City, even in the realm of the dead. But worried that if Whitebeard had no attachments left and chose to reincarnate, first, knowing resurrection was impossible, everything would be for nothing. With so many watching, he couldn't simply interfere. If the enforcer struck him with that soul-hunting staff, he'd suffer greatly. Yet there was no turning back now. He had to take the risk and make his move. Bai Jing had yet to notice a familiar female figure among the crowd. She watched Whitebeard from above and murmured, "Truly the strongest man. Even in the Yellow Springs he shines." No choice but to try everything. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and charged onto the arena, alone, his expression one of fierce resolve. He adopted the posture of a hero marching to his death. "I refuse to accept this," he declared. "I challenge you to a one-on-one duel to see whether your title as #1 is truly deserved." The words instantly startled many onlookers, especially the enforcers. Even as a phantom entity, you could clearly see the darkening expression on his face. Rules were rules. The battle had already concluded. Even if he wanted to fight again, now that was a matter for another time. By recklessly ascending the stage and breaking the rules, he would face punishment. The enforcer raised his soul hunter staff, preparing to strike down Bai Jing. At that moment, Whitebeard glanced at Bai Jing and spoke. "Discontent? Then I'll beat that discontent out of you. Give him a chance. Let him duel me." Whitebeard's voice was heavy and overbearing. Though he was merely a phantom in elderly form, that distinctive commanding presence radiated from him effortlessly. The crowd below erupted into thunderous cheers. This was Ed Newgate, their city's supreme warrior. The enforcer hesitated, but ultimately nodded in acknowledgement, giving Whitebeard the deference he deserved. His power was genuinely overwhelming. If the enforcers lacked their special soul hunter staves, they would have been utterly defeated. The spectators on the platform promptly cleared space, leaving only Bai Jing and Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at Bai Jing and spoke. "Young and arrogant kid, do you know what price arrogance can exact?" Bai Jing had his own calculations. If he didn't act now, there would be no way to stop Whitebeard's reincarnation. Once that happened, everything would be lost. He'd come all this way for nothing, and Whitebeard would never be resurrected. Unable to retrieve the supreme giant knives, Whitebeard had been stranded in the pirate world. His hands descended into the void, creating a white luminous barrier. The sound of shattering glass echoed. Crack, crack, crack. Around Bai Jing's space trembled violently. Under this intense vibration, space itself began to fracture. If Bai Jing slipped, even once, he would suffer severe injuries, or worse, death. This was the Goro Goro no Mi, the power of earthquake, the most powerful paramecia-type devil fruit. Bai Jing's body rapidly underwent elementization. If Whitebeard possessed a devil fruit, so did he. his entire being transformed into endless lightning. While the spatial quakes disrupted some of the electrical energy, the overall impact on Bai Jing was minimal. He became a bolt of thunder and flashed to Whitebeard's side, signaling an intent to engage in close combat. He roared, 200 million volts, Thor God mode. Countless lightning bolts enveloped his form, his muscles swelling as the electric energy wrapped around him like a deity of thunder. His expression carried the gravitas of a god. Behind him a ring of violet lightning manifested like a divine halo. Whitebeard observed this form with keen interest, though even in this underworld realm he was not at his peak. Yet a fierce battle against this kid would be no problem at all. His massive fist collided with Bai Jing's thunder-charged strike. Whitebeard's body remained completely unaffected, not a single step backward. Conversely, Bai Jing was forced back 3 or 4 steps by the sheer force of the blow before managing to regain his footing. Nevertheless, he pressed forward relentlessly, exchanging blows with Whitebeard in a flurry of lightning-charged strikes. Electric energy proved particularly devastating to spectral entities, and each successive impact inflicted considerable damage upon Whitebeard as well. Lightning was especially lethal to soul-based beings. As Bai Jing continued his assault, he spoke. You can choose not to reincarnate, for I possess the means to restore you to the pirate world. Ace and old Jozu have already returned. Whitebeard listened to Bai Jing's words, momentarily caught off guard, yet his fists continued their relentless barrage against the golden lightning strikes. Boy, his voice rumbled through the chaos. Are you speaking the truth? Bai Jing hurled punch after punch, his voice dropping to barely a whisper. The cacophony of clashing fists rendered his words nearly inaudible. Only the 2 combatants could make them out. No wonder I couldn't locate Ace or the others in this city. I was the sole one here. Good. Ace ought to be reuniting with his foolish younger brother. Go on. At least old Jozu has someone to keep him company. My foolish sons, Whitebeard declared with complete composure, not a flicker of emotion crossing his features. Bai Jing recognized something amiss in Whitebeard's demeanor. There was no desire for resurrection. Frustration mounted within him. Why did everyone act the same way upon reaching this underworld? None of them wanted to return. What was running through these pirates' heads? Bai Jing cursed internally. First Ace behaves like this, and now Whitebeard acts the same. Damn it. Living up to one's own wishes truly is a burden, he reflected. He spoke again. Tell me if you're willing, I can resurrect you right now and extract you from this underworld. Whitebeard slowly shook his head. The pace of their exchange intensified, fists colliding with devastating force against one another's bodies. Whether he believed Bai Jing's claim remained uncertain. We're already dead. What's there to return for? Besides, the new world now belongs to the supernovas. Let the old guard stay out of sight rather than compete with the young upstarts. Everyone from my generation has passed. What purpose would my return serve? Child, do you understand that youth cannot be reclaimed? Bai Jing listened in silence, fully aware of these truths. Yet this represented such a profound regret within the world of piracy, for the fans who cherished these tales. Given the chance to traverse dimensions, he couldn't let this unfinished business go. The memory of that summit war still haunted him. His grip tightened on his strikes as fury surfaced. What of your family? Can you simply abandon responsibility to them? Marco the Phoenix still lives, your crew endures. They've gone after Edward Teach to avenge you. Diamond Jozu is gone, but many remain. They hold you in such reverence. Yet you'd forsake your family now. Can you still claim to be Edward Newgate, the Pirate King? These words pierced Whitebeard's spirit. In that crucial moment of hesitation, Bai Jing channeled every ounce of his power. Flame's light and devil fruit abilities combined into a devastating strike that sent Whitebeard stumbling backward. Breathing heavily, his eyes burning crimson, Whitebeard opened his mouth as though to speak. Bai Jing pressed his advantage with relentless questioning. You may call yourself a relic of the old era, but a vessel for the new age has already appeared. Board my ship. As for aging, he assured him, there existed a means to restore his youth. Your family still awaits you. Wouldn't you seek one more epic adventure? Wouldn't you fight alongside them for that legendary glory upon the seas? The new generation of pirates has risen, a breed defined by ferocity and ambition. Such perilous voyages suit seafarers like no other, don't you agree? The ocean offers boundless freedom. It stretches vast and limitless. Hearing Bai Jing's words, Whitebeard uncharacteristically did not retort. He sighed softly, his expression complicated. The scars on his body gleamed with the light of honor. It was not that he was unwilling, rather if he returned in a state far from his peak, what point would there be in returning? If he went back as that same Whitebeard, ravaged by illness connected to an drip, needing someone to care for him every day, what meaning would that have? Better to die than to cling to life. At least he could leave his legend as Whitebeard forever on the sea. He could accept weakness, but he could not accept becoming a little weaker with every passing day. If he went back as he had been, then everything would be meaningless. Who was he? He was Edward Newgate, a former emperor of the sea. Brad, do you have any idea how strong I would be if you restored me to my youthful prime? Do you know that in my youth I regarded no one as worthy of notice? What makes you think you have the ability to make me board your pirate ship willingly? This was not Whitebeard looking down on Bai Jing. It was simply the truth. The mere thought of Whitebeard in his youth was terrifying. In his prime, paired with the mightiest paramecia, the tremor fruit, even the world government would tremble in fear. As for why Bai Jing claimed he could return Whitebeard to his peak, it was naturally because one of Zifa's 2 disciples possessed the ability to turn back age. And it was precisely this fruit that gave Bai Jing hope of restoring Whitebeard to his zenith. Bai Jing spoke, "How about we make a wager? At that time you will be at your peak. If you lose to me, then you will honestly become a member of my pirate crew. Whether you take me as family or as a friend, it makes no difference. Ace and the others on the ship, I will take in all the remnant members and old subordinates of your Whitebeard pirates. This pirate world upon the vast and boundless seas needs your stories. It also needs magnificent stirring adventures." Whitebeard listened, interest kindling in his eyes, and laughed heartily. The laughter rang throughout the arena, leaving the crowd below both awed and bewildered. The 2 of them had been locked in fierce combat just a moment ago. Why had they suddenly stopped? What they had witnessed was truly spectacular. This newcomer Bai Jing had actually forced Whitebeard, the strongest man, back several steps. That made the crowd below shout in excitement. Even the enforcer's gaze toward Bai Jing changed. Since when had Bugashing ever harbored such a powerhouse? Why had they known nothing about him? During the previous Bugashing Arena tournament, why hadn't he participated? If he had, he could at least have secured second place. If you are still the unmatched, arrogant Whitebeard, do you not want to witness the majesty and splendor of this sea once more? What if your next life is merely that of an ordinary man? Would you truly be content? This life was hard won, with so much family and so many people you care about. Now to leave them behind. Are you truly willing? Bai Jing asked in a low voice. Only then did the crowd hear what Bai Jing was saying, and their faces were full of confusion. You said there are no old acquaintances of yours left in the new world. Sengoku and Garp are still alive. As for Roger and Golden Lion Shiki, if I want to, I can bring them back too. The old era and the new era colliding once again. How rousing would that be? The thought stirred even Bai Jing himself. The clash of the new era and the old era. The new 4 emperors against the old 4 emperors. What a peerlessly magnificent spectacle it would be. Whitebeard seemed to relent. He looked at Bai Jing and spoke. When you truly have that ability, the power to make someone young again, we will fight once more. If you win, then what harm is there in my joining your pirate crew? If you cannot win, the Whitebeard pirates will owe you a favor. If there is anything you need help with later, just say the word. Deal. Bai Jing nodded. As long as Whitebeard relented, resurrection would be within reach. What he meant was that once Bai Jing gained the devil fruit power to return someone to their peak, he could come back and revive Whitebeard for their battle. The 2 would fight. If Bai Jing won, then Whitebeard would join his crew. If Bai Jing lost, Whitebeard would remain at his peak and once again wage war and adventure across the sea. After all, he was an emperor, and he had his pride. The strong all have their pride and unyielding spirit. That was only natural. And that was precisely the kind of true man Whitebeard was in Bai Jing's eyes. After all this was done, 9 nether chi surged around Bai Jing's body, and his figure vanished from the arena. Whitebeard remained there as the crowd watched the disappearing Bai Jing and exclaimed in shock, how did he just disappear? Where did he go? What kind of sorcery is this vanishing so openly in front of everyone? No idea. As Whitebeard watched the vanished Bai Jing, he believed 3/10 of what Bai Jing had said. Meanwhile, inside the city, the enforcer looked at Whitebeard and said, speak your choice. Your rank remains first, unchanged. Whitebeard nodded and said, 10 years from now, I will choose reincarnation. For now, I will remain in Bugashing. After saying this, he turned and walked away, leaving the crowd with nothing but the sight of his dashing back. Hidden in the shadows, Bai Jing watched Whitebeard's response and nodded with satisfaction. Within these 10 years, he only had to find one of Black Arm Zifa's 2 disciples. That was no trouble for him at all. And now that he had confirmed Whitebeard was in Bugashing, finding him again would be simple. The 9 nether chi could still sustain him here for a little more than 2 days. He planned to search other cities to see if there was anyone else. Casually, he swept a glance over the crowd below and caught a familiar female figure. Bai Jing was startled. He murmured, I didn't expect to find 2 acquaintances in this Bugashing. Since you're here, 2 things will be easy. Our next destination happens to be the New World. His figure quietly faded, a smile on his face, because in the battle with Whitebeard just now he had obtained yet another fruit ability. His voice still lingered in the air. Edward Newgate possessed a magnanimous heart. Because most of his crew members were people spurned by society, Whitebeard regarded his crew as sons and family. Because of this, everyone was full of reverence and gratitude toward him and affectionately called him Pops. Even the songs chanted by children all over the world described him as more frightening than a monster. Although he was called a living legend, he himself did not value the title of the strongest. He believed that the strongest person in the world was after all a human being with only a single heart and would one day face death just like anyone else. This is your choice. After death you have your choice. But I have mine too. Whitebeard, I'm going to resurrect you, and that's final. I'm taking you as my crew member, and no one can change that. Whitebeard's choice sent shockwaves through the crowd. Hiss. Does he not understand how precious a reincarnation opportunity is? Does he not realize the rarity of a first reincarnation? Choosing to reincarnate 10 years from now. What is he thinking? Keep your voice down. He is the strongest in Bugue City. Offend him, and you will suffer the consequences. The crowd-eyed Whitebeards retreating back with wariness, only daring to whisper among themselves once he had departed. Meanwhile, the spectators below watched the others above make their choices. As Bai Jing had anticipated, everyone chose immediate reincarnation without hesitation. Once all choices were made, the crowd gradually dispersed from the arena, leaving only a few solitary figures behind. Bai Jing's gaze fell upon one of them. A ghostly figure materialized beside the woman. The woman was startled by Bai Jing's sudden appearance, but when she recognized him as the one who had just fought Whitebeard, wariness replaced her surprise. What do you want? The woman was tall and striking with delicate features. Her golden hair gleamed brightest of all. She stood out vividly among the crowd. She was Stella, the woman the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro had loved before the celestial dragons took her away. 2 years later she would die, because he seized the gold fruit and rose to become the wealthiest pirate in the world. Bai Jing smiled faintly. Do you wish to be resurrected? Do you wish to leave this underworld? I have a way. Stella, bewildered by his words, hesitated before slowly shaking her head. This eccentric man should be avoided. After all, if anyone suddenly approached you claiming they could send you straight to paradise, you would dismiss them as a madman as well. Bai Jing understood Stella's caution and continued, Did you once deeply love Guild Tesoro? Do you still remember him? Is he still in your heart? After Bai Jing's 3 questions, Stella's brows furrowed, and her expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief washed over her face as she exclaimed, How could you possibly know about Tesoro? Rather than answer directly, Bai Jing went on, I have a story that may concern you. Their conversation drew little attention here. In this ghost city, strange people and strange occurrences were commonplace. A boy who loved to sing, born into extreme poverty. Because of his poverty, he was ostracized by others. His greatest joy was watching entertainers perform. His father was a gambler who died of illness one day. The family grew even poorer. His mother detested Tesoro's singing and abandoned them. The boy turned to theft to survive and used stolen money to make friends. One day, after suffering devastating losses at the casino, he was captured by human traffickers. The so-called friends he had made fled without hesitation, leaving him to be brutally beaten as he desperately escaped. It was at that very moment, while fleeing through the human trafficking market, that Tesoro encountered a woman named Stella. Bai Jing deliberately glanced at Stella's expression as he spoke. She praised his singing voice, and they bonded easily. The boy resolved to win Stella's freedom and abandon his criminal ways. He worked from dawn till dusk, neglecting food and sleep, saving every coin to ransom her. Just as he was on the verge of gathering enough, the celestial dragons appeared and purchased Stella away with ease. The enraged boy lashed out at them, but was captured. For Stella, his presence brought genuine happiness from the depths of her heart. Because the celestial dragons possessed unlimited wealth, they could buy anything, including him. Tesoro was condemned as a great criminal and sentenced to slavery, forbidden even to smile, without permission. Believing Stella had been taken to marry Geos, as well, the young man set out for the Holy Land. Hearing this, Stella's pupils contracted in shock, rendered speechless. The story Bai Jing recounted matched perfectly with her own memories of the Golden Emperor, every detail precise and unaltered. She fixed her gaze intensely on Bai Jing and demanded, what happened next? She was curious about the Golden Emperor himself, not about her own fate. For those years in Mary Geos were nothing short of hell, hellish suffering and torment. It was there 2 years later that she died. When the boy learned of Stella's death, his heart shattered. He became convinced that if he had been wealthy, he could have saved her, and his obsession with money only deepened. Fisher Tiger's slave liberation incident at the Holy Land gave the boy his chance to escape. From that moment forward, he harbored a burning hatred for nobles and the wealthy. He eventually consumed the gold fruit, built a loyal crew, and constructed the grand ship, Grand Tesoro. The power of gold he once despised had become his own strength. If the problem was wealth, he would become the wealthiest of all, forcing the rich to bow before him. One day he would make even the celestial dragons kneel before his power. The despair on a gambler's face when they lost everything was his favorite spectacle. He called it the Gold Stella Show. He had once declared, I am the one who will become god of this world. With enough money, nothing is impossible. Without it, you can do nothing at all. And so the Golden Emperor's legend was forged. Stella's expression twisted with pain and pity, her eyes vacant as she whispered to herself, You must have suffered so much along the way. All because of me you became this person. I am sorry, Tesoro. Her face was a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Then, with a mixture of fear and apprehension, she cautiously turned to Bai Jing. Is he married now? Does a woman who loves him stand by his side? Or is he still alone? Such timid, hesitant questioning stirred something in Bai Jing's heart. Even in death, this woman continued to care for the Golden Emperor. Was this the nature of love among pirates? Was this their tragic fate? 9 out of 10 pirate romances ended in sorrow, and these two were separated by death itself. Bai Jing chuckled softly. I do not know if he is married. But I do know this 9 fingers adorned with golden rings, yet his ring finger remains bare for one person alone. Then would you like to return? Would you like to see him again? Bai Jing asked, studying her face. Upon hearing those final words, Stella let out a quiet sigh, her expression growing complicated once more. What troubled her was that after all these years he had never moved on or sought someone better. She was grateful he still remembered her, and now she had another chance to be with him. Let the past fade away. Having died once, resurrection was essentially a new beginning. With resolute determination, she bowed deeply to Bai Jing. Please. Seeing her resolve, Bai Jing's face lit up with delight. See, this is what a true, ordinary person looks like. The moment she heard about resurrection, she was ready. Unlike those two before her who hesitated for so long. Bai Jing shrouded Stella's body with the 9 netherworld energy, and both their auras and physical forms completely vanished from where they stood. Stella watched this curiously. Having spent so long in the underworld realm, she had never encountered such an eerie technique before. Bai Jing's expression grew serious as he spoke solemnly. From here on, do not make a single sound or any sudden movements. Just follow the 9 netherworld energy I am guiding. Come with me out of this underworld world, and I will ensure your complete safety. Stella nodded heavily, and then their bodies slowly rose from where they stood, ascending into the sky above the city of no return before departing from it entirely. They passed through the sky above the underworld city, crossed the boundless yellow springs, and soared over the ancient bridge in one smooth, uninterrupted motion. For Stella, this was her first experience of such a journey, her features alight with both delight and wonder. A familiar beam of white light appeared ahead. Passing through it would transport them to the real world. Bai Jing and Stella's figures once again crossed through this world of light points and returned to reality. The 9 netherworld energy Bai Jing used this time was sufficient for him to remain within the netherworld realm for 2 more days. Stella's body, which existed as a soul form, had crossed from the underworld into the mortal world. That soul form solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually regaining its original appearance. Flesh and blood became clear, her face extraordinarily beautiful. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar woman aboard Ace's pirate ship caught the attention of both Little Oz and Ace. At this moment, Bai Jing's soul slowly returned to his physical body and opened his eyes. Ace and Little Oz immediately understood. This was someone Bai Jing had resurrected from the underworld world. But they did not know her. Although they had not seen the Whitebeard they had been expecting, there was not much to say about it. Nothing could be rushed. Bai Jing had his own plans. Hua Jin glided out from the room. Notably, her means of transportation was a small aquarium mounted on a wheeled cart. She could float inside it, making movement convenient. At night, she slept on Bai Jing's bed. The 2 worlds differed greatly. Mere hours spent inside had passed as an entire day in the outside world. The 3 of them turned their curious gazes towards Stella, and Bai Jing began his introduction. This is Stella. Later we will have another companion join the ship, and we might even exchange for a larger pirate vessel. From now on, she is one of our companions too. Little Oz and Ace showed no signs of surprise. Ace glanced at Stella and offered a gentle smile, his freckles shifting across his face. He removed the hat from his head and said, "Hello, I am Ace." Truly a gentle soul. Little Oz also spoke in his simple way, Little Oz. As for Hua Jin, she could not explain why, but ever since witnessing Bai Jing's encounter at the Mermaid CF, any woman he brought along now met with a watchful gaze in her eyes. She could not quite articulate the reason, but softly introduced herself, Hua Jin of the Merfolk clan. The sudden appearance of these 3 made Stella feel somewhat uneasy. She offered a smile and greeted each of them in turn, introducing herself. Bai Jing understood Stella's confusion and explained to her, "We are still in the underwater world, now quite far from the new world. And we are also distant from the golden pirate city established by the Golden Emperor, so finding him will take some time. For now, just wait on this pirate ship during these days." Stella nodded and felt deeply grateful toward Bai Jing. His great kindness toward her was like that of a second parent who had given her rebirth. And so one more companion was added to this pirate ship. The 5 of them stood on deck, their interest piqued as they watched the bioluminescent deep-sea fish swimming around them. The underwater phenomena were truly magnificent and diverse. Whether it was the various fish species or the vast unknown and profound deep sea, everything revealed the ocean's mystery. The 5 held a small banquet aboard the pirate ship, bringing out plenty of stored provisions from the warehouse and feasting on the deck. Fine wine and good meat were served one after another. When Hua Jin saw Bai Jing pour her a glass of wine, she quickly waved her hand and said urgently, "I cannot drink alcohol, it will cause adverse reactions." Bai Jing was taken aback. After spending these past few days together, he had already considered Hua Jin a true friend. So he joked, "Do not worry, this is not alcohol, just a glass of plain boiled water." Hua Jin was half-believing, staring at the transparent boiled water in her hand. Convinced it was true, she accepted the ordinary glass of water and took a gentle sip. But who would have known that after swallowing she would discover it was different? The taste was surprisingly pungent with a rich aroma. When she fully swallowed it, a faint sweetness lingered in her mouth. At this moment, Bai Jing was watching Hua Jin with a smile. She immediately understood. This was not boiled water at all, it was clearly wine. She looked at Ace and said, "Ace, lend me a fire, help me out." Ace walked over with a smile, gathering flames on his finger and touching them to the surface of that glass of boiled water. Good heavens, the flames roared to life instantly. It was definitely wine, no doubt about it, and Bai Jing was watching Hua Jin with a look of schadenfreude. He said, "It is nothing serious, just a glass of wine." Who would have expected that at this moment Hua Jin's face would suddenly show a reaction, turning rosy? Her whole expression grew somewhat dazed and intoxicating. This was precisely why she could not drink. She had no tolerance for alcohol. Less than one glass was enough to make her drunk. Bai Jing seemed to notice Hua Jin's abnormality and laughed heartily, saying, "So what if you get drunk? What is there to fear?" After saying this, he poured himself a cup and drank it in one gulp. Meanwhile, Little Oz, Ace, and Stella poured themselves fine wine and drank it all. Late at night in the deep sea, there was absolute silence, dark, cold, and chilly. Yet aboard this pirate ship, it was quite lively. The joy of a pirate lies in adventures shared with companions. What a wonderful thing that was. Already half drunk, Hua Jin gazed at Bai Jing with a drowsy, hazy look that made him shiver down his spine. Seeing this, Ace, Little Oz, and Stella all had smiles in their eyes. Hua Jin stayed, especially when hazy looking at Bai Jing was rather unusual. Ace seemed to take interest as well, picking up a cup of oolong tea and handing it to Bai Jing, saying, "Drink this oolong tea to sober up. You seem a bit drunk too." Bai Jing, feeling goosebumps from Hua Jin's fixed gaze, nodded and drank the oolong wine in one gulp. When he was halfway through drinking, he realized something was wrong. This oolong wine was even spicier than what he had had before. With less than half a cup remaining, he ignited a flame in his hand and set the entire glass ablaze. How could he not understand now? Those who walk along the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. He had been tricked. Moreover, this wine was even stronger. He looked at the bottle Ace was holding, which was labeled whiskey. No wonder it is so strong. And this color was probably mixed with cola that he had not even noticed. The night grew deeper. Beneath the boundless ocean, darkness reigned even more profoundly. On the pirate ship, joyous revelry continued unabated. This whiskey was truly potent. Bai Jing found himself slightly intoxicated, a rosy flush gracing his cheeks. A faint redness spread across his neck. In this world of pirates, such fine spirits were never in short supply. Moreover, most of these liquors were fiery and bold, quite unlike the gentle brews crafted from wheat. Bai Jing and Hua Jin were both slightly inebriated, while Little Oz and Ace, having spent time aboard the Whitebeard pirates, possessed a considerable tolerance for liquor. Compared to Bai Jing, their endurance was far superior. Stella knew when to stop, she would naturally cease drinking and watch Little Oz and Ace continue. After half a Chinese hour passed, Bai Jing had completely succumbed to the alcohol. Through his hazy eyes, the three figures before him resolved into 8 indistinct shadows. His consciousness drifted between wakefulness and slumber. Within this half-hour span, Hua Jin's demeanor grew increasingly peculiar. Her gaze toward Bai Jing burned with intensifying fire. Halfway through the gathering, she had made her way to Bai Jing's quarters and settled into bed. Having lost her capacity for more drink, she left the remainder of the festivities to the others. 30 minutes later, Bai Jing also staggered into his room, thoroughly intoxicated. Inside his small chamber, the lamps burned bright and clear. Hua Jin was not at the small aquarium, but lying in wait upon the bed. Bai Jing remained entirely unaware as he stumbled gradually toward his great bed, finally collapsing onto it without reservation. His consciousness had completely dulled. The spirit's potency was truly formidable, thoroughly anesthetizing his mind. He was utterly drunk. Hua Jin shyly peeked out, acting rather furtively. Due to the alcohol, her courage had grown considerably, making her entirely different from before. Yet since she was about to commit some clandestine act, she felt quite guilty. At this moment, she too was suspended between drunkenness and awareness. Alcohol had completely numbed her spirit. Her constitution carried a particular drawback. Once wine touched her lips, any desire in her heart amplified 10,000-fold, and her courage surged accordingly. Earlier, Stella had noticed her peculiar state, and Ace had dimly perceived something as well. However, acting in service of the greater good, they had intentionally intoxicated Bai Jing to make Hua Jin's intentions easier to accomplish. Bai Jing's breathing had gradually steadied as he slipped into slumber. Now Hua Jin moved, gliding like a phantom toward him. Moments before, she had been entirely concealed beneath the covers, her form hidden. Now she lay fully exposed. Had Bai Jing awakened at that very moment, he certainly would have composed a poem. Unfortunately, he was now but a drunkard, completely incapacitated and unconscious. Hua Jin, however, had gained immeasurable courage, speaking in a whisper so faint it resembled the buzzing of a mosquito. I thank you for saving my life, yet my existence has been profoundly lonely with no one to care. But now there is. She gazed at Bai Jing with tender affection, leaning forward to press her lips gently upon his. After a long moment they parted. She had made the greatest decision of her life, sighing softly as she looked upon her mermaid lower half. I cannot offer you anything of substance now, so let this suffice in my place. For the first time her face bore a slight intoxication. In his sleep, Bai Jing felt an extraordinary sensation. Hua Jin's cheeks flushed crimson all the way to her neck, and the sudden change in Bai Jing's condition startled her greatly. Upon discovering that Bai Jing had not awakened, she sighed in relief. Outside the room the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Ace and Little Oz were drinking heartily, while Stella had returned to her quarters and fallen into a deep slumber from the alcohol. Haha, it has been ages since I drank so freely. Come, let us raise a toast to our brotherhood. Ace and Little Oz lifted their glasses high, clinking them together, and drained them in one gulp. Below them lay stocks of prepared beast meat, which they devoured with gusto, each bite taken heartily. Truly a bold and unrestrained scene. Meanwhile, Bai Jing slept soundly in his room, sensing that something was amiss. Hua Jin's complexion grew increasingly flushed and alarming. The difference between her initial state and this moment was stark. Earlier, with Bai Jing unconscious, the sight had not seemed threatening, now it had become far more terrifying. This only intensified the redness on her cheeks. Cold sweat trickled down Hua Jin's forehead. Only after consuming alcohol did she dare attempt such a nerve-wracking act. Hua Jin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Whether on the deck of the pirate ship or within this very chamber, the night buzzed with liveliness. Tonight, everyone had indulged beyond their limits. The consequences of drinking were not merely empty words, though in this case it remained the ordinary kind, nothing more extreme. Bai Jing seemed roused from his stupor by the unusual state of affairs. Opening his foggy eyes, he felt a measure of discomfort. What he had not seen was fine, and what he saw upon opening them was a grave matter indeed. The sight terrified him. Then with a graceful arc through the air, she flew backward. Apparently flustered by the sudden change, she retreated in embarrassment, having never encountered such a situation before. Bai Jing felt an avalanche of emotions surge through him and hastily pretended to be dead asleep. This scene was far too awkward to bear. Hua Jin, having finished everything, awkwardly tidied herself up and tiptoed back into the blankets like a thief. Once fully dressed and composed, she gently slipped out of bed and leaped into the small aquarium beside it. In that moment her girlish charm shone through. Her palms covered her eyes, radiating shy embarrassment, yet she could not resist peeking through her fingers at Bai Jing, her gaze lingering on him. Only after confirming Bai Jing was still asleep did she let out a silent breath of relief, her cheeks flushed crimson. Bai Jing, of course, had been awake the entire time, feigning sleep by using his observation haki to listen for his own heartbeat. Only when Hua Jin had turned her attention elsewhere did he dare to roll over and face away from her. His expression was etched with sheer astonishment. He never imagined Hua Jin would do something like this, especially while he was asleep. Bai Jing's heart brimmed with complicated emotions, and he let out a long sigh. What is she trying to do? Isn't this making things difficult for me? Look at this mess. What if something goes wrong later? They say intoxication leads to poor decisions, and those words prove true. I finally understand why she said she couldn't drink. Everything seems tied back to me. What a sin I've committed. But then confidence returned to his face. All the scenes from earlier played vividly in his mind. He knew exactly what had transpired. He was quite satisfied with his own abilities. Neither could sleep, each lost in thought. Bai Jing pondered deeply, while Hua Jin's face remained flushed with embarrassment. The night destined to be sleepless for both. Bai Jing, affected by the events, could not sleep at all. His mind was filled with images of Hua Jin. And Hua Jin was no different. Her thoughts were equally consumed by what had happened earlier. Outside, Ace and Little Os were still drinking heavily, downing cup after cup. In another room, Stella gazed blankly at the candlelight, lost in thought about Zio. People say love brings suffering, yet they know not that the true torment lies with the love-struck. The next morning, Hua Jin woke from sleep, gently rubbing her head, feeling a wave of dizziness. Fragments of memory from the previous evening's drinking still lingered. As she recalled what had happened, her cheeks flushed warm, growing ever hotter. She silently scolded herself. Hua Jin, how could you do such a thing? What if others find out and judge me, thinking I'm a frivolous woman? Oh no, truly alcohol has led me astray. Meanwhile, Bai Jing, upon waking, shook his heavy head and remembered the events of the previous night. After observing that Hua Jin showed no reaction, he silently nodded to himself. It would be best to bury this matter in his heart, otherwise future encounters would be far too awkward. That thin veil should remain unpierced, otherwise their relationship would grow strained and uncomfortable. 5 people gathered on deck to begin breakfast. Stella had personally prepared the meal. Plain congee simmered from lean meat, deliberately light in flavor. Since everyone had drunk heavily the night before, something gentle was needed to sober them. Bai Jing and Hua Jin sat in absolute silence, eyes fixed downward, avoiding all eye contact. Neither dared to speak first. The awkwardness was palpable. Stella and Ace sensed something was off between the two, believing something must have happened the night before. A strange amusement lingered in their eyes, while the foolish little Oz remained completely oblivious. He simply continued drinking his congee, as if nothing were amiss. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Hua Jin quickly glanced at Bai Jing. Upon seeing his calm expression, she silently exhaled in relief. Breakfast passed in uneventful silence. Ace approached Stella and whispered, "Those two definitely have something going on. Though I don't fully understand matters of the heart, I can still see the signs." Stella knew exactly what had transpired. The look in Hua Jin's drunken eyes the night before. That was the gaze of someone longing for their beloved. Hua Jin harbored deep affection for Bai Jing, and that bottle of wine the night prior had likely brought something between them. However, as a mermaid, she would not fully transform into human form until she turned 30. So who knew what strange things might occur? This piqued her curiosity. Inside the room, Bai Jing was reading from the pirate log, which recounted tales of numerous islands in the pirate world along with historical figures and bizarre events. Hua Jin watched from within the small aquarium as Bai Jing read. After a while, seemingly tired, he reached for a cup of oolong tea nearby and took a gentle sip. The moment it touched his lips, he sensed something was wrong and violently spat the tea out. His finger ignited with flames hovering above the cup. Sure enough, a blazing flame erupted from above. Hua Jin giggled. "You made me drink plain water, and now you've fallen for your own trick, haven't you?" This masterpiece was Hua Jin's work. In revenge for that special water Bai Jing had once given her, she had specially prepared this oolong tea that morning. "Oh, is that so?" Bai Jing rose to his feet, watching the joyful Hua Jin in her tank. "You think you can pull one over on me just because you're hiding in a fishbowl, trying to play tricks on me? You're still a bit inexperienced." A faint trace of electricity flickered across Bai Jing's hand. The current was barely perceptible, yet as it seeped into the aquarium, it sent a delightful tingling through Hua Jin's body, an indescribable comfort. Bai Jing continued feeding her the sensation, but Hua Jin could no longer bear it. A strange sensation swirled through her heart and body, constantly dancing across her skin. She quickly pleaded for mercy. "I won't do it again. Please spare me." Bai Jing lifted his head proudly. "Good that you understand your mistake." Then the two shared a glance and burst into hearty laughter. They chose to leave last night unspoken, their relationship remaining as before. As for the future, they would let fate guide them. The pirate ship was nearing the surface, about to enter the new world. Over the past 4 weeks, sunlight had grown increasingly abundant, and the underwater rays had become ever brighter. This indicated they were close to the ocean surface and to the new world. Bai Jing decided that their first stop in the new world would be to seek out the Golden Emperor. First, he would persuade the Golden Emperor to join their crew. With such a magnificent and luxurious pirate ship, anything could be achieved. After all, he was Chinese with a deep passion for fine food, drink, and entertainment. Moreover, the Golden Emperor was wealthy, and the pirate ship had everything they could ever need. Sailing across the vast ocean would never grow dull. The only concern was that the Golden Emperor had too many subordinates. Some would need to be dismissed, leaving only a select few. Or perhaps he could commission the construction of an unparalleled, extravagantly luxurious pirate vessel for their journey. After nearly half a month of sailing beneath the sea, Bai Jing and his companions finally arrived in the new world. The sun was bright, the ocean was boundless, the familiar sea breeze blew, and the sky was a clear azure. It lifted the spirits of everyone aboard. Bai Jing stood at the bow, filled with ambition. Set course for the greatest entertainment ship on the sea, Grand Tesoro, the City of Gold. Stella looked into the distance, caught between hope and fear. She longed to reunite with Tesoro, yet dreaded that she was no longer worthy of him. After all, ever since Tesoro had consumed the gold fruit and become one of the most powerful men in the world, there was certainly no shortage of women around him. After all this time, would he truly still care? She had no power of her own, as she was nothing but a burden. Bai Jing seemed to read Stella's anxiety. He gave her a smile and gently reassured her, "Don't worry. 9 of his fingers are all adorned with rings, but his ring finger alone is reserved for one person. That says a great deal." Bai Jing patted her lightly on the shoulder, stepped aside, and in a leisurely mood began fishing in the sea with a homemade rod. Hua Jin was also fishing leisurely nearby. Little oars had caught quite a lot of fish lately, many of them strange and unusual. Bai Jing threw away all the poisonous ones and put the prettier ones into the mini aquarium. The mini aquarium consisted of 2 sections separated by a partition. One section was for the beautiful ornamental fish. The other, located inside Bai Jing's room, served as Hua Jin's sleeping place at night. The sleeping habit of the mermaid race was rather odd. They slept floating near the surface, yet never felt cold. This made Bai Jing secretly observe them several times at night. At this moment, a huge piece of news spread across the sea. 3 celestial dragons had been killed and the culprit was the most vicious supernova pirate. Moreover, the supernovas had gained one more member, and that was Bai Jing. His portrait was displayed in the most prominent place in the newspaper, and his bounty was raised. At the Holy Land of Mary Geos, there was fury at the news that celestial dragons had actually been killed by pirates. Even the 5 elders summoned Akainu for a conversation. Akainu left Mary Geos with a grim expression and returned to Marine headquarters. He sat in his office, his face dark and menacing, the scar gleaming with a cold light. Opposite him sat Kizaru and Fujitora. Is he really that strong? Did he even copy your glint fruit ability? Even you couldn't defeat them. You are a Marine Admiral, one of the Marine's greatest pillars of strength. If even you can't beat them, then how many people are left to punish this despicable pirate? Akainu stared hard at Kizaru and spoke in a low voice, his expression unpleasant. Kizaru still wore his usual languid expression and did not take the matter too seriously. He said, I'm old already. I can no longer hold the seat of Marine Admiral. It should be left to the younger generation. Since there is no one ready to step up just now, I would also like to retire in peace like Vice Admiral Garp. He truly can copy other people's devil fruit powers. As far as I can tell, he already possesses 3 fruit powers: the glint fruit, the flare fruit, and the legendary rumble fruit, known as the fruit of a god. Kizaru said all this so casually and without the slightest concern, as if being defeated and allowing the man to escape had nothing to do with him. Little did they dream that Bai Jing's current repertoire now went far beyond this. Moreover, he had gained the power of the strongest paramecia fruit, the tremor fruit. Fujitora, his eyes shut tight, because he could not see and had destroyed them himself, listened quietly. Magma welled up from Akainu's body. The smoke from his cigar drifted upward, obscuring his face in a blur, leaving only a pair of fierce eyes shining through. Marine headquarters reissued Bai Jing's bounty notice. It was also the fastest update of a bounty in the history of the Marines. It had been issued less than a month ago, yet now it was being reissued. It still bore Bai Jing's likeness, but this time his bounty had changed drastically. Originally, it had been worth only 300 million berries. Now his bounty had soared to a terrifying 800 million berries, an increase of a full 500 million. All because he had killed 3 celestial dragons. Moreover, Bai Jing's wanted poster carried no restrictions. It clearly stated that dead or alive, whoever could bring him back to Marine headquarters would receive the reward. In the New World, CP0 set out to hunt down Bai Jing. In addition, the Marines dispatched many warships to cruise through the New World, tracing and analyzing the route Bai Jing had taken in order to intercept him and bring him back to Marine headquarters. This matter was treated with the utmost seriousness by the Marines, since the celestial dragons and the 5 elders were applying pressure from above. They had no choice but to act. Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Marines, munched on crisp crackers. Looking at the wanted notice in his hand, his eyes gleamed with interest. What an interesting brat, killing 3 pieces of trash. Ha 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 ha, how satisfying. Pirates this interesting only existed in the old days. I never thought I would encounter one again. Garp felt not the slightest pity for those 3 celestial dragons. Instead, he gloated. In his eyes, celestial dragons were all dregs, worthless scum. The best ones were dead. Moreover, having heard in recent days that Ace had been resurrected, he was so delighted that he seemed to have grown several years younger. At this time, in many parts of the New World, courier seagulls had already begun distributing bounty notices and reports of the major events that had recently occurred. When a group of pirates saw Bai Jing's new face and his staggering bounty, their pupils contracted sharply. What? This kid is just a rookie, yet in less than a month his bounty has reached 800 million berries, and he has killed 3 celestial dragons. That's not the most important part. The most important part is that he fought on equal terms with Admiral Kizaru and escaped from under an admiral's nose. That must be the real reason his bounty has risen so wildly. Why are the supernovas of today all such freaks? First there were Straw Hat, Luffy, red-haired kid, and their crews. Now another monstrous supernova appears. How are the rest of us pirates supposed to hold our heads up? It makes us look as if we're weak. Anyone interested in going to meet this newcomer and see exactly how strong he is? Forget it. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. He managed to escape from an admiral, so he must have formidable strength. If we ran into an admiral, we'd be dead. Such voices could be heard in every corner of the New World. Bai Jing's reputation had truly spread throughout the entire New World. Meanwhile, when the wanted notice came into Bai Jing's hands and he saw that his bounty had risen again, he was exceedingly pleased. He burst into loud laughter. My bounty has increased again. Such joy today calls for a grand toast. Ace and the others were delighted for Bai Jing and held another banquet. This time Hua Jin cautiously examined every cup of plain water Bai Jing handed her, and only after confirming it was safe would she dare to drink. And that day Bai Jing once again drank himself into a drunken stupor. Report, we've locked onto the pirate ship's location. Just over 300 nautical miles away, we've pinpointed Bai Jing's position. Good. Mobilize everyone and arrest Bai Jing. He killed 3 celestial dragons. Once we arrest him, that's our opportunity for promotion and wealth. And now that opportunity is ours. At a marine base, several vice admirals had already located Bai Jing's pirate ship. Relying on the Marines' unique maritime reconnaissance system, 10 battleships left the base in full force. Aboard these battleships, each carried nearly 10,000 men, totaling 80 to 90,000 Marines. All of them were highly disciplined. A full 20 vice admirals were dispatched, led by Vice Admiral Smoker. He had returned to the New World and remained at the marine base. Now it was also his duty to pursue Bai Jing. At that moment, Bai Jing was still unaware that danger had quietly arrived. In truth, this was hardly a danger to Bai Jing. Even if they sent 10 more battleships, what could they do? Could they possibly withstand him? A wielder of multiple devil fruit abilities fears neither seawater nor sea stone, and he possesses Conqueror's Haki. With such an overpowered advantage, no matter how many Marines came, the result would be the same, defeated in one move. Vice Admirals. They'd be taken down just as instantly. Bai Jing's pirate ship wasn't fast. Compared with the Straw Hat Boy's Thousand Sunny, it fell somewhat short. It lacked the cola-powered boost and wasn't as semi-automated as marine battleships. Bai Jing lay lazily on the ship, sunbathing, fishing, and humming a tune. The sky is blue, the autumn grass is fragrant. This is the most beautiful paradise. Who turned longing into a pair of wings? As she listened to Bai Jing humming, Hua Jian's gaze never left him. Ever since what happened that day, a fire had been burning in her heart. Her affection for Bai Jing grew increasingly intense. She wished she could turn 30 at once, but she was only 20 now, with 10 years still ahead, which caused her great distress. An hour later, Bai Jing stood up, looked at everyone, and said, 10 marine battleships are approaching in the distance. He sensed it clearly through his observation haki. Not far from us, there's an uninhabited island. We'll dock there and wait for the Marines to come to us. After all, this pirate ship has already crossed the New World. No need for submersible capabilities anymore. We'll abandon this pirate ship. Switching to a marine warship will let us reach the Golden City even sooner. Ace listened, then took the helm once more, steering the pirate ship toward the nearest uninhabited island. The group docked the ship and set foot on the enormous island. Little Oars with his massive frame stood on the island waiting for them. He would slack off whenever possible. If Bai Jing didn't have to lift a finger, that was for the best, and they could handle it themselves. Then Bai Jing could simply watch from the side, humming a little tune and cheering them on. Report, Vice Admiral. Bai Jing's crew has docked at the uninhabited island ahead, and they've all gone ashore. A marine soldier, telescope in hand, accurately reported their real-time movements in meticulous detail. Excellent. Pass the order, all warships full speed ahead. Approach that island and surround it in layers. Leave 100,000 men aboard the battleships. Load the cannonballs and have the sea stone ready to fire at any moment. All the rest will come ashore with me. Capture Bai Jing alive. Our chance for promotion and riches has arrived. A vice admiral beside him spoke eagerly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Meanwhile, Smoker had 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, smoke pouring from his mouth in thick swirling plumes. Behind him was his familiar weapon, a long iron rod with 2 prongs. Tashiji followed behind him, wearing her glasses as always. Nearly 2 full years had passed since they parted ways with the Straw Hat Boy. By now the Straw Hat had arrived in Wano country, and his confrontation with Kaido was probably not far off. Doflamingo had been captured by the world government, and Jack had yet to finish his bath. Given the chance, Bai Jing would actually like to take Doflamingo under his wing. He greatly admired such a formidable and ruthless figure. Besides, the string fruit ability was quite intriguing. As for whether he could keep Doflamingo under control, that would depend on Bai Jing's own methods. They're closing in. Little Oars with his colossal body stood tall and could see far. He announced. The others were already prepared, rubbing their hands together, eager for action. Stella stood to the side under Bai Jing's protection. After all, she was an unarmed, ordinary person, and bringing her along would only be a burden. But Bai Jing's mission and duty were to reunite her with the Gold Emperor to make amends for the regrets of the pirate world. Thus, she could not be harmed in the slightest, and with Bai Jing protecting her, there was absolutely no problem. As for whether the Marines would stoop to sneak attacks and take Stella hostage, Bai Jing couldn't be certain. Among the Marines there were men of justice, but there were certainly scum as well. Human nature was utterly unpredictable. No one could say for sure. 10 marine battleships came ashore, surrounding the island layer by layer. Moreover, the cannon muzzles of 5 warships were aimed directly at Bai Jing's group. In an awe-inspiring display, 100,000 Marines descended from above, rifles and long blades in hand. Leading them were 20 vice admirals. Vice Admiral Smoker was among them. The moment Smoker set foot on the island, his gaze locked onto Fire Fist Ace. He demanded loudly, "Are you truly Fire Fist Ace? How can you have come back to life? You were supposed to be dead." Behind him, Tashiji raised her glasses and studied Fire Fist Ace, carefully confirming his identity. The two had crossed swords once in the desert, and the match had ended without a victor. Now that he saw Fire Fist Ace alive, Smoker didn't know what to feel. Ace's lips curled slightly and flames blazed fiercely in his hand. Drawing his massive fist back slightly, he thrust it forward with a thunderous shout. "Fire Fist!" A gigantic fist formed of flames hurtled toward the crowd ahead. The Marines were still reeling, about to be struck by the fire fist. At that moment, Smoker moved. His body swiftly transformed into smoke, and the dense clouds of smoke blocked the flames ahead, while his fist likewise became a fist of smoke clashing against the fire fist. The two formidable forces clashed in midair, culminating in a colossal explosion. Boom! Countless smoke and dust were thrown into the air. Smoker was now certain that the man before him was indeed Fire Fist Ace. This was the power of the Flame fruit. He was curious as to how Ace had been resurrected and still possessed the Flame fruit's ability. But this was not the time for such thoughts. Arresting Bai Jing was what truly mattered. As for Fire Fist Ace, he held no illusions about that. He knew all too well how powerful Ace was. Focus all your strength on capturing Bai Jing. The others can be let go. Around Bai Jing were Stella and Hua Jin. Watching the Navy endlessly charging toward him, he couldn't help but pause, bewildered. What are you talking about? Why are you looking for trouble for no reason? Still coming after me? Are you asking to die? Look at that big fool over there. He's weaker. Go after him instead. He looks so simple-minded, obviously an easy target. And that kid with the cowboy hat on the side. He's so frail, go after him. Why are you picking on me? Bai Jing complained under his breath as he watched the Navy closing and showing no mercy. A mysterious smile played at the corners of his lips. Despite his words, his actions told a different story. His eyes suddenly released haki of conquerors, a golden wave radiating outward from him like shock waves across the surroundings. Tens of thousands of Navy soldiers charging at him fell unconscious simultaneously, their eyes rolling back, and their bodies going limp beneath the terrifying pressure of the conqueror's haki. Of the 50,000 Navy personnel, 40,000 collapsed at that moment. The remaining 10,000 with resolute wills continued their assault on Bai Jing. Oz grinned, swinging his great blade forward. 5 vice admirals rushed forward to confront the giant figure. With a single swing of his blade, thousands of Navy soldiers were sent flying. The 5 vice admirals engaged Oz in fierce combat. The vice admirals were no pushovers, especially in their mastery of the Rokushiki. The 2 fleet admirals leaped into the sky, shouting their attack. Shave Iron Body. First leaping off the ground, they spun their bodies at high speed, then combined it with Shave to rapidly change direction toward their enemies while activating Iron Body. All their offensive power concentrated to its peak. Upon striking the enemy, the force generated by their high-speed rotation followed through with devastating impact. Iron Body Shatter. The other 2 admirals, their entire bodies encased in Iron Body, unleashed punches at Oz with power sufficient to shatter the ground itself. Even against the massive Oz, these strikes carried lethal force. Ace's lip twitched. He'd caught Bai Jing's earlier words. Despite being the strongest here, Bai Jing was deliberately redirecting the danger elsewhere. Shameless. Old rivals facing old rivals. Smoker against Flame Fist Ace. As for the rest of the Navy, without Seastone they were nothing but cannon fodder. Those Seastone weapons gave Ace headaches, yet against Smoker, he wouldn't hold back in the slightest. This was a fight to the death. Ace thrust both hands forward, his 10 fingers forming a cross, and roared. Crossfire. His index fingers crossed to form a cruciform shape, then released a beam of light aimed directly at his opponent. Following the beam, flames erupted toward the target. Smoker charged forward through the cross-shaped fire with brute strength, making steady progress despite the flames. But Ace was no ordinary fighter. Having completed his move, his figure vanished from sight, and he reappeared behind Smoker, using his superior close-quarters combat skills. His fist slammed into Smoker with tremendous force, triggering an explosion of flames. Soldiers surrounding them on all sides raised their Seastone bullets and fired at Ace. Ace glanced sideways at the soldiers' movements and leaped aside, evading the Seastone bullets. Had those bullets struck him, they would have suppressed his devil fruit abilities. Meanwhile, Bai Jing found himself surrounded by 10,000 Navy soldiers with 10 vice admirals specifically deployed to eliminate him. Bai Jing shouted, "You really overestimate me. I'm truly not that strong. You don't need to send so many people. Don't you see that big fool over there? Look, your Navy forces are getting overwhelmed. Shouldn't you send more troops to help? And that fire-wielding kid over yonder, he's strong too. There's no need to focus all your attacks on just me." Lightning crackled around Bai Jing's body. The onlookers couldn't help but smirk. Anyone who actually believed his words would be fools. Of course, everyone knew he was the strongest among them, yet here, he was playing the part of the underdog. And you held the highest bounty as well. Cut the nonsense, die. Surrender quietly or face death at our hands. The Vice Admiral barked, his body revealing the techniques of the Navy's 6 powers, while haki enveloped his hands. The remaining 9 attacked from all directions simultaneously, leaving Bai Jing no room whatsoever to counterattack. Damn it, you're breaking the code of honor. So many of you ganging up on one person. Are you even the Navy of Justice? What happened to your justice and your dignity? Justice lies behind us, and as for our reputation, that's inconsequential. Capturing you is what truly matters, the charging Navy soldiers shouted. At that moment, Bai Jing sighed softly. Why are you even doing this? 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Lightning coalesced into colossal thunder beasts upon his palms. The Thunder Beast charged relentlessly toward the enemies before him. The Thunderbird transformed into a massive phoenix, soaring upward to engage the vice admirals in the sky. Turning his attention to those behind him, Bai Jing leaped aside and pressed his palms together, unleashing a surge of endless lightning. Powerful electric energy spread outward in all directions. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens like divine judgment, accompanied by Bai Jing's thunderous cry. Divine judgment. He shaped lightning from his wrists and released it at will. The summoned bolt descended from the sky as a colossal column of electricity, obliterating his targets. The vice admirals behind him were struck by the massive lightning column and blasted away with tremendous force. Their figures staggered and disheveled. The few who quickly erected armament hockey defenses were still overpowered by the lightning's immense voltage and crushing impact sent flying with ragged appearances. One by one they were launched backward through the air. Bai Jing had effortlessly dispatched 10 vice admirals with just 3 moves. The remaining 10,000 Navy soldiers continued to close in on Bai Jing, surrounding him from all directions. Seastone cannons loaded and fired in rapid succession. From the naval warship, artillery thundered continuously without pause. Boom. Crash. Crash. Head-sized shells rained down in relentless succession, targeting Ace, Oz, and Bai Jing. Hua Jin remained at ease in her small fish tank nearby, observing the surrounding Navy forces. Stella approached with a composed expression, showing no signs of panic. Since they were all allies, she trusted in them completely. Bai Jing had saved her life, and it was also Bai Jing who had given her the chance to see Tesoro once more. Even if she were to die here, she would bear no resentment. Bai Jing watched as countless black cannonballs darkened the sky, appearing like a storm of shells. He snapped his fingers. Click! A sound echoed through the air reminiscent of shattering glass. Crack! 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 The space above fractured incrementally, revealing dark voids within. Every shell was annihilated mid-air by the shockwave, detonating harmlessly above without endangering anyone. This was the monstrous nature of the Goro Goro no Mi. The Navy personnel firing guns and cannons stood utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how shells that had been flying smoothly through the air moments ago suddenly exploded mid-flight. Could they be duds? They wondered puzzledly. That's impossible. We clearly inspected them all before loading just now. They absolutely aren't fake. There's no logical explanation. Everyone exchanged glances, then urgently pulled the fuse cords of the shells behind them. The pitch-black projectiles shot from the gun ports, soaring into the sky in unison. Meanwhile, the gun barrels were reloaded, aimed at Bai Jing, and fired again. Pew boom. 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 Bai Jing's right hand once again gently snapped his fingers, activating the power of the Goro Goro fruit. At the same moment, he snapped 2 transparent white glass shields rubbed against each other. This friction generated vibrations in the air, airquakes. Cracks formed in the sky, gradually shattering piece by piece until the upper section of space fragmented entirely, causing all those shells to explode in midair, none of them reaching their positions. The assembled Navy personnel were driven to question reality. How could the shells all explode just because Bai Jing snapped his fingers? Could this kid have the ability to detonate shells remotely? If so, wouldn't these artillery soldiers be rendered useless? Smoker and Ace were locked in fierce combat, while waves of Navy personnel continuously surged forward. Ace had to dodge marine bullets infused with sea stone, while simultaneously guarding against Smoker. The two battled furiously, each strike more intense than the last. Meanwhile, as the Great's situation deteriorated, the number of Navy vice admirals surrounding him had tripled to 8. Though they had left numerous red wounds upon his colossal form, blood was already beginning to flow from his body. His strength was ultimately inferior to that of Ace and Bai Jing combined. However, Oz's great sword slashed repeatedly, sending one vice admiral after another flying into the distance. The number of naval officers lying unconscious beside him was considerable, numbering in the tens of thousands. And on Bai Jing's side, the casualty count was even more staggering. Those relentless waves of Navy soldiers kept advancing, but Bai Jing released his Golden Conqueror's haki as effortlessly as spending coins. Golden ripples spread outward, once more knocking out tens of thousands of naval personnel. He simply located dense formations of enemies and unleashed his haki, dropping them by the hundreds. Then he moved to another concentrated position, unleashing his haki again and again. As for those bullets, he simply let them pass through his body. After all, his Logia transformation made him immune to sea stone. The bullets had absolutely no effect on him. Among the 400 naval forces on the battlefield, more than half had already fallen due to Bai Jing's shamelessly cunning tactics. Only 100 remained. The 10 vice admirals who had been blasted away by Bai Jing earlier began to awaken from their unconsciousness. Gazing at Hua Jin and Stella, who were undefended, a plan formed in their eyes. Methods didn't matter, only results did. As long as they could capture Bai Jing, everything would be fine. The 10 exchanged glances and quietly prepared to approach the two women. Both were women, and since they hadn't joined the battle, their strength must be limited. Yet Bai Jing had brought them along, indicating they were his allies. If they took the two hostage, Bai Jing would have no choice but to comply, unless he wanted to abandon them entirely. In that scenario, rifts would emerge between Ace Oz and Bai Jing, allowing them to drive a wedge between the three. Then they could arrest them one by one. It must be admitted that these 10 Navy vice admirals possessed remarkably cunning minds, immediately devising countermeasures. They harbored no sense of guilt whatsoever, only ambition for fame, wealth, and higher ranks. Smoker, however, had only one desire: to engage in a thoroughly satisfying battle against Fire Fist Ace. The two fought with relentless fury, their clash producing endless clouds of smoke and exploding sparks. At their most intense moment, sparks ignited and smoke billowed. Upon Smoker's body, layer after layer of burns appeared from the fierce exchange. Yet Smoker refused to lag behind. His smoke condensed into solid form, extinguishing wave after wave of Ace's flames. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 vice admirals on Oz's side had already been slashed away, lying unconscious with unknown life or death. All around, Navy forces continued relentlessly firing guns and cannons upon his massive body. Such a gigantic physique made him an invincible target. Numerous bullet holes marked his body, and in pain, he swung his blade again and again. Seeing the dire situation, lightning crackled across Bai Jing's hands as he roared, 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A massive thunder dragon spanning 100 zhang in length and dozens of zhang in width swayed its form and roared forward, heading straight toward the naval forces attacking Oz. Roar! The thunder dragon seemed to come alive, its lightning paralyzing tens of thousands of Navy personnel. He had to help Oz. Otherwise, continuing to endure this barrage of gunfire and cannon fire would leave him severely wounded. He also noticed the 10 suspicious vice admirals lurking nearby, up to no good. They actually dared to target his people. How could he allow that? His body transformed into golden flash particles, appearing before the 10 vice admirals in an instant. They were merely dozens of steps away from Hua Xin and Stella at that moment. Now that Bai Jing had arrived, he looked at these 10 vice admirals and sneered. You call yourselves vice admirals? You're more despicable and shameless than pirates, even more so than me. I haven't taken hostages yet. You actually want to. I'll hold him off. You go first. The leader roared ferociously, covering his hands with armament hockey once more. Deploying the 6 powers of the Navy, he shouted loudly, the process doesn't matter. Only the result does. As long as the Navy maintains justice upon these seas, that's all that matters. Justice? Bai Jing sneered as the figures charged past him toward his allies. Your so-called justice. The Navy does possess justice, certainly, but you 10 scoundrels are absolutely not its representatives. Those 2 have done nothing wrong, yet you intend to use them as hostages. What pathetic justice. Hypocrisy indeed. You 10 deserve praise for your clever manipulation. Have you ever experienced despair? Today I will let all 10 of you experience it firsthand. At this moment, the flame god rune emerged upon his body. Flames continuously radiated from him in endless streams. Centered on himself, he formed a colossal flame arena surrounding the 10 individuals. They attempted to break through, but found themselves unable to move even a single step. This ferocious heat rivaled magma, reaching temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees. The terrifying heat reduced their clothing to ashes instantly. Moreover, these 10 felt completely isolated. As if cut off from the world, no one could perceive their fate. Under the scorching heat, the flesh and blood of the 10 people were beginning to melt. Their skin had been completely seared, their entire bodies burning crimson. They felt as though they stood within an endless sea of fire, with Bai Jing at its very center. The closer they moved toward Bai Jing, the higher the temperature soared. This flaming world stretched endlessly, its horizon invisible even to the eye. The sky itself was red, the earth consumed by raging flames, temperatures reaching tens of thousands of degrees. Their feet began to melt. Bones emerged from the searing heat, while their flesh and blood slowly started to burn upon the surface of the flames. The 10 screamed in agony. Even their armament hockey could not withstand such extreme temperatures. Fear gripped their faces. They were truly panicked now. They had only sought to capture Bai Jing to advance their careers and amass wealth. The righteousness they once claimed to uphold had long been abandoned. Having occupied high positions for years, they had plotted and harmed countless people. This was precisely why such deeds came so naturally to them. It was this mindset that led them to kidnap Hua Xin and Stella, to threaten Bai Jing. And Bai Jing, seeing clearly that none of these 10 were good men, dared to kill them without hesitation. Standing at the heart of the flame, Bai Jing was utterly unaffected. His body began to transform, his entire form becoming elemental, shifting into a colossal giant of fire. Boundless flames composed his body, his endless arms and legs forged from fire itself. His head was likewise formed of flame, with only his eyes visible. His voice echoed from within the inferno, "Welcome to the flame world." And I am its ruler, the Flame King. This was the true power of the Mera Mera and Nomiya level ace had yet to unlock. Each person's ability to awaken and develop a devil fruit varied, and Bai Jing was no exception. This was what the awakened Mera Mera no Mi could achieve, a world of fire. The 10 wailed in despair, terror etched across their faces, screaming, "Let us go! Let us go! We will never arrest you again. Name any price, and we will give it to you. Treasure, status, women. Anything you desire we will provide. Spare us." Half of their bodies had already melted away, death was imminent. This agonizing conscious suffering was the most devastating torment of all. This realm of flames existed somewhat apart from the ordinary pirate world. However, it could still develop further, to transform everything around them into fire, creating a true world of flames. What the 10 now experienced was the boundless expanse of Bai Jing's fire domain, which appeared so limitless. To onlookers, these 10 men had simply been engulfed by Bai Jing's flames. They could not see what transpired within, only hearing the screams and desperate pleas of the 10 vice-admirals. These cries deeply affected morale. The marine forces, already low in spirit, heard that their vice-admirals had even begged for mercy. Any will to continue fighting vanished entirely. Bai Jing disregarded their wretched torment. With a wave of his hand, the endless flames transformed into fire beasts, birds, and dragons, swallowing them whole. All 10 perished beneath the flames. In the blink of an eye, every last one of them was dead, their bodies completely consumed. Only then did Bai Jing dissolve his flame form and return to his normal appearance, gazing into the distance. Ace and Smoker battled fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, over at Orz's position, many of the 10 vice-admirals had been struck down. However, Orz himself bore numerous wounds and bled heavily. Bai Jing flashed forward like a golden streak and leaped onto Orz's shoulder. Lightning surged, pouring into Orz's body. This electricity accelerated Orz's blood circulation and metabolism, stimulating his heart. At this moment, his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid rate, old wounds slowly scabbing over. Low-voltage electrotherapy, Bai Jing murmured. Empowered by this recovery, Orz fought with even greater ferocity, his great blade cleaving through wave after wave. Countless marines were slashed apart, many killed outright. The vice-admirals descended into sheer panic. Seeing the tide turn, Smoker decisively ordered, "Fall back. All of you retreat." 10 vice-admirals lay dead from Bai Jing's flames, while roughly 3 more had been slaughtered by Orz. In this single engagement, they had already lost 13 vice-admirals along with hundreds of thousands of naval personnel. The conscious among them, along with those merely knocked unconscious by Conqueror's haki, sprinted toward their warships. Those who had been rendered unconscious by the haki attack also scrambled to their feet and fled desperately toward the marine vessels. Bai Jing is truly a monster. He possesses both the Pika Pika no Mi and the Mera Mera no Mi along with thunder powers. We simply cannot defeat him. They had believed that a dozen or so vice-admirals would be enough to handle him, but the thunder's overwhelming power had already claimed so many lives. Moreover, Huajin had not yet possessed Bai Jing's body to grant him that combat enhancement. With Stella as a burden at his side, even combined they could not hope to prevail. Watching Smoker retreat into the distance, Ace made no move to pursue. Orz was equally restrained. All of this was by Bai Jing's design. Their priority was to drive the Navy back, seize a warship, and use it to lure the Golden King into captivity aboard their pirate vessel. That was the true objective. As for whether the Navy would pursue them later, the answer was inevitable. As long as Bai Jing remained at large, naval pursuit would never cease, and each attempt would grow ever more fierce. Who had he killed? 3 celestial dragons. And so many marine vice-admirals as well. There was no need to wonder. His bounty would surely rise again upon his return. With Bai Jing and his companions deliberately holding back, most of the Navy managed to retreat aboard their warships. As for the fallen sailors, they could not carry the dead with them, and had to leave them behind. Such was the cruelty of reality. On Bai Jing's hands, palms pressed together, a shimmering mirror of light formed. A beam of light shot forth from the mirror, striking a marine warship directly. Bai Jing's figure dissolved into pure light, riding the beam until he materialized aboard the marine vessel. The onlookers regarded him with utter dread. This ruthless pirate was simply too monstrous. Would it not be against proper etiquette to simply let you leave? Bai Jing asked, casually picking at his ear. And you expect to depart empty-handed? That seems far too convenient. Leave behind one of your warships, and you may go. Otherwise, none of you leave today. Their faces darkened with fury. As Marines, when had they ever been threatened so brazenly by pirates? Without hesitation, Smoker immediately ordered, hand over that warship to them. All personnel on board evacuate to our vessel immediately. The crew swiftly abandoned the warship. Bai Jing was highly satisfied with their efficiency. His expression was smug, his demeanor utterly insufferable. With a rather flamboyant flair, he welcomed them aboard, and saw to it that Stella and Huajin were safely returned to the marine vessel. Orz's massive frame could just barely fit upon the deck of the marine warship. He waved his hand, and Ace took the helm, steering the captured vessel away into the distance. Bai Jing shouted farewell. If anything so pleasant arises next time, be sure to call me. How many more marine warships do you have? I'll take them all. And next time send stronger opponents, not these weaklings. Send devil fruit users preferably. Oh, and by the way, take your dead with you. After all, the dead deserve respect. Hearing Bai Jing's thoroughly provoking words, their faces turned black. How could such an infuriating brat exist? He was not merely rubbing salt into their wounds. He was searing those wounds with fire, ensuring every ounce of pain was maximized. This time they had been thoroughly rebuffed, both psychologically and physically, suffering grave wounds on every front. Smoker cast one reluctant glance at the retreating figures of Bai Jing and his crew, then slowly withdrew his gaze, his expression grim. He lit 2 cigarettes, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, and spoke in a heavy voice, "Return to the Marine branch. We will discuss this matter at length. Send word to Marine headquarters. This individual cannot be subdued by anything less than a fleet admiral. The vice admirals are no longer a threat to him. Fire Fist Ace's strength is already nearing that of a fleet admiral. Every soul on that ship is a monster." Meanwhile, the captured marine warship was racing at full speed toward the Golden City. Anticipation shone on every face. Bai Jing himself was filled with eager expectation, his interest piqued by that mysterious fruit said to enhance one's fortune. The Aura no Mi also intrigued him. On this journey, he stood to gain at least 2 devil fruit abilities. He would also perform a genuine good deed, making amends for past regrets. After half a month of voyaging, the marine warship raced forward at full speed and finally arrived at the greatest entertainment venue on the sea, the Golden City. As the enormous marine warship slipped into a corner of the Golden City, the crowd at the entrance stared at it in bewilderment. This place belongs to pirates. What are the Marines doing here? One after another, their eyes burned with hostility. Marines did exist in this entertainment city, but most of them were not welcome. Even the high-ranking Marines were entangled with the pirates, everyone knew. Only after they recognized the people aboard the marine warship did they withdraw their stares. These were not Marines, they were a gang of pirates. These bastards have guts, seizing a marine warship. They must be vicious desperados. Among pirates, who isn't vicious? All it means is they must be tired of living, stealing a marine warship. Don't these people look a little familiar? Oh, you're right, I almost forgot. Look, the man on that bounty poster is exactly the same as that young man up there. That's the latest supernova Bai Jing, worth 800 berry. I never thought he'd show up in the Golden City. Many pirates at the 2 entrances cried out in astonishment. They stared at the people on the marine warship below, finding the sight stranger with every passing second. Stella's face was a storm of emotions, part awe, part terror. Perhaps it was a case of the heart growing timid as one neared a long-lost love. It was only to be expected. The marine warship entered the immense Golden City through a long, iron-bound ship channel. Once the marine warship had sailed inside, the central area revealed an incomparably vast golden sea. It was all formed from gold. Bai Jing clicked his tongue in amazement, full of admiration for the power of the gold fruit. Moreover, the awakened gold fruit was no weak ability. Holy hell, how much gold is this? If I could have sold this back home in China, I'd have become the richest man on earth. Around the raised platform stretched something like a gladiatorial arena. In the center lay the golden sea, vast and majestic. On every side, seats were packed with people, gamblers and Marines as well. Marine or pirate, if your bounty was high enough or your rank was high enough, you were a VIP here and received special treatment. When the group sailed the marine warship, and many assumed they were Marines. But once everyone aboard was clearly visible, someone shouted, "That's the supernova pirate Bai Jing. He's the one who fought Admiral Kizaru to a standstill. This kid looks so young. Can he truly match an admiral?" The people around recognized Bai Jing, and a jumble of voices rose, questioning, doubting, all kinds. They've got some nerve hijacking a marine warship. As expected of the most ruthless supernova, killing 3 celestial dragons, and then seizing a marine warship. Listening to the chatter around him, Bai Jing stood at the front of the marine warship with his hands on his hips, grinning smugly. "You flatter me. This is just routine, nothing special." The moment Bai Jing entered the Golden City, countless important figures fixed their gazes upon him. Everyone wanted to step on this supernova to make a name for themselves. Many high-ranking Marines also turned their attention this way. As long as your power was great enough, there were countless variables to exploit in the Golden City. Should we go straight to Tesoro now? Seeing you like this, we'd better give you some time to take a breather. Bai Jing looked at Stella inside the marine warship. She was not in good shape, far from her best. Stella nodded gently. Only she herself understood this feeling. They had been separated for more than a decade, yet every waking thought had been a longing to see him again. Now that she was drawing near, timidity crept in instead. This was something only she could sort out. Bai Jing could merely guide her. In the meantime, they could first enjoy themselves in the Golden City. Songs resounded and dancers swayed. Golden pillars stood firm upon the Golden Sea. Beautiful women performed hot dances up above, while music looped endlessly. The infectious rhythm moved everyone present, and the lights swung over. Two enormous circular beams illuminated by Jing's marine warship, making them the focus of the entire sea. At another entrance, a colossal pirate ship, every bit as imposing as their marine warship, came ramming straight at them. Kid, I don't believe you're as monstrous as the rumors say. You're supposed to fight an admiral, even beat an admiral. Why did you only now come to the New World? This has to be a lie. Hand over every treasure you have on that ship. Let us brothers have some fun with it. We brothers have gambled away everything here. Finally a fat fish swims our way, and you're it. On that gigantic pirate ship were actually 5 giants. Underneath the 5 giants were several hundred pirates, each with a garish banner tied around his right arm, clearly their pirate flag. Those 5 giants were obviously their leaders. Just as they were about to speak, Bai Jing waved his hand impatiently. Ants shouldn't talk. These days, every damn bird dares to throw itself at me. The commotion below caught everyone's attention. Down there, they're fighting. Look, haha, Bai Jing's group is doomed. That's the 5 giants pirate crew, the terror of the New World. From the first brother to the 5th, each one has a bounty of 1 berry. Now they've run into this 8 berry pirate. Who's stronger? We'll see soon enough. Finally, there's a good show. Atop a tower in the Golden City, Tesoro looked in that direction. He had heard about Bai Jing's fame recently. It burned far too brightly. He had killed 3 celestial dragons. His gaze toward Bai Jing was different, not full of calculations, but with a trace of curiosity. Tesoro hated the celestial dragons even more. If their goals were aligned, Bai Jing could become a comrade in arms. He hated the celestial dragons, and Bai Jing killed celestial dragons. In a way, they were the same kind of people. Their 5 commanders were all of the giant race, nearly 100 meters tall, with immeasurable strength. Standing before these 5 giants, little Ors was taller still. Adult giants were about 20 meters tall, while little Ors measured 38, quite a bit taller. Bai Jing looked at the 5 with growing annoyance. If you had money to come rob us, that would be understandable. Then I could rob you right back. But you're just a bunch of poor bastards without a coin to your names. Beating you brings me no benefit at all. Just as Ace and little Ors were about to make their move, Bai Jing took the lead, turned into a flash of light, and shot over to the 5 giants pirate cruise ship. Brat, you're asking to die? Seeing Bai Jing charging at their ship, the 5 giant warriors raised their spiked iron clubs ready to hit a home run and send him flying. Armament hockey shrouded their weapons, making even Bai Jing's elementalization useless. Bai Jing naturally understood this principle. While still in midair, he condensed a massive flaming fist in his hand and slammed it downward with tremendous force. The blazing flames roared as they hurtled toward the golden sea below. The immense recoil propelled Bai Jing's body backward, allowing him to evade the onslaught of spiked clubs. His body was launched dozens of zhang into the air by the recoil. Gazing downward, he curled his lips into a faint smile. Not just any stray cat or dog can provoke me. His expression immediately turned solemn as he bellowed, "Fist of the Fire God." Behind him, flames slowly coalesced into a colossal phantom image that stretched between heaven and earth like a blazing deity of fire. The entire figure was composed of searing flames. As Bai Jing's right fist descended, the flame giant's enormous fiery fist also smashed downward. This technique was Bai Jing's own creation, not borrowed from Ace. Lightning crackled around his left fist. Behind him, colossal lightning converged into the phantom image of the lightning god. The two immense apparitions, the fire god and the lightning god, stood side by side, unleashing their right and left fists simultaneously. The colossal fists, spanning hundreds of zhang in length and dozens in width, crashed into the massive pirate ship, sealing the fate of the 5 giants and the underlings above. The flames, accompanied by violent impact and explosive force, shattered the pirate vessel into 2 halves, cleaving it apart at the waist. The 5 giants, overwhelmed by the sheer impact and blast, were sent flying and plunged into the golden sea along with the wreckage of the ship. The lightning god's colossal fist followed in quick succession, its savage thunderbolts electrocuting everyone aboard the pirate ship. Moreover, in this golden sea, water conducted electricity, and gold was an exceptional conductor as well. The tremendous voltage numbed every victim, striking them dead on the spot. Their bodies stiffened, eyes rolled back, and limbs turned rigid. One by one, they floated atop the golden sea. The surrounding onlookers were utterly captivated by Bai Jing's 2 punches. As expected of a pirate worth 800 million berries. With just 2 punches, he wiped out an entire giant pirate crew. He shattered their ship with those same 2 blows, and now the 5 captains are floating lifeless on the surface. So this is the strength of an 800 million berry pirate. Who could possibly withstand a single punch from that lightning god? And that was the power of the flame fruit. His fire fist was even mightier than Ace's. The crowd above continued to marvel as they watched Bai Jing descending from the sky, their gazes toward him transformed. Ace had been watching Bai Jing closely all along, studying the punch he had just delivered with a thoughtful expression. That technique, condensing flames into a giant phantom that threw a single punch, far surpassed the power of his own fire fist. The reserves of flame required for such a feat were extraordinarily demanding. Having accomplished all this, Bai Jing executed a graceful 360-degree turn in midair, perfect landing, splash, plopped. He's fallen into the Golden Sea. Isn't he a devil fruit user? He's lost consciousness after falling into the Golden Sea. Anyone brave enough to fish him out, then kill him and claim the 800 million berries from the Marines. 800 million berries is real money after all. You go if you want. That pirate probably has more tricks up his sleeve. He's clearly cunning and devious. If you want to throw your life away, that's your choice. While the crowd debated above, Bai Jing surfaced, pressed his palms together, and conjured a shining mirror of light. The mirror refracted a path of golden light. Bai Jing's body dissolved into particles of radiance, traveled along the beam, and returned to the marine warship. How is that possible? Isn't he a devil fruit user? Why can he still move beneath the sea? This defies all logic. This man is eerie. Good thing no one jumped down, or we'd have been wrapped up like dumplings. The sea water conducted electricity after all. If he unleashed his lightning again, every one of them would die on the spot. At the summit of the Golden Tower, Tesoro stared down at Bai Jing with a pensive gaze. A faint amused smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. No wonder he managed to defeat a celestial dragon. The power of the flame fruit, the rumble fruit, and something resembling the glint fruit as well. The rumble fruit is my natural nemesis. Tesoro's eyes flickered with contemplation, his gaze dimming and brightening in restless oscillation. Concealed within the shadows, no one could tell what he was pondering. Gold conducted electricity. No matter how Tesoro transformed himself, he could only rely on the gold fruit's power. And with the rumble fruit at his disposal, Bai Jing was destined to be the natural counter to the gold fruit, just as the gum fruit was the natural nemesis of the rumble fruit. Even if Tesoro awakened his fruit and turned everything around him into gold, all Bai Jing needed was to release a spark of lightning, and it would travel through all that gold and strike him directly. Such was the overwhelming advantage of the rumble fruit. After all was said and done, they sailed the marine warship into the heart of the Golden City. Disembarking, they carried ashore an enormous sack brimming with gold, silver, and treasure. Little Ors Jr. bore the burden on his back. Stella had veiled her face, as well unrecognizable to others. For now her emotions remained complicated, caught in a fierce inner struggle. This period also allowed Ace, Bai Jing, and the others to look around the Golden City and enjoy themselves. They found a grand hotel in the city and checked in. Because of his giant lineage, Little Ors Jr. found lodging in a section designated for giants in the Golden City. Though the conditions were somewhat inferior, at least he had a place to stay. Stella, alone in the luxurious hotel room, paced back and forth in turmoil, her thoughts churning endlessly, until finally, she let out a faint, wistful sigh. The closer I draw to home, the more timid I become. I dare not ask the passerby about tidings. The closer I draw to a dear one, the more fearful I grow. I dare not face those from my past. Meanwhile, Bai Jing was thoroughly enjoying himself in the city that never slept. He first located a massive casino where he squandered no small amount of gold and jewelry. He simply never won a single hand, lost every time with the absolute worst luck imaginable. After about half an hour, Bai Jing stormed out, his face black as thunder, cursing under his breath. What rotten luck is this? Dozens of rounds in a row, and I haven't won even once. He even suspected that the Golden Emperor had ordered his underlings to drain away his luck. But since he had never seen them before, he could only blame his own abysmal fortune. His expression was utterly grim. Bai Jing stroked his chin deep in thought, muttering to himself, when the time comes, I'll find Bacala and steal her luck fruit to enhance my own fortune. Then no matter how I gamble, I always win, and my luck has been improving. Bai Jing thought to himself, chuckling softly, and decided to proceed with this plan. This casino, to put it bluntly, truly relies on luck. Of course, there are people orchestrating things behind the scenes, which is why gamblers keep pouring in endlessly. Bai Jing walked alone through the streets of this Golden City. The city was vast beyond measure, with towering buildings on both sides blazing with lights at night. It was truly a city that never slept. The entire city was constructed from gold, with gold scattered everywhere, showing just how extravagant it was. Someone is watching me. Interesting. Bai Jing's observation, Haki suddenly sensed someone tracking him from the shadows, but he chose not to reveal it. Instead, he continued walking alone down the street. Bai Jing clearly spotted the man. It was one of Gold Emperor Katsumoto's subordinates, the one with the oversized black head resembling a dark doll. He possessed the escape fruit. But to Bai Jing, this ability was rather similar to the flicker fruit. After all, if he made contact, he could acquire another devil fruit, which would do him no harm. With a few swift flashes, he transformed into a streak of light and appeared behind the man. Wait, where did he go? He was right here just now, but now he's vanished. The man with the oversized head stared in bewilderment at Bai Jing's sudden disappearance. At that moment, Bai Jing appeared behind the man's neck, gently patting the back of his head with his right hand. Since his shoulders were too low and his head was far too large, that was the only way he could reach. Up. The sudden movement terrified the man, causing him to leap up and dive into a black hole above, vanishing from sight. A faint smile curved Bai Jing's lips, his eyes filled with amusement. Got it. He mimicked the man's technique, leaping lightly upward. A black ring appeared, and he shot straight into it, reappearing at another corner of the street. Meanwhile, the man with the oversized head stood puzzled. How is this possible? How could he find me? And he even detected my presence. That's truly strange. What's so strange about that? I'm right here, aren't I? Bai Jing's soft laughter rang out again. The man turned around as if he'd seen a ghost, and stared at Bai Jing, saying, "How did you know I was watching you?" A trace of fear appeared on his face. He had been ordered by Gold Emperor Tomorrow to keep a constant watch on Bai Jing, monitoring whether Bai Jing showed any unusual movements, or whether he could use certain tactics to lure Bai Jing into staying in the Golden City and becoming one of his subordinates. Note that this wasn't about forcing him to stay through violence, but rather through gambling skill, because Tomorrow greatly admired Bai Jing. Since Bai Jing had dared to kill a celestial dragon, he and Tomorrow were kindred spirits. Tomorrow's driving belief was that with enough wealth one could buy anything. It was because of Stella. Her death had struck him devastatingly hard. Bai Jing certainly knew this was all orchestrated by Gold Emperor Tomorrow. Wasn't this exactly how he dealt with Luffy in the movie? It was just that the methods used against Luffy were somewhat more brutal. Bai Jing chuckled softly and said, "Let's go. Take me to see the Gold Emperor. It's time we met face to face. It's about time we had a talk. You want to see the master?" The man with the oversized head eyed Bai Jing suspiciously and spoke first. Seeing this, Bai Jing shook his head. "Never mind. I'll find him myself. If I wait for you to report, when will that be? I prefer to keep the initiative in my own hands." Saying this, Bai Jing leaped upward. A small black hole appeared in the air, and his figure disappeared into it, vanishing from the spot. Witnessing Bai Jing's technique, the man's pupils contracted sharply in disbelief. How is this possible? Isn't this my own ability? Why can he use it too? Does he also have the escape fruit? Who exactly is this person? He stood frozen for a moment, then leaped into the black hole above and vanished, heading off to report this matter to Gold Emperor Tomorrow. Bai Jing had not brought Stella along because in his view, she was not yet ready. He decided it was better to negotiate with the Gold Emperor himself. If the talks failed, he would resort to force. If they succeeded, the moment the Gold Emperor showed the slightest sign of hostility, he would release Stella as bait. Thus, luring the Gold Emperor aboard his ship would not be difficult. That was Bai Jing's scheme. Meanwhile, Little Oars was resting in a hotel, sleeping soundly. These past few days had been truly exhausting. As for Ace, he was curiously exploring everything in the Golden City, observing his surroundings, and even participating in gambling. At the end of the day, pirates ultimately sought the same thing, freedom. Bai Jing traversed numerous black holes, his destination directly pointing to the tallest building in the Golden City, the Golden Tower. He passed through several black holes, crossing many places until he arrived within this dimly lit great hall. At that moment, the Gold Emperor was bathing in a pool surrounded by over a dozen scantily clad women who handed him red wine and held towels beside him. On his back was a massive pink five-pointed star mark, which served to cover the brand previously left by the celestial dragons. His ash-green hair was slicked back, and he wore purple sunglasses. Tomorrow murmured to himself, "I assume he has already observed Bai Jing's movements. I'll implement the plan over the next few days and see whether he is like me, someone I should consider bringing into my ranks. Celestial dragons, wretched trash, must die? Now I have accumulated more than enough wealth, yet it cannot make up for my past regrets. Then I will simply slaughter all these celestial dragons." When Bai Jing appeared before Tomorrow, he plunged into the water with a splash. Plopped. He emerged from the water, and Tomorrow seemed startled by this sudden occurrence. He quickly stood up and looked toward Bai Jing. Bai Jing also rose to his feet and looked at Tomorrow as well as the dozen or so women beside him. At that moment, an awkward silence fell over the great hall as they stared at each other. Bai Jing glanced at the dozen women behind Tomorrow, gave a sly smile, and waved. "Hi." Gold Emperor Tomorrow recognized Bai Jing, and his interest deepened. He said teasingly, Well, how did you stumble into my place? Aren't you afraid of being arrested?" The dozen women whom Bai Jing had greeted were taken aback, thinking, "Who is this odd fellow in front of us? Although he's quite handsome, we are all people of the Gold Emperor." Bai Jing chuckled. "Not at all." "Oh, why? Pirate Bai Jing, you must know. This is my golden pirate ship. The city is filled with my men. Now I stand as the emperor of these seas. At my word, at my whim, I can decree your life or command your death." Tesoro's eyes shimmered with mockery. Reaching behind him, he plucked a goblet of red wine from the tray held by a waiting maid, swirled it lazily in his hand, took a delicate sip, and fixed his gaze upon Bai Jing. He awaited what Bai Jing would say next. Bai Jing merely smiled and said, "You have your ambitions, and I have mine. The five-pointed star emblem upon Gold Emperor Tesoro's back is but a veil to conceal the brand seared into him by the celestial dragons long ago." The instant Bai Jing uttered these words, the Gold Emperor's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, and a suffocating pressure swelled within the hall. Tesoro's presence radiated a sovereign dominance glinting with dreadful menace. He was the Emperor of the Seas, the Gold Emperor, and he brooked no one laying bare the scars of his past. Nor would he suffer a smile upon another's face in his presence. Only one person had ever been permitted to smile before him, but that one was now not but a memory. The Gold Emperor climbed out of the pool and unhurried dressed himself. He set a golden top hat upon his head and robed himself in garments wrought of gold. Bai Jing likewise leapt up. Azure lightning crackled across his body. The high-voltage thunder generated searing heat that dried his drenched clothes in an instant. The Gold Emperor's eyes hardened at this display, realizing that Bai Jing would not be easy to handle, for that was the power of thunder itself. Yet he paid it little mind. With a wave of his hand, he drove all the women from the grand hall until within the vast and empty chamber only Bai Jing and he remained. Since matters have come to this, I shall not mince words. I think very highly of you. As long as you join my golden pirate ship, I can give you anything you want. Wealth, status, beautiful women, everything in abundance. A smile spread across the Gold Emperor's face as he raised both hands into the air, the very picture of ease. Bai Jing shook his head with a smile. He understood that the Gold Emperor was making a deliberate effort to recruit him. Perhaps because Bai Jing had slain a celestial dragon, Tesoro saw him as a kindred spirit with a shared pursuit. Yet Bai Jing was a transmigrant. He had his own pursuits. How could he ever bend beneath another? He shook his head with a light chuckle. How about this? Let us make a wager. We fight, you and I. If I win, you join my pirate crew. If you win, I will unconditionally join yours. Oh, now that is rather interesting. Gold Emperor Tesoro arched an eyebrow, astonishment written across his face. He had not expected Bai Jing to propose conditions while standing on his own turf. He gave it no great deliberation and nodded. He had his own calculations. Even should he lose, he would still have words to offer. And in his heart, he did not believe he could lose. This was his own seat of power. The entire Golden City was forged from gold. It was precisely Bai Jing's grasp of the Gold Emperor's mindset that emboldened him to speak thus. Moreover, Bai Jing had no shortage of means to bring the Gold Emperor under his command. First, defeat him honorably with martial might, compelling his body to yield. Then summon Stella, compelling his heart to yield as well. With this 1-2 sequence, Bai Jing refused to believe the Gold Emperor would not take the bait, refused to believe he would not board his ship. Bai Jing cast a seemingly idle glance at the Gold Emperor's hands. 10 fingers laden with golden rings, save for the ring finger left conspicuously bare. That detail spoke volumes. In the empty hall, the two exchanged a look. Bai Jing vanished from where he stood, his hand morphing into a colossal fire fist that thundered toward the Gold Emperor. Bai Jing bellowed, "Flame God, fire fist." This was yet another technique of his own creation. Behind him, the phantom of a blazing deity seemed to appear, sweeping up a fiery heavy fist and striking toward the Gold Emperor. The punch was unimpeachably swift. The Gold Emperor's pupils contracted violently. Never had he imagined that Bai Jing's speed could reach such a terrifying extent. He raised both arms before him, elementalizing them into gold to guard his front, and took the blow square. Under that devastating impact, he was blasted back over a dozen steps before he could slowly steady himself. The Gold Emperor propped himself with one hand and called out sharply, "Golden Bomb." He armored his fist and wreathed it in haki, unleashing a strike with the effect of a molten golden cannon. It devastated its target through the colossal shockwave, thermal radiation, and fractured golden shards produced by the explosion. The gold upon the ground surged up like an erupting fountain, hurtling toward Bai Jing. Yet he neither avoided nor retreated, his fist once again condensed an enormous fire fist charging at the Gold Emperor. He allowed the golden fountain to crash upon his body. Armament haki veiled his chest. When the golden current slammed into him, Bai Jing's brow merely twitched. This modicum of pain was well within his endurance. And his blazing heavy fist crashed savagely into the Gold Emperor, another blow that sent him flying away. Tesoro's eyes flickered with an eerie light, and golden powder appeared upon his fingertips. This golden powder, in the pirate theatrical saga, had once been used by the Gold Emperor against Luffy and others. The Gold Emperor remained in place and pointed a finger forth. Endless golden powder erupted from his hand and shot toward Bai Jing. The Gold Emperor's lips curved upward as he murmured, "Golden water veil." Through the city's hidden apparatus, the golden powder was sprayed like splashing water more than 10,000 meters into the sky. Once the golden powder entered the human body, no matter how formidable one's strength, Tesoro could easily control them. Through this very technique, Tesoro had succeeded in dominating everyone in the Golden City, and in the storyline, even ensnared Zoro with ease. As the golden powder descended upon Bai Jing, his body grew rigid. Mockery flooded Tesoro's eyes as he strode languidly step by step until he stood before Bai Jing. "Pirate Bai Jing, you are still far too naive. This golden water veil has you in its thrall. The duel has already been lost by you. Is there anything more to say?" He folded his arms across his chest, as if victory were long since secured. Bai Jing gently shook his head. Just now his fist had after all landed heavy blows upon the Gold Emperor's body several times. And that meant he had touched the Gold Emperor. Thus he had already acquired the power of the Gold fruit. Since he now wielded the Gold fruit's power, how could he possibly still be affected by that very ability? Utterly laughable. A smile likewise graced his face. Upon his fingers no small amount of golden powder coalesced in turn, rising and falling above his thumb. Bai Jing spoke with mocking amusement. Oh, is this what you mean? With this you still wish to control me? The battle is not over. Continue. What? Impossible. The Golden Emperor's pupils contracted sharply. He could not believe that his supposedly foolproof move had failed against Bai Jing. Soon he composed himself, regaining his calm and unruffled demeanor. Pirate Bai Jing, no wonder you are the rising star making waves recently. Your methods are truly unpredictable. It comes as no surprise that you escaped from Kizaru's grasp. And you even killed a celestial dragon. That only deepens my interest. You will surely fall. Today you shall board my golden pirate ship. Witnessing Bai Jing's mystery and the ability to shatter his golden water splash, the Golden Emperor Tesoro's delight only intensified his fascination with Bai Jing reaching its peak. Having someone of such caliber at his disposal would be ideal. The Golden Emperor touched the ground and extracted a gold brick, effortlessly melting it into the shape of a trident as he charged toward Bai Jing. Meanwhile, Bai Jing removed the trident from his back and advanced against the Golden Emperor Tesoro. The two golden weapons clashed, both wreathed in armament hockey. The ringing sound of metal striking metal and the terrifying force caused Bai Jing's grip to tingle slightly. For the Golden Emperor's physical combat skills far surpassed his peers. Bai Jing's most critical weakness at present was his hand-to-hand combat ability. Within Bai Jing's consciousness, the phantom figure of Hua Jin spoke. Shall I lend you my power? Bai Jing murmured to himself, no need. I can handle this myself, just watch. Trust me. Refusing to yield, Bai Jing channeled lightning and fire into his left hand despite the numbing shock in his right. With a thunderous strike, he slammed his weapon-laden fist toward the Golden Emperor Tesoro. Boom! Blazing flames and endless lightning erupted. Sensing the attack, Tesoro coated his free hand in armament hockey and charged forward. Fists collided with fists, flesh against flesh, in a thunderous impact. Bang! This time Bai Jing gained the upper hand. The devastating strike, surging with flame and lightning power, sent tremors through Tesoro's hand. His entire right hand grew numb from the lightning's surge. Despite the protective layer of armament hockey, the electrical force still penetrated through. What? This lightning. It perfectly counters my fruit ability. The Golden Emperor exerted tremendous force with the trident in his left hand, sending Bai Jing reeling backward, while he himself stumbled several steps back, his expression grave. Gold serves as an excellent conductor, and lightning stands as the natural counter to his gold fruit abilities. The disdain that had previously filled Tesoro's golden eyes had completely vanished, replaced by a darkening expression. Now I shall begin taking this seriously, he murmured softly with his eyes closed. Awaken fruit. Massive muscles surged forth in terrifying layers, tearing through his upper garments. His body erupted with raw explosive power akin to a tyrannosaur. His emerald green hair transformed into molten gold at that moment. His entire physique took on the appearance of solidified gold, with leg muscles swelling and golden energy surrounding his fists. Pink luminescent patterns emerged across his chest, gleaming brilliantly. His face transmuted to pure gold, transforming his entire being into a golden figure. As his devil fruits awakening, manifested objects in the vicinity began shifting states, morphing into flowing liquid gold. With wide eyes fixed on Bai Jing, he declared, "This awakened state has amplified my offensive capabilities, defensive resilience, resistance, and durability. Can you still withstand this? Surrender now and willingly join my golden pirates, sparing yourself unnecessary suffering." The Golden Emperor Tesoro gazed intently at Bai Jing, awaiting his response, though this too would disappoint him. Instead of words, Bai Jing answered with a massive fist. Leaping from his position, he activated his flash fruit ability, transforming into a streak of golden light that materialized before the Golden Emperor. A colossal flame fist materialized above his right hand, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Inferno God Fire Fist. Bai Jing thundered. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. This strike drove directly into the Golden Emperor's face, forcing the terrifying flaming fist to connect squarely and send him hurtling backward. The fearsome Thunder Dragon materialized with striking realism, its roar echoing throughout the grand hall, before surging forward to sink its teeth into Tesoro's abdomen. Upon contact, infinite bolts of lightning erupted in a devastating explosion, propelling him another 10+ meters away and blasting him clear out of the grand hall. The Golden Tower reached to its highest level, and after being launched outward from its summit, Golden Emperor Tesoro plummeted heavily from the heights. Golden Emperor Tesoro showed no sign of anger at this. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he burst into laughter. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Ha ha. He then stabilized his form midair, shifted his stance, and with a sweeping gesture transformed the entire Golden Tower's appearance. The Golden Tower reshaped itself into a golden bridge, allowing him to land precisely upon it. With a powerful leap feat driving into the surface, he crouched momentarily before launching upward, once more reappearing before Bai Jing. This time his speed increased tenfold, the massive golden fist charging toward Bai Jing. "Golden Purgatory Fire," he roared. In his giant gold form, Tesoro employed this technique to armor his golden fist, unleashing molten gold fire. The explosive thermal radiation was powerful enough to illuminate the entire city, carrying devastating force capable of consuming everything. A single strike of this magnitude could leave Luffy severely wounded and unconscious. Bai Jing absorbed the impact directly, the terrifying heat detonating against his abdomen and sending him flying backward. Though Bai Jing had quickly activated his armament haki to protect his abdomen, the strike's overwhelming speed proved too much, blasting him out of the Grand Hall and down from the Golden Tower. Golden Emperor Tesoro, however, clearly had no intention of letting Bai Jing escape so easily. Upon landing in the Grand Hall, he once again pushed off the ground with both feet, launching himself forward like a cannonball. Descending from above, his acceleration exceeded his original speed, surpassing even Bai Jing's downward momentum. He swung his fist again, charging toward Bai Jing. As the Golden Emperor closed the distance to merely a few yards, Bai Jing remained composed, assuming an unusual hand posture. From that aperture, a beam of light shot forth, striking the Golden Emperor. This was the ability of the slow fruit, his slow beam. At that moment, the Golden Emperor's figure froze abruptly, his speed reduced 100-fold. He drifted through the air as though defying gravity itself, descending slowly and gracefully. This was precisely Bai Jing's moment. Though Bai Jing was falling from the sky, he made no move to stop himself, crashing heavily onto the street below and startling everyone in the vicinity. "What in the world just fell from above?" "I have no idea. Damn, you nearly scared me to death." The man brandished his fists and shouted toward the top of the Golden Tower. "You fool. Don't you know throwing objects from high altitudes is dangerous? How dare you do such a thing? Just let me catch you, and I'll flay your skin off." His companion gently tugged at the man and whispered nearby, "That is the Golden Tower. The one who resides inside it is Lord Emperor Tazo himself. If you say such things." The words struck terror into the man's heart. Cold sweat poured down his face as he and his companion quickly retreated, not daring to stay another moment. Bai Jing rose to his feet with ample time to spare. He lightly brushed the dust from his shoulders and patted off what remained from his clothes. Looking up at the still descending Golden Emperor Tazo, the corners of his mouth curled upward, offering a harmlessly charming smile. Yet for some reason beneath that smile, Tazo felt an unsettling chill in his gut. His index finger and thumb came together, his hands crossing over his chest. Countless points of light gathered within the tiny aperture formed by his crossed fingers. Bai Jing softly spoke, "Yasakani no Magatama." An explosion of brilliant light erupted from Bai Jing's palm, shooting upward toward the slowly descending Golden Emperor Tazo. At this moment, the Golden Emperor was nothing more than a sitting target, moving excruciatingly slowly through the void, while Bai Jing's flash fruit-infused light points flew with blistering speed. The light points continuously rained down upon Golden Emperor Tazo, striking him relentlessly, compounded by the effects of his own slow fruit paralysis. Though each explosion should have blasted him far backward, his movement remained agonizingly sluggish throughout. This meant the light points found their mark, without fail striking squarely upon his abdomen. A wry smile played on Bai Jing's lips. Before your fruit awakened, your body was reasonably compact and manageable. Now that it has awakened, your body has swollen several times its original size. While your defense and durability have indeed increased, my light points now cover a far greater area, and more of them can actually connect with you. Effectively, it amounts to no change at all. Golden Emperor Tazo felt genuine pain. Even with armament haki enveloping his abdomen, a significant amount of damage still reached his body in full force. Only after all of Bai Jing's Yasakani no Magatama had been expended did Tazo's speed finally return to normal, and he crashed heavily from above, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers. When they realized the fierce battle was between the pirate Bai Jing and the Golden Emperor himself, many were thoroughly stunned. Tazo's subordinates quickly rallied, forming an encirclement around Bai Jing in preparation to seize him. The wounded Golden Emperor Tazo relied upon his extraordinary physical prowess and the awakened power of his golden fruit. The actual damage inflicted upon him was surprisingly minimal. Surveying the surging waves of his own men closing in, he bellowed, "Everyone stand down. This is a battle between me and the pirate Bai Jing. Do not interfere." The large-headed man and Kerala hesitated, but ultimately obeyed the Golden Emperor's command and withdrew. Golden Emperor Tazo gazed at Bai Jing and burst into laughter, once more pushing his speed to its absolute limit. The surrounding streets and buildings transformed again and again until everything dissolved into an ocean of molten gold. Bai Jing could barely maintain his footing and was thrust heavily into the golden sea. Nearly half the street had liquefied into flowing golden water. Bai Jing plummeted into this domain of gold, while the Golden Emperor utilized his fruit's awakened power to reshape every object around him, rapidly consolidating the ground to imprison Bai Jing within a cage of golden earth. Layers upon layers of golden fortification stacked repeatedly, one mass after another, rapidly solidifying to entrap Bai Jing completely within the golden prison. Bai Jing never anticipated that the Golden Emperor possessed such cunning and possessed such bizarre abilities, yet he remained entirely unflustered, for he himself was also a user of the golden fruit. Breaking free of the golden prison was trivially simple. Golden energy radiated from his body, causing the very walls imprisoning him to transform back into a liquid state. Gradually the liquid hardened once more, forming a towering pillar of golden water that propelled him upward. Standing upon the golden column, Bai Jing gazed down at the Golden Emperor. At that moment Tazo had already closed the distance, his fists wreathed in armament haki. Bai Jing hastily crossed his arms before his chest, coating them in haki as well, and absorbed the brutal punches that sent him reeling backward. Then the Golden Emperor roared, "Golden Divine Flame." In his giant form, Tazo unleashed this signature technique, using haki as fuel, channeling it through mechanical conduits within his colossal body to generate immense heat and high-density energy that rapidly expanded. The energy then erupted from his eyes as concentrated laser beams possessing devastating power and extraordinary range, capable of sinking warships dozens of kilometers away. Two searing rays of light shot from his eyes with incomparable speed, aimed squarely at destroying Bai Jing. Sensing the terrifying beam hurtling toward him, Bai Jing immediately activated his paramecia transformation, his entire body dissolving into a flash of golden light to evade both rays. Wiping cold sweat from his brow with a lingering sense of unease, Bai Jing reflected on the terrifying destructive power. Tazo did not relent, seeing that Bai Jing had evaded his first volley. His eyes once again unleashed two more laser beams. One after another, beam after relentless beam, they came in rapid succession. Tazo attacked, while Bai Jing danced through the air as a streak of golden lightning, dodging constantly. The laser strikes obliterated the streets behind them, causing high-rise buildings to collapse layer by layer in devastation beyond measure. The spectators who had gathered at the periphery had long since fled, unwilling to be caught in the collateral destruction. From a distance they observed the battle through telescopes, marveling, as expected of the super rookie pirate Bai Jing. Just how powerful has he become? He's matching Golden Emperor Tazo blow for blow, and look at Tazo's current state. It's terrifying. Is this truly the power of the golden fruit? Absolutely monstrous. The ferocious battle soon caught the attention of Ace Little, Ors Jr., and Stella. Upon discovering that Tazo and Bai Jing were engaged in combat, the three immediately set forth toward the scene, intending to intervene and stop the battle. Bai Jing had thus far held back his full strength, preferring instead to observe just how far the Golden Emperor had developed his fruit's capabilities. If he could simply learn to replicate these techniques himself, what a splendid advantage that would be. It felt as though he were simply playing himself. The Gold Emperor stomped his feet and instantly vanished from his position. Radiation continuously poured from his eyes, and with golden power surging upon his fist, a massive golden strike hurtled toward Bai Jing. That formidable aura enveloped the surrounding area. Under his control, the golden liquid surged once more over Bai Jing, continuously liquefying the material around him, leaving Bai Jing with no escape. That radiation could now descend upon Bai Jing. Watching the golden seawater around him continuously liquefy, Bai Jing's expression shifted. True, his mastery of the gold fruit ability was insufficient, but he had not yet reached fruit awakening, as he had only possessed it for a few short minutes. He could not compare to someone like Gold Emperor Tashiro, who had wielded it for so long. However, he was not flustered. If Tashiro intended to fight seriously, Bai Jing had no fear. "Pirate Bai Jing, are you going to keep dodging? Too afraid to face me head on?" Gold Emperor Tashiro roared loudly. The radiation from his eyes continued streaming relentlessly. Bai Jing retorted with a smirk, "Nonsense. If I don't run, should I just stand here and let you hit me? Am I the fool, or are you?" Gold Emperor Tashiro seemed to have grown weary and prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. He gathered the power of his gold fruit once more, using the golden seawater to trap Bai Jing in place, temporarily immobilizing him. Meanwhile, Bai Jing struggled within that golden seawater, using the power of the gold fruit to break free from his confines. At that moment, Gold Emperor Tashiro suddenly appeared high in the sky, gathering continuous streams of golden water from all around, condensing them into towering pillars of solid gold. He bellowed, "Golden Divine Judgment." His eyes tightened sharply, and his right hand raised high before hurling those hundreds of golden pillars downward. This was known to be Tashiro's most devastating technique, unleashed in his awakened state, concentrating multiple golden pillars into missile-like heads fused with extremely powerful armament haki to strike the enemy. In the world of One Piece, it had once suppressed Luffy's Lion King rocket cannon in his 4-gear state. That terrifying impact and explosive power layered with haki crashed fiercely toward Bai Jing. If Bai Jing were to take this blow head-on, he would certainly be unable to withstand it and would be knocked unconscious. A sharp gleam appeared in Bai Jing's eyes. He knew the time for playing around had passed. It was time to get serious. A smile played on Bai Jing's lips as he murmured, "Let's see whether your golden divine judgment or my thunder god divine judgment is stronger. You can grow massive and so can I." Boundless blue lightning surged across Bai Jing's body with thunder arcs crackling and snapping restlessly around him. At that moment his muscles swelled, dramatically mirroring the Gold Emperor Tashiro's transformation. His upper clothing burst apart under the pressure, revealing a physique carved with powerful muscle. His hair streamed backward as terrifying blue lightning coursed around him, forming circular halos that flickered on both shoulders, making his appearance increasingly resemble the thunder god himself. Endless lightning quietly condensed in Bai Jing's hands. Watching the golden pillar formation created by the Gold Emperor, he shouted back defiantly, 200 million volts, Thunder God. He released all of his body's 200 million volt lightning, wrapping it entirely around himself to transform into the colossal form of the Thunder God. The violent, boundless lightning like a raging sea filled his entire field of vision as it thundered toward the golden divine judgment, and the two forces collided with devastating impact. Within those 200 million volts, terrifying heat melted the golden pillars of the divine judgment, reducing them to molten golden liquid that fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the 200 million volt lightning surged toward Gold Emperor Tashiro. Bai Jing's body shot forward. The Thunder God form multiplied his speed, defense, offensive power, and resilience by countless times as he charged at Tashiro. Lightning crackled upon his fist. Thunder Fist. Accompanied by the 200 million volt Thunder God, Gold Emperor Tashiro hastily summoned the surrounding golden water to shield his face, attempting to block the attack. But in his carelessness, he had forgotten that gold is an excellent conductor. The moment that golden water touched the lightning, it instantly conducted the current, transmitting it directly to Gold Emperor Tashiro's body. The terrifying voltage sent his entire body into paralysis, and even his blood and heart briefly stuttered. Bai Jing had held nothing back with this strike, for showing mercy now would be nothing short of cruelty to himself. Utterly foolish. He did not intend to kill Gold Emperor Tashiro, but he needed to defeat him completely. Tashiro's eyes rolled back, and his consciousness flickered out in an instant. Yet fueled by sheer willpower, he immediately regained consciousness. However, trapped within that sea of 200 million volt lightning, he was utterly immobile, screaming in excruciating pain. Oh! Witnessing this, Bai Jing drove his Thunder God's heavy fist into the Gold Emperor's abdomen, sending him flying like a ball launched into the distance. From a distance, the large-headed man and Korora watched with a flicker of reluctance in their eyes and prepared to intervene. Just then Ace arrived, intercepting them with a massive flaming fist that blocked their path. Bai Jing pressed forward, his gaze cold as he addressed the Gold Emperor. "You've lost now. Will you surrender?" "Who says I've lost? Fight again." Disbelief flashed across Gold Emperor Tashiro's eyes, followed by a hint of madness. The endless golden power within him erupted once more, pushing beyond his limits and draining his very potential to break through his own boundaries. The infinite golden sea that surrounded him reformed, enveloping his figure into a colossal golden giant, 100 meters tall and tens of meters wide, resembling a true giant. Encased within the golden giant, Gold Emperor Tashiro swung its enormous fist toward Bai Jing at an astonishingly swift pace. In that moment, Bai Jing's Thunder God form appeared pitifully small compared to the 100-meter golden giant. Bai Jing shook his head slowly. "You've already lost. It is because my lightning fruit surpasses your gold fruit." No matter how Gold Emperor Tashiro developed his gold fruit, even if he could manifest a golden giant, as long as Bai Jing's fruit carried even a trace of lightning, the electricity would conduct through the entire golden giant, and he would still suffer damage. But the man had a masochistic streak, and Bai Jing would gladly indulge him. Bai Jing snapped his fingers, and dark clouds erupted across the sky above, unleashing intense bolts of lightning that rained downward. Bai Jing chanted 10,000 lightning bolts. Utilizing the arc's precepts, he generated an expansive storm cloud and released his own lightning within it, stimulating the electrons in the cloud until they surged toward the ground, forming countless lightning strikes. The sky-filling lightning continued to hammer down upon the Gold Emperor, and another agonized scream rang out. "Oh! Ugh!" Bai Jing watched from below, shaking his head in disbelief. "Why throw your life away like this? How do you expect to face your lover looking like this?" Bai Jing's current Thor state was unrivaled, for he had reached the pinnacle of absolute power. Even if Golden Emperor's gold fruit had awakened, Bai Jing remained undaunted. His rumble fruit was the natural bane of the gold fruit. Under that terrifying voltage, Golden Emperor felt his body seized by numbness, a flicker of pain crossing his face. 200 million volts was already the maximum voltage Enel could unleash, but it was by no means Bai Jing's limit. Bai Jing could also awaken the lightning fruit, becoming a true god of thunder and lightning, but dealing with Golden Emperor now did not require such a measure. Golden Emperor was already unable to withstand Bai Jing's Thor state. Again, Golden Emperor's eyes burned with defiance, once more commanding the golden liquid around him to surge toward Bai Jing in an attempt to halt his advance. The molten gold condensed into a towering golden wall, forming a barrier before him. When Bai Jing's body shot forth from its original position, he passed straight through the golden liquid, which quietly coalesced around him. At that moment, Golden Emperor moved. Believing the golden barrier had completely trapped Bai Jing, he threw a devastating punch aimed directly at his foe. Unfortunately, what he believed was merely his own illusion. Bai Jing remained motionless, playing along with the scheme, a mocking gleam in his eyes. As a user of the gold fruit himself, such golden confinement was useless against him. The moment Golden Emperor's colossal figure loomed before him, Bai Jing slipped free with ease. His right fist was wreathed not only in crackling lightning, but also searing flames and blinding flashes of light. There was even a trace of chilling frost from the underworld fruit. Fused together, these four attributes unleashed a power that was anything but ordinary, an explosive might that transcended mere addition, multiplying like a factorial in its devastating impact. Bai Jing let out a low shout, Flame Godfire Fist. 200 million volts Thor straight punch. A fist imbued with four catastrophic attributes thundered forth, colliding head-on with Golden Emperor's colossal fist. Boom. The terrifying shockwave sent both Bai Jing and Golden Emperor hurtling backward. Despite his body being 100 times smaller, Bai Jing had managed to withstand Golden Emperor's strike. Moreover, the blow he had landed on Golden Emperor was anything but trivial. It was the final straw that broke the camel's back. For dreadful forces erupted across Golden Emperor's body, blasting a massive hole through him. His right arm, forged entirely of gold, was utterly shattered. He was sent flying off the golden giant, blood gushing from his mouth and a torn, his eyes rolling white as he crashed heavily to the ground. He gasped for breath, clinging desperately to life, gravely wounded. His internal organs had been displaced, and he could only pant in ragged, labored gasps. Countless bones were shattered and his chest had caved inward. Bai Jing descended from above and stood before the fallen Golden Emperor. With a flicker of electric light from his fingertip, he stimulated Golden Emperor's heart, sending it into a state of excitement. As a result, his body's recovery accelerated dramatically. At a visibly rapid pace, Golden Emperor's condition swiftly improved, and the color gradually returned to his face. His lips, however, remained pale. Bai Jing gazed at Golden Emperor with a smile, and said, "Are you convinced? You have lost this battle." A complex look crossed Golden Emperor's face. He had originally intended to recruit Bai Jing for his crew, but instead of gaining a new subordinate, he had ended up ensnaring himself. A man who accepts a wager must accept its consequences. He would have to become a crew member of Bai Jing. Yet for the self-proclaimed Emperor of the Sea to serve as someone else's subordinate left a bitter taste in his heart, even in defeat. Naturally, Bai Jing was well aware of Golden Emperor's reluctance. But who was he? He had crossed over from Huaxia and meticulously studied the 36 stratagems. Of the 36 stratagems, the highest art is to attack the heart. Bai Jing knew that Stella would have sensed the disturbance and was racing toward them. Meanwhile, Ace and Little Ors Jr. were holding back the big-headed man and Corolla. Just as Bai Jing had anticipated, Stella had already arrived. She laid her eyes upon the person she had yearned for in her heart and dreams for decades. The tears she had held back could no longer be restrained. They poured forth like a flood bursting through a dam. Her vision blurred as she gazed at Tesoro's fallen figure in the distance, and she broke into a run toward him. He had aged greatly since his youth and grown haggard. He was no longer the man he used to be, a middle-aged and somewhat slovenly figure with a faint hint of a clown about him. Yet this was the person she had been longing for through the years, so she held no disgust as she looked at Tesoro with love in her eyes. Stella stepped forward, gently helped him up, and embraced him warmly. Tesoro, gazing at the woman helping him, found her extraordinarily similar to the one who appeared in his dreams every single night. Her appearance had not changed in the slightest. He froze in shock, then his whole body began to tremble violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. His lips quivered as he struggled to confirm this was reality, not a dream. It was a rare sight to witness the Golden Emperor losing his composure to such a degree. Even during his battle with Bai Jing earlier, when the immense electric pressure seared his body, he had never lost his composure like this. His eyes were dazed, staring blankly at the woman's figure before him, refusing to believe what he saw. Despite being weakened to the extreme, he still found the strength to raise his right hand and gently caress Stella's face, murmuring with tenderness, "Is it really you?" Stella held him tightly in her arms, her hot tears flowing beyond all control. She nodded her head emphatically, using every ounce of her strength to pull Tesoro close, wishing she could melt him into her very being. This was the person she had longed for through so many years, and Tesoro felt the same. This was the one he had yearned for all this time. After more than a decade apart, the scene had become deeply moving. When he received Stella's confirmation, Tesoro could no longer hold back his tears. They streamed down his face without cease. At this moment, even the man who possessed 1/5 of the world's wealth could not hold back his tears. Men are said not to cry easily, yet even the bravest will fall when heartbreak pierces the deepest. The two of them now wept like children clinging to each other. Under the gaze of everyone present, Stella lowered her head and pressed a deep, tender kiss upon Tesoro's lips, which still bore traces of blood. Bai Jing, standing nearby, wore a rare, approving smile, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Meanwhile, the big-headed man and Corolla were stunned, having never witnessed their master weep like this before, only today. They did not approach to disturb the couple, instead standing quietly at a distance and watching. Ace and Little Ors Jr. were equally taken aback. They had both heard of the infamous Golden Emperor, but never had they seen him shed tears before. Here was a man whose strength rivaled that of the 4 emperors of the sea, now weeping like a child. Everyone stood in silence watching this surreal scene, not daring to make a sound. Bai Jing saw the two were still crying and guessed they would need some time alone together. He simply watched from the side, saying nothing. Within his mind, Hua Jin took in the touching scene and burst into tears with a loud wail. This startled Bai Jing. It's their reunion. Why are you crying? It's so moving. The whole story is absolutely heart-wrenching. Hua Jin sobbed as she spoke through her tears. Bai Jing was taken aback. He had never told Hua Jin the story of the Golden Emperor and Stella. How could she possibly know it? He muttered inwardly, "You don't even know the reason behind this story. What are you getting so sentimental about?" Hua Jin wept and shouted, "How could I not know? I could see every thought that passed through your mind just now. The story of those two is far too touching. One man worked tirelessly to earn money for the woman he loved. Sadly, the woman died, and so his desire twisted into a single goal: to become the richest person in the world. 9 fingers glinted with golden rings. Yet only the ring finger remained bare, kept solely for her. It's so moving. Wawa." In Bai Jing's mind, the tiny phantom figure of Hua Jin was crying without restraint. This made Bai Jing both amused and alarmed. Damn it, does that mean from now on whenever Hua Jin is in my head she'll know every thought I have? Then I'm in trouble. I'll have to guard against her from now on. I can only let my thoughts run wild when she's not inside my head. And when she is in my head, I absolutely cannot look at anything inappropriate or entertain any stray thoughts, or I'll be mortified. Seeing that the two had already spent a good while in tender reunion, Bai Jing walked up with a smile and said, "So I've brought the two of you back together. Are you satisfied with this outcome?" Bai Jing chuckled. Stella shot him a grateful glance. Everything that mattered passed between them in that silent look. From this point forward, if Bai Jing ever needed anything, Stella would certainly do all she could to help him. The grace of being reborn and of meeting Golden Emperor Tesoro once more was a debt beyond repayment. If Bai Jing ever needed her to do anything, she would help him without hesitation. Tesoro was still confused. He looked at Bai Jing, not understanding what he was talking about. Then Stella recounted the entire course of events to the Golden Emperor, though naturally she left out a great deal. For example, she said nothing about her time in the world of the dead. Even if she had told him, Golden Emperor Tesoro probably wouldn't have believed it. The matter was far too mysterious. Who could come back from death, let alone enter the netherworld after passing away? When he heard all that Stella had to say, the Golden Emperor's gaze toward Bai Jing had changed completely, gratitude shining in his eyes. At that moment, he was truly unconditionally won over. Not only had Bai Jing defeated him in battle, but he had also done him such an immense favor, filling the enormous regret that had haunted him for over a decade. And this too was exactly what Bai Jing had intended. Bai Jing noticed quite a few people nearby stealing glances at them and smiled lightly. "We should go? Aren't you embarrassed to let people watch this little drama for so long? And besides, if you two lovebirds need to be affectionate, shouldn't you do it somewhere private?" Bai Jing raised an eyebrow and winked at them, his meaning unmistakable. "And as for words of gratitude, save them for later. These next few days are yours." Bai Jing turned and was about to leave, heading back into the casino to keep playing. Seeing this, the Golden Emperor looked toward Corolla and the big-headed man in the distance, and said, "These days whoever sees Bai Jing sees me. Give him whatever he asks for, and make sure brother Bai Jing is well taken care of." The two nodded at the Golden Emperor's orders and immediately walked over to Bai Jing, fawning over him. Especially the big-headed man. He had met Bai Jing before and even spied on him, but now in a sudden turn he had become Bai Jing's attendant. The woman, upon seeing Bai Jing, lightly placed her hand on his shoulder, pressing her snow-white softness against him as if by accident. It was soft and pliant. Bai Jing was stunned, and his mind snapped to attention. Such tempestuous waves. He cried in his heart. "Oh no, I mean, so soft. Oh no, I mean. Well, you can't blame me for this. It's not something I deliberately sought. She's the one who threw herself at me." From this point, he carried yet another ability, the power of the lucky fruit. And the woman had done all this so she could bestow her luck upon Bai Jing. After that, Bai Jing was accompanied by Corolla, and of course by Hua Jin in his mind. For the next few days, Hua Jin's lips were slightly turned down inside. Bai Jing's mind, her expression displeased. She could see clearly enough that Bai Jing and Corolla were having far too much fun together. She curled her lip and snorted, "You cunning vixen." Bai Jing, still unaware of the commotion in his mind, had spent these days reveling with Ace and Little Oars. They had tried every attraction in the casino, and with the blessing of the lucky fruit, their luck was simply off the charts. They won at everything and never lost. Their starting capital of 0 had already snowballed into hundreds of millions of berries, and the number was still climbing. After 3 whole days of merrymaking, Bai Jing seemed somewhat tired and went back to his room. Ace and Little Oars did the same. In his room, Bai Jing stroked his chin, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. "We don't have a pirate ship, not a single one. Yet the Golden City on the sea that the Golden Emperor owns is actually a ready-made pirate ship. We can use it directly. It's not impossible to travel on that ship, but the problem is that it's far too conspicuous and it isn't fast. If the Marines come knocking, we'd have no chance of escaping." After some thought, Bai Jing decided to have the Golden Emperor order the construction of a large pirate ship big enough to accommodate them all. Besides, there weren't many people at this stage. As for the Golden Emperor's underlings, Bai Jing didn't plan to take them along. He'd let those 2 remain in the Golden City, mainly because they were simply too weak. One had a useless lucky fruit, and the other could only run with his escape fruit. As for Stella, she still hadn't returned these past few days, too caught up in her tender time with the Golden Emperor, probably making little ones. Or perhaps they were catching up on each other's lives over the past years. Either way, in Bai Jing's eyes, the regret here had been mended. For the time ahead, he could go take a look elsewhere. He'd see whether Banshan was still alive, or if he had been trapped and impelled down. If he were dead, Bai Jing would revive him. If he were alive, Bai Jing would free him from impelled down. There were other regrets to fill one by one. Once all of them had been made right, they would find Luffy, and at last have a grand reunion. Bai Jing might as well obtain the sun god form of the gum-gum fruit to play with, and then find Kaido to snatch a fish fruit for fun. The more devil fruit powers Bai Jing carried, the stronger he would become. And right now his greatest weakness was his physical combat. A few days later, Bai Jing had already sampled nearly 1/5 of all the amusements the Golden City had to offer. Don't underestimate that 1/5, because the Golden City and its casino were so colossal, it was all he could manage in the past half-month. It was not merely an amusement park, it also had racing tracks and every kind of entertainment. If you could think of it, it was there. It even housed establishments of carnal pleasure, veritable paradises. With money you could do anything, play anything. Think about it. The Golden City had a population of hundreds of thousands. With money you could own people. Those who know. Of course, Bai Jing never visited those places, for Hua Jin lingered in his mind. He did not even dare harbor such thoughts. If she were to find out, he would be mortified. At last on that day, Stella and the Golden Emperor Tesoro returned together, entering his room, with Ace also present. Bai Jing and Ace watched Stella nestling in the Golden Emperor Tesoro's arms, feeling as if they had been force-fed a heaping mouthful of dog food. Bai Jing said with a half-smile, "How was the madness these past few days? Oh no, how was the tender time?" Hearing this, Stella rolled her eyes at Bai Jing, then blushed, the red spreading all the way to her ears. The Golden Emperor Tesoro simply burst into laughter without explaining. Looking at Bai Jing, gratitude still filled his eyes. Without Bai Jing, there would be no Stella, nor would the two have been able to meet again. Bai Jing noticed that on Tesoro's hand a ring now adorned his ring finger. Stella's hand was likewise covered with rings, custom-made pair rings. Bai Jing said, "Since you are fully convinced, why not come aboard? That shouldn't be a problem, right?" The Golden Emperor Tesoro nodded without a second thought. During those few days they had not only been rekindling their romance, Stella had also told the Golden Emperor many things which made him willingly board Bai Jing's pirate ship. Wherever Stella was, he could be there too. For Stella alone, all the riches he possessed could be cast aside. Bai Jing was extremely satisfied, and said cheerfully, "Then let someone build a pirate ship. The Golden City is simply too huge. If the Marines give chase, it won't be easy to escape. Set your mind at ease. I possess 20% of the world's wealth, and have remained standing on the sea with other pirates unable to seize it no matter how they tried. That is guaranteed by my strength." At that, Tesoro's face radiated fierce confidence. After all, it was only natural. Over so many years the Golden Emperor Tesoro had possessed so much of the world's wealth, and dared to open a casino on the sea, dealing with both the dark and light sides. He had pirates, and he had Marines. He even had other kinds of professionals. Yet he was able to remain standing here operating safely, which proved he possessed a certain background, one that even involved government personnel. Bai Jing slowly shook his head, and said mysteriously, "The Golden City is still too inconvenient. I need to specially commission a pirate ship, large, luxurious, and swift." Bai Jing had his own concerns. In the coming period, he was going to resurrect Whitebeard. And not just Whitebeard, also a host of legendary pirates. If the opportunity arose, even Gold Roger. He would become the one who brought the era of pirates to an end, gathering all the legendary pirates of old and the pirates of the new generation beneath his command. When that day came, imagine it, on a single ship, there would be not only Whitebeard, but other legendary pirates as well. The mere thought was terrifying. There could even be a former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. The more Bai Jing thought, the more excited he grew, until his body was trembling. He could already envision the day he would command such a force of legendary pirates. As for whether they would willingly follow him, that would depend on Bai Jing's methods. Bai Jing now had far too many devil fruit powers. Seeing Bai Jing's insistence, the Golden Emperor Tesoro said no more. He would simply obey. The Golden Emperor Tesoro nodded and immediately gave the order, spending a fortune to hire the finest shipwrights to craft a perfect colossal pirate ship. The pirate ship's luxury would be absolutely no less than that of Whitebeard's ship. With that, the small meeting adjourned, and everyone quietly awaited the completion of the vessel when they would all set sail together. Bai Jing's next objective was clear: to see whether he could find Blackarm Zephyr's 2 students. Once he found those 2 students and obtained that devil fruit ability capable of restoring one's youth, he would resurrect Whitebeard, fight him, defeat him, and persuade Whitebeard to join his ship. That was an outrageously powerful devil fruit ability, one that could return Whitebeard to his prime. Whitebeard at his peak was an emperor of the sea, a legendary man. The thought of his return to glory sent waves of excitement surging through Bai Jing. But before that, he needed to polish his physical arts. His physical techniques were far too weak. Even with a formidable devil fruit as a foundation, if his physical techniques were not reinforced, it would be like a great tower built from the ground up with an unstable foundation. He had already planned his training to strengthen his physical arts. With Ace and Little Oars as his instructors, he believed he could improve rapidly during this period. After all, Ace's physical arts were far stronger than his, and as a giant, Little Oars needed no mention. During these days, Bai Jing had also deliberately studied several of the new devil fruits he had obtained. In any case, the Golden City was vast, and he could go anywhere he wished. Finding a place to train was hardly difficult. The Golden Emperor had already ordered that throughout the Golden City, seeing Bai Jing was like seeing Tesoro himself. Anything Bai Jing requested had to be carried out. When the order was heard, it set off a tremendous uproar. No one had imagined that Bai Jing would be honored to such an extent. The Golden Emperor then declared in a tone of absolute finality, "The Golden Emperor will join Bai Jing's pirate crew and become his crewman." The Golden City would continue to be managed by them afterward, and the Golden Emperor would return from time to time to check on it. Bai Jing walked alone to a sparsely populated part of the Golden City, a relatively open area, and there began his training to cultivate his physical arts and develop his devil fruit abilities. His devil fruits used the Flame fruit and Rumble fruit as his primary means of attack, and the Glint fruit for mobility. But that was still too limited. He had other fruits he had yet to use. Take the Slow fruit. It could be pushed to its utmost, slowing enemies' speed on the battlefield. And he also possessed the Gravity fruit, with which he could amplify the battlefield's gravity by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. When gravity reached 10,000 times, it could crush enemies beneath its overwhelming force. The Tremor fruit went without saying. It was the ultimate emblem of invincibility. Standing alone on the open ground, Bai Jing used the Gravity fruit to shape a tremendous gravity field around himself, pressing the field down onto his body. At first a mere tenfold increase. Bai Jing first acclimated to the gravity, then loaded sandbags onto his body, hoisted a barbell across his shoulders, crouched low, and began a round of frog jumps. Because this body contained several devil fruit abilities, his constitution was destined to be far sturdier than that of ordinary men. So lifting an object weighing several hundred jin was no trouble at all. Under tenfold gravity, with that 100 jin barbell added, the total weight became a full 1,000 jin. Under this weight, he began his training. Talent cannot carve muscles for you. Hard work will always lift you to a height that others cannot attain. Bai Jing firmly believed this. Thus, over the following days, he devoted himself to sharpening his body arts. Seeing how assiduous Bai Jing was, Ace and Little Oars felt too embarrassed to go on idling. Ace likewise continued developing his devil fruit ability and haki, for neither his haki nor his fruit's power was particularly strong yet. In particular, the Flame fruit was thoroughly countered by the Magma fruit. Moreover, in the New World, everyone could use haki, so the Flame fruit's ability was no longer regarded as all that impressive. Little Oars, for his part, focused on strengthening his offensive moves and his agility. With a body of such enormous size, if he did not improve, he would simply be a live target, vulnerable to anyone's bullying. The Golden Emperor's strength required no proof. With the power of the gold fruit, and a level at least approaching that of an admiral, Bai Jing could remain completely at ease with him by his side. Besides, after decades without seeing each other, what harm was there in letting the young couple enjoy some long overdue intimacy? The massive pirate ship, meanwhile, was still being rushed to completion, and once it was finished they would sail out to sea. Bai Jing still had enough chi of the 9 netherworlds to support another descent into the world of the dead, so he could continue searching for acquaintances, people he knew, and bring them back to life. This made his goal even clearer. As for gathering news about Black Arm Zephyr's 2 students, the sea was so vast that it was hardly an easy task. Thus he would first go to Dressrosa, where there were still a few regrets he could help set right. After a little less than half a month, news of Bai Jing's presence at the Golden City on the sea had already spread. The pirate ship for Bai Jing and his crew had not yet been completed, for a vessel of such colossal proportions could not be built swiftly even if thousands or tens of thousands of workers labored on it. At least another half-month was required. Meanwhile, around the Golden City, marine blockades had begun to form on all sides. Bai Jing had killed a celestial dragon, so the Marines would never let the matter rest, especially since Marine headquarters had even dispatched CP-0. With Admirals Kizaru and Fujitora leading the charge, more than a dozen Marine warships set out, each carrying 100,000 Marines. Worth noting, under pressure from above, Garp had also joined the operation this time. As usual, he stood languidly on the deck of a Marine battleship, picking his nose, munching on crackers, and gazing vaguely over the boundless sea. Yet anticipation flickered in his eyes. Ace, I'm about to see you again. The death of a celestial dragon was too great an event, so Marine headquarters treated it with the utmost gravity. Furthermore, the Holy Land above had issued a death command this time. Bai Jing absolutely had to be captured and taken back to Mary Geos to undergo the celestial dragon's punishment, or rather their torture. At that moment, they still had no idea that a crisis was silently descending. Even if he had known, Bai Jing would not have minded. The only one he truly feared was Garp. As for Kizaru and Fujitora, he felt no great dread toward them, for now he wielded the power of the Tremor fruit. Never mind 2 of them. Even if another admiral came, he would not panic. What was more, through his training over these past days, he had managed to awaken several of his other devil fruits. The awakened state of the underworld fruit not only allowed him to send his soul to the world of the dead, but also let him commune with the netherworld and summon the souls of the deceased to fight for him. As for the flame fruit, he himself had once awakened it. Its awakening would transform everything around into a sea of fire, with him enthroned as the Emperor of Flames. The rumble fruit already had a lightning god form, but its awakening was even more horrifying. It could turn the entire heavens and earth into a thunder tribulation, a boundless sea of lightning. Whoever came would die, or no matter how many were sent, they would only be throwing their lives away. During these days of research and development, Ace had asked him many questions about the flame fruit, and the two refined their skills together, improving considerably. Bai Jing and Ace were drinking as they usually did. Hua Jin, meanwhile, had already reverted from her fruit possession state, and in a specially made transparent water tank was likewise enjoying her own homemade oolong tea. Curiosity shone in Ace's eyes. Owing to the alcohol, he looked at Bai Jing and asked, "How did you know the Golden Emperor had a lover?" He was thoroughly puzzled, because Bai Jing had always moved with an unmistakable purpose. Even on his trips to the world of the dead, every step was taken with intense determination, reviving one person for another's sake. Ace, for instance, had been revived for Luffy, and the others, Estella, had been revived for the Golden Emperor. And throughout these months together, every time Bai Jing went to the world of the dead, he acted just the same. Both men were drunk, speaking from the bottom of their hearts with no defenses between them. Hua Jin was equally interested in the topic. Her eyes carried a silent question as she looked at Bai Jing, awaiting his reply. Bai Jing drained the fine wine in his cup in one gulp, then spoke softly with nostalgia in his eyes. "In my world, there are many regrets that could never be smoothed away. Those whose deaths were too regrettable, those who should not have died at all. They perished, and sorrowful love stories never achieved their happy endings. They clearly loved each other with all their hearts, yet were wrenched apart by irresistible forces, separated between this world and the next. Had we no chance at all, we might have mailed razor blades to the author of those stories, demanding that he write a kinder ending. But we could never do that. Now that I have such a chance, why not seize it? Consider it drawing a perfect closing line for both this story and my own youth." Bai Jing murmured to himself. He filled another cup with fine wine and drank it down in one go. Hua Jin watched him and could not help but be spellbound. Though lingering doubt remained after Bai Jing's words, Ace nodded nonetheless. He did not scrutinize Bai Jing's origins. Since Bai Jing had helped him and would help those dear to him, that was enough. As for the debt of gratitude he owed Bai Jing, he could repay it slowly in the days that remained, and that too would suffice. They were all pirates, and loyalty, righteousness, propriety, and filial piety could never be cast aside. Such was Ace's creed. Bai Jing and Ace drank late into the night, then fell into a deep sleep, slumped over the wine table. Seeing Bai Jing like this, Hua Jin was reminded of what had happened before, and her cheeks flushed red. Boom, boom. The crashing sound of powerful cannon fire jolted Bai Jing and Ace awake, and snapped Hua Jin back to her senses as well. The three exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion mirrored in the other's eyes, none knowing what was happening. They hurried out of the tavern. Hua Jin transformed into a miniature human form and materialized in Bai Jing's mind. When the three rushed out, the streets of Gold City were already in an uproar with a number of pirates shouting loudly. The Marines are here. Damn it. More than 10 Marine battleships and 2 admirals, and even Garp has come. Run. These Marines have gone mad today. They've mobilized this many people. Over 10 Marine battleships and 2 admirals. Bai Jing and Ace were both speechless. At that moment, the Golden Emperor also sent word through a transponder snail. I don't know why, but the Marines have mobilized a full dozen-plus battleships, 2 admirals, and 100 vice admirals today, and they've surrounded Gold City. They should be after you. That last line was meant for Bai Jing. He understood at once. It was because he had killed a celestial dragon, and because his whereabouts in Gold City had been exposed that the Marines had come out in force. The Golden Emperor was already negotiating at the highest level because for him to have run a casino here for so long, he was bound to have his own connections and sphere of influence. But he had not expected the Marines to be so dead serious this time. They did not even show him any respect. Hoping to appease them and smooth things over would no longer be possible, they would insist on handing over Bai Jing. Yet now he was Bai Jing's crewmate, and handing over Bai Jing was absolutely out of the question. Thus there was no other way, no second choice. There was only war. Bai Jing quickly sent a message through the transponder snail, don't break with the Marines yet. After all, the reason your Gold City can keep operating at sea is largely the world government's help and support. Don't get involved this time. Let me handle this alone. But a stirring came from the other end. Just as the Golden Emperor Tesoro was about to say more, Bai Jing sent another message. No buts. Just trust me. I don't take these Marines seriously at all. The only somewhat troublesome one is Marine Hero Garp, but that's not a big problem. With that, Bai Jing hung up the transponder snail, and together with Ace walked out of Gold City to its exterior. He had his reasons. If Gold City was to continue operating in the future, the Golden Emperor absolutely could not be allowed to sever ties with the Marines. What came into view was a dense sea of Marines, and the dozen-plus battleships had already surrounded the area ahead, their cannons trained on Gold City. Bai Jing smiled faintly. They really think highly of me. So many Marine warships just because of me. Ace teased from the side, who told you to kill a celestial dragon? The celestial dragons are these Marines' ancestors. Little Orz's giant body had also climbed atop the wall. Looking out at that million-strong Marine force, his eyes held not the slightest panic, but instead a faint flame of battle intent. During the summit war, the Marines had dispatched only 100,000. Yet now to capture a single Bai Jing, they had mobilized a full 1,000,000 Marines, and Garp had come too. It went without saying how significant the celestial dragons were to the Marines and the world government. But Bai Jing was not flustered. He gazed far into the distance, and aboard the last battleship caught sight of the Marine hero Garp. Garp was a tall old man with a broad chest and bulging muscles. A scar ran over his left eye. His eyes were blue and his head was covered in short gray-white hair. He still liked to appear in public wearing his doghead cap, and draped in the Marine cloak inscribed with justice, his shoulder pads black and red. At the sight, Bai Jing cast a meaningful glance at Ace, curious to see how he would react. The instant Ace caught sight of Marine hero Garp from afar, his eyes reddened slightly, and he laughed as he cursed, you old geezer. I never expected the old geezer to come too. The Marines really do think highly of you. He was teasing Bai Jing. Ace's reaction was within Bai Jing's expectations. Bai Jing had guessed Ace would react only in this way because calling him grandpa was probably difficult for Ace to say. Even during the summit war, he had not said it. He had called him old geezer instead. And it was the same now. In fact, old geezer felt far more intimate than grandpa ever could. Pirate Bai Jing, surrender at once. You are completely surrounded by the Marines. Do not put up stubborn resistance. Surrender now and save yourself from unnecessary suffering. Otherwise you'll bear the consequences. On one of the Marine battleships, a vice admiral was shouting loudly toward the city. Fujitora and Kizaru stood on 2 other Marine battleships, watching with keen interest, their gazes fixed on Bai Jing. Kizaru, in particular, having recovered from his defeat at Bai Jing's hands last time, was ready to fight Bai Jing once more. Fujitora, on the other hand, was curious about Bai Jing because the man had slipped away from him in their previous encounter. Garp looked over from afar and saw Ace's freckles and features. There was no mistake, it was Ace. His body trembled. Tears of emotion welled in his eyes and swirled within their sockets, but none fell. They glimmered within the doghead helmet. The Golden Emperor stood at the highest point of Gold City, gazing down at the scene below with worry in his eyes. Stella at his right side shared the same feeling. Stella spoke. Do you think a fight will break out? And can Bai Jing escape? The Golden Emperor's expression was grave as he shook his head. If only one admiral had come, he would definitely escape. With 2, it's hard to say. But now even Marine hero Garp has arrived, so the outcome of all this is uncertain. If Bai Jing is no match for them at the critical moment, I'll go down and help him. When that happens, you stay safely inside and don't come out. Golden Emperor Tesoro looked at Stella with deep affection and tightened his grip on her hand. Stella nodded, yet a sense of powerlessness filled her heart. She was too weak, possessing no ability at all. Whether it was the Golden Emperor Bai Jing, Ace, or Little Oars, all of them were the main combat strength of this pirate ship. Hua Jin too played a supporting role. Bai Jing cast his gaze toward the distant marine hero Garp, pondering that he was not yet willing to clash with him. Garp was not the kind of man who grew weaker with age. This old man was capable of capturing Roger alive and seizing Shiki. Bai Jing did not believe he could trade blows with Garp at this moment, so he tactfully turned his eyes toward Ace and let out a sly chuckle. Ace, as you know, Garp is your grandfather. It wouldn't be right for me to make a move against him, so this matter can only be left to you. As for those two blind men over there and that wretched-looking old man, leave them to me. Those two admirals are certainly no ordinary foes, while Garp is only a vice admiral, so his strength must be limited. Don't say I'm not looking out for you. I'm leaving Garp to you. With that, Bai Jing shot forward, first transforming into a streak of golden light. Ace's face darkened at Bai Jing's words. Was he being serious? What did he mean by Garp being weak? With that monstrous strength of his, who could endure his fist of love? Even if you coated yourself in armament haki or possessed a Logia or Paramecia ability, none of it would matter. One punch and lumps would rise on your head. Seeing Bai Jing charging over, the Marines went on full alert. As Bai Jing approached, the Marines' expressions turned grim. The captain aboard each warship roared, "Fire the cannons." These cannonballs had been specially crafted to capture Bai Jing. They were made entirely of sea stone, designed specifically to take him down. However, Bai Jing had no fear of seawater, nor was he a devil fruit user. He merely possessed a devil fruit ability. Thus, these sea stone cannonballs were utterly useless against him. Bai Jing chuckled softly, elementalizing his body into boundless thunderous light. The cannonballs passed harmlessly through him and hurtled toward Ace and the others in the distance. Ace was taken aback, and Little Oars Jr. was equally stunned, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. They had assumed the cannonballs were meant for Bai Jing, but now they were the ones in the line of fire. Just as the two prepared to act, the Golden Emperor made his move from above, manipulating golden liquid into a colossal golden barrier that blocked every one of the sea stone cannonballs. Had those projectiles struck his golden city, it would have suffered severe damage. Seeing that their sea stone cannonballs had no effect on Bai Jing, the Marines gritted their teeth and shouted once more, "Fire again." Bai Jing smirked, flew upward, and hovered above a Marine warship. He muttered, "Skyquake." In his hand, a white glass-like dome condensed, and he slammed it viciously against the air. The space around him seemed to crack with the sound of shattering glass. Under the blow of that white glass dome, the air splintered apart, like broken glass, fracturing bit by bit. This spatial rupture instantly extended downward to a Marine warship, snapping it in half and reducing the entire vessel to hundreds of fragments. A great warship sank in that manner, its crew plunging into the sea. Some were violently slain on the spot by the terrifying power of the Tremor fruit. Such was the power of the Tremor fruit. Watching Bai Jing's overwhelming might, even Garp's eyes betrayed a hint of solemnity. Kizaru clicked his tongue in amazement. Ooh, quite something, isn't he? With that, he transformed into a beam of light and soared upwards, swinging his massive leg viciously toward Bai Jing's head. Bai Jing was constantly on guard against this sly schemer, wary of a sneak attack, for the speed of the glint fruit ranked among the highest of all abilities. Bai Jing suddenly threw a punch, hurtling it with tremendous force toward Kizaru. Upon his fist were layered armament haki, frost, blinding light, lightning, and flames alike. All four elements erupted at once as his fist collided with the enemy. His physical prowess had been elevated immeasurably by now, and under this one blow, Kizaru was sent flying backward, crashing onto another Marine warship. Meanwhile, Fujitora coordinated with Kizaru, pulling down meteors from the sky toward Bai Jing. The shattered remnants of the destroyed warships below rose into the air at the same time, hurtling toward Bai Jing from beneath. Meteors above, warship wreckage below, a pincer attack from both directions. Bai Jing smiled. I too possess the power of the gravity fruit. This sort of tactic won't work on me. Bai Jing waved his hand slightly forward, and the debris of the shattered Marine warships which had been rising toward him was slammed heavily back down. As for the falling meteors above, under the influence of Bai Jing's gravity fruit, they were sent flying back into the sky, utterly powerless to harm him in the slightest. Taking advantage of his downward momentum, Bai Jing landed on a Marine warship. Surrounded by a full 100,000 Marines, his face betrayed not the slightest trace of panic. Kizaru from another Marine vessel transformed into a golden flash and appeared before Bai Jing. A golden sword of light condensed in his hand, thrusting toward Bai Jing without the slightest restraint. Fujitora made his move as well, soaring from the Marine warship with a long sword in hand, slashing toward Bai Jing. Thus the two admirals fought Bai Jing in tandem, while the surrounding Marines refused to be outdone, raising their guns and firing rounds specially crafted from sea stone. Boom, boom. The cannonballs hurtled toward Bai Jing, while the others drew their Marine sabers. Pirate Bai Jing, you are completely surrounded. Cease your resistance and surrender now. That is your only sensible path. Otherwise you will be forcibly subdued by our overwhelming force. The vice admiral above looked down at Bai Jing and spoke. Meanwhile, aboard the 3 CP-9 vessels nearby, Rob, Luchikaku, and Bueno were already staring down at Bai Jing from above. Their purpose was to protect the celestial dragons, but now the celestial dragons had been killed, so they had been dispatched. Oh, I'm surrounded. Are you certain about that? From Bai Jing's eyes erupted Conqueror's haki meant to first deal with these ants. This overwhelming haki rippled outward in a golden ring, its dread pressure washing over the entire marine fleet. Countless marines could not endure the oppressive force. Their eyes rolled back as they collapsed in droves. Of the 100,000 marines, only 20,000 remained standing. Kizaru's light sword and Fujitora's longsword stabbed toward Bai Jing from both sides with astonishing speed. Bai Jing's eyes narrowed. The angles of those two strikes were vicious. Transforming into a flash of light, he soared into the sky. But the two were unwilling to let him escape and leaped after him into the air. One wielded the glint fruit, the other the gravity fruit. Both possessed the ability to fly. In the blink of an eye they were once again upon Bai Jing. Seeing Bai Jing had already joined the battle, Little Oars and Ace could hardly keep loafing around any longer. Little Oars was the first to leap from the Golden City. His colossal body plummeted down and sank into the sea. He swam toward a marine warship. Their opponents were CP-9. Ace's primary task was to hold back the marine hero Garp, mainly because Garp made Bai Jing somewhat wary. Garp had yet to show any intention of making a move. The robe of justice draped over his back rustled loudly in the sea breeze. His eyes were lost in deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Ace leaped up, landed on the marine warship, clenched the cowboy hat on his head with his left hand, and gave a faint smile. Fire Fist, Ace is alive. He roared. Fire Fist. He pulled his right hand back, and endless flames converged into a colossal fist dozens of meters long, sweeping across everyone on the marine warship. With that single punch, thousands of marines were reduced to ashes. The vice admirals on this marine warship could no longer stand by, so they all channeled armament haki and charged at Ace with murderous intent. Little Oar's enormous body stood in front of the marine warship, and with raw brute force lifted the bow of the ship clean out of the water. His teeth clenched, he let out a fierce cry, pressed both hands forward, and flipped the entire marine warship over. Bai Jing said in a low voice, 500 million volt thunder god form. At this moment Bai Jing had already broken past the limit Enel could once muster, exceeding 200 million volts and reaching a terrifying 500 million volts. His muscles bulged layer upon layer, and two blue rings floated above his shoulders, flickering with boundless arcs of lightning. When those two blades landed on his body, they simply could not cut in. They were blocked by his lightning-woven muscles. Seeing this, Fujitora and Kizaru both changed expression at the same time, while a smile hung on Bai Jing's face. Terrifying thunder dragons erupted from his body. Two thunder dragons, each more than 100 zhang in length, slammed heavily into the two men, exploding with boundless lightning. The terrifying thunder pressure from the dragons caused both men to lose consciousness for an instant. Moreover, it kept ravaging their internal functions, disrupting the workings of their vital organs and every system within their bodies. In that instant, the thunder pressure stopped their hearts for several seconds, and their blood supply nearly failed. The two were blasted away, crashing heavily into another marine warship and sending thousands of marines flying. Through his thunder god form, Bai Jing gathered the lightning ions scattered in the air, letting himself hover in the sky without falling. Looking down at the dozen or so marine warships below, he shouted, "You are wrong. It is not you who have surrounded me. It is I who have surrounded you." When he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and whispered myriad thunder. He used the thunderclouds created over a vast area by Arc Maxim to release the lightning he had produced. This stimulated the electrons in the thunderclouds, and the raging electrons finally descended toward the ground, forming countless bolts of lightning. Above the sea, countless black clouds blanketed the sky, dense and packed. Within the black clouds, terrifying lightning ions radiated, coalescing into lightning bolts as thick as water barrels and exploding overhead with thunderous roars. The sky and earth were soon blotted out by the thunderclouds. The Marines on the field looked up at the vast canopy of thunderclouds looming over them, and their faces grew somber. Every bolt of lightning contained a voltage of at least 100 million volts. If that voltage came down, even vice admirals would vomit blood, let alone ordinary foot soldiers like them. This was Bai Jing's favorite move, the most vicious one, and the most tyrannical aspect of the Rumble fruit. There was absolutely good reason it was called the God Fruit. Of course, he still had one final ultimate move he had not used. That move was so terrifying that if unleashed, its power could annihilate an entire sky island. If he used it now, even the Golden City might be caught in the blast, so he chose not to do so. He looked at the Marines below and said, "Withdraw at once, otherwise once this comes down, the number of dead and wounded will no longer be something I can control." A playful, mocking glint filled his eyes as he stared down at the Marines. He had already told the Golden Emperor in the city to have the fastest pirate ship prepared. He could already foresee that once he uttered his next words, an unprecedented chase and kill would unfold. To be hunted by the Marines on an unprecedented scale, but that was exactly the thrill he wanted. Death is like the wind, it always stays by my side. Originally, Bai Jing had not wanted to cross paths with Garp, but after a moment's thought he let it go because the things he would do from now on would inevitably find him facing Garp every day. In that case, why not fight now and see whether the Marine hero was stronger or he was? He had grown tired of being pursued by the Marines day after day. He was even getting sick of it. He took out a transponder snail and called the Golden Emperor. "Open a live broadcast here," he said. "I want every pirate in the world to see me." The Golden Emperor nodded, said nothing, and did as Bai Jing asked. Meanwhile, Bai Jing stood high in the sky knowing that the live broadcast had already begun and spoke in a loud voice. In the past, it was always the Marines who put bounties on pirates. So who says pirates cannot put bounties on Marines? Today I, the pirate Bai Jing, offer 10 billion berries for the head of Marine Fleet Admiral Akainu. I offer 10 billion berries for the heads of the celestial dragons who have oppressed you. The celestial dragons are the scum of the world, yet these people still work for them. As long as you can accomplish it, I will pay the money in full. Their roles had completely reversed. Originally, it was the Marines who chased pirates chasing Bai Jing. Now instead they were being threatened by a pirate, threatened by Bai Jing, the most arrogant pirate in history. SSS. The moment Bai Jing's words were spoken, not only were the people on the pirate ships stunned, even all the Marines on the warships were dumbfounded. What pirate could be audacious enough to turn the tables and put a bounty on the Marines? And on celestial dragons at that? In the days that followed, Bai Jing's live broadcast would stir up a tremendous storm and send violent tremors through the new world. There were plenty of lunatics in the world who valued money more than their lives. The question was whether they could be insane enough to go this far. Garp had originally not intended to act, but upon hearing Bai Jing's words his expression changed, and he glanced at Ace beside him. He then looked at Bai Jing again and gave a low sigh. He could not bring himself to go after Ace, but he had to go after Bai Jing. Bai Jing's remarks had already escalated to standing against the world government and the Marines. If he did not do something now, the world would be thrown into chaos. The Marines too would be plunged into endless upheaval. Needless to say, once Bai Jing's counterbounties were announced, countless pirates who feared neither death nor consequences would rush to kill Marines. From then on, the roles of Marines and pirates would be swapped. Ace plainly grasped Garp's intent. He sprang high from the warship and landed upon the vessel where Garp stood. 100 meters stretched between them, neither too far nor too near, as the two locked eyes in wordless silence. Beneath the dog-shaped hood, Garp's eyes brimmed with amusement as he fixed his gaze upon Ace. Ace mirrored the look in kind. Neither of them uttered a single word, not a sound passed between them. Everything was conveyed in that wordless silence. A single glance spanned 10,000 years. The Marines aboard the warship, seeing Ace leap over, dared not make a single reckless move. Well aware of the bond between the pirate Ace and the Marine hero Garp, they ringed the deck with vigilant faces, quietly closing in to encircle Ace. At length it was Garp who broke the silence. "It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back. I have no doubt that boy Luffy will be beside himself with joy." Garp roared with laughter, the sound heavy and weathered, yet betraying not the slightest trace of age. Ace chuckled and cursed, "You old geezer." But in the next instant his expression grew somber once more. Kinship was kinship, yet the matter of Bai Jing might truly be too grave to resolve so easily. He spoke, "Will you let him go?" Garp remained rooted to the spot, his face entirely concealed beneath the doghead hood. No one could discern his expression beneath it at that moment. Only the cloak of justice at his back snapped loudly in the sea breeze. The word justice gleamed with brilliance, yet bore down upon this man already past the half-century mark with the crushing weight of a mountain. Then an aged sigh emerged from beneath the doghead hood. "I cannot." With that, Garp vanished from the spot in a flash so swift that Ace's pupils contracted in shock. He had meant to stop Garp, but the old man's speed was simply too great. Before Ace could even react, Garp had already appeared above Bai Jing. Bai Jing's observation haki had been radiating outward without cease, foreseeing the future and knowing that Garp would undoubtedly strike at him. His words moments ago were certain to provoke Garp's assault, so Bai Jing had been on his guard every single moment. Watching the old man raise his fist of love, a cryptic meaning flickered at the corner of his eyes. He mused inwardly, "Luffy, the fist of love you once endured. Let me see whether it is as formidable as it was in the anime." Bai Jing's gaze hardened. His right hand pressed gently into the void, and the 10,000 thunderbolts above grew even more violent in that instant. At once heaven and earth were plunged into an ocean of thunder. Low stifled rolls of thunder rumbled within the black clouds. Boom, boom, and they struck down in unison from the heavens. Purple lightning as thick as water barrels, crashing straight down upon Garp and the marine warships below. The dread thunderbolts like water barrels carried 100 million volts of crushing pressure and monstrous destructive might, blasting gaping holes through the marine warships. And thousands upon thousands of those lightning bolts continued to pour down from above without end. Their thunder colossal. Boom, boom, boom. Countless marine warships laid low beneath that barrage were reduced to wreckage once more. As the warships shattered, hundreds of thousands of marines fell into the sea at once. But Garp's fist of love met the descending thunder, and with a single punch, he forcibly obliterated that 100 million volt lightning. His speed undiminished, he blasted before Bai Jing. Just as I expected, this is the marine hero. Garp's strength does not decline because of his years. Bai Jing murmured to himself. As the words fell, he too condensed armament hockey into his right fist, lightning radiant arcs, glimmering flames, and an icy chill shrouding its surface. And atop it all, the gravity fruit had made his fist a full 100 times heavier. He hurled it forward with explosive force. With these 5 devil fruit abilities bolstering the blow, even if he could not send Garp flying, he would certainly have no trouble deflecting that punch. Bai Jing was overflowing with confidence. The stacking of these 5 fruit powers was far from a simple 1+1. Their 2 fists collided with earth-shaking force, and a tremendous explosion thundered through the sky. Bang! Under that exchange, neither gained the upper hand. The two hung in a stalemate. Amusement shimmered in Garp's eyes. It had been a very long time since anyone had withstood a single punch of his. And Bai Jing felt sheer exhilaration. The man he faced was the marine hero Garp himself. Below, Ace shouted, "Old man." Garp faltered at the call, his form pausing for an instant. Yet he still resolutely drove his left fist toward Bai Jing's abdomen, while his right fist once more lashed out at Bai Jing's chest. Both fists were veiled in armament hockey, a clear sign that Garp was in earnest. Bai Jing shouted downward, "Go deal with those CP9 agents. The remaining Marines are beneath our notice. We'll be leaving soon." That remark was of course meant for Ace. As the words left his mouth, he watched Garp's incoming punch without the slightest haste. A colossal white glass-like dome materialized over his fists, over both fists alike. The corners of his lips curled into an innocently harmless smile. Suddenly he smashed his fists into the space beside him. Space cracked apart like sheets of glass, splitting layer upon layer, dense as a spider's web. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding air collapsed with a roar. This stretch of space shattered once more. Garp's expression darkened. Before his fists could land on Bai Jing, the spatial matrix blasted him backward several steps, sending him down onto the surviving marine warship below. He looked around him. More than a dozen warships had sortied, and now a full 10 had already sunk. Only 2 remained, one beneath his feet, and the other housing CP9. Ace and Little Oars had already rushed to the CP9 warship to take down those 3. Otherwise, with so many flies relentlessly chasing after them, anyone would be annoyed to death. Bai Jing gazed down at the surviving Marines below, and at the vice admirals gathered on the 2 remaining warships, and once more covered his hands with white domes. Garp's face changed drastically, instantly realizing what Bai Jing intended to do. Bai Jing possessed the strongest Paramecia-class Devil Fruit ability, the Tremor Fruit. Though he did not know how Bai Jing had come to acquire it, a faint alarm now stirred in his chest, for this was one of the most terrifying fruits in the world, holding the power to overturn the very world. Bai Jing sighed softly. "Leave now. Otherwise, every last one of you will be finished here." Bai Jing did not wish to drive his relationship with Garp into an irreparable rift. If he could, he would rather share the bond of Roger and Garp, enemies and friends at once. After all, Ace was aboard his pirate ship, and he would still have to meet Luffy Sabo and the others later. Being on bad terms with Garp would do him no good whatsoever. The seaquake he was about to unleash with the Tremor Fruit would be enough to turn this entire sea region on its head. As for all those men, the 100-odd thousand Marines, if he so wished, it would take but a single thought to end every one of them. Whether vice admiral or common corporal, not a single one would be spared. This was the sheer abnormality of the Tremor Fruit. It could set not only the atmosphere trembling, but the oceans as well. No matter how many of these men came, they would all die. That was Bai Jing's imposing dominance. That was the unique confidence that was his alone. Unless there were several monsters like Garp to fight him at once, no matter how many Marines came, he would kill them all. Mere fodder for the slaughter. Garp's face turned grim. Never before had anyone threatened him in such a manner. Yet, as Bai Jing had said, if the Marines did not withdraw now, they truly would not be able to leave. He knew the monstrous nature of the Tremor Fruit better than anyone, having dealt with Whitebeard before. Though he had no idea how Bai Jing had come by that power, no matter how unwilling he felt, he had to put the lives of the Marines first. Bai Jing had already held back. If the fight continued, he might very well leave every single one of them here. If all the Marines he had dispatched this time were to die, it would be no small loss for the Marines. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned, looked at the Marines still struggling in the water below, and declared, "Retreat. This mission has failed. The hunt for the pirate Bai Jing ends in failure. Raise his bounty when we return." As he spoke, many of the Marines who had been in the sea clambered aboard. The two warships were densely packed with Marines to the point that some could hardly find room to stand. Of course, a portion had already perished. Most of these people had been struck by the terrifying lightning of Bai Jing's myriad thunders, and hundreds of thousands had undoubtedly died. When it was over, Bai Jing alone hung suspended in the air, standing high above as he surveyed the scene below, with sovereign contempt, his presence godlike. This live broadcast had been streamed to every corner of the world, across the New World and elsewhere. It made everyone fundamentally revise their perception of the pirate Bai Jing. No one had expected Bai Jing to be so powerful that he could drive back even Garp, the hero of the Marines. It also made it unmistakably clear to the world that Bai Jing was a wielder of multiple devil fruits. The flame fruit, the rumble fruit, the glint fruit, and most lethal of all, the tremor fruit. On this sea there were now 2 users of the flame fruit, 2 users of the glint fruit, and 2 users of the gravity fruit. There were also 2 tremor fruit users, one aligned with Blackbeard, the other at Bai Jing's side. The Marine suppression campaign ended in failure, and its survivors departed in dejection. Bai Jing and his 2 companions returned to the Golden City. The Golden Emperor looked at them and said, "The pirate ship is ready. Within the next few days the Marines will likely stage a comeback. So leaving as early as possible is certainly the right call. As for the giant golden pirate ship still being rushed into completion, it will take at least 7 more days." Bai Jing nodded and ordered that the golden pirate ship set sail for Dressrosa. "Next we'll first make a trip to Dressrosa, then have a look around other places." Hearing this, the Golden Emperor nodded, and the group of 5 departed from the Golden City. They naturally brought along a great deal of treasure. The pirate ship had also been specially customized. Although it was not particularly luxurious, it was large enough to accommodate Little Ors Jr.'s body. The trio set course for Dressrosa. Stella and the Golden Emperor occupied one cabin, while Bai Jing and Hua Xin occupied another. Bai Jing's cabin had been specially made. Inside there was a small aquarium filled entirely with fresh water. Ace had one cabin, and Little Ors Jr. had another. Aboard the pirate ship, Bai Jing resolved that in any case he had more than enough 9 nether chi on his person, and he had killed quite a few Marines over these past days. Although it was they who had thrown themselves before his gun, and he had no desire to kill, circumstances had forced his hand. Therefore he could pay another visit to the 9 netherworld. Even though Zephyr's 2 disciples had yet to be found, he could first check whether any of his old acquaintances were there, and revive them. Besides, his pirate ship was far too huge and empty. With only 6 people aboard, it inevitably felt a little too lonely. The 6 of them sailed freely across the vast ocean atop the deck. With Stella in his arms, the Golden Emperor stood by the railing, gazing at the boundless sea around them, with deep emotion in his eyes. "It has been over a decade since I felt this way. Over a decade since I last set sail." After Stella died, he had holed up in the Golden City with no companions, running his casino and tending to his own business. Now he had set down the casino. For the sake of a woman, he was sailing free once more. Ace and Little Ors Jr. curled their lips. "There they go, shoving their romance down our throats again." Bai Jing laughed heartily at that. He looked at Ace meaningfully. "When we go to Wano country, you'll be able to see Yamato, then won't you?" "Yamato?" Ace seemed to recall someone dear from his memories, and smiled softly before falling silent. Hua Xin glanced at Bai Jing from the side, and curled her lips. Pirates were the freest upon this sea. At night, another banquet unfolded. This time, however, Hua Xin had learned her lesson. The oolong tea she drank was brewed by her own hands. It would never pass through Bai Jing's hands. Laughter and mirth filled the pirate ship, warm and boisterous. In complete contrast, the world government was at the opposite pole. At Marine headquarters, Akainu sat in the fleet admiral's seat, blazing with fury. Terrifying magma emanated from his body, and a predatory cold glint flickered in his eyes. He slammed the table with both hands. Bang! These accursed pirates actually dare to place bounties on Marines. Who do they think they are? And this pirate even dares to put a bounty on my head. How laughable! If they have the courage, let them come. I will kill as many as arrive. Raise Bai Jing's bounty for me. Push it up to the 2 billion level. That brat is far too vicious and heinous. He even dared to broadcast it live for the world to see. After this tremor, the Marine's future is likely to grow even worse. The intelligence officer seated across from him, seeing Akainu in such a fury, slunk away shamefacedly. In that instant, Bai Jing's bounty rose once more, reaching the 2 billion level, an increase of more than 1 billion. He was the only pirate in history whose bounty had jumped so dramatically, even more terrifying than Straw Hat Luffy. And his bounty now stood at an immense 2 billion. This live broadcast also sent violent shockwaves through the New World. Many pirates began to entertain sinister schemes. Since the Marines could place bounties on pirates, the notion Bai Jing had proposed, pirates placing bounties on Marines, must surely be feasible. In the eyes of the pirate masses, Bai Jing had quietly become famous. His prominence was in no way inferior to Straw Hat Luffy or the Supernovas. He had become a name spoken alongside the 7 warlords of the sea and the most vicious supernovas of the new era. At the evening banquet, after everyone had eaten and drunk to their heart's content, they each returned to their own chambers. Stella and the Golden Emperor Taizu Luo shared a single room. Such a scene of flowers beneath the moon, stirred further by wine and rising passion, added threefold charm to the night. As for what happened next, it was hardly suitable for innocent eyes. Bai Jing returned to his own room. He had already informed Ace Little or Stella and the others that his soul might be absent from his body for a period of time. At his words, they merely nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone had long grown accustomed to such matters. Inside the room, Hua Jin sat and watched Bai Jing, who was seated cross-legged on the floor, utterly entranced. Her heart gushed like a smitten girl's. How can there be a young lord so handsome? Whether it is his profile or his full face or that peerless bearing of his, the way he stood against 2 marine admirals like an immortal that day, knocking Garp flying with a single punch, was just too dashing. Bai Jing's soul slowly departed from his body. The netherworld fruit awakened, and his spirit faded from this world, arriving in the familiar realm of the Yellow Springs. His soul drifted across the Naiha Bridge and over the boundless Yellow Springs until it reached the farthest edge of the world of the dead. Among the many cities there, Bai Jing passed deftly over the City of No Return and Yellow Spring City. In the City of No Return, Whitebeard still remained in that city, eyes closed in meditation. His title as the city's foremost master rang loud and far. He was still waiting for Bai Jing, having delayed the journey onward for 10 years. Bai Jing turned his gaze to the 3rd city, for he had already explored the first 2, and seeking out the 3rd was naturally the best next move. The 3rd city was named Death City. As his form merged into it, Bai Jing felt no worry about being trapped here for lack of 9 nether chi. His reserves were more than abundant. His 9 nether chi was enough to sustain him in Death City for more than half a month. Bai Jing appeared directly above the city, sweeping his gaze across the streets below and watching the flowing stream of figures. Could the pirate world truly have such beings as well? Bai Jing wondered with curiosity, looking at the creatures on the streets that walked on 4 legs and bore 2 horns on their heads. Aren't these demonic beasts? How can this world of the dead have such creatures? Shouldn't its inhabitants all be other races? Bai Jing observed them with great interest. But after spending a full 3 days walking through every corner of Death City, he had not found a single familiar face. Instead, quite a few of the dead supporting characters from the pirate world were here. But since Bai Jing did not know them, why would he bother resurrecting them? Unless he had nothing better to do. Besides, reviving such small fry was pointless. They would only ever serve as cannon fodder. Bai Jing shook his head and muttered to himself, it seems nothing is left in this 3rd city. Let's go take a look at the 4th. With the blessing of the luck fruit, things really are different. The moment he arrived at the 4th city, Bai Jing spotted a man at a street corner smoking. The man wore a black robe adorned with feathers, and a red knitted cap hung down over his head. Beneath the corner of his right eye lay a black tattoo of downward-facing barbs. The man's identity was all but certain: Corazon. This was the man who had given all his kindness to Law. Bai Jing flew down and abruptly walked up beside Corazon, nearly giving the man a fright. Bai Jing's abrupt appearance was far too bizarre, arriving without the slightest warning. Who are you? Corazon studied Bai Jing warily from head to toe. The sudden appearance of this man had almost scared him to death, and a scare like that could truly kill a person. Bai Jing smiled faintly. Mr. Corazon, I have been seeking you for quite some time. This was of course pure nonsense on Bai Jing's part. He had not expected to run into Corazon here at all. It was a delightful surprise. Meeting Corazon made this entire journey worthwhile. How do you know my code name? Corazon was taken aback, staring at Bai Jing with bewildered eyes full of doubt. Bai Jing merely smiled, offering no further explanation. He could hardly say, I am a transmigrator, and all of you are just characters from an anime. Now could he? Bai Jing began to speak slowly, unhurriedly. I know not only that you are called Corazon, but also that you once helped a child rise again from the torment of illness. What was that child's name again? Bai Jing feigned confusion, tilting his head upward slightly, then clapped his hands heavily. Trafalgar Law. Corazon stared at Bai Jing, his pupils constricting. He had never imagined that someone could not only recognize him, but also know his history in such detail. Bai Jing gave Corazon no chance to rebut, continuing his one-sided rambling, as if he would not stop until the man was driven to death by exasperation. You also had a brother named Doflamingo. You were once an executive of that family, but later you broke with him. Corazon stared hard at Bai Jing and asked, who in the world are you? He rose to his feet, the cigarette in his hand slowly going out. Bai Jing answered mysteriously, the man who can bring you back to life. Bring me back to life. In this world, everyone is already dead. How can you speak of saving? Corazon smiled, a smile tinged with mockery. Although I don't know how you came to know all this, I assume you are from the pirate world. It is no wonder that you know such things. Oh, is that right? Seeing that Corazon remained unconvinced even after this, Bai Jing concluded that he needed more substantial proof. As a devoted One Piece fan, dredging up Corazon's past was a simple task, and so he continued. After your family lost their celestial dragon status, the people who had once been persecuted by the celestial dragons came to exact their revenge. Your brother Doflamingo swore to take vengeance on them all. Later your mother died of illness, and your father was also killed by your brother Doflamingo. It was then that you came to see the true evil in your brother's nature. Afterward came your departure. You met Sengoku, who took you in and made you a marine. By this point Corazone's expression had darkened. His eyes were locked on by Jing, yet he did not interrupt. Once Doflamingo had formed his pirate crew and set sail, you returned to the family as an undercover marine to stop your brother. When Virgo, the original heart, went undercover in the Marines, you succeeded him as the next heart. In order to drive away the children the family had sheltered, you deliberately bullied them time and again. But no matter how you tormented them, Law and Baby 5 simply would not leave. Yet even after half a year you still hadn't found a skilled doctor who could cure Law's illness. Afterward, from your brother Doflamingo, you learned that the Marines were preparing a large sum of money to buy the surgery fruit from the pirate crew of Diaz Barrels, and that they also planned to ambush the Don Quixote pirates. So you took Law with you and braved the journey to Minion Island. Using your power, you quietly started a fire at the building where Diaz Barrels pirates were holed up and stole the surgery fruit. But after you stole it, you tripped in your carelessness and were captured by the pirates. Although you defeated them and successfully escaped with the surgery fruit, you were badly wounded as well. After bringing back the surgery fruit, you made Law swallow it. At this point, Bai Jing paused and looked at Corazone's face. Just as he had expected, Corazone was utterly stunned. Bai Jing continued, afterward you gave the information to Law to pass on to the Marines, but Law mistakenly gave it to Virgo, who was undercover in the Marines. When Virgo rushed over, he discovered that you could speak. Astonished, he opened the intelligence and found that you were a spy. You fought against him, but you were outmatched, and in the end you and Law escaped together. You hid Law in the chest behind you. When the family caught up, you lied that Law had already fled beyond the birdcage and used your ability to suppress Law's cries and sobs. After you told your brother Doflamingo the truth, he shot you dead, yet you still had a smile on your face. So that when Law remembered you, he would see a smiling face. You died with a smile on your lips. What a gentle man you were. Am I right? What Bai Jing had said matched the facts he had experienced word for word, even with more details, which stirred up his past memories. Now the look in his eyes toward Bai Jing had completely changed. His expression turned solemn, and he half believed Bai Jing's words. Yet doubts remained. He could not understand how Bai Jing knew of his past, and in such detail at that. He was certain that among the family's executives there was definitely no one like Bai Jing, and no third person knew the story between him and Trafalgar Law. Bai Jing, however, now knew it all perfectly well, which puzzled him endlessly. Watching Corazone's expression, Bai Jing said nothing more. In his heart he thought, let him wonder. Even if he racks his brains, he'll never guess that I'm a transmigrator. Corazone looked at Bai Jing in shock, while Bai Jing waited quietly in place, letting him process this moment. Phew. Corazone let out a gentle breath, stared at Bai Jing, and asked, who exactly are you? Why do you know so much detail? Bai Jing did not answer Corazone. Instead, he said something baffling. Do you want to see Law again? He's now a supernova on the sea with a bounty of 500 million. And I can give you that chance. Since I know everything you know, I'm confident I can take you away. This death world is too silent, isn't it? Don't you want to go back to the pirate world and take a look? Go see Sengoku, go see Trafalgar Law, or go see your brother, Doflamingo. Bai Jing's tone was not teasing at all, rather it was utterly calm. His expression was also serious. How am I supposed to trust you? Just because of what you've said, eh? Corazone was skeptical. Although Bai Jing's words were accurate to the letter, the notion of resurrecting someone and taking him away from this death world was simply too miraculous. Bai Jing smiled, knowing it wouldn't be that easy to convince Corazone. Therefore he wrapped himself in the 9 nether chi again, and his figure vanished completely from where he stood, unseen by anyone. Bai Jing spoke, do you believe me now? I'm right here, but you can't see me. Then using the 9 nether chi, he gently floated up into the air. His voice came from above. Now I'm in the air, yet you still can't see me. With just these 2 abilities I can take you out of this death world. I've already brought out several others. Do you believe it or not? Whether you want to leave or not is entirely up to you. As for why I want to take you away from this world, it's simple. Become my crewmate. As his voice fell, Bai Jing slowly descended from the air, smiling as he fixed his gaze on Corazone, waiting for his next decision. Have you made up your mind? If you wait for reincarnation in this death world, it may not be your turn. Besides, you should go see some people, meet old friends, shouldn't you? Bai Jing chuckled and lightly patted Corazone on the shoulder. The power of the silence fruit was his. Corazone hesitated for a moment, but then he let it go. Indeed, as Bai Jing had said, in the pirate world he still had some friends. Or at least people who could be considered friends, and he ought to go see them. Being lonely in this death world for over a decade was too boring. It was time to step out and take a look. All right. Corazone nodded. If Bai Jing truly could bring him back to life, Corazone would be immensely grateful, and becoming his crewmate was not a problem. The remaining debts of gratitude could be repaid slowly later. Seeing Corazon nod, Bai Jing smiled. When the time came to meet Trafalgar Law again, another regret would be settled. This gentle man had been successfully resurrected by him. And once he met Trafalgar Law, he could have some fun with the op fruit's power. How wonderful that would be. Bai Jing's eyes burned with desire for the op fruit. Not for its ability to extend one's lifespan, but for the ability to freely reassemble other people's bodies. Having already encountered an acquaintance, Bai Jing was satisfied and prepared to leave. Just then he felt a sudden urge to stay a little longer, as if the luck fruit was secretly guiding him. It directed him toward a certain direction where someone he knew might be. Bai Jing was startled. He turned to look at Corazon and said, "Let's head to the northwest of the fourth city first. It seems there's another acquaintance of mine there. I'll resurrect him too." Corazon listened and nodded without saying much. Who was resurrected didn't matter as long as Bai Jing could bring him out of the death world. Bai Jing released the 9 nether chi, wrapping it around Corazon's body and his own. He said solemnly, "Don't make a sound and don't move. Just follow this 9 nether chi." Corazon nodded. Bai Jing manipulated the 9 nether chi, lifting his body away from the streets of the fourth city. The two floated into the air and headed toward a northwestern corner of the fourth city, Bai Jing's gaze continuously sweeping downward. The direction the luck fruit guided him was where an old acquaintance of his was. After flying for over 10 full minutes, Bai Jing saw the figure of a man holding a samurai sword by a street corner. The man was causing a commotion at the corner, surrounded by a number of enforcement officers who watched him warily. When Bai Jing and Corazon arrived hovering above, Bai Jing did not hesitate. The 9 nether chi burst from his hand, enveloping the samurai and lifting him from the spot into the void. The samurai was bewildered. He had been flying up out of nowhere. Looking down, he saw the enforcement officers staring at each other in confusion, shouting in alarm. What's going on? How did the man suddenly disappear? He was right here just now, and now he's mysteriously gone. Could it be some kind of sorcery? It's not impossible. Some people are extremely powerful in life, and after death they retain a few abilities. Perhaps this samurai was one of them. Damn it, he got away. Put the whole city on alert and search for that man. The samurai had seen many storms, so despite the strange occurrence he did not shout in panic. Instead, he waited quietly to see where he was being taken. After all, this sudden anomaly was a great help to him. The enforcement officer's soul-snatching staffs had made him deeply wary. No matter how powerful one was in life, encountering the soul-snatching staff meant certain death. Bai Jing manipulated the 9 nether chi, bringing the two to the most remote and uninhabited corner before slowly setting them down. The netherworld chi shrouding Corazon, Bai Jing, and the samurai gradually dispersed, allowing the three to finally see one another clearly. The man wore a kimono emblazoned with the character dragon on both sleeves and traditional cherry-patterned wooden clogs on his feet. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Zoro, save for the Chanmage top knot atop his head. On the left was Ryuma as he appeared in life. If this was not Ryuma, then who could it be? As luck would have it was thanks to the guidance of the luck fruit that he had managed to find Ryuma in the fourth city. Otherwise, he might have simply taken Corazon and left. Bai Jing found it truly astonishing that Ryuma had been wandering the fourth city for decades after his death. Yet it was precisely this that afforded Bai Jing the opportunity to resurrect him. Though Ryuma had only made a brief cameo in the anime, later plot revelations made his legend abundantly clear. He was an absolute beast. Legend had it that he was a samurai who had once slain a dragon. A swordsman of Wano from centuries past, he felled every opponent in a single flash, an undefeated grandmaster of the blade his entire life. After his death, Ryuma was enshrined by Wano as the god of blades, his renowned sword Shusui laid to rest beside him in the shrine. Bai Jing now harbored a new ambition. When he eventually met Zoro, he would have Ryuma restored to his peak in life, cross swords with Zoro to see who was truly stronger. Knowing that Bai Jing had saved him, Ryuma asked with a puzzled expression, "I thank you for saving my life, but I do not believe I am acquainted with you, sir. And who might this be?" He glanced at Bai Jing, then at the oddly dressed Corazon, his confusion evident. Bai Jing smiled lightly. "Whether you know me matters little. What matters is that I know you. Ryuma, the great swordsman of Wano. Do you wish to leave this world of the dead? I can help you return to the world of pirates and reclaim your original body." Ryuma was taken aback by Bai Jing's words, his reaction mirroring Corazon's earlier disbelief. "Now look here. You may have saved me, but spouting nonsense is hardly proper conduct. We've all entered the world of the dead, and you speak of resurrecting me. Is that not the rambling of a madman?" Corazon found the scene secretly amusing. He had worn that exact expression moments ago. But soon he had come to believe, for Bai Jing's eerie abilities earlier had indeed been convincing. Bai Jing spoke, "You witnessed my power just now. I can lift you silently into the air and make you vanish from everyone's sight. That alone should suffice. So let me ask you only once, do you wish to be revived? Do you wish to return to the world of pirates to contend for the title of the world's greatest swordsman and protect your homeland of Wano?" Ryuma pondered deeply. Bai Jing's techniques were indeed bizarre, yet after a long moment, he still shook his head. It was not that he had no desire to return to life, but centuries had passed since his death. Everything he had known was long gone. What meaning was there in going back? He was a great swordsman, true, but a great swordsman's existence was not bound to the flesh. As long as the spirit of the sword endured, all things endured. This was his bushido, his conviction as a great swordsman. There it is again, Bai Jing muttered. Every single one of these people has water in their brains. None of them wants to be resurrected. Bai Jing could not help but complain. Clearly he would have to rely on his silver tongue once more. Sir Ryuma, he said aloud, have you truly considered this well? The undefeated one who has never lost a bout, hailed by Wano as the god of blades. Yet in later ages you would be defeated by a mere junior and even present him with your famed blade shoe sway. Would you not like to see how far he has grown? And by the way, he has already arrived. He is in Wano as we speak. Moreover, your homeland has fallen into the hands of others. Wano is no longer the Wano it once was. Countless things have transpired in the ages to come. Do you not wish to return and see for yourself? Or would you rather stand idly by and watch your homeland be occupied without lifting a finger? Is that truly the bushido you pursue? Or is the blade in your hand merely a tool for chasing fame and glory rather than a shield for your homeland? The three questions struck like a fatal blade, piercing straight into Ryuma's heart. At Bai Jing's words, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Ryuma, transforming him into a blood-drenched Azura. The two standing beside him shuddered involuntarily. The overwhelming sword pressure surged skyward, shattering the houses lining the streets. 100-jong-long gash was carved into the earth below, yet at the same time it once more drew the attention of the guards. A glint of glee flashed in Bai Jing's eyes. Perfect. Once the guards arrived, Ryuma would be forced to make his choice, whether to leave with him or remain in this world of the dead. Bai Jing had already said all there was to say. He refused to believe Ryuma would still refuse to follow him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ryuma reined in his earlier outburst and spoke to the two apologetically. Forgive me, that display just now was unbecoming. Then Ryuma knelt on one knee, nearly prostrating himself, and said, I beg you, sir, to deliver me from this world of the dead and allow me to return. I would be eternally grateful. I would gladly serve you like a loyal hound or horse should you so desire. Bai Jing was delighted. He cast a sidelong glance at Corazon, his eyes clearly saying, see that? That is the proper attitude. This man willingly boarded my ship, unlike some who needed to be personally invited. Corazon seemed to catch on his gaze, drifting lazily as he folded his arms behind his back, offering Bai Jing an awkward smile. Seeing the guards already closing in, Bai Jing quickly wrapped all three of them in the netherworld, chi lifting them gently into the sky and making for the exit of the death world. Midair, Bai Jing whispered, make no sound, make no move. Simply follow the netherworld chi behind me, and you shall leave this place safely. Trusting his words, the two nodded firmly, though they could not see each other. They could feel a strange current guiding them onward. With Bai Jing ahead, they crossed the fourth city, past the third layer, and soared over the city of no return. At that familiar spot, Bai Jing once again beheld Whitebeard, alone seated desolately in a corner, lost in thought. Within that aged yet explosively powerful body were hundreds of bullet holes, remnants of the Battle of Marineford. They flew past Death City, over the boundless Yellow Springs, and across the Bridge of Helplessness until at last they returned to the living world. A strange power descended upon them both. The physical forms they once possessed, rapidly filled with substance, reawakened in their soulful states. Feeling the familiar warmth of sunlight and the salty breath of the great sea, the two exchanged a glance and smiled. It feels so good to be alive again. Corazon sighed as he looked down at his familiar palms and this sturdy mortal body, a faint smile spreading across his face. He had languished in the world of the dead for over a decade, a sunless realm where only soul bodies drifted, utterly devoid of everything. Now at last he had returned. Ryuma was even more sorrowful and nostalgic, for he had been dead for a full century, then stitched into a corpse by Moria, and had died again for over a decade before being revived to see the light of day once more. He greedily inhaled the sea breeze of this ocean world and sighed. This is the familiar sensation and this familiar warm sunlight. At that moment the two of them happened to land upon the deck of the pirate ship. In the netherworld they had spent several hours. In the outside world it was now high noon. Ace Ors Jr., Guild Tesoro, and Stella had just stepped out of their rooms, and they looked curiously at these two sudden arrivals. Especially Ryuma, who radiated an awe-inspiring swordsman's aura. Guild Tesoro had encountered many swordsmen, but none was as formidable as Ryuma. As for Ace, there was no need to even mention it. On Whitebeard's division, there was Vista, the flower swordsman. Now as Ace sensed Ryuma's presence, he felt that compared to Vista, Ryuma was certainly no weaker. If anything, he was stronger. Because this was a complete resurrection, and Ryuma's appearance strikingly resembled Zoro's, Ace found himself taking another long look at him. He had met Zoro before and knew roughly what Zoro looked like. As Ryuma stood now, he bore a 60% resemblance to Zoro. Aside from his hair being longer and not green, everything else was nearly the same. Corazone's presence was far less imposing than Ryuma's, for he had eaten the com fruit. Standing there, his very existence was truly still and silent. Meanwhile, Bai Jing walked out from inside the cabin. He applied the power of the gravity fruit to Hua Jin, allowing him to float effortlessly in the air at any time. This way he no longer had to stay cooped up in a water tank every day. How stifling that would be. Hua Jin was much freer, now able to drift freely around the ship, a perpetual smile upon his face. Seeing that everyone had already grown acquainted, Bai Jing smiled softly. These are the 2 new crew members I have brought back from the world of the dead. This one is Ryuma of Wano country, a great swordsman of Wano. Bai Jing gestured toward Ryuma, then turned his gaze to Corazon. And this one was a marine, though now I have coaxed him onto our ship as well. When everyone heard the word marine, their eyes sharpened for an instant before their brows relaxed. Since Bai Jing had put it that way, they simply trusted him. After all, Bai Jing was still their captain. Today 2 more companions have joined our pirate ship, so we should celebrate with a grand toast. A feast was to be held today. With that, Bai Jing excitedly hauled out a large quantity of beast meat, fine wine, and food from the storeroom, laying it all out upon the table. And Ace, seeing that another banquet was to be held today, had only just drunk late into the previous night, and the hangover had not yet faded. But where there was a feast, there was joy. Everyone smiled together, fetched the ingredients, and prepared everything. There were many vacant rooms aboard the ship, so the 2 newcomers had plenty of choices. Bai Jing raised his wine goblet high, and everyone followed suit, raising their cups until they clinked in the air with a crisp sound. Clink. Cheers. They exchanged smiles and drained their cups in one gulp. This was the joy of being pirates. Free at every moment. Corazon had always been rather reticent, and spoke little, but through this banquet his heart seemed to open, and he began to blend in with the rest of the crew. The feast lasted from noon until night before it finally ended. Everyone was dead drunk, though Hua Jin had only drunk oolong tea the whole time, afraid of causing another oolong incident. Bai Jing was in excellent spirits, and drank himself thoroughly intoxicated, collapsing into his own room. In a corner of Bai Jing's room, Hua Jin floated in midair, quietly studying Bai Jing with his round eyes darting about, lost in some unknown thoughts. The next day, everyone had fully regained their energy. Ryuma casually picked out 2 swords from the warehouse and tucked them at his waist. Early in the morning, he began training on the deck. Gripping the familiar blades, he suddenly slashed a terrifying sword aura toward the sea, splitting the waters ahead cleanly in 2. A water trail over 100 zhang long appeared upon the sea, and the parted waters on both sides did not surge back together for a long while. From above, Bai Jing watched Ryuma practice his swordsmanship, without saying a word, a smile glinting in his eyes. He sighed. I truly look forward to the day Zoro and Ryuma meet again. One is a predecessor, passing down the very swords he once carried to a successor. That is a legacy of the spirit. Now that Ryuma is alive, I wonder whether this passing of the torch from old to new will strike out even more brilliant sparks. Beneath the deck railings, Corazon leisurely puffed on a cigarette, exhaling wisps of white smoke as he gazed toward the distant sea, lost in thought. Ace and Ors Jr. were also on the deck, chatting and laughing together. Guild Tesoro and Stella huddled close as a couple, with endless words to share between them. An air of warmth filled the pirate ship. Bai Jing leaped down from above, landing beside Corazon. In his hand, he produced a wanted poster of Trafalgar Law and held it out before Corazon. Here, this is the child you saved. He has already grown to this level. Corazon took it, and a look of gratification filled his eyes. Bai Jing said in a low voice, Don Quixote da Flamingo, that is your brother, has already been defeated by the combined efforts of Trafalgar Law and the pirate Luffy. By now he has probably been thrown into a marine prison, and I heard it was all to avenge you. Corazon was taken aback, his expression growing even more complicated, nostalgia welling up in his eyes. One could not tell whether he was thinking of Trafalgar Law or Don Quixote da Flamingo, whether it was that kinship turned sour or that friendship that transcended age. In Bai Jing's view, Doflamingo had indeed treated Don Quixote Rocinante like his own family, like a younger brother. But Rocinante had chosen to become a marine spy, chosen betrayal, and taken on the identity of Corazon, which pained Doflamingo deeply. Bai Jing could empathize with Doflamingo's feelings. If you had lived through half of my childhood, you might not have even half the kindness I have today. Corazon had gone through similar experiences, yet the two had turned out completely different in character. Perhaps that had much to do with Sengoku. As for why they differed, it came down to their natures. Doflamingo was the typical celestial dragon. He needed a life of luxury, needed slaves, and could not abide commoners rising up against him. That was precisely why later Doflamingo was able to carry his own father's severed head to the Holy Land and force the celestial dragons to accept him once more. From an early age, Corazon had shown himself to be different from Doflamingo. He was not aggressive, though he appeared somewhat timid, yet beneath his bones flowed kindness. With careful guidance and nurturing, Corazon could grow into a truly good person. Having said all this, Bai Jing chose not to continue, leaving the silence to Corazon instead. He was still accustomed to calling Don Quixote Rocinante by the name Corazon. The Corazon we all know, the gentle-hearted young man. As for Trafalgar Law, he is currently carrying forward Rocinante's will and pressing onward. As for Doflamingo, there will be an opportunity in due time. He would bring Doflamingo aboard the ship. To Bai Jing, the conflict between Corazon and Doflamingo was merely a trivial matter between brothers. In truth, what Minga valued above all was absolute loyalty, never betraying him. Corazon betrayed him, so he killed him with his own hands. Yet because the Don Quixote family remained faithful, he treated them with profound loyalty and affection. One need only observe their attitude toward him to understand Minga is undoubtedly the person they trust most. He is also one of the most worthy of devotion. Whitebeard served as a marine undercover agent for many years on his behalf, and Monet remained faithful to Minga until her final breath. Doflamingo has already slain Corazon once before. In this life, matters will balance out. An eye for an eye, a life for a betrayal. Thus the problem resolves itself. Now that Corazon has unexpectedly returned from death, the sparks between the two brothers remain to be seen. That is a tale for another time. Time slipped quietly away. As their ship sailed across the seas, news of Bai Jing and his crew spread throughout the new world once more. They had repelled Carp and defeated an admiral. Whether this news would reach the Straw Hat captain's ears was uncertain. Judging by the timeline, they were still locked in fierce combat, with Big Mom preparing to flee toward Wano country. Bai Jing therefore had ample time. As long as he could resolve these lingering regrets within the coming months, and then finally meet with Luffy, everything would ultimately fall into place. After several days at sea, they drew nearer to Dressrosa. The closer they grew to Dressrosa, the more eagerly Bai Jing anticipated their arrival. Primarily, he wished to see what Rebecca looked like, not because of her appearance in golden attire, of course. He had shared a reference image in the comments, wondering whether she truly matched the fiery allure depicted in the anime. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With their pirate ship accelerating at full speed, they arrived at the coast of the Dressrosa Kingdom. Having anchored the pirate ship, Bai Jing and his companions leapt onto the shore in unison. Little oars, owing to his enormous size, remained aboard to guard the ship. Ace, feeling somewhat guilty, chose to stay behind, as well to keep him company. Later, Bai Jing planned to obtain a fruit ability that could enlarge or shrink. Otherwise, little oars would be unable to travel anywhere. Longma, Corazon, the Golden Emperor Stella, and Hua Jin accompanied Bai Jing as they entered Dressrosa Kingdom. Corazon longed to revisit the places he had not seen in over a decade, wondering if they remained as vivid in memory. Longma, meanwhile, intended to purchase several fine swords. After all, the Golden Emperor was hardly short on wealth. The wealth they carried amounted to at least tens of billions in belly, alongside countless bars of gold, more than sufficient to acquire excellent blades. They waited in Dressrosa Kingdom for the Golden Emperor's customized luxury pirate ship to be completed. Bai Jing did not restrict their freedom, allowing them to go wherever they pleased, communicating with one another through transponder snails. The group nodded in agreement and dispersed. Stella and the Golden Emperor made their way to Dressrosa's famous Lovers' Avenue, so named because it was a route intimately associated with passionate couples. As they walked along the street, countless young couples embraced lovingly, on every side, some already sealing their affections with a kiss. They exchanged a glance, each seeing reflected in the other's eyes a tenderness unique to them alone. Meanwhile, Corazon wandered through these familiar streets, alone, an unmistakable desolation about him. Longma felt a surge of empathy on his behalf. He gently placed a hand on Corazon's shoulder. With new companions by your side, you should ease your mind. Whatever has passed should remain in the past. With that, Longma smiled, and spotting a sword vendor ahead, walked directly inside. Bai Jing, unwilling to intrude as a third wheel, decided to visit the Colosseum instead, to see Cybus's bronze statue, and soak in the vibrant atmosphere of the arena. Afterward, he planned to meet with Cybus and Rebecca. As for Senior Pink, he had heard the Marines had taken him away. Bai Jing intended to investigate where he was being held, so he could mount a rescue. Once brought aboard his ship, they could depart freely. He still possessed ample dark energy from the 9 Netherworld, and with the guidance of the luck fruit, locating anyone would prove far simpler. Today's Colosseum was packed as densely as ever, and Bai Jing had registered early. Hua Jin followed close behind, puzzled. You are far stronger than all of them. Why register at all? Bai Jing chuckled. Simply for the thrill of showing off. After all, a man's truest desires are eternal face, wealth, power, and women. Hua Jin nodded with a hint of bewilderment, casting a skeptical glance at him. She then transformed into a miniature figure, becoming a pinpoint of light that merged into Bai Jing's body. Today's Colosseum lacked the frenzied energy of his previous visits, yet it was equally full. In the Romanesque style of the architecture, the central arena was surrounded on all sides by seats packed with spectators. Thousands of voices roared from above, cheering on the gladiators below. These combatants were typically death row prisoners or pirates who had willingly signed life and death contracts. Bai Jing's objective was, of course, to achieve an undefeated streak. If Cyrus could accomplish it, so could he. At the very least, he wished to visit the famous landmarks of this pirate world and complete the records set within it. This was precisely why Bai Jing had come, to engage in a fierce and satisfying battle. His assigned number was 666,888. Standing in the waiting area, he gazed upon the statue of Cyrus. Bai Jing could sense just how formidable he had been in his youth, a warrior who had triumphed in 3-0 battles, revered as a god of war. Number 666,888. Your turn to enter the arena. The announcer's voice boomed from above. Bai Jing paused, then smiled faintly. It's my turn now? Time may be limited, but taking down 3,000 or 5,000 opponents should pose no difficulty. Since Cyrus achieved a record exceeding 300 victories, I shall surpass that mark. 3,000 or 5,000 battles. I shall make history within these walls. With a carefree laugh, Bai Jing clasped his hands behind his back and walked steadily toward the entrance passage. This place held deep significance, for it was where Luffy and Sabo had reunited. That very episode he had watched countless times. This is contestant No. 666,888, the pirate known as Masked Garfield. The announcer's voice resounded overhead, surging with fervor above the Coliseum. Bai Jing picked out a golden mask and disguised himself as well. After all, he was now a famous man with a bounty of 2 billion. If anyone learned that a pirate with a 2 billion bounty had come here to crush the weak, word would spread and damage his reputation. Bai Jing still wanted to keep a little face. Why is this a new face? Never seen him before. No idea. Maybe he's a newcomer who came to the Coliseum to try his luck. Could he be another new criminal of the kingdom? Why have I never seen him before? And that name, Masked Garfield. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Bai Jing paid no attention to the mockery from above, just as an elephant pays no heed to the taunts of ants. They were on completely different levels. Bai Jing was operating on a whole other plane. His mindset had already broadened. Before his opponent had even come out, he raised his head to the announcer above and said, I want to fight 3,000 at once. Otherwise they won't be enough for me to fight. The moment those words were spoken, the announcer froze, and everyone in the arena was dumbstruck. What? You want to fight 3,000? Why don't you just say you want to fly up to the sky? 3,000, he says. Has this brat lost his mind? 1 against 3,000. Even 3 would be a struggle for him. The announcer above shook his head with a smile, simply taking it as a joke and paying it no mind. Instead, he went on to introduce Bai Jing's opponent. This is one of the 10 most heinous criminals in the kingdom of Dressrosa, Massacre Sabrono. The man held a long blade in each hand and swung them, a trace of bloodlust flashing through his eyes. He licked his chapped lips, stared fixedly at Bai Jing, and said, a little brat like you still wants to fight 3,000 at once. Quit dreaming. Today you'll die beneath my blade and become my 32nd victory. Having said that, Sabrono stomped his feet against the ground, swung his long blades, and arrived before Bai Jing with incredible speed. This exchange happened in the span of a mere 2 blinks. Bai Jing sighed helplessly. You're unbearably weak. As he spoke, a lightning spear coalesced over his right fist, and he hurled it forward with explosive force. The lightning spear was wreathed in blue arcs as it flashed through the air, crackling and hissing. It drove straight through Sabrono's body. Disbelief filled Sabrono's eyes. His twin blades hung motionless in midair, 10 meters away from Bai Jing, never able to descend. He stiffly lowered his head to look at the lightning spear piercing through his abdomen. Then his eyelids snapped upward, and the whites of his eyes showed. The terrifying lightning destroyed every function inside his body, and with a violent explosion, it blasted a considerable part of his abdomen to pieces. The blast carved out a bloody hole. Bai Jing's eyes remained indifferent. The man was a murderer to begin with, so Bai Jing had no reason to hold back. In the Colosseum, it was kill or be killed. There was no mercy to be found. Hiss! Who is this kid? How is he this ferocious? Absolutely monstrous. Didn't he just say he wanted to fight 3,000? Maybe he can actually do it. Bullshit. 3,000. I think even 30 would be pushing it. 3,000 is impossible. I'll bet you. What if he really does it? If he really can do it, I'll do a handstand spin 360 degrees and crap my pants. And if he can't, you'll do the same. The 2 men up above were so bizarre that they actually started betting over whether Bai Jing could pull it off. All around the Colosseum, cries of shock and sharp intakes of breath rose, and the gazes directed at Bai Jing shifted. This was one of the kingdom's most savage murderers, and no one had expected him to be dealt with so easily by Bai Jing. Bai Jing raised his head toward the announcer above and continued coldly, I want to fight 3,000. That one was too weak. Far from enough. Bai Jing took a quick look around. The Colosseum's grounds could definitely hold around 5,000 people. The single arena alone could accommodate that many fighting at once. The announcer above immediately contacted the people behind the Colosseum via a transceiver snail to discuss whether they should follow Bai Jing's request and let him fight 3,000 at once. There were absolutely enough fighters, so there was no need to worry. These were all major criminals of the kingdom. A kingdom's population numbered around 1 million, and its prisoners numbered in the tens of thousands. More than sufficient. Give him 300 first to test the waters. If he can deal with all 300, then give him 3,000. The voice came from the other end of the transceiver snail. The announcer nodded, picked up the microphone, and rose from his seat. He was excited by this battle as well, and his voice rang out passionately, now facing contestant No. 666888. Masked Garfield are 300 criminals of the kingdom. Let us all wait and see whether Masked Garfield can defeat them one by one. An uproar burst out. Hearing that one man would take on 300, the crowd in the stands grew excited once more and shouted in unison. Fight! 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 Bai Jing was taken aback, realizing that the people behind the scenes still did not believe in him. Only by proving his strength now could he have any hope of facing 3,000 by himself. Bai Jing quietly clenched his fist, excitement shining in his eyes. He was about to set a record in this coliseum and leave his footprint on the world of pirates. At another entrance, 300 thugs walked out slowly, their eyes bloodthirsty. Staring at the kid wearing the golden mask before them, they said, "Boy, you'll pay for being so overconfident. What, you think you're all that just because you killed one man? You're dead today. No one can save you." All 300 of them were burly men, their eyes full of derision as they looked at Bai Jing. But Bai Jing had no intention of exchanging words with them. The sooner he won, the sooner he could go back and eat. His whole body turned into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the spot in less than a breath. When he reached the 300 men, he drew his right fist back, slightly condensed a colossal 100-foot fist from lightning power, and thrust it forward. 90 million volts of voltage leapt and crackled above it. Bai Jing growled, 90 million volts Thunder God straight punch. The terrifying colossal Thunder God fist blasted forward in one strike, and the 300 men within its range were utterly unable to dodge. Because Bai Jing was too fast, they were still talking trash when he had already thrown the punch. The fearsome lightning radiance carrying violent thunder crashed into their bodies. The 300 thugs were blasted away one after another by Bai Jing. Those at the very front suffered the worst. They were obliterated into smithereens. One punch, such overwhelming terror. Of the 300, nearly half lay dead, and half had been knocked unconscious. An instant kill, another one-strike kill. Moments ago he had hurled a thunder spear, now he had killed with a single punch. Everyone on the field nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. Seeing that brutal punch, no one had expected Bai Jing to be such a monster. One man had killed 300. He really did seem to have a chance at taking on 3,000. Is he really this strong? Is he truly a death row prisoner, or did he come from somewhere else? How could this young man have grown so powerful? And he's even a devil fruit user. The power he had been using all along was lightning. We've never heard of a lightning-type devil fruit either. Then let's watch closely. The next round will probably be 3,000. Voices of shock rose one after another. In that instant, everyone stared at Bai Jing in unison, eagerly awaiting his next battle. Bai Jing raised his head toward the commentator. Now we can have 3,000, right? I told you to send more at once. Otherwise they're far too weak to stir up the slightest interest. The commentator did not look down on Bai Jing's arrogant words again, but instead found them perfectly justified. Because Bai Jing had proven himself with his strength. Before he could even use the transponder snail to call over, the other side had already called in, and a voice came through, agreed. Send in 3,000. After receiving the instruction from that voice, the commentator was equally fired up. He planted one foot on the announcer's stand and shouted, Masked Garfield versus the 3,000 most vicious criminals of our kingdom now officially begins. On the opposite side of Bai Jing stood 3,000 tattooed, brawny men of every description. Some stared at him with curiosity, while many more glared with murderous intent. In their view, anyone who wanted to step on them to build a fearsome reputation had only one possible ending: death. These men were also wily old foxes. They had heard about the previous battle. Bai Jing attacked first, never giving his enemies the slightest opening, and that was how he had instantly killed 300. In their view, as long as they didn't waste time talking and attacked Bai Jing, now giving him no chance at all, they could bury him beneath a human wave. The 3,000 grinned in unison. The instant they appeared, they raised their weapons, and several among them were devil fruit users too. It was just that those devil fruit abilities were utterly worthless. Bai Jing merely revealed a harmless, innocent smile, and murmured, I didn't think these fools would learn to be clever and strike first. But when the gap in strength is too great, it cannot be made up. Behind Bai Jing, several thunderclouds drifted out and settled over the arena. Enormous clouds that perfectly covered the entire battlefield. Bai Jing snapped his fingers lightly and whispered, 200 million volts. Thunderfall. Barrel-thick tribulation lightning slammed down from above, carrying violent, thunderous power. This was a miniature prototype of the myriad thunderbolts. The appalling thunder descended, striking the crowd and the arena itself, and blasted a huge hole into the fighting floor. The fighters were thus trapped in a high-voltage sea of lightning. The instant their bodies touched it, they were electrocuted into unconsciousness. The voltage ravaged their internal functions, devoured the vitality of their organs, and made their blood stagnate. To Bai Jing, 3,000 was still just 3,000 ordinary people, not much different from before. Some of them had already covered their bodies with haki, but it was still far from enough. Needless to say, it was another one-strike kill. 3,000 corpses lay in neat rows across the arena, and flickering arcs of lightning still lingered above the Colosseum's fighting ring. The black tribulation clouds in the sky told everyone that Bai Jing's instant kill was real, not an illusion. The two men who had been betting moments earlier and had made a wild vow involving a 360-degree handstand and explosive diarrhea were the first to snap out of it, while everyone else was still stunned. They had long since slunk away in disgrace. At that moment, the look in every person's eyes shifted once more, and they all shouted Bai Jing's name in unison. Bai Jing was calm, not surprised in the least. He again looked up at the commentator and said, "Bring on stronger opponents, another 5,000. Along with Bai Jing's bold, overbearing words, the spectators above joined in shouting, "Another 5,000. Another 5,000. The commentators, stirred by Bai Jing's grand declaration, immediately shouted almost hysterically, "Masked Garfield claims victory once again. A battle of 5,000. What will the result be this time? Let us wait and see." Of course, he had received secret approval from the people backstage in advance, which was why he had the authority to do this. As the commentator's words fell, 5,000 more men streamed out from the entrance in a dark, oppressive mass. Every one of them had already seized a weapon, and they immediately swarmed forward to kill Bai Jing. They absolutely could not give Bai Jing any chance to live. This man was too terrifying, and he was also a devil fruit user. At this time, two men arrived on the high platform above to watch Bai Jing's battle. This battle of thousands had also been set in motion on their orders. The man on the left had bulging muscles all over his body. Though he was aged and had only a few strands of hair left, a golden light flickered in his eyes. This was King Riku. At King Riku's side stood a tall woman in a purple polka dot dress, her hair cascading backward like a waterfall, Violet. Also beside Violet was a golden-haired woman. This time she was not wearing her familiar golden outfit. Instead, she wore a long purple gown like a pure rose. Who else could that be but Rebecca? At Rebecca's side stood the one-legged man, Kairos. He had a long sword attached to his leg and used it to support himself. He fixed his eyes on Bai Jing's battle below, his gaze full of interest in Bai Jing. He murmured, "It seems this young fellow wants to set a record at the Korea Coliseum." Bai Jing hadn't expected this either. He had only wanted to make a splash, but he had caught the attention of King Riku and Kairos. That was fine too. It saved him the trouble of searching for them. Once this battle was over, he would say a few words to Kairos and make up for the regrets left here. He would also see whether Rebecca was willing to leave with him. Bai Jing merely smiled at the 5,000 warriors charging toward him, paying it little mind. After casting a glance at the four figures on the elevated platform above, he withdrew his gaze. 5,000 men had completely filled the arena. They wielded an array of heavy weapons, and some were even devil fruit users already closing in on him. Relying on their devil fruit abilities, they intended to kill him. "Actually, I'm quite strong. You people are really nothing more than easy prey for me." Bai Jing offered a faint smile as he spoke to those rushing toward him. He softly clicked his fingers once more. Click. Behind him, several thunderclouds descended from the sky and gathered overhead. Bai Jing smiled again, turned his back, and no longer watched them, for he had already foreseen the outcome. It was not arrogance. Damn brat. How dare he act so cocky and ignore us? He even dares to turn his back on us. Brothers, attack. Endure the tribulation lightning and tear this kid apart. Let's see if he still dares be so arrogant. The lead criminal charged toward Bai Jing with great speed, closing the distance to mere meters. Bai Jing turned away without looking back and murmured, 200 million volts thunderfall. The clusters of tribulation clouds struck downward once more, unleashing hundreds of precise lightning bolts. Each bolt of tribulation lightning was thicker than a water barrel, radiating terrifying devastation across the heavens. Before the 5,000 could react, they were struck by the horrifying lightning, their entire bodies numbed and their physical functions destroyed. Having only just boasted moments before, they now rolled their eyes back, stiffened, and collapsed straight to the ground. Only after finishing did Bai Jing turn around, look at the criminals all lying on the ground, and give a slight smile as he glanced upward and said, "Send another 5,000. He wanted to set a record of over 10,000, and although he could not fight one-on-one as Cyrus had accumulating 3,000 battles, he could eliminate 1,000 per encounter. These were all kingdom criminals anyway. There was no need to feel sorry for them. If they died, they died. King Riku looked down at Bai Jing and asked, "Who is this person? Is he a newly admitted criminal?" Cyrus held a large stack of lists, checked them carefully twice, then shook his head. "Not on this list. He volunteered and signed a life and death contract. It seems he mainly wants to compete in the bullfighting arena. Then there's no need. This young fellow likely just wants to make a name for himself. But if he keeps fighting like this, the bullfighting arena won't survive." King Riku chuckled while Violet's eyes held more curiosity, and Rebecca felt the same. "Masked Garfield! Masked Garfield! Masked Garfield!" Around them, spectators on the platforms shouted excitedly, captivated by Bai Jing's invincible presence. That confident turn, that fatal finger snap. One punch, one spear, thrust, one snap, and everyone on the field was eliminated instantly. Far too invincible. The strong command respect wherever they go, that saying held true. Clap, clap, clap. Truly promising for his age, excellent. From above, King Riku's applause echoed continuously. Bai Jing glanced upward at the sound and merely smiled. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a familiar figure in the stands. Ryuma, who had already purchased 2 long swords and tucked them at his waist. Somehow he had also come to the audience section, watching the duel. When Ryuma noticed Bai Jing looking, he offered a gentle smile as a nod of greeting. Bai Jing returned the nod. Little one, shall we have a match? No life or death, only victory or defeat. Cyrus, feeling itchy for battle from the platform above, leaped high and landed heavily on the field, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Boom. As the dust settled, Cyrus stood on one leg, right hand gripping a longsword, burning with fierce combat intent as he faced Bai Jing. Bai Jing paused, taken aback. He had originally come to create a legend, but now he found himself facing the very architect of myth himself, Cyrus. Originally, Bai Jing had considered having Ryuma face Cyrus since both were swordsmen. But then he reconsidered. In his eyes, Cyrus was more of a warrior than a swordsman. To achieve 3,000 victories in the bullfighting arena, the word warrior was far more fitting to describe him. Once he defeated Cyrus, reviving Cyrus's deceased wife should not be too difficult. After settling this, he would go find information about Senor and resurrect his partner, as well along with his child. Because his wife and child were both ordinary people, their reincarnation in the world of the dead would not be an issue. They certainly would not be assigned there. This gave Bai Jing ample opportunity. Seeing Cyrus's fierce battle intent, Bai Jing nodded, unslung the trident from his back, gripped it in his hand, and smiled at Cyrus. Let us fight. Cyrus pushed off with one foot, his speed not diminishing at all, perhaps even faster than those with both feet. He became a streak of light, charging toward Bai Jing. With both hands gripping his longsword, he raised it high above his head. This strike was unstoppable, forging forward with irresistible momentum. A subtle ripple shimmered at the corner of Bai Jing's eye. This was observation haki. He could foresee the future and perceive the exact direction and position of Cyrus's upcoming strike. Bai Jing was the first to transform into a golden flash, retreating backward. Cyrus's sword slashed through empty air. Without any change in expression, he continued balancing on one foot, plunging his longsword downward and using the recoil to launch himself forward with tremendous speed. His speed increased nearly twofold once more. However, against Bai Jing, who possessed observation haki, it was hardly sufficient. Bai Jing remained a golden flash, and relying on the power of the flash fruit, he moved like a phantom. A golden streak darted back and forth across the arena, without ever striking back. Masked Garfield is truly strong. He actually managed to dodge the arena god's attack. And with each parrying strike, his speed must be incredibly fast. Masked Garfield is no pushover either. He's a fearsome deity capable of eliminating 5,000 in a single strike. In the future, he will surely become another great legend of the bullfighting arena. Two myths clashing right now. This is truly exciting. Voices rose from above, and the crowd curiously watched the battle unfolding below. Concern flickered in Rebecca's eyes as she looked toward Violet. Do you think father might lose, eh? After all, compared to this man, he is at a significant disadvantage. Violet's eyes held deep meaning as she spoke. In this battle, brother-in-law Cyrus may fall. This man has not yet revealed his true strength. He has only been evading. He is likely searching for an opportunity to end this in one strike. Rebecca listened in silence, which was rare for her. Though she could accept Chuchu's defeat, a subtle sense of loss lingered in her heart, for no one wishes to watch their kin fall. Bai Jing was not as others perceived him. Within his mind lay his own calculations, pondering what tactics and postures would be needed to defeat Chuchu's. He planned to ease into the battle first, allowing Chuchu's to fight longer. Had he been defeated immediately upon entering the ring, it would have looked terrible for Chuchu's. Moreover, for the legend built within this bullfighting arena, such an outcome would not look favorable either, for one must consider worldly customs when abroad. By the time Bai Jing had evaded 100 moves, Chuchu's also sensed something amiss. No matter how much he increased his speed or enhanced his power, he could not even touch Bai Jing. It seemed as though his every move had been anticipated, with Bai Jing dodging each strike effortlessly. His eyes narrowed, his expression turning serious. He too understood observation haki, capable of foreseeing his opponent's next moves. He knew Bai Jing must also possess observation haki, but as the undefeated champion of this arena, he remained unfazed. His eyes sharpened once more as he surged toward Bai Jing, seemingly anticipating the direction Bai Jing would dodge next. He landed swiftly. At that moment, Bai Jing happened to dodge to the left. A smirk appeared on Chuchu's lips as he raised his longsword high and leaped upward with tremendous force. This strike was the one that defeated Diamante, one of Don Quixote's officers. With a fierce shout, he cried, "Lightning Destruction Sword." delivering a devastating slash with a powerful overhead swing. Bai Jing observed the crescent-shaped blade aura carving through the sky, showing no trace of panic, his face perfectly composed. Calm within, he had anticipated this, as well knowing Chu-Chu's might attempt such an attack. It was his strongest strike. To grant one's opponent the greatest respect was to defeat them. Bai Jing pushed off the ground, increasing his speed, and flew upwards, swinging his golden trident adorned with haki. The tip of the golden trident shimmered with 3 elemental forces: lightning, ice, and fire. The ice power came from the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Of course, Bai Jing possessed other lethal techniques. Though paramecia-type fruits cannot turn the user's body elemental, like the Goro Goro no Mi, this did not apply to him. After all, he was not bound by this world's rules, and having arrived in this world already defied 10,000 impossible things. Such limitations certainly did not apply to him. He simply forged his own path. One could say Bai Jing was nothing short of a living bug. Natural-type fruits cannot awaken. Let me show you what awakening truly means. An invincible state that transforms everything around him into pure elements combined with other fruit abilities. This was Bai Jing's ultimate trump card. This technique was something Bai Jing created himself. With a mighty roar, he shouted, "Royal Trident Triple Strike. First move, execution." Gripping the base of the trident with one hand, he swept it upward in a fierce arc, colliding head-on with Chu-Chu's attack. A metallic collision rang out, and the backlash from the impact sent a tingling numbness through both their hands. Yet the gap between those with and without fruit abilities became immediately apparent. The lightning power from the golden trident's tip conducted through the metal into Chu-Chu's body, the flames erupting with ferocious force. The ice slowed Chu-Chu's movements. In that brief exchange alone, Chu-Chu's was driven back 100 paces, while Bai Jing stood firm, resting the golden trident upon his shoulder. He stood upon the battlefield with an indescribable elegance. Chu-Chu's realized his strongest attack could not overpower Bai Jing and knew this battle was lost. But he showed no resentment, smiling at Bai Jing with grace, saying, "In this battle I have lost, and you have won." Truly, the younger generation surpasses the old. Bai Jing gently shook his head with a faint smile and replied, "I yield to your skill." Cheers erupted across the arena. The masked Garfield has actually won, truly defeating the legendary figure of the bullfighting arena. Today we have witnessed history. This is the power of the masked Garfield. Masked Garfield. Masked Garfield. The crowd roared with voices like surging waves, rising to their feet, waving their arms, their eyes burning with excitement as they stared at Bai Jing. King Rico laughed heartily, showing no disappointment or frustration over Chu-Chu's defeat. Rebecca and Violet exchanged glances, sighing softly. This was the outcome they had anticipated. As Chu-Chu's prepared to turn away, Bai Jing spoke softly. "Captain, would you like to hear a story?" Before Chu-Chu's could respond, Bai Jing continued on his own. An army captain alone infiltrated the pirate camp and rescued the kidnapped Princess Scarlet. Such courage and fearlessness captivated the young princess's heart, and the two gradually fell in love. Because their love was genuine and resolute and Chu-Chu's was worthy of her trust, they fell deeply in love. But a problem arose. A youth and a princess's status were incompatible. The higher-ups devised a scheme forcing them to choose, having the princess meet an accident. Of course, this accident was merely a lie, a deception to hide the truth from everyone, a falsehood to allow them to be together. Chu-Chu's, who had been turning to leave, froze completely upon hearing Bai Jing's words, his entire body trembling. His hand gripping his sword shook slightly. Bai Jing continued. The youth's hands were stained with blood, while in his eyes the princess was as flawless as jade. He dared not meet her gaze, treating her like a precious jewel. And for 2 years after they had their first daughter, the youth never once held his child in his arms, fearing he would dirt her pure body. In his eyes, his own hands were those of a demon, while his daughter was a holy angel, untouchable and uncorrupted. Only after achieving 3,000 consecutive victories did he finally don gloves and hold his daughter in his arms. Hearing this, Chu-Chu's body trembled even more violently, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared fixedly at Bai Jing. Life can be beautiful, but later hardships only grow worse. One person's arrival changed everything. King Riku was manipulated. Chaos erupted throughout the city, and everyone uncontrollably began killing. The youth knew he should go save King Riku. So he slashed at Doflamingo with all his might, but was turned into a toy by Sugar. That night he lost everything, nearly all he held dear. Scarlet was shot dead by enemies while buying bread. Enraged, the youth killed everyone, cradling his wife's lifeless body, wailing in grief, but his toy hands could feel no warmth. Before Rebecca, helpless, devastated, and heartbroken beyond words, he admitted with tears, "I failed to protect your mother." That must have been the most hopeless moment. As Bai Jing spoke these words, his own heart grew heavy. Indeed, love stories and pirate tales always ended in tragedy. Hearing Bai Jing reach this point, Chu-Chu's deepest wounds were reopened, his eyes completely empty and distant. It seemed he was reminiscing about the woman he considered celestial, his eyes quietly glistening with tears. Men among pirates are true men. There was one more sentence Bai Jing did not speak, which was, "When someone is forgotten by all the world, that is when they truly die." Had everyone already forgotten her existence? And before her death, Choo-Choo's had already been turned into a toy, clutching his devastated wife, utterly heartbroken, yet as a toy, he could not shed a single tear. What broke Choo-Choo's most was his heart. She had died in this state, and Scarlet couldn't recognize him. Scarlet said those heartbreaking words, "Though I do not know who you are." Kairos' gaze toward Bai Jing had changed completely. When he snapped back to his senses, his eyes had somehow grown moist with tears gathering at the corners. Bai Jing slowly stepped forward and said softly, "You have lost this battle, but as a father and a husband you have never lost." Kairos raised his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. His voice was hoarse and low as he spoke. "How do you know all this?" "I have never told anyone." His heart, once full of doubt, had now been replaced by heavy sorrow. He could not understand how Bai Jing could know all of this, even able to recount such intricate details. Even the most agonizing events of that night, Bai Jing could speak of them. At this thought, a hint of anger flared in his eyes. Doflamingo had destroyed his life, destroyed his beloved. Fortunately, afterward, he had protected Rebecca's childhood in the guise of soldier, watching over her as she grew. Later, with the help of Straw Hat Luffy, he was reunited with Rebecca, and the two finally reconciled. Bai Jing shook his head. "How I came to know is not important. What matters is whether you wish to mend what is broken. I have a way." "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Scarlet is already dead. I saw her die before my eyes, die in my arms." At that time he had still been a toy. His completely cold toy-like hands could not even feel the warmth of Scarlet after her death. That was his moment of greatest despair. Bai Jing knew that no matter what he said now, Kairos would certainly not believe him. So he was in no hurry. He spoke, "If you trust me, wait for me in the palace these next few days. I will come find you, bringing Scarlet with me. If you do not trust me, then treat this day as nothing but an illusion. I can say so much because naturally I have my own ways." When he finished, Bai Jing smiled and nodded toward the direction of Ryuma. Then his entire form transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot into the sky, leaving the Koritha Coliseum and vanishing on the spot. This visit had brought him great convenience. It could resolve a good many problems and save him the trouble of going to the palace to find King Riku, Kairos, and the others. This time he would not let Kairos board the ship, for Kairos was not suited to be a pirate. It was better for him to stay peacefully with Rebecca in the palace, reuniting with Scarlet, King Riku, and the rest. That was the best outcome for them. After all, Bai Jing intended to recruit Doflamingo and Onisair and Corazon as well. All of them were enemies of Kairos. Even though Bai Jing would resurrect his beloved, conflicts might still break out. Moreover, Kairos' strength was not particularly great, and he might fall behind later on. So after considering many factors, Bai Jing ultimately decided to feel the regret here, but not to bring them aboard the ship. Sometimes giving hope can truly make a person burst into life anew. Kairos stood there listening to Bai Jing's words, standing for a long time, frozen in place for a long while. Even after everyone had dispersed, Kairos remained standing in the same spot, his eyes vacant, as he murmured to himself, "Is there really hope? Is what you said true? Will Scarlet truly come back to life?" Above, King Riku and the other two did not understand why Kairos had stood there for so long, nor had they heard a word of what Bai Jing and Kairos had said. Only after the crowd had dispersed did they approach Kairos. King Riku, baffled, his aged face full of confusion, asked, "Kairos, what's wrong?" Only at the sound of this voice did Kairos snap back to reality. He gently shook his head, still deciding it was better not to say anything. Rebecca was right here. If he gave her hope, and in the end all that remained was disappointment, this sorrow would become a flood. If it were possible, he would bear this sorrow alone. Rebecca and Violet, after all, were women. Meticulous and keen-eyed, not like King Riku, who was rough and burly. They could clearly see the tear stains around Kairos' eyes. Though faint, the traces had still caught their attention. After Bai Jing and Ryuma left, they met at a street corner. Corazon had arrived there as well. As for Gold Emperor and Stella, the two were still living out their romantic life in this area. It was enough not to disturb them. Later he could see if there were other devil fruit abilities that might enhance the crew's strength. Bai Jing said to Ryuma, "Stay close by my side these next few days. I need to go find someone using the same method, and it may take a while. Just don't let anyone steal my physical body." Ryuma and Corazon both nodded. The three found an inn, paid, and checked in. The three shared a single room. Bai Jing sat cross-legged on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. The terrifying power of the 9 netherworlds radiated from his body, freezing the space around him and freezing everything in the vicinity. Feeling this dreadful aura, Ryuma and Corazon's expressions changed. They knew it all too well. It was the very same aura as that of the world of the dead. The two retreated to the side. Bai Jing's soul then departed from his physical body. The blue-green spirit flashed them a grin, then slowly dimmed within the space and vanished from the world. He went straight to the world of the dead. Familiar was the Naiha Bridge, familiar was the Huangquan world, familiar were the first 3 cities. The Luck fruit, of course, could also be awakened. As for which fruits could awaken and which could not, In Bai Jing's view, it was all nonsense. With him, anything was possible. After all, I am a transmigrator. Oh, of course it works on me. Logia fruits cannot be awakened. That defies common sense. Sorry, my very existence defies common sense. Once the luck fruit awakened, it could directly point to fate, enabling him to see a person's future fate, and guided by fate find the person he wished to know. It was similar to Basil Hawkins's ability to predict fortune and misfortune. In his mind, Bai Jing pictured a person's appearance. Through the silent guidance of the luck fruit, it seemed that before his eyes stretched an endlessly long thin thread that led directly to that person. Joy flashed in Bai Jing's eyes. He whispered, "It really works. It is indeed feasible. I can find this person. She still exists, so I only need to resurrect her. But the distance seems a bit far." When passing by the third city, Bai Jing saw Whitebeard still alone below his eyes, revealing deep thought. In truth, in Bai Jing's view, there was no need for 10 years. Once the luck fruit was awakened, he would resurrect Anasair's companion. Then he would go find Blackwrist Zifa's 2 disciples. Once found, he would resurrect Blackwrist Zifa and Whitebeard one by one, and thus the crew would be complete. As for some pirates of the previous generation like Roger and the like, he might need Whitebeard's help. After all, they all knew one another and would be easier to talk to. And with this, an era of maritime supremacy would begin once again. Guided by the Yummy fruit's power, Bai Jing soared upward, shrouded in 9 nether energy, entirely undetected as he floated above. He passed the 4th city and the 5th city. At the far end of that emerald green thread lay the 6th city. Descending straight from above, Bai Jing followed the thread's guidance and found a woman at the corner of the 6th city. Could this be Scarlet? Her light green gown and pink hair bore an 8/10 resemblance to Rebecca, yet in the 6th city her life seemed far from easy. At the street corner ahead, her face was gaunt and haggard. Staring blankly into the distance, she murmured to herself, "The situation grows ever more desperate. Without strength, survival is impossible. Nor is reincarnation even an option." In that moment, she seemed helpless, her eyes dull, yet filled with nostalgia. I wonder if Kairos and Rebecca are safe now. Over 10 years have passed. Rebecca must have grown into a beautiful young woman by now. It's just a pity I'll never see her get married or lay eyes on Kairos again. Hearing this, a faint smile touched Bai Jing's eyes. This was exactly how true love between pirates manifested: mutual longing, inseparable bonds. Bai Jing's figure gradually appeared. Looking at Scarlet, he said, "There's no need to worry about Kairos and Rebecca anymore. Rebecca has already grown into a young woman. She is a beautiful girl who resembles you by 8/10. The kingdom has been liberated and peace has returned. All you need to do is come back to the pirate world with me." Bai Jing's voice suddenly rang out, startling Scarlet beside her. She lightly patted her chest in fright, bewildered as to how Bai Jing had appeared out of nowhere. She had just checked the street around her, desolate and empty with only herself and a handful of people present. Bai Jing shook his head. "How I arrived here is unimportant. Now you only need to cooperate with me. Do not make a sound, do not show any sign of agitation. What happens next may seem incomprehensible to you. But if you wish to return to the pirate world to revive and see Kairos, Rebecca, and King Riku once more, then simply follow me." Scarlet was stunned before she could say anything. Bai Jing had already released 9 nether energy to envelop her form and carried her away from the 6th city. Though Bai Jing's words were hard for her to believe, she discovered her body was truly rising uncontrollably from the ground. Moreover, having endured enough of this wretched existence and driven by her desperate longing to see her daughter and husband, she no longer resisted, instead yielding to the guidance of the 9 nether energy. The two flew over the 6th city, arriving at the 1st city, then crossed the vast and endless yellow springs, passing over the bridge of forgetfulness. All of this filled her with astonishment. She had never expected Bai Jing's words to be true. He could truly help her escape from here, and no one had noticed. A look of joy spread across her face, and her heart overflowed with endless gratitude toward Bai Jing. If they could indeed reunite, then Bai Jing would be her savior who granted her a second life, and grace beyond repayment. Ahead, the familiar point of light waited. Once they broke through it, she would successfully revive her flesh, reborn, restoring the form she had known in life. Bai Jing had only spent 3 hours with her in the 9 nether world before successfully departing. When her soul broke through that beam of light, Scarlet felt a strange radiance descend upon her. Her soul rapidly solidified and her clothing reverted to its original state from life, a green dress covering her entire body. Inside the room, Kazan and Ryuma were still guarding Bai Jing's physical body, preventing anyone from stealing it. And in the next instant, a woman suddenly descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the floor. Scarlet felt a sharp pain in her bottom and let out a cry of awe. Familiar light, familiar air. Feeling the genuine pain, she opened her eyes in confusion and looked down at her own palms. With excitement, she touched her own body, pinched her cheek hard, her eyes filled with disbelief. Turning her head to look at Bai Jing beside her, she saw the very man who had just brought her away from the world of death. At that moment, Bai Jing's soul also returned to his body. Standing up, he offered a gentle smile. Welcome back to the real world. And this is your familiar kingdom. Tears of joy streaming down her face, Scarlet rushed forward and embraced Bai Jing tightly, her tears flowing uncontrollably. She kept thanking him repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you truly. Your great kindness can never be repaid. Bai Jing paused, then gently patted Scarlet's back, saying nothing. The feeling of being reborn and seeing one's husband and daughter again. Only she herself could understand it. Kazan and Ryuma, being men, did not share such sentimental ties. To them, reviving once more was merely about guarding those they wished to protect, preserving what mattered, and reuniting with familiar faces. All who longed for revival shared one thing in common, something they held dear in their hearts, chains binding them to the mortal world. 3 words unable to let go. Bai Jing saw this clearly. And the name, Bai Jing, in ancient times meant the sun, symbolizing the act of illuminating others and warming the world. Perhaps this was one reason Bai Jing had transmigrated. This name carried profound meaning, though that was something he would come to understand later. For now his focus was on fulfilling the regrets of the pirate world and filling the emptiness of Bai Jing's youth. Kazan and Ryuma wisely slipped out of the room quietly. They could not bear to witness such a scene. After a while, Scarlet finally composed herself, her face puffy from crying. She gently released Bai Jing. He smiled and said, "Adjust your appearance now, and we shall return to King Riku's palace, to see your father, your husband, and your daughter, who has grown into a fine young woman." Bai Jing had considerately prepared quite a few cosmetics, all borrowed from Stella. Though one might call it borrowing, it was more like taking, since she was after all his crewmate. The quantity was not large, carried only in his pocket, but more than enough for Scarlet to freshen up. Half an hour later, everything was settled, and Bai Jing set off for the royal palace, with Scarlet following behind him. As for Kazan and Ryuma, there was no need for them to go. Kazan, of course, had been one of Doflamingo's executives. Seeing this moment might reignite old tensions. Bai Jing had no desire to see this heartwarming scene turn into a battlefield. Nighttime was the most tender hour. Tonight, when they reunited once more, tears would flow freely. At night, the streets were especially lively, with many people strolling about in groups. Women held their men's arms and chatted and laughed along the roadside. Almost every couple appeared in company, and loners were rarely seen anywhere in the kingdom. Ever since Doflamingo had left, the kingdom had naturally returned to peace. Even pirates followed its laws, gathering warmly in taverns to drink together. Bai Jing, with Scarlet following behind him, made his way step by step toward the royal plateau. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Some spent their nights passionately enraptured in love, others spent them in fear and anxiety. The one who was anxious now was naturally Kairos. Because Bai Jing had told him to wait at the palace, Kairos had made a rare visit there tonight. He had long curly black hair and a goatee. Wearing a gladiator's helmet, a cape, and metal gauntlets with a sword at his side. This had long become his signature look. He stood alone in the great hall of the royal palace. His eyes shimmered in the bright hall as he gazed expectantly toward the doors, uncertain whom he was waiting for. The king's plateau stood before him. Bai Jing looked at the towering hill, and his eyes sharpened. Though there was a path leading up, he thought it was too slow. Since that was the case, why not take a faster route? Bai Jing placed his fingertip on Scarlet. This was the power of the gravity fruit. It could make one's body more than 10 times lighter, and it was another way Bai Jing had developed that particular fruit. If he could summon meteors from the sky, why could he not pull himself up into the sky? An ability similar to the float fruit, one fruit many uses. That was the wisdom of a transmigrator from Huaxia. The two figures slowly floated upward, rising all the way to the king's plateau. Bai Jing snapped his fingers, dispelling the anti-gravity effect on them, and they landed gently in the sunflower field atop the plateau. Bai Jing remembered this sunflower field clearly. It was right here that Kairos had slain one of Doflamingo's executives with a single stroke of his sword. Seeing this familiar place, Scarlet's eyes grew slightly complicated, and a trace of nostalgia drifted across her face, as if she were remembering that time long past. That stretch of time had been truly carefree. How happy she and Kairos had been. Now she had returned to this land, at once familiar and foreign. Raising her head, she saw the royal palace where she had lived for over a decade. Before her was the sunflower field where she had often played. Everything had changed, yet everything seemed unchanged. The only thing that had changed was her. She was no longer the little girl she had been, nor the carefree princess of those days. Everything had changed. Had Bai Jing not come and brought her back to life, she would have remained dead, forever forgotten by all forever. Bai Jing again flicked out a beam of black light which landed upon her, and the two gently floated up, once more reaching the magnificent royal palace directly above. The great hall stood directly before the royal palace. At some point, King Riku, perhaps feeling that his old friend was acting strangely today and worrying about him, had walked out from one side of the hall with Rebecca. "What brings you here alone in the great hall today? Something troubling you?" King Riku asked with a smile, looking at Kairos. Rebecca knitted her brows in concern and said, "Father, what is the matter with you today? You have not been yourself ever since you returned from the Korea Coliseum. Even if you lost a match, so what? You are still the man who made the Corrida Coliseum a legend. Seeing the worry on their faces, Kairos managed to force a faint smile and said softly, "It is not about that." He hesitated, looked at the two of them, and finally spoke. This morning that masked man recounted the story of Scarlet and me in full detail. Even how Scarlet died, and how I reacted back then, all of it matched the truth. If that were all, I would not have ended up in such a state. But he said he could bring her back to life. Whether it is true or false I do not know, so today, I am waiting here for his arrival. I hope this is not a dream, not an illusion. My daughter, mother, Rebecca, and King Riku spoke at the same time, their eyes bright with astonishment. At that moment the smiles they had worn just now faded, and their faces could not help turning heavy. Over the years King Riku had somewhat let go of those days, burying the sorrow as deeply as he could, and never letting it out. But now that it had been brought up, the king, who was past 50, felt a pang in his chest. Rebecca's memories of Scarlet remained from when she was a small child, yet they were strikingly vivid. Hearing such news, now her face stiffened. Seeing their reactions, Kairos sighed softly. He had known this would happen. At that moment the three of them stared unblinkingly toward the empty space outside the great hall. An eerie silence fell over the hall. Bai Jing and Scarlet floated from outside the hall to its entrance. Scarlet's face was filled with anticipation, as she could barely contain herself any longer. She and Bai Jing hurried into the center of the great hall. The three had kept their gazes pinned on the entrance. When they noticed two figures approaching, their stares quietly converged, scrutinizing them intently, without daring to shift their focus in the slightest. The moment Bai Jing and Scarlet stepped into the center of the hall and met the eyes of the three at the far end, the entire hall seemed to be illuminated by something. The hall fell into utter silence. Kairos looked at the figure in the hall, the figure he had longed for and felt guilty toward for over 10 years, and in that instant tears soaked his eyes. Men do not easily shed tears, but this was the deepest ache of sorrow. A faint bewilderment clouded his eyes. Had the one he had yearned for all along truly appeared before him like this? King Riku and Rebecca felt the same. For King Riku, she was the daughter who had died more than 10 years ago. No one felt the sorrow of losing a daughter more deeply than he. For Rebecca, she was the mother lost more than 10 years ago. How many cold winters had Rebecca spent missing her? Now that person stood before her own eyes. Even this man, nearly 50 years old, now felt hot tears spill from his eyes. Rebecca's tears needed no mention. They poured down like a river breaking through a dam. Her mouth trembled, the corners of her lips pulled downward, and her teeth pressed against her upper lip. It was the face of someone trying desperately to suppress grief. Scarlet could no longer hold back either. She broke into what she felt was the most beautiful smile of her life, walked step by step toward the three, and opened her arms. 2 streaks of clear tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. Seeing this, Bai Jing felt as if crocodile had gotten into his eyes. The tip of his nose turned red. Bai Jing cursed under his breath, "Damn crocodile. Why did you have to go and get into my eyes?" Bai Jing refrained from weeping, for to him, it would have been somewhat shameful. Everyone there was bonded by familiarity and tender affection. Why should an outsider like him cry? Wouldn't that be simply absurd? So Bai Jing did not wail or mourn. Mirth glimmered in his eyes, even though he was moved to the brink of tears. Rebecca, Kairos, and King Riku were the first to swoop down from above and embrace Scarlet tightly. The 2 brawny men and the 2 women clung to one another and wept. The moon tonight, amidst the crying of men and women, seemed at once round and shattered. The joy of a daughter who had died and been reborn, the joy of a mother who had died and been resurrected, the joy of a partner who had died and returned. Only the 3 of them could truly comprehend such feelings. And these emotions were mirrored in Scarlet to the fullest. Tonight the moonlight seemed even more gentle, a soft breeze whispered, and a sky full of stars stepped out from the clouds, as if celebrating a grand reunion. The great hall became even warmer, the affection even deeper, a family reunited. The night breeze kept ruffling Bai Jing's hair, gently caressing his face, as if to make up for his regret and thank him once more. Life's 4 great joys reign after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a distant land, gaining fame on the golden list, and sharing a wedding night. Yet in this hall, nothing delighted them more than reunion after long separation. A smile lingered at the corners of Bai Jing's eyes. After completing all of this, he quietly withdrew, for the regret here had been filled to the brim. The 4 were still immersed in tender emotions, weeping bitterly, and did not notice his departure. Bai Jing, like a lone traveler in the night, left the palace of the king's plateau and walked into a field of sunflowers. Bai Jing stood with his hands behind his back beneath the bright moon. He murmured to himself, "What is regret? It is something that can never be obtained again, a person that can never be seen again. What has been gained is lost again, whom one has seen is seen no more." People are always like this. When someone is present, they fail to treasure them, but when they are gone, they suffer agonizing grief. The pirate world is exactly the opposite. Most of them love one another and hold one another dear. But fate is cruel and fickle. There is always some accursed writer who sentences them to death. So I will bring them back one by one. If I ever had the chance to go back to return with this power, I would press a knife to that accursed writer's throat. Make him resurrect them all by the grand finale and fill in every one of those plot holes. Bai Jing's eyes grew distant at the thought. The clear breeze and bright moon accompany my laughter. Beneath the moon, a lone pirate roams free. Today, with such fine scenery and perfect joy, all should be as full as this moon. Time to raise a great cup and drink. How wonderful. Laughing, Bai Jing walked away through the sunflower field. Then with a turn he leaped straight down from the king's plateau, plunging hundreds of meters without an instant of hesitation. He used a transponder snail to see whether anyone was still in the city. Ace and Little Oars were probably asleep, for they did not answer. The Golden Emperor and Stella were in the middle of their sweet time together, so Bai Jing discreetly did not disturb them. Corazon and Ryuma were right, then wandering the lively street. After receiving Bai Jing's message, the three went together to a pirate tavern, raised brimming cups of fine wine, clinked their glasses, and downed them in one go. That night the royal city knew only merriment, not sorrow. As the night deepened, Bai Jing and the other two collapsed over the table dead drunk. Before Corazon collapsed into drunkenness, he used his ability to shroud the three of them in his field of silence, letting them sleep peacefully without being disturbed. Indeed, the taciturn Corazon was unexpectedly gentle, a truly considerate man. By then the four in the great hall had finally pulled themselves away from the wave of emotions of their reunion. Where did that man go? Where is the gentleman who saved me? Scarlet asked, puzzled, with red, swollen, tear-filled eyes. She turned to look around, and upon finding that he was truly gone, she felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. She had wanted to thank him properly, but Bai Jing had left without giving her a chance to repay him. Cairo's King Riku and Rebecca suddenly realized that what that young man had said was true. He really did bring you back to life. Mother, we must sincerely thank that gentleman, Rebecca said in a soft voice. Bai Jing had not been wearing a mask just now, so all three had seen his face, yet they had not recognized him at the time. King Riku immediately ordered a kingdom-wide search for Bai Jing's whereabouts, inviting him to the palace with the greatest honor the kingdom could offer, so that they might thank him properly. Kairos felt a trace of confusion. With such power, why had Bai Jing done this? But the doubt lingered in his mind for only an instant before he cast it aside. The dead were alive again, and what need was there to dwell in doubt? Even if it were a trap, and he had to leap into it, he would accept his fate. The next day the three had completely sobered up. Corazon quietly withdrew his ability and ordered 3 cups of light tea at the bar to clear their heads. Bai Jing and the other two exchanged smiles. It had been a wonderful night. Next they had to gather information about which marine prison held Senior Pink. It was time to rescue him. First rescue him, and then bring his wife and children back to life. As for how to dissolve the hatred that Alisol's partner held for him, Bai Jing had his own methods. Have you heard? That former executive of Doflamingo has apparently been thrown into a prison at one of the marine branches and locked away there. Who hasn't heard? He was the greatest criminal in our kingdom. It's good that he and his executives have been imprisoned. I heard his name is Senior Pink. He's also a pervert, wearing a pink dress out in the open. What was he thinking? How could Doflamingo accept an executive like that? Could it be that all of their executives are perverts? The pirates nearby ridiculed, contempt flashing in their eyes as they mocked Senior Pink. Bai Jing did not stop them, even though he genuinely admired Senior Pink for going so far for his wife. But what was done in the past was done. There was no washing away the blame. He was after all an executive of the Don Quixote family, so he had to bear the insults of the crowd. That was how history was written, and that was how the world worked. Bai Jing and the other two listened quietly. Corazon was expressionless. He too had once been an executive of the family and had known Senior Pink. But at that time Senior Pink had not yet worn that pink dress and his wife had not yet died. Now things had become what they were, and Corazon did not know what to say. The coming meeting between the two of them might be somewhat awkward, for Corazon had once been a marine and had betrayed the family. But for Bai Jing none of these were a problem at all. By saving Anisol Pike, Bai Jing would make him owe a favor, one that could also help him mend his old grievance with Corazon. The second favor would be resurrecting his wife and children, allowing them to forgive him and letting the family reunite and see one another again. Such kindness was even greater than the first. As for where he went afterward, Bai Jing would respect his decision. Whether he boarded the ship or not didn't matter. Whether it was an open scheme or a hidden conspiracy, Bai Jing played them flawlessly. After all, he was a man of Huaxiao, well-versed in the 36 stratagems and a master of every art of war. The three quietly listened to where the marine branch was and how many troops it had. You only learned about this now. I've known since half a year ago. I heard he's being held at a marine branch several hundred nautical miles from our kingdom. There are also nearly 50,000 Marines stationed there with all kinds of measures in place to prevent anyone from taking him. Is that really necessary? Isn't he just an executive? Why make such a huge operation of it? The nearby pirates discussed loudly, completely puzzled. Think about it. Doflamingo is a celestial dragon. When they imprisoned him, Vice Admiral Tsuru and many others all came out just to hold one Doflamingo. Seeing how much importance they attached to Doflamingo, they attached the same importance to his executives. Having learned useful information, the three exchanged glances, drained the light tea in their cups, and rose to leave. By now the entire kingdom was searching for Bai Jing, mobilizing the full strength of the nation. Both hidden agents and residents on the streets had received the same notice. Find Bai Jing, and whoever finds him will be richly rewarded. The three had just left the tavern when they heard this announcement. Corazon and Ryuma glanced at Bai Jing and could guess the whole story. The woman Bai Jing had revived from the underworld must have been connected to King Riku Cyrus and their people. This search was their way of expressing gratitude. Wearing his mask, Bai Jing slipped past unnoticed. Aren't you going to go see them? Even if it is just to acknowledge the gesture. Ryuma did not understand, so he asked out of curiosity. Bai Jing gently shook his head. It would not be a problem for me, but for Corazon it might be. Bai Jing gave a teasing smile. Corazon merely lifted the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and said nothing. Those crimes had not been directly committed by him, but he had some indirect connection to them. Bai Jing lightly patted Corazon's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Even if you meet them, nothing will happen because everything from before has already been resolved. Now let's go. We're going to the Marine branch to get Onisol out and settle this lingering regret." The two nodded blankly, and the three figures vanished around the street corner. After everything was prepared, the three returned to the pirate ship. Originally, everyone was going to stay in the kingdom for a while, waiting for the luxurious pirate ship built by the Golden Emperor Tesoro. But now they would first go and rescue Onisol, then return to this place together, change ships, and continue sailing. The adventures ahead would surely be even fiercer. Bai Jing could already foresee what was coming. Days of being chased by the Marines. During these days in the kingdom, quite a few Marines must have noticed him. Bai Jing sensed it, but he did not care because however many Marines came, they would only be delivering themselves to their deaths. His one-on-one combat might not be exceptional. For now, he still could not defeat Garp Sengoku or Akainu. After all, with veteran legends like them, or the fleet admiral in command, Marine headquarters still had real strength. But admirals, if one came, he would defeat one. If two came, he would defeat two. If three came, he would see whether he could take them. If he could, he would fight. If not, he would run. He was not especially formidable in one-on-one combat, but in group warfare, a single rumble fruit could shroud 100 li in thunderclouds and 10,000 bolts of lightning. Whoever came beneath it would be struck dead. And the tremor fruit's monstrous ability was terrifying just to imagine. He feared neither sea stone, nor hockey, nor seawater. He had no weakness whatsoever. Seeing the three return so quickly, Little Oars and Ace could not help asking, "What, done with business, and leaving already?" Bai Jing shook his head and said, "We're heading to the nearest Marine branch to spring someone out." Tisk tisk tsk. Ace clicked his tongue when he heard that. Bai Jing did not seem like a pirate at all. He was completely unafraid of the Marines, even daring to put bounties on them himself. Now he was taking the initiative to stir up trouble at a Marine branch. Bai Jing's bounty would definitely go up again. His bounty was now 2 billion berries. The Marines had already made one move against him, and even Garp had been called out. Next time they would probably move again, and they would come fully prepared. A buster call would also be issued, launching an indiscriminate attack on the sea, where Bai Jing was just to eliminate him. But in Bai Jing's view, there wasn't much difference. The Marines had already deployed 100 soldiers and 20 vice admirals, a scale no less than a buster call. The only difference was that the warships they used were not built at Water 7, the government's exclusive shipyard. The warships forged there were the Marines' most powerful, truly devastating vessels. After receiving Bai Jing's telepathic message, Stella and the Golden Emperor arrived, belatedly smiled apologetically at the five, and then boarded the pirate ship. Hua Jin floated out from within Bai Jing's body and hovered in midair. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Bai Jing said, "Set sail. We're going to that Marine branch to snatch Onisol out." Excitement appeared on their faces. Taking the initiative to attack a Marine branch and pull someone out of it, that was too thrilling. The Golden Pirate ship slowly left the shore and headed for the Marine branch. Meanwhile, at the Marine branch behind the Naval Plaza was a prison where all the pirate prisoners were locked up. Crack! The sound of a whip landed heavily on a prisoner. The Marine holding the whip roared, "Move it! Faster! Did you not eat enough, damn it? You can't even walk properly." Another lash turned his flesh into a bloody mess, and his body was already covered with scars. His hands and feet were all bound tightly in chains made of sea stone. It was clearly this Marine deliberately causing trouble, yet the 100 or so Marines on the field had laughter in their eyes and made no move to stop him. They watched one after another with jeering looks, and some even raised their long whips to lash the prisoners nearby while hurling curses. The victor becomes king, the vanquished outlaw. Who then can say who was right and who was wrong? The Marines hunt pirates, and the Marines kill pirates. Likewise, pirates kill Marines, and pirates also kill civilians. This endless cycle, no one is truly right or wrong. They simply stand on opposing sides of class and station bound by different purposes. In Bai Jing's eyes all of this was perfectly normal. The victors reign, while the vanquished perish, such was the way of things. Marines were not necessarily virtuous, but most of them at least upheld the fragile order that shielded ordinary civilians. Even if behind the scenes not a few pirates and Marines colluded with one another. Were the Marines to vanish, this world would descend into utter chaos. Yet by the same token, most pirates were wicked, with only a rare few possessing any trace of goodness. The two were like opposing faces of yin and yang, preserving the balance of this world. Neither could be missing. Bai Jing and his crew sailed their pirate ship several hundred nautical miles toward the northwest before the faint outline of the Marine branch base finally came into view. The Marine headquarters was established within a gorge flanked by 3 mountains. Twin great peaks cradled the fortress in a U-shape, with the base seated at the very bottom of the U, a naturally impregnable position. The forward section comprised the Marine's outer wall and the passage for incoming Marine warships. Any vessel seeking entry had to be granted passage through the Great Gate, lest it be repelled from without. Once past the entrance, the surrounding walls were lined with Marine watchtowers. Beyond these platforms lay the prison, where captives were held. Layer upon layer, each ring guarded the next. Nearly 50,000 Marines or more were stationed here, including 5 vice admirals and over a dozen rear admirals, all presiding over the order of this region. The moment Bai Jing's pirate ship approached the Marine base, it had already drawn the intense scrutiny of the sentinels above. A sentry standing atop the city wall spotted a pirate vessel sailing straight toward their headquarters. His gaze sharpened, and he immediately seized the nearby Den Den Mushi to report to the High Command. Reporting in a pirate ship is slowly approaching our position. Do not hesitate. Aim the cannons and blast it to pieces. All pirates deserve death. Carry out the justice within your hearts. The High Command issued the order without a moment's delay. Receiving it, several hundred Marines hurriedly manned the cannons lining the fortress walls. The muzzles were trained upon Bai Jing's ship. By order of the High Command, annihilate these pirates. Fire! Hundreds stood upon the battlements, staring down at Bai Jing's crew with cold indifference. From afar, Bai Jing could already see the rows of cannon muzzles glinting with chilling light, all aimed squarely at them. Boom, boom, boom. Massive cannonballs screamed toward them, forming a tempest of iron rain across the sky. Yet Bai Jing's pirate ship continued pressing forward, showing no intention of stopping. Leisurely, Bai Jing produced a reclining chair upon the deck, lay down, grinned, and cast a sidelong glance at Ryuma. Ryuma understood at once. Silently, his left hand gripped the sheath while his right hand seized the hilt, and with a single fierce swing forward, he carved a crescent arc through the air. Pressing the hilt with his thumb, he slowly returned the long blade to its sheath. The entire motion fluid and seamless, a single breath of movement. The click of the blade settling rang out clang. In that instant, the dozens of cannonballs overhead detonated, severed cleanly at their very core by a single streak of sword chi. Boom. Bai Jing had expected nothing less. With Ryuma at his side, and even Golden Emperor Tesoro among them, raiding a prison with such a lavish lineup was almost overkill. They have a swordsman. Keep firing. Increase the intensity. Reload every cannon. There's no way he can cut down every single one. Boom. Boom. From atop the city walls, dozens more cannons were pushed forward, all aimed at Bai Jing's warship, thundering one after another. Ryuma cut down one volley after another. The Marines' faces darkened as Bai Jing's pirate ship rapidly closed in upon the very gates of the branch base. The sentry atop the wall bellowed, "Close the sea gate. Do not let a single one of them through. Blast them all to death." Marines from all directions were summoned to reinforce the walls, raising rifles and cannons to unleash another barrage. Upon the surrounding mountaintops and the open grounds before the Marine base, thousands of Marines appeared like a dark tide, leveling their rifles and firing upon Bai Jing's position. Ace gazed at the hail of cannonballs overhead, pressing his smiling and crying cowboy hat slightly lower upon his head. A faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Flames erupted from his fist as he drove it forward with a thunderous shout, "Fire fist!" Beneath that torrent of flame, the endless volley of cannonballs was reduced to ash. Fujin and Stella stood upon the deck, their expressions utterly unchanged. Bai Jing rose to his feet and leaped down from the pirate ship, lightning crackling across his body as he hovered above the sea. Slowly he bent forward and pressed his finger into the waters below. In that moment, the seawater around him rapidly transformed into liquid gold, condensing at an astonishing speed from fluid into solid. Several hundred meters before the Marine base were transmuted into solid golden land. The Golden Emperor could never accomplish such a feat, for any object he transformed into gold would instantly revert upon contact with the sea. Other devil fruit users might have been capable of it, but once they touched the ocean, they could not hover above it. If they fell into the water and could not swim, matters would become troublesome. Hence it was better for Bai Jing to do it himself. Ahead, a vast stretch of golden land had taken shape. Bai Jing stepped upon it, followed closely by Ryuma. The Golden Emperor glanced at Stella and said, "I'll go down with him." Little Oars Jr.'s colossal frame leapt from the pirate ship and landed upon the Golden Land. Ace did the same. As for Corazon, he chose to remain aboard to look after the two women, his combat prowess being somewhat inferior to the others. His sole duty was to protect Hujin and Stella, as well as the pirate ship itself. The three of them stood upon the deck, gazing into the distance. Bai Jing led the vanguard with Ryuma at his left front and the Golden Emperor at his right front, while Ace and Little Oars Jr. followed behind. Before them loomed the colossal marine gate, tightly sealed, forged of thick steel. The immense structure was several meters in thickness and rose over 20 meters high. The Marines above had evidently recognized Bai Jing, the supernova who had stirred the New World into a frenzy these past days. The pirate Bai Jing, a man with a bounty of 2 billion berries. The man whom even an admiral could not overcome. The man who had slain a celestial dragon. And now he stood before them. The sentries above hurriedly seized the Den Mushi to report the matter up the chain of command. Within the branch base, 5 vice admirals and over a dozen rear admirals received the news. Their expressions soured as they hastily appeared upon the sea wall, gazing down at the 5 figures below. Utter wariness filled their eyes. One by one the 5 vice admirals spoke. Supernova pirate Bai Jing wanted bounty 2 billion berries. The unknown swordsman. Golden Emperor Tesoro, king of the Golden Nation. Fire Fist Ace, bounty 550 million berries. Little Oars Jr. 550 million berries. Was this lavish lineup truly meant to attack a mere marine branch? With such a force they could capture 4 or 5 of them, let alone one. Particularly Little Owsy, whose enormous frame measured a full 38 meters, taller than the walls of their military headquarters. With every step his terrifying physique sent tremors through the earth, and few could stand in his way save an admiral. Little Owsy's bounty had reached 550 million berry, which said volumes. None who boasted a bounty exceeding 500 million were weak. Moreover, he was a division commander under Whitebeard. Add to that Bai Jing's fearsome reputation that had spread far and wide. It was impossible for them not to be wary. Pirate Bai Jing, what business do you have at our marine headquarters today? Do you not fear the Marines' pursuit? A square-faced vice admiral from above spoke, his eyes brimming with extreme wariness. Bai Jing did not even spare the vice admiral a single glance. In his view, that was an idiotic question. He had already brought the fight to their doorstep, and still they asked why he had come, and even had the audacity to threaten him. Was that not sheer idiocy? The 5 vice admirals above were consumed by extreme dread of Bai Jing, for he was a madman who had dared to place a bounty on Marine Fleet Admiral Red Dog, offering 10 billion berry. This sent shockwaves throughout the pirate world. Some reckless desperados even foolishly ran all the way to Marine headquarters in a bid to capture the Red Dog. Without exception, all of them died. Now weeds grew 3 meters tall over their graves, and their ashes had long been scattered. Bai Jing clasped his hands behind his back, resting his head against them, and said languidly, "Split the city wall." Longma acknowledged the order. Grip tightening on his long blade, he slashed violently forward. A terrifying sword aura shot from the ground, and swept ahead, splitting even this golden continent in 2. The marine gate ahead was silently split open by that single slash. But because of its immense weight, the gate was stuck askew and did not topple. The 5 continued onward, utterly disregarding the wariness of the Marines around them. To them these soldiers made no difference. Just a few tens of thousands of Marines. Slaughtering that many would be no harder than slicing melons and vegetables. The 5 vice admirals above wore grim faces. Being ignored was a first for them. Their eyes hardened as one gave the order. Change every firearm and cannon to seastone tipped. All Marines within the headquarters, prepare yourselves. We'll butcher this brat inside these walls. Here's our chance to win promotion and wealth. The 5 vice admirals turned savage, and the dozen or so rear admirals wore the same expressions, already issuing orders to ready their forces. Within the marine drill grounds, over 50,000 Marines had silently prepared, encircling the area in layer upon layer. The moment the 5 set foot inside, they would swarm forward all at once. Outside, thousands of Marines had swapped in seastone bullets and shells, all of them trained on the 5. Suddenly they fired. The roar of cannons and the thunderous crackle of gunfire rang out without end. Bai Jing maintained his languid demeanor utterly unchanged. Little Owsy, watching the wall of the marine fortress ahead, broke into a run. His 38-meter frame loomed considerably higher than the garrison's walls. He stamped down with his massive foot, smashing the marine gate to pieces and leaving a huge breach for the other 4 to walk through. Seastone bullets and seastone shells filled the sky. The Golden Emperor condensed golden fire in his hands and bellowed, "Golden Hellfire." A terrifying blaze of condensed gold erupted outward, carrying explosive impact and destructive force, blasting every seastone shell and bullet from the sky. They detonated in midair, never reaching their bodies. Bai Jing stepped inside first, followed by Longma, the Golden Emperor AIC, and Little Owsy, who entered together. The moment they set foot inside, the tens of thousands of Marines in the training grounds surged forward, some clutching long blades, others gripping their guns tightly. Fingers rested on triggers, their weapons loaded with sea stone bullets. Surrounding them, cannon after cannon had been set up, all awaiting their entry. The 5 vice admirals and over a dozen rear admirals were the first to descend from the city walls. The 5 vice admirals' eyes hardened, and their faces twisted with malice as they charged at Beijing, their legs coated in armament hockey. In unison they roared, Marine 6 style shave, iron body bullet. They leaped from the ground, spinning their bodies at terrible speed, and while using shave they employed iron body as they hurtled toward the enemy. All the attacking force would converge at the apex. Upon striking the enemy, the energy from the high-speed rotation would unleash a ferocious assault, capable of piercing through a wall and driving 3 meters beyond it. The 5 vice admirals spun through the air, aiming for Beijing's head. If that blow landed, and he did not dodge, his skull would be thoroughly destroyed. More than a dozen rear admirals naturally refused to be outdone. Having climbed to such ranks, their hand-to-hand combat skills must be formidable, and they excelled in the Marine 6 styles. Tempest Kick, Dragon Sever. This special extension of the Tempest Kick involved leaping with all one's might and instantly kicking both feet upward, a vertical Tempest Kick. This could alter the trajectory of an enemy's linear attacks or evade incoming blows. The dozen-plus rear admirals and the 5 vice admirals all rushed to kill Beijing. Yet Beijing remained in that indifferent languid state, walking at the very front and paying no heed to any of them. His eyes were coldly dismissive, for he now had companions. Sure enough, just as the 5 vice admirals lunged at Beijing, Long Ma made the first move. He gripped his long blade, and over it flowed a black armament hockey, one tinged with crimson. His hockey was far more powerful than Beijing's. Slashing once into space, he unleashed a dreadful sword aura that met the 5 vice admirals' 6 styles. This sword aura was in the state of flowing sakura, a level higher in hockey. The fearsome sword aura collided with the 6 styles. The 5 vice admirals were forcibly halted and pushed aside. Long Ma swept his blade to one side and said coldly, "Don't interfere with my captain's business." He stood there alone, more formidable than an army of thousands, speaking the most domineering words in the calmest tone. Golden Bomb. The Golden Emperor armored his fist, coiling hockey around it, and struck at the dozen-plus figures above, unleashing the effect of the Golden Melt Cannon. The technique wrought destruction through a massive shockwave, thermal radiation, and shattered shards of gold. The dozen-plus rear admirals were forced to cease their advance and pull back, staring warily at the Golden Emperor Taizwalu. The Golden Emperor's star-shaped glasses quietly slipped on, restoring the look he wore in the Golden City. He said frivolously, "Don't disturb our captain's business." Around them, terrifying guns and cannons fired in unison. Several thousand Marines surged forward, first blocking Beijing's path. A chill flashed in AIC's eyes. He unleashed his conqueror's hockey, forming a dreadful pressure throughout the area that knocked the 1,000 Marines unconscious, sending them collapsing to the ground. Little Aozi swung his fist, scattering all the shells and bullets. The other 4 guarded Beijing from front and rear, ensuring his safety. Beijing walked forward step by step, and no one dared to block his way. All 5 vice admirals and the dozen-plus rear admirals wore dark expressions at once. With such an imposing host at their command, they had actually been held at bay by just a few men. What was more, they could not even brush the hem of Beijing's robe, much less draw near him. The 12 rear admirals exchanged a glance, then abruptly kicked off the ground once more and surged toward Beijing with killing intent. What they simply could not stomach was Beijing's insolent ease. Hands folded behind his back, head tilted back as though the world were beneath him. What kind of posture was that? Here they were fighting desperately with all their might, yet he alone stood there in supreme leisure. The 12 men roared, "Finger gun." This was one of the 6 powers, a technique reputed to possess the destructive force of a gun firing bullets. The 12 rear admirals concentrated the strength of their entire bodies into their index fingers, and with fingers hardened like iron, unleashed a lightning-fast strike in the fleeting span of a spark. Their fingertips bore the penetrating might of bullets capable of piercing through a human body with ease. The Golden Emperor's eyes narrowed coldly. They clearly held him in utter contempt. "Do not harm our captain." The muscles along his fist bulged violently, crimson light patterns flickering across his knuckles. He hurled a punch wreathed in hockey. The sheer force of that single fist met the 12 rear admirals' finger guns head-on and blasted them backward dozens of steps. With the defeat of the 12 rear admirals, this battle quietly commenced anew. Ryuma swung the sword in his hand, unleashing a fearsome crescent moon sword aura swathed in Ryuo, the flowing sakura hockey, that cut straight toward the 5 vice admirals. The 5 vice admirals reacted swiftly, hastily covering their bodies with hockey. But before they could make any move of their own, the sword aura sent them staggering back dozens of paces, and only then did they manage to steady themselves. A deep cut lay open across their abdomens, blood pouring out, the raw flesh faintly visible within. Such was the strength of Ryuma, the great swordsman. What was more, he had only been resurrected a few days ago. If he were to regain the pinnacle of the power he commanded in life, he would become even more formidable. After all, he was the one who had cut down a flying dragon. In Bai Jing's judgment, Ryuma was even a cut above Hawkeye, though the gap between them was not overwhelming. Before his former peak had been restored, every foe was but a single slash away from death. Even the mightiest dragon of several hundred years past had been felled by his blade. In effect, Bai Jing now had a Yonko's right-hand man fighting for him. And once Ryuma's full strength was restored, the prospects were almost beyond imagination. He would leave this battle to them. Bai Jing's objective lay in the small prison behind the training grounds. Onisol was most likely held captive there. As for this fight, he left it to them. Bai Jing trusted their strength 100%. There was absolutely no way anything would go wrong. No one could do a thing about it. All they could do was watch helplessly as Bai Jing headed deeper inside. Meanwhile, the 5 vice admirals, the 12 rear admirals, and all the other soldiers, sergeants, corporals, and the rest, were pinned down by just 4 people. Little Ors Jr., in particular, with his terrifying mountain-high frame, sent hundreds of Marines flying with a single sweeping slap, carving an open path for Bai Jing ahead. Bullets flew in from all directions, but Ace's fire fist intercepted them one after another, blasting every last one into nothingness. The Golden Emperor pressed both hands to the ground, transmuting the entire surroundings into gold. Golden powder scattered in all directions, and thousands of Marines, their bodies no longer under their own control, became the Golden Emperor's puppets. Ryuma slashed again and again, sword after sword, stroke after stroke, with a ferocity that defied belief, battering the 5 vice admirals down into the earth. The 5 vice admirals were utterly devoid of any strength to fight back. The path before him was wide open. Not a single person could approach Bai Jing. Not a single person could bar his way. Bai Jing's spirit soared. At last he understood how Luffy must have felt with Sanji and Zoro guarding his back. Having someone clear the road ahead without needing to fight monsters himself. Truly nothing could be better. And where Luffy would charge straight at the final boss, Bai Jing was different. He didn't need to fight at all. All he had to do was lie back, slack off, and let the others handle it. He crossed the central training ground and entered the middle corridor. Once through the corridor and past several Marine headquarters, he would arrive at the prison on the rear mountain. Inside were detained some of the most notoriously infamous pirates, or at the very least those who had made a name for themselves. Onisol was locked up among them. Outside, the battle raged on with ever-increasing ferocity, but Bai Jing strolled in as though he were untouched by it all. Concealed within those Marine buildings were thousands of Marines lying in ambush. But to Bai Jing, these small fry underlings were far too weak. They could not arouse the faintest spark of interest in him. From his eyes, a terrifying haki erupted. A golden haki that unleashed an immense pressure throughout the space, knocking out all thousands of Marines hidden in the shadows in one fell swoop. Golden ripples spread outward like crashing waves. Before any of the Marines in the building could even react, their minds and spirits were overwhelmed. Eyelids rolling up, eyes showing white, they fell straight to the floor. Bai Jing strolled past several buildings with the unhurried ease of a man taking a walk through his own courtyard, arriving before the prison on the rear mountain. The Marines inside the prison had no idea why such an uproar was brewing outside, but their duty was to guard the inmates and ensure none of them rose in revolt. In one stone chamber, an iron gate stood locked from the outside. The gate was forged entirely of sea stone, enough to prevent any devil fruit user from escaping. Every small sealed cell was guarded by 2 Marines, lest these pirates stage a sudden riot or stir up trouble. The pirates trapped within came in all shapes and forms. Some bore sword scars across their faces, some were missing a leg, some an arm, and others had lost an eye altogether. Their bodies were a ghastly sight, bloodied and mangled beyond recognition. Yet without exception, they all exuded a thick, lingering reek of blood. They must have killed a great many people before being thrown into this place. What's this, another iron gate? Tell me, this prison of yours is no different from one that was never built at all. Bai Jing looked at the iron gate before him, without a word, condensing the power of flames into his hand. His fist drew back slightly, then lashed forward in a sweeping hook. The ferocious explosive force blasted the iron gate high into the sky. Boom! The strange disturbance instantly drew the attention of the prison guards, who came rushing out one after another, guns in hand, eyes fixed on Bai Jing. This is a restricted prison area. No unauthorized entry. Who are you daring to break into a prison? Have you grown tired of living? Dozens of Marines raised their rifles at the sound, and without a word pulled the triggers and fired at Bai Jing. Bai Jing made no reply. Instead, using the gravity fruit, he flicked out black light from his hand, sending it before the bullets. The bullets were slammed violently into the ground, gouging out small craters as if struck by 100-fold gravity. The gravity field then radiated outward from Bai Jing's body. The terrifying gravitational force made every Marine's expression contort. By the time they came to their senses, they were already face-down, bodies smashed heavily against the ground. The dreadful gravity and pressure forcibly embedded their bodies deep into the stone floor. They lay sprawled across the ground, blood seeping everywhere. The Marines who sensed the anomaly on this side immediately turned their gazes over. Hundreds, even thousands, swiftly rallied and charged at Bai Jing. "This is an intruder trying to seize the prison. Come kill him." Bai Jing listened to those words, merely giving a faint smile. Without a word, he lightly snapped his fingers. With a snap, another gravitational field fell over the arena, plunging thousands of Marines into its crushing grip. One after another, they slammed heavily into the ground, unable to steady themselves, their bodies pressed into the floor. After doing all this, Bai Jing swept his gaze across the trapped pirates, then searched cell by cell. One room for one pirate. His actions instantly drew the attention of the imprisoned pirates, who all turned to stare at Bai Jing. Some shouted, some threatened. Let me out, let me out. Brat, release me at once. I'm the notorious Luo, the lame around these parts, with a bounty of 500 berries. Let me out now, or when I get out I'll make you regret it. Brat, me too. Let me out as well. Once you set me free, I'll give you anything, women, wealth, status, whatever you want. Me too, me too. Let me out, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, one day when I get out, I will definitely kill you. Many threatening voices rang out. At a moment like this, threats were what people voiced the most. In the southwestern corner of the prison, Bai Jing spotted a small cell. There sat a man in a pink dress wearing a pink hood. Found you. It's you. Bai Jing's eyes sharpened and joy appeared on his face. But then his brows drew together. Listening to those threats was irritating and unpleasant. Enough. All of you shut up. Majesty suddenly filled Bai Jing's eyes, and a terrifying fierce light radiated from his gaze. Conqueror's haki pulsed through the air in golden ripples, forming an oppressive might that silenced the still chattering pirates one by one. It was this very Conqueror's haki that overwhelmed the Marines on the floor. They had been gritting their teeth against Bai Jing's gravity field, but under the haki's force they all passed out. An unintended blessing, a flawless feint to the east, strike to the west. Bai Jing was taken aback by the Marines already unconscious below, then withdrew the gravity field as a swath of them toppled over. Some pirates had fainted too, though not many. Seeing what Bai Jing had done, some began to grow wary and dared not say another word. They had been locked away for far too long, so they had never heard of the pirate Bai Jing and did not recognize him. Otherwise they certainly would not have dared to make such wild boasts. Yet plenty of hard-headed fools remained. After all, when faced with the only glimmer of survival, who would let it pass? Before the stakes of life, death, and freedom, taking a gamble still offered hope. The man with the 500,000 berry bounty was especially fierce. Brat, you'd better let me out. I don't know how a brat like you got such haki, but if you free me, I can protect you for a while. After that, we'll owe each other nothing. How about it? Deep malice lurked in the man's eyes. As long as Bai Jing let him out, once the two were safe, Bai Jing's death would be certain. To expect a pirate to keep his word. What was that if not stupidity? The moment the first man spoke, the second followed, and a chorus of voices rose. Brat, let me out. My promise is the same as his. Let me out, or I'll slaughter your entire family. I'm a notorious murderer. If you don't release me, you're as good as dead. One voice after another rang out. From the cell in the farthest corner, Yami turned his gaze over. He had watched the entire battle just now and held these men in utter contempt. He was also a pirate, but he was ashamed to be counted among their kind. Bai Jing's eyes narrowed. His rumble fruit ability also granted him a special function. Through the beating of their hearts, the natural charged ions in the surrounding air, and the ions within a person's body, he could judge whether their words were truthful and whether they were sincere. As Bai Jing had expected, not one of the promises made by these pirates was honest. Every single one of them bore murderous intent toward him. Bai Jing regarded the dozens who had just threatened him, his eyes cold to the extreme, as blue lightning gathered in his hand. 200 million volts, myriad spears of thunder rain. Behind Bai Jing, the 200 million volt current formed blue thunder spears one after another, fully 1,000 spears in total. They shot out from behind Bai Jing, striking with devastating accuracy. Those who had been shouting just moments ago were killed with a single volley. 100 spears pierced their bodies, leaving no possibility of survival. The terrifying voltage destroyed their internal functions, while the violent explosive force blasted their bodies apart from the abdomen, shredding them into pieces, deader than dead. Scream after scream rang out unbroken. Oh, oh, oh. It was a fitting proof that villains die from talking too much. Bai Jing's brutal move filled the remaining pirates, who had kept silent, with a sense of luck and of having narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, they had neither threatened Bai Jing nor made a sound. Otherwise, those lying dead now would have been them. This man was clearly a ruthless god of slaughter, wiping out everyone in one move. After finishing, Bai Jing walked calmly to Yami. He placed his broad hands on the bars forged from sea stone, wrenched them violently apart, and forcibly tore a massive gap in the grating. Yami looked puzzled, not understanding why Bai Jing would do this. Just now so many had begged him, yet he had ignored them all. Now, judging by his actions, he had come only to rescue him. Moreover, the skill Bai Jing had just displayed made it unmistakable that he was a devil fruit user. These bars were made of sea stone. When Bai Jing placed his hands on them, he not only failed to lose his strength, but demonstrated astonishing physical power. This baffled Aonacer. Aonacer spoke, a pacifier still in his mouth, and still wearing his infant getup. Bai Jing said, "Just follow me. You can't stay trapped in this marine prison forever. Don't you want freedom?" Bai Jing chuckled softly. Aonacer wanted to say something else, but in the end he nodded. Whatever Bai Jing's motives escaping this place came first, the rest could be settled later. Bai Jing lightly tapped the sea stone manacles on Aonacer's wrists, and the cuffs instantly turned gold, then melted into a pool of golden liquid. Aonacer regained his freedom. With the sea stone binding gone, his devil fruit power would also be unleashed. Aonacer nodded to Bai Jing and said solemnly, "Thank you." Bai Jing turned around and said, "Let's leave first. The pirate ship outside is already prepared. What remains is to depart without trouble." Aonacer followed behind Bai Jing, and the two left the prison. Under the hopeful gazes of all the imprisoned pirates, they watched them walk away. Only after the two had been gone for quite a while did the Marines slowly come to their senses. They dazedly opened their eyes and rose to their feet, staring at the dead pirates and the escaped Aonacer. Bai Jing and Onisol passed straight through several of the Navy's buildings, arriving at the Navy's training grounds. When Onisol beheld the scene before him, his eyes momentarily lost their focus. Bai Jing witnessed this and felt it was only to be expected. On the field, all the Marines had already fallen. Nearly half of the tens of thousands of Marines had been knocked unconscious by Ace's Conqueror's hockey. As for the others, through Little Oars Jr.'s indiscriminate attacks, countless had been blasted away, completely robbed of their fighting strength. Some lay on the ground groaning, while others had already been killed outright. As for the 5 vice admirals and 12 rear admirals, they had long since been knocked unconscious. Upon the bodies of the 5 vice admirals lay a single sword wound, one so deep that the flesh and bone beneath were plainly visible. It seemed that Ryuma had held back, otherwise these 5 vice admirals would surely have died. As for the 12 rear admirals, some were dead and some unconscious. Gold Tesoro was not Ryuma, and he was far less merciful. Every Marine on the field had been dealt with, including those on the city walls. Not a single Marine remained standing on the training grounds. Ryuma and Gold Tesoro saw Bai Jing emerge, and both nodded. They glanced at the strangely dressed man wearing a pink infant headpiece behind him, but said nothing. They merely cast a single glance before averting their eyes. After all, the world of pirates was full of wonders. Little Oars Jr. and Ace also glanced at Onisol, then looked away just as quickly, asking no questions about whom Bai Jing had saved. For they had all been resurrected by Bai Jing or owed him a debt of gratitude. Bai Jing smiled and said to Onisol, "Come, let's go." Onisol nodded, his eyes somewhat solemn. Though he did not recognize Ryuma since he was a figure from several hundred years ago, he did recognize Little Oars Jr. and Ace. Hadn't they died during the Paramount War? Why were they now appearing before his very eyes, and alive at that? Moreover, there was also Gold Tesoro. Who was Gold Tesoro? A man who controlled 2% of the world's berries, incredibly wealthy, rivaling entire nations. Yet even he was now working for Bai Jing, which piqued his curiosity about Bai Jing even further. The 4 of them waited in place. As long as Bai Jing did not move, they would not move either. Bai Jing paused, then walked forward calmly and unhurriedly, with Onisol following behind. When Bai Jing reached the front only, then did Ryuma slowly fall in step, followed by Gold Tesoro, and finally Ace and Little Oars Jr. Together, Onisol seemed to discern the order of seniority and did not overstep his place. Instead, he chose to remain at the very back, walking last. Bai Jing felt considerable admiration for Onisol. In the anime, he was loyal and steadfast, compassionate toward the weak, an iron-blooded man of honor who disdained trickery. Though he served under the cruel Doflamingo, he never lost his sincerity and passion. Even when carrying out his family's orders, he always followed his own convictions. Moreover, his tenderness and devotion to his beloved elevated Bai Jing's respect for Onisol even further. What kind of man was this to act so freely, heedless of others' opinions? What kind of man was this to dress in the manner beloved by his lady for the rest of his life? If Bai Jing were to ask himself, he certainly could not do the same. The party left the Navy headquarters. How many within the headquarters had survived? How many had been knocked unconscious? How many had died? That was not yet known. But this news would surely once again spread across the entire world of pirates. It would be said that the mad pirate Bai Jing had taken the initiative to attack Navy headquarters and had seized Onisol. The group stepped out of the main gate and arrived at the Golden Continent. Under ordinary circumstances, if Gold Tesoro had done this, the sea would not have been transformed into such a spectacle, because his devil fruit ability was nullified when it came into contact with seawater. For whenever Gold Tesoro turned something into gold, it would revert to its original state upon touching seawater. But Bai Jing was not afraid of the sea, and thus the objects conjured by his ability were likewise unafraid of seawater. All of this made perfect sense. Bai Jing leaped onto the ship, and the others followed one by one. Seeing that gold Tesoro was safe and sound, Stella breathed a faint sigh of relief, unable to suppress the lingering worry in her heart for him. Hua Jin saw Bai Jing's languid demeanor and shot him a glare. Of everyone present, he was the most relaxed. Bai Jing laughed heartily and said no more. On the ship, Corazon stared at the slightly plump man, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before, yet unable to recall where at the moment. But Anisil certainly recognized Corazon, the former executive of the family who, having betrayed Doflamingo, was killed by a single gunshot from him. I trust the two of you already know each other, so no introduction is needed from me. Anisil Don Quixote Rosinante. Bai Jing watched the two exchange smiles and introduced them nevertheless. Then he said, set sail. Destination the kingdom of Dressrosa. After we hand over this golden pirate ship, we shall set out anew. Stella nodded, and together with Hua Jin, she went to take the helm. Hua Jin and Stella were both learning to be navigators, studying the skills of the sea and familiarizing themselves with maritime charts. Meanwhile, Little Oars Jr., Ace Ryuma, and Gold Tesoro all turned their gazes toward Bai Jing as if waiting for him to explain further who exactly was Anisil and why had he gone to such lengths to rescue him from a navy branch. Anisil took a deep look at Corazon, then averted his gaze and said no more. To him, Rosinante's betrayal had been a betrayal of the family, but he had already died once for it. Though he did not know why Rosinante was alive again, the enmity had dissipated with that death vanishing like the mists of the past. Now the two were like strangers, without enmity, without hatred, without grievance. The reason I rescued you is very simple. Whether you board this ship or not is of no consequence. Only by bringing you out could you meet the woman you love. As for whether she will forgive you, I have my ways. Bai Jing stared at Anisil as he spoke. The woman I love, meet her. Anisil was completely baffled. He had no idea what Bai Jing meant. He had only one true love in all his life. Corazon knew that Anisil's only love was Lucian, but he was unaware of what had happened afterward, so he listened quietly to Bai Jing's words. Seeing the confusion written across Anisil's face, Bai Jing slowly opened his mouth and recounted word by word. I know you have many questions, but listen to this story of a young man and a young woman, and you will understand. As for the day of reunion I speak of, whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. If you believe, then it may come to pass. If you do not, then it will amount to nothing. In the story, there was a young man who loved wearing suits, always dressed formally. On a rainy day, he met a girl with orange hair whose cuteness and innocence touched the heart of this man, who was a pirate. Merely hearing these few words from Bai Jing, Anisil's pupils dilated sharply and his body trembled. The youth and maiden in this story were extremely similar to his own tale. In fact, they were almost identical. Seeing Anisil's reaction, Bai Jing didn't stop, but continued. The young man awkwardly confessed his love to the girl while hiding his identity as a pirate, and in the end they fell in love. The youth's handsomeness and the maiden's beauty made them seem like a pair destined by heaven. 2 years later they had a baby, and the young man balanced his role as a pirate with being a loving father and devoted husband. But a person cannot be in two places at once. During a mission on a stormy day, the child fell ill, and because the young man was away on duty, the child died unexpectedly. When Bai Jing reached this point, tears had already streamed down Anisil's face, those clear tears impossible to hold back. The man wept uncontrollably when his child died. Bai Jing's words pierced his heart like the sharpest needles, each one stabbing deeper. Before she knew it, Stella had also arrived, and listening to the story Bai Jing was telling, she instinctively clutched the Golden Emperor tighter. Bai Jing continued. His wife came to hate him deeply. They had a massive argument, and she ran out into the rain only to be caught in a mudslide and struck by rocks, leaving her in a vegetative state. The doctors said she wouldn't live long. From that moment on, she became expressionless, unable to move at all. Yet the man stayed by her side every year, hoping to bring a smile to her face. One day, by chance, the man put on the outfit he had bought for their baby, and that was precisely when the woman finally smiled. Since then, the man wore those clothes every single day. No longer did the man wear suits. He gave up his beloved formal attire for baby clothes. Despite endless mockery and disdain from others, he persisted in being himself, all for just one smile from his wife. Even until his death, his wife never forgave him. Having said this, Bai Jing glanced at Anisil and sighed softly within his heart. A love story that was mostly sorrowful. At this moment, Anisil's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees weakly, his eyes already soaked with tears. He hated himself, hated being a pirate. But if he weren't a pirate, how could he protect the woman? Without such abilities, how could he have fallen in love with her? To give up his pirate identity, abandon his position as a family executive, and betray Doflamingo. The consequences of all this. Even if not for himself, it would bring danger upon her. Just like the stories Bai Jing had heard, Sun Wukong was forced to wear the golden headband. With the headband, he cannot see you. Without it, how can he protect you? That day, the woman's words struck his heart like a needle. You are unworthy of being a father. You've already lost the right to be a father. I already know you're a pirate. How long do you intend to keep this from me? Corazon opened his mouth as if to speak, but beneath the brim of his purple-red hat his expression remained unreadable. He quietly lit a cigarette, hoping the smoke would carry away his sorrow and misfortune. A trace of melancholy seemed to hang in the air. Stella could no longer contain herself, and threw herself onto the Golden Emperor, Teizolo, sobbing uncontrollably, while Hua Jin's eyes grew damp. At this moment the pirate ship sailed calmly across the sea, and the crew aboard was unusually silent. These were all people who valued loyalty and emotion deeply, and upon hearing this they could do nothing but sigh in helplessness. Watching Onicel in this state, Bai Jing said nothing, and took a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from Corazon's hand. He gently patted Onicel on the back and spoke softly. Actually, there may still be a way to revive her. You've also seen that everyone on this ship was once dead, yet now they live. Tobacco isn't something good, but for a man it truly is. Bai Jing couldn't help but sigh softly. Half a curl of yellow leaf enters the throat, sighing through all wasted years brings nothing but sorrow. Especially lamenting life's unpredictability, only regretting that this world lacks her gaze. Bai Jing handed one over, then returned the rest to Corazon, since he didn't smoke anyway. Hearing Bai Jing's words, Onicel's eyes suddenly brightened, and he lifted his head, abruptly falling to his knees before Bai Jing. In this moment all talk of masculine pride and dignity meant nothing. I beg you, if you can do it, please save her. Having said this, Onicel was about to kowtow. Bai Jing quickly helped him up, and said, calm down and have a cigarette first. As for what you asked, I will do as you request. After saying this, Bai Jing patted his shoulder again. During these few days it would be better if you tidied up your appearance. Your current disheveled state is quite different from before, and after reviving her Lucian won't recognize you. If you can return to your previous state, that would be more reasonable. Rest assured, brother, everything will be fine. Take care. Bai Jing patted his shoulder once more, then walked into the room alone. The crowd also understood what Bai Jing intended to do at this moment. He was about to separate his soul from his body and enter the underworld. Hua Jin followed along, returning to the room together with Bai Jing. Corazon handed over the entire pack of cigarettes without saying anything, instead standing on the deck exhaling smoke. Oris opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately lit a cigarette anyway. He smoked half, and the sea breeze took the other half. Perhaps the sea breeze, having heard this story, had also grown sorrowful, empathizing with Onicel. Ace approached quietly, and after he finished his cigarette, produced 2 glasses of wine from somewhere, handing one over, and saying, only wine in this world can dispel all sorrows. Come brother, let's raise a glass. I trust Mr. Bai Jing will handle everything properly, so don't worry. Like us who should have been dead, but are now alive, I believe Mr. Bai Jing has the same ability. Listening to Ace's words, Onicel felt somewhat relieved, though tears still remained on his cheeks. Such is the nature of men in the pirate world. They tend to be deeply devoted. When Bai Jing was about to depart with his spiritual body, he was surprised to see Hua Jin enter, and curiously asked, are you going to guard my physical body? Hua Jin nodded earnestly, curiosity in her eyes with slightly red rims from crying not long ago. Why do you always manage to find people with regrets and flaws in their love? Bai Jing gave a mysterious smile. It's a secret. Hua Jin had previously heard the story of the Golden Emperor Stella, and also witnessed the love story between Cyrus and Scadella within Bai Jing's mind. Now there was another pair, but at her young age, she didn't understand romantic love, or any of this. Bai Jing noticed Hua Jin's confusion and said softly, the love between Cyrus and Astrid was great, because they transcended social classes, a poor young man and a princess who ultimately ended up together. The love between Emperor Gold Tesoro and Starter was powerless, for they encountered the Tenryujin, and at that time Tesoro had no strength to resist. The love between Onicel and his wife was beyond worldly understanding, for he donned infant clothing for her, and endured scorn from all mankind. All these are the loves from the world in which we exist. There are others as well, and as this voyage and adventure progress, you will witness them one by one. Of course, there are also many adventures between men, not limited merely to romance. Life should be experienced, thus venture forth, adventure, and cross mountains and seas. Hua Jin listened with great earnestness and nodded solemnly. Bai Jing saw her in this state, and smiled softly, closing his eyes. The Huangquan fruit awakened once more, and his soul slowly departed from his body, vanishing from this world. The room fell silent again. Hua Jin remained alone, watching Bai Jing in that recent state, a trace of bewilderment flickering in her eyes. It was as though Bai Jing had weathered countless trials and tribulations, so mature, so weathered. In her heart, Bai Jing had grown ever more towering. Likewise the familiar Yellow Springs world. Bai Jing had traveled through it back and forth, up and down, losing count of how many times he had come. He watched the souls passing over Niha Bridge. Most bore no memory, only a rare few retained the memories of their final moments. Yet most perished within the Yellow Springs, unable to cross it. Those who did pass through wandered the cities, choosing to await reincarnation. Entering the Yellow Springs did not guarantee death, but refusing to enter certainly would. If fortune smiled upon them, they might drift along the currents to a random city. But with ill luck, they could be swallowed by the yellow springs dying within and forfeiting any chance of reincarnation. With practiced ease, Bai Jing sailed past the first 6 cities. Harnessing the power of the union fruit, he began constructing an image of Lucian in his mind. He let the union fruit guide his path forward. Now he could not help but feel a touch of nervousness. He had already boasted before her. If Lucian had not survived crossing the yellow springs, or if she had already reincarnated, then all was lost, a regret that could never be filled. Bai Jing's gaze fixed intently upon the faint blue-green line ahead, watching whether it would extend further. The blue-green thread lengthened incrementally, slowly stretching toward the distant horizon. First 3 meters, then 6, finally 10. Dozens of zhang of growth allowed Bai Jing to exhale deeply. As long as it extended outward, Lucian was still alive, and her child must surely be alive as well. Within the Yellow Springs world, time was frozen, preserving one's age appearance, everything exactly as it was at the moment of death. In other words, within the Yellow Springs, one would not age or alter with the passage of time. This was precisely what allowed Bai Jing to resurrect others. Otherwise, after spending decades within, resurrection would return them to a lifespan added with those extra decades, already on the brink of old age. What good would resurrection be then? Bai Jing crossed 6 cities, relying on his abundant reserves of geo energy, and arrived at the 7th city. Its name carried a peculiar meaning, Zili City. Following the blue-green thread woven by the union fruit, Bai Jing gazed downward. Lucian and her child were within the 7th city. Arriving at the 7th city took Bai Jing half a day. The journey was too distant, yet his internal reserves of geo energy could sustain him for 7 days within the Yellow Springs world. If he were to take 2 others with him, that time would likely halve to just over 3 days. As Bai Jing prepared to follow the thread, his peripheral vision caught a street vendor in the corner, his eyes filled with keen interest. This vendor must also be from the pirate world, for a demonic fruit power radiated about him. Drawn by curiosity, Bai Jing slowly approached and observed the vendor's actions. Several women stood before the vendor. Though none were beautiful, some gaunt as reeds, others thrice as wide, they captured his attention. Lust flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "Better than nothing." Within his palms, he conjured something akin to photographs. These were images drawn from his imagination, unfolding piece by piece from his hands for them to watch. Every scene was fabricated by the vendor himself, spun from his own mind. How touching it was! The vendor claimed he had braved mountains of blade, seas of fire, and even the Yellow Springs itself to find them. On Earth they had been devoted spouses. In this death realm, they would remain inseparable as paired mandarin ducks. As these visions flickered continuously, playing like a film reel before the women, their emotions stirred. The women were deeply moved, nearly in tears. Without a moment's hesitation, they stepped forward and embraced the vendor tightly. Had souls possessed tears, they surely would have shed them. The vendor's lips curled into a smug smile. He thought to himself, "These foolish women are so easily deceived. All of this was merely fabricated at my whim. Whatever I can imagine, I can create." I had deemed this devil fruit ability utterly useless. Yet who would have guessed it proved so effective for courting women? Alas, I am already dead. Trapped in this death world, I cannot experience the joys of mortal flesh and family again. Bai Jing descended from above, his hand resting gently upon the vendor. He held great interest in this devil fruit ability, much like Big Mom's power to edit memories, yet with subtle differences. With such an ability, he could spare himself the effort of persuasion, simply conjuring those poignant moments from the pirate world. Those moments when lovers missed each other. He could play them as films for those considering resurrection, but wavering. It would save Bai Jing the trouble of coaxing words. Bai Jing had originally intended to narrate Anaseel's story aloud, but spoken words after all lacked the vivid impact of imagery. Thus Bai Jing decided to use this fruit's power to find Lucian. By conjuring all that Anaseel had done for her across these years, he was certain she would be moved. A street vendor felt as though someone had brushed against his shoulder. He turned around and glanced back in confusion, but saw not a single spirit in sight. The street remained as bustling as ever, with ghosts flowing to and fro endlessly. Yet none of the spirits seemed to have touched him. A question formed in his mind. Could it be that those women had brushed against him just now? Never mind, he thought. I have a few women by my side now. Life isn't entirely tedious. At least there's something to pass the time. I'll just wait for reincarnation. What a waste, he mused. With my abilities, I could easily charm any girl. Just tell some convincing stories, and they'd fall right into my hands. White Jing's expression darkened as he heard the thoughts of this soul. This fellow truly had a keen mind, yet still harbored such ambitions. But then he reconsidered. The man wasn't entirely wrong. This fruit's power lacked any offensive or defensive capabilities, serving only to deceive others. Aside from charming women, what other purpose could it serve? Could one truly deceive those with immense strength? Every powerful figure was sharp-minded and discerning. Oh, he had forgotten about Luffy. That simpleton actually made it this far, and relied on nothing but reckless determination. And of course he had powerful connections. His father was the leader of the revolutionaries, his grandfather a marine hero along with his sworn brother Shanks, second brother Sabo Master Rayleigh, and Vice Admiral Smoker. And his uncle Kazuru was surely a revolutionary spy embedded within the Marines. During the Summit War only Akainu fought with genuine intent. Everyone else was merely putting on a show. Years later, when news of Luffy's wedding broke, Akainu would sit alone in his office at Marine headquarters, smoking a cigar and gazing out at the empty halls lost in thought. As for why White Jing could hear the innermost thoughts of these spirits, it all stemmed from the Netherworld fruit. The awakening of the Netherworld fruit not only allowed him to traverse the Yellow Springs, but also granted him the ability to instantly perceive the thoughts of these spirits. Even the hidden agendas buried deep within their hearts, he could capture with perfect clarity. White Jing stood at the street corner watching the spirits pass, by hoping to find some ability he could claim for himself. But after scanning the area and finding nothing, he reluctantly moved on, continuing along that pale green thread of fate, until he reached a broken corner of the 7th city, where he found a woman. Orange hair, sapphire blue eyes like gemstones, and a beautiful face. In White Jing's eyes she bore a resemblance to Nami, yet there was something distinctly different about her. Cradled in her arms, a child slept peacefully. White Jing felt a flicker of curiosity. This must be Gimlet. He must have passed away some time before Lucian. When Lucian suffered a landslide and was struck on the head by falling rocks, becoming a vegetable, the doctors had already predicted she wouldn't survive long. But from White Jing's perspective, she had clearly lived for some time after that. This meant there was a temporal gap between her passing and his child's arrival. Yet the fact that she managed to find him again puzzled White Jing greatly. White Jing dispersed his 9 nether aura and approached slowly. Watching the child in Lucian's arms and the bright smile on her face, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, unsure of what to say. But to mend this regret, he had no choice but to press forward. As for whether Lucian would ever forgive Onicer, only time would tell. The child in your arms is quite adorable, White Jing said, gently looking at the boy in Lucian's embrace. Lucian glanced at him, suspicion evident in her eyes. In the Netherworld, every city was vast, yet these sprawling cities held so few spirits that each individual space was enormous. And yet White Jing had managed to find such a remote corner. If one didn't have ulterior motives, no ghost would believe it. White Jing noticed the wariness in Lucian's eyes, but merely smiled and shook his head, letting it pass. Anyone would react this way. White Jing continued, "Madam, where is this child's father? Why don't I see him?" At the word husband, Lucian froze, her body trembling slightly, her eyes filled with complexity. White Jing could clearly detect a trace of hatred within her, intertwined with something indistinguishable. A blurry, elusive affection too precious to discard, yet buried deep within her heart. Perhaps when she first learned of Gimlet's death, she had been devastated, her disappointment in Onicer reaching its peak laced with resentment. But after she herself passed, and came to the Netherworld finding Gimlet, that hatred had gradually faded over time. Lucian spoke softly, "He hasn't died yet. He's still alive." White Jing nodded, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Then how did you come to find this child?" "We are all spirits who entered this world. Didn't we all have to cross the Yellow Springs?" The spirits of the Yellow Springs had no lifespan, required no food or drink, and their vitality naturally replenished throughout the cycle of each day in the Netherworld. This was the strangeness of the Netherworld. Lucian glanced at White Jing, unable to understand why he asked such questions with such pointed purpose. She still maintained a high level of vigilance, fearing he might be malicious. White Jing, wishing to ease her concerns, stepped back 3 paces and said, "I bear no ill will. I'm simply curious." Lucian pondered for a moment, uncertainty clouding her face, but ultimately decided to speak. There was nothing left to conceal anyway. She gently stroked the child's face. "I suppose it was fortunate. This child was remarkably resilient. When I first arrived in this world, drifting upon the Yellow Springs, he was only 100 paces away from me. I swam toward him with all my strength and pulled him to safety. It was purely coincidental. That single act allowed me to reclaim this child. Afterward, I barely survived struggling through the Yellow Springs." "I see." White Jing nodded in understanding. He couldn't fathom how an infant could possibly survive upon entering the Netherworld. It should have been death guaranteed. Not even the currents of the Yellow Springs could sustain such a fragile life. Yet through sheer coincidence, the child drifted upon the Yellow Springs until his mother arrived, and miraculously he lived. Perhaps heaven knew he could traverse the One Piece world, and intended to fill this regret, deliberately orchestrating these events. 3 parts destined by heaven, 2 parts by human effort, and the remaining 95 parts rested on White Jing alone. White Jing looked at the sleeping Gimlet and the ever-vigilant Lucian. "Actually, I can lead you away from this Netherworld. It depends entirely on whether you wish to go. Do you still refuse to forgive him, Lucian? Do you still hold resentment for how he deceived you?" White Jing cut straight to the point, drawing out the topic before letting events unfold. The instant Lucian heard Bai Jing mention Senior Pink, her whole body trembled, and that tremor jolted Gimlet awake in her arms. Her gaze was unfocused for a moment, then the light returned. She stared hard at Bai Jing, sparks of hatred blazing anew in her eyes. She spoke. How do you know Senor Pink? Who are you to him? Could he have died too and descended into this Huangquan world? Why doesn't he dare to come see me? A string of questions, whether any of them carried the full measure of Lucian's love for Senor Pink, there was no telling. But one thing was certain, it was love interwoven with hatred and hope mingled with disappointment that had brought about the present situation. She hated him. She hated that Senor Pink had lied to her for years. She hated that Senor Pink had not appeared when the child was most helpless and when she herself was most helpless. She hated herself, and she hated Senor Pink as well for failing to keep their one and only child. It was on that very night that the accident happened. She fell into a vegetative state and before long passed away. Only after coming to this Huangquan world did she escape that state and return to normal. After enduring untold hardships and carrying her child across the river of Huangchuan, she finally reached the 7th city. Because the cities of the Huangquan world were not necessarily reached in sequence from the 1st to the 7th, whichever city one arrived at was entirely random. Since Senor Pink could come to this Huangquan world, it meant that he too was dead. From that, it was not hard to infer that she herself was also in the Huangquan world. Lucian's emotions instantly became stirred up, fervent, and high-strung. Bai Jing shook his head. It's not like that. He isn't dead. I was able to come to this world of the dead in order to revive you. You and this child. Don't you want to go back? Lucian's emotions remained exceedingly agitated. Her voice rose 3 notches, and the face conjured by her spirit looked no different from that of a living person. Her face was already reddening. She pointed at Bai Jing and said, I don't need it. I don't need to go back to see him. Bai Jing fell silent at the sight. If Lucian truly had no feelings for Senor Pink, she would have been indifferent. She would not have bothered with him, nor wanted to know anything about him. But Bai Jing had only just mentioned Senor Pink's name, and already she was this upset. That said a lot. Senor Pink still had a place in Lucian's heart. It was true that hatred existed, but in the same way her love had not faded with the years. It was only that with the child's death her heart had died as well. But now being able to see her child again, that heart of hers which had been like dead ashes quietly stirred back to life. Bai Jing looked at her and asked softly, he is still in your heart, isn't he? Otherwise why would you be so shaken? Besides, don't you want to know how Senor Pink has spent all these years? Are you the only one who has suffered? Bai Jing's questions came one after another. Even though his tone was not stern, each one felt like a fist landing on Lucian's heart. She said nothing more, and silently looked at Gimlet, now awake in her arms, with no telling what she was thinking. Using the devil fruit ability he had just acquired, Bai Jing displayed, in a form much like a film playback, the scenes he had seen in anime over the years, Senor Pink's longing for Lucian. He pressed his palms together, then suddenly swept them outward. A huge screen of light 2 meters long and 1 meter wide abruptly appeared out of thin air. On it, image after image flashed by. All of them were Senor Pink's thoughts of Lucian. Frame 1. When Senor Pink learned that Lucian had fallen into a vegetative state, he wept with grief. That man in the suit, that man who never smiled or joked, felt as if his heart had died in that very moment. He lay by Lucian's hospital bed, crying helplessly and apologizing helplessly. I'm sorry. It was because I loved you too much that I wove lies to deceive you. Frame 2. After Lucian fell into a vegetative state, Senor Pink tried every possible means to make her smile. He stayed beside her as the seasons turned, spring, summer, autumn, winter, still by her side. He kept visiting her every day. Only after he finally tried on a baby outfit did Lucian smile. And after that, Senor Pink went on wearing that baby outfit. Every day, he went to the hospital to see Lucian, and every day, he brought her a bouquet of flowers, just as on their dates in the days gone by. Frame 3. Every day, Senor Pink insisted on wearing his baby outfit, and he was ridiculed by quite a number of passers-by. But he did not care. No matter how the world looked at him, as long as he could win Lucian a smile, every day, that was his greatest happiness. He abandoned the suit he loved most, changed into yellow briefs, and a pink baby outfit with a pacifier in his mouth. Countless people around him mocked him and made a joke of him, yet he remained utterly content. Ha ha, what a weirdo. How can anyone be such a freak? The world is vast today, I've truly seen something. What a degenerate. Why does he dress like that? Countless jeers surrounded him, but on the road to the hospital, Senor Pink was smiling. When the 3 frames had passed, the hatred in Lucian's eyes had slowly vanished, and what remained was an indescribable complexity. Her lips trembled slightly, her upper lip and lower lip meeting without pause. In a daze, she murmured to herself, was it worth doing all of this for me? You've suffered so much. Bai Jing knew that this might not be enough, so he continued to play the images in his mind of everything Senor Pink had done for Lucian. Frame 4 showed Frankie battling Senor Pink. At last, Frankie straddled Senor Pink and swung down his iron fist with a heavy blow. Senor Pink, still lost in memories, murmured lowly to himself as frame after frame of Lucian flashed through his mind, her smile, and all their shared past. As Frankie kept beating him, Senor Pink said to himself, it's only when I wear this outfit that you smile at me. Frankie's fist blow after blow slammed into his face, twisting it. Senior Pink seemed to have forgotten the pain entirely. The last punch came down hard, sending Senior Pink flying. His heart still felt no pain, he was still remembering things about Lucian. His sunglasses shattered softly in that moment. Hot tears gathered in his eyes, his face was haggard, blood ran from his nose, and the pacifier flew from his mouth. He looked at the sky into which he had been sent flying. It was a clear, boundless day, yet in a daze he found himself back on that rainy night. In the rain, Lucian had rushed out the door and been left disabled. In that one rainy night, he lost everything, his child and his lover. At that moment, Senior Pink's love for Lucian surged to its extreme. Love drifted away with the rain. As the raindrops fell, his feelings died. He landed heavily on the ground, closed his eyes weakly, and fell unconscious. In the last instant before he lost consciousness, tears overflowed from his eyes. They soaked the man's face. Everything ended, the dust settled. Frankie looked at Senior Pink in this state, walked forward, and said in a deep voice, "What did you remember to make yourself cry like this, brother?" After saying this, he lowered himself, and with his steel hand, he wiped away the 2 lines of tears from Senior Pink's face. All the visions had by now come to an end. Luciana's soul body trembled from head to foot, and all hatred within her had long since vanished. During the years she lay in a vegetative state, she never imagined that Aonacer had done so much for her. He had endured every contemptuous glance in the world, if only to coax a single smile from his wife. What had she done to deserve being loved so deeply by such a man? Jemumulite in her arms seemed to sense in his own way that the hatred his mother felt for his father had dissolved, and he actually cracked a smile. "Has he been doing well lately?" Lu Zian asked in a trembling voice. That question was indeed born of genuine concern for Aonacer. A person is not a machine. How could one live without feelings? After so many years of living side by side as companions, Aonacer too was consumed by guilt over everything concerning Lu Zian. And it was precisely because of this that Lu Zian could choose to forgive Aonacer and forgive the lie. Bai Jing looked at Lu Zian and slowly shook his head, already beginning to feel in his heart a sense of injustice on Aonacer's behalf. In Bai Jing's view, Jemumulite's death was not entirely Aonacer's fault. This was not an attempt to shift blame nor to exonerate him, merely a personal opinion. As a man, if he could not protect even his own woman and child, he indeed amounted to little. But the path he had chosen was that of a pirate, and the family he had joined was the Don Quixote family, whose master Doflamingo had a naturally cruel nature. Even though Doflamingo treated his subordinates remarkably well and valued loyalty, leaving the family meant betraying it. And it was precisely because Aonacer was a pirate that he had been able to protect Lu Zian. Bai Jing spoke. That night it was not entirely Aonacer's fault. He was out on a mission. When he returned, you told him the child had already died, and that he was unworthy to be a father. At that moment his heart died too. But after the quarrel that followed, even though neither of you bore the least blame in the days and hours that followed, it was precisely that accident which plunged him alone into endless guilt and self-reproach. While you lay in an unconscious vegetative state, do you know how much he suffered all these years? Do you know the depth of his guilt, his remorse, his anguish? For a single lie, he has spent nearly half his life atoning. So what is there now that you cannot forgive? What is there left for you to hate? At Bai Jing's words, Lu Zian's eyes grew even more complicated and anguished. The images Bai Jing had conjured a moment before replayed in her mind, frame after frame, filling her with remorse and pain. The sensation of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart was no worse than this. She was no longer thinking of herself, but of Aonacer. At that moment, Lu Xian in her soul body actually shed tears. Only when love has reached its deepest point and grief has wounded to its deepest point could such a thing happen. A soul body could actually weep. Bai Jing watched Lu Zian weep. Teardrops as large as beans slid down her face one by one. These were tears of the soul, tears of sorrow. They were tears of regret for all those years, tears of self-reproach. At this moment, she finally examined herself thoroughly and faced her own heart. Love surged thick and fierce with Bai Jing's words. Grief surged thick and fierce at the knowledge of all that had happened afterward. Bai Jing stared hard at Lu Zian and said, "I will ask you only one thing. Do you still love Aonacer deeply? Do you wish to see him again? If you say the word, one, I can take you to him this instant. If you say you do not wish it, then I will leave and never disturb your lives again. I can even send you to be reborn." Hearing this, Lu Zian panicked at once. She hurried forward and grabbed hold of Bai Jing's clothes, speaking urgently as tears continued to fall. "Send me back. Take me to him. I beg you, I'll kneel before you. I miss Aonacer. I have come to my senses. It was not his fault alone. I bear part of the blame. That day I was too harsh and my mind was blinded by rage. Later he did so much for me, and yet I knew nothing of it. All these years he must have been so worn down." Bai Jing looked at Lu Xian, so sincere and so anguished, and sighed softly. Why should lovers torment each other? He helped Lu Zian to her feet, mindful that she was still holding Jemumulite in her arms. "You need not blame yourself entirely. Bitterness has ended and sweetness has come, let what happened before scatter with the wind. After so many years of separation, it is time to be reunited. With that, Bai Jing wrapped Lu Xian's body in 9 netherworld qi. Do not resist. Do not make the slightest move. Follow this qi and be carried away. Then Bai Jing rose into the air, and the three of them, Bai Jing, Lu Xian, and Jamumulite, turned into a streak of light, vanishing into a corner of the city layer. They passed through the 6th city down to the first, crossed the Yellow Spring, and arrived at the edge of the Naya Bridge. Only a small distance remained to that point of light. Once they passed beyond it, the two of them would be reborn and could once again be reunited with Aonissaire. The round trip of nearly 4 or 5 days had drained the 9 netherworld qi within Bai Jing's body. He was about to leave when he caught a glimpse of a disturbance on the Naya Bridge below, and a sharp gleam flickered in his eyes. He first sent Lu Xian and Jamumulite out of the Yellow Spring world, then let his own body drift downward. For the commotion on the Naya Bridge below was caused by a man stirring up trouble there, though he was quickly suppressed. What sparked Bai Jing's interest, however, was the man's ability. He was a devil fruit user. His power was similar to that of Marco the Phoenix, except that his form was more like the phoenix of the Eastern world. Such was the phoenix's likeness: the front of a chelan, the hindquarters of a deer, the head of a serpent, the tail of a fish, the markings of a dragon, the back of a tortoise, the jaw of a swallow, the beak of a fowl, adorned in all 5 colors. That dignified phoenix face was incomparably majestic. Both wings blazed with roaring phoenix fire, incinerating wave after wave of the souls on the Naya Bridge. The city guardian struck him down with a soul-binding rod. A miserable cry, a phoenix's shriek, resounded across the Naya. Screech. At this moment, the huge phoenix body, at a little over 10 meters, could be considered small. In the Huaxiao world, phoenixes often reached 100 meters, so this one, at only 10-odd meters, was probably still in its juvenile stage. This was undoubtedly a devil fruit. Yet in the One Piece world he had seen, there was no such ability. As for how many worlds belonging to the dead existed within the underworld, Bai Jing had no idea. Whether there was only one One Piece world, no one could say, or whether other worlds existed, he could not explain either. Besides, he did not simply watch One Piece, he also watched other anime. If he could go to other worlds, so much the better. His figure appeared eerily in front of the man, his hand touched the man's back, and then he vanished from the spot. No one noticed him. A faint smile curled at the corner of Bai Jing's mouth. Got it. He turned into a flash of light, vanished from the underworld, and returned to the pirate ship. His soul slowly settled back into his body. In the room, Hua Jin looked warily at the woman who had just appeared out of nowhere holding a small child in her arms. The two stared at each other, sizing one another up. Hua Jin was waiting for Bai Jing to wake up and explain who this woman was. Lu Jin was also waiting for Bai Jing to wake up because she recognized him as the one who had entered the underworld and brought her back. At the same time, boundless surprise shone in her eyes. She had never imagined that she would truly be resurrected. Even her child had been brought back to life along with her. The familiar, long unseen sunlight streamed in through the window. From the rocking sensation on the sea, she could clearly tell that she was definitely aboard a ship. Whether a naval vessel or a pirate ship, she had no way of knowing. The moment Bai Jing's consciousness returned to his physical body, he was astonished, wondering what this fruit should be called. A name like Kaido's fish fruit, mythical Zoan Azure dragon form, was quite imposing. But this fruit of his he had never seen nor heard of before. In the One Piece world, there was no similar name either. He could not just call it fruit mythical Zoan phoenix form, could he? If he said it like that, heaven knew what it would sound like. But at the same time, a great tide of excitement welled up in Bai Jing's heart. That was because he now possessed the phoenix fruit. This power still awaited development, and he would study it slowly and carefully on his own. After that, he would see whether he could clash with Marco the Phoenix, to find out whether the undying bird of your One Piece world was stronger or my Eastern Phoenix. Now the top priority was to reunite Lu Jin, Gimlet, and Onisol and bring the family together. Bai Jing opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at the two with a light smile. Come now. This is the Lu Jin I told you about, Onisol's partner, Bai Jing said to Hua Jin. Then he said to Lu Jin by way of introduction, this is a crew member on my ship. We are all pirates. Hearing this, Lu Jin merely smiled apologetically and said nothing more. Her aversion to pirates had already lessened considerably. Because her husband was a pirate, and he had sacrificed so much for their family and so much for her. And she owed a debt of gratitude to Bai Jing, who had resurrected her, allowing their family to be reunited. What was there for her to complain about? What was there for her to hate? Her prejudice against pirates still remained, only diminished by a fair amount. As for Onisol, the fact that he was a pirate had been completely erased. If he wanted to continue being one, then she would simply support him. He could give so much for her. How could she not do the same? He had spent 7 days in the underworld, while nearly 9 days had passed in the real world. The flow of time was not synchronized between the two. Bai Jing opened the door. On the deck, everyone had already returned to Dressrosa, but they had not disembarked and were still anchored at the shore. Over these past few days, Onisol and Corazon had opened up and spoken about the old days. One cigarette each had become their signature, blowing out smoke and letting the wind carry away their sorrow. The Golden Emperor, Stella, Little Oars, and Ace were chatting and laughing, sharing their stories with one another on the pirate ship. When Bai Jing came out, everyone turned their eyes to him, and behind Bai Jing, Luzhin walked out step by step, drawing everyone's gaze. Especially Onisul. His eyes trembled violently, and his whole body shook. The cigarette between his fingers slipped from his grasp without him realizing it. His eyes lost focus as he walked forward step by step with heavy strides, as if he felt all of this might be a fleeting illusion. Seeing this, Luzhin's eyes became moist, and clear tears streamed down. Holding the child in her arms, she ran toward Onisul. The others tactfully returned to their own rooms. Seeing this, Bai Jing snapped his fingers lightly. With a crisp sound, thunderclouds spread across the sky behind him. These thunderclouds could hold not only thunder and lightning, but also rain. A rain of longing, a rain of reunion after long separation, quietly fell from the sky drop by drop. Bai Jing controlled the rain perfectly. When it reached the pair, it eerily moved around them, as if forming a vacuum zone around them. It neither touched their bodies nor dampened their clothes. This was a romance unique to the Huaxia people. He had heard Onisul say that Luzhin loved the rain. So on this day of reunion after long separation, a great joy should naturally be accompanied by rain. During these 10 days, Onisul had trained fiercely, perhaps because he had taken Bai Jing's advice to heart. His belly had returned to its former shape. Although still a little pudgy, it could almost be called a miracle that he had slimmed back to at least 70% of his original appearance. Onisul opened his arms and embraced Luzhin tightly along with the child in her arms. His tears burst out again, uncontrollably streaming down his face as he wept once more. Luzhin, is that you? Is it really you? Am I really not dreaming? You really came back to life, and Gimlet too. Do you know how much I have missed you all these years? All these years I have been filled with guilt. I am guilty. It was all my fault. I should never have deceived you. The moment Onisul embraced Luzhin, he began apologizing over and over, blaming himself for everything. This was a man who loved his wife and child with the utmost devotion. After finishing all of this and arranging the visible rain that still would not fall on them, Bai Jing quietly floated up into the sky. He rose to the topmost lookout platform and looked down at the two people below with no intention of disturbing them. After all, by now the two should not be able to see him. He would simply watch in secret from the side. At that moment, several furtive figures quietly appeared on the lookout platform. Ace had appeared behind Bai Jing at some unknown moment. The Golden Emperor, Stella, Huajin, Corazon, and Ryuma had done the same, all lurking furtively nearby. On the mast of the pirate ship was a small cylindrical platform. Out on the sea it was used for seeing farther, but now a few people had cleverly repurposed it for another use. The few people on this small platform furtively poked their heads out, showing only their heads, their eyes fixed dead below. Corazon murmured, "Silence wall." A transparent wall enclosed the small platform in a circle so that not even their voices could leak out. Bai Jing looked at Corazon with appreciation and patted his shoulder. Well, I didn't expect it to have such a wonderful use. Great, I love this. Corazon grinned. The group stared fixedly downward like thieves. Only Little Oars was left alone, peeking curiously through a crack in a door with his huge eye. Lucien listened as Onisul took all the blame and faults onto himself, and her eyes were filled with heartache. What kind of story had this man been through? In all the time afterward, what had he suffered to become so pained? She had seen those things one by one. The images Bai Jing had shown them, and tears poured from both their eyes. Gimlet in her arms watched the two reunite, and did not cry at the sentiment. Instead, he smiled with lively delight. It seemed because his parents had made up and been reunited, no longer separated between life and death. It was not all your fault. Half of it was mine as well. You have worked hard all these years. From now on, if you want to be a pirate, go ahead. You don't need to hide it from me. I will support you from behind. Lucien said softly amid tears. The two leaned close together, holding Gimlet in their shared embrace. Yet Onisul was still consumed by guilt. No matter what Lucien said, he shook his head. No. After all the hardship of coming back to life, let's just go into seclusion in a quiet corner. We no longer need to live as pirates. But this will need to be mentioned to Mr. Bai Jing. It was he who gave the two of us a new life together. Hearing Onisul's words, Lucien nodded firmly. The two then continued their moment of tenderness, while on the lookout platform above the deck the others were deeply moved. Sneaking glimpses at the pair below, they cried, watched, and laughed all at once. Crying from emotion, smiling from warmth. It had to be said, Corazon's silence wall was a stroke of genius, sparing all of them from discovery. This warm moment truly lasted for a full hour. A short parting is sweeter than a wedding night, let alone a long parting across death. The two seemed to have endless words and endless sorrows, telling each other everything that had happened during the years they had been apart. When it was nearly over, Bai Jing and the others jumped down from above one by one, looking at the two who had already composed themselves. Onisul held Gimlet in his arms. Bai Jing looked them up and down with a half-smile and said, "Thought it through." Onisul nodded. He and Lucien exchanged a glance, then immediately knelt down, stopping just short of kowtowing. This startled Bai Jing. Why had they suddenly performed such a great ceremony when everything was fine? He quickly stepped forward and helped them both up. Seeing Bai Jing do this, the two became even more guilt-ridden. Mr. Bai Jing's immense kindness is something the two of us will never dare forget. If you ever need us to do anything for you in the future, Mr. Bai Jing, just say the word. We will always be here waiting for you in the Dressrosa Kingdom. But I'm afraid we will not be able to go to sea with you, Anisul said apologetically. When Lucienne tried to say something more, Anisul stopped her. Lucienne's wish was for Anisul to continue being a pirate aboard Bai Jing's pirate ship. But Anisul insisted on staying to be with his family, to be with Lucienne and Gimlet. If Bai Jing's intention was clear and firm, and he wanted Anisul to join his pirate crew, then Anisul would join. Now it came down to Bai Jing's choice. The two had just spent quite a while discussing this beside them. Bai Jing smiled lightly. No matter what you do, it is your choice. Don't worry about me. Helping the two of you was simply a matter of convenience. Besides, it is not as if I got no reward. Bai Jing smiled mysteriously. That reward was of course the phoenix fruit he had spoken of. Machine fruit, mythical Zoan phoenix form. When Anisul heard Bai Jing's words, he let out an inner sigh of relief, and his admiration for Bai Jing rose another level. For Bai Jing, what the two chose to do was their own choice. Moreover, even if they boarded the ship, they might not necessarily be able to keep up. Not to mention that Lucienne had no strength and was still carrying a small child. If something happened later, attention would have to be diverted to care for them. Meanwhile, Anisul's strength was probably the weakest compared with everyone on the ship. After weighing many considerations, the best outcome was for the two to live in seclusion. Anisul would no longer be a pirate, and he, Lucienne, and Gimlet would settle together in a small town, living as ordinary people and passing this life peacefully. After spending 2 days on the pirate ship with Bai Jing's group, the pair along with Gimlet returned to the Lexus Kingdom to live as ordinary people and lead a plain, peaceful life. Before the farewell, he had made an agreement with Anisul. The promise was that once his name spread across the entire sea, he would bring Frankie back and drink with him. Bai Jing's group stayed on the pirate ship waiting for the invincible ultra-luxury pirate ship custom-ordered by the Golden Emperor to arrive. During this time, the group no longer fooled around. Instead, they began cultivating their strength in earnest. Those who needed to hone their physical arts honed their physical arts, and those who needed to develop their devil fruits developed their devil fruits. With the rhythm of things accelerating, the enemies they encountered from now on would only grow stronger, and the crew members who boarded the ship would only be stronger, never weaker. The next person Bai Jing wished to resurrect was Black Arm Zifa, a former admiral of the Marines. Using the power of the luck fruit, he spun a thread of seeking to locate Zifa's 2 disciples, chiefly the female disciple, who could reverse a person's age. Once Black Arm Zifa was revived, Whitebeard would come next. There was still a fair amount of time before the agreement with Whitebeard. Defeating Whitebeard and coaxing him onto the ship, however, would require Bai Jing to make extensive preparations. After all, Whitebeard was established among pirates as the strongest man in the world, let alone a Whitebeard who had undergone age regression and returned to his prime. The mere thought was frightening. Whether it was his physical arts, swordsmanship, or freakish devil fruit ability, none of it was something Bai Jing could currently hope to face. Therefore, Bai Jing would first develop his devil fruit powers, and after Admiral Zifa was resurrected, he could have Admiral Zifa teach him physical arts. Wouldn't that be excellent? Bai Jing went alone to an uninhabited spot by the shore and began studying the phoenix fruit's power. His whole body began to change, and his clothes were reduced to ashes under the burning phoenix fire. His hands and feet shifted. His hands turned into enormous phoenix wings, each feather formed from condensed phoenix fire. The phoenix fire was different from the flames of the flame fruit. It was golden, higher in temperature, and possessed a far greater ceiling. Moreover, when his wings spread, they stretched more than 10 meters wide. His feet became sharp yet agile talons, and his entire face completely changed, becoming a phoenix head. Majestic beyond measure, blazing flames burned ceaselessly over his body. Behind him, 3 long phoenix tail feathers swayed gracefully. The enormous phoenix let out a cry, spread its frame, and turned the whole expanse of the sky into a sea of golden phoenix fire. Screech! This phoenix fire, much like Marco's phoenix fruit, possessed a monstrous regenerative power. Bai Jing carefully sensed his own condition. His own recovery, he felt, was probably even more monstrous. As long as an injury wasn't fatal, it was effectively useless against him. He could recover at once. Even if Garp's monstrous iron fist landed a blow, as long as that single punch didn't kill him instantly, he would simply regard it as no damage. Bai Jing was secretly astonished. Could this be the fabled, mysterious power of the East? The phoenix was so powerful. He lowered his phoenix head, took a look at his body, then gave a powerful beat of his wings, and soared into the sky. Majestic beyond compare, awe-inspiring beyond measure. His entire body was brilliant gold as he flew freely over the kingdom. Holy crap! Look up there. Where did such an enormous golden bird come from? What? A golden what? Look up there. Brother, where did this huge golden bird come from? Golden flames are still burning all over it. Could this be some legendary animal? How have I never heard of it? That day, many people below the kingdom raised their heads to watch Bai Jing as he flew ceaselessly overhead. That incomparably majestic phoenix body, those incomparably vast phoenix wings. It was unknown whether any of them could recognize that this was a phoenix. Bai Jing was thoroughly satisfied. Originally, he had thought he could only acquire the power of the phoenix fruit when he met Marco the Phoenix. Unexpectedly, he had encountered it ahead of time during his journey through the netherworld. Moreover, this fruit's ability was far more monstrous than he had imagined. Its specific abilities still awaited his further development. Afterwards, he gradually integrated what he had learned, fusing all of his fruit abilities one by one. Having too many fruit abilities was itself a kind of annoyance. Compared to Marco the phoenix form manifested by his fruit ability was far more massive, several times larger than Marco's. Moreover, he could achieve partial mythical beast transformation by turning his hands into wings while the rest of his body remained unchanged, or by altering one specific part of his body. That was roughly the sight. After completing a circling flight, quite a few people rushed in the direction Bai Jing had flown, wanting to see where he would go and to follow his trail. Even pirates with ill intentions had begun to scheme. If they could capture this giant golden bird and sell it, they were certain it would fetch an extremely high price from the nobles. But how fast was Bai Jing's flight? He roughly estimated that his speed was already comparable to a marine warship sailing the sea, and if he exerted full force, he could go even faster. With a beat of his wings, he turned and headed toward the coast. Halfway there, he had already shaken off nearly 9/10 of the crowd, with only 1/10 still following behind. What troublesome flies! Impatient, Bai Jing swooped downward, radiating the immense pressure of the phoenix from his body. Similar to Conqueror's haki, it could intimidate all who came near. Anyone with weak will and an unsteady heart who encountered this pressure would surely faint from sheer fright. The dozens of people following behind all froze in shock, their souls nearly scared out of their bodies as they saw the massive phoenix diving straight toward them. From the sky, the phoenix's figure had appeared only slightly larger than an ordinary bird. But now, as Bai Jing swooped down, they truly realized this was no mere large bird. It was a colossal bird, unimaginably immense. Its body stretched several meters in length, and with wings fully spread, it spanned an astonishing 11 or 12 meters. Within the phoenix's indifferent eyes lay utter contempt for the dozens of people below. The air blazed with roaring golden phoenix fire. An overwhelming phoenix pressure descended, and the dozens of people felt a terrifying force that seized their very minds and spirits. It was a pressure upon the soul, a pressure of hierarchical superiority. As if they were lower beings while Bai Jing was a higher life form, they were all knocked unconscious. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed stiffly to the ground. Seeing this, Bai Jing nodded with satisfaction, turned around, and with a single flap of his wings vanished from the spot once more. He muttered through his phoenix beak, "I never imagined there would be such a disparity in life levels. Is the phoenix really that high a life form? Then how high is Kaido's Azure Dragon level?" Bai Jing suddenly recalled something rather embarrassing. His clothes had seemingly been burst apart. When he had transformed into his phoenix form, all the clothes on his body had been burned to nothing. By now they had probably turned into carbon dioxide and a series of other chemical gases. He felt somewhat embarrassed. If he reverted to human form now, he would likely be stark naked, and being mistaken for a pervert would be terrible. He flew back to the sky above the pirate ship, gazing down at the people on board from afar. Gold Emperor Little, Oars Jr., Fire Fist, Ace, and Corazon. The four of them immediately turned solemn. This dreadful aura was utterly terrifying. Ryuma's eyes narrowed, and the blade in his hand was quietly poised to be drawn. A terrifying sword intent surged into the sky, cleaving the clouds above in two. As if he had discovered something extraordinary, great interest lit up his eyes, and he muttered softly, "Interesting. 100 years ago I cut down the mightiest flying dragon in the world with a single slash. Now a life form of such high rank appears." He gave a sinister smile, and prepared to unleash his most powerful sword strike ahead. At this moment, Bai Jing sensed Ryuma's terrifying battle intent and sword intent, and immediately panicked. A voice emanated from the phoenix's beak, crying out, "It's me. It's me." He was terrified that Ryuma might cut him down. He felt that his current strength might not be enough to defeat Ryuma. After all, Ryuma had been defined as the man who slew the strongest flying dragon of that era. And it was a single strike kill. After all, even the Navy had been helpless against that flying dragon, yet Ryuma had brought it down with one slash. Although Ryuma's strength had yet to return to its peak, in Bai Jing's view, that single strike would absolutely be enough to inflict severe injuries on him. Currently, his physical combat skills and his mastery of this devil fruit were not strong. He could only use the Phoenix Fire and the Phoenix Pressure. Although the Phoenix Fire possessed monstrous regenerative capabilities, it ultimately had its limits. If one exceeded the limit of that recovery ability, injuries would still be sustained regardless. Or perhaps he could awaken this fruit and see if he could transform into a phoenix spanning 100 or 1,000 meters, or even more colossal. If so, he would probably be close to invincible. The others only relaxed after hearing Bai Jing's voice. Ryuma then sheathed the blade that was about to leave its scabbard. That terrifying sword light gradually faded away. That had nearly caused a massive misunderstanding. Bai Jing let out a soft sigh of relief, then continued from the sky. Everyone go back to the cabins for a moment. I have something to deal with. An urgent matter, extremely urgent. Although the few of them were baffled by Bai Jing's words, they still did as he asked. After all, he was the captain. One by one they entered the pirate ship and returned to their own rooms. But he had forgotten the most fatal detail: his room was connected to Hua Jin's room. The two were linked. After seeing everyone leave, Bai Jing quietly sighed in relief and immediately deactivated his devil fruit ability. Then from his phoenix form his body began to slowly shrink and his wings morphed back into human arms. The flames and feathers all over his body dissipated and he reverted to his original human form. In the air, a stark naked figure furtively glanced down, scanned the surroundings to confirm no one was around, and let out a soft sigh of relief. He jumped onto the pirate ship and snuck into his own room. Only after completing all this did Bai Jing breathe a quiet sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, an earth-shattering scream rang out. At that moment, Hua Jin had witnessed the entire process. At first, she had only seen a bare buttocks and a naked human figure. But startled by Hua Jin's scream, Bai Jing immediately turned around. And with that turn, well, the atmosphere became extraordinarily tense. Nothing is more frightening than sudden silence in the air. The two stared at each other wide-eyed, each looking at the other. During this, Hua Jin even darted 2 lively glances. Hua Jin's face instantly flushed bright red. Damn it, this is awkward beyond belief. Bai Jing hurriedly grabbed his clothes from nearby and quickly put them on. Then at lightning speed he turned into a flash of light and dashed out of his room. It was unbearably awkward. Meanwhile, Hua Jin remained frozen in place, her cheeks burning red all the way down to the base of her neck. Although she had already, before that had been while drunk, completely different from the clear-headed state she was in now. By the time the others rushed over at the sound, Bai Jing had already fled. After the previous awkward incidents, Bai Jing and Hua Jin still felt ill at ease whenever they met, even though the two of them had long since learned of each other's pasts. But thinking back to it now made it mortifying beyond measure. Mr. Bai Jing, why was that state of yours so terrifying? It was as if it bore the aura of a higher-order life form. Ace asked in bewilderment, while Ryuma's gaze held profound meaning. That phoenix aura was exactly the same as the flying dragon's aura he had encountered several hundred years ago. It was precisely this that had caused him to misread the situation and nearly bring his sword down. Bai Jing gave a sheepish smile. Seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, he said, "That is because I have recently acquired a new devil fruit ability, which caused me to assume a phoenix's form. After I transformed, my clothes burst apart, so I asked everyone to turn away." Mr. Bai Jing, when you had us turn away, could it be? Guild Tesoro studied a certain part of Bai Jing's body and teased him with a sly smile. Every man understood the implication. A man's competitive pride was actually quite simple. They compared who had more money and whose woman was more beautiful. There was one final comparison: who was better endowed. First came innate length, then came performance in battle. Bai Jing laughed and cursed, "Bullshit. I was only afraid that if I showed it off I'd scare you all, especially with women present." Hearing this, Guild Tesoro had nothing more to say. Thinking about it, if Stella had seen it, that would have been a great embarrassment. Corazon looked confused. A question had been lingering in his mind, and the same question also hovered in everyone's hearts. Bai Jing's devil fruit abilities seemed a little too numerous. Corazon asked tentatively, "Mr. Bai Jing, how can you possess so many devil fruit abilities? Up until now you have displayed quite a few. The Rumble fruit, the Gold fruit, and the Flame fruit." Hearing Corazon ask this, the others nodded with sympathy. They had wanted to ask the same question long ago, but had never dared to. After all, it was Bai Jing's private matter, and it might be tied to his strength, so no one had spoken up. Now that Corazon had broken the ice, they all turned their gazes to Bai Jing, hoping he would clear away their doubts. Bai Jing thought for a while, unsure how to explain. After all, he could hardly say he was a transmigrator. Furthermore, the reason he possessed so many fruits was entirely because of that bizarre bolt of lightning that had struck him and sent him transmigrating. His eyes grew thoughtful before he answered, "The reason I am able to acquire so many devil fruit abilities is that my constitution is rather special. As long as I touch someone with a devil fruit ability, I can acquire the corresponding ability. What is more, I am unaffected by seawater or sea prism stone. One might say they are as nothing to me. Moreover, even when hockey slams into my body, it is weakened to a certain extent." What? So there is such a bizarre constitution. That is too frightening. Guild Tesoro's eyebrows shot up as he exclaimed, unable to comprehend how such a terrifying constitution could exist. The emergence of such a constitution was simply too monstrous. One person having multiple devil fruit abilities was bad enough, but you were also unafraid of sea prism stone or seawater, completely unconstrained by the greatest restriction imposed on those forsaken by the sea. How could they not be astonished? Even Ryuma, a man of wide knowledge and experience, could not help but study Bai Jing a few extra times, wondering where such a monster had come from. This is simply too monstrous. Devil fruits were indeed powerful, but in the later stages they no longer held a decisive advantage, unless your devil fruit ability was utterly absurd. Akainu's fruit and Whitebeard's Tremor fruit were still formidable in the endgame. The late stage mainly depended on hockey, physical arts, and swordsmanship. However, if multiple devil fruit abilities were stacked together, it became terrifying, and being unaffected by seawater on top of that was the greatest bug of all. Bai Jing had expected this kind of reaction. He said nothing, and simply waited quietly for them to speak next. Doesn't that mean, Mr. Bai Jing, that you now possess quite a few powers? The Rumble fruit, the Flame fruit, the Gold fruit, and even Pop's Tremor fruit. Ace looked at Bai Jing with even more admiration in his eyes. Bai Jing nodded and smiled shyly like a bashful girl. To the others, however, this was nothing less than showing off in a roundabout way, a deliberate flex in disguise. But then they remembered that Bai Jing was their captain, and they felt relieved. The stronger the captain, the stronger their collective strength would naturally be. What more was there to say? Mr. Bai Jing, you are indeed terrifying as expected. I suspect that there will absolutely be a place for you among the 4 emperors of the sea in the future. Little Oars Jr., who was usually not adept at flattery and was an honest fellow, also spoke up. The others nodded with the same expressions on their faces. Bai Jing laughed heartily and paid it no mind. Bai Jing also felt that his devil fruit powers and his transmigrator privileges were somewhat overpowered. But then he thought differently and decided it was only right. If a transmigrator had no privileges, then what kind of transmigrator would he be? Have you ever seen a transmigrator who was not absolute overkill? Many in neighboring stories were even more exaggerated. At the very beginning they already had this fruit or that fruit. He himself had started with a Rumble fruit. Was that strong? Not really. Was it reasonable? Very reasonable. As for whether he could defeat those people, he would just have to see if there was a chance to have a crossover with them later and engage in a good chaotic brawl. Mr. Bai Jing, what was the deal with that giant bird just now? What kind of animal was it? Why have we never seen or heard of it in the pirate world? Guild Tesoro, once he began to speak, recalled that giant bird of more than 10 meters and felt a lingering dread in his heart. The aura that bird emitted was like that of the highest life form, while they seemed slightly inferior in their level of existence. Bai Jing knew they would ask this, so he said, that is a creature that does not belong to this world, or at least has never appeared in it before. It is called a phoenix. Its ability is similar to Marco the Phoenix's devil fruit, except its regenerative power is somewhat stronger and its body is larger. The other differences have not yet been developed. Ryuma has conducted considerable research on high-order life forms. After all, he once cut down a flying dragon with one stroke. The others listened as if lost in a fog, understanding almost nothing, and nodded blankly. There would be plenty of time in the future to see Bai Jing wield this devil fruit ability. Bai Jing could now employ his devil fruits in combination, using the Rumble fruit linked with the gravity fruit to create a gravitational field on the spot. Meanwhile, the heavenly lightning tribulation would descend at 10 or even 100 times its normal speed, delivering an explosive and utterly unexpected strike upon the enemy. Within this gravitational field, the enemy's speed would be greatly reduced. Likewise, the flame fruit could be linked with the phoenix fruit. It could engulf the surroundings in a sea of flames. The greater the power of the fire attribute, the stronger its regenerative ability naturally became, thereby enhancing both its defense and recovery. It was already monstrously powerful, and now it had been strengthened even further. The underworld fruit could bring forth the chill and flames of the 9 netherworlds, 2 powers that were in truth polar opposites. But if one could grasp the balance perfectly and make ice and fire coexist, then the explosive force unleashed between them would be even more terrifying. Combined with the explosive power of the Rumble fruit, the degree of destruction one could unleash was easy to imagine. The Glint fruit could also be paired with the Rumble fruit, pushing one's speed to the absolute limit. Lightning was already one of the swiftest things in the world, not to mention light itself. Thus, in Bai Jing's view, as long as he fused his devil fruits, well, his combat power could be multiplied several times over. Although his physical arts were insufficient, such shortcomings could be compensated for through the power of devil fruits. Another 2 days passed, and in that time everyone aboard steadily improved their strength. Ryuma trained his swordsmanship madly, drawing his blade 100,000 times each day in pursuit of the realm he had once commanded as a great swordsman in his past life. On the 3rd day, the ultra-luxurious pirate ship, custom-built by Guild Tesoro, finally arrived. That colossal pirate ship was even slightly larger than the Moby Dick, the vessel of Whitebeard. Since it was meant to accommodate Little Oars Jr.'s body, any ship too small would find it difficult to hold him or allow him room to move. That was why Bai Jing had specially ordered one so large. The previous ship had been seized from a giant pirate crew and was barely able to let Little Oars stand on its deck. But now things were different. This custom pirate ship was golden throughout, and at its bow there was simply a single sun emblem. The sun emblem was neat, orderly, and crimson. The ship's flag was likewise a sun-themed Jolly Roger. Little Oars Jr.'s room was enormous, just large enough to contain his body. Beside Little Oars Jr.'s room were the training grounds, kitchen, music room, and aquarium. Beyond those, the crew members' cabins were connected one after another. At the rear of the pirate ship, Guild Tesoro had specially built a shipboard garden planted with green trees and red blossoms. Because Little Oars Jr.'s room had to be extremely tall, his quarters were set far deeper than the others' cabins, extending down beneath the deck. The ship also had no shortage of leisure spaces. This immense pirate vessel possessed every amenity imaginable, game rooms, and more. All in all, it was lavishly equipped. As expected of Guild Tesoro, money really is wonderful. Ace could not help remarking as he gazed at the enormous golden pirate ship before him. Captain, give her a name. Guild Tesoro looked at the custom-made great golden ship with great satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Bai Jing. Since Bai Jing was the captain, everyone also turned to look at him for the naming. Everyone waited to see what Bai Jing would choose as the name of the new vessel. Bai Jing thought for a moment. Then let her be called the Sunward. Life is a ray of light. It must grow toward the sun. With that, they promptly abandoned the old giant pirate ship, transferred all the treasures and valuables aboard, and completed the transaction with those handling the handover. The group rushed aboard, brimming with ambition, and gazed far into the distance from the deck. They shouted, "Today we officially set sail." The group looked at one another and smiled. Then Hua Jin and Stella took the helm, set the course, and turned the bow of the immense Sunward toward the open sea. Slowly the ship began to sail across the sea. The Sunward's propulsion was in no way inferior to that of the Thousand Sunny. It was in fact even stronger. Since it was driven by machinery, its power could rival that of a marine battleship or perhaps surpass it. After all, this was a ship built by throwing money at every detail. With money, anything was possible. Money made the world go round. Bai Jing's crew sailed the pirate ship out onto the open sea, officially leaving the shore behind. Onisel and Lucian, holding Gimlet in their arms, watched the group vanish into the distance and silently prayed for their safe journey. Next, they planned to locate Black Arm Zephyr's disciple and above all obtain the power of the backback fruit. Afterward, they would go to the underworld to revive Zephyr and Whitebeard, thereby adding two fearsome powerhouses to their crew. As for whether Black Arm Zephyr would board their ship, whether he would set foot on a pirate vessel, that would depend on Bai Jing's methods. Handling a man was simple. All it took was a single battle. Whitebeard had been exactly the same. He had made his pact with Bai Jing. As for Black Arm Zephyr, they would see when the time came. After all, Black Arm Zephyr was already dead and named sent off by his own disciples, especially Luffy's uncle Kizaru. But to this day, Bai Jing still believed that Black Arm Zephyr was a true man. At the very least, he had carried through his convictions unwavering from beginning to end. Upon the endless, boundless sea, Bai Jing and his companions sailed onward. Several of them lounged on the deck, letting the sea breeze wash over them as they gazed far across the ocean, utterly carefree and at ease. Using the power of the fortune fruit, Bai Jing formed a long thread of fortune. By some inscrutable working of fate, that thread guided him toward a single direction. That direction was exactly where Ayn was. One of Zephyr's two disciples, she possessed the power of the revert fruit. Like Zephyr, however, she too looked down on pirates, despising them from the very bottom of her heart. She loathed pirates with every fiber of her being. If Bai Jing wanted to find her and make her serve him, the road ahead would likely be full of obstacles. Fortunately, Bai Jing still held a trump card. He could bring Zephyr back to life. Ayn revered Zephyr above all else and would even die for him. Bai Jing could hardly believe that she would refuse to submit obediently and come to his aid. Ayn, you wouldn't want Zephyr to die, would you? Ahem, I digress. Besides, with or without her, the result would be the same. When the moment came, Bai Jing could subdue her by force and take what he wanted, namely her fruitability. That was all that mattered. This was Bai Jing's true objective. Gazing at the vast, unbroken sea, he murmured to himself, "It still seems to be quite a distance from us. Fortunately, she is also in the new world, otherwise finding her would have taken considerable trouble." Bai Jing rose to his feet and looked at Hua Jin and Stella, who were at the helm. "Head east. That is where the person we need is." The two women nodded at Bai Jing's words. Out here on the sea, they had no clear purpose and no destination in mind. Everything followed Bai Jing's wishes. As for Ryuma, he was in no hurry to return to Wano. He had to wait until his strength had fully recovered to its peak. Only then would he possess complete confidence in reclaiming his country. The Golden Emperor gazed at this masterpiece of his with immense satisfaction. After taking a preliminary look around every part of the pirate ship, he took Ace Corazon, Ryuma, and the others on a tour to check whether all the ship's functions were complete. Little Oars Jr. still wore the straw hat Ace had woven for him, letting the sea breeze play over him. The wind ruffled the hat's brim, making it dance in the air. His eyes stared vacantly at the sea, lost in thought. No one knew what was on his mind. In the past few days, Bai Jing's 9 nether chi had been completely spent. He had used far too much of it, when he saved Luzian. If he still wished to enter the Yellow Springs world again, he would likely have to gather more. It seems our course is taking us behind the Dressrosa Kingdom. Hua Jin and Stella exchanged a glance, noticed that they seemed to be sailing behind it, and murmured to each other in confusion. I don't know. I can't say why Mr. Bai Jing intends to do this, but he must have his own profound reasons. As navigators, we only need to do as he says. Stella, for her part, did not care whether the course was exactly right. Either way, following Bai Jing's words was the correct choice. At that moment in the world of pirates, Bai Jing's bounty had soared once again. Marine headquarters was enraged. The supernova pirate Bai Jing had actually dared to provoke the Marines, openly storming a Marine branch to seize Onisil and release him. What an audacious and arrogant pirate. Raise his bounty still higher. I refuse to believe that no one will take down this brat. How dare he have the nerve to go this far? A Marine branch. What kind of fighting force does it have? And it was fighting on home turf, yet a prisoner was snatched away from under its nose. What in the world were those people doing? The high-ranking officers at Marine headquarters were all beside themselves with rage. In the conference room, they furiously denounced the pirate Bai Jing's actions. And on the table lay Bai Jing's wanted poster with a dagger driven straight through it. Too arrogant. Utterly too arrogant. Raise his bounty to 3 billion. A buster call has been issued. We must hunt this wretch down and eliminate him at once. Because this is a pirate. One of the most vicious and evil pirates in the world. This generation truly gives us no peace of mind. Marine headquarters had been thrown into a frenzy. Countless people were discussing how to deal with the pirate Bai Jing, and it was certain that the number of Marines sent out next time would be increased once again. In the pirate world, there were countless pirates. A single large pirate crew alone could number in the tens of thousands. With so many pirate fleets of every size in existence, the number of Marines naturally had to rise as well. Otherwise, there would be no way to fight at all. They would simply be swarmed and beaten to death by such an overwhelming number of pirates. Thus, the Marine headquarters itself did not have a great many soldiers, but the various Marine branches, large and small, maintained quite a few. Once all these Marines were mobilized, their numbers could reach over 100,000, or even more. Order them to track down the pirate Bai Jing's whereabouts at once. After the spies find him, they should first report his position, then have the Marines gather quietly and strike with precision. Strive to annihilate the pirate Bai Jing with overwhelming force. Otherwise, this whelp will only become even more savage and lawless. At Marine headquarters, a final ultimatum had been issued against Bai Jing, and pressure had also come from the Celestial Dragons. It could be said that this campaign to eliminate him was absolutely unprecedented. It might well be the most unprecedented operation in the history of pirates. Bai Jing himself was now sailing across the vast sea, lying on the deck of his pirate ship, letting the sea breeze caress him. He could even wander into the ship's garden to admire the flowers. His life was quite comfortable indeed. On a certain unnamed vast island long held by pirates, the pirates who dwelt there were by no means weak. Once even this island had been under Whitebeard's banner. After Whitebeard's passing, it fell into collapse and was seized by other pirates. Following the long thread formed by the fortune fruit, Ain was exactly within this range. Finding her was all that was needed to achieve half the goal. As the colossal, lavishly adorned pirate ship glided across the sea, it instantly captured the attention of countless pirates on the immense island. Hidden in the shadows, hundreds of pairs of eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Bai Jing and his crew's vessel. First, they studied the pirate flag flying above Bai Jing's ship. Finding only a sun emblem they had never seen before, they turned their gazes to the people on deck. For little, Ors was inside his quarters on the ship, idly chatting with Ace. The Golden Emperor and Stella, meanwhile, were enjoying the flowers in the rear garden. On the deck stood only 4 figures: Hua Jin, Bai Jing, Corazon, and Ryuma. These 4 faces were not commonly seen in the New World. Although Bai Jing's name had become renowned, truly few had ever laid eyes on Bai Jing himself. Without comparing them against wanted posters, it was hard to recognize them. So many pirates did not know who they were. Boss, this is easy prey. From a rough glance, it seems there are only 4 people on that ship's deck. And who knows how many more are hiding inside those cabins. Let's wait and see how many people come out of that ship. If the number does not exceed 1,000, we can go aboard and rob them. Haha, well spoken, boy. You've read my mind. I was thinking exactly that. Along the shore of the enormous island, many pirates had sharp glints flashing in their eyes as they watched Bai Jing's pirate ship. This was unquestionably a prime target. On the high seas, pirates robbing pirates was a common sight. When they grew truly reckless, they would even dare to attack marine warships. But those were still a minority. A true battle-hardened commander like Jack, with his bounty of 1 billion berries, was a real heavyweight. Bai Jing, however, sensed that this stretch of sea was far too calm, and his eyes turned deep and thoughtful. He murmured to himself, "A battle seems inevitable. I know full well those men mean trouble. All of them are such good men. If they mean trouble, how can they be good men?" Corazon was puzzled, confusion evident in his eyes. Bai Jing let out a low, sinister chuckle. "Because they are delighted to offer up their lives to help me gather the 9 nether chi. If that isn't a good man, then what is?" With that he bared a grin so brilliant it seemed bathed in sunlight. Yet to the three who beheld it that smile was the grin of the Grim Reaper. Over these past days they had come to understand Bai Jing's nature black-hearted, sneaky, and utterly shameless. Steer the ship boldly toward the shore. It's no problem. Before long they'll probably come to surround us. Hua Jin nodded, floated into the ship's control room, and gently piloted the luxurious Golden sunward to the island's shore. Many pirate ships were already anchored along the island's shore. At a glance there were about 30 of them of all sizes. And this nameless great island was so vast in area that it was nearly half the size of a kingdom. Behind the great island stretched a succession of small islets occupied by native inhabitants or by pirates who had seized the region. Because this nameless island was beyond marine jurisdiction, the pirates grew even more rampant. Murder, arson, and plunder were frequent occurrences. The island's residents, however, could do nothing about it. Unable to overpower the pirates, they had no choice but to hand over all their possessions in exchange for protection. Yet that could not continue forever. After all, there would inevitably come a day when they had no more protection money to pay. Tell little oars to stay inside for now and have the Golden Emperor come out. What follows should be a magnificent show. Bai Jing spoke, his eyes full of meaning as he looked toward Corazon. Corazon nodded and promptly carried out Bai Jing's instructions. Once the Sunward had moored at the shore, Bai Jing, Ryuma, the Golden Emperor, Corazon, and Ace were the first to leap straight down from above, landing elegantly on the sandy beach. The beachfront was exceptionally broad, and behind it lay a tropical rainforest, its trees so densely packed that the gaps within were all but concealed. Without a careful look, one could hardly tell that the jungle concealed a great number of people. Boss, do we attack? From the looks of it, there are only these few. A subordinate's voice sounded from the shadows. The man at their head was followed by fully 1,000 men. Strange. Why does that young man in the lead look so familiar? It seems I've seen him somewhere before. And that man wearing the golden hat. He also looks familiar. This group was the infamous gas pirates, notorious throughout the vicinity. They specialized in petty thievery and underhanded schemes, raiding merchant vessels that passed by, plundering, killing, and committing every wickedness imaginable. When the gas pirates' chief turned his gaze to Ace, his face changed at once. They had naturally heard of Whitebeard's fearsome reputation, and they knew about the Paramount War a few years prior, where Fire Fist Ace had died. In their memories, the image of Fire Fist Ace gradually merged with the young man before them. The man before them was the spitting image of Fire Fist Ace, utterly indistinguishable. This man is Fire Fist Ace. This is a hard battle. We must not touch him, absolutely not, or there will be grave consequences. The gas pirates' chief had already made up his mind. He would not rob Bai Jing's group. Only an insane fool would attempt to rob Fire Fist Ace. They were not stupid. They robbed merchant ships because merchant crews were weak and the profits were substantial. But what was the point of robbing Fire Fist Ace? Were they looking for death? Meanwhile, in another location, several more pirate crews were lying in ambush, staring at Bai Jing and the others from the shadows. Chief, do we attack? Those fools before us look like greenhorns, and the fluctuations of their power aren't strong. And that man flaunts himself so openly, wearing a golden hat at all times. He must be a wealthy patron. Besides, with such a luxurious pirate ship, one haul from this job could make us rich for half a year. Attack. Why wouldn't we? These stupid dogs. Anyone can tell at a glance they're naive, noble brats from somewhere nearby, flaunting their family's wealth without a care in the world. Now they'll be a nice little windfall for us brothers. Hehehe, boys, charge. Once we're done with this haul, we'll feast like kings and live carefree again. In the dense jungle, many pirates were already rubbing their hands together, eager to make their move. Hey, little brat, hand over your pirate ship and all your valuables. I can spare your life, otherwise today you'll go meet the king of hell. In the dense forest, a pirate man darted out first, followed by roughly 1,000 men. Each bore a ferocious expression, wielding long spears or short blades, swinging them about with palpable malice. Their gazes toward Bai Jing and his companions carried the mocking amusement of a cat eyeing a mouse. Damn it, the Tuki pirates got the jump on us. Our Haiga pirate faction can't afford to lag behind. From another stretch of dense forest emerged yet another man wearing an eye patch, followed by roughly 1,000 followers appearing on this golden beach and fixing their eyes upon Bai Jing and his group. That accounts for the second squad. 2 more teams are concealed around us. Will they simply stay hidden? Bai Jing muttered to himself, his expression serene, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Longma, Ace, the Golden Emperor, and Corazon followed behind Bai Jing, casting only a passing glance before returning their gaze. These people were far too weak to arouse any interest whatsoever. Moreover, among all these people on the field, only one possessed devil fruit abilities, the captain of the Tuki pirates. Hidden in the shadows were 2 pirate crews, one being the gas pirates, who had already resolutely decided against intervening. The other emerged the moment Bai Jing's voice had barely faded. Their numbers were also roughly 1,000, and now 3,000 people on the field surrounded the 5, watching with mocking intensity. Boss, look quickly. That person ahead looks like the supernova Bai Jing. His bounty was just released yesterday, and it's already reached a terrifying What's all the commotion about? How much is it? Although we have no intention of getting involved as a member of our gas pirate crew, I demand you stay calm. The captain of the gas pirates, frustrated by his subordinate's lack of composure, struck him hard on the head in a fit of anger, leaving a visible lump. Then he snatched the bounty notice from his subordinate's hands and examined it closely. His understanding of Bai Jing dated back to 2 months prior when Bai Jing had first become a supernova. His bounty at that time was only 300 million berries. The captain of the gas pirates stared intently at the bounty notice in his hands, counting the zeros at the end one by one. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. By the end his hand had begun to tremble violently, and his eyes grew wide with disbelief. He continued counting. 1 billion. There were 3 digits in front. This newcomer was worth a staggering 300 berries. Holy crap, 3 billion berries. The captain of the gas pirates felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably at that moment, and his expression toward those 5 completely changed. His legs trembled as he spoke. Retreat. Retreat immediately. These people are playing dumb, but are far more dangerous than they appear. Especially their young captain, whose bounty is 3 billion berries. Upon hearing those words, the 1,000 subordinates nearly wet themselves in terror. Their combined strength couldn't even exceed 300 million. Yet before their eyes stood a pirate worth 3 billion, 10 times their entire force. The 1,000 men quietly retreated in disorder, abandoning their ambush. No one in their right mind would dare to rob Bai Jing now. Little brat, hand it over. We won't say this twice. This mountain I opened, this tree I planted. Pass through here and leave your toll. The captain of the Tuki pirates glared at Bai Jing with murderous intent. Hey little one, do you hear me? Are you deaf? Do you know our Tuki pirates captain carries a bounty of 210 million berries, earning the title Noisy Turkey? Surrender now, or you won't even know what killed you. The Tuki pirates launched into furious provocation, while the other 2 crews, the Haiga pirates and the Crow pirates, were equally unwilling to show weakness, staring down Bai Jing. What a bunch of idiots. One wave has already fled, and only this one remains. Let's deal with them. Bai Jing waved his hand and addressed the 4 behind him, unwilling to dirty his hands over such ants. Longma stepped forward with a grin, his left hand gripping the scabbard and his right hand touching the hilt, ready to cleave them all in a single strike. Ace and Corazon stood behind without any intention of joining the fight, for they knew Longma alone could dispatch everyone here with a single slash. The Golden Emperor swiftly flew out from behind, Bai Jing, a spear forged from solidified gold materializing in his hand as he charged toward the 1,000 men. Don't kill them all. Save some for me. The Golden Emperor and Longma exchanged knowing smiles. You bastards, do you take us for pigs to be slaughtered at your whim? How dare you speak such arrogance? Kill them all. Their treasure will be divided among us. The captains of both the Tuki pirates and the Crow pirates roared and charged toward Bai Jing's group. A dark tide surged forward in mass. Some pirates gripped their muskets, pulled the triggers, and fired. The Golden Emperor threw a punch, and the golden seawater dispersed in all directions, blasting away every incoming cannonball. The explosions erupted midair, and at that moment Longma moved. He yanked his long sword from its sheath, and terrifying sword chi slashed forward along the ground. A single arc of sword energy stretching 30 meters swept through the front line, shredding every pirate in its path into fragments. Showing no mercy, cries of anguish rang out as 100 men fell to the ground, never to rise again. Compared to the pirates, seeing Bai Jing's side so dominant, especially with Longma's single sword slash that killed hundreds, they immediately felt a wave of panic. Their numbers here were not numerous enough to warrant Longma's single strike, and if everyone perished, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Fainting before battle commences is a cardinal sin in combat. Many already harbored thoughts of retreat, eyeing the Longma before them with apprehension. Men advance without fear. This man must be at his limits. This was undoubtedly his ultimate technique. Now that it's been unleashed, he has no cards left to play. He's already dangerously weakened, certainly holding on by a thread. Swiftly eliminate him, and I'll take out their leader. The captain of the Turtle Duck pirate crew shouted. The captains of the Black Dog and Crow pirate crews exchanged a glance, instantly grasping the Turtle Duck captain's intention. Target the weak first. The youth looked considerably weaker. Meanwhile, the samurai before them was formidable. By capturing the youth first, they could force the samurai's submission. They understood the principle well. Insult a man by offending his mother, capture the rebels by seizing their leader. Brat, die. You're clearly their commander. Surrender quietly. The 3 pirate captains surged forward first, charging toward Bai Jing. Especially the Turtle Duck captain, whose thunderous roar unleashed an escalating barrage of noise from his mouth. Surrounding crew members of the Turtle Duck pirate group were prepared, quickly donning earplugs. Bai Jing watched the Turtle Duck captain's assault with a darkened expression, unmoved. He secretly cursed. Where did this idiot come from? What kind of worthless fruit is this? Merely creating noise, and it's over. Such a foolish fruit, I wouldn't deign to take it. Bai Jing sighed inwardly at these fools. How can people be this stupid? I'm their leader, how could I possibly be weak? Seizing the leader to capture the followers, how presumptuous of you. Let me show you what happens when you anger me. The three appeared above Bai Jing, and the cacophonous squawking from the noise-making chicken was particularly grating. Bai Jing, unable to bear it any longer, snapped, enough with the noise. A white glass dome materialized in his hand, and he struck backward into the air with tremendous force. The Goro Goro no Mi's power erupted, sending a devastating shockwave through the surrounding space that fractured it like shattered glass. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the three captains' expressions turned grave. The turtle duck captain realized his pirate fruit ability had no effect on Bai Jing whatsoever, while Bai Jing himself was also a devil fruit user, and an exceedingly powerful one at that. A single punch sent shockwaves through the air, causing cracks to form in the void itself. All three were thrown back by the overwhelming spatial force, their internal organs displaced, as they simultaneously vomited great mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes rolled back as they fell unconscious. The battlefield that followed became a slaughter ground dominated by Longma and the Gold Emperor. When the three pirate crews saw their captain lie dead, they scattered in chaos like ants, without their colony fleeing in every direction. Longma cast a glance at the 2,000 or so fleeing figures and declared, "Boundless Shura hell." Crimson Azura energy radiated from his body as he unleashed a ferocious slash toward his pursuers. The strike released a crescent-shaped blood trail spanning dozens of yards, hurtling toward the escaping pirates. None could escape the blade's fury. The attack was simply too swift. With a single slash, 2,000 bodies were cleaved in twain, perishing instantly. Along with them, the three fallen pirate captains lying on the ground were also obliterated. Eliminating these ants required merely a single strike. Not bad. Bai Jing nodded approvingly. He realized he had significantly underestimated Longma's strength, far beyond what he had anticipated. He wondered whether the heaven-cleaving sword art from the novels could be applied here, stroking his chin as he pondered. He might test it another day. After all enemies on the beach were eliminated, Bai Jing scanned the area and noticed the other pirate crew had already fled. He addressed the crew aboard the ship, "Stay here. My companions and I will explore this island. Or feel free to wander about. We can communicate via Den Den Mushi." Bai Jing was lenient regarding the crew's freedom, believing everyone deserved autonomy to pursue their own interests. Words Bai Jing transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting into the dense forest and leaving the rest of the group to explore the island independently. Given their capabilities, they faced no real danger. As for the crew on the pirate ship, some wandered off, while others stayed behind to guard the vessel. Corazon's inherently peaceful nature made him the natural choice for ship duty, and he accepted the role without hesitation. Oz, having not moved in quite some time, disembarked from the pirate ship. His colossal frame resembled a mountain as he lumbered across the island, drawing attention wherever he went, yet commanding enough respect that none dared provoke him. This is Oz, former captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. How has he been resurrected? Wasn't he rumored to be dead? We don't know. Better keep a low profile. Perhaps Whitebeard intends to reclaim their former territory, given this was once their domain. Many pirates eyed Oz with caution, whispering among themselves. Bai Jing followed the threads of fate woven by the Yun Yun no Mi toward Ain's location. Moreover, couldn't the Op no Mi be used to increase someone's age? Give Hua Jin a dose of it, skip straight to 30 years old, grow legs, and then. The shape of this island was peculiar, with smaller fish-like islets extending outward on all sides. The largest island in the center resembled the back of some creature. It does seem somewhat interesting. It looks like a giant sea turtle, and this island is likely no ordinary place either. I wonder why such strange phenomena exist in the pirate world. Bai Jing slowly glanced downward from his position, still floating in the air. He gently shook his head. Forget it, never mind. I'll find people first and deal with it later. After all, if I can find the retrospective fruit, I could use it to resurrect Whitebeard. With 3 Admirals-level fighters on one ship, we could dominate the pirate world. Black Arm Zephyr, the great swordsman Lovo, and a younger Whitebeard. The mere thought was terrifying. Not to mention, if Big Mom came, even Kaido would receive 2 punches before leaving. It was a pity that he couldn't deceive Shanks into joining, otherwise he would have brought Shanks along as well. In the end, he would go see that foolish Luffy and bring a final chapter to his regrets. Guided by the threads of fate, Bai Jing flew along until he reached the farthest edge of this island from the landing point. There only a few small thatched cottages could be vaguely seen. This is the place. The location, guided by the long thread, was exactly here. Bai Jing's gaze narrowed as he flew downward toward a thatched cottage. Bai Jing gently knocked on the door to check if anyone was inside. The knocking echoed, but there was complete silence within, no response. Bai Jing frowned slightly, carefully using his rumble fruit abilities to listen. He could certainly hear a heartbeat within the thatched cottage. This meant someone was inside, and Ain must be there. Bai Jing knocked again and called out, "Is Ain here?" Hearing her name called, a blue-haired woman inside the house looked puzzled. She wondered how someone could possibly find her when she had already fled so far away. This person was either a marine or a pirate. The pirates on this island should not know her, so it was most likely the marines. If it were marines, they certainly had no good intentions. They were most likely here to arrest her since she was Master Zephyr's disciple. Wariness flashed in her eyes as she summoned her haki, maintaining her usual composure. She wore extremely short jeans that revealed her snow-white legs with a blue robe draped over her shoulders and purple clothing underneath. She quietly approached the thatched cottage and peered through a crack. Upon seeing that the man was merely a teenager rather than a marine, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not a marine. Even if he were a pirate, she could handle him. Not to mention this young boy who appeared younger than herself and must be weak. She was the holder of the retrospective fruit. A single touch could reduce Bai Jing to a 3-year-old child. How could he fight her with a dull blade and a frail horse? Bai Jing noticed an X-shaped scar on her right leg, and her long, smooth sea blue wavy hair made her appear exceptionally pure and beautiful. Bai Jing actually appreciated such women for their unwavering loyalty to Black Arm Zephyr. They would even sacrifice their lives for him. Who are you? Ayn asked, warily looking at Bai Jing with confusion. I'm just an ordinary nameless pirate. Bai Jing pointed at himself with a slight smile, but upon hearing the word pirate, Ayn's eyes turned cold. She despised pirates at her core, just like Black Arm Zephyr. Bai Jing knew what Ayn's eyes meant, and continued, do you think there's any possibility of Black Arm Zephyr being resurrected? What do you mean? How do you know, Master? Wariness intensified in Ayn's eyes as she summoned her haki ready to strike at any moment. This man before her was definitely no ordinary person. Seeing Ayn's tense expression, Bai Jing smiled slightly. Actually, Black Arm Zephyr never truly died. He still exists somewhere in this world. Bai Jing went on. I can make Black Arm Zephyr rise from the dead. Really? Do you truly have such power? Admiral Ayn regarded Bai Jing with deep suspicion. She scanned him from head to toe, but found nothing remarkable, so she concluded he was deceiving her. Don't talk nonsense. Master Zephyr has long been dead. If you think you can amuse yourself at my expense, you've come to the wrong person. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she unleashed a punch. Her fist was wrapped in haki. Bai Jing had anticipated this reaction from Ayn, so he didn't expect to convince her immediately. His true objective was to obtain the retrospective fruit ability. Bai Jing did not dodge. Instead, he met her punch head-on, also channeling armament haki. His martial arts had improved significantly over the past few days and held their own. They each stepped back after the collision. Ayn swiftly exited the cottage and charged toward the distant Bai Jing. Once again she summoned armament haki, but this time it shimmered with an unusual glow. She was applying the retrospective fruit's power, attempting to reverse her own age. Bai Jing merely smiled at this sight, saying nothing. During their earlier exchange of blows, he had already acquired the retrospective fruit's ability, rendering it useless against him. Fire erupted on Bai Jing's hand, crackling with blue lightning arcs as he launched a powerful strike forward. Bai Jing exclaimed, 60 million volts, thunderfire heavy punch. Their fists collided, but this blow was far more ferocious. The terrifying fruit ability surged like a raging beast, exploding with tremendous force at the moment of impact. Ayn was blasted backward dozens of steps, her clothes torn to reveal glimpses of pale skin. Bai Jing stood firm in place, one hand resting behind his back, his white robe billowing in the sea wind as he looked down upon Ayn from above. Ayn's eyes widened in astonishment. She had used the retrospective fruit's power. Anyone she touched would have their age reversed. Why did it have no effect on Bai Jing? She could not comprehend it no matter how hard she tried. Bai Jing smiled, looking down at Ayn from above. What are you trying to do? Haven't you noticed that something is exposed? Bai Jing gave a mischievous smile, looking at the two peaks below and the little suns atop them. Ayn's expression suddenly changed, as if sensing something, and she immediately covered her chest with both hands, staring at Bai Jing warily. Bai Jing shook his head and said softly, I never wished to come to such a standoff. After all, I still want to learn physical arts from Master Zephyr. He continued, Zephyr can be resurrected, but why won't you believe me? Bai Jing let out a helpless sigh. For some reason his expression struck Ayn as extremely punchable. Had she been capable of defeating Bai Jing, she would have stepped forward and given him a sound thrashing. Seeing that Ayn still didn't believe him, Bai Jing didn't mind. In his opinion, this was normal. What ordinary person would believe a stranger who suddenly appeared and claimed he could resurrect the dead? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Bai Jing went on, Black Arm Zephyr, former Navy Admiral. What do you know? Do you think you know Master Zephyr better than I do, eh? Below, Ayn's eyes were filled with hatred as she glared fixedly at Bai Jing. Bai Jing merely smiled in response. In his view, he understood Zephyr far more than Ayn ever could. In my eyes, Zephyr's life was in childhood a companion of justice, in youth carrying out his own justice, in middle age an awakened justice, and in old age an extreme justice. Then do you know that this man's faith and deep conviction, whether in his youth or in his old age, was without a doubt the justice in his heart. It's just that his justice began to transform. What would you know? Are you saying you know Master Zephyr better than me? I am his disciple. How dare a complete stranger like you spout such nonsense? Ayn looked at Bai Jing and gave a disdainful laugh. Bai Jing ignored her sarcasm and continued speaking on his own, his gaze drifting toward the vast boundless sea. A young Zephyr joined the Navy and became an ordinary member. That was an era that gave birth to many heroes. Fate would not bury a young man yearning for heroism. In every battle he charged to the front line. On the most dangerous battlefields he would also be the first to rush forward with his subordinates. In that era Black Arm Zephyr struggled against fate. His opponents included many famous pirates, Roger Golden Lion Shiki Whitebeard, and others. He fought with all of them. Because of his powerful armament hockey, he was known as Black Arm Zephyr. Hearing this, Ayn cast a suspicious glance at Bai Jing. Indeed, these were precisely the biography of Zephyr's youth. As Marines they naturally knew about this man's greatness. Among the pirates he fought he killed no one, earning him the title of the non-killing admiral. At 38 he had it all: love, family, and career. But his wife was killed by pirates. Because he was an admiral, he could only hide his hatred in the deepest recesses of his mind, trying to forget the miserable past. Yet a piece of news shattered all his faith in the Navy. And precisely because of this the justice he upheld in his heart began to crumble. Then cruel fate struck. The training ship for recruits that he commanded was attacked by devil fruit pirates. Only 2 recruits survived and his right arm was severed. This Navy admiral, who had never killed a single enemy, had every person dear to him taken away by pirates one by one. So tell me, was there even one mistake in what I said? Bai Jing looked at Ayn and asked. By now Ayn's expression had already changed. These facts were not secrets in the Navy, though any disciple of Zephyr would know them deeply. Ayn was one of the 2 surviving recruits. It was later that she followed her master Zephyr in defecting from the Navy. She vividly remembered the words Zephyr said before he left. It wasn't me who betrayed the Navy, it was you who betrayed my justice. Indeed, the Navy government had become somewhat corrupt at that time. It actually recruited murderous pirates as warlords of the sea and was being controlled by the celestial dragons. This was why Zephyr chose to leave. Bai Jing continued. As for the story afterward, you must know how Zephyr led a group of Marines to seize dynamite rocks, a weapon comparable to the ancient weapons, and destroyed the first endpoint volcano, attempting to wipe out the entire New World. He intended to have all the pirates of the New World buried together with that world. What happened next, you've probably experienced it. The death of Black Arm Zephyr, while the 2 of you survived. But it was precisely this charisma that drew Bai Jing deeply to him. Just like Whitebeard, he greatly admired this man. The sea would never lack such men, the sea would never lack heroic figures. But they would all eventually be swallowed by time. Yet Bai Jing refused to accept that. As long as he was around, he would stir this pirate world into chaos and make the new era collide with the old. Ayn stared intently at Bai Jing, trying to discern something different in his expression. How do you know all this? You must be a Marine. She rose from the ground, stealthily retreating a few steps back into the house. Bai Jing paid it no mind, watching her every move. For he knew that Ayn was also a master swordswoman, a fine wielder of the blade, so he waited quietly outside the door. Bai Jing's gaze was distant, his mind still filled with scenes from that anime. In the end, Zephyr had been defeated by time, defeated by the years. Yet he had never truly lost, for the battle was not over and justice still burned within his heart. The justice of the Marines and his own justice were different, and so they had walked to opposing sides. At the final moment, Bai Jing vividly remembered Zephyr's words, since all this began with me, let me settle it myself. Bai Jing's eyes grew somewhat dazed, as if he could see the figure of that old soldier. The veteran resolutely strode toward the endless ranks of Marines, and in Bai Jing's ears resounded the battle hymn sung for heroes. He walked toward the Marines he himself had trained. A moment later, Ayn, having tied a strip of cloth across her chest to cover herself, picked up the military saber leaning against the corner and stepped outside. The moment she gripped the saber, her entire aura transformed. Bai Jing sneered at Ayn and said, "What, you think that just because you've picked up a blade, an extra weapon, you can defeat me?" Ayn did not answer. The answer she gave Bai Jing was the long blade in her hand. She suddenly swung it forward, a lightning-fast downward slash. The sharp edge hurtled toward Bai Jing's head, coated in black armament hockey. Since her devil fruit ability was useless, she would resort to the sword. After all, she was a master swordswoman. Bai Jing watched the incoming slash with utter indifference. Having witnessed Ryuma's swordsmanship, Ayn's technique seemed utterly mundane. Compared to that, it fell short in momentum and power, and even in the speed of the strike. Bai Jing easily dodged the blows, sidestepping with a mere flicker of movement, and the slash struck only empty air. "Your sword is far too slow." Bai Jing still found the time to taunt her. This provoked Ayn's displeasure. What did he mean her sword was slow? She was after all a master swordswoman, a true swordswoman at that. How could she endure such mockery? Gritting her teeth, she fiercely tightened her grip on the long blade and slashed toward Bai Jing's position. This strike held nothing back, its speed even greater. Bai Jing chuckled lightly. Conqueror's haki appeared on his 2 fingers, and extending his right hand, he caught the black blade precisely between them, stopping it dead. Others caught blades with bare hands, but Bai Jing caught a long sword with just 2 fingers. His physical strength after dozens of days of training had undergone a qualitative leap, and since Ayn was a woman, her physical strength was considerably inferior to Bai Jing's. That was precisely why Bai Jing held the advantage in this regard. Ayn's expression shifted, and she prepared to pull her long blade back. Even she was shocked by Bai Jing's physical power. Bai Jing smiled. Since you've already swung the blade down, there's no reason to take it back. Let me show you what true swordsmanship really is. Of course, he had only said it offhandedly, a spur-of-the-moment remark. His mind suddenly recalled the novel he had read back on Blue Star, the one about the heaven-parting sword technique. He wondered if he could pull it off. Suddenly exerting his strength, his 2 fingers spread into a large palm and clamped tightly around the long blade. The sword did not cut into Bai Jing's flesh at all, instead caught fast in his grip. He yanked powerfully with his right hand, dragging the blade toward himself. Ayn's hand went numb, and she instinctively released the sword, which landed perfectly in Bai Jing's grasp. Bai Jing's expression turned serious. Let me show you what true swordsmanship really is. His face solemn, he gripped the long blade and took 3 slow steps backward to the left. The long sword settled at his left waist, assuming the drawing stance. His gaze sharpened as he recalled those terrifying single strikes from his past life, the unwavering conviction of charging forward. Upon the blade, he layered the power of the Goro Goro no Mi and the Mera Mera no Mi. What had once been an ordinary sword now flickered with arcs of blue lightning and blazing crimson flames along its edge. Now, Bai Jing let out a low shout and slashed violently toward the sea. The lightning clinging to the blade erupted, unleashing thousands of deafening cracks. It was like a peal of spring thunder. Boom! The single slash carved a gash a full 50 zhang long across the ocean's surface. The seawater did not immediately rush back in, leaving a visible rift. Only after a dozen breaths did the waters on both sides slowly surge back, swallowing the slash mark. Yet the terrifying power of that strike had clearly stunned Ayn, and Bai Jing himself as well. Even he had not expected the slash to be so overwhelmingly mighty. Bai Jing smiled, looked at Ayn, whose mouth hung slightly open, and tossed the blade back to her. Ayn instinctively caught the long sword with both hands, still dazed by the slash Bai Jing had just unleashed. With such strength, he was utterly overwhelming. She could not match him in physical combat, and her devil fruit ability was useless against him. Now, even the swordsmanship she prided herself on most appeared utterly laughable before Bai Jing. The contrast between them was like comparing a great sage to a mere novice, and it made her heart sink with unease. If the man before her truly was a marine, then this calamity was inescapable. She would surely be dragged back into the clutches of the marines. Seeing Ayn like this, Bai Jing stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder to calm her down. Relax, I have no interest in you. Besides, I'm not a marine. If I were a marine, you would have been arrested long ago. With your strength, I could beat you into submission in a single move. Subdue me. You're still in the mood for that. Ayn looked at Bai Jing with a strange expression. The way he looked, he really did not seem like a marine. Bai Jing's face darkened, and he cursed inwardly. Sis, at a time like this, you still have the mind to joke with me. If I were one of those ruthless pirates, think about what would happen next. Too bad. Who is Bai Jing? I, Bai Jing, am a gentleman of integrity, who I could never do such a thing. I'm telling you the truth, he said to Ayn. Black Arm Zephyr really can be resurrected. He still exists in this world, he hasn't completely died. And the only reason I came here today is to tell you this. Whether you believe it is up to you. With that, Bai Jing turned and left without the slightest hesitation. He had his own plan. If he wanted to trick Black Arm Zephyr onto the ship, Ayn's help would probably be indispensable. After all, these were the 2 disciples Zephyr had trained later, so their bond was bound to be deep. If he could trick these 2 disciples onto the ship, he didn't believe Zephyr would refuse to board. Then he could play a series of emotional cards. Then, or if necessary, he could use the simplest and most direct card, the brute force card. Zephyr would definitely board. Bai Jing was confident of that. Watching Bai Jing's retreating figure, Ayn felt bewildered. She rose to her feet and, gazing at his silhouette growing farther and farther away, could not suppress the hope in her heart. She quietly followed behind him. Bai Jing's observation haki was immensely far-reaching. With the rumble fruit's power, he could even hear every heartbeat around him. He immediately knew Ayn was following him, but he did not call it out. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. People are like this once you give them hope, the hope of regaining what was lost. Even if that sliver of hope is extremely faint, there will always be those who rush toward it, just like a lottery ticket. Even though the odds of winning the grand prize are minuscule, countless people still buy tickets. Isn't that so? Bai Jing did not return to the pirate ship immediately. Instead, using the power of the rumble rumble fruit, he slowly hovered in the air and looked down at the island below, feeling that this island was somehow different from other places. But he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. In the world of One Piece, there is mention of Uranus, and Uranus is said to be able to control the legendary ancient beasts. This island was far too strange. From its outward appearance, it looked like a giant turtle. The other small islets were the limbs extending from the giant turtle, while the central island where they stood should be the giant turtle's body. Bai Jing felt this intuition growing stronger and stronger. He could not shake the feeling that it was true. Walking alone down the street, he slowly closed his eyes, and using the power of the rumble rumble fruit began to listen attentively to see whether these islands held any other sounds like a heartbeat. Who is that? Why is he walking with his eyes closed? No idea. He's probably blind. Be careful not to bump into a blind man. We should respect the old and cherish the young. At least that much should be done. Many people on the street saw Bai Jing in this state, and looked at him oddly, never expecting that he would walk down the street with his eyes closed. Thump! Thump! Somewhere in the void a sound seemed to be ringing out continuously, and the rhythm was highly regular. It pulsed once, went silent for more than a dozen breaths, then pulsed again. Thump! Thump! The source of the rhythm was the island beneath his feet. If I had the voice of all things, I wonder if I could understand what it is saying. Bai Jing opened his eyes and murmured to himself, lost in thought. According to legend, Uranus could control these powerful creatures. It was one of the strongest weapons of the ancient world. Forget it. No matter how strong it is, can a king compare with a god? Bai Jing smiled lightly. In his view, only one's own strength was true strength. With the godlike rumble rumble fruit and the tremor tremor fruit, he was second to none. Let's first return to the pirate ship and resurrect Black Arm Zephyr. Bai Jing headed toward the coast, making his way to where his pirate ship was anchored. As for the pirates all around, many had already set their eyes on Bai Jing because they knew he was a supernova and one of the most arrogant pirates on the seas. With a casual gesture, he had placed a 3 billion berry bounty on Akainu's head. Most pirates were not fools. They knew that the higher the bounty, the greater the strength, and naturally the greater the threat to the world. But the world never lacked reckless men blinded by greed. In the darkness, several informants hid at street corners watching the direction Bai Jing had gone, their eyes flickering as they began plotting mischief again. Bai Jing noticed them, but he did not care because he needed to replenish his 9 nether chi, and the 9 nether chi he currently had was not enough. It would be best if 1,000 or 10,000 people came for him to kill, allowing him to store 100,000 strands of 9 nether chi. Then he could remain even longer in the Yellow Springs world. Watching the hidden informants still sizing him up, Bai Jing strolled unhurriedly along the street corner, waiting for them to make their move. Send word to the boss. We found a fat sheep here. And he's traveling completely alone despite the Hiwuji pirates, Vast pirates, and Crow pirates all holding back and actually letting this brat ashore. But since fate has brought us face to face, there's no reason to let him slip away. He's valued at 3 billion belly. Grabbing him would make us all rich beyond our wildest dreams. With our numbers, taking down one man is hardly a challenge. Let's move. Once he steps onto our turf, gather 1,000 brothers to surround him. Strike with all possible speed. Otherwise, if the other old ghosts on this island catch wind of it, they'll demand a cut of the spoils. Better to act sooner rather than later. The skirmish by the coast was hardly loud earlier. We heard nothing stirring. Likely those 3 pirate crews have given up on making a move, leaving this opportunity wide open for us to seize. The figures lurking in the shadows exchanged gleaming glances, scrutinizing Bai Jing from head to toe, and reached their decision. The reason they heard nothing was because Longma with a single sword swing had slaughtered them all as easily as slicing through melons and vegetables. There was no way they could have caught even a whisper of commotion. The entire exchange happened with incredible speed. Bai Jing had not been ashore for more than half an hour, barely enough time for them to scout the area before their attention shifted back to him. If anyone were to check the coast now, those corpses would still be weeping fresh blood. Yet among them were the cautious ones. Let's investigate the shore first and see what exactly happened to those men. Logically, with 3 pirate crews converging, there should be no way they'd fail to capture this kid. And there's something deeply suspicious about all of this. Bai Jing stood at a street corner on this island, observing his surroundings. The raucous cries of vendors echoed from every direction, each peddling the island's unique specialties to earn a living. Pastries, wine, exotic island fruits, seafood, and demon meat. Bai Jing's attention shifted to certain items with keen interest, particularly the fruits and pastries. These were valuable provisions, exactly what their pirate vessel lacked. So they're finally making their move. Bai Jing seemed to notice the pirates in the shadows multiplying. Hiding behind alley corners or within buildings, they fixed their predatory gaze upon him like wolves circling prey. If they're going to strike, this crowded intersection is far too risky, and the presence of other observers makes it difficult to act now. It's better to have even more numbers on our side. Bai Jing chuckled softly, his gaze drifting toward a sparsely populated corner of the island. Without hesitation, he began walking in that direction. As Bai Jing headed toward the quieter part of the island, the pirates behind him all stirred into motion, each one slipping stealthily after him. Ein watched the unfolding scene with growing bewilderment. What's going on with him? How has he attracted so many pirates, and all from the island's most notorious crews? Never mind, I won't involve myself. His strength is so formidable that he needs no worry from me. One man like him can handle this perfectly fine. Ein watched from afar, choosing to remain a detached spectator with no intention of lending a hand. In her estimation, Bai Jing's power was overwhelmingly mighty. He should be able to handle everything on his own. Why waste her effort and risk displeasing him in return? Upon reaching this desolate area, Bai Jing turned around and gazed at the gathering forces, both the visible crowd and those concealed within the surrounding dense forest. He spoke aloud. Come out already. There's no need to hide your presence any longer. It's so obvious that even a dog could sense you. Heck, kid, you're quite amusing. You actually managed to find us. Then you still dare to act so arrogantly. I see you're full of confidence. 5 pirate captains emerged from the shadows. Each of these 5 held considerable renown upon this island, with bounties on their heads exceeding 100 million each. Bai Jing had no intention of wasting words on them. His gaze swept over the battlefield, counting roughly 2,000 opponents present. And the numbers continued to swell relentlessly. Within 10 heartbeats, the count reached 3,000. At 20 heartbeats, 4,000. By 30 heartbeats, it had climbed to 5,000. Each with a ferocious expression closing in to surround Bai Jing. Ein still couldn't resist her curiosity and followed along, though she kept a considerable distance. She harbored no intention of intervening, merely watching from afar with a grave expression. Can he really pull this off against 5,000 pirates? And these 5,000 aren't ordinary criminals. They're all infamous throughout the seas. Bai Jing surveyed the massive crowd and murmured to himself, this should be sufficient. Over 5,000 is enough to gather 50,000 strands of 9 nether chi. Combined with the remaining 10,000 strands from before, I'll have over 60,000 in total. More than enough to sustain me in the 9 netherworld for 6 days. Accelerating the process shouldn't be an issue. Brat, what are you muttering about? The 5 pirate captains regarded Bai Jing with malicious intent, their gazes dripping with mockery. Actually, Bai Jing's purpose was simple, drawing out the captains of these 3 pirate crews. Since you harbor designs against me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Bai Jing casually snapped his fingers and whispered, 10,000 thunder. Behind him, over a dozen dark storm clouds materialized rapidly, swirling menacingly in the sky. Each thunder-hued tribulation cloud was as large as a person, swiftly ascending into the sky to shroud this small patch of land in pitch darkness. Terrifying thunder was already brewing. Lightning arcs flickered, thunderous lights spread, and thunderclaps rumbled low. Boom. At the ominous sight, everyone felt a chill seize their hearts and their scalps tingle. The surrounding atmosphere became stifling. The dreadful thunderbolts could strike down at any moment and land upon them. That was what made their hearts tremble. The 5 exchanged a glance and shouted, to catch bandits, first catch their chief. Seize that brat. Though we don't know how he can borrow the power of nature, he is probably a devil fruit user as well. But all we need to do is take him down first. The 5 shouted in unison, drew their long blades, and charged at Bai Jing. As pirates, their hand-to-hand combat was naturally formidable. Behind them, the 5,000 underling pirates drew guns where guns were needed and wielded weapons where weapons were needed. A dark, seething horde surged toward Bai Jing. They gave him no chance of survival. Watching them behave like this, Bai Jing said nothing. He turned away, and behind his back appeared a pair of enormous gold and crimson wings. Those wings were wreathed in golden flames. Every feather was lifelike, immaculate, and perfectly aligned. With a single beat of his wings, Bai Jing shot upward, heading straight for the golden pirate ship at the shore. He did not even need to watch what came next to foresee these pirates' fate. Those who should die would die, and those who should live, well, living was out of the question. Death was an absolute certainty. Brat, don't run. Where are you running? Get down here and accept your death. The 5 saw that Bai Jing had fled, gone without even a trace in the blink of an eye. They turned at once and roared after him, men. Don't let him escape. He's a fat prize. Stirred by the frenzy, the mob forgot about the tribulation clouds overhead. Just then, the violent tribulation thunder finished brewing. A barrel-thick blue tribulation bolt hundreds of meters long descended from the heavens with savage high-voltage fury. Boom. Oh. A tribulation bolt struck down, and miserable screams rose into the air. It was far from the last. Wave after wave of tribulation lightning followed from above. Boom. Oh. Boom. Oh. In the blink of an eye of the 5,000 pirates gathered there, only 100 were left alive. Still, the tribulation thunder showed no sign of stopping. The 5 hastily tried to ward off the terrifying bolts, but in the end they could not escape the fate of death. This remote corner was plunged into a boundless sea of thunder. In that isolated nook, not one of the 5,000-odd pirates remained standing, not one still drew breath. All had perished utterly. Such was the tyrannical might of the rumble fruit. It was no accident that it had been called a fruit of the gods. After death, the pirates transformed into wisp after wisp of pure nine nether chi, which merged into Bai Jing's body. Ayn witnessed this scene from afar, her whole body frozen stiff in shock. The expression on her face remained unchanged. Even after a dozen odd breaths, she still had not recovered. After 60 breaths, she slowly closed her slack jaw, her eyes filled with dread. Gazing at the direction where Bai Jing had vanished without a trace, she murmured to herself, "Who exactly are you? You not only possess such formidable physical arts and swordsmanship, but now you have such an outrageous devil fruit as well. I refuse to believe I can't find out who you are." Ayn's eyes hardened with resolve. She turned and left the field, preparing to search for information about Bai Jing, determined to uncover his identity to the very bottom. That commotion over there must be the captain's doing. No need to pay it much mind. Ryuma glanced in that direction, withdrew his gaze, and patted Ace beside him. Then he and Ace continued wandering around the island. Little Oars Jr.'s body loomed like a mountain. Wherever he went he was plainly visible. Seeing that the battle here had already ended, he withdrew his gaze and continued aimlessly roaming the island. Golden Emperor and Stella meanwhile had gone off to enjoy the island's scenery on their honeymoon. Hua Jin, unable to restrain her maiden heart, went on a lavish shopping spree at the street corner. After all, Golden Emperor was wealthy. No one knew how much gold was aboard their golden pirate ship, nor how many berries it could buy. And danger. Thanks to the blessing of Bai Jing's devil fruit power, she could hover at will and even soar into the sky to escape. Besides, the whole island was filled with their crewmates. If she shouted once, Little Oars Jr. would come at once. Who could possibly endanger her? Meanwhile, Bai Jing had flown back to the golden pirate ship and returned to his cabin. He spoke the familiar words, "I'm going to the world of the dead. All you need to do is watch over this body of mine." Corazon nodded. Sitting alone on the deck, he let the sea breeze wash over him, his gaze distant and far-reaching. His soul left his body and entered the yellow spring world. Once again he crossed the familiar Naiha Bridge and traversed the deathly yellow spring, putting the fortune fruit to use. The fortune fruit's power coalesced a strand of fate pointing to a distant corner. It settled. Now that I have the backtrack fruit, I'll first revive Master Zephyr. Then I'll train my physical arts for a while, and afterward revive Whitebeard. That will make this pirate ship truly perfect. Isn't it magnificent when a man stands firm in his convictions? Bai Jing repeated these words to himself, following the guidance of fate's thread, and before he realized it, he had arrived at the 10th city. The 10th city was unlike any other, for it was not arranged in sequence. By crossing the Yellow Springs, one could reach different cities through various directions. This approach would save considerable time, and also preserve much of Bai Jing's 9 nether chi. The 10th city was named Wuzue City. Bai Jing followed the thread's guidance and swept over Wuzue City from above, gazing downward. The streets were much like those in other cities, with minimal alterations, nearly identical. It seemed every city was laid out in the same manner. At every major street corner, enforcers could be seen. The sole targeting staff held by these enforcers was something all spirit beings feared. Once targeted by the soul targeting staff, reincarnation was impossible. Death was certain. Curious, Bai Jing studied the staff, carefully attempting to discern its material composition. Pitch black in color, it gleamed with a chilling radiance. The aura emanating from it was actually quite similar to the 9 nether chi awakened from his Yellow Springs fruit. Bai Jing could not help drawing closer, descending from above to examine the staff, appearing left of the enforcer, then right. Like a nimble mouse, he was entirely shrouded in 9 nether chi, so no one noticed or could perceive him. Forget it, time to focus on what truly matters. There's no way I can take this soul-capturing staff anyway. After giving it one last look, Bai Jing lost interest and set off to find Zeph. Reviving Black Arm Zeph and coaxing him onto the ship was his top priority. Then he needed to train and refine his physique techniques before challenging Whitebeard, hoping to stand a chance. If he could not win, it would not be shameful. He was facing the strongest man on the seas at the peak of his youth. Even if he was thoroughly beaten, there was nothing he could do about it. But deep down, Bai Jing had his own schemes. "I told you I would restore you to your youthful days, but I never specified how young. Being 30 years younger counts as youth, and being 50 years younger returning to infancy is also youth. This does not violate my promise." At this thought, Bai Jing let out a sneaky grin. This was the wisdom of a person from the Blue Star, naturally far more intelligent than others. He had mastered all 36 stratagems. Deception and trickery, he was well versed in them. At a ruined courtyard on the street corner, Black Arm Zeph sat exactly as he always did. Purple-haired, his body covered in rippling muscle, showing no sign of advanced age. His right arm was fitted with a mechanical crusher capable of felling the Navy's giants with a single punch. With terrifying strength combined with physical combat and indomitable ambition, none could oppose him. Were it not for his advanced age, had he returned to his prime, truly few could have defeated him. After all, the era he came from was one where he faced legendary pirates such as Roger Whitebeard and Gold Lion. His black sunglasses had been shattered during the war by his beloved disciple Kizaru's ultimate attack. so he no longer wore them now. His muscular frame sat motionless within the courtyard, lost in thought, wondering what occupied his mind. Perhaps he was thinking of his wife and children, or the Navy officers he had trained, all of whom had passed away. Whether he could meet them in the Yellow Springs realm was another matter entirely. Seeing Zeph in this state, Bai Jing decided not to disturb him rashly, for Zeph undoubtedly held deep affection for his wife and son. First, he would attempt to locate these two individuals, and then see whether he could establish contact with the fallen Navy officers Zeph had once trained. They should still exist in this world. Information about the relevant naval officers surfaced in Bai Jing's mind. But to his disappointment, the fate thread did not extend further. It simply severed before his eyes. In the anime, information about these naval officers was truly pitifully scarce. Bai Jing could not piece together any specific key details, and Zeph's wife and son were barely mentioned at all. In the manga, they were merely brushed over in passing, without even their names revealed. Bai Jing's attempt to locate them was nothing short of impossible, and after half an hour of effort, he found nothing. He sighed softly, looking down at the man in his 70s with a complicated expression in his eyes. How could he persuade Zeph to live again? Even if reborn, Zeph would still be in his 70s, long past his prime. Everyone he knew was dead, and he had already lost an arm. If it were Bai Jing himself, he would rather be reincarnated anew than resurrect, so now he would have to rely on his silver tongue. Bai Jing's figure appeared before Black Arm Zeph in an eerie manner. A young man emerged suddenly, and Black Arm Zeph merely glanced at him before looking away, showing little interest. Bai Jing opened his mouth to speak, but at a loss for words, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Bai Jing stole a covert glance at Black Wrist Zifa, then averted his gaze, and seated himself on the side of the stone steps a mere 3 body lengths away from Zifa. Black Wrist Zifa paid no mind to this. Though his years were advanced in the city of the innocent, who did not know him, who was not aware of the sheer majesty of his power, few had ever dared provoke him, and ordinarily not many dared come near. Now a mere youth had taken the initiative to approach, which piqued his interest. There were exactly 10 days left before his reincarnation, and he had already chosen to undergo it. You look rather unfamiliar. I have never seen you in the city of the innocent. Black Wrist Zifa was the first to speak, glancing at Bai Jing. This unusual appearance suggested that he was not a person of this world. Rather, Bai Jing seemed like a transmigrator from a mystical fantasy world. With long flowing hair and a white robe, he appeared exactly as he had in the mortal world, for in this death world, even one's silhouette and features followed the pattern of the living realm. That was why Zifa had such doubt. Bai Jing smiled. Indeed, I am not from this world. But inwardly he added, I am a transmigrator from Blue Star. Naturally, I am not from this world. Master, have you already chosen to undergo reincarnation? Bai Jing asked curiously. The word master sent Black Wrist Zifa into contemplation. It had been a long time since he had heard that title, and longer still since anyone had called him teacher. In this Yellow Spring world, he had indeed searched for his long-dead wife's son and his former disciples, but in the end it had all come to nothing. He had found not a single one. Alone and forlorn, he had lingered in the city of the innocent for years. So he had not hesitated at all. This life now held no attachments, and no one here knew him. Why not choose to reincarnate and live a new life? To begin a new life would be well and good. Master Zifa, does justice still abide in your heart? Do you still wish to return to the world of pirates? Hearing Bai Jing's words, Black Wrist Zifa's expression finally underwent a genuine change. No one in this place knew him, yet Bai Jing could accurately call out his name and even address him as master. No doubt Bai Jing had come prepared and knew him. Furthermore, Bai Jing's implication that he could bring Zifa back to life sparked doubt in his heart. How could Bai Jing say such a thing? Did he not know that upon entering the world of the dead, all thoughts came to naught, and past lives and past bonds were severed? Zifa had his misgivings, but in the end he slowly shook his head, his emotions steady with no visible stir. Bai Jing said with confidence, I truly have a way to take you out, but the prerequisite is whether you wish to leave. Zifa sank into silence. It was impossible to tell what was passing through his aged mind. He let out a soft sigh of turbid breath and shook his head. Let the past be past. Even if you have the ability to resurrect me, everything has already changed. What meaning would resurrection hold? This era belongs to the young after all. I am merely an old relic. With that, Black Wrist Zifa gave a self-deprecating smile, with a trace of loneliness upon his face. He was no longer a Marine, and the Yeno Marines he had created had been virtually wiped out. What meaning was there in an old man, nearly 80, being brought back to life? Bai Jing said slowly, Ayn is still alive, and so is your other disciple. The two of them should still be waiting for you. I have already met Ayn. She still holds you in high esteem, Master Zifa. As for your worry about age, Master Zifa, why not let Ayn use the Rewind Fruit's ability to turn back your years? Then you would remain youthful and could still witness this great age of pirates. Great pirates. The thing I detest most is pirates. You asked me to witness this great age of pirates. I would only personally destroy it. Are you certain about that? Black wrist Zifa gave Bai Jing a meaningful glance. He had once planned to destroy the New World and all the pirates within it, but had been stopped by Luffy and the Marines. Pirates, or Marines at the very least, you have experienced both, haven't you? Not all Marines embody absolute justice, nor are all pirates wholly evil, just like Straw Hat Luffy. Everything is yours to choose. Whether your identity is pirate, marine, or revolutionary, no matter what it is. As long as the justice in your heart endures, and you hold fast to it, it can be carried through. That is what I think. Bai Jing spoke with utter sincerity because this was indeed what he believed in his heart. Black wrist Zifa fell silent at these words, his face shifting with uncertainty. Bai Jing did not disturb him, but let Zifa ponder on his own, his heart thumping with anxiety, afraid that Zifa would refuse. Even if he were to trick Zifa into leaving by force, should Zifa want to die, Bai Jing would be unable to stop him. Thus, everything would be in vain unless Zifa himself had the will to live. Black wrist Zifa's heart was deeply resistant to devil fruit users. Otherwise, why would he not have asked Ain to use the rewind fruit to restore him to his youthful prime? It was precisely because he hated pirates and devil fruit users that he had installed this crusher onto his arm, specifically designed to suppress devil fruit users. After more than 10 minutes of silence, Black Arm Zeph turned his gaze toward Bai Jing, then looked away, a trace of hesitation flickering in his eyes. That subtle hesitation was clearly caught by Bai Jing, whose heart leaped with joy. There was still hope. He continued, the world is like a black and white balance scale. Where one side descends, the other naturally rises. This is equilibrium, the yin and yang of our world. This is the law of this world. Where there is good, there is evil. Pirates are evil. The Marines are good. But not all Marines are virtuous, just as not all pirates are wicked. Whether one wields the power of a devil fruit or bears the label of a pirate, these are merely identities upon this vast sea, children of this world. Since this world permits their existence, there is reason behind it. So why can you not let go of this burden in your heart? I may be a pirate and I have taken many lives, but if I examine my conscience, every one of them deserved to die. I have also slain numerous pirates. When the Marines came to suppress me seeking my death, I struck back. More often than not, I even spared their lives. One could say I showed them every mercy. I hold my own justice in my heart. I do not slaughter the innocent. Black Arm Zeph listened to Bai Jing's words, but remained silent, his eyes deep in thought. His heart was torn. On one side, only 10 days remained before his reincarnation, on the other, the world he had once despised. Now that he had finally died, though, he still had his 2 disciples to consider. Black Arm Zeph is dead. This new life is also a fresh beginning. With the power of your regression fruit, you can return to your prime and adventure alongside us. Witness the vastness of this sea and uphold the justice within your heart. And would it not be fitting to see those students you once taught again? Bai Jing spoke softly, a wave of emotion stirring within him. He had said enough, pressing further would be impolite. The rest would have to be left to Zeph's own contemplation. Zeph said little, but with each word Bai Jing spoke, something shifted within his heart. Guided by Bai Jing's earnest words, his longing for the pirate world rekindled, and a single ray of light gathered within him once more. The realm of the dead was utterly silent. Neither Bai Jing nor Zeph spoke, and the atmosphere grew tense, tinged with awkwardness. Would you not rather move forward? Besides, if you return, you could see some old friends. The clash between the new era and the old. One can only imagine the passion. Just thinking about it stirs the blood. Would you not wish to witness it for yourself? Would you not want to throw yourself into it? Live one life, then take on a new identity. This time, as the very pirate you despise most, go see the vastness of the sea and uphold justice in another form. Bai Jing could not help but speak a few words more. Hearing this, Black Arm Zeph finally relented, slowly nodding. Do you truly have a way to lead me out? He had been unmoved by Bai Jing's earlier words because he had never intended to leave. But now that the thought had taken root, he naturally cared about whether escape was possible. Of course. But before we depart, we must first see an old friend. Bai Jing smiled mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Black Arm Zeph nodded, leaving everything in Bai Jing's hands. 9 nether chi surged from Bai Jing's body, shrouding Black Arm Zeph, as the two rapidly ascended into the sky. Do not make a sound. No one else will see you. Feeling himself suspended in the air, Zeph looked down at the 10th city of the guiltless, his eyes wide with astonishment. He never expected Bai Jing to possess such strange abilities. If he could make Zeph float like this, then crossing the Yellow Springs entirely by flight would be completely feasible. The Bridge of Helplessness would pose no problem at all. Now they were off to meet the old acquaintance Bai Jing had mentioned. Zeph had long been unable to leave the 10th city. Once he had tried, but enforcers had always stopped him. Curiosity burning within him, he wondered who was this old friend. The two arrived at the familiar 3rd city where Whitebeard resided. As Bai Jing looked down from above, he could already make out the towering figure of the old man seated within his quarters, eyes closed in deep meditation. The two descended slowly and landed before Whitebeard. As the 9 nether chi dissipated, Whitebeard opened his eyes, as if sensing their presence. He glanced at Bai Jing, then turned his gaze to Black Arm Zeph. You. The two had crossed paths on the open sea before, both being exceptionally powerful and having engaged in numerous battles. He had not expected Bai Jing to bring Zeph here. Zeph glanced at Whitebeard, pausing momentarily. So the acquaintance Bai Jing had spoken of was none other than Whitebeard. Then it seemed he guessed at Bai Jing's intentions. If Bai Jing had the ability to resurrect him, he surely possessed the power to resurrect Whitebeard as well. But with the proud and defiant nature of the man before him, there was no way he would agree to board that ship. Bai Jing seemed to have set his sights on Black Arm Zephyr, and with that thought in mind, he nodded gently. Now that I possess the power of the rewind fruit, give me some time. Not too long, certainly no more than a year. By then our duel can officially begin. Yahaha. You little brat truly are interesting. I'll be waiting for you. Bai Jing nodded. Seeing that neither man had much more to say, he wrapped Black Arm Zephyr in the 9 nether chi and vanished from the spot, once more leaving the Yellow Springs world behind. Whitebeard watched the fading figures of the two, his gaze flickering with unreadable thoughts. As for Black Arm Zephyr's right arm, it had been severed by Whitebeard too. Would he cherish a grudge against Whitebeard? None at all. Because Black Arm Zephyr knew that the so-called warlord merely claimed to be Whitebeard too. As a former rival, he naturally knew whether Whitebeard truly had children or heirs. What he hadn't expected was that Bai Jing actually intended to recruit Whitebeard onto his ship, which made him regard Bai Jing with even greater esteem. This young man was certainly no ordinary being. After the two traversed the familiar Yellow Springs world and returned to reality, Bai Jing's soul re-entered his physical body. Black Arm Zephyr's spectral soul visibly solidified at a speed discernible to the naked eye. In the end, he reverted to his original form. With burly muscles and a right arm of sea stone forged into a crusher, the old man stood tall and imposing aboard the golden pirate ship, his face set in stern solemnity. When Bai Jing stepped out of the room, Corazon turned at the sound. One glance at the old man, and he quickly recognized who he was, Black Arm Zephyr. During his time in the Marines, he had heard tales of this old man, knowing that more than half of the Navy's renowned vice-admirals had all been trained under him. Even the 3 admirals had come from his tutelage. He never imagined that such a chief instructor of the Marines would appear before his very eyes. Mr. Bai Jing, just who exactly are you? How can you be so terrifying, bringing even a former admiral back to life? Corazon clicked his tongue in awe. The more he thought about it, the more he found Bai Jing monstrously capable, wielding such power and prowess. When the first rays of sunlight in the pirate world shone down, Black Arm Zephyr felt a slight discomfort. He listened to the cries of seagulls all around and the gentle lapping of the waves. His aged frame trembled slightly as he murmured, "I'm back. Z is back." Bai Jing walked out of the room and said with a smile, "Teacher, you'd best put on the sunglasses. You'll look sharper with them on." With that, Bai Jing drew a pair of sunglasses from his pocket. They were exactly the same as the ones Zephyr used to wear. Bai Jing had specially prepared them. He had bought them during an earlier stroll through the island market. Black Arm Zephyr accepted them with a smile and put them on once again, assuming that familiar distinctive look. Bai Jing spoke up, "Teacher, are you ready?" Black Arm Zephyr knew exactly what Bai Jing meant. Bai Jing intended to use the power of the rewind fruit to restore him to his youth. Black Arm Zephyr nodded, a trace of excitement flickering across his face. A cluster of violet light gathered in Bai Jing's hand. He flicked his finger 3 times, sending the light into Black Arm Zephyr's body. Ein could reduce someone's age by 12 years with a single strand of rewind light. But Bai Jing was different. He had developed the rewind fruit's power with far greater mastery. 1 streak of violet light could rewind 15 years from a person. 3 streaks then meant 45 years. Black Arm Zephyr now returned to his early 20s. The power of rewinding time, much like the power of the slow fruit, carried an air of the forbidden, of the uncanny. The sea stone right arm upon Black Arm Zephyr fell away at that moment. Miraculously, his right hand grew back. In that instant, Black Arm Zephyr's appearance and physique underwent a dramatic transformation. He was no longer so bulky but lean and sinewy. Yet within those lean muscles surged boundless power just the same. At this moment, Black Arm Zephyr at his peak had returned. With his extraordinary physical techniques and overwhelming hockey, one who could lay claim to the seat of a Marine Admiral was certainly no simple character. What kind of ability is this? It can even return a person's age to their prime. Seeing this, Corazon was utterly astounded, having never imagined such power could exist. The familiar feeling, the familiar strength, it's all back. Black Arm Zephyr clenched his fist fiercely, his body brimming with inexhaustible power. The strength of his youth, the peak physical arts, the peak hockey. His right fist was instantly cloaked in armament hockey, the terrifying hockey spreading across his entire body, hard and unyielding. Feeling the sensation in his right hand, a wave of emotion welled within his eyes. "Teacher Zephyr, now that you've been revived, how about teaching me a thing or two as well, and helping me elevate my physical arts?" After all, I made a wager with Whitebeard. Black Arm Zephyr was taken aback by Bai Jing's words, then burst into laughter, quickly grasping what had happened. He thought to himself, Someone as proud as Whitebeard could never board another's ship. It was always others who boarded his. How could he ever work for someone else? It must be that Jing and Whitebeard had made a mutual bet the winner boards the other's ship and the loser is set free. Black Arm Zephyr smiled and nodded. Since he was already aboard, there was nothing more to say. Teaching Baishue's some body techniques was no great loss either. Should he manage to persuade Whitebeard to join the crew later, combined with the power of the reversal fruit. Just thinking about it now made even Black Arm Zephyr inhale sharply. The strength of this pirate crew was truly terrifying. But before that, Master, let's go meet an old acquaintance of yours. A genuine one. Black Arm Zephyr listened to Baishue's words, confusion clouding his eyes. Deep down a trace of worry lingered. Just how had Baishue obtained this ability? It was well known that a devil fruit power only reappears after its original user passes away. In the pirate world, no two living individuals could ever possess the same devil fruit ability. And the power Baishue wielded belonged to one of Zephyr's own disciples, Ain. Following Baishue's footsteps, the two leapt from the pirate ship and arrived outside the small house where Ain had once stayed. Inside, Ain was examining the latest news. Bounty posters of every known pirate were spread before her. Soon she found one bounty poster whose portrait was identical to Baishue's. She stared at the bounty amount, counting digit by digit. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000 million. 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion. 3 billion. She hissed through her teeth. How is this possible? A superstar worth 3 billion berries showing up in some remote island. What kind of joke is this? Ain was utterly shocked, her face heavy with dread. She had never imagined Baishue was worth quite so much, which explained why his strength was so formidable. Baishue lingered outside without entering. Black Arm Zephyr, observing Baishue's behavior, couldn't quite place who was inside, but decided to investigate, pushing the door open. From the doorway walked a familiar young figure. Ain looked up and froze entirely. Her whole body trembled, stiffening in disbelief. Dreamlike and surreal, she murmured softly, "Master Zephyr. Is that you?" Though they had only followed Zephyr since he was in his 50s or 60s, they had certainly seen what he looked like in his youth. Moreover, Ain had mentioned more than once using the reversal fruit's power to restore Master Zephyr to his prime. But he had refused every time. How could she not be utterly stunned to see him now in his youthful form? Zephyr's deep voice resonated. "I never expected it to be you, Ain. It's been far too long. I have been given life once more." Zephyr wore a gentle smile as he stepped forward and enveloped Ain in a light embrace. Burying her face in his arms, Ain wept uncontrollably. She revered Black Arm Zephyr more than anyone else in this world. In her eyes, Master Zephyr was everything, and the old her would have gladly sacrificed her life for him. Outside, the tender moment within the room, Baishue did not intrude. Instead, he leaned half his body against the doorway, listening to Ain's sobs. A wine flask appeared in his right hand. He uncorked it and took a hearty gulp, gazing at the azure seascape beside him with longing in his eyes. This is the great pirate era. This is where a true man belongs. Baishue let the two reunite in peace, making no further disturbances. After Ain had cried herself out, he successfully convinced her to join the ship as well, a bonus acquisition. Ain's physical combat skills were not outstanding, but what of it? Zephyr was here. With an instructor like Zephyr, strength was merely a matter of time. 2 days later, everyone had returned to the Golden Pirate ship. Upon the deck of the Sunny, the crew murmured in awe at Black Arm Zephyr, their eyes filled with reverence. Especially Gold Emperor Ace and young Oars. All three had heard of him. His reputation was terrifying. After all, he was a former fleet admiral who had once crossed blades with the young Whitebeard. Now he was joining their ship, and it felt like a dream. "Master Zephyr, with so many people here, could you help elevate everyone's combat skills? Just give us the plan, and we'll train." Baishue chuckled, rubbing his hands together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. When it came to hand-to-hand combat instruction in this world, no one was better suited than Zephyr. Black Arm Zephyr did not refuse. He took a moment to familiarize himself with the crew, noting that most were pirates, and gave a knowing nod without objection. Ryuma did not join the gathering. Standing apart, he eyed Black Arm Zephyr with fierce combat intent. Over the past few days, his strength had surged closer to its peak. Now that a remarkably powerful fighter had appeared aboard the pirate ship, Ryuma felt an irresistible itch to test his blade against Black Arm Zephyr. Zephyr too sensed the battle lust in Ryuma's eyes. He himself desired a duel, but the timing was not yet right. He still needed time to readjust to this body and refine his abilities to their peak. If the opportunity arose later, he would gladly accept. The group commenced intensive training on the island. This included young Oars, for Zephyr had trained many giant warriors during his naval career. Teaching Oars was well within his capability. Are these people insane? They have been causing such a racket on this island day after day. If they weren't pirates too, I would have gone up there and beaten them to pieces long ago. A pirate lurking in the shadows watched miniature Oz run back and forth across the island over the past few days, looking like a small mountain, wondering what on earth he was doing. Day after day, he punched the hillside repeatedly, creating an enormous commotion that drove them to madness. Another pirate nearby cast a disdainful glance at the man who had just spoken and sneered inwardly. "You fight. With that scrawny frame, you wouldn't last a single breath from him. He could blow you away with one breath. You are all talk." The man seemed to read the contempt in the pirate's eyes and chuckled, offering no further explanation. Those 10+ days aboard the pirate ship had been nothing short of a living hell. Master Zephyr truly lived up to his reputation as the punishment master. Though grueling and exhausting, the improvements in their physical prowess were terrifying. Each day they replenished what their bodies needed, consuming several times the usual portion of beast meat. And the gains in their physical techniques began to show, growing stronger bit by bit. Bai Jing possessed the gravity fruit, allowing him to naturally form a gravitational field for everyone to train under. Black Arm Zephyr supervised from the sidelines, while Gold Emperor Kala Song aced Little Oz, and Bai Jing endured considerable hardship. Every day was a matter of life and death. After 10+ days, the group could barely stand, forced to crawl on the ground, collapsing in exhaustion after every training session. Ryuma had his own training methods, and could only marvel at this hellish regimen, watching the wretched state of the others with amusement in his eyes. Stella and Hua Jin had things much easier, while Ain naturally joined the training as well. Stella and Hua Jin lounged above, soaking in the sunlight, watermelon cradled in their arms, and spoons in hand, watching the exhausted crew below. The golden pirate ship was vast, yet it possessed a unique training room equipped with dumbbells, barbells, and every conceivable training implement. After another 10+ days, over the course of a full month, Bai Jing's physical enhancement had become the most striking thanks to the existence of the Phoenix fruit. Whenever he activated his fruit ability, both physical fatigue and muscle soreness were instantly restored. This led to Bai Jing improving at a frantic pace over the month. At first he could only lift 600 Jin dumbbells. Now he could handle 3,000 Jin, or even more. Bai Jing's physical prowess had caught up to the rest of the crew within a mere month aboard the ship, and had even surpassed them. Though still far behind Whitebeard, he was young and had time. He would close the gap gradually. A young man full of vitality is a fine thing, and he is a devil fruit user who is immune to seawater. What manner of strange fruit ability is that? Black Arm Zephyr sighed in admiration from the sidelines. Over these days he had been watching Bai Jing's every move, and could only say that his regard for the white whale had deepened considerably. A young man achieving all of this. Extraordinary strength, a towering bounty. It was truly remarkable. After a month together, Zephyr's approval of Bai Jing only grew. If he did not already have a daughter, he would have gladly given her to him. The youth was responsible and daring, strong in ability, handsome in face, and wealthy. Was he not the very epitome of a man of noble background? Not only in this pirate world, but in any world, no woman could resist such a man. Over these days, Ain's gaze toward Bai Jing had also changed. After more than a month of devilish training, the group returned to their usual rhythms, with only the training intensity aboard the pirate ship being dialed back. Is our captain this unhinged? This terrifying physical strength has already reached 1/5 of mine. Watching Bai Jing's capabilities, Ryuma could not help but remark. Those words darkened Bai Jing's expression, leaving him momentarily unsure whether he was being praised or mocked. What did it mean to reach only 1/5 of Ryuma's physique? Even knowing you are a great swordsman, you need not say such discouraging things. Everyone burst into laughter, exchanged glances, and launched a celebration aboard the pirate ship, building a bonfire beside the beach. A relaxed and cheerful feast thus began. Hua Jin, Stella, and Ain watched the men with smiles on their faces. Something was undeniably strange. From the shadows of the island, several marine spies watched the scene with puzzled expressions. Why does that young man look so much like Black Arm Zephyr? Wasn't he a former marine admiral? Weren't they saying he was dead? How can he be alive again? At that moment, Bai Jing noticed the hidden watchers lurking in the darkness, but he paid them no mind. The banquet had already reached its most feverish point. Everyone drank themselves into a stupor, lay sprawled along the shore, and sank into a deep sleep. These past few days, Corazon had begun to feel a sense of home. He was usually taciturn, but now his words grew more frequent. Ain gradually blended in, and her impression of pirates improved somewhat, but only toward Bai Jing's crew, because they were all companions. She naturally boarded with Black Arm Zephyr, and she would surely follow in his footsteps onto the sunny. The next day the group, sobered up, shook their heavy heads, and returned to their cabins. Hua Jin watched Bai Jing carefully from the side, as if trying to see something remarkable. Bai Jing had grown accustomed to Hua Jin's staring these past days. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 3 months since he set sail. Moreover, when he had just obtained the Yomi Yomi Nomi Straw Hat had still been at Sabaody Archipelago. After Straw Hat officially set sail, it was about a few months later, when he went to Big Mom's territory, that Bai Jing set out. With the time that had passed, the Straw Hat crew was probably nearly finished with the Big Mom arc and heading to Wano. Bai Jing's own schedule should also be accelerated. After reviving Whitebeard, he would go directly to find Straw Hat and the others. First, he would go to Big Mom's island, plunder her devil fruit, and then directly challenge the 4 emperors and shake their authority. The 4 emperors of the sea, he was deeply tempted by them. Well, he had to see whether he could make up time, because if he slowed down, Big Mom would go to Wano to find Kaido, and this timeline would no longer line up. As for whether he could make it, that was all up to fate. In Bai Jing's heart, reviving Whitebeard was undoubtedly the highest priority. Whitebeard would be revived first, and then he would go after the others. As for Blackbeard, if there was a chance, he would definitely have a battle with him. That was a true pirate, one who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. If he deserved to die, he would still have to die. Akaina definitely needed a battle as well. As for Momonosuke, there was nothing more to say. If he deserved death, he must die even 10,000 times over. After more than a month of intensive training, Bai Jing was filled with an inexplicable confidence that he seemed ready to go into the underworld and revive Whitebeard, so he began to stir. As you are now, it is still too early. If you want to fight that monster, you need an absolutely freakish devil fruit ability and lightning-fast swordsmanship. Otherwise, you must know that relying too much on devil fruit powers won't work. In the new world, everyone is a powerhouse. When it comes down to the finish, what matters is Haki and body techniques, especially the strength of Haki. Whitebeard has the very pinnacle of Haki, swordsmanship, body techniques, and the most supreme devil fruit ability. If you want to fight this monster without turning this world upside down, you may not necessarily win. This one sentence was like a basin of cold water, suddenly quenching Bai Jing's fervor. Bai Jing was startled, and then a wave of lingering dread rose in his heart. If he had just been impulsive and revived Whitebeard to fight him, and if he also used the rewind fruit to send Whitebeard back to his peak form, that was indeed terrifying. He really might not be able to win. Now let me see what your devil fruit ability is. Since you can traverse the underworld, your ability must be far from weak. Let me assess it for you first. If it's feasible, you can go and try. After trying, slowly develop in the direction of devil fruit mastery and body technique mastery. With me teaching you here, it shouldn't be long before you can fight him, but whether you win or lose. At that point, Zephyr merely glanced at Bai Jing. Clearly, even in his subconscious, he did not think this young man could defeat a monster like Whitebeard. It wasn't that he looked down on Bai Jing, on the contrary, he thought very highly of him. He was young with great potential, a strong devil fruit ability, and a willingness to endure hardship. But how many years had the pirate world produced a monster like Whitebeard? The monster the Marines called capable of destroying the world. Was that something one could simply become by declaring it? If not for his age, the strongest figure in this world would undoubtedly be Whitebeard. The only ones who might have a chance to fight Whitebeard were Ryuma or Garp. Ryuma was the most underestimated great swordsman. In his prime, he slew the strongest creature in the world at that time, a flying dragon. And he did it with only a single slash, which showed just how formidable his swordsmanship was. It was precisely for this reason that Bai Jing was completely unafraid of the Marines' attacks. This was the level of a Yonko's right hand, or even an emperor. It was just that Bai Jing's strength had not yet recovered to its peak. Listening to Black Arm Zephyr's words, he nodded. Then the group arrived at the edge of the island where there would be fewer people, making it suitable for Bai Jing to display his devil fruit ability. Many people watched from the side, wanting to see how powerful Bai Jing was. Because they all knew that Bai Jing possessed multiple devil fruit abilities, this was the moment to count them one by one, and curiosity gleamed in every pair of eyes. Everyone watched Bai Jing's display with eager anticipation. Bai Jing leaped onto the desolate island, cast a glance at the crowd, and exchanged a knowing look with Hei Wan Zfa. Flames erupted in his palms. The colossal flames swirled around his body, then condensed into a towering giant of pure fire. His form rivaled the size of little oars, standing over 30 meters tall, a true giant of flame radiating relentless scorching heat from head to toe. Bai Jing punched forward with devastating force, and the flames giant behind him mirrored the strike. This is an application of the Mera Mera no Mi, Bai Jing said. I release all the fire accumulated within my body, condensing it into a fire giant. I call this technique Fire God's Fist. Watching the flames used in such a manner, Ace stood with his mouth agape, utterly amazed. He had never imagined the devil fruit possessed such extraordinary capabilities, capable of taking tangible form. If he had possessed such power, his combat strength during the Marineford War would have skyrocketed. Sending thousands of Navy grunts flying with a single punch would have been no problem at all. Hei Wan Zfa watched with a nod, clearly satisfied with this unexpected application of the Mera Mera no Mi. But Bai Jing's capabilities extended far beyond this. A grin spread across his face as he murmured, Logia-type devil fruits can indeed awaken. It is merely a privilege reserved for me alone. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the flame giant dissipated into an endless sea of fire that spread in all directions. The world around them began to transform. Blazing crimson flames encircled the entire island. The boundless searing heat reduced everything upon the island to ash. This temperature surpassed the limits of ordinary flames, approaching that of molten lava, and still climbing relentlessly. The Mera no Mi traditionally had its limits for fire, possessed an upper temperature threshold. That was precisely why it was naturally countered by magma. However, such limitations do not exist within me. Bai Jing declared the Flame Kingdom. I am the god of this realm of fire. As Bai Jing swept his hand, the surrounding flames surged upward, forming multiple fire tornadoes that roared across the island. Conflagration pierced the heavens, illuminating this miniature world. What's happening over there? Why has a tornado appeared? Damn, it's on fire over there. What's going on with those massive flames? Numerous fishermen, island inhabitants, and pirates witnessed the anomaly and trembled in terror. They hastily fled, desperate to escape the remote island, fearing the flames would consume them as well. He Wanzai Fa leaped from the pirate ship and descended into this world of fire. His brow furrowed as the terrifying heat incinerated every garment on his upper body, reducing it all to ashes. More importantly, the flames showed every sign of consuming his entire body. Even with armament hockey enveloping him, he felt considerable discomfort. Kicking off the ground, he leaped out of the fiery domain and nodded, saying, "The Flame Kingdom, born from the awakened Mera no Mi. Simply with this ability alone, you could trade blows with a Marine Admiral without any issue. As for whether you would win, that remains entirely uncertain." He Wanzai Fa was careful to specify that this assessment pertained solely to the Mera no Mi itself, excluding any other factors. This was a remarkably fair evaluation. In Bai Jing's hands, the Mera no Mi's power approached that of the Magu no Mi, and having achieved Logia, awakening its destructive capability, had multiplied many times over. Blue lightning crackled into existence within Bai Jing's grasp. The moment the azure electric energy appeared, the entire flame's domain grew even more violent. The Flame Kingdom erupted with boundless power. Thunder and lightning rained down with tremendous voltage, crackling continuously in the sky, each explosion shaking the heavens. This is the power of the Goro Goro no Mi. He snapped his fingers once more. Over a dozen black thunderclouds manifested overhead, spreading across the sky and radiating terrifying electrical energy. This range was even more extensive, and each lightning strike carried an immense 200 million volts. It clashed against the 1,000-degree-plus flames below, temperatures nearing 10,000 degrees and still rising. The scene was absolutely spectacular. Above, a world of electric blue lightning, below a sea of crimson fire. And at the center stood Bai Jing, the supreme sovereign of both realms. Feeling the terrifying power of these devil fruits, He Wanzai Fa's expression grew grave. If you combine both devil fruit abilities, particularly the Goro Goro no Mi, the results would be devastating. No matter how many enemies come, you could annihilate them in mass combat. Your group warfare capability is absolutely formidable. Moreover, facing an admiral would pose no difficulty. The probability of either defeating or drawing with an admiral stands at 50-50. He Wanzai Fa's evaluation was extraordinarily high. In his estimation, combining these two devil fruits alongside the awakened power of the Mera no Mi, if Bai Jing were a Marine, he would undoubtedly claim the position of admiral. The crew aboard the ship stood completely dumbfounded, especially Corazon, who had recently joined and was unaware that Bai Jing's strength was so terrifying. Ein shared the same stunned expression, listening intently to his master's words. "I never expected joining this pirate crew to be so extraordinary. Our captain actually possesses the strength of an admiral." Bai Jing merely smiled, offering no further explanation. In his view, Whitebeard at his absolute peak was far stronger than an admiral, certainly surpassing the current admirals. However, compared to the legendary trio of Kadaku Sengoku and Tsuru from that era, he likely fell somewhat short. Bai Jing retracted the abilities of these two devil fruits, for they could merge seamlessly with each other, unlike others that were not so easily compatible. All the island's residents stared toward the direction of Bai Jing's small island, their eyes filled with terror as they trembled uncontrollably. In that very moment just now, it was as if a deity had descended upon the mortal world. That power, especially the might of the Rumble fruit, was something that should never have appeared in the world of pirates. The terrifying tribulation lightning and the pitch-black thunderclouds made them feel as though the apocalypse had arrived. "Teacher, the abilities of the next few devil fruits will require your cooperation. Only you can comprehend them to the fullest extent. Fight with me for a while." Black Arm Zephyr listened to Bai Jing's words and nodded quietly, removing the sunglasses from his eyes as a surging, overwhelming aura emanated from his body. It had been a long time since he had engaged in battle, and now that someone was available for a sparring match, nothing could be better. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he suddenly vanished from his original position with incredible speed, so swift that Bai Jing's naked eye could barely catch a fleeting shadow. Instinctively, Bai Jing covered his arms with armament haki and raised them defensively. Black Arm Zephyr's fist came smashing down in that instant, carrying boundless destructive power, a blow absolutely capable of splitting a mountain. With a single punch, Bai Jing was sent flying backward. If it had not been for the armament haki covering his hands, his arms would have been crippled by that punch. As expected of Black Arm Zephyr, as expected of a former Marine Admiral. Moreover, he was currently in his prime. Although he might still need some time to fully recover, his present strength was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Now on guard, Bai Jing's eyes were filled with solemnity and not the slightest trace of contempt as he whispered softly, "Gravity field." Descending upon the surroundings, a powerful gravitational force formed with Bai Jing at its center. The oppressive gravity was 100 times greater than normal, or even more. Black Arm Zephyr's brows furrowed slightly, having never expected such an ability to exist. He could clearly feel that with the appearance of the gravity field, his speed had been greatly diminished, while Bai Jing remained unaffected. Bai Jing took the initiative to charge at Black Arm Zephyr, condensing a beam of light into a sword in his hand. Zephyr lifted the corner of his mouth, not feeling the least bit concerned about it. Although his speed had slowed down, his physical techniques and boxing skills remained intact. He muttered, "6 powers, iron body, heavy fist." A terrifying punch blasted forward. Bai Jing's light sword clashed against it, yet the punch brutally shattered the blade. Moreover, the fist showed no sign of stopping, continuing its deadly advance toward Bai Jing. Bai Jing swiftly transformed into a flash of light and dodged the punch. Zephyr, however, charged straight after him. His speed had been reduced, but not by much, relentlessly pursuing and striking at Bai Jing. The golden flash of light that Bai Jing had become kept leaping back and forth across the battlefield. The moment he appeared at a remote corner of the arena, Zephyr's fist was already upon him. When he appeared on the other side, Zephyr had once again arrived before him. The two of them chased and fled, an amusing spectacle. Your combination of these two devil fruit abilities is not realistic if you want to defeat Whitebeard. Black Arm Zephyr's voice echoed from afar as he seized a perfect opportunity and drove his fist downward. Upon that fist was wrapped black armament haki, and it was precisely at this punch that a hint of amusement appeared in Bai Jing's eyes. He had deliberately revealed that opening. From his left hand, he condensed the power of the slow fruit and fired a beam of light that struck Zephyr's body. His movements suddenly became sluggish. Within those 30 seconds, that fist advanced even more slowly than an old man's swing. This was the most broken ability of all. No matter how strong or weak one's power was, once struck by the slow fruit's ability, one was certain to be slowed down 100-fold. Black Arm Zephyr felt the abnormality of his body, and his pupils constricted violently. He never imagined such a monstrous devil fruit ability could exist. Bai Jing merely smiled, leaping to the side and watching Zephyr with a grin. Although Zephyr's strength had probably only recovered to 70% of his prime, that 70% was already enough to speak volumes. The outcome of this battle was already clear. Hiss! I drew a sharp breath, staring in shock at the two fighters on the field, mainly at Bai Jing. Corazon Guild Tesoro Ace and Little Ors Jr. were all stunned, never imagining that Bai Jing's strength had reached such a terrifying level. He could even defeat a former Marine Admiral, and especially the ability of the slow fruit made them extremely wary. If that power were to land on them, defeat would be certain. There was no way to win. Ryuma's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit and keen interest. He had never expected his captain to be this strong. In the future, exploring the path of invincibility together across this world would no longer be so lonely. A smile spread across his face at this moment. For a great swordsman like him, only two things in life could captivate him. One was the way of the sword, and the other was powerful enemies. In his previous life, even a dragon was slain with a single slash. No one had ever been able to withstand one of his strikes. Now it seemed an interesting captain had appeared. 30 seconds later, Zephyr returned to normal, and there was not the slightest trace of disappointment on his face. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. He stepped forward and gave Bai Jing a firm pat on the shoulder before speaking. I never expected your strength to be this formidable. With such a devil fruit ability, when you fight Whitebeard, who knows? You might even manage to fight him to a draw. The meteor summoned by the gravity fruit had already been sent back by Bai Jing. Listening to Black Arm Zephyr's words, Bai Jing fell silent. Even now, Black Arm Zephyr would not say that Bai Jing could win with certainty. At best, he could barely fight to a draw. Because he had faced that monster in his prime and knew exactly how terrifying that level of strength truly was. At that time, the Marines had not only Garp Sengoku and Tsuru, but also Kong, the Navy's former supreme combat power. He could stand against the Red Earl and others. That was what true peak strength meant. Now, however, the pirate world was no longer as formidable as before. It had grown somewhat weaker because the pirates of the old era had died, departed, or been captured. The Marines were growing stronger day by day. Bai Jing paid it no mind. When the time came, he would put his clever little mind to work and quietly make some arrangements. He certainly could not allow Whitebeard to return to his prime. Making him 20 years younger, or or perhaps a dozen-odd years was already the absolute limit. Only after coaxing him onto the ship would he restore Whitebeard to his peak. Otherwise, he would definitely be unable to win. Unless he possessed a space-time fruit that could alter the flow of time. 10 years inside while 1 year passed outside. And he could undergo a decade of special training there perhaps, then he could manage it. The people aboard the pirate ship carefully counted it up. Bai Jing had already revealed 5 different kinds of devil fruit abilities. Black Arm Zephyr looked at Bai Jing as though he were a monster. He could not fathom how a single person could possess 5 devil fruit abilities. How had he done it? This completely defied the laws of this world. Although he wanted to ask, he suppressed the urge. Some things were a person's private secrets, and it was better not to pry. Besides, the two of them were on the same pirate ship, and Bai Jing had shown him kindness, so he could hardly ask. Bai Jing spoke, "What if I add even more fruit abilities? Would I be able to fight him again? There might even be a chance to defeat Whitebeard when he is not at his peak." Bai Jing spoke, and his words sounded somewhat presumptuous, even arrogant. Black Arm Zephyr was stunned. Corazon was stunned. Ace was stunned. Everyone was completely stunned. Ryuma did not know how strong Whitebeard was since he was after all a rising star of a later generation. But seeing Bai Jing so cautious, he could probably guess that Whitebeard's strength was indeed considerable. Watching how much wariness Black Arm Zephyr showed toward Whitebeard, his eyes blazed with fighting spirit once more. If Bai Jing could revive Whitebeard's prime, he would fight Whitebeard himself, and see which of them was stronger. Moreover, he had heard that Whitebeard also wielded the supreme grade blade, Murakamajiri. At that, the fighting spirit in his eyes reached its zenith. A duel between great swordsmen. How could it not fill him with eager anticipation? You still have more fruit abilities. You little rascal, aren't you a bit too monstrous? If you were given a few more years to grow, and if the Marines did not interfere too much, the future of this pirate world would definitely be yours. Hearing Black Arm Zephyr's compliment, Bai Jing smiled shyly, a rare sight, and fidgeted with the hem of his clothes. He looked a little insufferable in that moment. Once again, the aura of the 9 Netherworld's yellow springs appeared on Bai Jing. The moment it emerged, everyone's expressions changed because they were all too familiar with it. During those years, they had spent no small amount of time in the Yellow Springs world. This frigid aura was just like Akiji's ice fruit ability. It caused layers of ice to form all around, and it carried a distinctive Yellow Springs aura as well. Huajin, come forth. Bai Jing gently called her name. It seemed he intended to wring every last drop from his own limits, and reveal many of his abilities so that Black Arm Zephyr could see whether he could fight Whitebeard. Huajin nodded, slowly floated up beside Bai Jing, and turned into a mote of light that merged into his mind. There in a corner of Bai Jing's consciousness, a miniature Huajin appeared, her body completely bare. Bai Jing said, "I also possess the Berserk Fruit's ability, which can boost my combat power 3-fold. The angrier I become, the greater the boost. It can even reach 10-fold or more. Add Huajin's fruit ability, which can grant another enhancement of up to 3-fold, and my combat power could be increased by a full 30-fold. As he finished speaking, the icy power within him burst outward, completely freezing the rocks that had just been melted by the world of flames. Black Arm Zephyr watched Bai Jing's aura surge violently and climb with explosive force, his eyes filled with contemplation. After turning it over in his mind and combining it with Bai Jing's many past battle feats, he said, "If the Berserk Fruit raises your combat power 30-fold, and you add the earlier abilities of the Flame Fruit and the Rumble Fruit, then in terms of battle strength, it should be roughly comparable. The probability of victory then stands at 7-3, 7 for him, 3 for you. If your physical body can withstand it, it can become 6-4. And it is not without hope. Because his supreme grade blade Murakamajiri is not at hand, what you exchange in that fight would be purely a contest of physical technique and devil fruit abilities. You do have some chance of winning." Hearing what Black Arm Zephyr said, Bai Jing nodded and replied, "If that is the case, then there is indeed some chance." He still had 2 devil fruit abilities he had not yet revealed. One was Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit. The other was the Phoenix Fruit he had just acquired, a mythical Zoan in Phoenix form. Moreover, he had discovered that the Phoenix Fruit possessed extraordinary growth potential. Every time he suffered a severe wound, especially at that critical moment when death was imminent, he would undergo a nirvanic rebirth. After that nirvanic rebirth, his entire being would be comprehensively elevated in every respect, including his physical techniques and devil fruit abilities. The upper limit of the fruit, as manifested in the appearance of his phoenix form, would also be elevated across the board. In a word, it was a devil fruit monstrous to the extreme. Coupled with that regenerative ability, Bai Jing now truly had confidence in this battle against Whitebeard. He felt his chance of victory had reached 50-50. Who would win and who would lose was now genuinely impossible to say. Of course, he was not foolish enough to wait until Whitebeard had recovered to his 20s or 30s and then hand him a supreme grade blade, Murakamajiri. To let him then fight him, wouldn't that be sheer stupidity? Hearing Black Arm Zephyr's words Bai Jing was already clear in his mind. Activating the gravity fruit, he used anti-gravity to float his body up and return to the pirate ship. Everyone's gaze toward Bai Jing had completely changed to them. He was now a monster. Especially Golden Emperor Corazon and Ein, the three who had boarded the ship relatively late. But they had never imagined that Bai Jing could be so strong. In their hearts, since he had managed to defeat them, he was certainly powerful. Yet they had thought he would not be stronger by much. Now they realized the gap in their strength was simply too vast. Even Little Oars and Ace, who had been the first to befriend Bai Jing, felt exactly the same. The corners of everyone's mouths twisted into wry smiles. But soon they were relieved and genuinely happy for Bai Jing. The stronger Bai Jing was, the greater the likelihood that Whitebeard would come aboard. From then on they could dominate the entire pirate world and go on adventures together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Ryuma stepped forward, looked at Bai Jing with the utmost seriousness, and said, "If you have time, fight me. I can sense that you, Captain, are extraordinarily strong, and you may still be holding something back." Hearing this, Bai Jing smiled and nodded. In fact, he also wanted to see just how strong the samurai who had once slain a flying dragon was. "Have you truly made up your mind? Are you really going to revive Whitebeard? If you make this trip and lose, Whitebeard will leave. And there will inevitably be other matters involved." Zephyr's words carried deep meaning. He was referring to Ace and Little Oars. If Whitebeard were revived and then left, there was no telling whether Ace and Little Oars would follow him away. After all, they had once been family, and having been on the same pirate ship, they were surely familiar with one another to an extraordinary degree. Bai Jing nodded and said, "Teacher Zephyr, I have already made up my mind. I think I can do this." "Very well. Since you are determined to go, I will say no more. Remember, if you are to fight that monster, you must guard against his devil fruit ability. After all, it is the strongest Paramecia class fruit, the Tremor fruit. Its power to trigger skyquakes, earthquakes, and seaquakes is far too monstrous. Oh, and one more thing, if you fight, choose a place far away, because this battle will likely change the face of the world." Hearing Zephyr's words, Bai Jing smiled and nodded. His mind was made up. Everything had been considered. What remained was the battle with Whitebeard. Ace and Little Oars were filled with complicated emotions. If Pops was truly revived, and if Pops won, would they choose to leave with Pops or continue on Bai Jing's pirate ship? One was a man who had done them a great kindness, an enormous kindness. The other was their former family, their former father, the one who carried the warmth of home. Now the two were truly stumped. They exchanged awkward glances, their expressions uneasy, and murmured, "We can only hope Mr. Bai Jing wins. If he loses, we can try to persuade Pops to stay on the ship, although with Pops' personality, he probably won't agree." The two said helplessly. Subconsciously, they hoped Bai Jing would win because they had not yet repaid his kindness. Whether it was reviving the two of them or reviving Whitebeard so they could reunite, it was a great favor to them both. Seeing everyone in such a state, Bai Jing smiled faintly and said, "I'm off. Whitebeard is about to be revived." With that, he walked into his room. Hua Jin turned into a streak of light from his body and appeared before him. With worry in her eyes, she asked, "Are you really going to fight Whitebeard?" Bai Jing chuckled softly, stepped forward, patted her on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry. In this battle, I won't lose. I will only win. Whitebeard was once hailed as the strongest man in the world, but that is only in the past. I respect him, so I will surely fight him with everything I have. Besides, his supreme gray blade is not at his side. That weakens his strength to a certain extent, and it is precisely my best opportunity." When he finished speaking, his soul left his body, vanished from this world, and arrived in the underworld. Some might say, now, isn't this unfair? With his great blade missing, Whitebeard's strength has been reduced by at least 20%. Besides having just been revived, he is certainly not familiar with his physical body, another 10% shaved off. To challenge him now would surely be unfair. If anyone were to say that, Bai Jing would merely smile in response. After all, how old is Bai Jing? How long has he been in this world? And yet he has already achieved so much, while Whitebeard has returned to his prime. He possesses decades of accumulated experience plus a peak physique and a peak devil fruit. Is that fair to Bai Jing? There is no absolute fairness in this world. Just get it done. Later, when Whitebeard retrieves Murakamajuri and is fully restored to his peak, Bai Jing will still fight him a true and honorable battle to settle the regret in his heart. That was to battle Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Besides, since Whitebeard has returned to life, will the other pirates be far behind? Ace and Roger are still connected after all, aren't they? Crossing the Yellow Springs and the Naiha Bridge, he arrived in the third city as his netherworld chi quickly dispersed. His netherworld chi was now only enough to remain in the Yellow Springs world for one day, so he had to hasten his pace. Whitebeard saw Bai Jing coming, rose to his feet, and asked with confusion in his eyes, "Why are you here again?" "Come to see me again. Don't worry. Whether it takes a little over a year or 10 years, I can wait." That hearty laughter sounded once more. "Yaha." Bai Jing smiled and shook his head with confidence. "No, this time I'm not here to visit you. I'm going to truly revive you and take you out. Fight me. If I win, you come aboard my ship. If you win, you are free to go." Bai Jing spoke with complete seriousness, not as if joking. Whitebeard glanced at Bai Jing, then composed himself and stared at him. Are you telling the truth? Think it over carefully. There's a gap between my strength and yours, and between my age and yours. You'd best go cultivate for 10 years. When the time comes, don't say I bullied you. Bai Jing slowly shook his head. I've already decided. A battle it shall be. After saying this, Bai Jing let netherworld chi surge out from his body, wrapping Whitebeard in it. He said, this is my unique method. Do not make any sound at all, and it can take you out of the netherworld realm safely. Seeing Bai Jing put it that way, Whitebeard felt there was nothing more to say, so he nodded. He was not a man of hesitation. Their figures slowly drifted upward, rose above the third city, and crossed the boundless yellow springs. Beneath them, the yellow springs surged with rolling waves. As they passed over the Niha Bridge, Whitebeard looked down, knowing this was the path he had taken when he first came. Now at last he was about to leave. The world of pirates. What a familiar name. His eyes brimmed with emotion. Crossing the node between the living world and the dead, their figures emerged side by side. Bai Jing returned to his own body, and in that instant Whitebeard's soul body rapidly grew substantial. The former strongest man in the world, he had returned. All pirates in the pirate world tremble. His body swiftly solidified, a massive frame, robust and powerful muscles. Yet his body bore numerous gunshot wounds and holes, all injuries from the Paramount War. In total, there were 267 sword wounds, 152 bullet wounds, and 46 cannon wounds. These permanent scars were left on his enormous frame, his aged frame. The moment Whitebeard opened his eyes, he greedily took in deep breaths of sea breeze, savoring the familiar air of the pirate world. With deep emotion, he declared, I, Whitebeard, am back. He then stretched. His strong muscles tightened once more, but perhaps because of his age, he felt somewhat inadequate to the task, and frowned slightly. Ace and Little Oars on the pirate ship watched Whitebeard return to life. They vanished from where they stood in excitement, and rushed to Whitebeard, shouting pops. Whitebeard looked at Ace and Little Oars' amusement and warmth in his eyes. He opened his arms, and said in a deep voice, my sons. Little Oars nearly burst into a flood of tears, and stayed close to Whitebeard's side, while Ace jumped straight onto Whitebeard. Yaha! Whitebeard smiled contentedly. It was wonderful to see his family again. At least he no longer had to remain in that lonely, boundless Yellow Springs world. Bai Jing walked out from the side and looked at Whitebeard's massive stature. He could not help but exclaim, just from his build alone, how could his physical arts be weak? And with Murakamajiri and the Tremor fruit, he's truly monstrous. Bai Jing stepped forward, condensed 2 wisps of rewind light in his palm, and flicked them into Whitebeard's body. His body began to change at a visible pace. The wounds faded. All the cannon and sword wounds disappeared completely, returning him to a youthful state. The rewind light restored him to the appearance of a 52-year-old. Bai Jing apparently thought that was not enough. Courting disaster, he flicked out another wisp and restored him to the age of 40. Only then did Bai Jing nod in satisfaction. As for restoring him to around 30, that would only happen if Bai Jing had been kicked in the head by a donkey, fallen into despair, and wanted to die. Otherwise, who would want to bump against a prime Whitebeard? Wouldn't that simply be asking for trouble? Whitebeard's body brimmed with surging power. The youth of his prime had returned, and he was old no more. His heart and lungs were hale and mighty beyond measure. At the faintest clench of his fist, one could hear the crackling burst of frying sugar beans. This was the sound of blood flowing within his body, a testament to his monstrous recovery and monstrous physique. At over 6 meters tall, he towered a full 4 times higher than Bai Jing. I never imagined you would also still be alive, and so much younger. Whitebeard turned his gaze to Black Arm Zephyr, deep interest flickering in his eyes. In his youth, he had exchanged blows with Zephyr a few times. Now, to his amazement, his old rival had appeared once more, seemingly as a crew member of this young brat. As for the others, he did not know them, nor did he want to. In his eyes, apart from his family and his old rival, no one was worth a single glance. That was the pride of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Corazon and the Golden Emperor saw this, and offered no objection, for the man before them was after all the world's strongest. Ryuma, looking upon Whitebeard at his peak, felt scorching battle intent ablaze in his eyes. He could sense the immense strength of Whitebeard, yet he knew this was not his battlefield. It was Bai Jing's. Bai Jing was to face Whitebeard, not him. After all, once Whitebeard came aboard the ship later, there would be ample time, so he was not anxious. Brat, I admire your courage. Let us fight then. At this moment, Whitebeard had once again taken on his youthful visage. His ambition and soaring spirit were no longer concealed. His might had reached an overwhelming extreme. Bai Jing nodded solemnly. Whitebeard, at his peak, merely standing there, emanated tremendous pressure. Bai Jing's countenance betrayed neither joy nor sorrow. Huh, you've got guts, I like that. In that case, here or elsewhere. He scanned his surroundings. This was a desolate islet with the main island adjoining it. He paid it no mind at all. There is a small sky island 50 nautical miles away. Let us settle it there. There are still people here. If we raise an enormous clamor, it might destroy these islands. Bai Jing spoke, for he knew that if they truly waged a full-scale battle, the entire Great Fish Island would likely be swallowed by the sea. After all, Whitebeard was a user of the Tremor fruit. A single sea quake could annihilate all these islands beneath the waves. Fine. Whitebeard nodded. The Golden Emperor's pirate ship sailed toward the distant island. Once the two had set foot on it, the Sunny withdrew far away. Those on board the ship watched from afar, not daring to come closer. The island stood alone with only the two upon it. Both possessed monstrous combat power. Their clash would surely shake the heavens and earth. Whitebeard, without standing on ceremony, clenched his fist and lowered his gaze to look at it. The power-filled peak Whitebeard had returned. Bai Jing struck first, activating his glint fruit ability. He transformed into a golden flash, condensing a light sword in his hand as he charged at Whitebeard. His speed was extraordinary. Through the might of light, he reached Whitebeard in an instant, the sword slashing down toward his head. Whitebeard calmly raised his head, unleashing his observation haki, and instantly perceived Bai Jing's trajectory. Armament haki coated that sandbag-sized fist as he hurled a ferocious punch, pure physical might devoid of any devil fruit power. Bai Jing's expression changed. He had forgotten to use his observation haki. Whitebeard's punch had predicted his position and movement. The light sword shattered into particles of light under that fist. The punch landed squarely on his body. In desperation, Bai Jing wrapped his fists and torso in armament haki. But even so, he was sent hurtling by that punch, flying backward 100 meters before slamming heavily into a distant mountain peak. Falling rubble buried him within. The power of a single punch was terrifying to such a degree. A pillar of fire shot skyward, incinerating the rubble heap completely. Scorching heat radiated from Bai Jing's body. The flames blazed fiercely. His devil fruit had awakened. Behind him, a fire giant dozens of meters tall made its silent appearance. The surrounding terrain melted under the extreme heat. The upper limit of his flames climbed higher after Bai Jing's awakening. The sword strike just now had been a mere probe. Yet now he understood with stark clarity. Probing meant death. Against this man, one must go all out. Oh, Ace's flame fruit ability. How interesting. Bai Jing stirred his form, dissolving into firelight. With astonishing speed, his fiery form hurled a fist toward Whitebeard. Behind him, the flame giant also hurled a punch. Armament haki appeared on Whitebeard's right hand, and a grin spread across his face. Only then did interest kindle in his eyes. This is far from enough, he voiced. Armament haki coated his fist. That sandbag-sized blow shot out with blazing speed, colliding head-on with the several-meter giant fist. Boom. Although the gap in power appeared vast, Whitebeard's fist forcibly obliterated the flame giant. His body vanished from the spot, in an instant appearing before Bai Jing. The armament haki wrapped around his hand ignored Bai Jing's elementalization. One punch drove down, striking his body, and sending Bai Jing flying once again. This is truly monstrous, Bai Jing cursed beneath his breath amidst the rubble, and then flames erupted once more, incinerating everything around him. The temperature surged violently, setting Whitebeard's upper garments ablaze. The terrifying heat had reached tens of thousands of degrees, matching the temperature of molten magma. And the temperature continued to climb relentlessly. The Flame Kingdom, whispered Bai Jing, the Fire Emperor, as the surroundings began to shift and transform. A circular domain radiated outward from him, within which every flame answered his command at will. Fire Dragon Tornado. Bai Jing roared. On all sides, blazing flame tornadoes erupted, towering over 10 meters in height, converging upon Whitebeard. The number of fire tornadoes multiplied rapidly, doubling from 2 to 4, then to 8, and within moments swelled to over 100, descending upon Whitebeard at tremendous speed. The heat of this flame was worlds apart from the previous inferno and the giant's thermal output, one in the heavens, the other in the abyss. The awakened Mera no Mi proved not weak, but extraordinarily powerful. There are no weak devil fruits, only weak users. Under this blistering heat, Whitebeard's brow furrowed slightly as black armament haki enveloped his entire body. His massive fist struck again. One punch shattered the incoming fire tornado. Yet dozens more swirled densely around him. Master Bai Jing, you're too powerful. Ace asked in bewilderment. Isn't the Mera no Mi a natural type? How can it awaken? The Golden Emperor and Corazon both shook their heads, signaling their ignorance. The Golden Emperor could awaken because his Kimi no Mi is a Paramecia type. Whitebeard observed the barrage of fire tornadoes and gave a satisfied nod. Now this was worthy. If it were any weaker, he truly would have lost interest. A faint smile crossed his lips as his right hand lashed forward, striking something solid. Immediately the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Crack, crack, crack. The void around them began to fracture. Jagged cracks unfolded one after another, splitting the space ahead. The dozens of fire tornadoes hurtling toward him were violently obliterated, erased from existence by the fragments of shattered space. Sparks flew from the flames, yet not a single ember touched him. Having completed this, he pushed off the ground and charged toward Bai Jing, swinging his colossal fist directly at the man's face. Bai Jing released his observation haki, having anticipated Whitebeard's assault, and snapped his fingers. Snap! Behind him, over a dozen black thunderclouds materialized overhead. 300 million volts, lightning dragon. 300 million volts, thunderous Chidori. 300 million volts, roaring Reiju. From the thunderclouds above, a colossal lightning dragon spanning dozens of meters emerged, roaring as it dove straight toward Whitebeard. Then a lightning bird with wings spanning dozens of meters appeared, along with a thunder beast that raced across the sky, all converging on Whitebeard. 3 powerful lightning spirits condensed from pure thunder screamed downward in a direct assault, attempting to block Whitebeard's advance. He was truly fighting seriously now, for the 300 million volt power far surpassed his previous 200 million volt attacks. 200 million volts could barely be withstood by a marine admiral, so 300 million volts represented one of Bai Jing's most formidable techniques. Whitebeard sensed danger, but as a Yonko of the seas with decades of experience, his fist drove downward once more. A spherical white glass barrier materialized, smashing into the void. The space before him fractured, incrementally expanding to cover 100 meters, systematically obliterating the charging lightning dragon, avian thunder spirit, and beast alike. Erased by the shattering space. The lightning couldn't even approach his body before vanishing entirely beneath the spatial destruction. This was the ruthless dominance of the world's strongest paramecia fruit. Bai Jing's expression grew grave. Had those 3 lightning techniques actually connected with Whitebeard, they would have inflicted serious injury. Gravity Kingdom, Lightning Kingdom. Bai Jing roared. An invisible gravitational field radiated outward from his position. The gravity intensified to 100 times its normal force, and the atmospheric ions condensed silently into arcs of lightning. The lightning pressure had reached a terrifying 90 million volts. With a mere thought, Bai Jing concentrated fire and lightning energy, forcing hundreds of fire dragon vortices and high-voltage ion fields to materialize around him, creating barriers against Whitebeard's advance. How can 3 devil fruit abilities be so? Whitebeard muttered in confusion, his brows furrowing as his expression finally turned serious. He felt the 100-fold gravity pressing upon him, the tingling numbness spreading through his body, scorched by flames, paralyzed by lightning. And the crushing gravity further hindered his forward momentum. Now I truly take you seriously, he declared, his expression grave. I shall hold nothing back. I expect the same from you. The old man with white whiskers shouted, every ounce of his being focused and earnest. He gazed down at the island below, a smile crossing his face as he drove his fist into the ground with tremendous force. The explosion triggered a catastrophic earthquake across the entire island. A colossal fissure split the land from its center, racing toward Bai Jing with the intent of casting him into the sea. The terrifying rate of destruction only accelerated. The seismic violence tore the small island cleanly in two, and both halves were already beginning to slowly sink below the waves. The fissure formed with astonishing speed. Had it caught him unprepared, Bai Jing would have been swept away. But he utilized the counter-gravity power of his devil fruit, keeping himself suspended in midair. Drawing on the electrical ions present in the atmosphere, he maintained his flotation, effortlessly rendering the attack largely ineffective against him. Seizing the moment, Wang Xuanji flashed forward toward Whitebeard in an instant. His entire arm was enveloped in black armament haki as he prepared to strike. He concentrated all his strength into his fist, channeling gravity itself into a single devastating blow. The power of his raging fruit erupted forth. This single punch carried 100 times his usual force. But that was not all. The icy power of the Yami Yami Nomi crackled with blue lightning arcs while red flames danced alongside. 3 elemental forces converged, producing an explosion of power far greater than anything before. He unleashed a single devastating punch. His observation haki expanded outward, probing whether Whitebeard would attempt to evade. Should his opponent dodge, Wang Xuanji would instantly redirect his strike along an entirely different trajectory. This battle demanded a decisive conclusion. Whitebeard did not retreat or flinch. Instead, he condensed a white barrier of compressed air around his hand, reinforcing it with armament haki, and met the punch with his own in a thunderous collision. In hand-to-hand combat, Whitebeard had never feared anyone. With the strongest paramecia-type devil fruit in existence at his disposal, whom could he possibly dread? Boom. The 2 locked fists battled for dominance, each refusing to yield. Whitebeard's arm held firm, though there were moments when it seemed he might be pushed backward. Bai Jing's fist carried explosive force, advancing inch by inch, determined to overwhelm the legendary pirate. The tremendous impact caused both fighters to furrow their brows. To Bai Jing, it felt as though he were striking the hardest steel imaginable. And Whitebeard, though faced with a seemingly small opponent, could not ignore the terrifying combination of raw force and explosive power emanating from that young fighter. The force of that punch matched his own, perhaps even slightly exceeded it. The moment the white barrier of compressed air contacted Bai Jing's fist, Whitebeard smiled faintly and whispered, "Coup de vent, shatter space." He held nothing back. The fractured space spread like cracking glass, surging toward Bai Jing's body. If he failed to defend properly, his skeletal structure would certainly be destroyed. The power of those spatial vibrations was simply too immense. Whitebeard was confident that at this range Bai Jing could not possibly withstand the attack, nor could he react swiftly enough to evade it. A subtle smile touched Bai Jing's lips. He could read his opponent's thoughts clearly. Whitebeard was banking on the tremor fruit to deal a crippling blow. Had that plan succeeded, the battle would have ended there. But Whitebeard had overlooked one critical detail. Bai Jing himself was also a user of the tremor fruit. From Bai Jing's palm emerged a white barrier identical to Whitebeard's, and the very fabric of space began to fracture. Though the spatial damage was not as devastating as Whitebeard's, it was more than enough to send the old man's expression darkening with alarm. He hastily retreated, attempting to escape the reach of that spatial quake. If he had not withdrawn so quickly, he would have been dealt a severe injury by Bai Jing's follow-up strike. But that very retreat proved to be exactly the opening Bai Jing needed. His entire body began to elementize, allowing the spatial vibrations to pass harmlessly through him. On his fist, space itself shattered. Flames erupted violently, gravity intensified to 200 times its normal force, and 300 million volts of electrical pressure discharged. Combined with the flash of light propelling his strike to near instantaneous speed, this punch represented the pinnacle of destructive power. The impact sent Whitebeard reeling backward for hundreds of paces before he could finally steady himself. Bai Jing stood immovable in his wake, still holding the follow-through posture of his punch, a figure of absolute devastation. Around them, the surrounding islands continued to slowly submerge into the ocean. An eerie silence fell over the battlefield. The crew of the Sunny stared in stunned disbelief. None of them had imagined Bai Jing possessed such power, capable of driving back Whitebeard himself with a single strike. Not merely pushing him back, he had sent Whitebeard retreating over 100 paces. The man before them was the strongest creature upon the seas, standing at nearly the peak of his prime, and yet he had been driven back by one punch from Bai Jing. Was this reality, or merely a dream? Ryuma watched the ferocious exchange between the two combatants, feeling an irresistible itch in his sword hand. He longed to step into the fray and deliver his own strike. Blackbeard Zephyr observed the battle and nodded silently to himself. Two things impressed him profoundly: first, the monstrous extent of Bai Jing's power, and second, the realization that this was the true measure of Whitebeard's combat capability. Though diminished from his absolute prime at 30, deprived of his supreme blade and the full height of his powers, Whitebeard's combat effectiveness still reached 70% of its legendary level. Whitebeard steadied himself, his expression calm, yet marked by genuine surprise. He could not fathom how Bai Jing was able to wield the tremor fruit's power. His right arm bore extensive burn marks, and his entire body was being ravaged by the terrifying atmospheric pressure coursing through his veins, devastating his internal functions. Had this body not been so youthful and blessed with such a monstrous physique, an ordinary person would have certainly perished under that single punch, carrying 300 million volts of pressure. He exerted the power of his haki to forcefully halt the residual voltage from the lightning, exhaling a deep breath of stale air. Looking at his right fist, the bones had already begun to crack. He said nothing more. This was battle, but Whitebeard had not yet fallen. If mere weakness could bring him down, then Whitebeard was far from defeated. Bai Jing fared no better. After clashing fists with Whitebeard, his right hand remained numb. That terrifying physical strength had left his bones feeling as though several had shattered. Struck by Whitebeard's air shock, his internal organs had shifted and massive internal bleeding had already occurred. Even though he had timely activated his armament haki and attempted to turn his body elemental, he still could not escape the devastating strike. Whitebeard noticed Bai Jing's injuries and once again slammed both fists into the surrounding space, sending torrents of white spatial fragments swirling outward in dense waves. The entire space shattered like a spiderweb, spreading toward where Bai Jing stood. The monstrous power of the air shock forced Bai Jing's expression to shift dramatically. Though the air shock had been released from a distance, even that faraway strike already carried such overwhelming power. Whitebeard had truly shifted into serious mode now. This was absolutely a killing blow. Whitebeard understood that unless he attacked with lethal intent, he would never pose a real threat to Bai Jing. With his true power restrained and Cloud Cutter inactive, only a warrior's deadliest strike could determine the victor between them. Otherwise, the two would clash for 3 days and 3 nights without either gaining the upper hand. Bai Jing's abdomen and chest were in terrible condition, but fortunately, he still held a trump card. The Mofi Nomi, a mythical Zoan Phoenix form. Phoenix flames erupted within him. With monstrous regenerative power, his wounds were restored instantly, and his stamina returned to full. Watching the spatial rifts spread closer, and feeling the oppressive pressure, Bai Jing's eyes hardened. His Phoenix flames burned fiercely, refusing to be extinguished. His development of the Goro Goro Nomi was nowhere near Whitebeard's level. Still in its early stages, if he wanted to defeat Whitebeard now, he could only rely on the Goro Goro Nomi, the Thunder Rumble fruit hailed as a god's fruit. In Bai Jing's estimation, it was no inferior to the Quake fruit. Lightning erupted from his body, forming twin rings of thunder that circled around his shoulders. Thunder, lightning, electric arcs, and conductive lines merged into muscle fibers of pure electrical energy, causing his frame to expand to 6 meters tall. His enlarged body now matched Whitebeard's imposing stature. Meanwhile, phoenix flames engulfed his form, and the two elemental forces intertwined, growing even more ferocious. The flames of the Mera Mera Nomi mixed with his phoenix fire, doubling his combat power once again. Drawing upon the electrical ions throughout this thunderous domain, he propelled himself into the sky. The air shock drew ever closer. The nearer it got to the center, the greater the destructive pressure became, and much of his lightning arcs were already being worn away. Fortunately, the phoenix flames continuously burned, regenerating his injuries. Choosing to close the distance, Bai Jing charged toward Whitebeard for hand-to-hand combat. Seeing Bai Jing's giantized form, Whitebeard showed no reaction. He also charged forward, meeting him fist to fist in brutal close-quarters combat. The Thunder God's punch erupted, summoning over 100 storm clouds above. 100 lightning bolts descended from above, colliding directly with Bai Jing's strike. Whitebeard's fist was wrapped in top-tier armament hockey, surpassing Bai Jing's by 3 degrees. A white glass-like barrier appeared around his knuckles. He was about to unleash another air shock. Bai Jing roared, swinging his fist with 400 million volts. Thunder King's fist. Terrifying electrical pressure combined with the 100 thunderclaps from the sky slammed into Whitebeard's fist with devastating force. All gaps between them had been erased. Even though Whitebeard's Quake Fruit ability eliminated some of the lightning, the majority still struck home. Whitebeard absorbed the full impact. Their fists collided again, and the air shock erupted once more at center position directly beneath Bai Jing's fist. His entire arm went numb, every bone shattering, the force spreading throughout his body. Phoenix flames burned fiercely, immediately regenerating the damage. Until you have truly battled this man, you will never understand just how monstrous he really is. Watching the island gradually sink beneath the sea and witnessing their brutal close-quarters combat, the crew of the Sunny fell silent, quietly observing from the sidelines. Are these two monsters? How is it that one is even more formidable than the other? Their strength is freakish to the extreme. Golden Emperor Tesoro watched, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. The three women, Stella, Huajin, and Ain, watched the brutally violent battle with little golden stars sparkling in their eyes. This was the most primal struggle between men, the aesthetics of violence, fist against fist, flesh against flesh. Bai Jing ignored the pain. With the phoenix fire at his disposal, he could charge ahead without a care and keep going all out. From both fists, lightning straight punches condensed out of thunder arcs, carrying rampant high voltage as he pounded Whitebeard again and again. The barrage of punches grew denser, and the punch speed grew faster. Whitebeard naturally refused to be outdone, weathering the rampant high voltage. Both of his fists were wrapped in white glass-like shields. Every punch he threw was an airquake. His fists blasted toward Bai Jing's oncoming fists. The speed of their punches had already become too fast to see, only blurred fist shadows, and the clamorous roaring of their blows remained. Boom, boom, boom. The airquake punches landed one after another, and both sides of the island had already sunk by nearly half. As the two fought on, the surrounding battlefield was left with nothing but shattered space and lightning that split down from the heavens. The battlefield was swallowed by a blue thunder sea. Blue arcs of lightning filled the very air, every one of them carrying a voltage of up to 100 million volts. At this moment, Whitebeard was already caught in the endless thunder sea, the kingdom of the thunder god. But he was, after all, the man called the strongest. Even though his body had gone numb, he used the power of the tremor fruit to drive away the lightning around him time and time again. He broke the lightning ions apart. The island was simply too small for Whitebeard to fully use his earthquake ability, otherwise his strength would have been even greater. The more Bai Jing fought, the more excited he became, his battle intent surging. Conqueror's Haki unconsciously burst forth. A golden surge of Conqueror's Haki blasted out, a crushing pressure raging toward Whitebeard. Yahaha, Conqueror's Haki. Whitebeard's hearty laughter rang out, and his body also radiated Conqueror's Haki. A dark black Haki bloomed from his body. Two enormous globes formed by Conqueror's Haki collided, the huge sphere and the small sphere vying fiercely against each other. You take a step forward, and I take a step forward. Neither gains the upper hand, locked in a deadlock. And still their fists kept hammering away as the island shrank until only a tiny patch remained, barely enough for the two of them to stand on opposite sides. The seawater around them churned violently because of the air quakes. The space around them had long been shattered, torn apart again, and again falling into vast darkness. The scene here was truly magnificent. Overhead hung dense black thunderclouds, while blue lightning ceaselessly struck the ground, turning the battlefield into a sea of thunder. This space was at times dark, and at times bright. Dark from the shattered void, and the thunderclouds above bright from the explosions of their fists. The lightning spread across the field, and the two titanic masses of conquerors' hockey. What is going on over there? Has the end of the world come? That stretch of the world was pitch black, and golden light and black light could be seen from the distant island. All the fishermen and pirates raised their heads, gazing from afar, deeply shaken. The colossal booms and the churning of the sea made all of them stare in shock, as if doomsday had truly arrived. The confrontation between conquerors' hockey ended in a draw, and the injuries on both men grew ever heavier. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. After all, the high-voltage lightning was too much to bear. It carried 400 million volts. Bai Jing was in no better condition. Although the Phoenix Fire gave him recovery, each airquake punch could still make him take a long time to heal. And as the punching speed grew faster, his recovery time grew longer. Gaps appeared in between, leaving him unable to recover in time, and his combat power was slowly ebbing away. After one heavy blow, both men staggered back more than 10 steps before steadying themselves. Behind them was the sea. If they took another step back, they would fall into the water and lose their ability to fight. This actually worked to Bai Jing's advantage. Even in seawater, his combat power remained at full, unlike Whitebeard. Whitebeard stared at Bai Jing with a grave expression, knowing that his own combat power had fallen below 60%. After exchanging so many punches and using his airquake power so many times, he was still astonished that Bai Jing had strength left to fight. With such strength, it was no wonder he dared to challenge him. Now in his Thunder God state, and empowered by the Berserk Fruit, Bai Jing's combat power was pressing close to that of the 4 Emperors of the Sea. One could say that no matter which emperor he encountered, he would not be timid. This is my final move. If you can overcome it, then this battle is my loss. Whitebeard's expression turned serious, his voice deep and strong, and he slowly spoke. Bai Jing nodded, knowing that he was about to unleash his ultimate move. Hearing that Whitebeard was about to unleash his ultimate move, the crew of the Xianyang hastily set sail and fled even farther. They were terrified that the battle between two monsters, Whitebeard and Bai Jing, would engulf them. The people aboard the ship scattered as far and as fast as they could, unwilling to become entangled in the conflict between those two maniacs. They had no desire to suffer collateral damage. Sailing the Sunny away at full speed, the crew could no longer see the direction of the island. All that remained visible was a tiny speck on the horizon. The two figures had become indistinguishable, so each pulled out a telescope to observe from a distance. Given the battle between Whitebeard and Bai Jing, these mutually escalating ultimate techniques were bound to be fatal. Above Whitebeard's dual fists, those two white glass-like shields reappeared once more. Except this time he was not striking at the air, but rather directing his attack toward the ocean below. Whitebeard flashed an innocent-looking smile, then suddenly dense white cracks appeared across the space around his hands as he pressed downward with tremendous force. This terrifying pressure churned all the surrounding seawater violently. The ocean water surprisingly transformed into a viscous paste-like consistency, being sliced apart layer by layer. At this moment, the seawater had ceased to be liquid and had become solid. The island's last remaining patch of land was about to be swallowed entirely by the power of the Toshi Toshi no Mi. Colossal waves of seawater surged upward, and the ocean within 100 li transformed into a violent vortex, continuously rotating in an attempt to annihilate Bai Jing and that sliver of remaining land. This technique was essentially self-harm to wound the enemy, a Pyrrhic move. Although Whitebeard possessed the Devil Fruit ability, his formidable physical prowess meant he would not drown even if submerged in seawater. Does he wish to gamble with me like this? Bai Jing murmured to himself, his gaze toward Whitebeard carrying an inexplicable, indefinable quality. Because Whitebeard was still unaware that Bai Jing was immune to seawater's effects, his Devil Fruit abilities would function even if he fell into the ocean. Moreover, with the Goro Goro no Mi's lightning striking in seawater, Whitebeard would certainly lose with zero chance of victory, for water conducts electricity. The Goro Goro no Mi. Bai Jing had long held back one ultimate technique. Now was the time, and only Whitebeard could withstand it. Its destructive power was extraordinary. Seeing that the area within 100 li had been completely cleared, Bai Jing felt reassured. This very technique had been used by Enel once before. It could annihilate an entire nation's population, its devastating power beyond imagination. The surrounding seawater surged upward violently, the tremors growing increasingly intense. The cataclysmic quakes shattered the final remnant of land beneath them both. As the boundless ocean prepared to engulf Bai Jing, he suddenly burst his eyes open, and the electrical ions in the air propelled him skyward. His right hand pressed toward the heavens, and within his palm a sphere of black lightning materialized. In barely a heartbeat, the sphere exploded outward to a diameter of 10 zhang, hovering above in the sky. It sank into the clouds above, and at that moment Bai Jing roared, "Thunder, welcome." This technique utilized Arc Testament to create a vast thundercloud, releasing his self-generated lightning. Finally, as the black thundercloud descended from the heavens, it would unleash devastating lightning, completely annihilating all targets within its attack range. It could reduce an entire floating island to dust in the blink of an eye. With a radius spanning hundreds of zhang, the colossal thunder mass crashed downward with apocalyptic force. Meanwhile, the giant tsunami caused by Whitebeard's seaquake fruit surged upward. These two enormous forces collided with explosive power, scattering the surrounding seawater in all directions. Boom! The thunderous crash of waves colliding with lightning echoed. Under the immense pressure, seawater vaporized while the surrounding ocean continued consuming the descending thunder sphere. That thunder sphere descended slowly from the skies, devouring wave after wave of seawater in its path. Whitebeard fell into the seawater at that moment. Gazing up at the terrifying thunder sphere, even he felt a rare sense of helplessness. What a pity. If I had Kushi at my side, I could have shattered this thunder sphere. It seems I have lost this battle. Whitebeard managed a bitter smile as he lay upon the sea's surface. The thunder sphere struck him directly, and he bore the full impact. When the sphere touched the seawater, the world erupted in blinding light. The horrifying explosion, coupled with the pressure of 500 million volts of lightning, rendered Whitebeard unconscious the instant he made contact with the thunder sphere. His entire body was ravaged by high-voltage lightning burns. In an instant, his internal functions were completely destroyed, leaving him clinging to a single breath. Unable to manifest his armament haki in time, while submerged in seawater, he could only endure the strike. Upon seeing this, Bai Jing immediately withdrew most of his power, allowing only a small portion of the thunder sphere to explode in the seawater. The world fell into silence. The tsunami spawned by the seaquake fruit was eradicated beneath the overwhelming power of the lightning. The thunder sphere's force drove Whitebeard onto the sea's surface, his body covered in wounds and injuries. This battle, Bai Jing had emerged victorious. Bai Jing once again condensed the reverse light, channeling it into Whitebeard's body, reversing his age by several years until he appeared to be 30 years old. His strength returned to its peak, and his fatal wounds began healing slowly. These two brutes are even stronger than I imagined. The crew on the pirate ship watched the flattened sea with deep shock. When Bai Jing's terrifyingly massive lightning sphere crashed down, the seawater below instantly evaporated, creating a vast vacuum zone. It covered roughly a radius of 100 li. Fortunately, they had escaped quickly. It would have swept them up if they'd been just a fraction slower. The surrounding seawater rapidly surged back to fill the void. The crew aboard the Xianyang clearly felt the water level in their sector drop slightly as seawater rushed to fill the evacuated zone. Bai Jing actually fought Father Nuge, and that terrifying aura of death is still lingering in my heart, Ace said with palpable trepidation, gazing at the area where seawater continued to surge back in. It was simply too terrifying. Just from his own perspective, if Bai Jing's lightning strike had hit him directly, there would have been zero chance of survival, certainly no second option. The same held for Little Oars Jr. Everyone on the ship wore grave expressions. Even Ryuma was silently assessing whether he could withstand such a devastating attack. After much deliberation, he concluded that if he were restored to his peak strength, catching that lightning arrival wouldn't be an issue for him. But even he would suffer considerable damage in the process. The sheer destructive power of the lightning arrival was staggering. The crew hurriedly steered the Xianyang toward them. Whitebeard lay floating on the water, a wry smile playing on his lips. Now that Bai Jing possessed the powers of the time reversal fruit, he had been restored to his prime at around 30 years old. He now felt an endless surge of power coursing through his veins. Should he clash with Bai Jing again, even if he lost, it wouldn't be such a disastrous defeat. Had he wielded Songyun Cut during this battle, he was confident he could have blocked Bai Jing's lightning arrival. But without it, the outcome was inevitably clear. Bai Jing slowly floated toward Whitebeard and extended his hand. Whitebeard met his gaze with a smile, grasping Bai Jing's hand. With a firm pull, Bai Jing hoisted the legendary pirate onto the surface. Using the gravity fruit's power, he also kept Whitebeard buoyant above the water. Indeed, anti-gravity was remarkably versatile. It could be applied to himself or others, enabling flight for anyone he empowered. Whether for offense or support, this devil fruit was exceptionally potent. As long as he maintained his combat capability, he could continuously sustain the anti-gravity effect on those he chose to empower. The Xianyang quickly approached, and the two returned to the pirate vessel. Whitebeard rose to his full height, gazed at Bai Jing, and declared, "I accept defeat as it is. If I lost, I lost. Step onto the ship." He chuckled heartily. Both Ace and Little Oars Jr. smiled alongside the others, creating a warm and convivial atmosphere. Bai Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Whitebeard and Zephyr now aboard, mounting a campaign in the New World was far from impossible. It was also high time to reunite with Luffy. Oh right, he still needed to visit Big Mom's territory first. After more merriment, Bai Jing planned to return to the Grand Line and retrieve Sung Yun Cut from Whitebeard's tomb. This would significantly boost Whitebeard's combat effectiveness. Is that the apocalypse? How terrifying. The colossal explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the ocean, plunging the surroundings into momentary darkness before a blinding flash illuminated the skies. Pirates on nearby islands watched in utter astonishment. If two powerhouses fighting caused such devastation, how formidable must they truly be? The group sailed back to the nameless islet. Ace and Cosmos went ashore to purchase provisions. The rest waited aboard the golden pirate ship, basking in the sea breeze and growing ever closer. That devil fruit of yours is truly monstrous. Few could withstand a single lightning arrival. Should you refine it further, its destructive potential would be beyond imagination. Whitebeard offered his suggestion, recalling the terrifying lightning sphere with lingering unease. His body had been submerged in seawater, rendering the quake fruit useless, a complete waste of a strong position. Had he faced Bai Jing on land, he might have shattered the lightning arrival using his quake fruit powers. The damage taken would have been far less, and the battle wouldn't have ended so swiftly. Yet Bai Jing's immunity to lightning sealed his defeat. Bai Jing smiled faintly. He still held hidden trump cards and had deliberately restrained himself during the fight. His principle was simple: never reveal your full arsenal to others. When Escorison returned to the Sunward laden with wine, and meat, the others had already begun their banquet upon the deck. The immense pirate vessel rested at anchor by the shore. Come, let this cup be raised to Mr. Bai Jing. Ace lifted his wine glass high, and at his words the others raised their glasses in unison. Whitebeard and Little Oars each had a designated drinking vessel, one a great bowl, the other a water cistern, for otherwise neither could drink with true satisfaction. Hua Jin cast a glance at Bai Jing, then looked at the oolong tea in her cup brewed by her own hand, and let out a faint sigh of relief. Ain was drinking as well, stealing a sidelong glance at Bai Jing from the corner of her eye. The godlike image he had cut that day had seared itself into her mind, impossible to brush aside. Now that she saw him again, she felt a faint blush creep across her cheeks. Bai Jing, like a man utterly devoid of concern, raised his cup along with the rest, and shouted, "Bottoms up." Clink! The sound of glasses colliding rang out, and all drank their fill in one go, gazing at one another in shared laughter. This banquet served as a celebration that the pirate ship's crew was now for the most part complete. Ryuma was a hardcore drunkard. He drank more fiercely than anyone, guzzling pure and simple. The banquet was held with great pomp, and in the darkness watchers continued to observe in secret. What's going on? Why does that huge man look so much like a young Whitebeard? Impossible. Whitebeard died long ago, didn't he? He probably just bears a resemblance. Besides, how could a dead man return to the prime of his youth? This world has grown too strange for words. Notify Marine headquarters at once, and inform the higher-ups the supernova. Bai Jing has once again invited two men into his pirate crew. One looks exactly like Whitebeard, the other. As he trailed off at the thought of that other man, he turned his gaze toward Black Arm Zephyr. His pupils contracted sharply, his body jolted, and he trembled uncontrollably. What about him? Spit it out. The other spy grew impatient, snatched the telescope from the first one's hand, and raised it to his eye to look ahead. When he saw the purple-haired man on the pirate ship, he fell into the exact same daze as the first spy rooted to the spot. Disbelief filled his eyes, and his body shook unceasingly. As Marines, they had certainly heard of Black Arm Zephyr's fame. Many of the Navy's vice admirals, even the original 3 admirals, had been trained by Black Arm Zephyr himself. Send word back at once. The pirate Bai Jing's crew has become mightier by the day, and they are monsters, every last one. This time it may not be enough to mobilize an admiral. Even the fleet admiral may have to take the field. The two men stared dumbfounded at the merrymakers on the pirate ship. And this was, if anything, a conservative tally. Just looking at the combat power Bai Jing had already exposed, he could single-handedly tie down 2 admirals. A young Black Arm Zephyr had after all been an admiral himself, contending against one now would pose no problem. And if that man truly was Whitebeard, then even mobilizing all 3 admirals would be insufficient. Fleet Admiral Akainu would almost certainly have to march out as well. Otherwise, this pirate Bai Jing would be an emperor of the New World seas beyond even the Marines' reach. The banquet carried on deep into the night. Relying on her female intuition, she felt as though something of hers was about to be taken away, and she grew fiercely protective, alert, and wary. Throughout the banquet, the others regarded Bai Jing with knowing, half-smiling looks, their gazes lingering over the three figures of Ain, Huajin, and Bai Jing. When the banquet ended, Ace gently patted Bai Jing on the shoulder and said with an air of mystery, "Mr. Bai Jing, you are truly formidable. Your charm is impossible to resist." But Bai Jing was now dead drunk, utterly incapable of parsing such illusions. Had he been sober, he might have understood, or as it was, he was nothing more than a drunkard. He embraced Ryuma, the two raising cups to invite the moon, drinking together in perfect solidarity, a genuine pair of drunkards. With the feast at an end, Ain and Huajin exchanged one final look before returning to their respective quarters. Only a few remained on the ship. Whitebeard, seeing this, merely guzzled down a great swallow of wine and let out a booming laugh. Zephyr was unconcerned as well. To him, if his disciple had found a good haven, that was a fine thing indeed. The young, after all, must have some youthful vitality. And so the banquet came to a close, the night deepening ever further. Corazon, the Golden Emperor, and Stella lay sprawled across the deck, sound asleep and snoring. Whitebeard and Zephyr, however, looked out at the placid sea, lost in thought. Two former adversaries had at this very moment become shipmates upon the same vessel. It was as though they were wandering through a dream, and they could only sigh in wistful awe. Ryuma was already dead drunk and collapsed upon the ship. In the middle of the night, Bai Jing sobered up a little, some clarity returning to his mind. "How is it that your body carries the aura of a phoenix?" A voice, lingering, ageless, and laden with immense gravity, sounded at Bai Jing's ear. Initially, upon hearing this voice, Bai Jing assumed he was within a dream and paid it no heed. However, the island's occupants were startled awake, for they felt as though a minor earthquake had just occurred beneath the isle, causing it to tremble slightly. The initial sound Bai Jing attributed to something else, but the next cry jolted him abruptly from his drunken stupor. "Why does your body carry the aura of a phoenix? Wasn't this world long bereft of phoenixes?" Bai Jing rose to his feet and called softly to his surroundings, "Who? Who is speaking? Who exactly?" But his only response was the sea breeze sweeping across the ocean. Everything was silent in the dead of night. Nothing answered. Whitebeard and Blackarm Zephyr watched Bai Jing, having seen him searching for someone just now. They wondered what he was doing. Bai Jing asked again in a low voice, "Who is it? Who is speaking?" This time a reply finally came. "It's no wonder you cannot see me, but why does your body carry the aura of a phoenix?" Phoenix aura. Could it be referring to my devil fruit? Bai Jing muttered, then condensed phoenix flames in his hand. "Yes, that's the aura. Where did you obtain it?" Phoenixes and dragons should have gone extinct over 10,000 years ago. They gave birth to descendants, but vanished themselves. How could this aura appear on you once more? Are you perhaps a descendant of the phoenix? The voice grew excited. Meanwhile, Bai Jing clearly perceived that the colossal island before him had begun to tremble. Can it be this massive island? My earlier speculation was correct. This island is actually the back of an ancient turtle. Bai Jing voiced his conjecture as he watched the island's abnormal movement. At that moment, Whitebeard and Zephyr saw the island's anomalous state and stepped closer to ask, "What's happening? Why is the island experiencing a seaquake? Could there be an undersea volcano beneath it?" Bai Jing shook his head, his gaze profound, and said, "It's not the island. It's a colossal turtle. Everything on this island is built upon that turtle's shell." Turtle? A turtle this huge? It must be 10,000 meters in size. This is a true sea king, isn't it? Hearing Zephyr's words, Bai Jing's gaze grew somber. But the two men were even more curious. Was Bai Jing just now talking to the island? How was it that they heard nothing yet Bai Jing did? Then a thought occurred to Whitebeard. Roger possessed the ability of the voice of all things, enabling him to understand the speech of other species. Now, his eyes wide with disbelief, he asked, "Do you also possess the voice of all things? Can you hear what it's saying?" Bai Jing nodded and decided to go up and investigate. Turning to the two, he said, "I'll take a look. You two stay on the ship." With that, he leaped down and landed on the shore. Bai Jing then asked aloud, "Have you been here all this time without moving? How many years have you lived?" Soon the land beneath Bai Jing's feet trembled, and a distant ancient voice arose, seemingly responding to him. No one else heard it, only Bai Jing caught every word. "I've been here for so long I've forgotten. Back then this world still had flying dragons and bird-like creatures akin to phoenixes. But that flying dragon appeared to have been slain by someone, and that phoenix-like strange bird eventually died too, vanishing without a trace. Your aura is far too similar to that of the phoenix. There should have been no phoenix in this world. Where did you come by it? Even that flying dragon was merely a sub-dragon, hardly powerful." Listening to the old turtle's inquiry, Bai Jing fell into thought. His phoenix power naturally had been seized from another's ability in the world of the dead. Moreover, the world of the dead was a convergence of those who had died in countless other worlds, which was how he had obtained this phoenix ability. In the pirate world alone, search where he might, he would not find a phoenix. In Bai Jing's view, this old turtle was certainly larger than 10,000 meters. At the very least, its body exceeded 50,000 meters. Zanesha at 3500 kilometers was hailed as the most colossal creature in this world, yet this turtle was different. My origin is a secret not easy to divulge here. By the way, old turtle, are you hiding beneath this ocean, unable to move? Bai Jing asked, and after a long silence the old turtle slowly spoke. It's not that I don't want to move. It's just that after so long I've fallen asleep here. My old friends have all departed one by one, only I remain alive. It's better to sleep forever. Good heavens indeed, 1,000-year tortoise, a 10,000-year turtle. What a long lifespan. Bai Jing mused inwardly. A crafty idea stirred in his heart. A sea turtle this immense would surely possess devastating battle power. A single swipe of its claw might level marine headquarters. Moreover, he thought his phoenix fruit would surely grow, strengthening alongside his own power. By then the phoenix he could manifest would be far larger than before. Its size would not be measured in mere hundreds of meters, but at least in zhong. If he could grow to 10,000 zhong or beyond, would he not then stride unopposed across this pirate world? Kaido. That little dragon was but a crawling worm in his eyes. As for Marco, the undying bird was nothing more than a sparrow. Bai Jing seemed to envision the moment he would transform into 1,000 zhong or 10,000 zhong phoenix, and mirth sparkled in his eyes. Such a massive turtle, however, would be difficult to bring along. The old turtle sighed, then its voice faded away once more. The enormous nameless island also returned to stillness, its trembling ceased. A unique thought lingered in Bai Jing's mind. When he grew strong enough, he would see whether this old turtle would be willing to follow him. Besides, this world was home to sea kings whose bodies were also immense, though none so vast as this old turtle. Now he yearned even more for this pirate world. Everything remained unknown, including the Yellow Springs world, which gathered the dead from other parallel worlds. This made him feel that this journey was a kaleidoscope of wonder and delight. Continue gathering intelligence and keeping watch. We will gradually dispatch our forces. Marshal Sakazuki cannot leave at the moment, so we can only let them roam freely in the new world for now. When the time is right, we shall lead the Marines to strike them down with overwhelming force. The voice came from the Den Mushi on the other end. The scout on the island could only nod, his heart pounding with dread as he watched Bai Jing and his companions. Upon hearing this, the Marine scout had no choice but to stand down and let Bai Jing's group remain on the island. The following day, the pirates on the island were forcibly driven out by Whitebeard and his crew. After all, this had once been one of the four emperors Whitebeard's former strongholds. Now that Whitebeard had returned, it was time to reclaim the lost territory. Whether it was Bai Jing or Zifa, both possessed exceptionally high combat capabilities. This was no longer a situation that could be resolved by merely deploying a single admiral. Forming a line across the shore with Bai Jing at the forefront, and everyone else standing half a step behind him, Bai Jing loudly declared, "The pirates on this island may leave." Some pirate actually sought us out to cause trouble. It's that supernova Bai Jing. Boss, what should we do? Should we run or not? Upon hearing this news, the pirates on the island descended into chaos. Hearing Bai Jing's name and learning of his 3 billion berry bounty, many pirates immediately fled without any hesitation. With such a massive bounty on his head, Bai Jing's strength was undoubtedly formidable. There was no sense in unknown pirates like themselves getting involved. When gods clash, mortals suffer. They should simply leave without a moment's hesitation. Naturally, there were also those who were stubbornly unwilling to retreat. Several other pirates, each with bounties worth hundreds of millions, stared with greedy gleams in their eyes, deliberating whether to flee or fight. Leading these groups were the Swamp Pirates, the Gas Pirates, and the Black Dragon Pirates. These three crews had banded together, and their captains had also allied with several smaller pirate groups. Their numbers swelled to over 8,000, hiding across the island and secretly observing the 10 figures standing at its edge. What should we do? If we lose this prize, we'll have to search elsewhere. The Black Dragon Pirate's captain spoke first. His face was covered in scars, his body bulging with muscle, and he stood over 3 meters tall, a true brute. Most of the New World is already claimed by famous pirates. If we still want to share, we have no chance unless we fight. Do we engage or retreat? The three captains locked eyes, then gritted their teeth. I refuse to believe these few could possibly defeat us when we have over 8,000 warriors. Sure, Ace the Flame Fist is among them, but his bounty was only a little over 500 million berries. And we are each valued at a similar amount. A battle against them is far from hopeless. As for the supernova Bai Jing, we have more than enough numbers to overwhelm him with sheer force. While they debated furiously, Bai Jing and his companions stood on the beach coldly counting from 1 to 9. By the time he reached 10, the coastline was nearly empty. Most of the pirates had already retreated, leaving only the stubborn few behind. A handful of weaker fighters remained as well. These were the foolish ones who, despite knowing they were outmatched, chose to stay rather than flee. Golden Emperor, growing restless, spoke up. Bai Jing merely offered a faint smile. There are plenty of stubborn souls in this world who refuse to relinquish their territory. Then they will have to pay with something else, perhaps their lives. My 9 nether energy is running low anyway, so having newcomers arrive to replenish it would be quite convenient. Bai Jing could clearly sense that beyond the island's civilian population, additional pirates were concealed in the shadows. They would emerge soon enough. With his arms folded across his chest, he watched the darkness with keen interest, mockingly remarking, "They are here, those stubborn brats coming to deliver themselves." No sooner had Bai Jing finished speaking than 3 men emerged from where he had been looking. Behind them followed over 8,000 pirates. They moved like demons, brandishing guns and cutlasses, slowly surrounding the beach until the small group was completely encircled. Whitebeard's towering 6-meter frame caused the pirates to freeze, a flicker of fear in their eyes. But when they spotted little oars looming dozens of meters high, their terror deepened and their legs began to tremble. Feeling uncertain, some of the rear-rank soldiers whispered, "Is our captain truly serious about this? Are we really expected to fight these monsters? Do we stand any chance at all? I don't know what's happening, but we cannot go against the captain's orders. I refuse to believe you're as godlike as the rumors suggest, nor as formidable as your pirate bounty implies." The 3 pirate captains exchanged glances, dug their heels into the ground, and instantly vanished from sight. Except for the captain of the Black Dragon pirate crew, who was a devil fruit user, the other 2 were merely ordinary humans. They had accumulated bounties exceeding 300 million berries through their crimes and killings. As the captains of the Swamp pirate crew and Gas pirate crew charged forward, their subordinates naturally followed in their wake. They surged forward en masse, attempting to overwhelm their opponents with sheer numbers. Bai Jing watched with little interest, and Whitebeard shared the same indifference. To them, a single casual strike would be enough to kill them all. One could unleash a barrage of thunder, while the other could summon a void punch. None of these pirates would survive. Ryoma showed no intention of intervening, and the others likewise waited for Bai Jing's command. The captain of the Black Dragon pirate crew suddenly underwent a drastic transformation in his arms. His body began gradually mutating into a beast. His head transformed into a black dragon's skull, his hands became dragon claws, his torso elongated rapidly, and wings sprouted from his back. His thick thighs bulged with muscular power, and a dragon tail naturally extended from his spine. This was not an Eastern dragon. Unlike Kadu, he resembled a Western evil dragon, a tamed lizard, so to speak. "Is that all?" Bai Jing sneered dismissively, lacking even the interest to act. "What did you say? Brat, what do you mean, is that all? I am the Black Dragon, valued at 580 million berries. How dare you speak so casually of me?" The Black Dragon, standing erect upon the ground, grew agitated. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Bai Jing. Clearly, he had been enraged by those words. Bai Jing shot him a disdainful glance, then waved his hand dismissively. Behind him, enormous phoenix wings materialized, wreathed in celestial flame. With a powerful beat of his wings, he returned to the deck of the Sunny. His voice drifted down from above leisurely. "I shall trouble you all. Consider this practice for your skills." Having spoken, he located a lounge chair on the deck and reclined upon it. Hua Jian and Ace stood beside him, watching this spectacle with helpless exasperation. Their captain was flawless in every other regard save for his laziness. And now he wished to become a detached mastermind, absent while the crew bore the burden. Was it fitting for a captain to shirk his duties and let his crew fight instead? "You scoundrel, how dare you underestimate me? You will pay dearly." The Black Dragon roared in fury, his razor-sharp claws and fangs gleaming with cold menace. With a powerful thrust of his wings, he launched himself skyward to battle Bai Jing. Whitebeard, observing the remaining foes, felt somewhat uninterested, but then again he had returned to his youth. His body, young and vital, fully manifested once more. A grin spread across his face as his right fist drew back with tremendous force. The very fabric of space fractured like a spiderweb spreading outward. The white crevice shattered the spatial domain over the entire eastern half of the island. Among the 800+ pirates charging toward Bai Jing's group, fully half perished in that single strike. Limbs and viscera scattered, blood rivers flowing. Having accomplished this, Whitebeard stepped aside and cast his gaze upon the others. His intent was clear as day: let Gold Emperor Ryoma and the rest dispatch the remaining enemies. Gold Emperor surveyed the remaining foes, showing no intention of granting Ace or Little Oars the opportunity to act. With a hearty laugh, his right hand gently touched the sandy beach beneath their feet. The sand instantly transmuted into flowing golden quicksand. Before the survivors could find their footing, they sank completely into the golden quicksand. Ah, how strange. Save our captain. Save me. I don't wish to die. Dozens of cries rang out. Yet before long they were all swallowed by the golden sands. One by one they lost their balance and sank within. The quicksand first engulfed their feet, then their chests, and finally their heads. Of the 800 pirates on the battlefield, half had been eliminated by Whitebeard, and the other half by Gold Emperor Tashiji. All of this had transpired in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon had already taken to the skies. The remaining 2 pirate captains, witnessing the dire situation, turned and fled. Ace erupted from his position as a streak of fire landing behind the 2 captains. Flames roared from his right hand. It's all over. There's nothing left for me to do. Even if I wanted to contribute, I cannot. Ryoma's blade had already been drawn. A terrifying sword illumination shot skyward, forming a crescent shape. The sky in this region whitened momentarily, and everyone lost their sight. A scream of agony pierced the air. The Black Dragon assassin who had been charging toward Bai Jing had already been cleaved in 2. A crimson line appeared along his abdomen, widened continuously, and ultimately bisected his body. The Black Dragon died without comprehending why Bai Jing's subordinates were so overwhelmingly powerful, and why their captain needed not lift a finger to resolve so many foes in such brief moments. Over 8,000 units of 9 nether chi drifted slowly into Bai Jing's body. As for the fates of the captains of the gas pirate crew and swamp pirate crew, it goes without saying. They had surely been thoroughly dealt with by Ace. Thus this small island was effortlessly reclaimed. You were fine, so why risk your life for nothing? You weren't worth much to begin with, and now you're throwing your life away. Bai Jing sighed softly, looking at the dead crowd around him. He casually took out a coconut from nearby, inserted a straw, and began drinking. With sunglasses on, he enjoyed the moment. Hua Jin and AI and watched Bai Jing, their lips twitching slightly. The rest of the crew was busy working below deck. As the captain, Bai Jing was free to slack off. Since transmigrating here, he had never killed anyone before, but now he felt numb. This was the pirate world, simple and brutal, where either you killed me or I killed you. On the island, the villagers saw that the pirates who had occupied their land were all driven away, some dead, others fleeing. They immediately rushed to the street, raising their arms in celebration. Thank goodness those pirates are gone. We should thank the heavens. If they hadn't left, I don't know how we would have survived. Those pirates were absolutely detestable. The villagers cheered, some even shedding tears. These times had truly been agonizing for them. Bai Jing and his companions merely glanced at them and turned away, saying nothing. They returned to the Xiangyang Hao. As for those corpses, let them rot there. It had nothing to do with the villagers. Atop the 2 graves stood Whitebeard's tomb, with a great sword planted in the ground. Whitebeard's cloak hung upon it, symbolizing that Whitebeard still lived. Beside it was Fire Fist, Ace's familiar cowboy hat, adorned with a sad face and a happy face. The 2 were so recognizable, stirring deep emotion in their eyes. I never expected someone to build a grave for me after death. How strange. It must have been that brat red hair. Whitebeard guessed correctly, without hesitation. Ace walked forward, gently caressing his own grave, and picked up the hat and short blade from atop it. One he placed on his head, the other he tucked at his waist. Standing in the sea breeze, lost in thought, Whitebeard said nothing. With a powerful grip, he raised his familiar Murakamajiri upward, and the white cloak danced in the wind. With one hand, he tore it from the grave and draped it across his back. Sword in hand, Whitebeard had returned. In his youth, gripping the Murakamajiri, he exuded the aura of a true king. Though it could be considered a rebirth, something still felt strangely off. Bai Jing watched from the side, not disturbing the 2. After standing there for a long while, Bai Jing smiled and tossed 2 gourd flasks from the bag on his back, landing before them. They caught them, heavily exchanged a knowing smile, and drank deeply. Then, pouring the rest at the foot of their graves, they turned and departed with effortless grace. The us from the old era is dead and gone. Now we live again. Seeing them like this, Bai Jing's eyes curved with a smile, and he turned to leave first. The 2 followed Bai Jing back to the Xiangyang Hao, where the rest of the crew remained in their cheerful harmony. The remaining crew members sailed to another location, where Bai Jing and Black Arm Zephyr departed together. Without a second thought, everyone knew this was another person's grave. This grave belonged to Black Arm Zephyr. AI looked at the area with complex emotions. It was here that Master Zephyr had been surrounded and hunted by students he himself had personally trained. This was intentional on Bai Jing's part. Since they had already come to Whitebeard's grave, it only seemed right to bring Zephyr to his final resting place as well. Zephyr's grave was far simpler. On a cross-shaped tombstone rested a single metallic arm. The two approached. Bai Jing smiled faintly. Master Zephyr, bid farewell to your past self. You have been reborn. Hearing Bai Jing's words, Black Arm Zeph let out a hearty laugh, certain only he would do such things. He took the bottle of sherry, uncorked it, and drained it in one gulp. The two returned to the sunny where everything had settled. Some things were mourned, others severed from the past. Now everyone had been reborn. On these seas there was no longer any Black Arm Zeph, only the pirate Zeph. On these seas there was no longer any Whitebeard pirates, only the Sun Pirates. Everyone without exception had been reborn. Next came their advance toward Big Mom's stronghold. Bai Jing had matters to attend to and brought Brûlé along, intending to deliver her before Sanji and restore the memories he had lost. If Sanji still held feelings for Brûlé, Bai Jing could bring them together. If not, then Brûlé's affections for Sanji would be cut away and Sanji's feelings for Brûlé likewise severed. The two would remain strangers, passing each other like distant roads. Thus neither would be left waiting and longing while the other remained ignorant of the other's return. Such was Bai Jing's philosophy on love. When it is time to cut without hesitation. Everything proceeded normally, and the Marines offered no resistance to Bai Jing and his companions. Instead, they allowed Bai Jing's group to approach Big Mom's stronghold. Having delayed by another month or two, Luffy and the others' timeline had already advanced to Wano country. They were already fighting Kaido. Judging by the timing, Luffy should be on the verge of awakening. Meanwhile, Bai Jing's group was just setting out toward Big Mom's territory, while Mom and Dad had long since departed for Kaido's domain. The remaining Catapult and others should still be in Tado land. During this period, news spread across the seas. The pirate Bachiki had become the new Yonko, with Crocodile and Mihawk both joining the Bachiki pirates. How coincidental. Everything was proceeding so smoothly. A massive golden pirate ship encountered another enormous clown-shaped pirate vessel. The Sunny was far too enormous, built according to the scale of Little Oars Jr., making the clown pirate ship considerably smaller. Thus Bai Jing's group had no intention of yielding, sailing forward without pause. Bachiki had just been declared a Yonko and was riding high on excitement. Seeing the approaching pirate ship refuse to yield, he immediately rose to his feet and gazed toward Bai Jing's group in the distance. Upon seeing the sheer magnitude of that pirate ship, his eyes went wide and mischievous thoughts immediately arose. He was a pirate after all, and pirates dealt with things they desired through plunder. He produced his signature megaphone and stood at the prow shouting, "Hey pirates ahead! Stop right now! I am Lord Bachiki, the new Yonko of these seas." Using the capabilities of the Chop Chop fruit, Bachiki's feet remained planted on his ship, while his body floated into the sky. Megaphone in hand, he surveyed the massive Sunny from above, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Bai Jing was taken aback, not expecting to encounter this clown. While heading to Big Mom's stronghold, he ran into him. Interest piqued, Bai Jing rose to his feet and called out to the floating Bachiki, "What nonsense are you barking about? What nonsense are you barking about? What is my status compared to yours that you dare speak to me this way?" Bai Jing bellowed, and blue lightning spear materialized in his palm before he hurled it skyward. While Bachiki was the natural counter to swordsman, he was hardly an answer to lightning. He could not counter any element-based devil fruit. This lightning spear, moving at astonishing speed, passed straight through his body. The terrifying pressure of the lightning nearly sent the clown pirating tumbling from the sky. He hastily floated back to his own pirate ship, keeping his distance and shouting wildly. Bachiki shouted, then shifted his gaze toward his own smaller pirate crew behind him, his eyes lighting up with delight. 3 short blades were flung from his sleeve toward Bai Jing. Bai Jing had long anticipated this, knowing Bachiki harbored no good intentions. This trick was well known to him, the master of treachery himself. Bai Jing condensed blue lightning once more and flicked his fingers, sending it flying. The 3 short blades were effortlessly shattered. On the clown pirate ship, Bai Jing's gaze fell upon 2 figures. One was Crocodile, and the other was Mihawk. To him, only Mihawk posed any real threat. For Mihawk possessed the strength of a Yonka-level fighter. After all, he was the greatest greatsword user of the current era, and without such power it would make no sense. Moreover, he had once fought Shanks to a standstill, which spoke volumes. Bachiki's eyes narrowed, and he prepared to ram Bai Jing's ship. His intention was to engage Bai Jing in combat and seize his pirate ship. So that guy misses. 3-0 became a fleet admiral. That's unbelievable. Bai Jing smiled lightly, showing no concern as he gazed from afar at the buggy pirates in the distance. Mihawk the Hawkeye remained, as always, indifferent to everything. He sat alone at the prow of the ship, a long sword strapped to his back, speaking few words. Following Bai Jing's gaze, Mihawk looked toward the sunny pirate ship. When he caught sight of Bai Jing's face, he paused for a moment before shifting his eyes away. Bai Jing was well known to him as one of the fiercest supernovas on the seas. In the entire world of pirates, especially within the New World, there were few who didn't know Bai Jing's name. Of course, there were some exceptions. He dared to issue bounties against the Navy and fought 2 fleet admirals alone in another era. Yet he escaped unscathed, which only added to the legend he had built on the seas. This also earned Bai Jing the reverence of many pirates, everyone dreaming of becoming like him. His gaze swept over the others, passing by Corazon then Ain. When it reached the Golden Emperor, he paused slightly. Clearly, he recognized the man clad in golden garments standing before him. As the greatest trader on the seas, he possessed 20% of the world's wealth. Impressive tactics, Mihawk murmured approvingly. To even get the Golden Emperor Tsuru onto your ship. He continued scanning the crew with his gaze. When his eyes landed on Ace and Little Oars, he felt a flicker of curiosity. He had clearly witnessed both of their deaths during the Marineford War, yet here, they stood alive. Doubt and confusion clouded his expression as he shifted his gaze once more. But when his eyes fell upon Black Arm Zeph, he truly shuddered. Slowly rising to his feet, he walked to the edge of the deck to study Zeph more closely. Zeph shouldn't exist in this era. He was already dead. Finally, his gaze settled on Whitebeard. His pupils contracted sharply in disbelief. The Whitebeard before him bore no resemblance to his younger self. Even as a master swordsman himself, Mihawk could sense the terrifying aura radiating from Whitebeard. It was unmistakably the Whitebeard at his absolute peak. Just as Buggy was about to launch into more boasts, Mihawk spoke up softly. Buggy, that's enough. Don't make enemies of them. Just sail around them properly. It'll be fine. Buggy picked up the megaphone, shooting Mihawk a puzzled look, but unwillingness still lingered in his eyes. He was now one of the 4 emperors of the seas, his confidence swelling. Naturally, he wanted to fight someone. If he backed down like this, other pirates would look down on him as an emperor. Buggy gritted his teeth and ignored Mihawk's warning. After all, Mihawk was merely a crew member aboard his ship. Buggy himself was the true captain. Though they both belonged to the Cross-Guild, Crocodile's expression turned equally grave as he surveyed the opposition. There were only a handful of enemies he felt confident he could defeat. There was Ain Huajin and Stella. He might stand a chance against Corazon, but the rest offered little certainty. You bastard kid dare to fight me. Let me show you my power. Who do you think I am? I'm one of the 4 emperors. The new emperor of the seas. Oh, emperor. New emperor. Kid, are you sure? Before Buggy's words, even faded Whitebeard rose from his massive throne. He had been seated behind the enormous throne on deck, blocking his view. But as he stood up, wielding Murakamijiri in hand, and fixing his gaze on Buggy the clown, an aura of supreme dominance radiated from him. In that instant, Buggy locked eyes with him and trembled from head to toe, stammering, White. Whitebeard. How is this possible? Weren't you dead? How did you come back to life? Buggy was so shocked he could barely speak, his eyes fixed desperately on the crew aboard the Sunny. Especially Whitebeard. Earlier, he hadn't gotten a clear look, his attention fixed on Bai Jing. Only after scanning them all did he realize every single one aboard that pirate ship was a monster. Little Oars. Fire Fist, Ace, he stammered one by one. As for Black Arm Zeph, he wasn't sure he recognized him. Cold sweat trickled down Buggy's forehead, but he quickly composed himself, staring at Bai Jing and feeding himself false reassurance. It's fake. Yes, this has to be fake. Dead people can't come back to life. This is definitely some trick you're playing on me, kid. You've got some tricks up your sleeve trying to scare me off with this. But don't get delusional. I've walked paths far longer than you've eaten rice, kid. If you won't back down, I'll show you what I'm made of. Buggy bellowed from the pirate ship, his gaze returning to Bai Jing as he scrutinized him completely. He searched for any sign of panic on Bai Jing's face. If there was any, it would prove what Buggy claimed, that everything here was an illusion. But he was thinking too highly of himself. Of course this was all real. Brat, not just anyone can call himself an emperor of the sea, Whitebeard said with a low snort. An invisible wave of conqueror's haki burst from his body. Over the sea, a golden conqueror's haki visible to the naked eye radiated from him and swept all the way to the Buggy pirates. Most of the men aboard the pirate ship were ordinary pirates, none of them particularly formidable. The reason the Buggy pirates had become so famous was Buggy himself, along with the 2 newly added warlords of the sea, Crocodile and Hawkeye Mihawk. That was precisely why he had made a name for himself. The rest were nameless pirates. Most of the pirates on the Buggy pirates rolled their eyes backward, revealing the whites, then collapsed unconscious to the deck. Admittedly, Conqueror's haki was incredibly formidable. It was the perfect skill for clearing out small fry. When Buggy turned around and saw all his underlings around, and behind him collapsed, cold sweat once again streamed down his face. Brat, the title of Emperor of the Sea is not something you can take whenever you like. Whitebeard smiled, his gaze dripping with mockery as he looked at Buggy. But to Buggy, that look was like being eyed by a ferocious beast. Cold sweat covered his entire body, and his back was soaked through. Hawkeye Mihawk stepped forward and stood beside Buggy, lending him support. After all, if he now an Emperor of the Sea were seen being frightened by someone else, it would not sound good no matter how the story spread. Hawkeye Mihawk took the great sword from his back, one of the 12 supreme grade blades, and squared off against Whitebeard, whose Murakamajiri was likewise one of the 12 supreme grade blades. Though he feared no one, and had once even wanted to kill Whitebeard, now that he truly understood the gap between them, he could not help feeling somewhat deflated. So when he looked at Bai Jing's ship, his eyes were heavy with wariness. Yet he was not really afraid. If it came to a fight, then a fight it would be. When Whitebeard saw that someone actually dared to challenge his authority, the kingly aura around him blazed even more fiercely. He took a step forward, and the terrifying conqueror's haki ravaged the surrounding space. Bai Jing quietly stepped back, and the Golden Emperor did the same. Ace and Little Oars Jr. then took a step forward in turn, standing behind Pops to back him up. They might be outmatched, but they would never show weakness. Besides, they were not necessarily going to lose. The atmosphere grew steadily tenser as the two pirate ships drew closer. With a little more sailing, they would collide. The two sides were poised to strike. Bai Jing saw that the fight was still unavoidable, so he could only say softly, "Fight however you like, but protect our pirate ship. After all, it is the only one left." At the order, the men grinned in acknowledgement. Whitebeard advanced another step, holding Murakamajiri tightly. He swung it to the right, and a blade wave surged forward. Seeing this, Hawkeye Mihawk did not hesitate at all. Gripping one of the 12 supreme grade blades, he slashed forward, releasing a sword beam. The crescent-shaped sword beams collided and erupted above the sea. The two attacks canceled each other out. Hawkeye was certainly not weak. After all, his bounty was 359 billion berries. Bai Jing watched the duel with a calm expression. The two Emperor-level combatants had traded a slash, and both remained unharmed. At that moment, Ryuma became greatly interested, for he could tell that Hawkeye Mihawk was a great swordsman. And he had been reborn for quite a while now, though it was high time he found someone to practice on. He stepped forward, looked at Whitebeard, and said, "I will take this one." He did not even ask Whitebeard for his consent. Whitebeard did not mind, as he had come to know over these past few days that there was an extremely powerful swordsman aboard Bai Jing's ship. If not for the fact that they were on the pirate ship, he really would have wanted to get off and spar with Ryuma. He could tell that Ryuma was extraordinarily strong, especially on the path of the sword, where his skill was almost absurdly profound. That was his instinct. When Hawkeye Mihawk saw Ryuma appear, his own battle intent was ignited as well. As a great swordsman, what he yearned for was naturally not fame or money, but a duel with a powerful sword master. Now such a person had appeared. He could sense that the man before him, who looked 9 parts like Zoro, was incredibly strong. Strong beyond measure and capable of giving him a real battle. This was the first time he had felt this way since becoming the world's strongest swordsman. His hands itched and his fighting spirit surged. Bai Jing knew that this duel was absolutely unavoidable, and the clash between two great swordsmen would surely be spectacular. So he brought over his little stool and sat down on the deck. Before anyone noticed, a cup of coconut water and a plate of fruit had appeared in his hands as he quietly watched the show, waiting for the battle to commence. Crocodile looked at the elite combat strength aboard Bai Jing's pirate ship, then compared it with his own side. His face grew even darker. The gap was simply far too great. He knew all too well how much actual combat ability Buggy possessed. He looked strong, but in reality, he was nothing more than a paper tiger. Ryoma leaped from the Xiangyang house, soaring into the air. He swiftly drew his blade from its scabbard and slashed forward as a boundless sword aura erupted from his body. The power of that strike shattered the clouds above. The blade's radiance, rising from the ocean depths, carved a path toward the location of Buggy's pirate ship. If they cannot withstand this strike, their pirate ship will surely shatter. With a single slash, there would be no difficulty in cleaving it in two. Upon witnessing this, Mihawk showed no hesitation, delivering a fierce forward slash. This strike shimmered with a violet glow, launching upward from the seabed just as before. The two sword strikes collided head-on, churning up a massive whirlpool upon the sea. The opposing slashes met evenly, neither gaining the upper hand. Bai Jing rose to his feet, realizing that if these two swordsmen continued their battle this way, it would inevitably endanger his Xiangyang Hao. Without hesitation, he vaulted high from the vessel, appearing above the sea's surface. He crouched slightly and plunged his right hand into the ocean. Activating the power of the Jiko no Mi, he instantly transformed the surrounding waters into an expanse of golden land. This golden domain stretched for 100 li. Yet Bai Jing seemed unsatisfied and expanded it by several hundred additional li. The golden continent now spanned across nearly half the sea, covering an area of approximately 300 li in radius. Satisfied with his work, Bai Jing nodded approvingly before leaping back onto the Xiangyang Hao. Standing at the helm, he declared, "If you wish to fight, take it elsewhere. Do not harm my ship." Ryoma leaped first, landing upon the golden terrain. Mihawk, unwilling to be outdone, descended to the same domain. Bai Jing mirrored the action, vaulting toward the starboard waters beside the Xianyang Hao. Channeling his devil fruit power once more, he carved out an additional battlefield from the sea itself. Between the vessels lay a narrow channel of seawater, the only stretch where navigation remained possible. The Xianyang Hao came to rest, as did Buggy's pirate ship, both crews recognizing that battle was imminent. Mihawk had intended to challenge Whitebeard. Ever since the Summit War, he had yearned to measure himself against the world's strongest warrior, but Diamond Jozu had intercepted him. Now fate had brought him before Whitebeard in his prime, and Mihawk felt a restless urge to clash blades. But then Ryoma had appeared unexpectedly. Such pure martial prowess ignited his battle fervor, compelling him to face this man. Boundless sword energy swirled around him as Mihawk gripped his supreme-grade great sword and slashed fiercely forward. A blade radiance stretching dozens of meters erupted from beneath the golden terrain, ascending ever higher before striking directly toward Ryoma. The faster he swung his blade, the more crescent-shaped cuts he unleashed. The battlefield grew dense with Mihawk's slashes. Ryoma responded without hesitation, mirroring Mihawk's signature technique. With a single powerful forward slash, he answered in kind. This strike descended with tremendous force, cleaving downward through the golden terrain. Faster still swung his blade, each arc birthing another crescent blade wave. Bang! The crescent blade energies collided and neutralized each other, leaving neither able to discern the stronger side or determine the victor. Meanwhile, Crocodile, Buggy, and Mr. 3 descended from the pirate vessel, watching from the golden terrain as the crew of the Xianyang Hao. With Mihawk already engaged, they had no reason to stand idle. Zephyr the Black Arm dropped from above his cape, snapping violently in the sea wind. His gaze settled on Crocodile, the strongest among the three. Then the Golden Emperor descended from above. As he sought a clash with Mr. 3A, Kalisan launched himself skyward, first landing steadily upon the golden terrain. It had been far too long since he'd fought, and he needed to test his skills. Mr. 3A, being the weakest, made the perfect opponent. Mr. 3 scoffed, "Is that any way to treat a gentleman?" Then he shot back, "Boy, relying on numbers to overwhelm one is nothing but cowardice. If you've got real courage, face me one-on-one. Do you dare?" Buggy observed that although Bai Jing's pirate crew appeared few in number, they carried the presence of an army. Though he himself held the title of Yonko, it seemed as though the roles had reversed, with the opposition appearing as the true emperors of the seas. Though the number was small, quality outweighed quantity. The soldiers were few, but elite. Each combatant radiated terrifying power. Ryoma alone possessed Emperor-class combat strength. Zephyr at his peak, Whitebeard in his youth, and Bai Jing now. All of them belonged to the Emperor tier. The Golden Emperor ranked at least at Vice-Emperor level. Ace and Little Oars might fall slightly short of that rank currently, but with enough effort they could reach it. Bai Jing watched Buggy's reaction and gently shook his head. "I had no intention of crushing you, but since you're begging for it, I suppose I should indulge your request. Don't worry, I won't kill you. But let me give you a proper massage while I'm at it. You fool, do you have any idea who you're dealing with? I am Buggy the Clown, the most magnificent of the 4 emperors in this pirate world." With a fierce swing of his right hand, he launched the blades forward. Buggy roared, "Chop chop fruit, Buggy razor." The flying daggers came straight at Bai Jing. Bai Jing sighed wearily, thinking to himself that this so-called emperor was far too weak. Although he knew from the anime that the legendary Buggy was formidable in actual combat against someone of this caliber, he seemed dreadfully lacking. Bai Jing stepped forward, his voice low and chilling. "Since you seek a fight, then I shall grant you one. As you wish." Sparks ignited in Bai Jing's palm as he flicked them forward, the shower of fire reducing Buggy's incoming blades to ash, leaving only the metal edges. The blades encountered terrifying heat and quickly melted into pools of molten iron. "Chop chop pancake." Buggy bellowed again. Using the power of the chop chop fruit, he separated his lower body from the rest. Then he sent his lower half spiraling outward like a flying pancake. Bayonets extended from the toes of his lower half, rotating as they attacked his opponent. Bai Jing looked at this laughably unserious fruit ability, his expression darkening. Black Arm Zephyr and Kurosandy engaged Crocodile and Mr. 3 respectively. Indeed, if Black Arm Zephyr were equipped with his Seeking Stone arm, he would be a natural counter to Crocodile. He could beat Crocodile senseless like a younger brother. But now Zephyr is at his prime, so he is equally capable of doing just that. His entire body shrouded in black armament haki, he unleashed a devastating punch that sent Crocodile flying dozens of paces backward. Crocodile's eyes narrowed with gravity, recognizing the former Navy Fleet Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, and knowing he was extraordinarily powerful. He dared not underestimate him now. The two clashed in fierce combat. As for Kuro-Sandy and Mr. 3, it was purely a contest of hand-to-hand martial arts. Mr. 3's candle fruit abilities had little effect against Kuro-Sandy, and likewise Kuro-Sandy's fruit abilities were equally useless against Mr. 3. Bai Jing leaped high into the air, his fist sheathed in black armament haki. Watching Buggy spin toward him like a dart, Bai Jing's mouth curled into a grin. His fist blazed with flame, crackled with thunder, and shimmered with ice. 3 elements converging. He thrust forward violently, and a colossal phantom of a flame fist slowly materialized. Upon it rode the combined power of thunder and ice. 3 extraordinary forces worked in harmony, each fulfilling its purpose without interference. With one devastating punch, the 10-meter-tall fist collided with the clown Buggy. Buggy felt danger rising from within, enveloping him completely. But before he could react, the flame fist slammed into him and sent him flying. The ferocious flames consumed all his clothing. The high-voltage lightning numbed his entire body. The ice power subjected him to an agony of fire and frost, swinging from extreme cold to scorching heat. Buggy groaned in pain, but it was of no avail. Bai Jing formed a rectangular frame with his hands, golden light flashing within the opening as it shot outward toward the distance. This was the power of the glint fruit. A beam of light erupted. While Buggy was still tumbling backward, Bai Jing's body had already transformed into a golden streak, vanishing from his original position and reappearing behind Buggy's trajectory. His right foot drew back with full force, then kicked forward with a roar, "Go to hell." Before Buggy could recover, he was sent into another dizzying spin, the entire world seeming to rotate endlessly. His mind was already reeling, unable to tell north from south. Bai Jing smiled and teased, "Didn't you want a one-on-one fight? How did you end up looking so pathetic?" On the other side, atop the Golden Continent, the battle between Mihawk and Ryuma remained undecided. The Golden Continent had been nearly shattered, reduced to floating fragments. Countless shards of golden land hovered above the sea, all carved by the relentless strikes of the two warriors. Moon-shaped, slashing afterimages continuously appeared above the golden land, none of them even using their ultimate techniques. Mihawk gripped Night, one of the great earthquake swords, with both hands and struck forward with tremendous force. Conqueror's haki surged over the blade as he roared, "Night slash." A pitch-black crescent-shaped cleave erupted from the sword edge. The slash moved with terrifying speed, extending a monstrous 100 zhong without the slightest hesitation. Billowing waves rose across the surrounding sea, and the clouds above seemed to tear apart, forming a profound rift as if slain by the attack itself. Ryuma watched calmly, simply tightening his grip on his ordinary longsword. It was a well-crafted blade. He had spent tens of millions of berries on those, still not quite matching his former weapon. Still, he had not yet found a sword that truly pleased him. He mimicked Mihawk's stroke, replicating the essence of that slash and cutting forward. However, Mihawk's slash was horizontal, while Ryuma's was vertical. The vertical crescent erupted from beneath the Golden Continent, splitting the land in two once again. The ocean below cracked open from the terrifying force of the slash. Surrounding seawater began slowly pouring into the fissure. Boom! The slashes collided and canceled each other in space, erupting in dazzling light. In that very instant, Mihawk moved. His figure vanished eerily from sight, and he swung Night, one of the great earthquake swords, in a lethal arc toward Ryuma's head. Ryuma had long anticipated this. His observation haki flared to life as he raised his long sword diagonally upward, armament haki coating the blade. The two black blades collided, sparks of golden light bursting forth. The clash of metal on metal rang with particular clarity. Clink! The ringing of steel on steel echoed, and the two warriors remained locked above, neither gaining the upper hand. Mihawk could not press downward while Ryuma held firm against him. The two locked gazes calmly, then exerted maximum force. Unable to overpower each other, they each retreated dozens of paces before lunging forward again in a fierce strike. The sound of clashing swords rang out once more. Only blurred afterimages of the two fighters danced across the field, accompanied by the flashing arcs of their blades. Is this what a battle between top-class swordsmen looks like? It's far too terrifying. Bai Jing stole a glance to the side. What he saw could only be described as a whirl of flashing blades and sword shadows. The two reduced themselves to afterimages, locked in ruthless combat across the battlefield. The Golden Continent around them, shaken by the shockwaves of their clash, began to crack and collapse. In Bai Jing's eyes, Ryuma still held the upper hand, even though the blade he carried was not as fine as the supreme grade blade in Hawkeye Mihawk's grasp. Moreover, until now he had not used a single one of his own techniques. He had only been imitating Hawkeye's moves. A sudden whimsy struck Bai Jing. There had always been a sword move in his mind, and he wondered whether he could actually unleash it. That was because in this reincarnation he had never trained in swordsmanship. He knew nothing about swords and blades, but after all he had transmigrated from Blue Star, and deep in his heart, there had always been a dream. That dream was to become like the mighty swordsman in wuxia and xuanhuan novels. One sword stroke opening the heavenly gate, one slash cleaving the sky itself. How awe-inspiring, how magnificent that would be. In the spirit of giving it a try, he shouted over to Ryuma, Ryuma, I have a sword technique here. Only a single form. Whether you can learn it depends on you. This move possesses shape and momentum, but it is missing the crucial key point. This sword strike. I call it the sword drawing heaven slashing art. Watch closely. Bai Jing gave a loud shout, his gaze sharpening. Once again he condensed a golden flash of light in his hand, and shot it out, landing right in front of Buggy. Watching Buggy still flying backward in the distance, Bai Jing smiled eerily. Seeing that smile, Buggy felt a foreboding sense of dread. Then as Buggy watched, Bai Jing's hand gathered a beam of slowing light, and cast it onto him. Buggy's speed immediately and visibly slowed, and his backward flight became as sluggish as a snail's crawl. Very satisfied with what he had done, Bai Jing retreated several hundred steps through the air. In his hand, lightning converged into a thunderblade. He slowly placed the thunderblade against his left palm, his body tensing slightly. Ryuma and Hawkeye cast a glance over, especially Ryuma, who looked curious after hearing what Bai Jing had said. Bai Jing gripped the hilt with his right hand, watching Buggy, who was still flying backward, but as slowly as a snail. The corner of his mouth curled up, his gaze solemn. At that moment he slowly closed his eyes, building up his momentum. Upon that thunderblade the forces of flame, ice, and light were imbued. The light made the strike faster, while ice, lightning, and flame amplified its power. After all, he was not a true swordsman, nor could he unleash sword chi like in xuanhuan novels. A towering momentum erupted from Bai Jing's body. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the thunderblade slipped from its sheath. There came the ringing roar of a blade like a thunderclap and spring exploding outward. Clang. Boom. Actually, that sound truly was thunder, but Bai Jing had only mimicked the crack of a thunderclap, using the power of the rumble fruit to heighten his momentum. Then he fiercely slashed forward with his right hand. The momentum of that slash was extraordinarily swift. Bai Jing executed it according to the sword-drawing heaven-slashing art he had imagined. That single cut drew out a beam of sword light over 100 zhang long, abruptly appearing on the battlefield. Everyone felt a white light flash past, and they briefly lost their sight. When their vision recovered, the crescent-shaped silver sword chi bearing the 4 attributes of ice, flame, lightning, and light slashed straight toward Buggy. At that moment Buggy was frightened out of his wits, almost soiling himself in terror. He wanted to dodge, but could not because he had been struck by the power of the slow fruit. As that terrifying slash came forth, the clouds above were forcibly torn open with a rift. However, he was a user of the chop fruit, so he was naturally immune to the slashing itself. Yet the attached effects of that sword beam dealt real tangible damage. Buggy in turn received that dreadful slash head-on. The sword momentum pressed forward unrelentingly, utterly unstoppable. Oh! Buggy's scream rang out as the terrifying strike landed on him and cleaved him in two. The scorching flame erupted across his body, incinerating his clothes to nothing. The ice then treated him to the ultimate torment of 2 extremes: ice and fire. As for the light, it was of course meant to give that slash greater speed. Meanwhile, Ryuma and Hawkeye had both seen that sword strike and witnessed its splendor. It could be said that since they had become renowned as great swordsmen, they had never seen such a flawless sword strike. Although Bai Jing had not fully displayed that heaven-slaying divine essence, the two could still infer most of it from the style of the slash and its towering momentum. In their hearts, they had already begun quietly pondering how to unleash that one sword strike to its utmost perfection. With that single strike, Buggy was reduced to a mangled mess. By the time Bai Jing regained his composure, Buggy had already been sent flying back several hundred meters. Bai Jing glanced at Buggy's wretched state and offered a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Meanwhile, Mihawk and Ryoma both found themselves unable to shake the image of that single sword strike from their minds. At that moment, an extraordinary light flickered in Ryoma's eyes. He had seemingly grasped the very essence of that sword strike. Ryoma returned his blade to its scabbard, shifting his body slightly aside. His right hand gripped the hilt, while his left supported the scabbard, and in that instant a soaring momentum erupted from within him. Once he possessed a single strike capable of slaying a flying dragon. Now he wielded a strike that could cleave the heavens. This was the profound essence of the heaven-sundering sword art. That Mihawk bore the title of great swordsman naturally meant he was no ordinary fighter. He too could perceive the core essence of that sword strike, a different gleam flashing in his eyes. The sword path he perceived from it differed from what Ryoma experienced. After all, when 10,000 people observe the same object, there exist 10,000 perspectives. The sword path Ryoma perceived was that of a sword capable of sundering heaven. Yet the sword path he encountered diverged from Ryoma's. He held a different understanding. The sword path he perceived was one of fearlessness, a sword devoid of hesitation. Although the blade in his hand, one of the 12 supreme great fast knives, lacked a scabbard, he was still able to unleash the essence of that sword strike. He gathered the massive blade into his right hand and slowly closed his eyes. In this moment the world existed only as himself, and the sword clutched in his grip. Mimicking the strike Bai Jing had executed, golden radiance erupted within Ryoma's eyes. With a fierce motion, he slashed forward. The momentum of that strike resembled the splitting of heaven itself. A terrifying half-moon golden radiance burst forth from his body, carving a sword aura, 100 zhang long, upon which swirled silver-white light. Ryoma cried out, heaven-sundering sword art. This is truly a genuine sword technique. I never imagined it could come from Master Bai Jing. Then a tremendous sword resonance rang across the entire golden continent. Clang! Unwilling to fall behind, Mihawk also slashed forward with his blade. That strike carried not only Mihawk's own insights, but also his understanding of the heaven-sundering sword art Bai Jing had displayed. With that relentless momentum, a flying moth diving into flames. He had once witnessed such a scene when Zoro protected Luffy. Thus he was able to execute this strike, and his perspective naturally differed. A half-moon-shaped sword aura of purple-black, equally 100 zhang long, met the silver crescent sword wave. The two collided, exploding into countless sparks of light. Bai Jing turned his gaze toward them, eager to see what power his strike could generate in their hands. After all, when he read fantasy novels, he had wondered whether this sword technique could manifest in the One Piece world. Yet in his estimation, the power displayed still fell considerably short. In those fantasy novels, this strike possessed the ability to cleave the heavens, yet here, it could only shatter this expanse of golden continent. The power had diminished enormously. Still, the One Piece world simply could not reach the levels of a fantasy world, and this brought Bai Jing a measure of comfort. At the very least, this sword was indirectly passed down to both of them by him. Watching their clash, the onlookers were utterly stunned. Black Arm Zephyr could not fathom that these two swordsmanship had reached such depths. If he were to face that strike head-on, he would certainly suffer considerably, even struggling to withstand it. The Golden Emperor felt the same. These two, what monsters they were. Truly worthy of being called the greatest swordsmen of the current era and the existence from centuries past, who could sever a flying dragon. Peerless in their abnormality, reaching the pinnacle of strength. After those two sword auras canceled each other out, Ryoma's subsequent strike still carried the momentum of a heaven-rending slash. It was precisely this force that directly pierced through Mihawk's displayed strike. Beneath that enormous silver-white sword wave lurked an almost imperceptible secondary blade. And this was his true killing technique. Sensing the sword aura, Mihawk hurriedly attempted to defend, holding his supreme great fast knife Yuru before him. But it was already too late. That shoulder strike was far too strange, bearing straight toward him. The force of a single sword, more terrifying still, containing every hidden killing technique within it. The sound of metal colliding against metal rang out, yet the metallic sword aura carried penetrating power, striking Mihawk directly. This was the strike that left Mihawk wounded. From his chest, a massive bloody line, several zhang long, appeared grotesquely upon his body. His garments shattered into tattered fragments, revealing his powerful muscular frame. The wound grew deeper and deeper, blood erupting from the gash. In one battle, Mihawk bled crimson. In one battle, he lost the greater part of his combat strength. This was the heaven-sundering sword art as Ryoma had comprehended it. Bai Jing watched the results, intently astonished that the technique he had imparted to Ryoma could defeat Mihawk, the most powerful swordsman of this era, in a single strike. Bai Jing remarked, truly worthy of the one who could slay a flying dragon centuries ago. Unbelievably powerful. With such a powerhouse aboard our pirate ship, we can challenge many more Yonko going forward. To even attempt to move against them, one must carefully gauge their own strength. Especially the Navy. If the three admirals and the fleet admiral do not mobilize, they absolutely cannot defeat them. If Garp were to engage them, he might gain a slight advantage. But it would certainly not be much. After all, there is still the monster Whitebeard aboard his pirate ship. Everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the situation on the neighboring gold continent, silent, words speaking louder than any. The sea breeze blew gently, and the entire venue fell deathly quiet. No one could have imagined that Ryuma could truly defeat Mihawk with a single sword strike, and defeat him so thoroughly. Mihawk lowered his head, gazing at the line of blood across his chest. This wound was already fatal. If he moved even slightly, his internal organs could be damaged. His heart, the most vulnerable organ, could shatter from the impact of that sword strike. Mihawk raised his head, blankly looking at Ryuma. There was still fighting spirit in his eyes, but it was clear he no longer possessed the strength to continue the duel. Why is your sword strike so much stronger than mine? And how did you conceal that sword aura beneath the surface? Mihawk, bewildered, raised his head blankly and looked at Ryuma, curiously asking. Ryuma smiled, faintly showing no intention of concealing anything, and spoke. That strike. I comprehended unyielding defiance, unwillingness to accept fate, the momentum to cleave the heavens with a single blow. Therefore I was able to elevate this sword intent to such terrifying strength. Of course your strike was also formidable. Under conditions of relative equality, I incorporated some subtle refinements, concealing a blade within a blade. If your control over swordsmanship could achieve greater precision, even something so minute is about exact mastery. This still requires more training. Having spoken, Ryuma turned and leaped aboard the pirate ship, no longer looking at Mihawk, for in this battle Mihawk had already lost. The sea's greatest swordsman Mihawk had been defeated. Mihawk may still have withheld other techniques. It was simply because he wanted to learn from the strike Bai Jing had demonstrated and clash with Ryuma. But defeat was defeat, and there was nothing more to say. With burning eyes, Mihawk watched Ryuma's departing figure and declared, "This battle I have lost, but we shall continue the next time." Bai Jing saw that the battle on that side had concluded, then shifted his gaze to his own side, looking at Buggy still hurtling backward. At this moment, he truly came to a complete stop, and the effect of the delay light faded. Buggy's entire body was bristling with fury, his clothes completely destroyed. Half naked from the waist up, Buggy cursed with hatred. "You wretched bastard, using underhanded tricks, launching a sneak attack. Just you wait. I, the great Buggy, will never let this go." Finishing his words, Buggy began sprinting in place, attempting to leap aboard the pirate ship. Yet his body had already soared upward. Bai Jing witnessed this, amusement flickering in his eyes. This was clearly cowardice, an attempt to flee. Only he refused to admit it. His body transformed into a flash of light, appearing before Buggy's fleeing foot. His hands grasped firmly, eyes gleaming with mirth. When Buggy realized his limbs were seized and escape impossible, he grew frantic, spinning midair to shout at Bai Jing. "You bastard! Have the courage to let go. Don't grab my foot. Let me run for a while first, then you chase me. Dare you?" Bai Jing smiled gently and replied, "What do you take me for? Would I really let you run first? Your devil fruit has a fatal weakness. Your foot cannot move. As long as I control it properly, you're finished." After speaking, Bai Jing's gaze flickered toward the ocean beyond the gold continent. At this, Buggy grew desperate. Meanwhile, Crocodile was being thoroughly suppressed by Zephyr the Black Arm, possessing only a sliver of fighting capability. Because Zephyr the Black Arm's physical techniques and haki were simply too overpowering. With armament haki, he was completely immune to Crocodile's devil fruit effects. During their exchange, although Zephyr the Black Arm sustained minor injuries, the majority of damage still fell upon Crocodile, the gap between them plainly exposed. To them, this battle held absolutely no suspense. Bai Jing's combat power on this side had reached such extraordinary levels, especially with Whitebeard presiding. How could they possibly lose? The battle involving Mihawk had concluded with the victor decided. The outcome here was also imminent. The Yonko Buggy challenging the supernova Bai Jing. Who would win or lose was obvious. Bai Jing gave a mischievous grin, seized both of Buggy's legs, and directly hurled him toward the ocean below. Buggy grew frantic, shooting forward desperately, arms outstretched, eyes wide, shouting no. Unfortunately, it was ultimately a step too late. Those feet splashed into the seawater, and Buggy's abilities failed at that moment, causing him to crash heavily onto the gold continent from above, lying completely powerless upon the ground. Mr. Threa, Mihawk, and Crocodile all watched with growing anxiety. As devil fruit users, none of them could enter the water. Buggy's predicament was undoubtedly fatal. His scattered body pieces shot back across the golden land, fusing seamlessly into one. The instant he caught sight of the seawater, a wave of weakness and numbness swept through his entire body. Even his devil fruit powers were useless. He flailed desperately on the surface, unable to swim. The beast tamer onshore Baji leaped into the water without hesitation, scooped up Buggy's limp form, and swum towards shore to save his life. With this, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Elsewhere, Crocodile, distracted, was struck squarely by Zeph's fist and sent flying backward 100 paces. And Mr. 3 stood no chance against Coruscant, being blasted away with a single punch. By now, the Buggy pirates had become nothing but a laughingstock, unable to defeat anyone. They had encountered the supernova Bai Jing and lost. Word would soon spread across the seas Emperor Buggy had been defeated by the pirate Bai Jing. Bai Jing returned to the Golden Land, leaped back aboard the Sunny, and then dismissed his devil fruit power, no longer bothering to keep the Buggy pirates at bay. Coruscant and Black Arm Zeph both jumped aboard the pirate ship. Hua Jin set the vessel in motion, steering it forward. The golden land drifted with eerie freedom, edging closer to the buggy pirate's ship. Then, as if alive, it forcefully shoved the buggy pirates aside. Once pushed out of the way, it no longer blocked the path before Bai Jing's ship. Buggy is far too inexperienced. From my perspective, he is merely a puppet placed on display by Mihawk. Ing Yin wanted to keep things low-key and avoid direct involvement, so he sent Buggy forward as the Cross-Federation's proxy, letting him play the role of Emperor. Bai Jing spoke, watching Buggy roll his eyes and constantly gulp down seawater, a faint smile playing on his lips. He could certainly kill him if he wanted to. There was simply no need. After all, the title Emperor Buggy was not given lightly. Moreover, he was backed by Shanks and held close ties with him. So he let him go. It meant nothing to Bai Jing. Whitebeard shook his head. In his eyes, Buggy was hardly formidable. The only reason he had become an emperor was entirely due to Mihawk and Crocodile. Thus he had no interest in the fight, and chose to stand aside observing quietly. If he had entered the battle himself, it would have ended even sooner. Even at his true strength, Bai Jing could have ended things just as swiftly. But Bai Jing simply enjoyed toying with Buggy. That was his genuine amusement. Watching the sunny sail away, Buggy gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it. Let them escape. This great lord will spare them, for today," seeing as they ran fast. "And if that kid hadn't resorted to dirty tricks, I never would have lost." Buggy flew into a rage, shouting from afar, his eyes filled with resentment as he watched Bai Jing and the others depart. Crocodile and Mr. 3 stood nearby, covering their faces as if to say they had no connection to Buggy. In their eyes, Buggy was simply being stubborn, refusing to admit his defeat while dressing it up in grandiose words. Mihawk glanced at the thin line of blood on his chest, then turned his gaze toward the retreating figures of Bai Jing and the others, his eyes deep and unreadable. "Next time we meet, I will fight you at my full strength. I look forward to it." He did not take this defeat to heart. To become a swordsman supreme, one must possess a mindset and vision beyond ordinary men. Accepting one's own failures and acknowledging the strength of others were essential to advancing ever further along the path of the sword. Standing on his pirate ship, Bai Jing seemed to catch Buggy's complaining voice from afar. He lightly snapped his fingers. Click. The golden land beneath Buggy's feet shattered instantly, dissolving back into the sea. Buggy fell once more. Crocodile sensed the danger immediately and leaped back aboard the pirate ship without delay. The crew aboard the pirate ship, stunned unconscious by Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, gradually began to stir. Dazed, they looked toward the departing Sunny, then back at their captain. Just in time to see Buggy splashing into the water, the crew tumbled overboard like dumplings, diving in to rescue their captain. "The place we're heading to should be Big Mom's territory, Whole Cake Island. We will stay there for a while before departing for Wano country, which is also your homeland." Bai Jing turned his gaze toward Ryuma. The words were directed at him. Ryuma nodded, gratitude evident in his eyes. He had been resurrected by Bai Jing and now owed him a great debt. Bai Jing allowed him to return to his country and help his people. As for the next step, rescuing Brune and restoring Katakuri's sister's appearance, it was in a way repayment for Katakuri teaching Luffy about Conqueror's haki. By Bai Jing's estimation, Katakuri, Broly, and Pudding should still be there. These three were precisely his targets. The pirate ship sailed toward Whole Cake Island. Upon the vast boundless sea, the Xianyang rode the wind and waves, forging ever onward. The crew aboard the Xianyang got along harmoniously, forming close bonds. Whitebeard and Zephyr the Black Arm were the most congenial of all, having once been enemies, but now serving on the same ship. Besides, they were both from the older generation, so they naturally found plenty to talk about. With their hearty personalities, they quickly hit it off. Inside his room, Bai Jing gazed at Hua Jin as violet retrograde rays slowly gathered in his hand. Since these retrograde rays could regress a person's age, they could naturally also advance it forward. This was a devil fruit ability that Bai Jing had developed on his own, something Ein had never discovered, for it defied the fruit's original purpose and the immutable laws of this world. Unfortunately for the world, Bai Jing was not originally from this world, so its laws naturally held no sway over him. In just a moment, Hua Jin's appearance underwent a tremendous transformation. Her figure changed as well. Where her lower half had been a mermaid's tail, a pair of slender, fair, long legs swiftly emerged, gleaming white, before Bai Jing's eyes. It nearly blinded Bai Jing. Her bust in that instant quietly grew even more magnificent, straining against her clothes. Her face, once delicate and pretty, became more alluring, more womanly. Perhaps this was the case for all women in the pirate world. The older they grew, the more womanly and alluring they became. Bai Jing stared mesmerized. He hadn't expected Hua Jin to look so beautiful like this. Moreover, he had set her age at exactly 28, not a year over 30. For he had discovered that Hua Jin only needed to reach 28 to grow human legs and bear children with humans. There was no need to reach 30. Seeing herself like this, Hua Jin hastily covered her chest, looking at Bai Jing with a shy face, her cheeks flushed crimson. She immediately jumped onto Bai Jing's bed, slipped under the covers, and poked her head out, shrieking, "Get out now. Stop staring." Bai Jing gave an awkward smile and immediately walked out. Inwardly he grumbled, "Aren't you just tempting me to do something bad? Who hides under the covers out of shyness, yet willingly climbs into bed like that? Sinful, sinful." Bai Jing suppressed the throbbing in his heart. After all, he was a hot-blooded young man, and he feared that if he truly lost control, he might end up doing something to Hua Jin. That would have made things complicated. As luck would have it, Ain happened to appear outside Bai Jing's room just then. Hearing Hua Jin's shriek and seeing Bai Jing's embarrassed expression, her eyes filled with suspicion and distrust. She asked, "You didn't do something with Hua Jin, did you? You look guilty as sin." As she spoke, her expression turned slightly unnatural, not very pleasant. Bai Jing quickly shook his head, and with a serious face said, "What are you thinking? How could that be? Am I that kind of person?" He walked to the deck, letting the sea breeze blow over him as he swiftly made his escape. Ain shot a glance at Bai Jing's retreating figure, then slipped quietly into his room. At that moment, Hua Jin was changing clothes. She was startled by Ain's sudden appearance, but when she recognized Ain's face, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Hua Jin was now completely naked above the waist, her perfect body exposed below as well. She stood exposed before Ain. Ain felt a sour pang in her heart, and silently cursed Bai Jing as a pervert. And he said nothing happened. Look at the state of Hua Jin. And how did Hua Jin grow legs? Those two must be intimate, as something must have definitely happened. He just said nothing happened, but that's clearly a guilty conscience. The more she thought about it, the stronger her jealousy grew. The more she thought, the more unnatural and awful her expression became. Hua Jin glanced at Ain, then composed herself, put on her clothes, and wrapped herself up tightly. She shot Ain a provocative look. She puffed out her chest, then glanced disdainfully at Ain's and said, "You're nothing special." Hearing this, Ain immediately took offense, her jealousy erupting to the extreme. With a sour expression, she said, "I never thought you'd be this kind of woman. No sooner did you grow legs than you slept with Bai Jing." Hua Jin was stunned. Hearing Ain's words, her face instantly flushed with shame. The blush spread from her neck to the tips of her ears. She quickly retorted, "I didn't. I hadn't had the chance to." As soon as she said it, she realized she had misspoken and hastily covered her mouth. She had inadvertently blurted out her true thoughts. Hearing such a bold confession from Hua Jin, Ain's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected Hua Jin to actually entertain such a notion, and a sudden, inexplicable bitterness rose in her heart. Bai Jing had no idea that after he left, the two women inside nearly came to blows, almost engaging in a full-blown fight. Fortunately for him, he was not there, otherwise being caught in such an apocalyptic battleground would have been a severe headache just thinking about it. Of course, if it were possible to dual cultivate, well, that would simply be wonderful. Cops, I got sidetracked. Have you heard the news? The four emperors, Buggy and Mihawk, have both been defeated, and it was the pirate Bai Jing who did it. No way. That's Mihawk, considered the greatest swordsman alive. How could he possibly lose? It's true. The information has already come out. Rumor has it that Mihawk was defeated in a single strike by a mysterious swordsman from Bai Jing's pirate crew, reaching the absolute peak of power. Some say the swordsman bears a striking resemblance to Zoro from the Straw Hat Pirates. In a certain town, pirates in the tavern were all discussing this topic. How could it possibly be someone else who defeated him? Is this guy crazy? It wasn't him, and yet he's reacting this wildly. I agree. As soon as they reached the nearby town, he overheard people speaking ill of himself and damaging Grandmaster Buggy's reputation, which sent him into a direct rage. Since Big Mom had departed for Wano Country, Tato Land had been left empty. Bai Jing's golden pirate ship approached one of the most peripheral islands. Who goes there? What are your intentions upon approaching my 1,000 islands? From a distant watchtower on one of the most remote islands, the sentries spotted Bai Jing's party. When they clearly saw Bai Jing's pirate flag, their expressions shifted dramatically. They naturally recognized the origin of Bai Jing's group. The current pirate Bai Jing was now known to all, celebrated everywhere. Whether it was his bounty valued at 3 billion berries, his audacious deeds, or most importantly his overwhelming combat prowess, all of it instilled fear and caution in everyone. Bai Jing, what are you doing here? This is Tato Land, the domain of Big Mom. Retreat immediately. Otherwise don't blame us for showing no mercy. The soldier standing atop the watchtower shouted loudly. Bai Jing gazed from afar and replied calmly, "Tell Katakuri to come out." Oh, and by the way, bring Brûlé along as well. Who do you think you are demanding to see our big brother on a whim? You'd be wise to leave quickly and avoid unnecessary trouble. The sentry roared from above. Upon this island, a considerable number of cookie soldiers had already gathered. Alongside them were the chess soldiers. Bai Jing gazed from afar and sighed helplessly. Looks like negotiation won't work. If it can't be discussed, then let's stop discussing it. He cast a glance at this island, a smirk curling his lips. The simplest approach would be to create a commotion, thereby drawing out katakuri. That was the most straightforward method, and then he could simply call upon Kakuri, Brûlé, and Pearl. No need for such complications. With a smile, Bai Jing stepped onto the deck with Kizaru, Ace of the Fire Fist, the Golden Emperor, and Ano appearing one after another behind him. Zeph and Whitebeard stood at the rear with no intention of intervening. To them, Bai Jing alone was more than sufficient against those people. Unless Big Mom herself, one of the four emperors, chose to intervene personally, they would simply observe from the sidelines, watching Bai Jing and his companions. After all, Bai Jing's strength was no less than theirs. Since he wished to act first, let him take the lead. Bai Jing knew precisely when to act and when to hold back. And should they themselves intervene, particularly if Whitebeard unleashed a single devastating punch, entire Cake Island would sink beneath the waves. When inactive, they remained dormant. Once active, their strikes were thunderous. Such was the nature of Whitebeard. A faint smile graced Bai Jing's lips as he gazed toward the distant small island, gently snapping his fingers. The crisp sound echoed. From behind him, an endless mass of thunder clouds surged forth above the island. The entire world plunged into darkness. Terrifying tribulation lightning was brewing within the thunder clouds. The electrical ions in the air were being gathered by Bai Jing, gradually converging into bolts as thick as water barrels, rumbling overhead with muffled thunder. Stay vigilant, everyone. The sentries atop the tower, witnessing Bai Jing's assault, couldn't help but shout warnings, their eyes and faces filled with trepidation. Because to them, Bai Jing was simply too overwhelmingly powerful. This man was nothing short of monstrous. Most critically, Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom, was not present within Tato Land at this moment. Without their core figurehead, Tato Land was already vulnerable, and now they faced Bai Jing's attack on top of everything else. Misfortune never comes alone. That was why they were so deeply vigilant. Moreover, Bai Jing had demanded to see Katakuri from the very beginning. How could they possibly allow him to succeed? If Katakuri were to be injured in the process, the consequences and their guilt would be catastrophic. Call him out. I have no more time to waste, Bai Jing said coldly. Endless thunder clouds appeared, and the ferocious heavenly tribulation could descend at any moment. What method? Speak. Bai Jing raised his eyebrows, slightly looking at the Golden Emperor with curiosity. He simply could not imagine what method could be more convenient than using the heavenly tribulation to force Katakuri, Brûlé, and Perispero out. The Golden Emperor smiled mysteriously, turned around, and walked to the center of the golden pirate ship. From within the mysterious dark pavilion, he opened the box wrapped outside. There was a button there. His finger pressed straight down. Click. At the exact center of the pirate ship, a flagpole 100 meters long slowly rose. Right above the flagpole was a sphere with thousands of tiny holes. The massive sphere rotated slowly and began spraying endless golden water. This golden water erupted from the sunny, spraying across the entire island. Then the Golden Emperor stepped out, glanced at Bai Jing, and said, "This is the golden water I developed. Whoever comes into contact with it will be controlled by me. I call this technique golden water flower." Bai Jing listened to Tsumikomo's words and suddenly understood. Previously, they had seen the Golden Emperor use this technique, but they never expected he would install the sprinkler system on the Sunny. This was better indeed. Controlling these people would save him from wasting effort. The endless golden water spray gushed forth drop by drop, like rain falling on the people on the small island above and merging into their bodies. The Golden Emperor spoke, "Go call Kakuri, Brûlé, and Perispero." The sentry on the tower was about to defy the Golden Emperor's wishes and say, "In your dreams." But the next moment he could not say it. His face filled with terror as he watched himself obeying the Golden Emperor's orders step by step. His consciousness was still there, but his body would not obey him. It was as if he were a puppet being controlled by someone else, causing him to panic. Everyone on the upper island, after being controlled by the golden water and drenched in the golden spray, became the Golden Emperor's puppets. This was very similar to Doflamingo's Ito Ito no Mi, and it worked even better. Bai Jing was very satisfied and glanced at the Golden Emperor with appreciation. As expected of a figure of his caliber, his methods were indeed beyond ordinary people's comprehension. They secretly pondered what would happen if this golden spray fell on them. But in the next moment they no longer cared. Because in their view this golden water spray had certain control over the weak. But for the strong they could use their abilities to shatter the golden water that entered their bodies, even dissipate it completely. In this way they would not be controlled by the Golden Emperor Sumikomo at all. At this moment the people on Whole Cake Island had already begun to send messages to Katakuri, Brulé, and Perispero. Before long the three of them arrived above the island and glanced at the huge golden pirate ship from afar. Then they looked again at Bai Jing and the others standing at the bow of the ship, their expressions grave. Because Big Mom was not present, they had also heard the news of Black Arm Zephyr's resurrection. If this news was true, this would be an admiral-level combat power. Combined with Bai Jing having admiral-level combat power, it posed a certain threat to their Tato land. But Katakuri was confident in fighting them. After all, he was someone at the Emperor's deputy level. He could not just give up. With a flat-top hairstyle, wearing armor like a knight draped in a cape, and a large sword on his back. Covering his mouth, this was Katakuri. While Brulé and Perispero had different appearances, one rather unattractive, the other sweet-looking. Brulé looked like an old witch with a large red hooked nose. There was a scar on her face from being bullied by thugs in her childhood. But Perispero was much sweeter. Charlotte Perispero was a maiden with beautiful curves. She was petite with slightly protruding lips. She had 3 round brown eyes and light brown wavy hair. The two looked at Bai Jing in confusion, wondering what grievance Tato land and Bai Jing had this time. By all rights there should be no connection between them. And Big Mom at that time also had no connection with Bai Jing, let alone an illegitimate child born outside. Now Bai Jing came to their Tato land for what purpose? Was he going to conquer Tato land? That was too bold. Bai Jing saw the main characters had arrived. A smile curved his lips, and he looked at Katakuri and said, "I can restore the scar on your sister's face. Do you believe me?" The three had thought Bai Jing would say something arrogant and challenge their Tato land to battle. Who would have expected him to say this instead? This left everyone in confusion. Everyone on the island was dumbfounded. Those on the pirate ship were all bewildered, unable to understand what game Bai Jing was playing. They simply could not fathom it. Bai Jing had swept into Big Mom's domain with tremendous fanfare, entering Tato land itself, only for Katakuri to utter those words. They were all stunned into silence. Every one of them shot a bewildered glance at Bai Jing. If not for his overwhelming strength and the black-armored Zeph standing behind his pirate crew, they would have deemed him utterly mad. Especially those within Tato land would have driven Bai Jing away outright. It was simply too absurd. Katakuri understood the situation as well, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Jing before speaking. "Supernova, Bai Jing. What do you want? Just say it plainly. Whatever scheme you're cooking up, spit it out. Can you or can you not heal my sister's wounds?" Bree and Brulé shared the same bewildered expressions, their faces etched with enormous doubt. Seeing this, Bai Jing did not expect to succeed with a single explanation, for in his own mind the claim was indeed rather absurd. Power, after all, was the most convenient proof. Bai Jing sighed softly, then leaped high from his pirate ship, landing on the shores of Tato land. He stood at the island's edge and locked eyes with Katakuri. He knew Katakuri's strength was formidable. After all, the vice-captain of a Yonko who trained Luffy in observation hockey. How could he possibly be weak? From aboard the pirate ship, the Golden Emperor whispered his theories about Bai Jing's intentions. "I wager our captain intends to draw the enemy in first, then confuse them, finally delivering a fatal strike. I believe our target this time is Tato land, where Big Mom resides." The Golden Emperor spoke first, his bright gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. At the end of the day, he was still a pirate, and a fiercely ambitious one. Those were precisely the thoughts that came to mind first. Koraon thought for a moment and nodded, finding the possibility ever more likely. Now that Big Mom is absent, this is our best opportunity to seize this island. Once we take it, Tato land becomes our territory. With Whitebeard and Black Arm Zeph on our side, Charlotte Linlin should pose no problem. Koraon nodded in agreement. Whether from spending too much time with Ace and the others lately, he, who possessed a sense of justice, had unfortunately picked up certain pirate habits. Indeed, the old saying held truth: one takes on the nature of one's company. Bai Jing spoke up. "I am being serious. There is a way to restore Bree's face. Would you not wish to see your lovely sister whole again?" Bai Jing smiled faintly, his expression strangely relaxed, as though he failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Around the island, endless soldiers from Whole Cake Island, pawn soldiers, cookie soldiers, and biscuit soldiers, were converging by ship. The senior commanders of Tato land each boarded their pirate ships, encircling the entire island and facing Bai Jing as though confronting a terrifying enemy. After all, Bai Jing's name was already infamous across the seas. Though his bounty did not rival Big Mom's, he remained one of the most vicious supernovas. Moreover, the fact that he had escaped even the pursuit of the Marine Admiral spoke volumes about his true strength. Most critically, Big Mom was not present in Tato land at this moment. The island was held together by Katakuri and the core family commanders. This moment could not be allowed to falter. Tato land must not be lost. When Big Mom returned in a towering rage, none of them could withstand her wrath. Bai Jing helplessly spread his hands and addressed the gathered forces in the distance. Relax. I am telling the truth. With that purple reversal light gathered in Bai Jing's palm hovering and shimmering before he flicked his finger, sending it speeding toward Bree's face. The purple beam made Katakuri's expression tighten. His feet drove into the ground, and he vanished from his spot in an instant. He assumed Bai Jing was attempting some underhanded trick. He would never allow his sister to suffer even the slightest harm. He swung his weapon forward, coating it in armament hockey, and struck the reversal light apart, shielding Bree with his body. Pirates understand pirates best. Among pirates, few are decent folk. The vast majority are ruthless killers and arsonists. Then we must settle this by force. Negotiations have failed. Bai Jing vanished from his position, his body flashing forward like lightning as he condensed a massive fist and smashed it toward Katakuri. Katakuri's eyes narrowed and his observation hockey erupted instantly. Having long foreseen Bai Jing's attack, he adjusted his greatsword upward, shifting its angle to clash fiercely against Bai Jing's fist. Katakuri's close combat prowess slightly surpassed Bai Jing's at present, yet the gap was minimal. The two were evenly matched. Under the force of their clash, Bai Jing was pushed back 10 steps, while Katakuri retreated over a dozen steps in turn. A look of gravity crossed Katakuri's eyes. Worthy of a supernova indeed. I should not have underestimated you. You do have real strength. Having spoken, he vanished once more, his feet driving into the earth as he swung his greatsword and charged at Bai Jing. His hands suddenly transformed into a glutinous, stretchy state, extending forward like the power of a rubber fruit. The great blade and the fist collided head-on. Both sides used their true strength, neither holding back the slightest. To defeat the other, they had no choice but to unleash their most overwhelming combat power. Yet just as the fist was about to land upon his blade, Katakuri's hand veered in an uncanny direction. The great blade condensed from the machi-machi fruit struck Bai Jing's body. Bai Jing's fist landed on Katakuri in turn. But because of the machi-machi fruit, the punch sank into the abdominal area of his body and caught off guard. The machi flower technique hit nothing at all. It passed straight through without doing much harm to Katakuri. That slash from Katakuri, however, landed solidly on Bai Jing's body and sent him flying more than a dozen steps away. Katakuri vanished from the spot, once again swung the great blade in his hand toward Bai Jing and roared machi thrust. Using the power of the machi-machi fruit, he transformed his arm into a mass of machi and wrapped it around the trident. Then he made his arm spin continuously and thrust it forward with devastating force. Bai Jing had barely regained his footing when Katakuri was already upon him. The spinning machi mass drove into his body like a spiral drill. Bai Jing's expression changed. He hastily covered his abdomen and chest with armament hockey, forcibly enduring the blow. Armament hockey clashed against armament hockey, grinding out sparks as if two masses of metal were colliding endlessly. Blue lightning spears condensed in Bai Jing's hands, and he unleashed them in one explosive strike. The hundreds of lightning spears pierced into Katakuri's body, erupting into explosive bolts of lightning. His body went numb, his expression shifted, and he retreated several steps. And those steps gave Bai Jing room to fall back 10 paces, seize a chance to catch his breath, and adjust himself. Lowering his head, he looked at the armament hockey across his chest that was on the verge of shattering, and his eyes grew heavy with gravity. As expected, his strength is formidable. That observation hockey predicted my position, letting him alter the direction of his killing strike in the instant the two were about to meet. He can catch an opponent off guard. What's the matter with Bai Jing? When he fought Pops before, he should have been even stronger. Why is he like this now? Even if the man before him has extremely strong observation hockey, as long as one's own strength is high enough, predicting the opening move alone is useless. Ace stared at Bai Jing in the distance and commented on his battle. Black Arm Zifa glanced over, and then withdrew his gaze. He quickly understood what Bai Jing meant. Though he also wondered why Bai Jing had come to Tato Land to do such a thankless and troublesome thing. In his heart, Bai Jing was a man who meant exactly what he said. 1 was 1, and 2 was 2. Since Bai Jing had said he would restore Broly's appearance, then restore it he would. Everything he did was driven by an intense sense of purpose. Every member of their ship's crew had been resurrected by him directly or indirectly. It was because of that strong sense of purpose that they had been able to come together. As for his fight with Katakuri, it was all probing. He had not yet used any true killing move. If he were to unleash the killing move from that day, Katakuri would definitely not be Bai Jing's match. Katakuri quickly released his transformed state and lunged at Bai Jing once more with no intention of going easy. Corner Machi. Using the power of the machi-machi fruit, he turned his hands into strip-shaped machi. Then hardened with armament haki, he rapidly pummeled his opponent, an exceptionally powerful close combat technique. The punch came at Bai Jing with extreme speed right up in front of him, and looked as if it were about to slam into his body. Bai Jing let out a helpless sigh. It seems he really has taken me for a pirate invading Tato land. He's starting to fight with full force. There was nothing else he could do but defeat Katakuri first before going about his business. As for everything else, he would deal with it later. Mimicking Whitebeard, Bai Jing crouched slightly and slammed both fists violently backward. A sound like shattering glass rang out. Crack, 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 crack. Dense white glass fragments, shards like a white spiderweb, began to appear one after another in the air. The surrounding space shattered piece by piece. Before Katakuri's fists could even reach Bai Jing, he was driven back by the shattered space around Bai Jing. His hands were dripping with blood in that instant, even though they had been clad in armament haki. The power of the tremor fruit was just that monstrous, just that overwhelming. Bruli and Pudding watched Katakuri actually get wounded, and their hearts began to tighten. Behind them, the family executives quietly came ashore, intending to surround Bai Jing and make it a one-against-many fight. Bai Jing naturally perceived the surrounding throng attempting to encircle and overwhelm him by force of numbers. Yet he was utterly unconcerned. Far from fearing a gang-up, he was a master of gang-ups himself. However many came, he would cut them down all the same. No matter the number, they were merely serving themselves up as fodder. Moreover, given Katakuri's towering pride, it was absolutely impossible for him to interfere in Bai Jing's fight. His haughty self-respect permitted only one-on-one combat. Sure enough, just as Bai Jing harbored that thought, Katakuri let out a thunderous shout the very next instant, bringing all of them to a halt. This battle is reserved solely for him and me. None of you are to get involved. At Katakuri's stern bellow, those who had initially wanted to charge forward in aid each came to a dead stop. They were unwilling but helpless to do otherwise. After all, he was their eldest brother, wasn't he? Bai Jing gave a satisfied nod and said, "Then let us do battle. As for the meaning behind my every action to come, you will understand soon enough." With that, Bai Jing struck out first, unslinging the sea god's trident from his back, a weapon distilled from pure gold. Wreathed in armament haki augmented by the forces of radiance flames, and frosted hurtled toward Katakuri. Refusing to yield, Katakuri's expression shifted as he shouted, "Baked machi." He transformed the upper part of his arm into machi and compressed it. At the same time, it coiled with searing heat and blasted forth like a rocket launcher, and when used, it could also carry armament haki. It could serve as a close-quarters attack or a long-range strike with extremely far reach. In the anime, its speed surpassed that of the Kong gun. Its power was comparable to the Kong gun as well, and after unleashing it, one could rely on one's abilities to regenerate a severed hand. In that very instant, the arm Bai Jing had wounded with the tremor fruit silently recovered itself. The machi, compressed with scorching heat, likewise bore armament haki across its surface, slamming down with tremendous force upon Bai Jing's sea god's trident. This terrible destructive power collided with the manifold forces layered on Bai Jing's sea god's trident, conjuring a colossal explosion. Boom! The blast flung the two men apart. After each staggered back several steps, they once again kicked off the earth and surged at each other. Chocolate machi. First, he employed the machi fruit's power to transform his hand into strips of machi. Then, combining it with armament haki, he rapidly lashed out in every direction at his opponent with countless haki-hardened strips of glutinous machi in an incredibly short span. It was explosive in power, swift, and unerring. In might, it equaled Luffy's Gomu Gomu no Jet Python. Katakuri's twin fists rampaged across the field. Only the blurred shadows of his frantic wild punches could be seen, each one bursting with consummate violence. Bai Jing watched and sighed softly. Truly, there are no weak fruits, only weak developers. That fruit, though it has yet to awaken, can already become this powerful. This might is even a cut above Luffy's Gear 4th. Now that Luffy has already awakened the Sun God fruit, to what heights must he have risen? And to what terrifying heights must the four emperors have ascended? This stirred Bai Jing into profound contemplation. He thought again of the current Whitebeard, who now possessed Murakamijiri. His strength was certainly not limited to what he had shown in his earlier battle with Bai Jing. He was bound to be several-fold stronger. Perhaps if Whitebeard with Murakamijiri were to fight Bai Jing now, Bai Jing might truly be unable to win. Fortunately, however, Whitebeard had already been coaxed aboard Bai Jing's ship, meaning the two were hardly enemies. Bai Jing watched Katakuri's wild midair barrage, snapped his fingers lightly, and announced, "Gravity, field 100-fold gravity. Heavenly meteor fall." Since Katakuri wanted to match brute strength, Bai Jing would indulge him. It remained to be seen whose power reigned supreme, his frantic rapid-fire fists or Bai Jing's gravity field. So long as his gravity could suppress the tempo of that barrage, the punching speed would inevitably drop, and then an opening would surely appear. When it came to surveying the entire battlefield, Bai Jing's combat intelligence was unimpeachable. After all, he was a transmigrant from Blue Star. He had mastered the 36 stratagems, the sly ambush tactics of an old hand, and the art of the backstab. An intangible field of violet-black radiated outward from Bai Jing, expanding in every direction until it enveloped Katakuri. Sure enough, within this gravity field, Katakuri's punching speed slowed. Blows did land on him, but luckily Bai Jing had long since become elementalized. Each diving fist that struck him only wrenched away spray after spray of sparks. To him, they were utterly inconsequential. Despite their formidable power, he had dexterously defused them, yielding this conquering hardness, while all the while whittling down his opponent's attack speed. High in the heavens above, the 10 enormous meteors descended silently, trailing endless sparks. Each meteor was nearly half an island in size. Together with the acceleration gained beyond the atmosphere and the sheer destructive might of their falling momentum, they were absolutely sufficient to deal Katakuri severe injuries. Damn it, how is this kid so eerie? Do you think Big Brother can take him? After all, he is a supernova with a bounty a full 2 billion berries higher than Big Brother's. A dozen massive meteorites rained down from the sky, drawing ever closer. Sparks flashed across their surfaces as they tore through the atmosphere. An unending surge of searing heat enveloped each meteorite in layer after layer of raging flames. Charlotte Kakuri's expression grew grim, and the family officers around him shared the same look. They had seen it. The meteorites were aimed directly at Charlotte Katakuri. He closed his eyes, then opened them, whispering, "Awaken." The moment his fruit power awakened, the surrounding earth silently transformed into a glutinous rice state. Everything across the entire island began to grow soft. The earth itself became undulating waves of glutinous rice. Even Bai Jing nearly lost his footing at that moment, his feet sinking into the surface. It was, after all, glutinous rice. Another fruit awakening. Rather interesting. You can awaken, and he can too. It seems your paramecia-type fruits are quite capable. Black Arm Zephyr glanced with interest at Kakuri's awakening, then cast a sidelong look at the Golden Emperor before offering his commentary. In the later stages of the New World, fruit abilities hold less advantage. Only one's haki and physical prowess truly matter. That is precisely what reveals whether someone is truly strong. Take Yonko Shanks for instance. His haki can suppress an opponent's observation haki, and his conqueror's haki is of the highest caliber. Yet fruit awakening undoubtedly adds a dreamlike quality to these paramecia-type powers, making them even more formidable. Some Logia-type fruits cannot awaken at all, rendering them overwhelming early on, but practically useless by the late stages, save for the rare exceptions like the Goro Goro no Mi, whose absurd power defies that pattern. The Goro Goro no Mi also belongs to the paramecia category, though whether it can awaken ultimately depends on how well Bai Jing develops it. It never awakened under Whitebeard's control, so imagining its awakened form remains a challenge. Charlotte Katakuri's gaze turned solemn as he looked upward, his eyes filled with resolve. He would never allow his family to come to harm, certainly not his sister, and he would protect the island he guarded from any external threat. His power was formidable, so much so that in the One Piece anime, a single punch sent 4 Yonko Luffy flying like a rubber ball. He was likely using the 9-head rice cakes to strike the meteorites above. Bai Jing observed quietly from the sidelines, making no move to interfere. As the first meteorite approached and plummeted, a massive hand of black glutinous rice erupted from the center of the enormous rice cake ring. One punch met the colossal meteorite head-on. Bam! Unfortunately, that strike failed to shatter it. The meteorite's sheer size combined with its acceleration and gravitational force far exceeded anything Charlotte Katakuri's rice technique could match. Charlotte Katakuri remained composed. From the other white rice formations, additional rice arms surged upward, hammering at the meteorite's periphery in an attempt to break it apart. Boom! The massive impact shattered the meteorite, but 8 more descended simultaneously. Charlotte Katakuri's strategy to take them down one by one would never work. Witnessing this, Bai Jing snapped his fingers once more and declared, "Gravity, field, thousandfold." The gravitational force around them intensified imperceptibly. Charlotte Katakuri's feet plummeted into the earth, sinking deep as he fought desperately against Bai Jing's terrifying weight. Under this thousandfold gravity, his legs buckled, nearly forcing him to his knees. Yet Charlotte Katakuri persisted, launching several powerful punches skyward once more. 9 fists emerged from the white glutinous rice, delivering devastating blows to the falling meteorites. The strikes came so rapidly that as each meteorite was hit, the other 8 followed in quick succession. Continuing in this manner, they smashed through the remaining 7 meteorites one after another, barely shattering all 7 through relentless assault. The devastation was terrifying. Exhausted, he lay trapped within the immense gravity field, unable to move. 1,000-fold gravity was simply too overwhelming. Watching from the sidelines as Charlotte Katakuri became ensnared in the gravity field, Bai Jing thought to himself, if I had known this would be so easy, I should have trapped him with gravity right away and gone about my own business. Wouldn't that have been better? With that thought, Bai Jing turned his gaze toward Brûlé and Perfume, a sinister smirk playing across his face as he slowly approached them. To anyone else watching, his expression radiated nothing but malicious intent. No matter how you looked at it, he seemed rather villainous. Katakuri saw that Bai Jing had actually harmed his younger sister, laid hands on his family, especially his sister. That was something he could never tolerate. After all, his family and his sister were his everything. From his pupils erupted an aura of majestic conqueror's haki. In this moment, he was truly and utterly enraged. Veins bulged fiercely upon his forehead as he struggled to his feet, breaking free from the crushing 1,000-fold gravity field. His hands began to transform as he roared, /cut machi. His arms swelled into machi dough, rapidly shaping into the form of a flail before being enveloped in armament haki. Spinning at blinding speed like a meteor hammer, it struck his foes. Its power and velocity were so devastating that it had once sent Gear Force Snakeman Luffy tumbling into an abyss, stripping him of consciousness. This was Katakuri's ultimate technique. That terrifying rotating flail thundered toward Bai Jing, closing the distance in an instant. Bai Jing had just barely reacted in shock, unaware that this very strike was meant to kill as Katakuri attacked from behind. Frantically, he transformed into a golden flash, attempting to escape. But at this moment, an enraged Katakuri's power surged several folds higher. It was as though he had consumed a berserker fruit, his strength reaching its zenith. Indeed, the vow to protect his sister was no empty boast. Before Bai Jing could react, the spinning machi flail smashed into him, sending him flying, while blood trailed from his back. Arg! Bai Jing let out a pained cry as he was hurled aside, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Katakuri broke free from the gravity field and activated the powers of the machi Nomi, liquefying the solidified machi surrounding Bai Jing. Layer upon layer, the sticky substance wrapped around him. In his hands, the rotating flail swung again. From within the surrounding white machi formations, 9 heavy black machi fists erupted outward. At this moment, he harbored lethal intent, determined to take Bai Jing's life. Anyone who dared lay a hand on his sister would have to step over his corpse and pass through him first. This was Katakuri, and this was his conviction. Bai Jing sighed, softly, feeling the sharp pain radiating from his back. His brows furrowed and a hint of anger stirred within him. I was perfectly fine here, intending to help your sister regain her appearance and find happiness for your other sister, and this is how you treat me. Though it was merely a misunderstanding, his temper had truly flared. A man can only be pushed so far. Above his palms, he struck fiercely at the empty air. The power of the Goro Goro Nomi emanated, shattering the spatial layers one by one. His flowing machi collapsed instantly under the quake. Bai Jing broke free from the machi Nomi's bindings. Gazing at the colossal spinning flail and the 9 heavy machi fists charging at him, terrifying lightning flickered within his pupils. Awakened fruit. You think you're the only one who understands fruit awakening. Bai Jing sneered. Around him, the boundless machi matter inexplicably transmuted into blue lightning particles. In the sky and across the ocean, everything connected to lightning surged into blue arcs, flaring brilliantly nearby. The entire world transformed into an endless sea of thunder. The two seemed to stand at the heart of this electric ocean. The terrifying voltage knocked out everyone nearby on the island, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed unconscious. The sea of lightning crashed onto Katakuri, sending a violent electric tremor through his body. 300 million volts, Thor God. Endless lightning erupted from Bai Jing's hands and was hurled forward, colliding head-on with Katakuri's 9 massive fists and the rotating flail. 300 million volts Thunder Dragon. 300 million volts Thunder Beast. 300 million volts Thunderbird. This machi was not rubber, it was not an absolute insulator, and could conduct electricity. Thus the Goro Goro Nomi's power was absolutely devastating against everyone except that freakish bastard Luffy. Against all others, it was overwhelmingly effective. The 3 Thunder Beasts composed of lightning materialized on the battlefield. The Thunder Dragon struck directly at Katakuri, while the Thunder Beast smashed into the 9 fists. The Thunderbird collided fiercely with the rotating flail in Katakuri's hands. Countless sparks and flames erupted across the field as the 2 awakened fruits crashed against each other in a violent clash. Bai Jing vanished from his original position. Condensing all the lightning ions across the battlefield into a sea of thunder, his speed reached its absolute peak. Within this electric domain, he was the sovereign of thunder. He was the lord of lightning. With a word, a thought, or a mere movement, he could command every lightning ion on the field. Boom. The two forces collided with devastating force, and Katakuri's flail was blasted apart by the Thunderbird. Yet correspondingly, the Thunderbird was also shattered by the sheer force of that strike. The Thunder Dragon crashed into Katakuri, its terrifying pressure causing his eyes to bulge slightly, as his consciousness threatened to scatter in an instant. But he clenched his teeth, fighting back to his senses. Thinking of his sister, thinking of his family, he absolutely could not lose. After being blown backward, he planted his hands on the ground, kneeling on one leg to support himself before rising to his feet once more. That man stood up again, an unyielding will, a refusal to accept defeat. Everyone on the field watched Katakuri's figure with both heartache and awe, especially those among his family's officers who knew Katakuri's temper, understood that he would never allow them to intervene. But even now, watching Katakuri being tormented, they felt a bitter pang in their hearts. When the crew aboard the Xianyang saw him in such a state, they nodded in approval, a quiet acknowledgement of his worth. There was also an inexplicable look in their eyes as they watched Katakuri. The Golden Emperor, Corazon, Ace Little, Ors Jr., and the others merely cast their eyes upward, saying nothing more. A true man worthy of respect. This brat is quite interesting, Goro la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed heartily, acknowledging Katakuri, and nodded as well. They were pirates, but unlike other pirates, they each had their own stories and their own unique charm. Likewise, they deeply appreciated the manly charisma Katakuri displayed. After all, true powerhouses always resonate with one another, and real men always admire real men. After doing all this, Bai Jing looked at his solitary, miserable figure and could not help but sigh with some reluctance. Why must it come to this? I'm not going to kill your sister. I'm going to help her, you foolish man. Having said that, Bai Jing turned and prepared to walk over to Brulee and Pudding. In Katakuri's eyes, a fierce fighting spirit blazed anew, as if he had been restored to full strength. He rose to his feet, brandished his halberd, and charged at Bai Jing. His crimson haki erupted once more. This entire affair was truly awkward. If he fought back, it would not do. If he defeated him too brutally, it would not do either, and it would be detrimental to the plan he intended to carry out. If he defeated Katakuri, Brulee and Pudding would resent him. If he left Katakuri utterly bereft of fighting strength, those two would not believe him either. Pudding would not go with him either. Truly, this was an awkward fix. At the thought, Bai Jing's head began to throb. Watching Katakuri charge at him, Bai Jing gathered a slow ray in his hand and shot it out fiercely. This violet-red slow ray shot forth from his fingertip. Katakuri predicted where the ray would strike, dodged to one side, and avoided being hit. Bai Jing snapped his fingers again and declared gravity, field 5000 times. The pitch-black weight of 5000-fold gravity came crashing down, causing the surrounding ground to cave in by dozens of meters and the entire island to sink. In the distant reaches of the island, everyone affected by the gravity could barely keep their footing, their bodies staggering and swaying in every direction. The few aboard the Xianyang watched Bai Jing's methods with accustomed ease. After all, that was simply how Bai Jing was, endowed with such abilities. Katakuri's movements slowed once again. Even with his awakened devil fruit, he was no match for Bai Jing's multiple devil fruit powers. Not to mention the tremor fruit, the entire area was already engulfed in a sea of thunder and lightning. His speed had already been reduced, and he was still affected by the high voltage, and now on top of that pressed 500 times gravity. In the end, Katakuri could no longer hold out. He dropped to one knee once more, driving his great blade deep into the ground to prop himself up and keep from falling. He hunched over, blood spilling from his mouth in great gushes. The overwhelming gravity had displaced his internal organs, and some had even begun to rupture. Had it not been for his formidable will and desperate endurance, he might well have fallen onto both knees beneath that intense gravity field. Only after seeing Katakuri in this state did Bai Jing, feeling at ease, fire a slow ray that struck his hand. In an instant, his speed slowed by several hundredfold. Bai Jing dispelled the gravity field, and the surrounding thunder sea, turned his gaze toward Brulee and Pudding and crossed his hands. From the gap left between his hands shot a beam of yellow light. Yada mirror. In his hands he amassed a mirror-like sheet of light, then launched a beam that refracted and rebounded toward surrounding targets, thereby forming a path of light. Through that path he could move at light speed. Bai Jing's figure vanished from where he stood, and in the next instant he appeared before Brulee and Pudding. In his hand he gathered a beam of another hue. This was the rewind ray. Bai Jing had also developed a new ability, localized reversion. There was no need to rewind everything entirely, which made things far more convenient. He could revert the scar on Brulee's face to its former state. In other words, the scar on her face could be erased. He could even restore her appearance to the way it had been when she was a child. Seeing this, Katakuri thought Bai Jing was about to lay a hand on his sister and screamed in anguish. His face twisted with fury. How dare you? If you have the guts, come at me. But no matter how hoarsely he screamed, Bai Jing paid him no heed. The rewind ray landed upon Brûlé. Bai Jing was so fast that before the two of them could even react, he had already arrived. As the light came down, Brûlé's face began to change. Her bizarre appearance gradually transformed. Her red nose disappeared, and her body began to shrink. Her hair, eyes, and although Bai Jing could not discern what Brun was smiling about, a sense of unease crept over him. He finally spoke. Did you not have feelings for Sanji? Does that still exist now? Bai Jing smiled faintly. His words were quiet, almost casual in tone. Yet from that very utterance, thunder erupted from the clear sky. Katakuri observed Brun's demeanor, his expression growing subtly complicated. He naturally understood what Bai Jing meant. The family officers around them quietly withdrew, choosing not to interfere further. Having confirmed that Bai Jing harbored no ill will toward them, they no longer had reason to provoke his anger. After all, aboard Bai Jing's pirate ship were Black Arm Zeke, a fleet admiral-level warrior, as well as Fire Fist Ace and Little Oars. Two of the Whitebeard Pirates division captains had already been gathered. I have a feeling the same script is about to play out again. Before, he seemed to use the same tactics to lure me aboard. Stella wore a knowing smile. That very scene bore such striking resemblance to what had transpired in the land of the dead. Bai Jing was likely about to deploy that heart-wrenching, tear-jerking maneuver once more, convincing Brun to join their crew, and then bringing a love story to its fulfillment. At least that was how he saw it. Hua Jin harbored the same suspicion. Most of the women on the ship came to similar conclusions, for they had witnessed Bai Jing's methods firsthand and seen how he had contributed to such love stories. Bai Jing smiled. Watching Brun's reaction, he felt nothing but reassurance. As long as she hesitated, as long as her expression shifted in the slightest, it was proof that feelings still lingered within her. He dared to assert that she undoubtedly harbored love for Sanji. It was precisely because of this conviction that Bai Jing felt brave enough to approach Brun and speak these words. Drawing upon the editing fruit ability he had obtained in the land of the dead, Bai Jing pulled forth a massive white screen from his hands. Upon the screen, much like an animated film, scenes of Lin and Sanji's encounters began to play out in flawless recreation. Frame by frame, the story unfolded, each image capturing moments when Brun and Sanji had crossed paths. Among them, the most emblematic was the scene of Brun laughing and scolding Sanji as a fool within her room. She had mocked that the marriage was merely a transaction of interests. Meanwhile, Sanji stood alone, hidden beneath the eaves outside, listening to everything Brun had said within that room. Rain soaked Sanji's hair as he silently lit a cigarette, his right hand still clutching the flowers he had prepared for Brun. The smoke carried his sorrow, the rain only deepened his melancholy. The rain fell. Something within Sanji's heart had quietly been set down. But Brun was unaware of this. When Brun witnessed this scene, she bit her lower lip slightly, her eyes turning red. From her third eye upon her forehead, clear tears slipped down. In Bai Jing's view, the romance between Sanji and Brun was among the most shoujo manga-esque love stories in the world of One Piece. A 16-year-old girl pretending to be cruel to protect herself from being bullied. Yet she had encountered the gentle Sanji. His words, "Your third eye is so beautiful and captivating," struck deep within Brun's heart, stirring the awakening feelings of a young girl. Those words freed her from the shame she had once felt about her third eye. Soon after, the young girl fell deeply in love, even secretly betraying her family for her prince. Then came the most heart-wrenching part. Within Sanji's heart still burned the adventure with his companions. He wished to stay by their side and continue their journey with his captain. Knowing this, the young girl chose to bear everything in silence. She chose to sever all their past memories together, every trace of their love, and let him sail away. Love is letting go. Love is fulfillment. Brun's love was selfless and lonely. Bai Jing was deeply moved. On the white screen above, the images continued to flicker, frame by frame, passing by bit by bit. The girl extinguished the cigarette Sanji held in his mouth under the rain. She was the first woman to ever do such a thing for him. That night within the alleyway, the girl shared a heartfelt kiss with Sanji, and then erased all their beautiful memories together, sealing away that precious moment forever. Left alone, she leaned against the corner of the wall, letting the rain drench her body as tears flowed freely. In that moment, one could not tell whether what streamed down her face was tears or rainwater. The scene quietly came to an end. On the Thousand Sunny aboard Bai Jing's pirate ship, the crew, especially the three women, felt their eyes grow moist once again. Women are the most emotional creatures. Witnessing this scene, it would be remarkable if any of them did not weep openly. Brun could no longer hold back. All three of her eyes shed tears. She never imagined someone could understand her past with Sanji. This brought her both surprise and joy. Brise beside her remained silent. Regarding her foolish younger sister's condition, she too felt a touch of sympathy. Brun had chosen to betray her family for the one she loved. Fortunately, Big Mom was not present at this moment, otherwise who knew what consequences she would have faced. Katakuri also fell silent, saying nothing. Would you be willing to leave with me? I can take you to see Sanji. If Sanji still holds feelings for you, then what harm is there in being together? If he does not, I will erase all your memories of him, sparing you this pain. This visit was precisely my purpose. Bai Jing spoke softly. Brun did not respond immediately. Instead, she sat down where she stood, her head bowed into her lap, her posture filled with helplessness, much like that helpless young girl from long ago. In this world, only the word infatuation is most intolerant of others' mockery. Among the myriad written words, the countless characters of ink, only the one for love is the deadliest. Bai Jing let out a low sigh in his heart as he looked at the helpless young girl before him. No one knew how long Pudding had been weeping before the sound of her trembling sobs finally ceased. Bai Jing extended his hand and gently lifted her to her feet, waiting for her to speak, engaging her intentions. Pudding's eyes were filled with a complex haze, her face betrayed thoughts she could not name. She raised her head slightly, and across her delicate features flickered a trace of inner conflict. Yet the next instant it vanished. Though hidden ever so well, Bai Jing still caught it with clarity. He understood Pudding's intent. Surely she was thinking again of not disturbing Sanji, and thus would not go with him. After all, in the end she had made such a decision, letting Sanji sail away and even cutting away his memories. As for what Pudding meant next, one could guess with the merest thought. What the hell are these people thinking? Is love about letting go? Love means bravely pursuing. What's the use of letting go? If she ends up taken by someone else, won't all that sacrifice be nothing but sewing a wedding dress for another? Bai Jing felt a secret anxiety rising in his heart. And true to his expectations, what Pudding said next matched his prediction with not a single discrepancy. Forget it. Thank you for your kindness, sir, but meeting is worse than never meeting. If fate truly exists between us, then there will be another day when we meet. This girl, merely 16 years old, possessed a kindness unlike that of others and a maturity unmatched by other women. I don't know how Mr. Bai Jing plans to take you there, but in the end you must take a gamble for yourself. Before Big Mom returns otherwise. Brulee's meaning could not be clearer. She knew that once Big Mom came back, Pudding's fate would not be pleasant. After all, she had released Sanji and his crew. These words were also an indirect reminder to Pudding that leaving with Bai Jing would undoubtedly free her from danger, and that was the best outcome. Bai Jing looked toward Katakuri. In that moment, the gazes of the two men collided in the air. Katakuri's intention was the same as Brulee's, to let Bai Jing take Pudding away. Not only for his sister's happiness, but also to spare Pudding the punishment she might suffer at Big Mom's hands. Bai Jing nodded faintly. Even if he had to carry her off by force, he would take Pudding away. Yet he still harbored doubts as he looked at Katakuri. Aren't you a fanatical sister protector? How can you be so at ease letting me take your sister? Aren't you afraid I might do something inappropriate to her? Clearly Bai Jing was overthinking. Katakuri was indeed a devoted brother beyond doubt. But for the sake of safety, Katakuri naturally boarded the ship along with Bai Jing. Once aboard the Sunny, they could go to Wano country later to see Big Mom. Such was Katakuri's plan. What's the point of this? Bai Jing asked. You torment yourself alone, and in your solitude, he cannot even see your suffering. Fate is a fickle thing. At times it scatters all at once. And his memories are gone as well, according to his nightly code. At this point, Bai Jing stopped abruptly, refraining from continuing. Pudding likewise understood Bai Jing's implication. Her lips parted slightly, her expression growing even more tangled. Still, she had no intention of leaving with him. This young naive girl was so mature that it made one's heart ache. How about this? I'll take you to see him from afar, just one glance. Since those key memories are gone, one meeting won't do you any harm, right? Bai Jing unleashed his seductive persuasion, luring her step by step. If Pudding felt even the slightest stir of longing, Bai Jing would coax her onto the Sunny. By the time they reached the moment of seeing Sanji again, she would have no choice. Bai Jing would have already laid the groundwork, restoring the memories Sanji had lost, and then observing his reaction. If the two could still spark a flame, everything would be settled. Neither side would languish in unrequited love, and Bai Jing would have also fulfilled his part in Sanji's love story. It would all end in perfect happiness. Then he could go see the silly brat Luffy and snatch the sun god fruit for a plaything. As recompense, that shouldn't be too much, should it? After all, he had already resurrected Ace, the brother Luffy revered most. Then he could go find that little darling Momonosuke and send him to the Yellow Springs to sample its customs and culture. That's not asking too much, is it? Of course not. Pudding's face showed signs of inner struggle, and Bai Jing continued his coaxing. How about this? Let the two of you have a distant glimpse of each other. He won't meet you, and you won't meet him either. But to go and see the one who occupies your heart, surely that alone is not too much to ask. When the time comes, I'll also send you back unscathed. That should be all right, shouldn't it? Bai Jing spoke again, and at last a flicker of hesitation appeared on Pudding's face before she slowly nodded. Bai Jing was overjoyed. He snapped his fingers, laid an anti-gravity force on Pudding, and in one smooth motion, whisked her up onto the sunny. The whole act was carried out with practiced fluidity, as if he had long grown accustomed to abducting people. Just as Bai Jing was about to leave, Katakuri's legs turned into a mochi-like state and pressed down slightly, much like Luffy's rubber fruit ability. With a single leap, he landed on Bai Jing's ship, the Sunny. Bai Jing froze for a moment, turned around, and looked at Katakuri, inwardly wondering, could this fellow have finally seen the light and want to defect to my side? Then that's great. If he's willing to jump ship, wouldn't I have gained a battle force at the level of an emperor's right-hand man? Anyway, Pudding is bound to leave eventually. Might as well trick this old fellow onto my pirate ship. Bai Jing was overjoyed. But Katakuri's next words shattered his beautiful dream. I am merely here to escort my little sister to Wano, and along the way to see Big Mom. During this process, and during the process of meeting that kid, Pudding must not suffer the slightest grievance. Otherwise that kid will be beaten to death. Hearing Katakuri say all this, Bai Jing sighed inwardly. After all, he had imagined too rosy a scenario. Once Katakuri stood aboard the Sunny slowly swung around and sailed toward the distant sea. This time their destination was Wano. It was also time to go see Luffy and that band of fools. Of course, what Bai Jing truly wanted most was still the invisibility fruit. Actually having him transform into Momonosuke would not be impossible, right? Everyone hates Momonosuke, yet everyone wants to be Momonosuke. That's Black Arm Zephyr. Katakuri stared at the purple-haired man aboard the Sunny, and his expression immediately turned grave. He had thought the news of Black Arm Zephyr's resurrection was false, but he never expected it to be true. What's more, the man was on Bai Jing's pirate ship. His gaze then shifted to Ryuma, and he could sense that this swordsman before him was terrifyingly powerful, perhaps even stronger than himself. An invisible sword intent pervaded the entire ship. Had he not deliberately restrained it, that dreadful sword intent might have been enough to sink the whole Sunny. He scanned these people one by one, his gaze coming to rest on the Golden Emperor, on Ace and Little Oars Jr., and even on Corazon. He did not know Corazon well. What stunned him most was, of course, Whitebeard. The moment his gaze landed on Whitebeard, the moment he met this man's eyes, his back was quietly drenched in cold sweat. After all, he was the right-hand man of the Big Mom pirates, the strongest among all the sweet commanders. Yet even he, having been stared at like that by Whitebeard, would retreat 3 steps and change color. Whitebeard. 100,000 crows flew across his heart, and he likewise had 100,000 questions. Namely, why could Whitebeard be resurrected? Hadn't Whitebeard died during the Paramount War? Wasn't the strongest man dead? Wasn't that aged man dead? Why was he now appearing on Bai Jing's pirate crew? And above all, he was in the prime of his youth. With Murakamajiri in his hand, and the cloak of the Whitebeard pirates draped over his shoulders, there was no way he could misidentify that figure. Whitebeard gave Katakuri a sidelong glance, rather taking a liking to the young man. But after merely a brief look, he averted his gaze. He would not even spare a single glance for those who held no interest to him. On this pirate ship, Whitebeard was genuinely interested in only 2 people. One was Bai Jing, and the other was Ryuma. He could sense Ryuma's power, and naturally, he could also perceive that Bai Jing, despite his tender age, possessed immense potential. Having been able to defeat him when he himself was without Murakamajiri, Whitebeard had come to acknowledge Bai Jing's strength. It was because of that wager that Bai Jing had successfully coaxed him aboard. All right. I know you're shocked, but this is nothing special. Calm yourself. Bai Jing patted Katakuri on the shoulder. Of course he had to jump to do it, because Katakuri was far taller than him. Pudding timidly hid behind Bai Jing and made her way to Katakuri's side. On this pirate ship, only Katakuri could give her a sufficient sense of security. In the end, everyone else was a stranger, even Bai Jing. The Golden Emperor's gaze kept drifting over Katakuri, as if contemplating something as he twisted the gold ring on his ring finger. He was thinking about how to lure Katakuri over. Ace, being the sociable sort, immediately greeted Katakuri the moment he boarded. The 3 women went over to get familiar with Pudding. After all, since they were all women, they were most interested in gossip about romance and affairs of the heart. Except for Hua Jin and Ain, who had no experience in love and were as pure as blank sheets of paper. The one with the most colorful romantic history was, of course, Stella. On the ship, she played the role of a caring, understanding older sister. As for the rest, Bai Jing did not mind. He simply wanted to reach Wano as soon as possible, and along the way have Corazon meet Trafalgar Law. Then he would get a surgery fruit to toy with as well. Of course, during this period, he still had to gradually improve his physical arts and his devil fruit ability. During nearly half a month of sailing, they had come alongside Zanesha. Bai Jing had originally intended to go up and take a look, but on reflection, he decided to let it go. Cat Viper and Duke Dogstorm had left anyway, and the poneglyph that had been up there had been taken away as well. It was better to head straight for Wano country and meet up with Luffy and the others. Calculating the time, he estimated that Luffy should be just about to enter Sun God mode by now, with his devil fruit already awakened. His battle against Kaido would likely be evenly matched. Meanwhile, on another front, Blackbeard was making his move against the Empress, reportedly intending to seize the power of her love fruit. As for Blackbeard, Bai Jing had his own understanding of him. That is to say, he believed the reason Blackbeard could possess 2 devil fruit powers was probably closely connected to his unique physique. Rumor had it that Blackbeard had 2 hearts. If so, could it be that Blackbeard was one body with 2 lives dwelling inside it? That was what had allowed him to accomplish such a feat. And in the manga, Blackbeard had once said that his younger sister wanted to obtain this fruit's ability to enhance her beauty. Combined with the actual conditions aboard Blackbeard's pirate ship, however, there was no sister at all. The most likely possibility was that his body did not merely contain 2 lives, but a third. And this sister of his existed within that same body, 1 body 3 lives. Therefore, it was highly probable that he could still consume yet another devil fruit ability. Moreover, the love fruit's power could restrain vice admirals and everyone at or below that rank with tremendous effectiveness. So why not seize it for himself? It would elevate his strength. Ugh, disgusting. Bai Jing could not help shuddering as his mind seemed to conjure the image of Blackbeard eating the love fruit. That was somewhat lecherous. This was news he definitely had to tell Luffy to see what that simple-minded fool Luffy would say. If Luffy had no feelings for Hancock and no intention of saving her, then Bai Jing would make his move. Of course, it was to save the Empress. He truly had no other thoughts, truly none. Bai Jing could swear to heaven. As for what might happen afterward, Bai Jing himself had no idea. Over the past dozen or so days, the people aboard the ship had been harmonious enough. Katakuri did not speak much, but he could still blend in. It was only in the company of Whitebeard, Ryuma, and Black Arm Zephyr that he could not get a word in edgewise. Guild Tesoro, however, seemed exceptionally enthusiastic, often taking the initiative to go over to Katakuri and strike up conversations. In Bai Jing's eyes, this was undoubtedly a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken, harboring no good intentions. But he did not stop it. As for the little calculations in Guild Tesoro's heart, Bai Jing naturally understood them. If he could actually manage it, then nothing could be better. When the time came, Bai Jing would give Guild Tesoro a handsome reward. Meanwhile, Bai Jing was constantly developing his devil fruit powers: the gravity fruit, the glint fruit, the rumble fruit, the tremor fruit, the shine fruit, and so on and so forth. So many devil fruit abilities packed into one body had brought earth-shaking changes to his combat strength. Most importantly, he had yet to unleash his true phoenix fruit, and that phoenix form had never appeared. This regression ray actually had other uses, though they had been underestimated, even belittled. Bai Jing was alone in the training room. Gazing at the purple regression ray coalescing in his hand, a different idea crossed his mind. When the regression ray touched something, it could rewind a person's age. But in Bai Jing's hands, the regression ray could also rewind techniques and skills unleashed by others back to their original state. It was somewhat akin to turning back time. Only it did not work solely on people. It worked on objects as well. To verify the sudden idea in Bai Jing's mind, he specially invited Ace over to see whether the experimental effect would actually hold up. Can it really work? Then I'll try it. Ace stood opposite Bai Jing in the enormous training room. The space between them was vast, and he was deeply curious about the concept Bai Jing had initially proposed. Bai Jing nodded and said, "Try it then. I think it will most likely work." Ace's eyes sharpened and fierce flames blazed around his right hand. Upon closer look, the flames were no longer bright red, instead they carried traces of blue. This was the result of Ace's own research. Although flame temperatures had an upper limit, every type of flame had its own distinct nature. He could push his maximum temperature even higher, and this no doubt indirectly enhanced the power of the flame fruit. If he developed it a few more times and raised the temperature even higher, his combat power would climb once again. The enormous blue flame fist came crashing down its scorching heat, causing the floor to show signs of burning and melting. A regression ray also condensed in Bai Jing's eyes. The purple ray enveloped the entire blue flame fist. Strangely, the blue flame fist vanished as if it had never existed in that space at all. Bai Jing and Ace both froze for a moment. It actually works. I knew it. Bai Jing's eyes shone with elation. Ace's fiery punch beneath Bai Jing's retrograde rays actually vanished completely. It could be said that it achieved the effect of outright erasure. If this were the case, then this ability would be far too overpowered, perhaps even surpassing the Goro Goro no Mi. Just think, if anything could be sent backward by Bai Jing in such a manner, then there would be no need for the opponent to fight at all. Every technique the opponent launches, whether it stems from a devil fruit ability, gunfire, or sea stone, Bai Jing's power could simply rewind them all back to their original state. Bai Jing would stand invincible, bathed in absolute defense. Who could possibly harm him? And combined with his monstrous area of effect attack capability, he would be utterly unstoppable. "Let's try again and see if I can rewind even more," Bai Jing said with excitement. To verify Bai Jing's idea, Ace began conjuring fireballs one after another behind him, the count reaching 1,000. This was a fruit ability he had recently developed. As one progresses further along the path, if the fruit's potential remains underdeveloped, it will feel increasingly useless. Close quarters combat and hockey always take precedence. Therefore, unwilling to become a burden on Bai Jing or the Sunrise Pirate crew, he also trained in secret. When he eventually met Luffy, he certainly couldn't let Luffy end up far stronger than him, with him, the eldest brother, falling so far behind. Both Sabo and Luffy had been continuously growing stronger over the years. As for Ace, during the days he had died, standing still would be inexplicable. He trained relentlessly, as if his life depended on it. With a mighty roar, Ace's thousands of miniature fire clusters blazed fiercely, their heat soaring to such extremes that the training room itself began to show signs of melting. Bai Jing quickly released his icy aura, reinforcing the surrounding walls to prevent the room from melting away. If that happened, the loss would far outweigh any gain. 1,000 Fireflies Fire Daruma. This was an upgraded version of the Firefly Fire Daruma, but with far greater numbers, and no longer released through his fingertips. Instead, he condensed fire clusters behind his back, making them far more powerful. The densely packed fireballs instantly surrounded nearly half the training room, and surged toward Bai Jing. This massive swarm of fire Darumas was virtually airtight, seeking to envelop Bai Jing completely. Rather interesting. So this is the result of your secret training these past few days, eh? It does seem noticeably stronger than before. Bai Jing murmured, not immediately gathering his retrograde rays. This time, however, he did not condense purple light, but instead presented it in another form. In a certain sense, retrograde rays also fall within the category of light. Having consumed the glint fruit, combining both powers could unlock an even higher ceiling. Slowly, a mirror of light gathered in Bai Jing's hand. Within that colossal reflective surface, purple retrograde rays cascaded outward, shining point by point. A single point mapped onto countless surfaces. A sea of purple radiance illuminated the entire training room, and those incoming fireballs beneath the violet glow gradually rewound, returning to their origin as if nothing had ever happened. Ace watched in utter disbelief. He never expected Bai Jing's fruit ability to be so monstrous. How could he possibly win against this? If it kept rewinding endlessly without limit, Ace wouldn't even be able to unleash a single move. Unless he closed the distance and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. But even then, Bai Jing could still condense retrograde rays in his hands and merely tap a few times upon him. With the retrograde fruit ability layered on top, you'd be sent back to childhood. How could you possibly fight that? An abnormally powerful fruit ability, paired with an abnormally powerful person. Unless his father came wielding swordsmanship body techniques and a devil fruit simultaneously. Only then might there be a faint chance of holding his own. Bai Jing discovered a flaw in his fruit ability. Although he could rewind techniques, the techniques themselves still existed. As long as the opponent willed it, they could be released again. It was a cure for the symptom rather than the root cause. It was merely a temporary stalling tactic. Strong, yes. But against Ryuma there might not be much of a winning edge. His swords and blades belonged to a different tier, entirely rendering Bai Jing's retrograde fruit equally ineffective against them. Over the following days, everyone immersed themselves in training except for Brunhild, whose heart remained suspended, filled with anxiety. The thought of meeting Sanji brought a storm of complex emotions, exactly mirroring how Stella had felt when preparing to see the Golden Emperor. The closer to home, the timider the heart grows, the nearer the person, the deeper the feelings run. Wano Country had quietly come to an end. At that moment, Luffy and the others were already facing Kaido. As for whether he had awakened the sun fruit form, Bai Jing truly couldn't gauge the timing. He would simply have to observe once the time came. In truth, Bai Jing quite wanted to battle Kaido himself. As for whether Kaido lived or died, Bai Jing didn't really care. Even if he perished, Bai Jing would dive into the underworld, drag him back, and trick him into joining his crew. Wouldn't that be splendid? Thus another capable general would join his pirate ship. How delightful would that be? The Xiangyang had already reached the shores of Wano Country. Bai Jing had been puzzled these past few days. Why had the Navy not come after him despite all the commotion he had caused? He eventually came to terms with it. In those earlier days at Mary Geo's Fujitora and Akiji had been engaged in combat against the Revolutionary Army rescuing Bartholomew Kuma. Meanwhile, the Navy led by Kobe had set out to capture the warlord of the sea, Empress Boa Hancock. In short, over half of the Navy's forces had been deployed, leaving little spare strength to respond in Wano Country. As for the remaining fleet admirals, they had to remain at Marineford, otherwise the risk of pirates attacking the headquarters would have been far too great. That was precisely why they had not come to deal with him. But from Bai Jing's perspective, one had to admit that the Wano Country arc felt somewhat dragged out. Luffy just 2 weeks earlier had been blasted away by Kaido's weapon and left unconscious. And during the Big Mom arc, he had been utterly incapable of defeating her. Yet in the manga that followed, only 2 or 3 weeks had passed. His devil fruit awakened after being sent flying by Kaido for 2 weeks. He had learned Ryu for merely 2 weeks, and then instantly awakened it, defeating Kaido. This was absurd. It was clearly a forced nerf to Big Mom and Kaido paired with an unearned power boost for Luffy. But the pen belonged to Oda, who could draw as he pleased, so there was nothing to be done. As for whether the anime world he had transmigrated into would follow the same logic, Bai Jing had no idea. That was precisely why he intended to go and see for himself. As the Xiangyang approached the shore of Wano country, Ryoma leapt gracefully from above, landing upon the beach. Gazing upon the familiar land of Wano country, a trace of nostalgia flickered in Ryoma's eyes as he sighed. Hundreds of years have passed, and I have returned once more. My beloved nation, my dear homeland. Ryoma bent, slightly pressing one hand against the earth as he knelt upon one knee. He inhaled deeply, greedily breathing in the scent of this land. Bai Jing observed silently, unable to say a word. For one who had been away from home for centuries, and who had wandered as a restless ghost afterward, he could only imagine the weight of such emotions. Moreover, there were no strict rules aboard his pirate ship. The sole regulation was to obey their captain's orders. He glanced toward Ace and smiled. Xiaoyu, you'll be able to see her again. She's such a lovely little girl. Ace offered a gentle smile, recalling his own memories with Xiaoyu. One by one, the crew disembarked from the ship. Kozuru alongside the Golden Emperor's small Odyssey Stella and Hua Jin formed one team of 5. Ace and Bai Jing formed another team. Whitebeard's black arm Zeph formed a third. Ryoma went alone. They were each free to explore Wano country as they saw fit. Bai Jing had no intention of interfering. Ryoma had wandered outside for far too long. It was time he returned to see his homeland. Honestly, Bai Jing was quite eager to see a true one-on-one clash between Luffy and Kaido. If he could make it in time, he might not need to intervene fully. Let Luffy's companions wear down Kaido through attrition and leave the final strike for Luffy to deliver. There would be no need for him to step in entirely. Though Oda never explicitly confirmed whether the two were dead, Bai Jing believed they were likely deceased. Falling into magma is essentially a death sentence. Oda merely presented their story through flashbacks because he was unwilling to let them truly die. Bai Jing's knowledge of the plot here reflects what he knows alongside the continuously updating manga, which he follows daily. Several teams parted ways, each equipped with a Den Den Mushi for communication. They would regroup later at a time and place designated by Bai Jing. Luffy, accompanied by Ace, made their way toward the small mountain village where Xiaoyu resided. Previously, it was here that Ace had been stranded. Their food had been snatched by starving villagers, and the entire pirate crew had been tied up. It was almost laughable how they had dared to bind Ace back then. Only after every villager had devoured their share of food did Ace finally burn through the ropes. When the villagers realized what had happened, they assumed Ace would slaughter them all. Instead, he slowly crouched down, walked over to Xiaoyu and smiled. Would you like some sweets? Are you full? And so began the friendship between Xiaoyu and Ace. Xiaoyu, it's been so long since I last saw her. I wonder how the little girl has grown. A constant smile lingered on Ace's face. The mere thought of seeing his foolish little brother filled him with boundless joy, though it had been far too long. After seeing Ace, he would go on to meet Sabo, the 3 brothers from before who would reunite in this lifetime at this very moment. Yet he knew that everything he possessed now existed solely because of the man before him, a man considerably younger than himself. As for the plot-driven killings in the country arc, Bai Jing believed Oda would likely bring Big Mom and Kaidi back to life as well, if they were truly to perish. Ace and Bai Jing walked along the road of the small mountain village that was once so familiar to them. Bai Jing recognized it because he had watched the anime. Ace recognized it because he had been bound here before. Tama had once met Luffy, who had coldly told her that Ace, her beloved older brother, was dead, words that had made Tama grieve for a long time. The fact that Luffy could speak of this so calmly also proved in a way that he had grown. How nostalgic it all feels, Ace mused. I wonder how Tama is doing now. Ace's hands rested behind his back, a constant smile on the freckled boy's face. It was a reunion of 3 brothers and a meeting with the once playful little girl. Oh right, and drinking under the moonlight with Odin. Thinking back on it, I realize I've made quite a few friends. Bai Jing simply smiled at this and said nothing. By all accounts, having transmigrated into an anime world all alone did seem rather lonely, not knowing a single soul. Yet he had ended up fulfilling the wishes of others, mending one broken fate after another. But he found joy in it all. Not only was this what he himself wished to see, but what others desired as well. Moreover, he had not returned empty-handed. Though his time here had been brief, only a few short months, his fruitability was no fake. The only uncertainty was whether he could ever return. If he could bring back the devouring fruit ability, then Bai Jing would truly be invincible. The mere thought excited him. But such was only a daydream. After crossing countless miles, the two finally arrived at the small mountain village where Ace had once been bound. Gazing at the familiar scenery and the Japanese-style architecture, Bai Jing studied them with great curiosity. He glanced at the people of Ueno walking along the streets wearing wooden geta and kimonos, a quintessential Japanese style of dress. However, he knew that these wooden sandals were originally a traditional footwear of the Long Country, only to have completely disappeared by their generation. It seemed they survived only in the land of little days. Who was that? He looked so familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, don't you? I think so too. Oh wait, I remember now. Isn't this the pirate we tied up before? It's Ace. It's Ace. Ace is back. Noticing the familiar face, many residents of Ueno at a corner of the village looked on with slight confusion. But in the next moment their expressions brightened with joy. During those difficult days Ace had been kind to them, and in return they cared for him deeply, weaving straw hats together with Tama. Ace. Inside the house, Tama seemed puzzled as to why the usually quiet street corner had suddenly grown noisy. Since the Straw Hat Boy had left, nothing like this had ever happened. She opened the wooden door, confusion written across her wide eyes. Her clever little head poked out, peeking toward the end of the street where someone was steadily approaching. She was cute and petite with large round purple eyes and mid-length lilac hair, usually tied into a bun adorned with a hairpin and flower ornament. Tama's attire was quite simple. Just a pale green short kimono skirt covered in numerous patches, clearly mended again and again. She wore a pale orange wide obi belt, had long slender legs, and went barefoot save for a pair of green strapped sandals. At first she looked away, but upon glancing back she rubbed her eyes with both cute fists, as if refusing to believe what she saw. Then she stared ahead. They had once made a promise, a 4-year pact. When she became strong enough, Ace would take her out to sea. And the person before her matched her imagination entirely, their silhouettes overlapping. It was the person she had lived alongside for half a month. But Luffy had once come here and told her he was dead. Now, however, the figure before her matched her memories perfectly. The two images merged into one. Her teeth bit her lower lip, her large eyes glistening with tears already welling up. On her adorable round face, tears were on the verge of spilling. Seeing this scene, Bai Jing figured another tear-jerking moment was upon them, so he decided not to approach further. Nudging Ace with his elbow, he grinned. Looks like she's taken it to heart. Don't forget your 4-year promise. By the way, your good brother Luffy once came here and told Tama that you were dead. It made her cry for a long time back then. Now that you're alive, you'd best go and say whatever is on your mind. I won't meddle. With that, Bai Jing transformed himself into a golden flash and vanished from the spot. He hadn't truly disappeared, of course, but rather hidden himself in the shadows to observe. Ace watched as the tiny figure at the end of the street corner laughed and walked forward. Seeing Tama in such a state, a wave of inexplicable tenderness washed over his heart. The distance before them was only 100 steps, yet at that moment it felt so impossibly far. The 100 steps should have taken no long time, but to Tama each second dragged like an eternity, an age passing in a single glance. She feared this was but an illusion, feared it was all a lie. Ace walked before Tamaki mere 3 steps away. He crouched down, his freckled face wearing an extraordinarily tender smile. Just as on that day he first met Tamaki. He had not changed, and neither had she. Ace smiled and spread his arms wide. Tamaki could barely restrain herself. She lunged forward with all her might, and threw herself into his embrace, the two colliding in a tight hug. Tears on her round face would not stop flowing. Nestling against Ace's chest, her eyes red and blurred, she soon cried, until her face was a mess like a little speckled cat. Why, you're a liar. You promised 4 years ago you'd take me out to sea, and you only show up now. And Luffy said you were dead. It made me so heartbroken for so long. You're a liar, and your brother is a liar too. You're both big liars. Tamaki wailed uncontrollably, her tiny hands flailing weakly in the air. Her sobs were heart-rending, her voice steeped in profound sorrow. Bai Jing hid among the distant trees, watching the scene from afar, a slight sourness stirring in his nose. He cursed inwardly. Damn crocodile, stop popping into my sight. Why do I run into you everywhere? Ace's hand gently rested upon Tamaki's head, stroking it fondly, as he whispered softly, Aren't I here now? My little brother didn't lie to you either. I truly was dead back then. But afterward many things happened, and I came back to life once more. I came this time for 2 reasons. 1, to see you, 2, to check on my silly little brother. There, now dry your tears. Keep crying, and you'll turn into a proper flower cat. How about I treat you to some sweets? Ace said with a smile. But Tamaki paid no mind to his comforting words at all. She sobbed even more heart-wrenchingly. Her round face was already completely streaked with tears. The sight was simply heartbreakingly pitiful. Bai Jing sighed softly to himself. The stories among pirates were truly touching. He believed that before long Brine and Sanji would also be reunited. Another regret would be filled. Ba Jing smiled watching the heartwarming reunion below. This friendship that transcended age boundaries was quite interesting indeed. The people at the street corner caught sight of the pirate's face, and realizing it was Ace did not try to stop them. Instead, each one wore a smile quietly watching the two reunite. Tamaki cried for a long while, and Ace comforted her for just as long. Finally, beneath his sweet words and endless coaxing, she managed to stop weeping. She took Ace's hand and led him to town to buy sweets. Meanwhile, Ba Jing had already made an arrangement with Ace. As soon as the moment Ace and Tamaki reunited, he was free to leave. Ba Jing also had his own matters to attend to. First, he would find Katakuri and Brine to see if he could locate Sanji. If he succeeded, he could help bring them together as well. He had also heard word that Luffy had not yet confronted Kaido. One day remained until their duel, meaning Luffy had not yet formally awakened the powers of the Sun God. As for Big Mom's side, neither Trafalgar Law nor Kid had engaged in battle yet. The final great clash was also only one day away. Kid would awaken his fruit ability in one day as well. Here there was more than enough time for Ba Jing to prepare. It was to be a magnificent feast, featuring not only the two Emperor fleets at sea, but also the new Luffy, the fifth Emperor. There was also the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr and the old Sea Emperor Whitebeard. This clash of new and old generations, this duel between the new and old emperors. Ba Jing was extraordinarily excited and deeply anticipating it all. As for Ba Jing's current strength, say it aloud, and it would send chills down one's spine. After days of tempering and fruit development, his mythical Zoan Phoenix fruit had already allowed him to transform into a 30-meter form. Such a breakthrough was no small feat. His Phoenix fire could endlessly restore his condition, which would be more than enough to fight Luffy. Although his Rumble fruit might lose its effectiveness against Luffy in battle. Added to that, the Sun God Nika form's monstrous recovery ability and its extraordinary power to command other elemental forces meant that fighting Luffy could easily result in an evenly matched struggle. But the good news was he had not come here to fight. He had come to reunite Luffy with Ace and the others. Now, however, he faced an awkward dilemma. The great battle was about to erupt. Should he let Ace and Luffy meet? Or should he not? If they met, it would distract Luffy during the fight. If they did not, he would sit idly by watching their battle, and Ace would surely jump in to help. Thus, Ba Jing did not know what to do for the moment. He could only take things one step at a time. First, see if he could find Sanji. Then he would check on Kid's side or Luffy's side. Whichever battle started first, he would be ready. Whether Big Mom lived or died was irrelevant to him. What he wanted was for those powerful fruit abilities to enter his body. As a transmigrator, the strongest person in this world should ultimately be him. He was not without ambition, only that it was hidden deeply within. By fulfilling others' last wishes, he would gradually realize his own grand designs. Ba Jing's lips curved into a smile, his hands clasped behind his back, his head slightly tilted as he hummed a tune, walking forward, hoping to run into someone he knew. Onigashima was Kaido's stronghold. Big Mom had once again assembled her forces, and here alongside Shogun Orochi and a host of family officers, they were all holding the banquet. The rebel army was also here. In Wano, preparations were being made in secret with Luffy, Trafalgar Law Kid, and others at the helm, ready to wage war against Big Mom and Kaido. The clash between the old and new generations of emperors had quietly begun. Onigashima was where the final battle would be waged, and there stood Emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. One day later, the final battle would be fought, and at that final battlefield will be Luffy, Ace's younger brother, the fifth Emperor of the Sea, along with several other supernovas. We will meet them there one day from now. Ba Jing's voice rang out from the transponder snail. Both Blackarm Zephyr and Whitebeard had received Ba Jing's instructions, and a keen, profound interest flickered in their eyes. They bore considerable battle intent toward both the arena of the final battle and Kaido himself. When they appeared on these streets, they drew no small amount of attention. Could that man really be Whitebeard? He looks so much like a young Whitebeard. And that purple-haired man, why does he resemble the Blackarm Zephyr from the rumors of decades ago? Are these two merely lookalikes? At the street corner, many informants glanced their way, muttering in amazement. Yet in the end, no one connected them to Whitebeard and Blackarm Zephyr. After all, both men had been dead for a long time, and with their youthful faces, people simply assumed they were lookalikes. This afforded Whitebeard and Blackarm Zephyr tremendous convenience. Crossing several townships, they arrived beside Onigashima, the site of the final battle, and waited for the final banquet and the Great War to begin. The Golden Emperor Corazon and the others were ready. Their main purpose was to protect Hua Jian and Stella. These three women had the weakest strength of all. Apart from Hua Jian, who could support Ba Jing, Stella was merely a navigator. Ain had some uses, but her power was not strong. At her very peak, she was only equivalent to a sergeant. In this new world, however, that was hardly enough. Meanwhile, Ryuma had returned to the land he knew intimately. Two blades hung at his waist while his gaze roamed the street corners of Wano. He swept his eyes over one corner after another, remembering whether the Wano he had known in life was truly like this. Ryuma had naturally received Bai Jing's instructions as well. He was not eager to set off, instead visiting the country that had once been his own, like a leisurely stroll reminiscing. It was here that he had once slain a dragon called the strongest in the world. He wandered without purpose until at a certain corner he encountered a man with green algae hair. The man had only one eye, a scar ran across the other. 3 swords hung at his waist, and among them a white supreme grade blade was the most conspicuous. The two met head-on at the street corner. Who else could it be but Zoro? On the last day before the great battle, after reuniting with Luffy and the others, he had intended to take another walk around this street corner to calm his mind. He had never expected to meet a man so similar to himself on the street. Zoro was stunned by the other man's appearance. Ryuma in turn looked at Zoro with an unreadable glint in his eyes. Honestly, I have a feeling Kuina did not die. After all, someone who was already stronger than Zoro as a child. How could she die so easily from a fall down the stairs? Even that brat Luffy came through such a childhood without a scratch, yet Kuina died. I can hardly believe it. But to be safe, I'll go take a look. The 9 nether chi is plentiful anyway. After much deliberation, Bai Jing still felt that he should take a glance into the Yellow Spring world. If when he arrived he discovered that Kuina was indeed dead, then he would be able to resolve another regret for Zoro, and this Wano arc would become a perfect happy reunion. Not just Luffy, Sanji and Zoro too, the 3 elite fighters of the crew would all be brought to fulfillment. And then there were Robin, Chopper and Frankie. He could fulfill their unfulfilled wishes as well. Reviving the dead was no difficult feat for him. Bai Jing found a secluded location, laid down a 1,000-fold gravity field to ensure no one could disturb his physical body, and then slipped into the Yellow Spring, vanishing from the spot. The familiar Yellow Spring, the familiar bridge of helplessness, and that ancient city. Heedless of the burning 9 nether chi, Bai Jing raced at top speed into the Yellow Spring world. Earlier he had killed quite a few pirates and cut down many more, enough to sustain him in the Yellow Spring world for 8 or 10 days. Within his mind, he condensed the information on Kuina, as well as Hirulik, Nico, Alvia, and Tom. The Luck fruit gathered into threads of destiny scattering through the distance. If he could find them, it would mean those people were all in the Yellow Spring world, and Bai Jing had the ability to bring them back to life. The threads of light converging in Bai Jing's hand stretched endlessly into the distance, each one representing the identity of these individuals. When he saw the threads extending outward, the heavy stone in his heart quietly settled. His greatest fear had been arriving in the Yellow Spring world only to find that they were not here, leaving him unable to resurrect them. That would have been the worst outcome. But the fact that these threads of fate could extend outward meant that they still existed, and that he could still see them. Bai Jing's body, wrapped in boundless netherworld chi, flew into the distance until he reached a place guided by the threads of fate. He descended and looked downward. He confirmed the figure of that silver-haired woman, and joy bloomed in his eyes. After ascertaining that she was safe and in no hurry to reincarnate in the Yellow Spring world, he quietly turned and departed. That woman was of course Nico Robin's mother, Nico Alvia. She bore a striking resemblance to Nico Robin, nearly 70% alike, differing only in their hair. Seeing that all was well here, Bai Jing drifted to another place, hoping to confirm that the others were likewise safe. Had any of them been in danger, he would have immediately pulled them out of the Yellow Spring world and back to the living realm. But there was a problem. Where would he settle them? When Luffy and Kaido clashed in their great battle, Bai Jing himself might also need to join the fight, leaving openings for others to exploit. Moreover, these people he wished to revive were not powerful, so the Yellow Spring world was far safer than the living realm at that moment. Below he saw an old man with a red nose, a purple face, and white hair, standing upright on his head. Who else could it be but Hirulik? The moment Bai Jing laid eyes on that quack doctor, a smile spread across his face. Compared to Robin's mother, Hirulik left a far deeper impression. It was he who set Chopper on the path of medicine, and it was because of him that Chopper became who he was today. Tom, who taught Frankie shipbuilding, had taken the blame to save Frankie and was executed by the Marines. Tom too was safe and sound. Bai Jing's gaze softened further as he watched. Every person he had come to find was safe in the Yellow Spring world. That was enough. As for the last one, Kuina, Bai Jing found her as well. In the Yellow Spring world, she remained exactly as she had been before her death, no different from what Bai Jing had imagined. He did not rush to revive Kuina. The Yellow Spring world was comparatively safer. She sat alone amid a shattered courtyard, much like the other departed spirits Bai Jing had encountered before. Relatively safe, is it? Then there's nothing to worry about. Bai Jing swept his gaze across the scene, and once reassured vanished from the spot, and returned to the living realm. His visit had been but a brief moment, just to ensure that when the time came for a grand reunion none of them would be missing. That would have been an awkward embarrassment. As for Kuina, when the day came that she met Zoro, Bai Jing would naturally resurrect her. In Zoro's case, there would be a double surprise. One was reuniting with Ryuma, and the other was the revival of Kuina. Yet Bai Jing did not yet know that on the other side Zoro and Ryuma had already encountered each other. Zoro's perpetually lost expression froze as he stared blankly at the Ryuma before him. It must be said Ryuma and Zoro could have been carved from the same mold. Apart from their hairstyles, one with longer hair the other with green hair, they were nearly identical in every other aspect. Unexpected. It's been years, and you've grown considerably stronger. This aura, this sword intent, and the resolve befitting a swordsman have all improved remarkably. Ryuma looked Zoro up and down, thoroughly impressed. The last time he had lost to Zoro, but back then he had been unable to unleash even a fraction of his true power, less than 3/10 of it. He had merely been a corpse then, whereas now he was at his absolute prime. Even though the blade in his hand was nothing more than an ordinary sword. Regardless of what sword he wielded, he could unleash its maximum destructive potential. A faint yet formidable sword intent emanated from his entire being. Zoro keenly sensed that sword intent. His eyes narrowed and his hand instinctively drifted toward his waist. He could tell that the man before him, who bore a 70 or 80% resemblance to himself, was immensely powerful, and terrifyingly so. In Zoro's perception, this man was at least on the same level as Hawkeye, far more formidable than any swordsman he had faced before. This was the keen instinct of a swordsman. Gazing at Ryuma, Zoro seemed to perceive behind him a towering blade light, as if it could split the heavens themselves. Upon the spot, boundless sword might erupted in terrifying green radiance, surging straight into the sky. This was something only a fellow swordsman could truly perceive. No one else could discern the overwhelming power of the man before him, a power so fearsome it inspired awe. And yet the same awe ignited excitement within Zoro. Strong opponents made for the most meaningful duels. Zoro stared fixedly at Ryuma, his hand already resting on the long blade sheathed at his waist. If Ryuma made the slightest move, he would draw the sword and strike. He could tell how strong Ryuma was, and so he remained tense and ready at a moment's notice. "Relax," Ryuma said. "Nothing is going to happen between us just yet. Besides, we have met before. This is not the time to do anything yet. There will be plenty of opportunities later." Ryuma smiled mysteriously, not intending to start a fight with Zoro now. He would rather wait for Bai Jing. Bai Jing had said a great battle would take place here, and Wano would be liberated because of it. So it was not convenient for him to intervene now. For the time being, he would let events run their course. Besides, Zoro still had to exchange blows with Kaido, putting a few wounds on him to buy time for Luffy to awaken the Sun God Fruit. At least that was how the story went. Bai Jing therefore planned to follow it as written. Once Luffy truly awakened, he would make a dazzling entrance and borrow the Sun God Fruit for a little amusement. When Zoro heard Ryuma's words, he did not relax. He only grew more taut. Seeing this, Ryuma shook his head and slowly walked forward, while Zoro kept staring at him without blinking. When Ryuma reached Zoro's side, he stretched out his hand and gently patted his shoulder, then strode off. He chuckled softly. Since Shusui has already been returned, temper this Enma well. What a... Zoro was astonished. This stranger before him could not possibly know anything about him, and Zoro had never seen him before. Yet how could he know about Shusui and Enma? Could he be a samurai from Wano? Zoro had absolutely never told anyone about these things, so how could this man know? Doubt churned in his heart. Still not recognizing Ryuma, he turned around to shout something after him, only to find that Ryuma had already gone. Zoro hurriedly chased after him, but his hopeless sense of direction flared up. Earlier, Ryuma had gone left. Standing at the crossroads, Zoro looked left, right, and then ahead, and declared with a confident face, "It's definitely right." He turned and ran down the narrow path on the right, chasing Ryuma in the opposite direction. The golden soul returned to its body. Bai Jing opened his eyes, took out a transponder snail, and sent messages to the various squads. "Do as I said, wait until Kaido and Luffy have fought. Once Luffy fully awakens the Sun God Fruit, and once Kaido, Big Mom, and the rest have fought until they are almost spent, that is when we enter." When everyone received Bai Jing's message, they could not help but feel puzzled, wondering why he had such a plan. Although it was by all reason and emotion the best choice, saving both trouble and effort, all of them were too proud. Especially Whitebeard and Black Arm's effort, being Yonko level or Admiral level existences. How could they do something as degrading as picking off the weak after a battle? Fearing that they might misunderstand, Bai Jing sent another message. By the time everyone has fought enough and their battle power has been fully unleashed, even if they carry injuries, I can use the Rewind Fruit's ability to restore them to their peak. At that time you can fight whoever you want and reunite with whoever you want. I will not interfere, but when the final battle comes, it still has to be fought. Finally, I will also step forward and trade a few moves with them, so rest assured. Once Bai Jing's message came through Whitebeard, and the others nodded slightly, their minds at ease. That was their nature. Back at their prime, they were exactly eager to fight these people again. If they thought it unfair, Bai Jing could also help Big Mom or Kaido recover to their strongest, most dominant state. As long as they wanted it, this battle would be absolutely fair, open, and just, and the complete happy outcome would follow as it should. Bai Jing and the others had already quietly approached Onigashima. On the other side, Luffy, Robin, Zoro, Sanji along with Trafalgar Law and Kid had also drawn near Onigashima. They waited for the banquet to begin the next day. Once it began, the final battle would be set in motion. Gotta say, Kaido is pitiful enough. He raised a rebellious daughter, Yamato, who allied with outsiders to fight him. Bai Jing sat in a tavern drinking some wine and teasing Kaido. There were still a few hours before the great battle began and a few hours before the supernovas joined the fray. This was a battle spanning the old and new eras. Each of the supernovas, Kid, Trafalgar Law, and Straw Hat Luffy, was ready to open a new era of their own and become a king of the new world. This was the confrontation between the old generation and the new. Could it really begin so peacefully? With Bai Jing in the mix, all of this was destined to become an uncertain variable. With the arrival of Whitebeard and former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, everything was bound to become even more spectacular. Of course, this had little to do with who had been right or wrong before. The 9 red scabbards had already appeared before Kaido and begun their fierce battle with him. After that, only Luffy's arrival was awaited. At that moment, the 9 red scabbards infiltrated the attic where Kaido was located. They charged toward the chamber where he dwelled, blades in hand, their bodies swift and agile as they weaved through the shadows. They disposed of one nameless soldier after another until at last they stood before Kaido. The moment the 9 appeared before him, Kaido's pupils constricted as he gazed upon the red scabbards. Before anyone could speak, Nekomamushi was the first to spring forward, twisting through the air and landing squarely before Jack, only to send him flying with a single devastating blow. A palm strike came crashing down. Old grudges and new hatred were settled together. Once you set foot on Wano and usurped our country, but now I'll repay you with a single claw. The words were laced with fury. Before Jack could even react, his eyes widened in shock as he was already blasted away. King hurried over to Jack's side, rushing to provide support. But Aizu fired a single rifle shot, knocking the great blade from King's grasp. Queen, sharper-witted than the rest, immediately called upon his subordinates to come and reinforce them. We're under attack. Men to me. Kaido, after a fleeting moment of astonishment, swiftly regained his composure. Gripping his spiked club, he swung it fiercely and bellowed, "You dare come to kill me? Quite the nerve. You're too weak." By then, the 9 red scabbards had already surged forward, drawing their long blades in unison, resolved to fight even unto death. Just as Kazuki Oden once led them. Abandon your name, forsake your mind. In our name we shall take your head. Yet it was precisely their fearless resolve that stirred something within Kaido. Somehow in that moment the figures before his eyes seemed to shift and waver. They became the image of Kazuki Oden. Oden dancing with twin swords. His dual blade style had carved a deep shadow into Kaido's heart. And then amid Kaido's daze the 9 struck. They carved their way to within arm's reach, driven by an unyielding will. This battle was silent. With desperate resolve for the convictions burning in their hearts, they chose to fight. Several long blades pierced into Kaido's body, while Nekomamushi's fist sent Kaido's spiked club spiraling from his grasp. Together, they hurled Kaido from the elevated platform, blasting him away. The blow deepened Kaido's daze even further. It was as if he had been struck by Oden himself, the White Dragon Slash. The cross-shaped scar on his chest throbbed with a dull ache, and within his heart rose the terror of the day he had been dominated by Kazuki Oden. It was as though the will of Kazuki Oden had possessed them all. Upon their blades flowing Sakura clung, and they drove the swords viciously deep into Kaido's flesh. Even the strongest creature on the face of the earth could not help but let out a pained howl. Nearby, Big Mom watched Kaido's state, a flicker of worry creeping into her eyes. The Calamities, who knew Kaido's strength better than anyone along with Jack, immediately rallied more fighters to guard against any further intrusions. Meanwhile, the band of samurai led by Hyogoro, knowing their cover had been blown, shed all pretense and revealed their identities. A ferocious battle erupted as they clashed with waves of enemy soldiers. Luffy and Yamato burst out of the chamber, engaging numerous grunts in battle. When the rank-and-file fighters saw Yamato fighting alongside Luffy in rebellion, they were all dumbfounded. They nearly pleaded, "Young master, stop this at once." But Yamato's conviction was unshakable, and they had long since diverged from their allegiance. Now they turned their blade against their former comrades. Big Mom's gaze locked onto Luffy, her eyes narrowing as a terrifying fury emanated from her being. During that battle on Whole Cake Island, Luffy had escaped. Now seeing him again, her rage burned with the intensity of a foe long despised. Instantly her body radiated a chilling bloodlust as she charged toward Luffy. At first, shock flashed across Luffy's face, but he quickly recovered and activated Gear 3rd. He blew air into his fist, causing it to swell to an enormous size, and met Big Mom's strike with a thunderous clash. As their blows collided, the air split with the roaring collision of their conqueror's haki. Boom! For a moment the two remained locked in stalemate. But then Big Mom pressed her strength forward and Luffy was once again sent flying back. Meanwhile, Robin and the others were bogged down by countless distractions. Momonosuke, bound helplessly upon the cross, looked utterly desolate. It was then that the White Tiger and his group arrived silently. The White Tiger gazed upon the battle that was on the verge of erupting, his eyes gleaming with something inscrutable. He watched the 9 red scabbards' fierce combat, then turned to the clash between Luffy and Big Mom. The only missing pieces now were Trafalgar Law and Kid. How interesting this all is. The Golden Emperor looked down at the spectacle below, a profound meaning veiled in his eyes. Elsewhere, Katakuri had witnessed the moment Big Mom engaged Luffy, yet he did not rush forward. Instead, he watched from the sidelines, searching for Sanji. Let them have their bout first, then we'll make our move. The White Tiger walked to a secluded corner, took a leisurely sip of sake, and showed no intention of intervening. As for Ace, he froze the instant he caught sight of Luffy rooted to the spot. The battlefield was utterly chaotic, and their hiding place was so well concealed that no one had noticed them yet. Know you not when the moon of dawn arose? 20 years have passed, yet it is still called the night of the bright moon. When the celestial wine is drunk, you shall behold the dazzling dawn. 9 blades were driven deep into Kaido's abdomen. They shouted the old prophecy aloud, that 9 blades would slay Kaido and fulfill Wano's long-cherished wish of restoration. Tears filled their eyes, but their gazes burned with resolve. Shouting, they forced their swords deeper, desperate to bring Kaido down. Bai Jing stood in the distance watching the battle from afar and drank a mouthful of wine by himself. What a pity, he sighed. Their strength is still far from enough. This is Kaido, the strongest creature in the world in one-on-one combat. If he died this quickly, he would hardly deserve to be called one of the 4 emperors. As for these blades, Ujinui are still lacking. With a pained roar from Kaido, an endless radiance erupted from his body in the next instant, and that terrifying aura blasted the 9 away. The 9 flew backward one after another like cannonballs, exactly as Bai Jing had said. After all, this was Kaido of the 4 emperors. If 9 men could kill him, that would already be the grand finale, and Luffy wouldn't even need to appear. You should have cut off my head. And the ones you are allied with are pirates. Pirates are bound to betray. Kaido rose to his feet, clutching his wound, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smile as he looked at the 9. At this, one of the Jinui shouted in fury, Lord Luffy is different from you. Lord Luffy is a man who will become the pirate king. He would never betray others so easily. Bai Jing far away nodded when he heard these words. That's true. Whitebeard and the others were also hidden atop a pavilion, looking down at the battle below. Ryuma's sword intent had already condensed to its utmost limit. His gaze was locked unwaveringly on Kaido in the distance, his thoughts a mystery. Bai Jing looked at Ryuma, then at Kaido, and let out a low sigh. I'm afraid I'll have to give up on the idea of bringing Kaido aboard. Because Kaido has occupied Wano. This is Ryuma's country. It would already be a wonder that Ryuma doesn't kill Kaido on sight. If Kaido ever came aboard, there would only be more conflict. But those were matters to be settled later. For now, what lay right before them had to be dealt with first. Commence battle. At Luffy's command, fighting broke out on all sides. Kid and the others had already broken through. On another front, Trafalgar Law was also hastening over and Zoro was already cutting his way forward. In the end, everyone would converge. Marco the Phoenix had joined the charge, turning into that golden blue bird in the distant sky, soaring without rest as he raced to this place. Soon all of them would meet. This meeting, of course, referred not only to Luffy and the others, but also to Ace, Whitebeard, and their companions. Kaido had now returned to his sovereign, overbearing state, purple radiance streaming from every inch of his body. With a roll of his frame, he transformed into a colossal azure dragon over 100 meters long. His dragon whiskers drifted freely in the air, and his immense body stretched across the sky. He lowered his proud head, peering down at the assembled masses with enormous dragon eyes. Kaido shook his 100-meter body and lashed out with his tail, trying to fling the 9 away. Unwilling to yield, they clung tightly to Kaido's body and were carried with him up into the dome of the heavens. From on high, the 9 spotted Luffy below and nodded toward him. Luffy smiled. They were then carried by Kaido to the very summit, where that terrifying dragon form pressed down on them with immense pressure. But the 9 were unafraid. Bearing Kazuki Odin's will, they would enter this battle with no regrets, even in death. In addition to Kaido and the 9 atop the heavenly dome, many mink warriors once again charged out, for they too had been waiting for this battle. Behind Kaido, Jack the Drought had also arrived. Jack now found himself facing Cat Viper and Dogstorm, and with the moonlights blessing the two of them could unleash far greater strength. Their bodies gradually turned silver-white, fierce lightning crackling in all directions, their frames swelling to gigantic size. Beneath the full moon, all of the mink tribe began to transform into the moon lion form. Their fur turned snow white, their power soared dramatically, and they howled from atop the dome. Seeing this, Jack likewise shifted into his mammoth form. The battle here had already ignited. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shinobu had reached Momonosuke's side ready to save him. But the three calamities reacted in that moment. One of them seized Shinobu by the head and hurled her away. Momonosuke's chain snapped open in an eerie manner, and his body floated into the air. Needless to say, such a move was Sanji's doing. At that moment, Bai Jing stood atop the pavilion, observing the scene from afar. His gaze was profound, and a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Although he genuinely admired Kazuki, Odin's son had not turned out all that well. Bai Jing stroked his chin, contemplating a thought, mischief glinting in his eyes. He glanced at the figure in a battle suit above, then at Momonosuke tumbling backward through the air, and snapped his fingers. Endless bolts of lightning gathered around Momonosuke, turning into ropes of thunder that bound him back onto the frame. Everyone was stunned, even the three calamities, unable to understand why Momonosuke had ended up like this. As for Momonosuke, he was utterly dumbfounded. He had nearly been rescued, only to be bound right back. The Straw Hat crew had finally assembled at this moment. Luffy and Sanji arrived. They had originally intended to head to the rooftop to assist the Mink tribe and the Scabbards, but were intercepted by Queen and King. With the great battle erupting, more and more Devil Fruit users joined the fray, encircling Luffy and his companions. The disparity in power was clearly evident, yet B5 and the others felt no sense of defeat. On the contrary, their fighting spirit soared high, for they had the Straw Hat Luffy on their side. King and Luffy had already clashed, and for the time being neither could gain the upper hand. The demonic foot and King's winged assault collided with tremendous force, flames battling flames. Who would ultimately prevail? The verdict would come in the battles ahead. Meanwhile, Marco and his allies still showed no intention of engaging, watching the unfolding combat from above with detached observation. Sanji soared into the heights, drawing upon gravitational potential energy, before launching a devastating downward kick, one that reached the pinnacle of raw power. Yet King merely raised one hand, blocking Sanji's strike, and seizing him in an iron grip before hurling him forward with tremendous force, sending Sanji flying through the air. King had now transformed into his flame-winged dragon form, roaring as he barreled towards Sanji. The razor-sharp tip of the dragon's body drove straight into Sanji, smashing him toward the distance with crushing force. At that terrifying speed, anyone struck would meet an uncertain fate among the collapsing buildings. Yamato hurried to intervene, and while Luffy also moved to assist, Big Mom had just appeared before him, and their battle was about to ignite. Just days prior, Luffy had wreaked havoc at her wedding. Now enemies met once more, and hatred burned all the brighter. Big Mom sneered cruelly. "I have prepared a fitting end for you, boy." The fighting naturally drew Ace's attention as well. Watching his younger brother battle, Ace had been about to intervene for a face-to-face confrontation, until Marco's outstretched hand stayed him. Ace shot Marco an puzzled glance, unsure of his meaning. Marco offered a faint smile. "Just watch. Your brother is far from finished. He may take more beating for a while yet, but after enduring it he will unleash his most formidable power." Ace was confused, yet he nodded anyway. Considering Luffy's tenacious vitality, he did not believe his brother would fall so easily, though worry still lingered in his heart, for this was a Yonko after all. Big Mom gripped her sword forged from a hat and unleashed a devastating strike forward. Boom. That terrifying blow carved a massive hole straight through the structures in its path. Witnessing this, Luffy's pupils contracted sharply, and he dodged to the side just in time. He took cover nearby, gazing at the colossal ruin with a shiver of unease. Big Mom beckoned with a wave of her hand and called out, "Zeus, come here. Zeus, come here. Zeus." She called several times, then turned to look behind her. At that moment, Nami had already scooped up Zeus and made her escape. "What the? Let go of that Zeus and let me take his place." Marco watched the scene with envious, nearly bloodshot eyes, grinding his teeth from above. Enraged that Zeus had betrayed her, Big Mom gave chase behind her, her terrifying fury reaching catastrophic levels. Zeus, already frightened, found himself held close by Nami, who pressed her advantage with promises and threats. "Stay with me, and I'll give you plenty of thunderclouds and all the delicious food you can desire." Initially trembling at her words, Zeus's eyes suddenly sparkled with unbounded delight, forgetting all about Big Mom's pursuit, as he eagerly nodded in agreement. However, their speed was ultimately limited, no match for the swift pursuit of a Yonko. Big Mom arrived in an instant, snatched Zeus from Nami's grasp, and cradled him in her arms. In a flash, his form shifted from white to black, placing him entirely under Big Mom's control. Transformed into a dark thundercloud, Big Mom snarled viciously, "Prove your loyalty. Tear her apart." Terrifying lightning began to gather and brew within the clouds. Just as the thundercloud was about to unleash its strike, Frankie happened to arrive, driving his vehicle. Riding his beloved motorcycle with no traffic jams on the road, carrying Brooke upon its seat. The motorcycle surged upward in a smooth arc, its enormous wheels grinding against Big Mom's face as it passed overhead, scraping and shearing. Good heavens. One could only call this the most spectacular motorcycle maneuver ever. Boom! Big Mom fell to the ground. She had actually been knocked down by such an attack. Quickly recovering, Big Mom rose to her feet, and at that moment Frankie had already amassed his laser cannon preparing to fire at Big Mom. At that instant the ground quaked and trembled. 3 towering crimson-green monsters marched toward them, each roughly matching the colossal stature of Ors. They were known as the Bambeos, successfully developed by Kadu from research on Punk Hazard. Within the Bambeos' grasping hands lay the very vehicle Frankie had just ridden, and Chopper was still trapped inside. Seeing this, Frankie abandoned his confrontation with Big Mom and fired his laser beam at one of the Bambeos, sending it flying backward. His beloved motorcycle went flying along with it. Yet Big Mom had already appeared beside Frankie in a flash, her long sword descending toward him in a lethal strike. At the last possible moment, Jinbe the Fishman arrived, grabbing Big Mom's wrist and executing Fishman Karate, flipping backward with tremendous force. Robin activated her Devil Fruit ability, Clutch Senjukango, causing thousands of hands to erupt from the ground, materializing behind Big Mom. With Jinbe's toss, Big Mom was sent spinning like a yo-yo, carried outward by the hundreds of hands sprouting from the earth, launched far into the distance. Big Mom has already retreated far away. Seeing his companions reunited, Luffy's face brightens with joy as he stands at a distance. On the rooftop, Bai Jing and the others watch, their faces also carrying smiles. Bai Jing looks down from above, sighing. What a grand reunion. Once this great battle ends, we will surely drink heartily and hold a magnificent feast. Oh right, and that fluffy fur on Chopper. I must rub him one day. Bai Jing stares at Chopper emerging from the small car, his eyes gleaming. Whitebeard, Ryuma, and Black Arm Zeph watched the chaos before them, without comment, simply waiting in silence. They had understood Bai Jing's arrangement. Once the great battle reaches its peak, or at the moment the Straw Hat Boy clashes with Kaido, they can strike. But it was not yet time. The battle had not reached that point. Of course their thoughts differed somewhat from Bai Jing's plan. Marco was still outside on Onigashima, and had not yet arrived. Only when he comes will it truly be a grand reunion. Whitebeard and Ace will see their former crewmates, and Little Oz feels the same. Luffy gazed at the great battle above on the dome, activating his Gomu Gomu no Mi powers. His giant hand stretched upward, landing on a rooftop to appear there. Meanwhile, Queen was slacking off, leisurely puffing on a cigarette, thoroughly enjoying himself. At that moment, Zoro happened to arrive and appeared in the room. After Luffy and Zoro met, they began chatting eagerly, instinctively ignoring Queen. The fool just shook his head like a bobblehead, completely dumbfounded by their conversation. He was just trying to slack off, but how did 2 of the Straw Hat crew's main fighters end up right beside him? Upon learning that Luffy planned to fly up to the dome, Zoro spoke, "Take me with you." With that, he quickly stepped up to Luffy. Luffy's hand extended upward, transforming into rubber, carrying Zoro rocketing skyward. Hearing this, Queen transformed into his long-armed dragon state. With a terrifying swing of his elongated arm, he flung Luffy downward. Both crashed heavily to the ground, their expressions shifting. Facing Queen and the beast pirates ahead, they grew serious. Zoro exclaimed excitedly, "The battle officially begins." He then drew the twin long swords at his waist. "Let me handle the fight here. You two go ahead." Frankie arrived on his small motorcycle, watching the battle with intense excitement in his eyes. Chopper and Usopp were equally thrilled. The romance of mecha suits was Frankie's dream as well. A massive steel mech appeared. The Frankie general stood before them. Initially, Chopper and Usopp also wanted to get inside, but were launched outward instead. Frankie's apologetic voice rang from within the mech. "Sorry, there's only room for one." As the mech touched down, it drew envious stares from the surrounding samurai, and Frankie relished the attention. "Gear forth." Luffy roared, his body swelling like an inflated balloon as purple-red patterns appeared across his chest, his hair streaming wildly backward. Staring at the beast pirate before him, he pulled back his fist, compressing it like a spring, then unleashed a devastating punch forward. At the same moment, Drake plummeted from the sky, dual blades in hand, striking fiercely at the beast pirate. This left Luffy bewildered, unable to understand why Drake would attack his own side. Drake's identity had already been exposed, discovered by both Queen and Hawkins, leaving him no choice but to reveal himself to Luffy. Drake's sudden arrival stunned not only Luffy but the rest of the Straw Hat crew as well, especially Sanji, whose hostility ran even deeper. Without a word, Zoro drew his long sword and charged at Drake. How could someone who had betrayed them be allowed to join their ranks? Moreover, his allegiance was unknown. If he was affiliated with Kaido and stabbed them in the back, they would be fighting enemies on both fronts. Everyone objected, including Jinbe. Luffy paused, adjusted his straw hat, and said flatly, "Fine." His words left everyone dumbfounded and drew discontent from all his companions. "Our ultimate goal is Kaido. As long as we can defeat him, his identity doesn't matter." With Luffy speaking thus, the crew reluctantly dropped the matter, though their vigilance remained high. This entire scene was observed clearly by Jing and the others above. Ace sighed. As expected, he hasn't changed at all. That's the true Straw Hat Boy Luffy. That is precisely the charm of his character, isn't it? Bai Jing watched the situation below with a faint smile. Black Arm Zeph nodded, gazing at the Straw Hat Boy, his own feelings stirring deeply. Someone who could willingly serve as the rearguard for Luffy the Straw Hat. That alone proves Luffy is far from ordinary. This is the power of his charisma, the ability to turn enemies into allies wherever he goes. The battle raged atop the dome, growing ever more ferocious. Mao Fuxia and Quan Lin, having entered their terrifying moon lion forms, attacked with devastating, unstoppable might. A single claw swipe tore downward and wounded one of Jekka's eyes. Then, wreathed in boundless lightning, they both charged at Drought Jekka. The ancient mammoth form Jekka summoned could not hold out for long, and he was soon wounded by the two. Kaido could no longer stand by. He shielded Jekka with his body, while Jekka was already on the verge of death. This time Kaido would truly make a move. He soared aloft, and beneath the colossal full moon his dragon body grew ever more radiant. He lunged at Mao Fuxia and Duke Quanlan. From his mouth gathered a scorching, tremendous dragon breath that surged forward like a torrent of flame. Jinui leaped up at that moment, long saber in hand, and slashed forward with all his might, splitting apart the dragon breath Kaido had exhaled. Amid the flashing steel, a sword light also fell upon Kaido's face. It left a horizontal scar across him, knocking a sliver off Kaido's health. Seeing this, the 9 Red Sheath heroes charged into battle blades already drawn and cut at Kaido. But Kaido was after all one of the 4 emperors. With such a terrifying devil fruit ability, was he so easy to defeat? If he were, he could hardly deserve the title of emperor. Once more a dreadful aura condensed in his mouth, this time not flame, but lightning. The dreadful lightning blasted down instantly, sending all 9 of them flying. Jinui was the first to reach Kaido, swinging his blade in a flurry of cuts against him. Ping Zong and the others naturally refused to fall behind, hacking at Kaido in succession. Boss Mao and Duke Quanlan in their moon lion forms smashed a heavy blow against Kaido's head, while the others struck fiercely at his vital spot. The dome glittered with sword light, carving one killing blow after another into the colossal azure divine dragon, yet none left any real damage on Kaido. With a sudden lurch, Kaido flung them all away. His enormous dragon eyes turned colder still. Once again a terrifying aura gathered in his mouth. Lightning and fire intertwined as he spat them forward, the dreadful aura carrying endless destructive force, blasting the group away once more. Flames ran rampant around Kaido. The enormous blue dragon was like an emperor of fire. Kaido's eyes were full of scorn. With strength like yours, you are nothing more than this. Fighting me is merely seeking death. With that, Kaido roared forward again and charged at the group. Jinui and the others seemed to recall the days they had once followed Guan Yu Yutian and took up his will. The 9 stood up once more, renewed in spirit, resolve blazing in their eyes. Jinui was the first to split the endless flames with a slash and charged at Kaido. The 8 behind him followed in unison. Mao Fuxia took the lead, transforming into a streak of dazzling light and reaching Kaido's abdomen. That powerful claw strike left considerable damage on Kaido as well. Next came Hisong, driving his famed blade at Kaido's front. Duke Quanlan howled in, as well as terrifying canine gale filled with boundless biting force, hewing massive wounds into Kaido's body. Aju and Ping Zong struck out together, joined by Axing, Batongzi blade after blade, releasing endless sword light that flooded the dome and descended upon Kaido. Even Kaido could not help but wail in agony, for the tremendous damage was now truly taking hold of him. Roar! Wind blades spat from his mouth, neutralized the group's assault, and struck them all. Aju's hand was the first to be chopped off, and the tide swung overwhelmingly in Kaido's favor once more. The battle reached its white-hot climax, and Lu Fei was still on his way. Elsewhere, Big Mom had already awakened, and at that moment Marek arrived. "What could it be that you intend to join my pirate crew?" Big Mom asked suspiciously the instant she saw Marek. Marek shook his head. He had obviously come to defeat Kaido. How could he possibly ally with Big Mom? And since Big Mom had long since allied with Kaido, the relationship between them was plainly one of enmity. Big Mom's body blazed with towering fury once more, and a major battle seemed imminent. Bai Jing's gaze roamed between the two sides, showing no intention whatsoever of joining in, his eyes sparkling with delight. How wonderful! Before I only watched this in anime, now I'm watching it live. It truly packs a punch. Bai Jing murmured to himself, munching on the fruit before him as he watched. It had to be said, in this battle, right and wrong no longer mattered. On one side were the samurai hoping to restore their nation, on the other Kaido hoping to reign as king. Regardless, in this pirate world both were all too commonplace, although ultimately the story was bound to end with Kaido and Big Mom's defeat. Bai Jing's eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people. He could see Marek already arriving before Guedao and locking blades with Big Mom. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Turning to Whitebeard and AC, he said, "Mark is here too." "What? Mark?" AC was startled again, and Xiao Aozi as well. The two of them looked toward Guidao. They could not see the battle from over there. Whitebeard, hearing the name Mark, showed a gentle light in his eyes, and sighed. "He too is one of my foolish sons." Heaven's fire had already ignited around Big Mom. Leveraging Prometheus's power, she clashed fiercely against Marco, who had transformed into his phoenix state. Marco's hands morphed into enormous blue wings, and the feather-like patterns on his back multiplied as his hands and claws shifted simultaneously. His claws sharpened into the deadliest phoenix talons, conjuring blue phoenix flames that collided with yellow Prometheus' heavenly fire in a devastating impact. A colossal wall of fire erupted as blue and yellow flames warred neither side, gaining the upper hand for the moment. Arg! With a roar, the phoenix fire quickly overwhelmed the heavenly fire, surging forth entirely in blue flames. Big Mom was forced back several steps, and the Prometheus fire cloud fainted. Meanwhile, Usopp and Wanda arrived in time. Seeing Marco's dire state, Usopp immediately transformed into his moon wolf form to rescue him. Big Mom, unwilling to waste any more time, casually tossed Marco aside and transformed into a blur of speed, flying toward the dome where Kaido awaited. The united battle between the two emperors was about to erupt. Shanks witnessed this scene, a strange intensity flashing in his eyes. When the 9 swordsmen of Wano fall and Luffy fights Kaido, that will be our moment to act. Shanks smiled mysteriously, then descended toward the lower floors, walking alone into the stairwell. Behind him, Whitebeard and Blackarm Zephyr followed. Corazon and Trafalgar Law were about to meet once more, and Ace and Luffy were moments from reunion, a grand convergence. Of course, Shanks would grant them a fair opportunity, letting Luffy awaken the powers of Sun God first. This battle had already begun to unfold brilliantly. The clash between the new and old 4 emperors and the confrontation between the new generation pirates and Shanks quietly commenced. Upon hearing Shanks' words, Ace and young Oars Jr. did not hesitate, charging toward the outer gates of Onigashima. Young Oars Jr.'s enormous body, hidden behind a small mountain, leaped down and stirred up numerous grunts. Meanwhile, Ace's entire body erupted into a massive column of fire shooting skyward. He glanced downward, pressed the brim of his hat, darkened his expression, and shouted, "Fire Fist!" That terrifying fire fist hammered downward, eliminating countless grunts. His body then transformed into a streak of fire soaring into the distance. As he flew, he cast a distant glance toward the direction of the dome, where Luffy was whispering, "We'll be seeing each other again very soon, my dear brother." With that, he became a streak of fire, racing alongside young Oars Jr. toward the exterior of Onigashima. Meanwhile, Luffy, who was constantly sprinting toward the dome, seemed to sense something and looked toward a certain direction. However, since he was still inside the building and couldn't see Ace's situation, he continued running upward with Sanji. The battle above intensified, and the clash between the 9 swordsmen of Wano and Kaido had reached its boiling point. Shanks had calculated the timing. By the time Luffy arrived, the 9 swordsmen would be defeated and Luffy would be exposed, leading to his battle with Kaido. Zoro would strike first, and then Sun God Luffy would awaken. That was precisely why Shanks and his allies needed to act now. Shanks leaped from the high platform with Whitebeard and the others following suit. Frankie, Nami, Robin, and Chopper were engaged in combat, with grunts below. A group of samurai affected by Queen's ice ghost virus began attacking each other. The moment Shanks landed, numerous ice ghosts rushed toward him. Chopper was formulating a remedy for the ice ghost virus nearby. Shanks merely glanced at the attackers, and countless crimson reverse-time rays erupted from his fist, striking them down. The instant the rays touched them, their time rewound tens of minutes to before the infection. The ice ghost virus on their bodies began reversing until they returned to their original state. The group stared in confusion at themselves, piecing together their recent attack on Shanks and the others. Ryuma stood behind Shanks, while Whitebeard, Zephyr, and Gold Emperor Jewelry Bonnie observed similarly. He gazed at these samurai filled with emotion. Centuries had passed, they likely wouldn't recognize him now. His fellow samurai from home had been subjected to such devastation, centuries later reduced to tools for genetic experimentation. How could he not be furious? He looked at Queen, the primary culprit, and knew what Ryuma intended. Stepping 3 paces forward, he allowed Ryuma to deal with Queen. Queen was merely a brachiosaurus. He was well within Ryuma's capability. After all, he had already slain a pteranodon. What fear could a brachiosaurus hold? Ryuma's aura was like that of one who had walked out of hell itself, cold and icy throughout. Charging toward Queen, his eyes filled with killing intent. The long sword in his arms left its scabbard, unleashing a terrifying blade wave 100 zhong long. The pitch-black blade light carrying unstoppable momentum shattered everything around it. The horizontal dome floor was cleaved in two. This extremely dark and ominous sword flash struck before Queen, who was thrown into panic. But before he could react, raising his Brachiosaurus body to meet Ryuma's strike, the blade flash had already struck. The massive Brachiosaurus head fell to the ground with a crash. Painful screams echoed from Queen's severed head. But in the next instant, Ryuma appeared before Queen in several flashes, his eyes showing no mercy as he looked upon the decapitated figure. Terrifying sword aura erupted from his body as he delivered another horizontal slash. Several consecutive strikes split Queen into pieces, ensuring his death was absolute. After completing the shank sighed helplessly. He had initially harbored hopes of recruiting Kaido, but seeing the situation, now that opportunity was gone. After Kaido's death, reviving and recruiting him would also be impossible, especially since Ryuma had already executed Queen. The samurai below were stunned, yet something about Ryuma's current demeanor felt familiar, as though they had seen it somewhere before. Someone suddenly called out in disbelief, "Lord Ryuma." At that exclamation, more and more people looked at Ryuma and were utterly spellbound, connecting him with the legendary figure in their minds. Whether it was his appearance or the slash he had just delivered, he was far too similar to the man of legend. That had been just one slash, yet it achieved a one-hit kill. It was none other than Ryuma, the legendary figure of Wano country, who had spent his life felling enemies with a single slash. Bai Jing, Whitebeard, and the others looked at Ryuma's dreadful slash, profound meaning in their eyes. Bai Jing sighed, as expected of a legendary figure. This legend of slaying one enemy with one slash truly lives up to its name. That dreadful sword aura is even more fearsome than Hawkeye's. That slash was so mighty that even I might not be able to take it. Bai Jing muttered to himself, while the Golden Emperor watched Ryuma strike with such earnestness for the first time, his eyes filled with even greater admiration. Katakuri, following behind him, felt exactly the same. "I didn't think anyone would still recognize me," Ryuma exclaimed in surprise. Having been dead for 100 years, he had imagined that no one would know him. Now that someone did, a warmth spread through his heart. This was his former homeland, the place he had once called home. Though centuries had passed and times had changed beyond recognition, he was still remembered by later generations. Ryuma smiled. The grunts on Kaido's side had already panicked at the sight. Queen, one of the three calamities, had been instantly killed by a single slash. So what were they still fighting for? Run. But once Ryuma fixed his eyes on a person, how could they ever flee? There was simply no escape. Seeing the towering numbers, Ryuma said nothing. Once again, the long blade in his hand silently left its sheath. A terrifying sword glow swept forward as a pitch-black slash cut straight across every one of the numbers. With one slash, several beams of light shot out, piercing through the bodies of the numbers. Countless soldiers in Kaido's ranks fell dead or wounded beneath that dreadful blow. Great swordsman Ryuma. Lord Ryuma. Everyone looked up at him with admiration and shouted his name. Even Hyogoro was no exception, who, of course, he had heard of Ryuma's reputation. Looking at Ryuma's terrifying sword light and his terrifying blade, he sighed. This is the true great swordsman. This is the legendary man of 100 years ago. Frankie, who had been about to make his move, while piloting the General, Frankie froze in place for a moment. Before they could even put in any effort, Ryuma had already handled the enemy. Chopper and Usopp stood stunned, watching the rabble being wiped out, then looked at Bai Jing as he approached. The whole group was dumbfounded. They couldn't remember having such an ally. And this ally was so powerful that he had instantly defeated Queen with a single slash. Even Luffy probably couldn't have done that. Unfortunately, Kiku of the 9 Red Scabbards was already fighting Kaido above, otherwise he would have recognized Ryuma at once. Moreover, he would have returned Shusue, the sword Ryuma once possessed, to him. Though Zoro had met Ryuma once before, he had never witnessed his true power. If they met again now, he would definitely recognize Ryuma. Frankie, Chopper, and Usopp looked at Ryuma, but for a moment they didn't recognize him. Then they turned and looked at Bai Jing. As for Bai Jing, they knew a little about him. After all, his name had already spread throughout the New World. They had also seen Bai Jing's bounty, over 3 billion, almost on par with Luffy's. Moreover, Bai Jing had made his debut only a very short time ago. It could be said that he had made a name for himself across the seas in an instant. Previously, they had never even known such a person existed. They had heard that he had escaped while being cornered by 2 admirals, and had even killed a celestial dragon, doing the very thing they would never dare to do. The 3 of them glanced at Bai Jing, warily unsure whether he was friend or foe. If he was an enemy, the danger would be immense. And with Ryuma on Bai Jing's side, the 3 of them might very well be doomed. If he was a friend, then this alliance to defeat Kaido was absolutely secure. At this moment, Bai Jing's eyes blazed with endless radiance as soon as he saw Chopper. That gaze was like a naked woman falling into the hands of a lecherous old man. Bai Jing's whole body transformed into a golden flash, vanishing from where he stood. In an instant, before anyone could react, Bai Jing was already beside Chopper. Seeing how fluffy Chopper was, he reached out without hesitation and rubbed Chopper's belly. Woohoo! This fluffy feeling was absolutely incredible. Bai Jing let out a comfortable groan. Before Chopper could react, Bai Jing had already moved behind him and was rubbing his belly with both hands. Chopper had been about to act, but Frankie and Usopp snapped back to their senses and looked at Bai Jing warily, unable to understand how he had reached them in a single instant. But the next moment, a terrifying power radiated from Bai Jing's body, leaving the two filled with apprehension. The aura around Bai Jing was like something born from hell, profound and horrifying. A faint but palpable pressure of a phoenix's might forced the two to retreat several steps. This phoenix's might made Chopper's fur stand on end. It felt like suppression at the level of species, the dominance of one living being over another. That's right, such a good boy. Bai Jing squinted his eyes, thoroughly enjoying ruffling Chopper's fur. By the time Usopp and Frankie snapped back to their senses, they were already preparing to make a move against Bai Jing. After all, no matter who it was, Chopper absolutely could not be compromised. He was the crew's beloved mascot. Robin, who stood nearby, crossed her arms ready to unleash her mille-fleur ability. But the next moment, Bai Jing's figure transformed into a flash of golden light and appeared right in front of Robin. His hand restrained both of hers as he smiled and shook his head at her. I mean no harm. This caused everyone present to stiffen once more. No matter how they looked at it, Bai Jing's frivolous gesture made him seem more like an enemy than an ally. Chopper, Usopp, and Frankie quietly huddled together, preparing to take on Bai Jing. Yet in the next instant, Robin seemed to notice something and let out a soft cry, halting the three of them. Her pupils began to dilate in disbelief as she caught sight of the figures Bai Jing had brought along. One of them in particular was someone the Straw Hat crew definitely recognized. After all, they had crossed paths with him before, even though the man now looked somewhat different from the one they had encountered, mainly far younger. His sea-stone right arm was also gone. This man was Black Arm Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral, restored to the peak strength of his youth. Black Arm Zephyr noticed the Straw Hat crew. Though Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro were absent, he still took off his glasses, knowing they had recognized him, and offered them a smile. The three of them listened to what Robin said and turned to look. First, they saw the towering silhouette of that man. Whitebeard, gripping his immense Murakamajiri, radiated overwhelming, domineering might. Wasn't that Whitebeard? And not just any Whitebeard. This was Whitebeard in his prime, at the height of his power. Hadn't they said Whitebeard's heart had died? Huh. That's Whitebeard. Whitebeard. And that's Black Arm Zephyr. The three of them stared so hard their eyes nearly popped out. Wide-eyed and slack-jawed, they could not believe that the man before them was Whitebeard, that legendary man. Hadn't he been dead? Why had he come back to life and looking as though he were young again? Moreover, the terrifying haki radiating from his body absolutely could not be faked. His stance as he gripped Murakamajiri was unrivaled. This was a man hailed as possessing the power to destroy the world, and now he had returned to life. All four of them were completely dumbfounded. If Sanji and Zoro had been here, they would have been just as stunned. Whitebeard did not recognize these people. He only knew they were members of the Straw Hat crew. He gave them a single glance and said nothing more. By nature, he was cold and aloof, caring for no one except his own family. That was Whitebeard. Afterwards, the three turned their gaze to Guild Tesoro Corazon and Kakuri. Aside from Corazon, these were people they had fought before. Yet here they all were alive and seemingly serving as crew members of the young man before them. No matter how they thought about it, they could not afford to be careless. Whether it was Guild Tesoro, a man who would never submit to another, or the overbearing Whitebeard, how could such a figure willingly serve as a crew member under some young man? Was that really possible? And Black Arm Zephyr, a former Marine Admiral who loathed pirates above all, had now boarded a pirate ship. It all felt like a dream. No, like a surreal, absurd dream. Bai Jing knew they were astonished, and said with a light chuckle, "Relax. You could say we're on the same side." Bai Jing was extremely familiar, casually draping an arm around Robin's shoulder while sneaking a couple of glances down into the ravine below. Indeed, he wished he could take Momonosuke's place, though Momonosuke was still bound up there, not yet rescued. Well, whether to rescue him depended on his own mood. In Bai Jing's view, Momonosuke still had to die. Kaido had to die too, after all. It wouldn't feel right not to off Momonosuke first as a little prelude. As for whether Kazuki Oden would be revived, that could be decided later. For now, he planned to help Ryoma and the others restore their nation, then reunite with the Straw Hat crew for a grand get-together. Finally, they would set sail for the holy land of Mariawa, kill a few celestial dragons for sport, and then go meet the final boss. Or perhaps along the way he might just resurrect Roger as well, and maybe even Rocks while he was at it. Now that would be interesting. Then for good measure he could resurrect Kaido, and Big Mom too, and the original Rocks pirates would be complete again. Now Whitebeard was about to meet his former crewmates. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom would surely share an extraordinary encounter. The latter two had grown old while Whitebeard had returned to his prime. Alright, no need to be so shocked. Let's head up and find Luffy. Ace will be coming along too. That good big brother of his is also alive. With that, Bai Jing left the area and returned to his own group, turning his gaze toward the tower above. At this moment, the battle between the 9 red scabbards and Kaido had reached its final stage and Luffy was about to catch up. Ace, you mean Luffy's brother? The group was startled, once again shaken to the core upon hearing that Ace was also alive. Anyone who heard this news would surely react the same way. To bring the dead back to life, what immense power could accomplish such a thing? Are you telling the truth? Ace really is alive. Usopp was the first to speak, eyeing Bai Jing with suspicion. Robin felt the same, as did all 4 of them. Seeing their doubtful expressions, and since the miscellaneous enemies around had already been dealt with, Bai Jing had no reason to rush. He answered patiently, yes, Ace is alive. He's probably already met up with Marco by now, and will arrive soon. There's going to be a grand reunion. And it's not just Ace who's alive. As he said this, Bai Jing's eyes held profound meaning. He glanced at Robin, and said, who knows, maybe Alvia can live too. Hearing that name, at once familiar and foreign, Robin's entire body trembled as she stood frozen in place. It had been so long since she had last heard that name. The whole world had all but forgotten it. But with Bai Jing mentioning it so casually, she was utterly stunned. Bai Jing pressed on relentlessly, his tone still laden with meaning as he glanced respectively at Frankie and Chopper. Actually, Tom might be able to live too. And Dr. Hiralik could live as well. Bai Jing's words echoed like 10,000 thunderclaps crashing through the hearts of the 3. As they listened, their bodies trembled in unison, for these were the ones they held dearest and most revered. One was their mother, another was the physician who had taught Chopper his medical arts and profoundly shaped his destiny, and the third was his master. Upon hearing that these individuals could be resurrected, how could they not be overwhelmed with excitement? Though rationally they hesitated to believe. Such an impossibility was too bizarre to accept. Their hearts desperately yearned for Bai Jing's claims to hold truth. Robin broke composure first, her voice quivering as she whispered, what you say? Is it truly real? Her fingers trembled, faintly betraying her innermost longing. Bai Jing smiled gently. It exists for those who believe and vanishes for those who do not. After finishing his words, he deliberately turned to face Whitebeard and the others behind him. The meaning was crystal clear. It meant that if he could resurrect Whitebeard and Zeph of the Black Arm, then reviving those they had lost would be a trivial matter. Robin, you wouldn't want your mother to remain beyond resurrection, would you? Ahem, I have digressed. As Ace and Little Oars arrived beyond the perimeter of this haunted island, Marco happened to be ascending toward the dome. Upon spotting the figures approaching, he forgot to fly and froze in midair. Marco gazed blankly at the familiar figure before him. That familiar constellation of freckles, that familiar face. And Little Oars with his unmistakable frame stood just behind. He remained rooted to the spot, his eyes clouding over with disbelief. Witnessing Marco's stunned expression, Ace offered a lopsided grin in his usual breezy tone. Yo, Marco. Didn't think you'd forget me just because we hadn't crossed paths in a while. Wasn't it during the Summit War? No. Marco's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his nose tingling with emotion. Staring at Ace in this moment, he found himself momentarily speechless, stumbling over his words. If Ace had returned to life, and Little Oars too, then didn't that mean Father was alive as well? Good heavens, the former 1st Division captain of Whitebeard indeed had nothing on his mind but Whitebeard himself. Ace and Little Oars seemed to read the thoughts racing through Marco's mind. They exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. Since we have come back to life, naturally Father has too. Now Father is making his way toward the dome. Let us go together and see him, Ace said with a smile. Hearing these words, Marco's wings and body shifted and reshaped, returning to his human form as he stepped forward to face Ace. He pressed both hands firmly onto Ace's shoulders, confirming once more that Ace was flesh and blood rather than some phantom. Then his gaze drifted to Little Oars behind him, and in that moment his eyes finally filled with tears. A warm embrace followed. Father is alive, excellent. That he lives is all that matters. Ha ha ha. Marco threw back his head and laughed heartily. His greatest desire had always been to settle scores with Blackbeard. The most crucial detail was that Whitebeard had been resurrected. No words could capture the elation swelling within him. No one present could fathom the depth of his joy. Were it not for the temporary alliance forged with Luffy and his crew, Marco would have immediately set out to reunite with Whitebeard and the others, leaving all else behind. Ace and Marco clutched each other tightly, their grip betraying how long it had been since they had last seen one another. Now reunited after so many trials, tears welled in both their eyes. Kaido had grown weary of his game. Watching the 9 swordsmen of Wano unleash their full firepower, he decided to cease holding back and shifted into his true dragon form. Raising his club high above his head, Kaido channeled countless bolts of lightning into it before bringing it down in a vicious arc, roaring thunder bagua. The devastating blow sent the samurai flying. Luffy watched in awe, muttering that only a true master could execute such a move. How strikingly similar to his own past. The swordsman had been sent hurtling backward moments from unconsciousness. The remaining 8 members of the 9 swordsmen now surrounded Kaido, determined to hold him off. Unfortunately, they stood no match for him. Kaido hoisted his club once more, channeling infinite strength into it, before slamming it down with earth-shattering force. The strike left the 8 warriors with no defense. They were sent flying and lost consciousness instantly. What followed was nothing more than slaughter as Kaido relentlessly raised and brought down his club again and again. Countless strikes of raw lightning rained down upon them time and again. The 8 felt utterly defeated. Finally, the swordsman watched his comrades collapse around him, gripped his blade once more, and charged toward Kaido in desperation. Refusing to yield, he channeled the will of Kazuki Oden, determined to bring Kaido down. "Kaido, accept your death," he bellowed. He swung his blade and surged forward, but Kaido unleashed his full power once more, bringing his weapon down with crushing force. Shattered stones exploded outward as the ground itself buckled beneath the impact. The swordsman staggered and fell. Before he could recover, Kaido's blow crashed down upon him, sending him soaring through the air until he crashed onto the dome below. The battle had ended in complete devastation. The 9 swordsmen of Wano had suffered total defeat. Zoro, rushing upward, saw Kiku's severed arm fall, and Big Mom climb to the dome. In that moment, he had no desire left to wage pointless battles against these foot soldiers and pursuers. In the distance, Drake was locked in combat with Apu. Zoro fell silent, his face grim and menacing. He bent low, grasped the 2 long blades at his waist, and from afar swung them toward Apu. His entire body seemed engulfed in blazing green flames, the emerald light surging wildly. In an instant, his speed was tremendous, a flash draw of the sword. Lion's Song. With one slash, Zoro was already in front of Apu. Apu had no idea what had happened then. In the next moment, Zoro forcefully sheathed both swords. Clang! The sound of swords returning to their scabbards rang out. Cracks spread from Apu's eyes first, then over his entire body until he was blasted backward. His eyes lost consciousness, his body covered in sword wounds. This was Zoro's true power. Instantly defeating Apu was nothing special. Drake, left standing off to the side, was bewildered in the wind. "What the hell? Are you messing with me? If you could fight like this all along, why didn't you show it earlier? You made me go at it for so long. What's wrong with you?" Drake shouted from behind. "The ice Oni hasn't been dealt with yet." But Zoro was oblivious, ignoring Drake and charging upward straight toward the dome. Bai Jing watched from afar, but made no move to stop him, knowing that Zoro was about to face Kaido. The final battle was imminent. Bai Jing and the others advanced unhurriedly, waiting for Luffy to reach the summit and fight Kaido to awaken the Sun God Fruit. So they leisurely dispatched a number of small fry and made their way toward the dome. In truth, they were also waiting for Marco to arrive, so they could have a little reunion. At the very least, Marco deserved to meet Whitebeard once more. After all, he was Whitebeard's foolish son. Sure enough, as Bai Jing deliberately slowed his pace, the earth rumbled in the distance. Little oars with his mountain-like physique pounded the ground as he trotted over. Ace's whole body transformed into billowing flames as he shot skyward, rushing over at great speed. Marco had shifted into his phoenix form, wings beating the flames upon him made him look magnificent, truly embodying the undying bird. From afar, Marco spotted a towering figure in Bai Jing's company. Was that not Whitebeard? However, Whitebeard was now in his youth, yet his heart remained that of the old Whitebeard family, was paramount family above all. The instant Marco laid eyes on Whitebeard, his eyes grew moist once more. But the tears in his eyes evaporated the moment they met the phoenix flames. He transformed into a streak of blue light, arriving before Whitebeard in a flash. The moment he saw him, he dropped at once to one knee. Seeing his other foolish son running toward him, a gentle smile crossed the man's face. He pulled Marco into his arms, holding him in a firm, weighty embrace. "Pops, is it really you? Are you really alive?" Marco's tears now fell uncontrollably. To him, Pops was above everything. After Whitebeard's death, he had shouldered heavy burdens and undertaken many tasks, determined to fulfill Whitebeard's final wishes and avenge him by taking on Blackbeard. He had endured much, but in the end people changed and circumstances were irrecoverable, leaving him only a helpless sigh. After he had finally been persuaded by Luffy to form an alliance, he now unexpectedly found Whitebeard, Ace, Little Oars, and others who had once died. These were all his family. "Child, of course it's me. Though the process of resurrection was full of twists and turns, I am truly alive. I, Whitebeard, am living again." Whitebeard held Marco close, just as he had on that day when Squard stabbed him in the back. He did not hold it against him, but drew Squard into his arms instead. In his eyes, these were all his foolish sons. Now, having seen another family member, warmth flooded his heart. This was the tender affection a true man should have. Bai Jing watched from the side and cursed quietly. Damn you crocodile, don't come into my eyes again, or I'll beat you black and blue. Crocodile, are you polite? Robin, Brooke, Chopper, and Frankie, seeing all this, were also on the verge of tears. They were deeply moved. Frankie, the most sentimental of them, spoke in his captivating metallic voice. Super tender moment. This is the warmth of family. He hid his face behind his mechanical arm, wanting to cry only to find no tears would come. Yo-ho-ho-ho. So moving. I'm so moved that I cry. But I'm a skeleton, so I have no tears. Brooke was moved. He had been about to say something, but remembered he was a skeleton with no tears. So he told a cold joke to lighten the mood. Down below, the warmth was overwhelming. Up on the dome, the 9 red scabbards had just been brutally beaten, while Zoro had just arrived above. The two scenes seemed like 2 separate battlefields. Up above, a grand battle raged. Oh, down below, what in the world were they doing? Having a reunion. On the other side of the dome, Luffy, Zoro, Trafalgar Law Kid, and Killer, 5 in total, had already taken their positions atop the dome. Facing the 2 emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, the most explosive confrontation was about to unfold. It looks like the fight has already started over there. White Jing raised his hand to his forehead, gazing far toward the dome where battle was about to erupt. Let's go take a look. Everyone's assembled, and the fight is about to begin. White Jing smiled, hands clasped behind his back, his entire body transforming into a golden flash as he shot skyward straight toward the dome. Hearing this, Marco and the others nodded quickly, making their way toward the dome. The Golden Emperor, Black Arm, Zeke, Ryuma, and the rest also headed upward one by one. The grunts below had all been dealt with, and the Straw Hat crew would naturally have time to join once their tasks were done. However, White Jing had overlooked an important person. That was Momonosuke. He had forgotten to eliminate him. Now bound to a frame on the other side, someone would likely need to go rescue him. But would White Jing truly forget? Of course not. It was observed that White Jing, who had just rushed to the top of the dome, transformed into another golden flash and flew back down. This puzzled those heading upward. White Jing gave an embarrassed smile. I need to handle something first, I'll catch up soon. Upon hearing this, the others nodded and continued toward the dome. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew had also forgotten to rescue Momonosuke, as both Big Mom and Kaido had already taken to the dome, engaging in mutual combat. This was a matter of life and death. Who could care about a Momonosuke? White Jing quietly approached Momonosuke, observing his wretched state, bound to a pillar. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Transforming into an extremely fast golden streak, he clenched his fist and delivered a fierce punch to his face. This really feels satisfying, he thought. You bastard, going to peek at others bathing. Now you get what's coming to you, damn it. White Jing didn't feel satisfied enough, so he did more. With a kick full of personal hatred, he sent Momonosuke flying up. At this moment, Momonosuke was in a fainting state and was forcefully awakened by the kick, then sent flying backward. After finishing this, White Jing feared Momonosuke might be rescued by someone, so he reinforced the area with infinite gravity. A gravitational field 1,000 times stronger descended silently upon them. Whoever attempted to rescue him would be crushed to the ground, unable to move. Only after completing this did White Jing feel at ease, transforming once more into a golden streak and rushing up to the dome. 5 people. How many will survive? Let them experience your prowess, Kaido. Big Mom teased, looking at the 5 youths standing opposite her. Beside her was the fire cloud formed by Prometheus burning. Mama ha ha. Big Mom's signature laughter rang out, clearly not taking the 5 seriously. With 2 emperors joining forces, who could oppose them? On the Straw Hat side, aside from Luffy's relaxed expression, the other 4 looked extremely grave. After all, not everyone was as carefree as Luffy. Despite being defeated in one move by Kaido earlier, he still dared to fight him again. After days of training, his abilities had been significantly enhanced, and wielding the power of a protagonist, once more he faced Kaido again. Trafalgar, can't you use your teleportation ability to send them away one by one? Kid said with an unpleasant expression, glancing at Trafalgar Law. At this moment, Trafalgar Law, holding the knife on his shoulder, also had an unpleasant look. If I could do it, I would have long ago. Their haki is too strong, impossible to shake them even slightly. Then there's no way around it, we can only tear them apart. Kid grinned recklessly, though the smile seemed somewhat forced. His mechanical arms were extremely large, with Killer standing behind him. Kaido and Big Mom changed their stances, both bending forward, slightly raising their weapons. Kaido's spike club and Big Mom's hat blade, and swinging them backward. Terrifying Conqueror's haki extended outward, turning the entire arena into a red territory. Purple-black lightning flickered on Kaido's club, with endless haki radiating in all directions. Big Mom's body was the same, with immeasurable Conqueror's haki erupting from both of them. As the center, the terrifying power continuously rising. Their auras continuously surged upward. Kaido glanced at Big Mom. Old woman, your spine hasn't atrophied, yet has it? Big Mom retorted. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? Both laughed, their terrifying auras rising even higher. The 5 from Luffy's group stepped back several steps, pushed back by the pressure. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Luffy shouted loudly, "Everyone stay alert, their ultimate move is coming again." On Big Mom's side, her entire body was wreathed in yellow fire vortices. On Kaido's side, black lightning rotated. Both of their gazes focused simultaneously, swinging forward forcefully while shouting together, "Haikai." The striking mass was covered in green light mixed with red and black, terrifying energy, launching a fierce attack forward. That gigantic beam caused half the dome to tilt, shooting upward toward the clouds. Everyone's faces darkened. Killer shouted, "There's no time to dodge, we can only endure it head on. Can't dodge." Everyone's expressions sank, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Zoro stepped forward, gripping two swords with black haki, covering them, charging ahead. He firmly blocked this terrifying combined strike from the dual emperors. That terrifying mass of energy descended and the dust settled. When all was over, traces of a massive energy fluctuation remained on the field, leaving behind scorching flames. After forcefully enduring that strike, Zoro fell to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. "Captain Zoro, are you alright?" Trafalgar Law cast a worried glance at Zoro. Zoro, lying on the ground, replied with difficulty, "Shouldn't be fatal." Kid turned to look at Zoro, "Thanks to you." By then, Luffy had already vanished from his original position. Upon spotting Zoro injured, he took off at a sprint, launched himself skyward, and extended his arm backward as it transformed into rubber, stretching impossibly long while haki covered and coated his limbs. Flames engulfed his fist as he unleashed a ferocious punch toward Kaido, roaring loudly, "Kaido!" Kaido sidestepped the blow with effortless ease, and as Luffy closed the distance between them, he appeared directly in front of the Beast King. Luffy couldn't resist adding, "That hit must have hurt like hell, Kaido." But Kaido didn't bother responding with words. His response came in the form of that massive kanabo. The mighty strike sent Luffy flying dozens of meters through the air, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble. In that moment, Kaido moved. With one heavy step, Kaido charged toward Luffy. Meanwhile, Bai Jing and the others arrived at the dome's summit. Glancing at the severely wounded Zoro, Bai Jing gathered a purple beam of light in his hand and directed it toward Zoro. Zoro's injuries began healing at a visibly rapid pace. Still confused about what had transpired, he rose to his feet and stared down at his own hands. "I was clearly injured just moments ago, but now everything's completely healed." Having regained his pre-battle condition, he couldn't fathom how this was possible. He turned his head toward the dome's entrance. Boom. The moment Oars Jr.'s mountain-like frame scaled upward, the entire dome shook. This caused Luffy and Kaido moments from colliding to stop in unison and turn their gaze toward the disturbance. Big Mom shifted her attention toward the dome's entrance as well. More accurately, everyone's eyes turned in that direction. Leading them was a young man with his hands clasped behind his back, a careless expression on his face as he slowly approached them. Behind this man stood a massive, burly figure accompanied by a purple-haired individual. Following them was the Golden Dawn Emperor with his distinctive green hair, along with Corazon Ace and others. Cracker naturally followed behind, as well, while Stella and the others hadn't rushed over since they were with Broly waiting for the great battle to conclude before joining Sanji. Meanwhile, Robin, Usopp, Brook, and the others also made their way up. Their gazes didn't first fall on Robin. They turned directly to Bai Jing. Big Mom and Kaido were both aware that a new supernova had recently emerged on the seas, rumored to be even more vicious than the existing 12 supernovas, and labeled the most malevolent individual. After outrageously slaughtering a celestial dragon and escaping pursuit from 2 fleet admirals, they actually found themselves face to face with him now. They merely glanced at him. For them, Bai Jing was nothing more than an ordinary kid unworthy of their attention. However, when they caught sight of the person standing behind Bai Jing, their pupils constricted sharply. Both Big Mom and Kaido froze and placed their expressions locked in shock. Bai Jing had previously overlooked the most crucial point, that Whitebeard and Kaido were already bitter enemies, given that Kaido was the one who killed Odin. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, Whitebeard would never join forces with Kaido or consider him an ally. It wasn't until witnessing this scene that Bai Jing remembered the full story behind everything. After all, Odin had once been a member of Whitebeard's crew. Big Mom and Kaido were utterly stunned as they gazed at the man before them. He was none other than the Whitebeard they knew so well. The prime version from his absolute peak years. His unrestrained posture, formidable physique, and the way he wielded Murakamajiri were identical to the man in their memories. Previously, he had hoped to exploit the chaos of the Marineford War to seize an advantage, but Shanks had intercepted him. Now the two were clearly enemies. The moment Kaido laid eyes on Whitebeard, his expression darkened. Finally, he roared, "Whitebeard, how is it possible that you're alive?" "Gura, Gura, Gura." Whitebeard let out his signature booming laugh. Glancing at Kaido, his eyes already burned with hostility. They were bitter enemies. If not for Bai Jing standing before him, he would have already charged at Kaido and trampled him into the ground. The moment Big Mom saw Whitebeard, her expression turned equally grim. She had always believed Whitebeard would be far more uncompromising, both in the past and present. Moreover, the Whitebeard before them was at his absolute peak, the younger, more formidable version. If this man truly was Whitebeard and he had indeed returned to life. Oh, what a lively gathering. Everyone's finally reunited. Bai Jing's untimely voice cut through the heavy silence. Everyone present froze. The moment Luffy spotted the freckled boy behind Bai Jing, he stood paralyzed, his pupils dilating in shock. When Trafalgar Law noticed an unassuming smiling man in the corner, he too froze in place. Is it you? Is it you, Ace? The moment Luffy saw Ace, his voice choked with emotion. Though he knew Ace had died, he could not tell whether the man before him was real or an illusion. The man before him felt so real standing right in front of him. Luffy rose to his feet and dashed forward at full speed. Kaido saw this, but made no move to stop him. The atmosphere on the battlefield was tense and strange. Since Whitebeard remained still, Kaido and his forces dared not act rashly. Tears burst from his eyes in an instant. Though he had grown, the one before him was after all his own brother. Bai Jing knew this long-awaited reunion was about to unfold. Quietly, he stepped aside, clearing a path for Ace to walk forward. Ace looked into the distance. His foolish little brother still looked exactly as he remembered, unchanged. The only difference was that Luffy had grown up. His heart and mind had matured. He was no longer the naive little brother who used to follow behind him. He was even more mature than when Ace had last seen him in Alabasta. Seeing Luffy like this, an inexplicable pang of heartache shot through Ace's chest. His foolish little brother must have endured so much suffering over the years. Ace knew all too well how devastated Luffy must have been when he heard of his death. Tears welled up in Ace's eyes. The boy who always smiled was weeping at this moment. Crystal tears traced down his cheeks, sliding over his freckles and falling drop by drop. Their burning, scalding tears scorched a great hole in the hearts of the two brothers Luffy and Ace, a wound that would not heal for a long time. Luffy leaped forward and jumped onto Ace, pulling him into a bear hug. At that moment, Luffy sobbed like a child, tears streaming even more violently. His arms stretched out, his rubber-like body wrapping around Ace again and again. His hands roamed over Ace's back. Once he sensed that Ace was truly solid and real, he cried even harder. Wah! He sobbed uncontrollably. Though it might have looked a little gross, it was the most genuine display of emotion. Wah! Wah! Oh, Ace, is it you? Is it really you? Are you truly alive? Luffy asked amid tears. Ace looked at him, reached out both hands, and placed them on Luffy's back, whispering, "It's me. I'm truly alive." Ace said these words with a smile while hot tears continued to pour from his eyes. The scene was deeply warm and touching. Robin, Usopp, and Chopper all shed tears, weeping openly. The atmosphere had moved them completely. Bai Jing was already quietly wiping away tears on the sidelines. As a devoted fan of One Piece, there was nothing he loved more than witnessing this reunion of brothers. Now they had finally met, and everything felt complete. Bai Jing's nose tingled and his eyes reddened. A tiny bit more and Crocodile would have gotten into his eyes once again. Whitebeard watched the two brothers reunite and smiled knowingly. He deeply approved of the bond between the two brothers. On that day when Luffy was merely a supernova, he had dared to escape from Impel Down and rush to the Paramount War to help them rescue Ace. At that moment, he had already acknowledged Straw Hat Luffy from the bottom of his heart. Now seeing their tender moment, he could understand it. It was like how he felt toward his own family, toward his own foolish son. He raised his Mura Kamijiri and fixed his gaze on Big Mom and Kaido in the distance. If either of them dared to ruin this tender moment, his great blade would not allow it. The blade would come down upon them. Here someone was wailing. Over there the scene was equally emotional. Corazon quietly stepped out from the side. Bai Jing naturally noticed him, but did not block his path. Instead, he smiled at him. It's all right to reunite now, Trafalgar. The instant Trafalgar Law saw Corazon, his usually stern face could no longer maintain its seriousness. He who rarely smiled now felt tears welling up, his eyes moistening in an instant. He could never forget that snowy day when Corazon died before his eyes. He would never forget hiding inside that chest and wailing, nor that moment when Corazon died in front of him. Now Corazon appeared before him once more. Law was certain that this was absolutely not an illusion nor a dream. If Ace could come back to life, then of course Corazon could too. Kid looked on stunned. He had no tragic past of his own. The cherished brother closest to him was Killer by his side, watching the bawling Straw Hat. He glanced at Trafalgar Law, who was also about to cry, and was utterly baffled. Why were two of their bunch crying? We came here to fight Kaido, not to weep. What are you two doing? He really wanted to quip something, but after glancing at the enormous figure of Whitebeard, he obediently shut his mouth. Trafalgar Law stepped forward, carefully choosing caution over the reckless sprint that Luffy had taken, for a gnawing fear took hold within him. that this might all be nothing but a fleeting illusion. Gazing at the smiling man in the distance, his countenance remained largely unchanged from those years long past, and from the very moment he had breathed his last. Though a man of few words, his heart burned with warmth. That winter it was this man who had warmed his frozen soul, illuminating his longest, coldest season and becoming the sun that shielded him from the biting chill. Yet another tearful reunion unfolded before them, and watching with a heart full of bittersweet joy, Bai Jing sat beside them weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chopper searched for Brooke, Frankie, and the others. Watching Trafalgar Law inch forward with such excruciating slowness, Bai Jing could bear it no longer. If he continued at this pace, it would take until the cows came home for the two of them to finally meet and embrace. A golden radiance flared in his palm, shooting toward Trafalgar Law and propelling him forward from behind. Empowered by anti-gravity, his body swiftly rose through the air, and in moments he reached Corazone's side. "Sir Corazon, is it truly you? Are you truly alive?" Trafalgar Law's voice cracked with suppressed emotion as he fought back, tears managing to whisper these words. Unlike his customary silence, Corazon closed his eyes and offered a gentle smile, the very same peaceful expression he had left behind for Trafalgar Law when he perished in the snow. Even in death, he wished for Trafalgar Law to remember him, smiling to carry the image of his final moment as one of serenity rather than suffering. He wanted the boy to understand that this world held warmth, not merely pain, and that disease could never conquer the human spirit. Witnessing that familiar smile, Trafalgar Law's composure finally shattered. Like a child at last reunited with his savior, he lunged forward and collided fiercely into Corazon's embracing arms. Lost within Corazon's warmth, tears streamed unchecked. In that moment among the 12 supernovas, he was once again merely that albino boy rescued from the merciless grip of winter. Seeing Trafalgar Law unravel so completely, Corazon felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Before him stood no longer the fragile child of years past, but a grown man who had conquered his ailments and endured. His hand rested gently upon Corazon's head, offering soft, reassuring pats upon his back. The two tender scenes unfolding before the gathered onlookers left everyone momentarily stunned into silence. What in the world is this? We are in the midst of a great battle, not some weeping festival. Kaido, unable to stomach the sentimentality any longer, raised his massive club high above his head, his patience utterly exhausted. Lightning gathered in menacing clouds as he bellowed across the battlefield, "Thunder Bagua!" Terrible bolts of electricity rained down from above, while the colossal club swung downward with devastating force, determined to shatter this fragile moment of warmth. At that precise moment, Whitebeard prepared to intervene, and Ryuma readied himself as well, but Bai Jing moved first. Bai Jing cursed vehemently, "You stubborn mule, you absolute fool. People are sharing a heartwarming reunion, and you have to come and ruin everything. No wonder the narrative demands your demise. If not you, then who?" A translucent white dome materialized in Bai Jing's palm, and with a forceful strike forward, the air shock erupted. The very fabric of space around them fractured like shattered glass, breaking apart layer by layer. Crack, crack, crack. Dense fissures spread outward in patterns resembling a spider's web. The violent spatial tremors completely neutralized Kaido's lightning barrage and microseismic assaults. The air shock pressed onward, reaching Kaido directly and sending a catastrophic vibration through the space before him. The horrific tremors inflicted grievous damage upon Kaido's internal organs. His pupils dilated sharply as blood welled at the corner of his mouth. The paramecia-type Goro Goro no Mi proved itself to be as cruel as it was tyrannical. Though the narrative called for 5 supernovas to face the 2 emperors, Luffy currently had no desire for combat. His heart belonged elsewhere, lost in the tender reunions with Ace Wirt and Trafalgar Law, thus leaving Zoro, Kid, and Killer standing together utterly bewildered and speechless. Meanwhile, Bai Jing had already exchanged blows with Kaido. Enraged by the injury, Kaido roared, "You insignificant brat, you have some nerve." The sight of his own wounds only stoked the flames of his fury. Charlotte too recognized that she could no longer remain idle. In the present turmoil, only fierce combat could determine the outcome, and only a handful would emerge alive from the carnage. "Very well, I shall aid you in this fight for now. After all, you are the true protagonists here. Those destined to awaken shall awaken, and those meant to triumph shall prevail. Afterward, I will gradually mend their wounds and restore them to life, so that we may clash once more." Bai Jing cast a glance at the writhing, sobbing Luffy nearby, then shifted his gaze toward Trafalgar Law, still clasped within Corazon's embracing arms. He would shield them for the time being. Once their tender reunions concluded, he presumed the battle of 5 against the 2 emperors would inevitably commence. The devil fruit abilities would naturally need to awaken as well, otherwise relying solely on Luffy's rubber powers would prove insufficient to reach the final horizon. Endless lightning converged upon Bai Jing's outstretched hand, a blue glow flickering within his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the distant Kaido, his combat spirit ablaze. Let us see whether your thunder bagua surpasses my lightning divine wrath. With those words spoken, his entire form dissolved into a searing arc of lightning, vanishing from his original position as he charged straight toward Kaido. Kaido watched Bai Jing take the initiative to charge at him, contempt flickering in his eyes. On this very battlefield, apart from Whitebeard, there was no one he feared. As for the distant Ryuma, Kaido could not see anything extraordinary about him. For now his goal was to crush this ant Bai Jing first. The man was far too tiresome. I may not know how a brat like you obtained Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability, but in the end you are still not Whitebeard. An ant is an ant, so lie down and stay down. Conqueror's haki flickered fiercely within Kaido's eyes, as if crimson flames were burning inside them. Those two red points made it seem as though a blood-soaked hell loomed behind him. At this moment Kaido tightened his grip on the spiked club once again. The thunder bagua earlier had been merely a casual swing. This was the true technique. Endless lightning coiled around the enormous spiked club as he lashed it forward at tremendous speed. At this instant Kaido let out a thunderous roar, and his terrifying aura surged to its very peak. Thunder bagua. With astonishing speed, the lightning-wreathed iron club smashed into his opponent with overwhelming force. Earlier a single blow had sent Luffy and Gear 4th crashing down. Wrapped in Conqueror's haki, thunder bagua could strike even through the air and could pierce two enemies in one sweep. The speed of this technique was so extreme that even Luffy, whose observation haki could foresee the future, was unable to fully evade it. Bai Jing, possessing observation haki, had made preparations long in advance. Yet the instant that thunder bagua came thundering down, even he felt a sudden daze. His body shifted, immediately transforming into an elemental state as phoenix fire blazed around him. By the time he had fully become elemental, the terrifying spiked club had already slammed into Bai Jing. When Bai Jing tried to call upon his tremor ability, once more it was too late. He could only assume a defensive stance as he did now. The spiked club crashed into Bai Jing. He took the blow head-on, his entire body sent flying backward like a kite yanked by the wind. Sneering amusement filled Kaido's eyes, but the next instant that smile froze on his face. The flying Bai Jing had actually stopped in midair, and his whole body appeared utterly unharmed. His attack had been completely ineffective. What was more, the aura radiating from Bai Jing was startlingly similar to his own. It was as if both of them had ancient primeval devil fruit abilities. Bai Jing's hands had already become vast phoenix wings, and his feet had become phoenix talons. His hands transformed into wings over 10 meters wide, and phoenix feathers extended from his back. Below, Marco saw Bai Jing in this state and narrowed his eyes. It was remarkably similar to his own phoenix fruit, yet somehow different. The greatest difference was that Bai Jing's wings actually stretched more than 10 meters, and his body had also grown enormous, reaching several meters in length. It was much larger than his own phoenix form. Moreover, with the fearsome phoenix fire blazing over its body, that living being's aura seemed even more lofty than his. Ryuma and Whitebeard, seeing Bai Jing take action, recalled the words Bai Jing had spoken and the instructions he had left them. They suppressed the urge in their hearts to slice Kaido in two. They would first wait until Straw Hat, Luffy, and the others, or these 5 brats, awakened their devil fruit abilities. Only then would Bai Jing restore Kaido and Charlotte Lin Lin to their full prime. A battle between the two of them. That was Bai Jing's promise to them. As for Ryuma, he naturally followed Bai Jing's arrangement, since their wishes could still be fulfilled. Whitebeard watched this scene from afar and murmured to himself, "This kid has made some progress over the years. He is no longer as weak as he used to be. Not bad." Ryuma stared at the dragon-like body of Kaido, uncertain what he was thinking, his hands itching. Centuries ago he had been able to slay the mightiest creature in the world, a dragon, with a single stroke. Several centuries later, could he still slash Kaido down with one stroke? At that thought, the corner of his mouth lifted into an almost Azura-like smile. That smile was exactly the same as the look Zoro wore when unleashing his Azura techniques. It was hard not to think of the two men as connected. At this moment, the renowned blade Shusui lay in a certain place in Wano country, representing Ryuma's position as a great swordsman. Shusui seemed to sense something. As if imbued with a soul, it let out a resounding hum, and that blade cry echoed through the entire nation of Wano. Clang! The scabbard trembled, and the sword trembled. As if feeling the aura of its master's return, the whole blade rejoiced and leapt with joy. It needed only a single command from Ryuma to return to his side. Once Shusui returned, Ryuma's combat strength would soar several times over. The battle on this side did not affect the tender moment on the other. Only after Bai Jing and Kaido had exchanged several more moves did Luffy snap back to reality and realize that the person he was meant to fight was Kaido. Trafalgar Law was exactly the same. The 4 of them separated and turned around, gazing at the furious duel between Kaido and Bai Jing in the distant sky, their eyes heavy with gravity. They had all heard Bai Jing's name, but had never imagined he was this strong. "This battle ultimately belongs to us, and we must resolve it ourselves." Luffy glanced at Trafalgar Law and shouted in that direction. Trafalgar Law and Luffy exchanged glances, both resolving to handle this themselves. Luffy looked at Ace and said, "Ace, wait for my return." With those words, Luffy turned around, his eyes blazing with fierce battle intent as he gazed at Kaido in the distance, whose entire body radiated conqueror's haki. Trafalgar Law was the same. The two had long since shed their childish ways, grown more mature, and become true men. They bore responsibility and understood their mission. So this time their turn was resolute. Kazan's eyes held a smile, and he did not stop them. His strength was not among the strongest in this group. He might even be weaker than Trafalgar Law. But Ace was different. He stepped forward a few paces and stood shoulder to shoulder with Luffy. "When my younger brother fights someone, I as the elder brother must lend a hand, don't you think?" Ace smiled gently, and hearing this, Luffy grinned as well. Both looked up at the massive phoenix form of Bai Jing and at Kaido in the distance, their expressions simultaneously hardening. Endless flames erupted around Ace first, and he charged toward Kaido. Luffy instantly entered gear forth, his body inflating like a ball, the red and black conqueror's haki patterns covering his chest, making him resemble the Spring Man. In an instant he sprang forth. Bai Jing was preparing to unleash more techniques to fight Kaido again when he saw that reckless fool shouting, "Kaido, die in Osho." His massive fist coated in red conqueror's haki and armament haki slammed forward with tremendous force. The figure moved with incredible speed, brushing past Bai Jing. Ace naturally refused to lag behind. His strength should be roughly comparable to Luffy's current level. Yet once Luffy awakened his sun god abilities, a gap would widen between them. Still, Bai Jing wanted to see the results of Ace's arduous training during this period, so he had no intention of interfering. He beat his massive phoenix wings, simply watching. In that moment, the fire fist in Ace's hand suddenly enlarged as the flame's temperature surged to a purplish-red hue. Raising the flame's maximum temperature was the greatest development of the Mera Mera no Mi. The enormous fire fist no longer resembled its former self. It was now covered in purplish-red flames, its terrifying size far greater than before. The two brothers exchanged glances midair and unleashed their devastating punches simultaneously. As both fists hurtled toward Kaido, the battle seemed destined. Kaido sneered, "Raime hack." At this moment, armament haki enveloped his kanabo as it struck once more with thunderous force. An ant like Bai Jing Hui was already troublesome enough, and now two more had arrived. Who did they think he was? Some nameless pirate anyone could strike down. This hammer blow surged forward with immense fury. Both brothers' punches collided with the cane in an explosive clash that reverberated through the sky. Boom. Shockwaves rippled outward as layers of black energy dispersed. Mother. Big Mom on the other side glanced at Kaido, then at Luffy and the others before turning her attention to Kid and his crew. With Kaido already engaged, there was no reason for her to remain idle. Gripping her hat sword with both hands, she unleashed Conqueror's haki, while coating it in armament haki, flames flickering in her eyes. She swung forward with tremendous force, the blade carving an endless arc from the ground upward, aimed directly at Kid and his group. Trafalgar Law recognized this battle was unavoidable, so he prepared to face Big Mom himself. Kid moved first, coating his two massive mechanical arms with armament haki to absorb the strike. But Law was faster. The blue wave of his room technique enveloped Kid's body in an instant as he commanded room. Kid's body was instantly transported away, evading the devastating slash. They exchanged glances, and Kid propelled himself forward like a coiled spring launching from the ground. Clenching his metal arms into fists, he charged at Big Mom. Law refused to be left behind, swiftly appearing before her and swinging his blade on Ajirai in a fierce strike. Battle erupted on both fronts as endless brilliance flashed from each side. Yet emperors remained emperors. Kaido's devastating cane strike sent both Ace and Luffy's combined assault flying backward. Their bodies went soaring through the air, but Law and Kid managed to block the retaliatory strikes aimed at them. The four came to a halt, their expressions grave. Killer and Zoro slipped into the fray, joining the battle. Whitebeard and the others watched from afar with no intention of intervening. "Brat with power like that, you dare challenge me? You really must be tired of living." Kaido cast a sidelong glance at Luffy, his eyes full of mockery as he spoke again. "Have you forgotten how I sent you flying and knocked you out with a single swing of my club? Ha ha ha." Kaido burst into wild laughter. Meanwhile, Big Mom, Kid, and Trafalgar Law once again clashed together. Killer, having taken on the role of a swordsman, provided support from the sidelines, causing Big Mom considerable trouble. Luffy ignored Kaido's words. He exchanged a glance with Ace. Though their attack had failed, they could still fight on. That strike just now was nowhere near powerful enough to stop them. Luffy once again took the lead, leaping high into the air. His body shot upward like a coiled spring and carried him directly above Kaido. At that instant, his fist stretched out endlessly from the sky, and the Kong gun came crashing downward with tremendous force. Boom. With explosive, destructive power, it smashed a huge crater into the land all around. That blow landed square on Kaido's body. "I'm the man who will become the Pirate King," Luffy shouted after taking Kaido down, while Ace looked at his foolish little brother with doting affection. Long ago he had wanted Whitebeard to become the Pirate King. Now seeing that his own foolish little brother also wanted the same, he merely smiled and said nothing. "Pirate King, who do you think you are, Roger? A runt like you." Big Mom gave a contemptuous sneer. Wielding her hat sword, she held her own against three foes at once, fighting fiercely against Kid Trafalgar Law and Killer without losing the upper hand. Kaido forced himself to his feet, mulling over the haki that had just been wrapped around Luffy's fist. Compared with the haki wrapped around the earlier King Kong gun, it was on an entirely different level. That was Raiwo. Only a few short days. They had been apart for but a brief time, and Luffy had already risen to a level where he could actually hurt him. Kaido stood up and swung his club out fiercely once more. Luffy's pupils contracted as he had already foreseen the blow coming straight for him. But the club was too fast, howling with endless wind as it hammered down in fury. He had wanted to dodge, but he was a step too late. The blow sent him flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Seeing this, Ace turned his whole body into a streak of flame and rushed to protect Luffy, catching Luffy in midair as he hurtled backward. That speed had been a mere flash, over in an instant. With their backs now to Big Mom and her ambush imminent, Zoro moved abruptly from where he stood and drew his blade at blinding speed. One swing of his sword severed the heavenly fire in two, splitting Prometheus as well. The two narrowly escaped that killing blow. Just as smiles appeared on Luffy and Zoro's faces, Kaido launched another sneak attack, swinging his spiked club straight toward Luffy's head. If Luffy hadn't dodged that blow, he would probably have been toast. Room. Seeing this, Trafalgar Law spun a blue dome of light in his hands, swiftly expanding it to engulf Luffy and Ace and transfer them to his side. Kaido's club slammed down into the ground, the air bursting with a deafening roar, yet it struck nothing. Boom. Kid watched Trafalgar Law with a mocking look. "Since when did you become the Straw Hat Kid's lackey? Whatever he says, you just do it." Law burned with fury at those words. Since when had he ever been the Straw Hat Kid's lackey? This was battle. They were allies. Kid clearly had not yet understood that. They were all new generation pirates, proud supernovas who refused to yield to one another. Big Mom fired 3 fireballs at the 3 of them. Luffy glanced at the 2 beside him and said, "Whoever gets hit by the fireball is the weakest one." The 2 heard this and their faces darkened. What kind of logic was that? But Luffy, playing the sly fox, was the first to dodge. The 2 men's faces turned even darker, yet they still obediently followed suit. That was just a casual remark with absolutely no binding force, and yet those 2 actually went along with it. Truly 3 oddballs. Bai Jing watched from afar, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Ace had exactly the same reaction. This battle had originally been every man for himself, but now it had turned into Kaido and Big Mom joining forces to fight 5 supernovas, with an extra ace thrown in. Unfortunately, was it really so easy to dodge? The terrifying flames erupted the very instant they tried to evade. In an instant, the entire area was turned into a sea of fire. "Oh!" Screams from the 3 rang out from within the flames, and for a moment it was impossible to tell who had been struck. Zoro, Ace, and Killer all felt the corners of their mouths twitch. What on earth were those 3 doing? Completely unreliable. My silly little brother really is just the same as always. Ace smiled and shook his head. Zoro tied on his headband, killing intent burning in his eyes as he stared at Kaido in the distance. In the blink of an eye, Zoro had already erupted into motion and appeared before Kaido at an astonishing speed. With a single swing of his sword, he shouted, "Demon Slash." It was a terrifying slash. Kaido had no time to react. The next moment, a flash of blade light. The sword was drawn and unleashed in one stroke. Kaido glanced at Zoro, then reached up and touched his neck. There was a mere scratch, but it had not broken his skin. Truly worthy of the strongest defense. Even that could not break through. Zoro's expression darkened, fully aware that the chasm between himself and Kaido was indeed immense. Meanwhile, the 3 captains had shattered through the terrifying ball of flames and appeared before Kaido, taking positions at 3 separate angles to encircle him. Kid no longer held back, his colossal body forged from relentless steel, much like the Frankie Sun, yet far more terrifying than the power of the Frankie Sun, while Law had already drawn the Kikoku from his hand, ready to cleave through the chasm of this era. Let the 12 supernovas formally ascend into the ranks of emperors and triumph over Kaido. The age is shifting. Kaido and Big Mom have grown old, no longer fit to reign as the kings of this era. It was time to step aside and let the younger generation claim their thrones. Kaido showed no fear whatsoever. He was a monument of the old era. Setting his Fuma Kanabo heavily upon the ground, he glanced at them and spoke. "If you wish to defeat me, you had best try harder." Kid's terrifying magnetic demon armor extended, its colossal steel arm bearing down upon Kaido with crushing force. That single strike carried the weight of 10,000 June, radiating an unyielding resolve to end Kaido. Meanwhile, Luffy transformed once more into his fourth gear state, haki swirling across his entire body as his fists compressed backward like coiled springs. Creak, creak, creak. Law's expression grew grave, his op fruit ability already in motion. I will slowly dismantle your heart piece by piece and press the switch that stops your heart. All three struck in their strongest forms, charging at Kaido. I've heard your hide is thick enough to shrug off blows. Let's see if you can withstand the full force of my 10,000 June strike. Kid laughed heartily as the three devastating attacks hurtled toward Kaido. Kaido showed no sign of panic. Instead, his eyes blazed with excitement. You three are as strong as monsters, haha. But tell me, just who is known as the true monster? That would be me. Luffy's terrifying gorilla jackal struck Kaido's abdomen first, sending the humanoid beast reeling backward several steps. Kid closed in without hesitation, his enormous demon form slamming his massive palm down with devastating force onto Kaido's head. Law wielded the power of his op fruit, hurling the shattered rubble and broken stone from all around straight down upon Kaido. The three's most overwhelming strikes collided violently with Kaido. Big Mom soared into the sky, Prometheus blazing in one hand, while Zeus's terrifying flames were channeled into Napoleon's blade. A smile graced her lips. She harbored no concern for her allies. Kaido did not disappoint her expectations. His entire body transformed into a colossal dragon form, rising from the ruins as a fearsome azure dragon hovering above the sky. The two emperors joined forces, looking down upon the five below. Yet within Kaido's eyes flickered a trace of genuine appreciation. Gazing at Luffy, Kid, and Law, he spoke. You three are truly strong like monsters. Your power is commendable, but you are still too young, challenging me far too soon. Give it a few more years, and you might just manage it. But rest assured, once you are dead, I shall plunder all your treasure and companions so that your crew shall not be left alone. And of course the road poneglyphs and the ancient historians. The two exchanged glances and burst into unrestrained laughter. Their ambition extended far beyond ruling the seas. They sought to dominate the entire new world. Their goal was nothing less than to become the ultimate pirate king. Kaido let out a draconic roar that split the heavens. That roar signaled the true beginning of the great battle. No longer would Kaido play games. He was fully resolved to kill all three. This fight is truly intense. I long to join in and exchange a few blows, but Luffy still requires time to awaken. He is likely to suffer a brutal beating first. Bai Jing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the battle without uttering a word. When the three were decisively defeated, he would appear beside them, touch each one, and replicate all three of their devil fruit abilities. Then when Luffy awakened his sun god form, and was on the verge of killing Kaido and Big Mom, he would intervene in the battle. At the very least, he wanted Whitebeard and Kaido to clash and Ryuma to cross blades with Kaido. In that sense, Kaido was indeed busy, forced to fight multiple monsters single-handedly. And Bai Jing might need to join the fray as well. Now Bai Jing found himself feeling a certain sympathy for the monster before him. Being pinned down by several monsters on Bai Jing's side was a dire situation for anyone, especially when those monsters were Whitebeard at his absolute peak and Ryuma at his zenith. And then there was himself possessing a mighty phoenix form devil fruit. For the sake of fairness, he would also restore Kaido to his prime, making him several years younger. Otherwise, accusations of bullying would follow. A clash of peaks was Bai Jing's way of honoring Kaido and showing him respect. This was a proper send-off for Kaido. Those three brats are decent enough, though the title of the ferocious generation of supernovas might be somewhat exaggerated. Whitebeard observed the three from afar, offering his calm assessment. Black Arm Zephyr, however, regarded the same three differently. Though he despised pirates, he still harbored a fundamental sense of justice within his heart. Not all pirates were evil, yet the majority certainly were. Now that he himself had fallen among them, he resolved to uphold the justice within his heart. The distant battle between Three and Kaido held little meaning for him. He possessed scant interest in this grand conflict. He merely wished to witness what the world had become after decades of absence, to gauge just how formidable these sea emperors had grown, and to determine whether they rivaled the younger version of himself from his prime. That was his true purpose. Ace did not rush below to join the fray. Instead, he stood alongside Zoro and Killer, watching as Luffy, Kid, and Trafalgar Law prepared to face Big Mom and Kaido in the battle to come. The strongest against the strongest. 5 stars against 2 emperors. Kaido, his divine dragon body like a living blade, roared and charged at the three. His terrifying dragon form was wreathed in wind blades. Luffy, Kid, and Trafalgar Law had no choice but to evade the brunt of the attack, leaping back several hundred meters. Kaido's killing move came again. His dragon maw tilted upward, energy converging as countless wind-rending blades howled forth, emerald blades of razor sharpness that blasted toward the trio. Trafalgar Law activated his no me ability, murmuring room. A blue spatial dome appeared, shifting all the countless emerald wind blades surging toward him elsewhere. In an instant, the place struck by those wind blades was reduced to near ruins. Meanwhile, Kid used his steel body to withstand the blow head-on. His steel body was blown apart, yet he could reform it in an instant at will. Zoro, expressionless, swung his sword to block the wind blades, his visage as grim as an Azura. Ace watched from afar and was caught in the aftermath. Didn't expect to be dragged into this too, he said. At least it's for my foolish little brother. Ace smiled. The flames in his hand once again condensed into a colossal fire fist, blasting forward. The fire burned purplish-red, reducing all the wind blades to ash under its searing heat. Luffy had already closed in on Kaido, granting him no chance to catch his breath. With a massive rotating King Kong gun, he blasted forward. The blow struck Kaido's abdomen, sending him flying. Kid once again materialized his steel armor body, its two enormous arms clamping tightly onto Kaido's jaw. With a burst of terrifying strength, 100,000 June, he slammed him to the ground. He shifted into a reverse slam, and with a violent heave yanked Kaido skyward, hurling him away by sheer force. You brats, how dare you! Kaido roared, his dragon body writhing in rage as he charged toward Trafalgar Law. Trafalgar Law's eyes remained calm. He activated the no me, once more pressing his index finger and thumb together, conjuring a blue surgical circle. Once again he stood in an unassailable position. His figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing above Kaido. Seizing the moment, he pinpointed the location of Kaido's heart, raised his cursed blade Kikoku, and plunged it downward with fierce force. Electricity crackled along the blade, drawing roars of fury from Kaido. Rare. Though all this looked devastating, every strike carving deep and every blow striking home, Bai Jing knew that relying on these mere tricks to defeat Kaido was nothing short of wishful thinking. For a tanky boss like Kaido, it probably hadn't shaved off even a tenth of his health. Looks like this is going to take forever. Zoro's about to unleash more sword techniques, while those three idiots will keep at it for a while, and Big Mom's going to interfere as well. This battle is truly dragging on. Bai Jing let out a slow sigh, his fingers itching to join the fray. Behind him, the men of the Whitebeard pirates watched the battle with expressionless faces. They regarded Kaido's divine dragon body with keen interest. The power of an emperor is truly terrifying. Straw Hat's strength has risen once again compared to before. The Golden Emperor had once been defeated by Luffy. The moment he saw Luffy, the enemy's eyes burned with hatred. But once he learned that Ace had taken the initiative to help, the old grudges faded away. Killer seized the opportune moment, his long blade spinning continuously as he lunged onto Kaido's divine dragon body, attempting to break through his defenses. Kaido's unyielding dragon scales were enough to drive one to despair. Big Mom seized that moment and finally made her move. A blade of lightning struck Killer, sending him flying as his vision went dark. Mama, you little brats would be better off dead. Big Mom, holding her flame sword with immense majesty, cackled wildly as she eyed the brats in the distance. Big Mom pressed her advantage, swinging Zeus overhead. Electric power enveloped the others. Killer descended from the sky and Kaido's dragon maw roared upward. Killer seemed on the verge of being devoured. Luffy arrived in the nick of time and threw a punch. Boom. Kaido was blasted, flying once again, but still no real damage was dealt. Kaido gathered draconic flames in his maw and spat them at Luffy. If Luffy took that attack head-on, he would surely suffer severe wounds. Damn it. Zoro looked up, cursed, his face darkening into a grim scowl. He glanced at Trafalgar Law and said, "Teleport me up." At this moment he had prepared himself to go all in, to unleash his ultimate technique. If this attack failed, he would have no other recourse. For the sake of his captain's victory over Kaido, this slash will open the path for Luffy. Trafalgar Law couldn't help complaining, "I'm not your babysitter. Why do you always call on me for everything?" Despite his grumbling, his body had already begun to activate room, teleporting Zoro upward. Just as the roaring flames were about to engulf Luffy, Zoro, gripping Enma, raised it high. His boundless sword aura surged higher and higher, converging into a terrifying peak of blade presence. Zoro seemed like a death god emerging from the deepest hell. The demonic power radiating from Enma cloaked him in a violet glow. At this moment, Zoro leaped high into the air, arriving above Kaido's head, and bellowed, "One sword style." This sword technique carried the will of Kazuki Oden. It was also a strike born of Ryuma's inherited sword intent. Kaido might not be able to withstand it. Big Mom realized this and immediately shouted, "Kaido, dodge. That slash is no ordinary one." When the blade came down, a chunk of the giant skull's horn on Onigashima was sheared away. Kaido managed to evade it in a hair-raising escape. Seeing this, Zoro's expression darkened further. Damn it, he dodged it. Ryuma sensed the aura of that slash, the aura of a blade that slays enemies, and his eyes showed satisfaction. I never imagined he would inherit not only my shu sui, but also my swordsmanship. How interesting. Ryuma's gaze fell upon Zoro. That slash had been passed down from his own dragon-slaying sword strike of 100 years ago. Zoro had just delivered that dreadful slash, but the next instant a terrifying current of Thunder Art's force drove straight through his body and sent him hurtling away. A terrible aura of thunder and flame continued to spread across his body. This blow was utterly savage. Luffy's expression changed drastically, and he shouted from below Zoro. Now Big Mom had officially joined the battle. Thunderclouds laden with lightning densely blanketed the sky above the entire battlefield. Zeus likewise became part of the boundless black storm clouds, with peal after peal of thunderbolts as thick as water buckets tore down from above, blasting the people below. Tinman, great sovereign Deva. Terrifying lightning slashed down from above and struck Luffy directly. Though the lightning was ineffective against his rubber body, the force of the explosion burst heavily against him and blasted him away. Similarly, Kid had assumed that this thunder would not deal any substantial damage. But the bucket-thick lightning seemed to come alive, turning into one thick serpent of lightning after another that coiled around behind Kid and struck directly at the true body within his armor of steel. Bai Jing observed the scene from afar. He looked up at the thunderclouds, then at the arcs of lightning coalescing in his own hand. In comparison, his lightning was somewhat different from Big Mom's. His was pure lightning carrying a world-destroying, annihilating aura. Big Mom's lightning, on the other hand, was more lethal, intermingled with other natural forces. It seems that if I were to take on those three, I should be able to achieve the same. Apart from Luffy, that fool who will pull off some cheat-like power-up later, the other two are just ordinary players. Bai Jing watched the distant scene and estimated that Luffy's awakening of the Sun God Fruit's power was still quite a way off. Big Mom laughed wildly from above, while Luffy transformed into rubber shot straight upward. Startled, Big Mom cried, "How is that possible? This sky-filling thunder has no effect on you." Big Mom was bewildered, but Luffy's eyes blazed as he shouted, "Because I'm rubber. Rubber." Then burned to ashes beneath this endless dragon flame. Kaido roared, and from his mouth poured scorching dragon breath. The breath transformed into a torrent of flame and shot straight at Luffy's face. When the terrifying flames finally dispersed, Luffy was already right in front of Kaido. Kaido was stunned. "What's going on? Are you saying you're immune to fire too? Because this is willpower." Luffy shouted, unleashing the King Kong gun once again. The giant rubber fist howled through the air and slammed into the side of Kaido's face, sending him flying. After that punch, Luffy completed his counterattack. Rubber Gatling. Luffy moved even faster. The sky was filled with his fist silhouettes. The countless fist silhouettes hammered into Kaido without the slightest mercy. The scene was nothing but the sounds of combat, the roar of cloud-shattering strikes, and a vista of smoke and ash. Boom, boom, boom. Every punch of the rubber Gatling struck Kaido. Every blow drove home inch after inch against his scales. It was as if he sought to defeat the Emperor before him with this single barrage to tell him that the era had changed and the throne of emperors had a new claimant. Even Kaido, the strongest creature, wailed and screamed in agony beneath the cataclysmic assault. Oh. The supernovas who had been defeated moments ago rose to their feet again. Watching Kaido being pummeled above them, each one was deeply shaken. Kid refused to accept it and turned his gaze toward Big Mom. Trafalgar Law did the same. The two exchanged a look, prepared to take on Big Mom. Big Mom stared at the battle, her eyes bulging, her enormous face frozen in shock. She could hardly believe that a monster like Kaido would one day be beaten black and blue. But in Bai Jing's view, this was simply an artificially forced weakening. Earlier, that terrifying dragon breath of Kaido's had dominated Luffy and the others. Now the situation had reversed. Luffy's trio landed a wave of attacks. Big Mom's side was stunned, then Kaido rose again and answered with another barrage. So the cycle continued, flipping back and forth at every turn. It would still be a while before it was his turn to strike. Ace watched the battle above and saw his younger brother in all his glory. Pride showed on his face, and he quietly returned to their ranks. Corazon did the same, glancing at Trafalgar Law in the distance. He had never expected that during the time he was gone these people would have grown to such heights. Especially while he had been gone from the living world, Law had become a supernova of these seas, with a bounty far, far too high. Luffy's fist compressed backward in layers, then blasted viciously into Kaido's head. This blow carried every ounce of his strength. The horrific impact slammed Kaido's head into the ground, crashing against the dome overhead, and his eyes rolled up white. Unfortunately, Kaido did not pass out. The entire island trembled. Kid was stunned that Luffy's strength had actually reached such a level that he could overpower Kaido. Alas, the grander the display had been just now, the more pathetic the fall in the very next moment. Just moments ago, Luffy was overpowering Kaido, unleashing Kong Gun after Kong Gun, as if they cost nothing, his fists crashing into Kaido's body again and again with savage, relentless force. The next instant, Luffy went limp like a punctured rubber ball. Air was leaking from his mouth, his eyes rolled white, and his power abruptly failed him in midair, causing him to tumble down from above. Down below, Kid and Killer watched in utter bewilderment. Kid in particular nearly popped his eyes out of his head, unable to understand what was happening. He had been pressing Kaido down with such a smug, cocky air just now. How had he ended up in this miserable state? Zoro and Trafalgar Law, of course, knew it all too well. It had looked exactly like this when they fought Doflamingo before, and so they gave an explanation. This is the side effect that follows the overwhelming power of Gear 4th. This is how it is. We need to buy him some time so he can recover. Kid looked at Luffy in the distance, then at Kaido hammered into the ground, and understanding glimmered in his eyes. If that exchanged power was enough for the Straw Hat to deal real damage to Kaido just now, then the trade was worth it. Unfortunately, Kaido was not alone on the battlefield. Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, was there too. Holding Napoleon in her hand, and standing atop a thundercloud, she roared, "Since this farce is over, all of you may as well perish here." The Soul Queen gripped the sword hilt with both hands, raised it high behind her, and then slashed forward fiercely. Terrifying flames like judgment from the heavens descended from above and struck heavily before them. Prometheus's towering flames and Napoleon's giant blade came slashing down together. Kid Zoro and Trafalgar Law's faces changed dramatically. Just when they all thought the slash was coming for them, Big Mom suddenly altered its trajectory, swinging it down toward Luffy below. The slash fell like an Azura god descending upon the mortal world, and the flames clinging to the blade were like the searing fire of hell, not something to be met head-on. Zoro turned into a streak of black light, launched himself forward, and immediately appeared in front of Luffy. Seeing Luffy as limp as a ball that had lost all its air, Zoro grabbed him with one arm, kicked violently off the ground, and vanished from the spot, once more evading Big Mom's strike. Killer gave a firm nod at Kid's words. Spinning his giant blade in hand, he charged toward Kaido behind Kid's magnetic demon form. Trafalgar Law was not about to be outdone. Using the Op Fruit's power, he swapped himself behind Big Mom. His scalpel sank deep into her body, unleashing a surgical electric shock that blasted straight into her internal organs. Even Big Mom, who possessed a body of iron, could not help but scream at that strike. The attack cut directly into her very vitals. Boom. Kaido's colossal divine dragon form rose from the ground. He cast a sidelong glance at Kid and Killer as they charged him, contempt flickering in his eyes. His terrifying, murderous intent spread through the air and condensed into tangible form. The strongest creature on the face of the earth was not so easily beaten down. Once Kaido's divine dragon form stretched out, endless tornadoes began to spawn on the spot, one after another, spinning together into one colossal vortex after another. Kid's magnetic demon form, caught in those tornadoes, was blown to pieces. Every shred of metal scattered and blasted away. The tornado clouds spun without cease. Black clouds gathered overhead as tribulation lightning flashed across them. The whole dome of the sky seemed to have turned into an Azura hell. Zoro, carrying Luffy on his back, was stunned. Staring blankly at the anomaly in the sky, he could not help but murmur, "What terrifying power is this? It goes far beyond a mere natural disaster. This is the power to destroy the entire world." Before Zoro could say anything, the appalling tornado swept him away, and Luffy, on his back, was flung out as well. Kaido twisted his enormous divine dragon body, darted toward Luffy, and swallowed him in one gulp. There was no reversal this time. Luffy was solidly devoured down into Kaido's belly. Seeing this, Ace roared in shock. Luffy. Endless purple-red flames blazed across his body. He was already about to leap out to strike and to cut down the great dragon in the distance. But at that moment, Bai Jing pulled Ace back and shook his head at him. "Don't worry, there will be a reversal. That foolish little brother of yours will not die like this. What comes next is where the show truly begins. Your foolish brother's devil fruit is not just the rubber fruit." Hearing Bai Jing say this, Ace felt doubtful and extremely uneasy. But after seeing the reassuring look in Bai Jing's eyes, he hesitated for a moment, then finally walked back into the group and quietly watched the battle. From Kaido's mouth came the sound of chewing rubber. All the others' expressions changed drastically, but on Bai Jing's side, everyone remained calm. Luffy, give me back my captain. Seeing Luffy being swallowed, Zoro's expression twisted in shock as he bellowed. In an instant, all three blades were drawn. Wado Ikemanji gleamed with a devouring cold light amid endless blade glow. Sandai Katetsu's blade likewise emanated a chilling demonic aura. The will of Azura surged forth from Zoro's body. At this moment, he seemed to have walked straight out of hell. Zoro wrenched his long sword free, shot a glance at Kid and the others, and said, "This may be my strongest strike. If Kaido takes it and remains unharmed, then you'll have to go rescue Luffy. And if he can't take it." As he spoke, the blade aura around Zoro exploded with terrifying force in a single instant. An intangible Azura will slowly burned, and invisible black radiance burst from his body. Like a phantom, he turned into a pitch-black dragon twister and charged at Kaido. Before Kaido could even track the attack, a black slash had already reached him. By the time he reacted, Zoro was already in front of him. The terrifying black sword wings and the Azura blade intent that filled the entire field made Kaido's pupils contract. A monstrous blood-colored phantom flashed past and landed on him. That slash split through Kaido's hardened outer defenses and struck his body solidly. A huge wound appeared at his neck. A thin thread of blood slowly lengthened, then continued to expand as blood sprayed out. Kaido of the Four Emperors, renowned as the world's strongest monster and the strongest creature in one-on-one combat, was actually injured, actually bleeding. Zoro's great black dragon twister had solidly wounded Kaido of the beasts. Killer stared blankly at the wounded Kaido above. His strength has reached such a level that he can even break through Kaido's defense. That terrifying blow naturally made Kaido spit Luffy out of his mouth. Luffy fell like a ball, flying backward and slammed heavily into the ground. How is this possible? How did he break through Kaido's defense? I never imagined these brats could be so powerful that even Kaido's defense can be breached. But an emperor was an emperor and Kaido was Kaido. Though the wound had landed heavily, it barely dented his vitality. His eyes locked tightly onto the sword in Zoro's hand. Realization dawned and he murmured, "So that's it. That blade belonged to Kazuki Oden, carrying the will of Kazuki. No wonder it could hurt me." Then, just like before, he coiled his body and shot upward like a tornado. Attacking him with that great black dragon twister earlier had been no more than flaunting a saber before Guangdong. If one was to speak of tornadoes, he was the true master. Kaido's enormous divine dragon body coiled together, soared through the sky, and roared as it ascended. Roar! The countless wind blades condensed from the furious rotational winds together with a colossal dragon tornado that reached for the sky, covered the battlefield once more, and indiscriminately assailed everyone present. Naturally, Bai Jing was included among them. Tornado Bad Wind. This tornado bad wind carried Kaido's endless fury. Kid was the most dramatic. Having assembled the magnetic demon 3 times already, he hastily raised his steel arm and moved it forward to block. Unfortunately, the razor-sharp wind blades sliced his magnetic arm apart yet again, and he was sent flying once more. Killer spun the sharp blades on his spiked arms, and the high-speed whirling blades shredded one wind blade after another. Zoro carried Luffy as he hurriedly fled, while Law used his op fruit ability to evade perfectly. Bai Jing watched the countless tornadoes and wind blades surging toward him, then suddenly hammered forward with his hand. A glass-like dome spread outward from it. The surrounding space spread into the distance like glass shards spiderwebbing across the air. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering space rang out. All around, space broke apart, and the countless wind blades rushing in were cancelled out by the shattered space. The countless tornadoes were wiped out one by the shattered space, fully demonstrating the terrifying power of the paramecia type tremor fruit. Kaido abandoned his divine dragon form, returned to his human form, and stood together with Big Mom, looking at Kid and the others in the distance. Meanwhile, beneath the dome on Onigashima, Black Maria was curious as to why the Straw Hat Boy's other companions had disappeared. She glanced suspiciously up at the dome, a thoughtful look in her eyes. She had originally planned to deal with Robin, Sanji, and the others. But now Robin and the rest had already gone up, leaving only Sanji still fighting in a corner of the attic, not yet reunited with Bai Jing's party. Sanji was expected to be in some danger, but fortunately, it was not too serious. Later he would awaken his devil factor, enhance its power, and greatly increase his strength. However, the lack of Robin's assistance was also a variable. At that moment, Bai Jing seemed to have thought of this too. He turned and looked down beneath the dome, recalling the matter. He said to the others, "I need to go down and lend a hand. I'll be back in a while." With that, he leaped down from the dome. Kaido's speed was simply unstoppable. His colossal dragon form shifted back into human shape once more. The spiked club gripped tightly in his hand. He cast a glance at the unconscious Luffy lying nearby, a sinister smile curling his lips. He raised the spiked club high with devastating force, dragon transformation traces still visible around his eyes, the azure scales gleaming menacingly. As the massive club ascended, Zoro's heart pounded with urgency. He knew it was too late to intervene in time to save Luffy, so he resolved to strike with every ounce of his remaining strength. Drawing all three swords from his waist, he clamped one between his teeth and roared, "Kaido, that man is my captain. If you want to lay a finger on him, you'll have to go through my corpse first." As soon as those words left his lips, a fierce azure aura ignited around Zoro, the terrifying purple radiance manifesting like tangible force. His three-sword style stance materialized upon him, reaching an unprecedented peak of power. Behind Zoro, two additional heads and bodies emerged from the haze. 3 Zoros, standing as one. The golden light embodied his unyielding will to fight, while the purple glow represented his azure killing intent. In that single eye, crimson bloodlust erupted. His battle spirit burned to its absolute limit, his power reaching its zenith. Oni Spirit 9 Sword Style. Zoro's fierce whisper resonated through the battlefield. 2 phantom bodies truly appeared behind him, each sprouting 4 arms, 2 heads gripping 3 swords each, thus completing the 9 Sword Style. Kaido's eyes narrowed slightly. Zoro had already launched himself toward Kaido at blinding speed. The 9 blades clashed violently against Kaido's spiked club, the metallic ring of impact reverberating through the air. Clang, clang, clang. Steel met steel in relentless succession as the 2 warriors exchanged countless blows. Zoro began spinning his body like a miniature tornado, closing the distance with ever-increasing speed, faster draws, and deadlier strikes. In an instant, the 9 blades merged into a single golden streak. The luminous blade energies surged toward Kaido, pierced through his body, and emerged from behind him. Boom! The devastating strike detonated with terrifying force. The surrounding earth nearly crumbled to dust, the solidified golden blade aura pulverizing everything in its path. Azure / deceased dance. Zoro's fierce roar echoed as golden light and azure energy engulfed his entire form. Kaido's vision whitened momentarily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as the surrounding earth disintegrated even more violently. "Oh!" Kaido let out a pained cry, and the disturbance immediately drew everyone's attention. Killer's eyes widened. I never imagined Zoro would reach such a level of power. Big Mom's expression twisted in disbelief. Impossible. That was also Conqueror's haki, and its concentration was beyond anything I've witnessed. Watching these youngsters wound Kaido one after another, overthrowing him time and again, he was utterly astonished. He never could have foreseen such extraordinary strength from these young fighters. Whether it was Gear 4th Luffy dominating Kaido on the ground earlier or Zoro's assault, now each fighter possessed power that bordered on monstrous. This new gash carved by Zoro tore violently open, spraying blood. Zoro remained gasping for breath, half kneeling on the ground. As he managed to rise and turned to face Kaido, his pupils contracted sharply. That humanoid monster showed absolutely no sign of falling. He pressed his hand against the wound on his chest, yet his expression remained calm. Though he had absorbed the full force of Zoro's attack, he appeared surprisingly unharmed. What kind of monster is this? Zoro's eyes widened in shock, pupils shrinking to pinpoints. How is this possible? That was my strongest technique, and he absorbed it without a scratch. Zoro was stunned, though unbeknownst to him, Kaido felt equally astonished. Pressing his hand to his chest wound, Kaido spoke. Could you possess Conqueror's haki as well? Zoro muttered to himself, I don't recall having such power. Nevertheless, this had been his all-out strike. After delivering that final slash, his body gave out completely. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, then fell flat onto the ground. With no strength remaining, he gritted his teeth in frustration. I should have at least defeated you. Why did this happen? Kaido cast a cold, indifferent glance at the fallen Zoro. You should be proud of yourself. That strike actually wounded me. He then took deliberate steps towards Zoro, the spiked club in his hand, crackling with blue lightning. Meanwhile, Kid and the others watched the scene unfold, their expressions darkening as they glanced at the recovering Luffy. Now 5 supernovas had been reduced to 3, with 2 down, leaving only the 3 of them to face one of the 2 emperors. Meanwhile, Whitebeard noticed that since their arrival, the very fabric of this world had shifted dramatically. Enigmo had cleaved Queen in a single strike, meaning Queen was already dead. Chopper's people had all ascended to the dome, with only Sanji remaining below. Meanwhile, Cat Viper and the others had gravely wounded Jack, but Jack was not yet dead. According to the original narrative, he would inevitably clash with them again. The sole variable remaining was Sanji. At that moment, Bai Jing arrived below and spotted Shanji in the distance locked in a deadly duel with Himalaya. Notably bound by his chivalrous code, Shanji had been evading all along, refusing to actively engage Himalaya in her wolf spider form. This, after all, was his style, flames flickering on his feet as he continuously retreated across the arena, showing no intent to attack. Shanji's face darkened. Damn it, why is my opponent a woman and not a man? If it were a man, I'd kick him into a pig's head. Shanji let out an involuntary complaint. Meanwhile, Himalaya's entire body had given way to a colossal spider form, her leg tips piercing the ground. With razor-sharp spider legs, she tore through the wooden boards with ease and lunged at Shanji. Bai Jing watched the scene and gave a sigh. Shanji fortunately was strong enough and hadn't fallen to that woman. By the original story, Luo Bin should have rushed to Shanji's rescue, but now Luo Bin had already ascended to the dome and hadn't met up with Shanji, so Bai Jing had to take her place. The sudden appearance of Bai Jing caught both Himalaya and Shanji off guard. Neither knew who this man was. Enveloping the entire space, endless cobweb strands wrapped layer upon layer, sharp yet not lacking in resilience. Moreover, the web's incredible adhesive force heavily restricted Shanji. He cast a distant glance at Himalaya and remarked, "Not a bad-looking shell, pity it's a spider. This spider form doesn't quite appeal to me." Bai Jing sighed softly and shook his head. Looking upon the huge spider body and 8 spider legs, he felt a mild wave of nausea. Even as he spoke, he had already appeared before Himalaya. She watched Bai Jing with wary pupils, able to perceive that the man before her was formidable, extremely formidable. "Well then, your captain is waiting for you above, and your comrades are waiting as well. Go up and see them. And of course Bulin has come too. Lu Fei has fallen unconscious, and Su Along is running low as well." Bai Jing glanced back at Shanji as he spoke, then turned his gaze to Himalaya. A blade of light condensed from elemental light appeared in his hand. He swung the light blade forward. In a flash, it sliced through the dense spider web all around, effortlessly cutting it apart. In the next moment, however, his brows furrowed slightly, for he discovered the silk had congealed onto the light blade coiling around its edge. "Who are you, brat? But no matter who you are, if you stand in my way, you deserve to die." Himalaya glared at Bai Jing with a ferocious expression. She wasn't foolish enough to believe he had come to help her. She had clearly heard the words Bai Jing had spoken to Shanji. They were undoubtedly from the Straw Hats' camp. Her enormous spider legs swung and stabbed at Bai Jing, each sharp tip slicing through the air like lethal spears. Whoosh! Shanji had hesitated for a moment, but upon hearing Bai Jing mention the captain's peril and Bulin's presence, he resolutely turned around and raced toward the dome. He didn't know whether Bai Jing's words were true or false, but if they were true, he could be of some help. If they were false, Bai Jing was still there to hold the line. Seeing Shanji leave, Bai Jing nodded in satisfaction. As the spider legs hurtled toward him, he paused with a resigned look. Though their speed was impressive, in his eyes they were nothing much. With a sudden transformation, his hands became tremendous phoenix wings. Then his entire being manifested as a phoenix over 10 meters long. Bathed in phoenix fire, the dreadful majesty of the phoenix radiated from him, causing even Himalaya to sense a sliver of threat. But the spider legs had already descended. There was no calling them back. Bai Jing burned with phoenix fire, and those flames engulfed and reduced the surrounding pavilions to nothing. The moment the flames touched the spider's silk, the webs ignited. Fire was the natural bane of these spider threads. Himalaya, of course, was not so easily bested. A dark iron staff materialized in her hand, and flourishing it like a monk's staff, she rushed at Bai Jing. To be fair, Himalaya's body itself was quite a sight. She wore nothing but her hair draped over the vital areas. But the rest of her was spider form, which gave Bai Jing a touch of revulsion. He had no mind to show any tenderness or mercy. His splendid phoenix form stared across at Himalaya, then released a towering phoenix cry bursting through the pavilion to reach the open space outside. The phoenix body stood imposingly above majestic flames roaring and making him appear even more awe-inspiring. He hadn't chosen to obliterate Himalaya with a single strike, rather he wished to gauge just how deep her strength ran. In any case, the battle above would drag on a while longer. It wouldn't conclude so quickly. The Jinui side was bound to encounter trouble and lose a few lives as well. In short, he might as well frolic for a bit before returning to observe. "It's been ages since I last engaged in battle. My hands are itching." A playful expression crossed Bai Jing's majestic phoenix visage as he looked down from on high. Meanwhile, Kai Duo atop the dome seemed to sense something. His face shifted slightly as he stared downward. Bai Jing in his enormous phoenix form soared overhead with powerful flaps of his wings. At that moment, everyone looked up at him in unison, utterly unable to fathom how such a gigantic phoenix had materialized before them. Goro and the others were still hurrying toward the dome, or rather were locked in battle with a host of common soldiers below. Bai Jing and his group had indeed disposed of quite a few enemies before, but those had only been scattered around the outer grounds. Meanwhile, those who had advanced from the arena into the tower encountered scores of bio-soldiers and common grunts on their way to the dome. Having been struck by the Ice Oni virus, their hands were already mutating into bestial claws. Watching the virus take root in his own body, Goro let out a bitter smile, yet his eyes blazed with resolve. He possessed the absolute will to hold the affliction at bay. Black Maria, however, was utterly cowed by Jing's terrifying state. Seeing him like this was almost the same as seeing Kaido before her, who any will to fight had long since fled. It was like a lowly grunt running into a high-level boss, or a lesser creature confronting a far superior life form crushed under the suppression of a higher biological order. Fight! She stood no chance. So why not run? Her colossal spider body whirled around, at once climbed up the wall, and prepared to flee, even discarding the mystic fire staff in her hand. Jing glanced at her from afar. He had actually intended to spar with this spider demon for a while, but when he saw her running away, he could only sigh in helplessness. How dreadfully boring. I had planned to keep you around a little longer, but since you've chosen to flee, there is nothing I can do. Jing's helpless words emerged from his phoenix beak. Endless phoenix fire began to gather within his beak. It condensed with startling speed before erupting outward as brilliant golden flames toward the far side. Boom. The colossal pillar of golden flame, several hundred meters long, blasted outward. Its terrifying heat set every structure along its direct path ablaze. Black Maria shuddered in even greater terror. Knowing there was no chance to evade, she immediately spun around and clad her entire body in armament haki, bracing herself to endure the strike head-on. But she grossly underestimated Jing, or rather underestimated the potency of phoenix fire. That fearsome heat came from an ancient phoenix of the highest rank, perhaps even higher. How could a mere little spider demon hope to withstand it? With the phoenix's dread might and searing golden flames, she was roasted like a bug until almost nothing remained. Her whole body became swathed in fire, the stench of scorched flesh rising from her frame. Oh! Black Maria's agonized screams rang out as flames engulfed her from head to toe. The next instant, Jing swept his colossal phoenix body through the air and arrived directly in front of her. Seeing her in such a miserable state, he considered the matter for a moment, but felt not the slightest trace of pity. His wing transformed into a razor-sharp blade, and with a single sweep a faint line of blood appeared across her neck. Then the line widened, blood erupted from the wound, and her head thudded to the ground. Black Maria was dead. Meanwhile, the Ice Oni virus outside had been dealt with by Jing, restoring all the samurai to their pre-infection condition. That, however, did not mean the virus had been truly eradicated. It still existed, anyone infected would transform into an Ice Oni. The survivors, including Goro, remained plagued by it, and Goro had already fallen victim. His hands, feet, and even his facial features had begun to change. Jing cast a distant glance at the scene within the tower and sighed helplessly. This man was also a fine mentor for Luffy along his journey. He supposed he needed to lend a hand. If he died now, it would certainly be a pity. Jing muttered, shifting from phoenix form back to human form. Quick as ever, he hurried to an out-of-the-way spot and rapidly pulled on his clothes. Every time, he transformed into an ancient species unlike Kaido, whose clothes were practically a divine artifact able to grow or shrink as he became a divine dragon, and then return to normal. He had no such protection. Even Luffy's clothes and straw hat worked that way. I want something like that too, Jing muttered to himself. After hastily dressing, he stole a glance at the people in the tower and saw that the Ice Oni virus had already spread. Inside the tower, brothers were killing brothers, kin were slaughtering kin, and friends were turning on friends. I don't know whether you were good or evil in life, but since I've witnessed this, I will help you along the way. Watching from afar, Jing raised his hand as red-violet rays of reversal appeared within it. They fell on each infected person one by one, rewinding their Ice Oni infection and restoring them to their uninfected state. As for the remaining henchmen inside the tower who had not yet been eliminated, Jing saw to them as well. A good deed should be done thoroughly. Kinemon might die. Since Jing had come all this way, it would be rude not to save him in passing. After Jing restored every Wano samurai in the tower to their original state, they all shed tears of gratitude, some nearly falling to one knee before him. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Lord Goro is infected too. Please go save him. Lord Goro is infected. Please save him. Please, I beg of you. The samurai rescued by Jing were weeping profusely. Only after being infected did they truly understand the torment of the affliction. They knelt on one knee, begging Jing to act. There was no need for that. He would naturally lend his aid. With an indifferent nod, he located Goro and headed straight for him. Having come into contact with the ice demon virus, Hyogo's latent life force had begun to stir, rejuvenating him back to his youthful prime. His physique was robust, once more resembling the fierce ordinary Yakuza boss who had rallied the people of Wano. His appearance had returned to what it once was. Now let this old man dedicate his final breath in service to Wano. Hyogo whispered, drawing his long sword. Gazing at Kaido's minions in the distance, his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. a man ready to face death. His body moved with lightning speed. With a single slash, the dozens of minions were utterly defenseless, their bodies pierced and slain beyond all hope. The ice demon virus continued to slowly spread across his body, creeping up and covering his right hand, gripping the long sword. Behind, Hyogo trailed his former comrades. As his slaughter grew ever more ruthless, cutting down minion after minion, the virus on his body naturally spread more ferociously. Flames burned all over his body, particularly around his hair. Tears glistened in his eyes. He turned his head and addressed the group. "I beg of you, once the virus has fully consumed me, please grant me release." His men were stunned, their mouths agape, throats tight, with swallowed sobs, eyes reddening. This was their former brother, their beloved leader. How could they possibly bring themselves to do it? How could they? Seeing their hesitation, Hyogo offered a sorrowful smile. "If I do not die, I will kill more of you. I entrust this final journey to you all." But, they were still reluctant, tears already shimmering in their eyes. Just then Bai Jing arrived, letting out a quiet sigh at the sight of these pawns and the exposed viral form of Hyogo. He gathered a purplish-red reversal beam in his hand and cast it behind Hyogo. Then turning around, he faced the horde of minions. With him as the center, endless arcs of thunder erupted from his body, striking with pinpoint precision, as if guided by GPS, raining down upon the sea of enemies. Bai Jing shouted, "Thunderous Chidori, 90 million volts precision navigation." Countless miniature lightning birds materialized in an instant, multiplying into thousands and scattering outward, each finding its target among the minions. These minions stood no chance against Bai Jing's strike. At 9 million volts, there was no survival. In a single moment, their eyes rolled back, a faint scent of scorched flesh rising from their charred bodies, burned by the extreme heat generated by the voltage. Having completed this, Bai Jing pressed forward once more. He was eager to clear all the minions before returning to the sky above. Queen had already perished, leaving only Jack and one of the 3 fire officers, king among the lower commanders. Once these 2 were dealt with, he could return to the dome in peace and witness the battle between the 2 emperors and the 5 stars unfold. Bai Jing came swiftly and departed just as fast, becoming a golden flash that vanished from where he stood, speeding toward his destination. Wherever he passed, lightning ran rampant and phoenix flames consumed the minions. None survived a single second. They didn't even have time to reveal their faces before being utterly annihilated, their deaths occurring so swiftly that not even a sentence could be written about them. His men were equally stunned. One moment they had been caught in a heart-wrenching scene of parting with life and death, and the next a man had saved them all. What on earth was this? The ice demon virus on Hyogo's body rapidly receded. The beast-like transformation faded, restoring him to his original state, exactly as he had been before infection. He lowered his head in confusion, gazing at his now normal hands, murmuring to himself with bewilderment, "What is happening?" Then, as though remembering something, he suddenly looked up. "That noble figure just now. It is the same one who restored us to our original forms before. Lord Ryuma was resurrected thanks to him as well. Everything seems to owe its fortune to this lord. Now he comes again to save me. He is truly the blessed star of our Wano." Hyogo, with his aged body, showed his comrades his unwavering resolve for Wano until the very last moment. His comrades, too, were overwhelmed with tears now flowing even more freely. The greatest relief of all was that Hyogo would not need to die. Earlier they had been asked to strike him down, to kill Hyogo himself, and they simply could not bring themselves to do it. Now, with everything restored and peace at last, they could breathe easy. With all uncertainties settled, they turned their heads and stared in disbelief at the corpses scattered all around them. In merely an instant, Bai Jing had eliminated thousands of soldiers, a feat none of them could accomplish. They secretly wondered just how powerful Bai Jing had become. How strong is this lord to have slaughtered so many in a single moment? And looking at the path he has taken, he must have dispatched countless others along the way. No wonder he was the one who brought Lord Ryuma back. Hyogo spoke first in admiration, and the others nodded in full agreement. Meanwhile, Bai Jing moved like a golden flash, circling through a tiered pavilion and dispatching numerous minions. In the end, only King, one of the 3 fire officers, and Jack remained unsolved. The remaining minions were nearly all dealt with. Zoro and Sanji would handle those 2. After all, it was fitting that the 2 strongest lieutenants of the Straw Hat Pirates would face Kaido's 2 top generals. Thus, to avoid derailing the course of events, Bai Jing returned to the dome above. Considering the timing, Luffy's awakening should be imminent. Bai Jing had just returned to the dome. The round trip had taken over 10 minutes, causing a delay. At this moment, Luffy had already recovered, and Zoro was nearly back on his feet as well. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. Only their physical strength had been depleted. With that in mind, Luffy, Zoro, Kid Killer, and Law, the 5 of them, immediately charged toward Kaido and Big Mom. Gear second. This time Luffy had grown smarter. He would not recklessly activate Gear 4th right away, for the subsequent 12-minute debuff window would be highly disadvantageous to him. He would use Gear 3rd and Gear 2nd to wage a war of attrition, charging straight at Kaido. His elongated rubber limbs coated in dark red armament hockey struck Kaido's tough hide with devastating force. Boom. Regrettably, the blow landed upon Kaido's body but produced no visible effect. Annoyed, Kaido swung his club and sent Luffy flying. Kid Killer and Trafalgar Law engaged Big Mom together. The three devised a tactical formation. Two attacked her front, while one circled behind to strike from the flank. Taking the offensive, Kid charged head-on in his Magnet Man form, while Killer launched a surprise attack from the side. Trafalgar Law awaited the perfect moment to insert his scalpel and deliver a fatal blow to Big Mom. Mama Mama. Big Mom's familiar voice rang out as she gripped the Napoleon sword tightly, showing not an ounce of fear. She swung her blade, unleashing an endless torrent of flames. Meanwhile, the blue thunder crashing down from the storm clouds above sent the trio reeling backward. Such terrifying heavenly fire and celestial lightning were far beyond their capacity to withstand. Yet Kid continued to fight, letting the hellfire and thunder hammer against his body. He gritted his teeth and in an instant appeared before Big Mom, swinging his massive magnetic fist with all his might. The punch landed squarely on Big Mom's abdomen. Yet she stood motionless, rooted to the ground. Kid's expression immediately turned grim. Because Big Mom had already swung her blade, a devastating strike that cleaved straight through him, shattering his Magnet Man form completely. His entire body was sent soaring backward like a streak of light. Meanwhile, Zoro and Luffy fought Kaido together. Luffy moved like a nimble monkey, relentlessly pressing his attacks against Kaido. But Kaido was simply too powerful, striking Luffy down again and again. Zoro could not help but shout, "Think before you charge. That man is a monster." However, Luffy, ever the stubborn fool, ignored him entirely. He leapt forward once more, springing into the air like a coiled spring, extending his arm to pummel Kaido. Regrettably, each punch landed on Kaido's surface, but failed to inflict any substantial damage. Instead, Kaido swung his club downward again, sending Luffy hurtling backward even faster, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble nearby. A thick cloud of dust erupted from the impact. Kaido and Big Mom fought side by side with effortless coordination. "This won't work," Law said calmly, analyzing the situation. "We must split them apart, or we are doomed." Trafalgar Law spoke with cool composure, shouting his strategy toward his allies. Luffy and Kid rose to their feet, listened to Law's words, and nodded in agreement. Watching the two stand shoulder to shoulder with raging heavenly fire and endless celestial lightning spreading behind them, one could feel the absolute dominance of these sovereign rulers of the sea. At this point, they were still somewhat green. Big Mom gripped the Napoleon sword in one hand, rode the fire cloud Prometheus beneath her feet, and held Zeus in the other. Endless lightning crackled around her. As for Kaido, his entire body was already covered in teal-blue dragon scales. His terrifying frame was densely plated, and his hands and feet had transformed into draconic claws. Behind him, his massive and heavy dragon tail swept across the ground with reckless power. This was Kaido's strongest human beast form, retaining the agility of his human shape while wielding the absolute defense of his beast form. Below this form, he could unleash his full combat potential. Kid and Trafalgar Law both wore faint, knowing smiles as they looked at Big Mom, their eyes blazing with fierce battle intent. At this moment, both of them were close to awakening their devil fruits, and Luffy was in the same position. As long as they could separate the two emperors, this battle would enter its most intense and climactic phase. As for the clash between Yamato and Kaido, the entrance of Bai Jing and the others had thrown that battlefield into chaos, leaving Yamato no opportunity to intervene. The twin stars awaken. Chapter next. The formal climax begins. Wagwa. A woman's fierce shout echoed as a terrifying golden light slashed down from above. At that moment, Big Mom made her move. Having lost all patience with the five brats before her, she unleashed a devastating strike that bore down directly upon Jide and his companions. The magnetic armor on Jide's body absorbed the blow in full, descending from the dome above. The ferocious slash struck, but even the magnetic armor was ultimately shattered into fragments, raining down from the heights. "Mama Mama." Big Mom's distinctive laughter rang out. In the next instant, she swung her massive blade and appeared before Jide, who had crashed heavily to the ground. Her grin wid. "See, that's one taken care of, isn't it? If we take this slow, when will it ever end?" As she spoke, her great sword was about to descend, and Jide appeared destined for certain doom. Jide's left arm was completely destroyed. Countless magnetic armor components were scattered amid the rubble, and he had reached a desperate predicament. At that moment, Trafalgar Law had somehow appeared at the highest point of the attic. He had quietly followed them down from the dome as their battle raged overhead. Just minutes earlier, Jide had asked him something. "Has your devil fruit awakened?" Trafalgar Law's expression grew solemn, yet he nodded. "It has awakened, though I am still unfamiliar with controlling it. After using it, your physical strength will be severely depleted. Much like that Straw Hat Kid, this might be our only decisive strike. Upon hearing Trafalgar Law's words, Jiday's mind immediately began racing with possibilities. Let me be the bait. When Big Mom charges at me, you deliver the fatal blow. What do you think? On Jiday's frenzied face, a desperate plan took shape. Trafalgar Law was startled at first, but realizing there was no better alternative, he reluctantly agreed. After all, they were allies. If Jiday trusted him, then he would reciprocate that trust in return. And so, just as Big Mom's blade had not yet descended, Law had already drawn Kikoku from its scabbard. KRM. The blue surgical room that Law had once controlled now merged into his left hand, a manifestation of his awakened ability. This power fused with Kikoku. Law soared through the air, both hands gripping his blade as he brought it down hard upon Big Mom. The terrifying strike sliced through her steel-hard body as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The surgical room expanded within Big Mom's body. The devastating electric shocks ravaged her internal organs one by one. This lethal surgical operation, through violent tremors caused by the scalpel inside her organs, systematically destroyed Big Mom's vital systems. A colossal force detonated within the Soul Queen's body. Even Big Mom could not suppress her agonized screams. Oh. Prometheus and Zeus, the two cloud homies, shared in Big Mom's suffering. This single strike of the death surgical operation was nearly successful. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted within Big Mom's body, as though something had detonated inside her. This horrifying strike caused her eyes to bulge outward, her face contorted in shock, and blood began to flow from the corners of her mouth. This only ignited Big Mom's fury to its peak. Enduring her injuries, she immediately turned to face Trafalgar Law, her expression filled with boundless wrath. The heavenly fire in her hand blazed to life, and Napoleon's great sword appeared in her right grip, clenched tightly. Roaring in anger, she shouted, "You stinking brat, you're asking for death. I will absolutely kill you." As she prepared to swing at Trafalgar Law, Jiday made his move. "Then let me lend you some magnetism." Magnetic endowment. Jiday cried out, and Napoleon suddenly broke free from Big Mom's control, swinging toward her head. Napoleon was bewildered. "What's happening? Why am I stuck to you?" Even Napoleon was surprised, and Big Mom herself felt a flicker of fear. These two brats actually possessed such power. An abnormal change instantly occurred across Big Mom's body as her steel power and magnetic attraction flared to life. By now, Big Mom had become a colossal magnetic body. Their battle had already carried her from the dome down to the floor below. This was exactly what Jiday had planned. All the pirates at the banquet, along with the metal weapons scattered across the ground, flew toward Big Mom simultaneously. This was Jiday's awakened ability. Countless metal objects from all directions surged toward Big Mom. Even the steel rebar on the ground, accompanied by clumps of soil and debris. Guns, cannons, blades from a distance, and various metallic implements all rained down upon Big Mom in a devastating barrage. In an instant, it was like a torrential flood sweeping everything, the scene descending into utter chaos. All surrounding objects began to violently rebel, hurling themselves at Big Mom with blinding speed and tremendous force. "Trafalgar Law, get me out of here now." Jiday shouted, exhaustion evident on his face. Trafalgar Law glanced at him, his own expression showing signs of pallor. "Don't command me." With those words, a blue surgical room enveloped both Jiday and Law on his palm, and the two vanished from the spot. Cannons roared in destruction. Sounds of collision erupted everywhere. Countless metallic objects crashed heavily onto Big Mom, producing repeated thunderous impacts from below. Boom, boom, boom. Kid and Trafalgar Law, having severely wounded Big Mom through their devil fruit abilities, reappeared at a distance, coldly observing the endless tide of steel and iron thundering toward her. The terrifying strike, so unfathomably powerful, stunned everyone in the venue. Whether pirates or common soldiers, all stared wide-eyed at the scene, disbelief written across their faces. From atop the dome, Kaido, Luffy, and Zoro glanced downward, then averted their gazes. Luffy was astonished that Trafalgar Law and Kid had also awakened their devil fruit abilities. Kaido, however, merely cast a brief glance before looking away. The battle atop the dome was still primarily between him and the brat before him. Whitebeard and the others were now utterly ignored like air, for everyone was locked in their own fierce battles with no mind to spare for this side. Should Whitebeard intervene, things would become truly troublesome. Kaido and Big Mom remained wary, keeping one eye on that direction. They could not be entirely at ease, for Whitebeard was a former Yonko and the most terrifying man in the world. After retreating to a distance, the two collapsed from exhaustion due to using their awakened abilities. Their legs gave way, and they sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. Trafalgar Law, witnessing the terrifying tide of steel, couldn't help but ask, "Your devil fruit ability is remarkably formidable. How long can you maintain this magnetic empowerment?" Kid retorted irritably, "Why should I reveal my trump card to you?" Clang. Boom. While they were still talking from within the endless rubble of iron debris, the Soul Queen hurled a punch, blasting a massive hole through a giant mass of steel. Carrying the steel on her shoulders, she rose to her feet, her gaze shimmering with devouring ferocity and boundless fury. At this moment, Big Mom had entered a state of rampaging rage. Toyed with by two brats and heavily wounded, where was she to put her pride? Ayanko was not so easily defeated. The strength the two had displayed thus far was insufficient to overcome her, even if they had indeed inflicted considerable damage upon her. The instant Big Mom stood up, a terrifying soul domain silently expanded. Everyone felt as though their lifespan had fallen under the sway of some eerie force entirely beyond their control. Moreover, the people's fear of Big Mom was the very source of her power. Their soul energy and life force began to be drawn out little by little, all flowing into Big Mom. Her strength recovered once more. This was Big Mom's terrifying devil fruit ability. Soul domain red bean soup. Red bean soup. What red bean soup? Where would red bean soup come from in the middle of battle? The crowd was baffled. Just then Big Mom eerily appeared before them, their souls being siphoned out bit by bit. She cackled. If there's no red bean soup, then your lifespans will have to do. With that, she swept her hand and seized their soul forces one by one. In that instant, the life force of every person present was absorbed by Big Mom, gathered within her grasp, then cast down onto the scattered scraps of broken steel and blades littering the ground. Those lifeless objects eerily came alive in an instant and rose to their feet. Granted life, able to emit sounds, they became the most loyal servants of the Soul Queen. Such was Big Mom's fearsome power. Leading the grotesquely revived Blade Army, she charged toward Kid and Trafalgar Law. Yet even this was not enough to quell Big Mom's fury. A globe of lifespan appeared in her hand. Though it was merely 1 year's worth, no one's lifespan could surpass hers. As soon as the luminous sphere of life emerged, she swallowed it whole like a pill. Her body began to swell. Her arms and legs grew larger, her frame transformed into that of a small giant, and her eyes blazed with crimson light, fire, and rage. At this moment, Big Mom had fully recovered, entering an utterly fearsome state of devastation. The Soul Queen, leading her spectral army, charged at the two. Kid and Law panicked, their faces darkening at the sight of the approaching horde. They had hoped to kill Big Mom with their awakened abilities, but now she was not dead, merely enraged, while they themselves were in no condition to fight. On top of that, the metallic debris had effectively strengthened Big Mom's army. Damn it! How did this happen? Trafalgar Law, run! Kid shouted. Law, seeing the urgency, wasted no words. Hastily activating his no me ability once more, he expanded his room and teleported Kid and himself away. Otherwise, under Big Mom's relentless pursuit, in their weakened state, death would have been certain. At this moment, Big Mom was in her ultimate form. Her strength, speed, and defense had all reached their peak. Her massive body towered like a colossal giant. A chilling gleam shimmered across the blade of her great sword. I haven't felt pain like this in over a decade. I acknowledge you now, brats. Your combat prowess is indeed noteworthy. Big Mom's manic laughter echoed once more, a predatory crimson glint flashing in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Trafalgar Law and Eustace Kid in the distance. She advanced with heavy measured strides, each step shaking the ground. Before her stretched an endless river of steel, her army of animate weapons given life by the Soul Queen. Now Big Mom truly embodied the presence of one of the four emperors, her imperial authority radiating as she stood at the forefront, consumed by fury and fiercely defending her throne as she charged toward them. Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law had already steeled their resolve. They had come to slay an emperor to elevate their names and status. Who were they? They were among the most vicious pirates upon these seas, the supernovas of this ocean. Both men bore strained expressions, their aura severely depleted from their recent awakenings. Nevertheless, they forced themselves upright. Kid's arm reshaped itself through magnetic force into a colossal metallic limb, ready to clash with Big Mom once more. Trafalgar Law stood resolute as well. If one sought to topple an emperor's throne, death was always part of the bargain. With this battle now joined, only one side would walk away alive. Either Big Mom perished, or they did. Then fight we shall. Trafalgar Law drew the shitobi once more, both men's faces grim. But before they could react, the Soul Queen vanished from sight and reappeared directly before them. Her monstrous blade descended with terrible force. Kid hastily raised his steel arm to block, but Big Mom's strike was wreathed in rage and overlaid with haki. The impact carried immense spiritual pressure. There was no way Kid could withstand it. Worse still, both were in frail condition. The force of her strike sent them flying backward, crashing hard into the ruins ahead. Big Mom pursued relentlessly, her army of animated steel weapons closing in behind her. Trafalgar Law immediately activated his devil fruit power to teleport away. But it was too late. Another devastating blow rained down from Big Mom, this one wreathed in boundless heavenly flames and thunder. With a thunderous crash, Trafalgar Law was blasted backward by the strike. The enraged Soul Queen reappeared before them, her left hand gripping Kid's head, while her right seized Trafalgar Law's, a wild grin spreading across her face. She slammed them into the ground and dragged her massive frame across the terrain. Their bodies were crushed into the earth ground and ravaged without mercy. Both men were already drifting in and out of consciousness. But her torment didn't end there. Her left hand seized Kid as if he were nothing more than a dead dog, flinging him through the air with tremendous force until he crashed into a wooden structure buried beneath an avalanche of splinters. With her right hand still clenched around Trafalgar Law's head, she continued dragging him across the ground, her monstrous physical strength rendering him completely paralyzed and unable to resist. Just as he attempted to activate his devil fruit ability to escape, Big Mom spotted his left fist rising high, coated in hockey. Unbeknownst to him, heavenly fire had already been added to the strike. Zeus's power condensed into a thundercloud that plunged toward Trafalgar Law. The devastating fist struck him with brutal force, sending him flying through the air. The impact caused Trafalgar Law's eyes to bulge as he vomited, while his body hurtling through the air like a cannonball before crashing into another ruined structure. Once she finished her assault, Big Mom turned her attention to Kid emerging from the rubble. Damn it, how can this old woman be so impossibly strong? She's absolutely insane. Kid spoke through his shattered body, his voice unsteady and trembling. Even now he struggled to keep his footing, barely managing to stand upright. Big Mom's unhinged laughter persisted as she rode atop a cloud of fire, wielding Napoleon's greatsword and delivering another savage slash forward. The cutting slash struck Kid once more, obliterating every porcelain spirit warrior he had created. With a thunderous impact, Kid was blasted backward once more, entirely powerless to resist the terrifying strike. The overwhelming power of that blow pushed his consciousness closer to dispersal. In the next instant, Big Mom materialized before him, seizing his head with her left hand and hoisting him up as easily as one might grab a dying animal. A more violent ferocity burned in her eyes as she hurled his body downward with relentless force. With each crushing impact, the earth trembled violently. Each strike fractured the ground further. Where Big Mom stood, a massive crater was hammered into existence. Kid's gaze grew increasingly unfocused until he finally lost consciousness, yet Big Mom showed no sign of stopping, continuing to pound him mercilessly as she vented the fury of an emperor of the sea. In the distance, Trafalgar Law lay completely unconscious on the ground, motionless as a corpse. Big Mom's wrath was utterly terrifying, compounded by the severe weakness that followed their recent awakenings, leaving them utterly defenseless against her onslaught. Mother. The violent thrashing continued relentlessly. Big Mom gripped Kid's body and without restraint slammed him against the ground with reckless fury. With each impact, her surface trembled ever more violently. By this point, Kid had long fallen unconscious, his eyes rolled white. After dozens of such strikes, Big Mom seemed somewhat calmer. She tossed Kid aside like a dead dog. Gazing at the distant, unconscious Trafalgar Law, she panted heavily, murderous intent still burning in her eyes. These two brats in front of me cost me years of my life just to obtain such power. Now both of them are finally done for. Next I shall deliver the fatal blow and send them both on their way. Boss. Back at the Kid Pirates' position, seeing Kid fallen unconscious, they shouted urgently and rushed toward the scene. They wanted to check whether Kid still clung to life. On the other side, the Heart Pirates did the same, hurrying toward Trafalgar Law's location, hoping to see if there was any chance of survival. Quiet. Tenno Daijizaitan Tenshin. Seeing the two pirate crews coming to their rescue, Big Mom frowned and roared, her body surging with endless heavenly thunder energy. Thunder clouds erupted above, instantly spreading across the sky. Terrifying lightning rained down, suppressing both pirate crews and preventing them from reaching Trafalgar Law and Kid. After doing so, Big Mom turned around, stepping on fiery clouds, raising her head to gaze at the ceiling above, contemplating the situation. Kaido and that brat should still be fighting, though I wonder if that battle has concluded. And Whitebeard, could he really have been watching this whole time? Absolutely impossible. He would definitely intervene, which would truly be troublesome. Speaking of which, at the mention of Whitebeard, absolute dread flashed across Big Mom's eyes. Anesthesia. Just as Big Mom turned around, Trafalgar Law actually rose to his feet. He activated his devil fruit awakening once more, enveloping his surgical knives within a blue surgical field. Gazing at Big Mom in the distance, he kicked off the ground and struck toward her back. This surgery was absolutely necessary to proceed. His surgical knife rose and fell, striking Big Mom's body. Trafalgar Law was playing the role of a backstabber. Big Mom was solely focused on the battle and had not noticed the situation behind her at all, only wanting to end things quickly. As a result, she was wounded by Law's stealth attack. One slash pierced cleanly through Big Mom's body. Boom. Trafalgar Law's devil fruit ability activated once more within Big Mom's interior. Another surgical field had already been deployed by Law earlier, dealing significant damage. Now this terrifying slash inflicted further grievous harm upon her. Big Mom's eyes rolled white, and the immense pain forced another agonized scream from her lips. Inside her body, the sound of something exploding could be heard. The steel army behind Big Mom saw this and immediately charged toward Trafalgar Law, attempting to finish him off. Kid once again constructed a massive magnetic puppet. Indeed, despite briefly falling unconscious, Kid immediately rose to his feet again. Their willpower was nothing short of legendary, matching even Luffy's spirit. These were the ferocious supernovas of this generation. How is this possible? This brat clearly fell unconscious just now. Why can he still stand? Big Mom stared in disbelief as Kid stood up. What little Big Mom had prepared, Kid's magnetic puppet instantly shifted its form into a massive magnetic bull, which then charged straight over Big Mom with terrifying force. Spinning wheels and devastating impact forces all rained down upon Big Mom. The two shouted in unison, "There is no such thing as absolute defense. Even dripping water can wear through stone. Damage will always be inflicted." 4 emperors. I don't believe it. What nonsense about the 4 emperors? It depends on whether you're stronger or I'm stronger. Kid roared like a madman, his face twisted with ferocity as he drove the magnetic bull straight toward Big Mom's face. This terrifying magnetic bull was far larger than the Gear 4th giant form Luffy obtained by sacrificing his lifespan. Its destructive power was naturally even more horrifying. Boom. This devastating strike sent Big Mom flying backward. Fire flashed in her eyes and she roared, "Old woman, hear me well. I will die before I let you reach the ceiling." Kid said this to ensure the 2 emperors would be separated. On this battlefield, he and Trafalgar Law would face Big Mom together. Meanwhile, on the ceiling above, Luffy and Kaido were engaged in their own battle. Only by keeping the 2 emperors separated could they ensure the feasibility of combat. Otherwise, everyone would surely perish. Nobody could withstand the combined might of both monsters. Now the 2 are separated and our chances of victory have significantly improved. Whitebeard stood atop the ceiling, gazing down at the war below, then sighed, looking at Luffy and Kaido's distant battle. Big Mom won't last long. In a little while she'll be sent to the afterlife, killed by these 2. Probably due to that author artificially weakening her. She was fine at first, but suddenly withered and lost her strength. Fortunately, he would personally visit the underworld afterward. His interest in Big Mom's devil fruit ability remained strong. And then there was Kaido, Luffy, Kid, Trafalgar Law. This battle Whitebeard observed silently. Not a single one of these devil fruit users could escape. They were all leaks he had planted. Naturally, their devil fruit abilities would all fall into his hands. Once Wano was wrapped up and a grand reunion was put together, he would head to the Holy Land and kill a few of those celestial dragons first. Then he would see whether he could revive figures from the past and ignite a true struggle for supremacy on the seas. Rocks Roger, let the storms of this ocean churn into even greater chaos. Anyway, since he was already here, not raising hell in the pirate world. Oh no, I mean not having a wonderful time. That simply wouldn't do. Moreover, this netherworld seemed to hold people from other worlds. He thought he had seen characters from other anime. Then he would see if he could slip into other worlds and stir up a little trouble. Oh no, I mean just go and enjoy himself for a while. Besides, perhaps the abilities he had now could be carried over, giving him a chance to protect his life. And if those worlds happened to be sweet romantic school life anime, then he would have hit the jackpot. Take the male lead's place. He would be the male lead, and then... Cough, cough, cough. I've gotten off track. Now was not the time to talk about that. Kid rode his terrifying magnetic demon bull, knocked Big Mom to the ground, and drove her deep into the rubble. His expression wild. Kid shouted, satisfied, old hag. Did that hurt you? His ceaselessly charging demon bull trampled over Big Mom, pressing her straight into the earth. The pack of grunts behind them stopped short at the sight. They didn't just take down Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, did they? That shouldn't be possible. She's a Yonko. No way she was finished off that easily. The grunts exchanged doubtful, uncertain glances. Woohoo. Yeah. On the other side, the Heart Pirates and the Kid Pirates burst into cheers at the sight, seeing their captains display their might once more. A stark contrast to their half-dead state just moments before. Their spirits lifted at once, and they shouted the 2 captains' names at the top of their lungs. Now hope burned within them once more, the hope that their captains could defeat Big Mom and raise their pirate crew's reputations to yet another level. Trafalgar Law was rather displeased now. Hey Eustacia, this is the 2nd time. Every time I use my ultimate move you have to pull off an even flashier attack. Bastard, I'm not a supporting character. Trafalgar Law shouted from the side, clearly unhappy. Every time he finished an ultimate move, Kid would follow with an even cooler move, as if Law's technique were just setting the stage for Kid. Isn't it all the same? How about next time I fire off a move first, and then you follow? Hearing Trafalgar Law's complaint, Kid couldn't help but retort. That attack of yours. Was it a bull, a hippopotamus, or what? Trafalgar Law naturally refused to be outdone and shot back sarcastically. Just as the two supernovas were arguing, a colossal figure rose from the rubble, right arm raised. Their eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. Wasn't that Big Mom? She had fallen just now, yet now she was standing again. What terrifying, monstrous willpower was this? Big Mom stood up, looked at the two brats, and couldn't help but praise them. So the heavy waves emitted from within the body can even break bones, can they? You two brats do have some skill. Soul sparks appeared in Big Mom's hand once more, and she smeared them onto her right arm. Revive. With those soul sparks, Big Mom imbued her bones, allowing them to revive on their own. Quite a trick. The next moment, all the wounds on Big Mom's right arm eerily healed completely. Her aura blazed up again, and searing battle intent shot straight into the sky. She clenched her powerful arm, ready to kill the two brats in front of her once again. At the sight, Kid and Law's faces changed simultaneously. Trafalgar Law's expression darkened as he muttered to himself, "This next big move is my final strike. If even this strike fails to take her down, I have no more techniques left. I'm afraid I'll die here. So once I complete this strike, you need to finish her off quickly otherwise." As he said this, Trafalgar Law's eyes grew even grimmer. Kid shouted from the side, "I told you not to give me orders, you bastard." Trafalgar Law had been saying all kinds of unpleasant things about Kid, but in the end, he was the type who always yielded. Silently, he began his first move once more. At that moment, Big Mom was already swinging her soul blade, Napoleon wreathed in terrifying heavenly fire and thunderclouds as she charged at the three. Prometheus, the crimson flame cloud, and Hera, the lethal demon thunder, converged on the Napoleon in her hand as she slashed fiercely into the distance. Mazer Saber. The Mazer Saber came down as if a giant blade 100 zhang long had appeared at the edge of the sky and slashed down, slamming heavily into the magnetic demon bull. The blade landed, and the magnetic demon bull was split in two. This time Kid did not grieve over the bull's destruction. He said expressionlessly, "Wasted effort. This magnetic demon bull was made of ordinary scrap iron, so even if it breaks, there's nothing worth feeling sorry about. The ones wasting their strength are you." Mama. Big Mom paid no heed to Kid's words and broke into another dreadful laugh. "Your daydreams are over, brats. I've already killed hundreds of pirates like you. Now let me send you to meet those brats. Decades ago when we ruled this sea, you were still nursing." Big Mom bellowed, swinging Napoleon toward Kid. Kid, naturally unwilling to be outdone, leaped up from where he stood and met Big Mom head on. In close quarters, the clash of a new era officially commenced. "Magnetize S." Kid raised his right hand and bellowed. An eerie N-shaped mark appeared on the Soul Queen's forehead. A terrifying suction force emanated from Big Mom's body. Big Mom was still poised in a charging upward posture, yet in the next moment, forcibly magnetized by Kid's devil fruit power, she was sent flying backward against her will. The clock tower clung tightly to her back. The immense steel tower's terrifying suction rendered her immobile, and Big Mom's expression froze. The next moment, boundless magnetism converged on Kid, forging a colossal steel demon bull. The fearsome steel bull raised its sharp horns and charged ferociously at Big Mom. This blow was to decide victory and defeat life and death. "You brat, do you think this is the end? Do you truly believe this is all I've got?" Big Mom roared hoarsely, her expression turning even more savage. With her monstrous body and her astonishing raw strength, she actually tore free from the steel tower's grip. Spinning around, she swung the massive clock tower from her back and held it in front of her as a shield, blocking Kid's steel demon bull strike. Sparks scattered everywhere as steel ground against steel in a catastrophic collision. Boom, boom. The next moment, the magnetic demon bull and the steel clock tower shattered together and collapsed. Kid cursed in annoyance. This old hag is really out of her mind. "Hey, look at what you've made me carry on my back." Having been toyed with and taunted by these brats one after another, Big Mom's fury had reached an uncontrollable fever pitch. She roared savagely, "Mother Cannon." Suddenly, a blinding white light flooded the entire battlefield. Everything before Kid was pure white. The Soul Queen's hands seemed to hold endless calamitous fire as heavenly thunder erupted. "Sankianli." Big Mom roared again, unleashing devastating thunderbolts that merged with the endless calamitous fire in her left hand. At that moment, the two great soul weapons fused, unleashing their utmost power. The soul, which cackled wildly as elemental force, flames, soul, and death intertwined to form a colossal female giant that came crashing down upon Kid. Just then Law recovered his senses and called out, "Tact." He pressed his right hand slightly downward, and a huge circle brought the enormous clock tower thundering down toward the Soul Witch. Boom. Half the clock tower slammed down, crushing Sankianli, the witch forged from fire and thunder. Seeing that this attack had proven effective, Law again activated his devil fruit awakening and channeled it into the blade Kikoku. An instant later, Kikoku suddenly stretched and swelled like rubber. Meanwhile, Kid panted below the supernovas, each biding their time for a killing blow as planned. Law descended from above, gripping the hilt with both hands. With a grave look in his eyes, he thrust down viciously, sending the enormous Kikoku plunging toward Big Mom. Big Mom clutched her heavy head, a hint of panic creeping onto her face. These two brats had grown irritating with their relentless attacks, yet their powers were undeniably formidable. You again, Trafalgar Law, Big Mom yelled in frustration. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The elongated scalpel pierced through the sky and into the ground, continuously drilling deeper and growing longer without end, expanding endlessly as if distance had no meaning. That one blow pierced straight through Big Mom's chest. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth as she gasped for breath, the pain made unbearable by her raging state. Covering her hands with armament hockey, she pounded her chest violently. Meanwhile, Kikoku sought to finish Big Mom in a single stroke. This was Trafalgar Law's ultimate killing move. Trafalgar Law waited for the final attack, lowering his head and panting. He muttered to himself, "Not deep enough yet. I still have to wait." Big Mom went completely berserk, hammering her chest like a mad thing with both fists, sending the tremors through Kikoku and into Trafalgar Law's body. That was the moment. A sharp glint flashed in Trafalgar Law's eyes. Sensing something wrong, Big Mom hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" But it was already too late. Trafalgar Law let out a low shout, piercing. Electric arcs flickered along his arm. A shockwave burst forth, sending violent tremors through the entire island. Ring after ring of electric arcs coiled around the immensely powerful blade, Kikoku shaking the surrounding air and the island, and then pierced straight into Big Mom. Fierce whirlwinds burst forth all around. The massive sword embedded in Big Mom's body somehow carved out a bottomless pit. The horrific attack made the entire island rock violently. Up. Big Mom let out a miserable scream, blood spilling from her mouth. Even her lifespan and soul began to seep from her mouth. Her eyes rolled back and her consciousness started to waver. Drawing on her last breath, she ordered Yami to kill Trafalgar Law. At this moment, Trafalgar Law knelt on one knee, gasping. "Eustacia, it's your turn now." Meanwhile, high above, Kid had somehow recovered his senses. The colossal electromagnetic cannon had finished assembling. He shouted impatiently, "Don't order me around." The immense cannon, forged from countless layers of iron armor, aimed its terrifying muzzle at Big Mom. Bai Jing watched this scene from afar, and he could not help but sigh softly. In truth, the four emperors are strong, truly strong, but that Oda fellow went and forcibly nerfed them. Besides, with the endless stream of successive battles, Big Mom's stamina had been drained dry. At this point, everything was finally about to be settled. Having said that, Bai Jing turned around and looked no more. He already knew what the final result would be. Big Mom's death was inevitable, and there would be at most a few small reversals. Whitebeard and the others had been watching the battle below all along. Whitebeard's eyes were extremely indifferent, but the others were not so. Watching this heart-stirring battle, a look of amazement flickered in their eyes. They had not expected that the supernovas could be this powerful. Whether it was Kid or Trafalgar Law, the power of an awakened devil fruit was truly not to be underestimated. It is no wonder this era has been called the era of heinous villains. Black Arm Zephyr uttered a sigh of emotion, arms crossed, watching the battle below. Ryuma nodded, his eyes filled with emotion. However, watching Big Mom in such a state, and seeing the many uncanny abilities she displayed, amazement still flickered in his gaze. Katakuri and Pudding had long since been sent away by Bai Jing. The two of them absolutely could not witness the battle to come, or something major might happen. If they somehow interfered with the war's direction, that would be terrible. Even if the two of them investigated later, they would not trace it back to him. After all, it was Trafalgar Law and Kid who did it, not Bai Jing. What did it have to do with him? They could not trace it back to the Straw Hat Boy either, since he was not the one who killed her, right? Nor would it stand in the way of Sanji and Pudding's reunion in love. Bai Jing leapt from the high dome and descended quietly, landing to one side. He still needed Big Mom's devil fruit ability. Her power could increase one's lifespan. That was great. Who would not want to live longer? Then he could continue to have fun in this world for even longer. So when Big Mom was about to draw her final breath, he would go take a look. At that moment, the two on the battlefield finally revealed smiles after Trafalgar Law's strike. Victory was close at hand, and Emperor was doomed to die. The transition from old Emperor to new Emperor was born at this moment. Big Mom did not believe that this strike could kill her, and she burst into wild laughter. "Come on then, you brats." She knew there was no dodging this, so she would take it head on. The two cooperated without a single flaw. One struck by surprise the other from the front. Trafalgar Law's terrifying slash locked Big Mom's body in place, inflicted severe damage, and made it difficult for her to move. Kid gathered his final ultimate move and went all out to finish Big Mom. This give-and-take strategy had been perfectly arranged, unlike that foolish boy Luffy, who only knew how to charge ahead recklessly and brawl. Kid's smile grew even more brilliant. At that instant, the giant cannon was saturated with endless electromagnetic light. Like a colossal flaming heavenly dragon, it howled downward. Boom! The roar of air splitting rang out. With a mighty blast, the endless electromagnetic energy slammed squarely into Big Mom's body. Contact. Explosion. Savage kill. Oh. Big Mom screamed in shock, her face twisting in agony. Blood splattered backward like raindrops. The terrible electromagnetic light erupted with a blinding glare, shimmering radiantly in place. Do you think Big Mom has fallen just like that? Has Big Mom truly died? Has an emperor truly fallen just like that? Of course not. The plot was still reversing and reversing again. Only endless reversals could happen. That dread electromagnetic cannon pierced through Big Mom's body, blasting all the way down into the earth, yet it still could not breach her steel-like defenses. It could not inflict any real substantial damage on Big Mom. Big Mom's final unbridled laugh was exactly as she had expected. That earlier remark was not arrogance, she truly possessed such confidence. Hey you brats, is that all you've got? Big Mom was still cackling hideously. Every laugh was more blood-curdling than the last. Above, Kid held the massive electromagnetic cannon, his murderous intent having coalesced into something tangible. Big Mom drew her hand back, then suddenly seized the rock wall, and boundless soul power erupted instantly. Make your choice, brats. This final rebound, what will you do? Will you become my slave, or hand over 50 years of your lifespan and die? Big Mom's eyes were savage and veins bulged across her forehead, while endless soul light blazed fully in that moment. The terrifying soul light was absorbing the souls of everyone present, and their lifespans gathered into Big Mom's body. Judgment of life and death, the decree of death. That's Big Mom's soul incantation. At that moment, all the pirates cried out in alarm, shouting Kid's and Trafalgar Law's names. They could feel their souls dissipating bit by bit, their lifespans ebbing away, as well as if it were being offered up to Big Mom. It was the same for everyone. The Beast pirates had ultimately been a step too slow and failed to flee. Even the allied pirate crews were caught in Big Mom's indiscriminate massacre as boundless soul power poured into her body. The Emperor was clearly at the end of her rope, so why was there still such terrifying pressure? The pirates were both bewildered and terrified. That terrible electromagnetic cannon and that horrifying slash both landed on the Soul Queen, but neither had caused her much actual harm. And now the Soul Queen's terrifying conqueror's haki was erupting in all directions, accompanied by boundless soul power and the soul incantation. At that moment, everyone was left with no escape. Every living thing in sight was wantonly reaped. Even the faintest shred of fear buried in their hearts was enough to cost them their very lives. The scene plunged into utter chaos, and everyone began screaming in terror as they watched their soul force being drained by Big Mom. Though the electromagnetic cannon on Kid continued to generate electromagnetic force in an unending stream, suppressing Big Mom and keeping her from moving so much as an inch. Yet the soul wrinkles and soul force still wreaked havoc, and they were about to descend upon Kid and Trafalgar Law. Captain, take cover and hide first. Don't be foolish. The Heart Pirates, even in dire straits, had not abandoned Trafalgar Law. They shouted at him with all their might. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Law rose to his feet and walked straight toward Big Mom. He cast a glance at the people behind him and said, "You go on ahead. Don't worry about me." Neither Trafalgar Law nor Kid had the slightest trace of panic in their eyes. Instead, they were completely composed, as if confidence was already carved into their hearts. TSK, it's just an old hag muttering incantations at death's door. What is there to be afraid of? Kid curled his lip in disdain. The hint of surprise that had flickered across his face moments ago vanished at once. Trafalgar Law stopped before Big Mom and raised his right hand. The power of the ope fruit activated once more, and a circular blue light barrier slowly took shape. Room. The scream before death. It must be agonizing. The surgeon of death had after all performed a true death surgery this time. The Soul Queen blazed with towering fury, yet the two captains showed not a trace of fear. When the soul force drew near the two, it came to an eerie halt, powerless to touch them in the slightest, unable even to strip away their lives. Were the two captains utterly unafraid of one of the four emperors? Misery the Witch conjured from fire and lightning charged at Trafalgar Law and Kid in a desperate attempt to save Big Mom. But it was already too late. At that moment, Trafalgar Law said unhurriedly, "That man was my benefactor. He would surely do the same." As he spoke, he raised his head and fixed his gaze on Corazon high above the dome, offering him a gentle smile. This move was borrowed from the power of Corazon's Comcom fruit, and it was likewise in homage to him. The Emperor is already on her deathbed, yet she still refuses to breathe her last. Kid murmured, "In that case, let us escort you on your final step." The luminous space enveloped Big Mom's body, and waves of light crept quietly closer until she was wholly swallowed within it. In an instant, boundless, mysterious radiance blazed forth. Law gave a soft shout. Silence. The clamorous banquet hall turned eerily strange. No one could hear the soul force anymore, and their lifespans stopped being stripped away. This technique halts everything. All that man once did for me, the kindness and courage he taught me, I will now show you in full. Of course, the one Law spoke of was Corazon. Corazon had been revived and now stood on the scene. The two exchanged a knowing smile from afar. Big Mom's expression changed drastically. Without the reinforcement of her soul force, breaking through this layer of defense was no longer an impossible task. Misery howled as it closed in behind them, but Kid had already lifted the massive electromagnetic cannon in both arms and turned it around to aim at Big Mom. Boom! Law raised Kikoku high and slashed downward at Misery. A streak of frosty light fell, the which Misery forged from fire, and lightning vanished with bitter regret fallen. Kid's terrifying electromagnetic cannon, condensed once more, finally broke through Big Mom's defense. A cold gleam flickered at the muzzle as boundless electromagnetic light wave power gathered without end. At last it let out a wrathful roar, and the dreadful electromagnetic energy screamed downward. A peal of thunder, a funeral for the Soul Queen, the undefeated myth, the iron body and steel walls. Even an undefeated legend of the sea could not escape the grinding of the years at this moment, nor the changing of the guard between the old and new eras. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant the rock behind Big Mom split and shattered completely. At last her body began to fall, slipping down into the boundless pit. Amid her agonized roar, Bai Jing appeared beside her with eerie swiftness. As Big Mom's pupils contracted in shock, his hand touched her body, and the next moment he dissolved into a beam of light. It happened so fast that no one noticed. No matter how Big Mom struggled, it was futile. Soon she fell silent. The battlefield sank into a dead stillness. Clouds scattered, dust settled. Big Mom's body continued to sink, falling from Onigashima and dropping into the endless abyss. In the endless darkness, just before her consciousness faded completely, she finally realized that this era had changed. It no longer belonged to them. With death before her, the era belonged to these brats. On the verge of death, she still asked silently in her heart, "Roger, why did you say those words back then, sending this world into the great pirate era? You died and left it all behind, but now it is we who must fight these brats. You should have explained everything before you died. The fabled mysterious One Piece does exist, doesn't it?" A violent shockwave shook Onigashima, and an endless sea of fire devoured Big Mom. The war was also heading toward its final conclusion. The mission borne by the pirates was about to come to an end at this very moment. The curtain has fallen on a legendary pirate. Big Mom has fallen. It truly makes one sigh. Fortunately, the Devil Fruit's ability has been secured. Standing in the distance, Bai Jing watched the scene from afar and slowly shook his head. Big Mom's death was also one of the directions the narrative had to take. If the old and new four emperors never changed places, if an emperor did not fall, the supernovas could not ascend to the top. Luffy would never be able to become Pirate King in the end. Perhaps that is the cruelty of reality. Ha ha ha. Captains. The captains did it. Woohoo. Below, endless cheers burst forth along with the roaring cries of pirates. Having defeated an emperor of the sea and possibly killed one, Trafalgar Law and Kid had their reputations magnified by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. The two were about to ascend the throne above the Great Sea, and so the throng of pirates roared with surging excitement. The Heart Pirates and the Kid Pirates were beside themselves with joy, while Kid and Trafalgar Law had long been drained of strength. After expending their final attack, all the strength in their bodies was sapped, and they collapsed limply to the ground. We won. In the end, this battle is ours. Kid muttered to himself, excitement in his voice and on his face. Trafalgar Law smiled without saying a word. From afar, Law looked up to the dome and exchanged a glance with the man above. He, Trafalgar Law, had defeated one of the four emperors of the sea. His strength had long since surpassed my own. Corazon smiled slowly. The child who had nearly frozen to death in the snow all those years ago had finally grown up. Everything was moving forward. Below, endless clamor and cheers arose, a boisterous celebration. Yet Bai Jing, like a solitary wayfarer, vanished from the scene with uncanny silence and returned to the dome. He watched Luffy's battle with Kaido, lost in thought. In the end, Kaido would die too. Whether he would die at Luffy's hand or Ryuma's, there was no telling. Regardless, Ryuma's vengeance would wait until the very end. Ryuma would definitely make his move. Whitebeard remained silent, watching Charlotte Linlin sink into the vast chasm and fall beneath Onigashima. After casting a few indifferent glances and observing for a while, he pulled his gaze away and turned his attention to the battle above the dome. The fight between the Straw Hat Boy and Kaido of the Beasts. He too had died once, and so he held death in awe. In his heart he sighed, time, years, and age are after all the deadliest weapons. No one escapes the fate of growing old. If Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts had been younger by an untold span of years, this battle would unquestionably have remained uncertain. But sadly they had grown old. The new would inevitably replace the old among the four emperors. The supernovas of the sea were destined to overtake those who came before them, and Kaido's end would be no exception. Bai Jing returned to the dome, leaping up and looked at the distant battle. He then examined Kaido's current state and said, "I estimate it will go on for a while. Besides, if you intend to take the field when the time comes, I have a way for you to fight Kaido fairly squarely and honorably." Whitebeard, for his part, had also been inclined to join the battle. He was in his prime, proud and high-spirited, but after looking at the shifting scene in the distance, and recalling how Charlotte Linlin had died just before, he was momentarily unable to answer. He said nothing while Ryuma's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Gazing at Kaido in the distance, Ryuma drew the sword in his hand of his own accord. Whitebeard would not fight. Ryuma would. Once he had cut down the strongest creature in the world, the dragon, in flight, with a single slash. Now naturally he could bring down Kaido the same way. Now it all rests on Straw Hat Boss. If the fight up there is not settled, then our victory here can hardly be called complete. All of it is but a fleeting illusion. Trafalgar Law spoke weakly, tilting his head back to look at the dome above. Stones kept crumbling down around them. Kid no longer had much strength left, and the two simply lay on the ground listening to the heaven-shaking clash above. Boom, boom, boom. Kid's weak voice sounded as he turned his head to look at Law. Actually, shouldn't we make a few more preparations? If in the end. His heart too began to hang in suspense. Trafalgar Law listened to what Kid had said and shook his head weakly. He said, "No, there's no need. If the one left standing in the end is that monster, we wouldn't stand a chance anyway. That thing is the strongest creature on land. Far more terrifying than even Charlotte Linlin." Hearing this, Kid unusually did not argue. Instead, he watched the battle above and waited for fate's verdict. The transition between the old and new four emperors was underway. Their side had already fulfilled its part. From here on, everything relied entirely on the Straw Hat Boy. Above the dome, endless black lightning surged as the most powerful clash of the new era unfolded. The black lightning was like vengeful spirits, the flames like a natural disaster. The enormous divine dragon twisted its body and lunged toward the Straw Hat Boy, while the Straw Hat Boy drove his colossal fist toward Kaido. Conqueror's hockey against Conqueror's hockey, king against king. Who in the end would prove superior? How could those two young men have actually defeated you? Linlin. Kaido bellowed, uncontrollable grief burning in his eyes as his terrifying Conqueror's hockey burst outward in every direction. In that instant, Kaido's fury and his hockey surged to a whole new level. The wild hockey erupted outward, and Luffy was blasted away by the shockwave. Tears streaked his cheeks, and his eyes seemed still to be replaying the memory of meeting Charlotte Linlin and the friendship they had formed as if it had all been yesterday. Indeed, heroes cannot withstand the erosion of time. Time is the most merciless thing. It carves a wound into their bodies and drives a blade into their hearts. Come to think of it, we go back a long way. Why? Why has it come to this? At the very moment we were all about to claim One Piece, this is how it ends. Kaido burst into loud sobs, his tears impossible to stop. In the distance, an enormous azure dragon monster wailed and wept, leaving everyone stunned. Luffy was also marveling at how extraordinary Trafalgar Law and Kid were. The two of them had actually defeated an emperor of the sea. Bai Jing watched from afar, let out a low sigh, and said nothing. To speak of guilt, the two of them certainly carried their share, but to speak of friendship, their bond was equally deep. The fault was not in them, the fault was in this world. For this is the world of great pirates. Mighty corsairs run rampant, and slaughter follows at their heels. Was it wrong for them to seek One Piece? No. Was it wrong for them to expand their reputation, expand their power, and build up their fleet? Naturally not. Not a single one of them was wrong. Anyone would have done the same in their place. What was wrong was the era, what was wrong was the world. Ever since Roger declared with his dying breath that One Piece truly existed, every pirate on the seas went mad searching for it, and their numbers immediately skyrocketed. That sly Straw Hat seized the opportunity and actually launched himself straight at Kaido. Leaping high from where he stood with Conqueror's hockey enveloping his fist, he drove a heavy blow from above directly into Kaido's face. Gear 4th Snake Man. His arm was like a giant serpent, a blocky fist blasting forward at breakneck speed with hot steam pouring ceaselessly from its surface. Thump, thump, thump. Like the sound of a spring being stretched and compressed, the great serpent punch howled forward and slammed straight into Kaido's face. One punch landed, sending Kaido staggering several steps back. Rubber stars rained down. Punch after punch smashed into Kaido's face. His King of Hell battle aura raged like monstrous waves and wild thunder as the fierce confrontation consumed the night sky. Luffy and Kaido fought their final battle atop the dome. Dense fists and dense fist shadows. Every punch, not one missing, not one falling short, hammered into Kaido's body. Luffy forced Kaido to retreat step by step. Gear 4th Hydra. Luffy's eyes narrowed with fierce defiance. His fists grew faster and faster, and at the final instant he bellowed. That punch was as though the Hydra itself had materialized. The 8-headed serpent roared and screamed through the air, hurtling straight at Kaido. This punch would ignite the final light of the dome battle. This punch would raise the last curtain. His ace-level combat strength had been fully unleashed. This was the most powerful blow Luffy could muster now. This is my final Gear 4th. Unless I die, this power will never stop. Luffy roared, and the fist crashed into Kaido, unleashing a violent, terrifying explosion. The Hydra struck Kaido's abdomen, his face, and his arms, covering his entire front. The horrific speed, the unpredictable angles, and the comprehensive coverage instantly put Kaido at a disadvantage, savaging his body. Boom, boom, boom. Kaido swung his spiked club, trying to block Luffy's fierce assault. But even as he swung, more fist prints slammed into his body. The Hydra suppressed him without pause, leaving him no way to dodge. He could only take Luffy's terrifying strike head-on. Luffy's fists seemed to have no pattern, yet every one of them was entwined with Conqueror's haki. Every blow landed on Kaido's vitals, leaving immense damage in its wake. "Ow!" Luffy shouted, swinging both fists faster and faster. The toll on Kaido grew greater and greater, and his own stamina was being devoured just as fiercely. Kaido's pupils sharply contracted, for he realized the trajectory of Luffy's rubber attacks was curving. Rubber was supposed to fly straight, which was precisely why this strike was so hard to defend against. The next moment, Kaido abandoned all resistance and, contrary to his usual manner, let the unending rubber fists hammer against his body. Pointing at his own face, he then said in a bizarrely coquettish tone, "How mean. It hurts." Kaido's personality changed once more, shifting into his drunken mode, and at that point Luffy could not resist complaining, "What kind of ridiculous personality is this?" Kaido's expression changed in an instant. While withstanding every one of Luffy's attacks, he muttered to himself, "You little brat, don't think you're the only one who can see the future. Then let me show you whether I can do the same." Having said that, Kaido transformed his entire body into a beam of golden light, broke free from the cage of Luffy's Hydra fist shadows, and appeared on the other side of the dome. This startled Luffy. A grin spread across Kaido's face while tears gathered in his eyes, an utterly uncharacteristic sight, yet his oppressive aura had only grown more formidable. After breaking free, Kaido had already moved to the side. Before Luffy could react, he transformed into his Azure Dragon form, his human body shifting dramatically. His entire body morphed into the terrifyingly massive form of the Azure Dragon, materializing in full. The dragon's tail lashed wildly through the air, hurtling toward Luffy with devastating force. The next moment, Kaido opened his abyssal dragon maw and swallowed Luffy whole in a single gulp. Luffy had no power to resist. For one, he hadn't reacted in time. For another, Kaido's strike was a sudden ambush, arriving so swiftly and without honor that Luffy was devoured before he could even brace himself. Luffy struggled inside Kaido's dragon maw, shouting, "Let me out, you bastard." And the next instant, Kaido actually complied, spitting him out just as demanded. Luffy was stunned, unable to comprehend why Kaido would obey. But what awaited him was Kaido's contemptuous glare and the immense dragon breath and dragon flame gathering within his maw. Scorching breath and blazing fire erupted toward Luffy. Luffy had absolutely no guard up, taking the lethal strike head-on. The giant dragon let out a furious roar as the killing blow reached him. Roar! The terrifying heat blazed like a blinding, world-ending beam, shooting downward from above the dome, piercing through the dome, and crashing down beneath Onigashima. After that devastating attack, Luffy was sent flying backward like a deflated balloon. Hellish flames exploded across the arena, shattering the ground, and Luffy was brutally blasted into the depths below. From the divine dragon's maw spewed world-ending flames, a scene of utter terror, like an apocalyptic calamity descending. Luffy was thus blasted from above the dome, all the way down to the hull below. The pirates below noticed something hurtling toward them, and instantly fled in all directions. What in the world was that? It whizzed right by. As Luffy was about to crash down onto Onigashima, his expression changed drastically, and he let out a fierce shout. Shifting his position, he roared, "Gear forth, bound man." His entire body transformed into the bound man state, springy and elastic like a coiled spring. At last, in the midst of despair, he seized a sliver of hope. With that tremendous elasticity, Luffy broke free from the terrifying attack, launching himself high into the air, soaring above the dome, and returning to face Kaido. Kaido looked at Luffy with surprise in his eyes. "Oh, so you've come back. This is getting interesting. This is the last gear forth. I absolutely cannot lose." Luffy's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. He knew his time in gear forth was almost up. He had already used it time and again, consuming vast amounts of his life force and energy. If this attempt failed, he might truly be finished. Charging ahead without hesitation, Luffy, in his bound man form, compressed his spring-like rubber body again and again beneath the dome, then shot into the sky. He soared past Kaido, shooting into the sky and hovering directly above Kaido's head. His face twisted with ferocity, Luffy roared, "As long as you're still in Wano, not a single soul in Wano will ever drink clean water. No matter whose side you're on, the scum of Wano are already used to losing. And whichever side you stand on, in the end you will only fail," Kaido said nonchalantly, glaring at Luffy as he roared. "Shut up. The samurai are strong." Luffy retorted immediately. He raised his right arm high into the sky, and in an instant it expanded dramatically. Supreme Ape King Gun. A terrifying blow carrying the force to split raging waves with thunderous power and a momentum that pierced the heavens. This strike embodied the unyielding spirit of Wano's samurai, driven by righteous indignation on their behalf. His fighting spirit surged relentlessly as he smashed downward. The air split with a sharp, savage howl. Kaido once again gathered dragon breath and scorching heat in his mouth, unleashing a roaring blast aimed at Luffy above. The dragon breath and the supreme Ape King gun collided with tremendous force, but the Ape King gun was overwhelmingly powerful, slamming squarely into Kaido's face. Before Kaido could even react, the fist was already smashed hard into his face. The scorching breath still unleashed exploded within his mouth. His face contorted in agony, and his entire dragon body was sent flying backward. This terrifying supreme Ape King gun drove Kaido, the mightiest creature, into the earth, slamming him deep into the ground and carving out a massive crater. Boom. Bang. Not enough. Luffy had no intention of letting Kaido off. He soared into the sky, determined to finish him before Gear 4 ran out. Otherwise this battle would surely be lost. But before Luffy could reach Kaido, a terrifying killing intent erupted skyward from within the billowing smoke. The strongest creature showed no signs of fatigue, bursting up from the rubble. Lightning and thunder shook the heavens, endless dragon breath, thunderous power, heavenly fire, and wind blades erupted in all directions, raging across the 4 seas and 8 wilds. The mightiest single creature on land unleashed its true full power, seeking to deliver a killing blow. Endless lightning erupted on every side, transforming into black thunderbolts that roared across the sky, across the land, and across the battlefield, all surging toward Luffy. This strike left no room to dodge and reached him in an instant. By the time Luffy could react, it was already too late. Kaido came howling in amid boundless thunder and lightning. This blow was his ultimate technique, a counter unleashed in response to the Overlord Ape King gun that Luffy had just fired. This technique was called Roaring Thunder Bagua. Even more powerful than the Thunder Bagua, it sent terrifying lightning shrieking through the air as a massive spiked club slammed into Luffy's face and sent him flying. With that single strike, Luffy's eyes rolled white in an instant. He completely lost consciousness and was hurled backward. The more impressive he had looked moments before, the more devastating his defeat now. Bai Jing watched and murmured, "This blow has also accelerated the awakening of the fruit. When the time comes, I should step into the battle myself." What Bai Jing planned was this: wait until the fight here ended, whether Luffy killed Kaido or awakened the Sun God Fruit. Then go before Luffy and claim the Sun God Fruit for himself. After that, there was Kaido's fruit as well. In the end, he would let Whitebeard, or rather Ryuma, fight Kaido in an honorable battle. Whether Kaido lived or died would depend entirely on fate. But there was a 99% chance he would die. Setting aside whether Ryuma would spare him, merely surviving one strike from Ryuma was already highly doubtful. At least that was how things stood for now. Even if Kaido managed to pass Ryuma by luck, he might not get past Whitebeard. And even if he did survive Whitebeard, Luffy would certainly refuse to let things end there. So this time Kaido was doomed beyond all doubt. "Luffy!" Ace shouted at the sight, his whole body already preparing to turn into a streak of flame and shoot into the sky to save Luffy. The next moment, a massive hand landed on his shoulder. Ace turned and saw that its owner was Whitebeard. Urgency blazed in his eyes. Whitebeard shook his head and said, "Relax. That kid's will to live is definitely not that weak. Look, Bai Jing is still this composed, so what are you panicking about? Believe in the Straw Hat Kid. Believe in Bai Jing." Whitebeard spoke, and Ace, though unwilling, forcibly suppressed the anxiety in his heart. His palms had already begun to sweat. He watched Luffy anxiously as Luffy tumbled into the distance, having lost all consciousness. Luffy collapsed to the ground. As the aura of Gear 4 faded, steam began to rise from his body. All at once, Luffy covered his mouth with his hand, and his rolled white eyes returned to normal. This will, unyielding as steel and as tenacious as a cockroach, made everyone on the field feel humbled. Ace was stunned. He had not expected that. Just as Bai Jing had thought, Luffy had not lost his ability to fight. He still had strength for one more battle. Kaido's Azure Dragon form shifted back into his human state, and his persona changed once more into that of a drunken killer. His eyes instantly turned crimson as he stared at Luffy in the distance, filled with nothing but murderous intent. He wanted to slaughter everyone on the field, to kill everything. Luffy adjusted his stance. Before his strength gave out, he could still deliver one final blow. This blow was all or nothing. If it failed, it would mean defeat in this battle. Luffy's fighting spirit soared, and his battle aura was fully unleashed. "Then bring it on, kid." Kaido tightened his grip on his spiked club as boundless murderous intent surged from his body. Luffy did the same. Two terrifying torrents of killing intent, each carrying conqueror's haki of a different color, collided and whipped up an endless storm of dust across the battlefield. This strike would pull back the curtain on a new era. This strike would lay the foundation for everything. Just as that blow was about to be launched, a figure eerily appeared behind Luffy. Iron Body. The technique seized Luffy's fist just as he was about to throw it. It was CP0, the same organization that had already interfered 100 years ago during the battle between Kaido and Kazuki. Kaido's strike had already been swung and could not be called back, while Luffy's blow was clearly about to be restrained. Everything was eerily similar to 100 years ago. Is this all fate? Kaido's eyes narrowed. There was something dishonorable about this victory, and his heart felt unsteady. But he could no longer stop the blow from being unleashed. You're the one I've been waiting for, you bastard. Bai Jing had been waiting all along for CP0 to make a move, knowing that this sneaky snake would mess with Luffy and try to bring about his death. The next moment, Bai Jing vanished from his spot as a golden flash of light. In the next instant, he appeared at CP0's side, a glass-like dome forming around his right hand. He activated the power of the Tremor fruit and struck out viciously. Space shattered like fragments and spread outward, driving towards CP0's abdomen. The terrifying and colossal power of the airquake blasted CP0 away, while Luffy's blow fired out right on cue. Boom! Roaring Thunder Bagua and the Overlord Ape King gun collided once more. But as if yielding to the direction of fate, or perhaps because the gap in strength was simply too immense, this fist ultimately lost to Roaring Thunder Bagua. Black lightning burst forth and struck Luffy. His entire body then flew backward like a balloon that had lost all its air. After Kaido's devastating blow sent Luffy flying, he watched as Luffy collapsed to the ground unconscious. Kaido felt no thrill of victory, only a hollow, mournful solitude. He had not been able to fight them head-on, instead others had constrained the battle. It was a profoundly unsatisfying feeling. Then, for no discernible reason, a nameless rage ignited within him. Although Luffy had managed to unleash that strike, it ended in failure. To some extent, CP0 had influenced the moment. Luffy hesitated, causing his punch to slow. His fist had not yet fully extended, nor had his power fully erupted when Kaido's blow blasted him away. He looked at the CP0 agent lying on the ground and walked over slowly. The CP0 agent had already fallen unconscious. Kaido stared down at him, his eyes still burning with tremendous fury. Brandishing the terrifying spiked club in his right hand, he struck down with tremendous force, driving the CP0 agent through the floor, through the dome, and into the banquet hall below. Boom! Only then was his anger appeased. After doing all this, he surveyed the shattered battlefield and looked at the unconscious Straw Hat Luffy, knowing this battle was already over. But there was still one variable: Bai Jing, Whitebeard, Ryuma, and the others in the distance. Luffy! Ace shouted at the sight of Luffy's unconscious form. This time he could no longer hold himself back. Transforming into a streak of flame, he shot forward. His entire body was formed of purple flames, hotter and far more ferocious in energy than before. He appeared before Kaido with hatred blazing in his eyes. He turned to look at the unconscious Luffy, and the wrath in his heart could no longer be suppressed. It erupted outward. In that moment, endless flames spread, and the dreadful purple fire blanketed the entire field like ghostly flames filling the sky. This was the Logia-type flame fruit, and although it could not awaken after so many years of development, he had become even more adept at using it. He was even stronger than before. For the first time, he found himself confronting one of the 4 emperors of the sea head-on. Previously it had been Whitebeard, and without exception he had suffered crushing defeat. And now he was facing one again. Whitebeard witnessed this, and merely shook his head, not making any move to stop him. He knew Ace was eager to avenge his brother, but there was also a strange look in his eyes as he stared at Luffy lying unconscious on the ground. Though Luffy's consciousness was out cold, but his heart was still beating, and something seemed to be awakening. He keenly sensed it. In the shattered hall below, Trafalgar Law and Kid seemed to sense something, their pupils contracting. I never imagined the Straw Hat would actually lose. Trafalgar Law's expression turned foul, even somber. Trembling, he pushed himself to his feet, using the Kikoku in his right hand for support. His strength was completely spent. Kid was no better, all the magnetic force within him having faded away. Since their devil fruit awakenings had been used to the limit, even controlling a single piece of metal was now a struggle. Such was the aftermath of devil fruit awakening, and the absolute limit of what they could do. Kaido looked at the onrushing Ace, then glanced at Whitebeard. He remembered how Straw Hat Luffy had once gone to rescue Fire Fist Ace, and that they were brothers. In the end, Ace had died. Yet now he was inexplicably alive, and Whitebeard was too. Soon Kaido understood their brotherly bond, and why Ace was coming for him. Nor did he have any intention of holding back. Endless lightning surged in his hand. Fearsome, calamitous thunder filled the sky, dark and oppressive like a scene of apocalypse. Thunderbogwat! Kaido roared, swinging his spiked club with its cataclysmic thunderbolt and driving it forward. Dark clouds above answered by unleashing dreadful thunderbolts, and Conqueror's haki radiated outward, making Ace's body freeze for an instant. In that moment, Ace's heart was wholly overtaken by rage. Yet faced with the most terrifying blow of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, his body could not help but hesitate. Under that Conqueror's haki, he felt helpless as never before. In that instant, he also saw how enormous the gap between himself and Luffy was. Luffy could fight Kaido, yet he could not. It was almost laughable. He had come to help his younger brother only to become a liability. His right hand condensed an enormous terrifying purple-black fire fist tens of zhang across, and thrust it violently forward. The colossal fire fist collided with Thunder Bagua, but unsurprisingly Ace was sent flying backward like a deflated balloon. His body slammed heavily into the ground. Behind Bai Jing someone seemed to move. A towering figure stood before Kaido, making the earth tremble. He swept his immense power outward, and an earthquake surged forth. Crack, crack, crack. Space around them fractured layer by layer, spreading toward Kaido. Before Kaido could react, the attack struck him. His internal organs shuddered, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he staggered backward more than a dozen steps before steadying himself. He raised his head and clearly saw his opponent. Whitebeard. Whitebeard, so you did make your move after all. I knew you would. Kaido grinned at Whitebeard in the distance, clutching his chest as he once again drew ragged breaths. The power of the tremor fruit pierced through his rock-hard exterior defenses, reached his internal organs, and struck at the very root of his vitality. A single strike laid bare the might of a Yonko. Straw Hat Luffy had needed blow after blow just to injure Kaido, yet Whitebeard could wound him with a casual slash and a careless use of the tremor fruit. This epic battle had closed its curtain over Straw Hat Luffy, only to be lifted again over Whitebeard. Ryuma's left hand was already on the scabbard at his waist, and his right hand on the sword hilt. He had been about to enter the fray. But Whitebeard had struck with such lightning speed, just now most likely to protect Ace. Seeing Whitebeard already committed to battle, he forcefully suppressed the fighting spirit surging within him and made no further move. Instead, he turned to look at Straw Hat Luffy, who had collapsed unconscious. He was somewhat intrigued by this little monster. How amusing. Are all the people aboard this ship monsters then? He chuckled softly. As for the monster he mentioned, he was naturally referring to Zoro, the young man who had once defeated him. Now watching Luffy, though seemingly dead to the world life force still overflowing from him, he could not help but voice his admiration. Bai Jing saw all of this but said nothing and did nothing. Gazing at the soul power coalescing in his palm, he curled his lips in satisfaction. With the soul fruit's power secured, next were Kaido's devil fruit ability and Luffy's sun god fruit ability. Now that the strongest fruits had fallen into his hands, the plan would unfold to its final stage. Once the Wano country arc ended, he would head to the Holy Land Mary Geos and put an end to matters there as well. Gozan's in Naraku. Kaido tightened his grip on his iron club, coating it in armament haki. Conqueror's haki swirled into a black oppressive aura and surged forth to slay Whitebeard. Grievances old and new were settled in that single instant. This was one of the techniques named after the 4 great wisdom kings. He sprang into the air, spun the iron club, and wrapped it in Conqueror's haki before swinging down. The blow hammered his enemy into the ground, and the resulting shockwave could split the earth. The attack came straight for Whitebeard, and Whitebeard was hardly one to yield. He now stood at the absolute peak of his power in his prime. Gripping Murakumajiri in his right hand, he swung the massive blade, coating it in the power of the tremor fruit. A milky white light radiated outward. He drove Murakumajiri into the earth with explosive force, burying it deep in the ground below. His eyes sharpened as he uttered in a low voice, "Quake." Since Kaido's attack had shattered the ground to reach him, Whitebeard answered with an earthquake of his own, sending it at Kaido. Let us see whose quake is stronger, yours or mine. Whitebeard's robes flapped loudly in the wind. With his blade planted in the ground, endless cracks branched outward and sped toward Kaido. 2 terrifying forces exploded outward, and the entire area above the dome was shattered by that single cataclysmic clash. The dome collapsed into endless rubble that cascaded downward. Boom. Stones fell from the sky. When gods clash, mortals suffer. Massive boulders crashed down into the banquet hall below, crushing countless pirates. Both fighters leaped lightly in the air and landed on an undamaged section of the dome at the other end. The exchange had been perfectly even. The 2 earthquakes canceled each other out, neither gaining the upper hand. Yet both knew it had been a probe, or rather Whitebeard's attack had definitely been only a test. The next moment Whitebeard yanked Murakumajiri from the ground, swung the great sword in his right hand, and charged forward, delivering a violent slash ahead. Haki surged outward as boundless golden Conqueror's haki collided with Kaido's black Conqueror's haki. The 2 haki fields violently expanded, whipping up an immense storm. Boom. Seeing this, Kaido raised the enormous iron club in his right hand and charged at Whitebeard, roaring, "Daiorime hack." One of the techniques named after the 4 great wisdom kings, wrapping the iron club in Conqueror's haki and gripping it with both hands, he strikes through the opponent with tremendous speed, an enhanced version of Raime hack. Boom. The club met the slash, and the blade crashed against the iron club with tremendous force. In an instant, countless sparks burst forth, and boundless golden light flared as heaven and earth lost their color. The club and the blade clashed beneath the heavens, splitting the clouds. The endless purple thunder carried by the club came crashing down, while the sword intent condensed on Whitebeard's blade proved no less formidable. For a time the 2 were locked in a deadlock, neither able to gain the upper hand. Bang! The next instant they both strained with all their might, and repelled by each other's opposing force they were flung far apart. The two once again drew apart, standing at a corner of the dome and watching each other. This was a visual feast, a true festival of combat. A Yonko versus Yonko showdown, a clash between the old and new generations of Yonko. Bai Jing watched as Kaido quietly panted his wounds clear to see and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Should he help Kaido recover to his peak state? That too was the fairness Whitebeard sought. Bai Jing watched the two separated figures transforming into a golden flash before descending onto the battlefield. He looked at Whitebeard and nodded toward him. Whitebeard immediately understood Bai Jing's intention, to restore his opponent to peak condition, making this battle appear more equitable. He had no desire to fight Kaido at full strength. Of victory would hold no thrill. Kaido had already been thoroughly worn down by the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, making the current situation hardly fair. Kaido craved an honorable fight, one he would never grant the Straw Hat Boy. That was the mindset of a true warrior, unchanging with age or fluctuating with power. Bai Jing leapt into the arena. Kaido could sense a familiar resonance emanating from him, a power belonging to the same ancient lineage as his own devil fruit ability. His fruit's power seemed even more enigmatic, carrying an ethereal heavenly flame that rivaled Kaido's azure dragon fire, and additionally possessed a restorative quality. It was his fruit's intuition speaking. Seeing Bai Jing join, Kaido's expression remained unchanged. He assumed this would require a 1 versus 2 engagement. Just as he prepared to sneer, Bai Jing moved. A small black hole materialized above Bai Jing's head, the power of the Nika Nika fruit, which he rarely employed anymore. Perhaps now was the time to test it. His entire form was drawn into the vortex, vanishing from sight. Kaido observed the bizarre phenomenon with no room for carelessness, his eyes sharp with vigilance. The next moment, Bai Jing appeared beside him in an unpredictable fashion, his body transforming into a streak of golden light moving at maximum velocity. Across Bai Jing's right hand, a violet ray of temporal slowing traced through the air before striking Kaido, freezing him mid-motion like stone. A second beam of temporal reversal washed over him. Bai Jing's control was exquisite, pushing Kaido's age backward by over a decade and restoring him to his prime. All his wounds healed instantly, the blood from his mouth vanishing completely. Kaido remained trapped in the slowing effect, his jaws opening with snail-like slowness. He stared in disbelief, feeling the transformation surging through his body as his physical capabilities returned to their former peak. Confusion crossed his features as he tried to comprehend how a youth airborne could wield such unnatural power. His movements remained sluggish, forcing him to endure the full duration of the slowing effect before acting. Fear flickered in his eyes. At this rate, the combined arsenal of the boy's unpredictable abilities far exceeded even the Straw Hat Luffy's terrifying potency. Restoring him to peak condition. What was his meaning? Was he offering aid? Impossible. Whitebeard was clearly aligned against him. 30 seconds elapsed. Kaido roared, "Boy, what do you think you're doing? What have you done to me? Why do I feel infinite power surging through my veins?" Kaido watched him warily, knowing full well that nothing came without cost. This was no selfless act. Bai Jing shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing significant. Simply restoring you to your prime. This battle deserves fairness, does it not? Otherwise neither fighter would truly enjoy themselves. Whitebeard would lack a worthy opponent, and you fight with injuries. Is that any contest at all? Below, Law and Kid witnessed the scene above, their battered forms aching as they craned their necks upward, faces twisted in utter disbelief. What was the meaning of this? They had spent half the battle battling a Yonko, barely managing to slay the Empress Big Mom. Now Bai Jing was restoring Kaido to full strength. To them, everything seemed so casual, so matter-of-fact. Yet Kaido had been returned to his peak condition. Was Bai Jing looking down on them that severely? Their faces paled. "Don't insult me. I'm already at my peak." Kaido bellowed, swinging his spiked club toward Bai Jing with devastating force. Endless lightning erupted around him, that terrifying hammer bearing down upon Bai Jing like a falling sky. Bai Jing observed the attack approach and shook his head with resignation. "I was helping you, but fine. There's no point in explaining further. The ending remains unchanged regardless." As he spoke, phoenix flames gathered in his left hand, while terrifying lightning energy spread across his right. Upon contact with Kaido, his devil fruit power had naturally transferred. The disaster fire and overwhelming lightning merged within him, his arms sweeping forward as the two elements converged. Armament hockey coated Bai Jing's right fist as the massive celestial fire and thunder tribulation merged together, colliding with Kaido's strike. Fist met spiked club. The impact's power rivaled Whitebeard's earlier clash. Boom! The collision sent shockwaves tearing through the sky, dust and debris exploding in every direction. With a single thunderous clash, neither gained the upper hand. Kaido held no advantage, and neither did Bai Jing. Kaido's eyes flew wide open, unable to believe that the brat before him possessed such formidable power. Beneath that diminutive frame, both the physical strength and the techniques were actually on par with his own. It was one thing to stand evenly with Whitebeard, but to be matched by this mere brat. What was the meaning of this? Under the terrifying impact, both figures were sent hurtling backward by the recoil, each retreating several steps. Kaido felt an eerie familiarity with the calamitous flames and the aura of thunder and lightning that Bai Jing had just unleashed. Were those not his own abilities? How could they now reside within this brat before him? What's more, he wielded them flawlessly and with complete mastery. Kaido shouted at Bai Jing, "Hey brat, how could you possibly use my power? Who the hell are you?" At the sight of this, Whitebeard, who had originally intended to fight Kaido himself, now saw Bai Jing taking the initiative. He no longer hurried, choosing instead to watch quietly from the side. Whitebeard waited for Bai Jing and Kaido to finish, after which he would have his own bout with Kaido. Bai Jing, however, did not answer Kaido's question. Instead, a mocking glint danced in his eyes, and his body began to transform. He did not assume the form of an azure dragon. Instead, he transformed into a phoenix. A sky-shaking phoenix cry resounded across the entire dome. Bai Jing's body began to shift. His frame grew long and slender, his arms turned into wings, his legs became phoenix talons, and the feathers trailing behind him were conjured from phoenix fire. His entire being transformed into a pillar of blazing light that soared into the heavens, where he took on the form of a colossal phoenix. His majestic phoenix head looked down upon Kaido from above, while the several tail feathers behind him drifted freely, and the feathers over his whole body lay in perfect orderly array. Bai Jing turned his head and glanced at Whitebeard. "Let me begin this battle. Let us see whether his azure dragon form or my phoenix form is stronger." Of course, Bai Jing's words were directed at Whitebeard. Seeing Bai Jing in such high spirits, Whitebeard let out a helpless sigh. He had originally wanted a fair duel, but since Bai Jing was already in this state, he could only nod. Kaido's gaze sharpened at Bai Jing's appearance. "That aura is a phoenix, a miracle of the same ancient species as mine." Somehow, as if the two devil fruits possessed a will of their own, an endless fighting spirit blazed within him. This fighting spirit burned even hotter than when he had fought Straw Hat Luffy. This was a standoff between races, a clash between two ancient species. "Come, roar." The next moment, Kaido burst out from his human beast form with a mighty roar, transforming into an enormous azure dragon as he soared from the earth into the sky. His serpentine body stretched over 100 meters as he roared in the sky. Opening his draconic maw, he sought to swallow Bai Jing in one bite and tear a chunk of flesh from him. Bai Jing's current body was only a few dozen meters in size, naturally far smaller than the 100-meter-long dragon. But Bai Jing's devil fruit power was far more than this. He had long awaited this battle. He wanted to see whether the phoenix was stronger or Kaido's azure dragon. With a sudden violent spread, his wings extended to a full 100 meters. Endless phoenix fire blazed across his entire being. The greatest difference between the golden phoenix fire and the heavenly fire Kaido had summoned was that the phoenix fire possessed an extraordinary regenerative power and shone a brilliant gold. With the wings extended and phoenix fire blazing, his body grew even longer once more. His form continued to swell, expanding from the original 20 or 30 meters to 100 meters. In no way inferior to Kaido's azure dragon body. The battle erupted at once. Bai Jing's wings gave a single mighty beat, and he became a streak of golden light. Armament Haki hardened his talons, wrapping entirely over their surface. His sharp phoenix talons, cloaked in pitch-black Haki, slashed downward to meet Kaido's roar. The piercing sharpness actually made Kaido sense a sliver of danger. Roaring, Kaido charged upward, but abruptly twisted his dragon head to the left, evading the deadly strike aimed at his face. Bai Jing, however, had no intention of stopping. His twin sharp claws tore down across Kaido's enormous dragon body from behind, ripping away a chunk of flesh. Even the dragon scales were torn away, and Kaido bellowed in agony. Bai Jing casually tossed the bloody flesh aside. Kaido, naturally unwilling to be outdone, quickly adjusted and gritted his teeth against the pain racking his draconic body. He never imagined that his exceptionally tough body could have a chunk of flesh torn away so easily by Bai Jing. Earlier, no matter how Luffy struck, he could not break through Kaido's outer defense. Now Bai Jing had broken it with a single effortless strike, filling him with shock. His eyes turned vicious as scorching dragon breath gathered. A terrifying blaze of draconic calamity filled his maw and howled forward. Its speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, it shot toward Bai Jing faster than any before. Boom! Before Bai Jing could even turn around to defend, the blast howled in and struck his back. Boom! The roaring blast landed true, wounding Bai Jing's back. One blow traded for another, one wound exchanged for a wound. Kaido's eyes bulged in an instant, almost popping out of their sockets, for he realized that the moment his terrifying, scorching dragon breath slammed into Bai Jing, the phoenix wings behind Bai Jing gave a sudden, powerful beat. The golden phoenix fire blazed, completely blocking that harm. And even if some damage did land on Bai Jing, the fierce phoenix fire blazing on his body restored it completely. The dragon breath and dragon fire falling on him was as if nothing had touched him. Bai Jing slowly turned around from that imposing phoenix face. He cast a glance at Kaido, then spread his wings. From his wings, wisp after wisp of golden phoenix fire materialized, turning into countless small golden flames that floated across this stretch of the sky. Soon the entire sky was covered with the golden phoenix fire. Phoenix heavenly rain. Bai Jing shouted and swept both his wings forward. From before him, behind him, and across the dome of heaven, countless dense golden flames rained down, pattering in an endless torrent. All of them flew toward Kaido in a killing torrent, scorching hot and impossibly fast. As the sky-wide rain of fire descended, Kaido hurriedly defended. From his Dragon Maul, wind blades gathered once more and burst forth. The wind blades transformed into dozens of circular wind blade sickles, spinning continuously, and met the phoenix fire descending from above head-on. And that was far from all. In his mouth, a dense and mighty dragon breath gathered swiftly, and within the dragon breath, the dragon calamity flame condensed once again. A pillar of crimson dragon calamity flame roared out of his mouth and held upward. The instant the countless wind blades met the phoenix fire, the high-speed spinning wind blades canceled it all. Yet the phoenix fire filling the sky was too abundant, still descending endlessly. The pillar-like dragon fire from Kaido's mouth roared out and erased every phoenix flame in its direct line. Then he raised his head, and the fire pillar, undiminished and even fiercer, howled forth. With his head lifted, all the phoenix fire throughout that straight line was nullified by the dragon calamity flame. But there were too many flames, and they moved too fast. Quite a few phoenix fires still landed on Kaido's massive dragon body. The blazing heat rapidly heated his scales, penetrated into his flesh, and drew wave after wave of anguished roars from Kaido. Roar! Kaido whipped his dragon tail. That enormous tail tore through the air and slammed into Bai Jing's body. The terrifying force caught Bai Jing off guard. Swept away by the dragon tail, he turned into a flash of fire and hurtled backward. Boom! Boom! Flapping his wings urgently, Bai Jing stabilized himself amid the backward flight. His 100-meter-long body still stood in the sky, confronting Kaido. Kaido's coiling dragon body stared fixedly at Bai Jing. The battle between ancient species was undecided. The dragon form had its own ferocious might, able to command natural disasters, heavenly fire, heavenly thunder, hurricanes, and more. And Bai Jing's phoenix fire possessed astonishing restorative power. Though the dragon tail landed on him and caused damage, he could heal it in an instant. As long as it was not a fatal or instantly lethal wound, he could recover. This was the phoenix's truly overpowering strength. For the moment, the two ancient beings were evenly matched. Bai Jing is strong too. This battle between the Azure Dragon form and the Phoenix form is truly spectacular. Pity though, I was going to show off myself, but he snatched the chance first. Whitebeard looked up at the battle above, battle intent flickering in his eyes. But there was no denying it. This fight was truly brilliant. Dragon and Phoenix, the Phoenix form and the Dragon form chased and struck at each other, evenly matched, neither superior. Each traded a blow. Mr. Bai Jing has actually grown this powerful. And his Phoenix form is not much different from Kaido, one of the four emperors. Isn't that terrifying? And that monstrous healing power. He can restore in one instant any injury Kaido deals to him. Even though he lacks Kaido's many offensive options with that recovery ability, neither can do anything to the other. Ace Corazon and the Golden Emperor stared blankly, clicking their tongues in amazement at Bai Jing above. The next moment, Bai Jing voluntarily beat his wings and turned into a streak of golden fire, charging down to attack. Kaido swung his dragon body and shot upward with a howl, extending his sharp dragon claws. The sharp phoenix claws clashed with the dragon claws, and endless edges burst out from the void. In the mutual killing clash of those claws, Kaido involuntarily leaked Conqueror's haki. His eyes looked down with disdain. Bai Jing naturally refused to be outdone. He too possessed Conqueror's haki. Golden haki and Black Conqueror's haki interwove. Boundless black-gold light shrouded the scene as a dazzling radiance burst forth. It was a grand, magnificent spectacle. Their killing moves interweaving. This was merely a battle between a junior and a peak Kaido. Yet it was extraordinarily splendid. Kaido's current strength was several degrees stronger than when he had fought Luffy before. In the distance, Luffy, who lay unconscious on the ground, seemed to twitch his fingers. Signs of life were recovering, and his devil fruit was on the verge of awakening. Bai Jing's terrifying phoenix claws clashed once more with Kaido's dragon claws. On the battlefield, a streak of golden light and a streak of black light collided back and forth incessantly, their speed so fast they had become mere afterimages. Behind them trailed two distinct glows, one black, one gold. Conqueror's haki radiated wildly. The two forms of haki clashed head-on, and the two terrifying ancient creatures collided, creating a spectacle of the utmost brilliance. Boom, boom, boom. Flesh clashed against flesh. Conqueror's haki collided with Conqueror's haki, radiating boundless light. The battle above the dome bloomed with golden light on one half and black light on the other, leaving all the onlookers below utterly spellbound. Kid in Trafalgar Law stood with mouths agape. That guy became famous later than us. How is he so much more powerful? His terrifying strength is no worse than Straw Hat's, and it seems even greater, Trafalgar Law remarked. Kid wore the same expression, swallowing hard involuntarily. Even with his strong-willed nature, he had to admit that Bai Jing's power was absolutely above both of them, and even above Straw Hat Luffy. He was actually this strong. This was an emperor of the sea, yet under Bai Jing's fierce assaults neither yielded an inch for a moment, they were evenly matched. His devil fruit power was almost the same as Kaido's. Both were ancient Zoan types. Kaido could summon wind and rain with devastating destructive power, but this man was no less formidable, wielding exceptionally fierce phoenix fire. This fruit was very similar to Marco's Tori Tori Nomi model phoenix, but its form was far more gigantic. The two stared at the battle above, lost in a daze. Marco the Phoenix, watching from afar at Bai Jing's enormous phoenix form, felt a strange sensation in his own body. Bai Jing's power was simply stronger than his, and Bai Jing's bloodline stood above his. This inexplicable illusion weighed upon him without reason. Whitebeard, Ryoma, the Golden Emperor, and others watched the battle, clicking their tongues in astonishment. Admittedly, Bai Jing was like a monster, strong to the extreme, terrifying to the extreme. If he had only one devil fruit power, he could still fight Kaido to a draw on equal footing. What was most lethal was that Bai Jing possessed multiple devil fruit abilities. Who knew how many powers he held? He certainly had far more tricks than these. Bai Jing muttered to himself. It seems that with this phoenix fruit, fighting Kaido to a stalemate is absolutely no problem. But if I want to decide the victor, it's nearly impossible. Kaido's terrifying defense and devastating offensive power mean I'd get nothing but trouble. But with my monstrous regenerative ability, Kaido won't gain any advantage either. He doesn't have the power to take me down in one strike. Forget it, let me use some other abilities. As he spoke, streaks of blue lightning arcs appeared on Bai Jing's enormous phoenix body, crackling wildly and roaring with thunder. What would happen if I fused the power of this fish fruit with the phoenix fruit? In legends, there was once talk of the dragon phoenix, a being born of dragons and phoenixes possessing both dragon blood and phoenix blood. Could I achieve that by using these devil fruit powers now? Bai Jing grew curious, his mind brimming with endless ideas. Without further ado, he clashed with Kaido once more, then, after pulling away, he flapped his wings and leaped into the sky, soaring to the heavens. Terrifying phoenix might radiated everywhere, and boundless conqueror's haki enveloped the entire field. The next moment, he activated the power of the azure dragon fruit. His body began to transform, becoming more elongated, slowly stretching out. His wings turned into arms, and his phoenix claws shifted into dragon claws. His face morphed into a dragon head, and majestic dragon horns appeared. That imposing dragon visage now hung high in the sky. His elongated body slithered freely across the sky, his hands shaped like dragon claws, just like Kaido, yet distinct from Kaido. Kaido's dragon form was mainly blue-green, while Bai Jing's dragon form shone gold. He also had 5 claws, incredibly similar to the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon, no, utterly identical. From his back, a pair of enormous phoenix wings unfurled. The massive wings, combined with the dragon body, gave him a chimerical appearance. Yet it was strangely harmonious, as if he had been born that way, without the slightest hint of incongruity. The majestic dragon head merged with the graceful phoenix body. The fusion of phoenix and divine dragon features was exquisite, preserving the most distinctive traits of both. A dragon's head and body paired with phoenix wings. Kaido's dragon pupils widened in shock at the anomaly, stunned that Bai Jing possessed such abilities. Moreover, his body was clearly a dragon's form, just like his own. Now, with the addition of phoenix wings, the two combined, and a terrifying aura continuously surged upward, his momentum escalating steadily. The terrifying anomaly drew everyone's attention. Even Whitebeard had never seen Bai Jing in this state, his expression grave. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Why have I never seen it before? It seems to have merged the recent phoenix fruit ability with the current one. What ability is this? By combining the phoenix fruit ability with the fish fruit ability, they've formed something entirely new, a new species altogether. His aura has intensified by dozens of times. As expected of Lord Bai Jing, everything about him is extraordinary. I suppose only he could achieve something like this. Ace looked up, reflecting on what he was witnessing. Even the others gazing at Bai Jing in this state couldn't help but be astonished. Kaido himself was momentarily stunned. But in the next instant, fury consumed him. You counterfeit. I don't know how you've acquired half my power, but your strength certainly can't match mine entirely. With those words, Kaido unleashed a scorching dragon breath, the apocalyptic flame once again converging before erupting forward. A towering pillar of crimson fire, blazing with intense heat, roared toward Bai Jing. Bai Jing regarded the enraged Kaido with amusement, a faint smile playing on his lips. Oh, is that so? Are you certain? Upon his golden-scaled draconic form, boundless flames began to gather. The same golden phoenix fire swirled within his maw. It merged with the apocalyptic blaze of his devil fruit ability, forging an entirely new kind of flame. The golden flames erupted from his jaws as a searing dragon breath. Boom! From the east, Kaido's body unleashed a crimson pillar of fire. From the west, where Bai Jing stood, a golden pillar of fire shot forth from his maw. The 200-meter fire columns collided, their opposing forces clashing and neutralizing each other in the void. An intense standoff emerged between the two, neither gaining the upper hand. The golden and crimson fire columns locked in a tense confrontation against the backdrop of the sky. Bai Jing's eyes hardened. He unleashed a surge of dragon pressure that radiated outward, his aura intensifying further. The golden dragon breath and flames in his maw expanded dramatically in response. A massively larger golden fire column erupted. No longer in stalemate, the golden flames gained the upper hand, pressing down upon the crimson pillar. The eastern sky behind Kaido shrank as his red fire column retreated relentlessly. With a deafening explosion, the golden fire column completely overwhelmed his defense, crashing down upon him. The massive dragon body was sent flying by the devastating explosion, left with severe burns from the scorching dragon breath and flames. Bai Jing pivoted, spreading his enormous phoenix wings and launching himself toward Kaido. His dragon claws slashed through the air as countless wind blades gathered in his maw. Dark storm clouds condensed overhead, and apocalyptic lightning began to streak across the sky, each bolt striking with relentless force. Every technique was drawn from the fish fruit's full arsenal, deployed by Bai Jing with perfect precision. He was openly demonstrating his mastery for Kaido to witness. Kaido stabilized himself mid-air, watching the colossal wind blades surge from Bai Jing's mouth and the apocalyptic lightning he summoned. His expression twisted with rage as panic finally crept in. "Bro, what have you done? How could you possibly possess my abilities and even my devil fruit? Impossible. This can't be real. It's all fabricated. A fake is nothing but a fake." Kaido steadied himself against the heavens, his serpentine form coiling tight. Drawing upon the tremendous wind generated by his massive dragon body, he twisted his frame, unleashing a barrage of furious hurricanes across the battlefield. 100-meter twisters surged toward Bai Jing, colliding with his spinning wind blades in a desperate attempt to neutralize them. Yet the apocalyptic thunderstorm above refused to dissipate. A devastating lightning bolt struck Kaido directly, searing his enormous dragon hide. Boom! Boom! Ah! Kaido cried out in pain as the thunder left seared wounds across his body. "Damn, brat! What skill you possess!" Kaido roared. Dark electrical energy radiated from his body as the apocalyptic storm returned. Fire roared within his maw. Wind blades gathered within his jaws. Endless lightning crackled around him. Above, the heavens grew shrouded in impenetrable storm clouds. Across the entire dome of the sky, darkness fell in an instant. Kaido and Bai Jing exchanged a glance, their warring storm clouds massing ominously across the sky. On one side surged the power of Bai Jing's devil fruit, lightning of a vivid violet. On the other side, Kaido's devil fruit ability wove violet-black thunderbolts across a boundless sea of black clouds. Both men's gazes hardened in unison, and with a simultaneous battle cry, the black thunder from above came crashing down upon Bai Jing. In the same breath, the violet lightning charged at Kaido, a thunderbolt of over 100 zhang that transformed into a roaring thunder dragon, its body howling as it unhinged its colossal lightning maw and lunged at the two. The thunderborn dragons writhed and clashed through the firmament, crossing in the shape of an X. They tore past one another only to wheel about and descend upon the two combatants. Neither Bai Jing nor Kaido showed the faintest intention of dodging. Atop their dragon heads, fighting spirit blazed high, and the fires of battle glimmered fiercely in their eyes. If it was to be a contest, then let it be one of sheer fortitude. Who could endure the other's blow? That was the first thought that flashed through both their minds. The violet-black thunder dragon slammed into Bai Jing's golden, divine dragon body. Resolution burned in Bai Jing's gaze. In the next moment, a calamity dragon fire erupted from his dragon's maw, further amplified by the power of the flame fruit and infused with the phoenix immortal fire. The three flames blazed in distinct hues, crimson, scarlet, and gold. They merged into a single current, thundering forth from Bai Jing's dragon jaws. An immense calamity phoenix fire burst outward, colliding head-on with the incoming thunder dragon. That colossal phoenix flame and the violet-black divine dragon dissolved into each other, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion that hurled countless plumes of smoke and dust. Boom! Across the dome of heaven, firelight and lightning spread unchecked. The world was plunged into a transient white day, and every witness was struck blind in an instant. Boom! Even the mighty Whitebeard and Ryuma were forced to raise their right hands before their eyes. A monstrous storm swept through, snapping Whitebeard's robes taut and sending them fluttering violently. The Golden Emperor Ace and Corazon had no choice but to invoke their devil fruit abilities to shield themselves from the overwhelming blast. On the other side, Kaido was certainly not one to be outdone. His own calamity dragon fire, much like Bai Jing's, coalesced in his maw and poured forth with a thunderous roar. A colossal pillar of crimson flame rose once more, charging at the violet thunder dragon hurtling toward him. That scarlet column seemed to transform into a great crimson dragon locked in mortal combat with the violet one. In the next instant, countless wind blades condensed within Kaido's mouth as he roared again. Those blades, interwoven from the forces of wind and fire, slashed into the violet thunder dragon's body, even as the fiery dragon met the violet thunder dragon in a head-on death match. Boom! The divine dragon condensed from calamity fire and the divine dragon condensed from violet thunder canceled each other out, obliterating one another in mutual explosion. Thunder and flame collided and interwove, unleashing boundless waves of energy. The wind blades carved into the violet thunder dragon's form, while the fire dragon and the violet thunder dragon tore at each other. Three distinct elemental powers smashed together, and the resulting blast, just like the one on Bai Jing's side, flung up countless clouds of dust and exploded in a blinding white radiance. In a single breath, the entire scene was swallowed by an eternal white day. Every gaze was momentarily blinded. Moments earlier, the heavens had been nothing but endless thunder clouds of vision of apocalypse. In the next heartbeat, both sides had already condensed their terrifying killing blows. The killing blows annihilated one another. A boundless explosion of white light blazed forth, even brighter than daylight itself. All eyes clenched shut once more. The spectacle was staggering. Two colossal corporeal divine dragons hung, suspended in the sky. The techniques they had condensed, the elemental forces they had shaped, had likewise transformed into divine dragons locked in slaughter. In that fleeting instant, beneath the vault of heaven, apart from the two divine dragons of Bai Jing and Kaido, there were fully 4 additional elemental dragons. Amid that blinding white radiance, Kaido and Bai Jing remained utterly unaffected. Kaido's laughter rang out. "You little brat, you've got some real skill. Though I don't know how you've come to pilfer my devil fruit power, this battle is a true delight. What a thrill, ha ha ha." The fighting spirit in Kaido's eyes condensed until it was almost tangible. His conqueror's haki grew even more dreadful as he roared, sending his colossal dragon form hurtling through the sky toward Bai Jing. A pair of dragon claws flashed with sharp, icy light, raking toward Bai Jing. He unhinged his mighty dragon maw and lunged forward, seeking to tear Bai Jing apart with his fangs. Bai Jing, of course, refused to fall behind. The gargantuan phoenix wings behind him gave a single tremendous beat, and endless golden phoenix fire flooded outward. He charged straight to Kaido's front, dragon claw against dragon claw. One pair of dragon claws became veiled in golden armament haki, while the other was cloaked in black armament haki. The instant they clashed in the void, gold and black haki collided once more, erupting in boundless splendor. Conqueror's haki blasted outward once again. Boom. The two were locked in a stalemate, neither gaining an inch. Those two are absolute monsters. If I possessed power like that, the two of us could never take them down. Kaido truly lives up to his reputation as the strongest creature on land. If the two of us were to face him, we would stand no chance of victory. Trafalgar Law spoke, his heart pounding with dread, lifting his gaze to the heavens as though witnessing the apocalypse itself. Kids, stirred by the sentiment, gave a wooden nod. Even they were shaken by the terror unfolding above. Golden and black conquerors haki collided across the sky. Two divine dragons crashed against each other in a battle unprecedented and unrivaled. Countless rank-and-file soldiers below, caught in the shockwave of the two titans' explosive haki clash, fainted one after another, collapsing in droves. As for the Straw Hats and Marco, they all stood transfixed, watching this magnificent, peerless battle unfold. On Bai Jing's left, dragon claw flames condensed from the flame fruit spread densely. The terrifying heat burned a black hole into space itself. On his right dragon claw, the power of the rumble fruit was layered over it. A colossal mass of lightning covered the right claw. In an instant, Bai Jing became a divine dragon of fire and thunder, a blazing lightning-wreathed divine dragon. The flames soared beyond all limits, rising even higher than the calamitous dragon fire, as phoenix fire and cataclysmic dragon fire merged. For lightning, he unleashed the rumble fruit's power, and above his head an immense sea of thunder seemed to appear. The voltage of that lightning exceeded 1 billion volts. The enormous voltage gave rise to flames, and the endless arcs of thunder made Bai Jing's body gleam radiantly. Crackle, crackle. Lightning wreathed his entire body. Bai Jing's dragon pupils were cold and indifferent as he gazed at Kaido in the distance. At this moment, he activated his devil fruit powers in combination, unleashing multiple abilities all at once. If Kaido could still fight him to a standstill even like this, then the odds between him and Kaido at his peak would probably be 6-4. Of course, that 6 belonged to Bai Jing. He still had plenty of trump cards in reserve. He certainly couldn't kill Kaido with a single blow, and who unleashes their ultimate move right at the start? He had to probe slowly. Besides, afterward Ryuma and Whitebeard might still have battles to fight. So he would take the lead and see what level of clash he could achieve with Kaido, or rather how many of his hidden trump cards Kaido could force out of him. Mobilizing the power of the glint fruit, his entire being turned into a golden flash that vanished across the horizon at a speed so extreme it surpassed the speed of light. Before Kaido could react, the two terrifying claws, the Flame Dragon Claw and the Lightning Dragon Claw, had already struck Kaido's body. The force of lightning exploded outward, the force of flame poured down, slamming into both sides of Kaido's dragon body. Ow! Roar! Kaido's body screamed in pain. Just now he truly had not reacted in time. Bai Jing's speed was far too fast, and he had already reached him directly. Two great chunks of flesh had been torn from his body, and Bai Jing's dragon claws were dripping with blood. The terrible heat seared his dragon flesh, and the endless lightning sent numbing jolts through his body. Even he felt his vision suddenly go dark. But it cleared almost at once, and he began adjusting his condition. Kaido at his peak was exactly this terrifying, this ridiculously tough. Rising Dragon Flame Bagua. Wrapping Conqueror's haki around the head of the Flame Dragon Torch, he rammed his opponent with overwhelming impact, and the collision produced a violent explosion. He adjusted himself, twisted his dragon head in an unnatural manner, and with boundless flames covering his whole body, charged at Bai Jing, slamming into him. In an instant, the terrifying impact bent Bai Jing's body, and his entire dragon form was sent flying backward. Bai Jing felt agonizing pain in his jaw. He didn't know how many of his dragon bones had shattered. The boundless force of that charge was too terrifying, but Phoenix Fire blazed across his jaw and restored the bones to their original state. In the end, I underestimated him. But isn't it more thrilling this way? I still have many techniques. I have the gravity fruit enhancing me, and the tremor fruit. My rumble fruit hasn't even awakened yet. This battle, how satisfying. In Bai Jing's fight with Kaido, the battle blood within him seemed to be ignited. His eyes turned red in an instant. He adjusted his body and charged at Kaido. Kaido ignored the pain across his body, fury burning endlessly in his eyes. His dragon claws hardened with armament haki as he lunged at Bai Jing. His entire body was once again shrouded in flames. The two divine dragons collided, and endless armament haki crashed together, erupting into terrifying shockwaves. Ripples of haki radiated through the air in ring after ring. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, there was simply no telling which of the two divine dragons would claim victory. Whether it was Kaido the mighty emperor or Bai Jing with his terrifying power. Exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. He swayed his enormous dragon body and swooped upward, colliding with Bai Jing again and again. The two exchanged at least 100 moves. Their claws tore large patches of scales and flesh from each other's dragon bodies, and both of them felt the pain. Yet it remained the most primal combat. Flesh against flesh, fist against fist, blood against blood. The two fought in the sky for who knew how long. All that could be seen was the endless mutual slaughter of dragon bodies. Everyone below watched the battle above and clicked their tongues in awe. Kaido at his peak, in strength, speed, reflexes, and sheer durability, was beyond imagination. At least in Bai Jing's view, even if Straw Hat Luffy had awakened the power of the Sun God Fruit, he probably wouldn't fare much better against this Kaido at his peak. It wasn't that he underestimated Luffy in his awakened Sun God state. It was that Kaido at his peak was simply too terrifying. What's more, Kaido could exchange hundreds of blows with him, even though Bai Jing was combining multiple Devil Fruit abilities. Even with the Rumble Fruit and all those other Devil Fruit powers, Kaido still did not fall behind. They had exchanged countless blows without either gaining the upper hand. Below, across the arena, and upon the domes sealing the ground, bore countless scars from their relentless clash. Two colossal divine dragons fought fiercely in the void above, reducing everything to wreckage as their battle tore hole after hole through the fabric of space itself. Upon this land, upon this very dome, the two had forcefully collapsed no less than 100 meters. Watching their spirited combat, Whitebeard and Ryoma felt their own fighting spirit gradually fade from their eyes. Kaido's trump cards had already been forced out by Bai Jing in this clash. There was little reason to continue, for both had now grasped the boundaries of each other's strength. The greatest thrill of battle lay in the unknown, in the visceral impact of every blow. Yet Kaido had already exhausted his arsenal, and they understood each other well enough now. Though subduing Kaido would still require considerable effort, it would not prove insurmountable. Therefore it fell to Bai Jing to bring this fight to its conclusion. Bai Jing felt they had probed each other thoroughly enough. Kaido's reserves were depleted. The time had come to send Master Kaido to his demise. The greatest respect one could show an enemy was to strike with full force. Bai Jing cast a deep gaze upon Kaido, then glanced down at Monkey D. Luffy, whose life force was already recovering. When he awakened and his body recovered, a transformation would begin. Already the Straw Hat's hair had shifted from its usual hue to a silvery white. Soon his Devil Fruit would awaken. This aligned closely with Bai Jing's plans. Though Monkey D. Luffy's awakened Sun God Fruit would not personally slay Kaido, Bai Jing would handle that task himself. Luffy's awakened sun god fruit would eventually be claimed by him as well. Whether to unite or divide, that would be decided later. First, the final reunion would take place. Such was Bai Jing's intention. Since arriving here, he had altered his plans 3 times already. Kaido, let us settle this once and for all. I know you are suffering as well. Bai Jing's enormous dragon form seemed to wear a cruel smile, his mouth widening into a feral grin as he panted heavily. His twin claws were drenched in blood and numerous golden dragon scales had been torn from his body by Kaido. Meanwhile, Kaido fared no better. Most of his dragon scales had been ripped away by Bai Jing's claws, exposing raw flesh, and large patches had been torn off entirely. Kaido's own dragon claws bore chunks of flesh and numerous scales, evidence of their brutal exchange. Yet what troubled Kaido most was this: wherever he inflicted damage upon Bai Jing, the latter would behave like some glitch in reality. Once the phoenix flame burned over his wounds, they would instantly heal to their former state. Bai Jing barely bore any lasting injuries, while nearly all his wounds were self-inflicted. How could I possibly tire? Since you wish to decide this, then come. Kaido's eyes hardened with resolve, and his fighting aura surged upward in relentless waves. Witnessing Kaido's ferocity, Bai Jing remarked, "Now that is more like it. Let us end this battle with life or death." Above, Whitebeard, Trafalgar Law, Eustace, Kid Kurosuma, and others all raised their heads to witness the cataclysmic clash upon the dome. Hearing their words, their expressions tightened, and one murmured, "It has come at last. The final outcome is upon us. Between these 2 monsters, who shall ultimately prevail? It must be Mr. Bai Jing. He will certainly not disappoint us." Throughout this journey, with his unfathomable and divine abilities, he not only brought us back to life, but has displayed such extraordinary powers. In this battle, Mr. Bai Jing will surely triumph. Ace's eyes burned with conviction, certain of Bai Jing's victory. Everyone watched with eager anticipation this magnificent, thunderous battle. Everyone's eyes were bright and intent, fixed on the 2 divine dragons in the distance, locked in a world-shaking clash. Bai Jing's strength lay in his fusion of multiple devil fruits. Kaido's strength lay in his colossal frame, freakish endurance, and monstrous one-on-one combat power. Bai Jing slowly closed his eyes. His immense dragon body hovered briefly in the void without the slightest movement. The terrifying haki radiating from his body continued to emanate in golden ripples, ring after ring. Kaido was doing the same. He transformed into a fire dragon, his colossal draconic body coiling upward from where it stood, spiraling into the sky with a roar. His eyes burned with resolve. The dragon head roared toward the heavens as the boundless thunderclouds manifested once again. As the dragon body coiled overhead, he conjured countless colossal tornadoes around him. Fully 100 hurricanes, each hundreds of meters in length. Calamitous thunderfire erupted once more, and his aura surged higher and higher. In that same moment, every hurricane around him howled forward and struck at Bai Jing. Calamitous thunderfire blazed endlessly from Kaido's body, while the thunder tribulation in the sky also descended to slay Bai Jing. His maw roared with dragon fire, spat wind blades, opened its monstrous jaws, and brandished razor-sharp dragon claws. This strike sought to tear Bai Jing to pieces. This strike would devour his flesh and blood. Then the divine dragon, shrouded in black calamitous thunderfire, moved. This was also Kaido's strongest attack, a strike fused from every technique he had used before. Bai Jing opened his eyes, and his colossal divine dragon body actually reverted to human form. Behind him, the enormous phoenix wings kept beating, spanning more than 100 meters. His body was only about a dozen meters in size, which made the sight seem profoundly incongruous next to those giant wings. What? He willingly gave up his dragon form. Does he not realize that Kaido's dragon form is already hurtling toward him to deliver the final killing blow? What does he mean by this? What is Mr. Bai Jing doing? Ace was puzzled, and everyone else was naturally puzzled too. Kid and Trafalgar watched the battle in the sky. Whitebeard and Ryuma said nothing. Though they too did not understand what Bai Jing intended, they knew he must have his reasons for doing so. So let Bai Jing act. Do not interfere with the transformation he has chosen. Bai Jing opened his eyes. In an instant, boundless lightning from the sky converged over his hands. Boom. At this moment, Bai Jing seemed to murmur, "Rumble, rumble, fruit awakening." Thunder and lightning sprang forth from the void. At the instant the thunderbolts summoned by Kaido struck toward him, they unexpectedly fused into Bai Jing's body. He was completely unaffected. Moreover, before him, behind him, and across the sky, everything had turned into a dense violet-black sea of lightning. That terrifying lightning power was a fusion not only of the Soul fruit, but also of other fruits, and of the rumble fruit itself. The dreadful voltage reached 10 billion volts. This was the absolute limit Bai Jing could achieve. The power of the Yami Yami fruit radiated outward, becoming endless breath of the 9 netherworlds and the yellow springs that wreathed Bai Jing's body. That deep, icy aura spread across the space before Bai Jing. As the sky-filling thunder sea merged with this ice, an eerie trace of underworld nature clung to the 10 billion volt lightning. The underworld aura was bitterly cold, yet it did not feel incongruous, nor was it greatly altered by the heat generated by those 10 billion volts. Bai Jing's control over his fruits was exceptionally fine. The next moment, countless specks of light seemed to manifest from his body. Those gleaming miniature orbs fell into the surrounding thunder sea with incredible speed, followed by phoenix fire. This strike contained nearly all of Bai Jing's fruits, a blow forged by fusing almost every fruit he commanded. The profound underworld aura was like the very yellow springs of souls. The sky turned eerily cold, and a bone-chilling frost extended in every direction. Yet calamitous dragon fire still burned within the void. There were truly 3 heavenly seas above this sky. At the highest was a heavenly sea of thunder, in the middle a heavenly sea of ice, and at the lowest a sea of fire condensed from calamitous dragon flame phoenix fire and the flames of the flame fruit. Each heavenly sea possessed entirely different powers, but all of them were without exception Bai Jing's deadliest killing moves. In the next moment, Bai Jing closed his eyes. Above, an immense gravity seemed to press down on the 3 heavenly seas. The 3 heavenly seas merged in an instant, and it was at this very moment that Bai Jing's gaze suddenly sharpened. He thrust his great hands upward, as if supporting the 3 merging heavenly seas from afar. The huge phoenix wings behind him beat and carried him into the heavens, a little higher than Kaido. Watching Kaido roar upward with his bloody dragon maw gaping wide, Bai Jing was resolute. At this moment he shouted, "Myriad, thunder welcome." In this strike, Bai Jing had fused the abilities of multiple fruits. The flash fruit accelerating the killing speed, the gravity fruit amplifying its devastating power, and the collision between other elemental fruit abilities, making this strike all the more terrifying. This strike was also the awakened technique of the rumble fruit, the very first fruit Bai Jing had obtained. Instantaneous fusion. The 3 heavenly seas at this moment actually merged into a colossal sphere, layering endless heavenly disasters, flames, icy aura, and hurricanes conjured by the fish fruit upon the original thunder chant. Boom, boom. This was simply a horrifying convergence of natural catastrophes. The technique was filled with astonishing airflows and electric currents, ultimately summoning black thunder clouds from the heavens. Upon descent, it would unleash devastating lightning that would annihilate all targets within the attack range. Once Enel had reduced an entire cloud island to dust in the blink of an eye, and his thunder attack at full power could have exterminated an entire nation's population. And now Bai Jing's thunder attack was undoubtedly far more terrifying. This ability, hailed as the fruit of a god, truly lived up to its reputation. It was at this very moment that everyone's expressions on the field turned pale in unison, including Whitebeard and Longma. Without any hesitation, they led all those still remaining on the dome and leaped down together. Below, Kid and Trafalgar Law were no different, their faces grim, urgently shouting to their pirate crews behind them. "Run! This strike can sink the entire Onigashima. Everyone run!" Trafalgar Law did not hesitate at all, using his remaining fruit ability and every last shred of strength to encase himself and his heart pirates. Seeing this, Kid immediately shouted, "And me." Trafalgar Law reluctantly also enveloped Kid and his entire crew. A blue barrier descended, and their figures were transported beyond this area, arriving on the opposite side of Onigashima. However, they did not stop there. They fled at full speed, the apocalyptic devastation descending from the heavens. If they were caught, they would surely die as well. There was no time to worry about the unconscious Straw Hat anymore. Ace picked up the still unconscious Luffy, and without a second thought transformed his entire body into a massive pillar of fire, vanishing from the spot in an instant. The remaining individuals, including Robin, Nami, and Frankie, acted likewise. The colossal thunder attack, spanning nearly 1,000 zhang in radius, descended from above, directly colliding with Kaido's charging body. His enormous dragon form, his eyes filled with resolve, his face twisted in madness. This strike made his heart tremble. But since this was his ultimate killing move, there was no turning back, victory or death. Either he would die or Bai Jing would perish. Both stood resolute. Bai Jing slammed both hands downward, and the enormous black thunder sphere in the heavens crashed down with apocalyptic lightning. In less than half a blink before Kaido could reach Bai Jing, the colossal sphere of lightning had already enveloped him. The dome above exploded in an instant. Boundless gales erupted, seas of thunder spread, oceans of fire detonated, and ice enshrouded all things. Boom, boom. Immediately, a massive mushroom cloud erupted, and the terrifying force of the explosion swept across the entire dome, with surrounding storms destroying everything in their path. The land turned to ash, and Kaido was positioned at the most devastating center of the thunder attack sphere. The explosive force tore directly through his flesh. Billions of volts of lightning poured directly into his body, slaughtering through his internal organs. Endless icy power and fiery force swept through him. The lightning exploded outward, augmented by gravity, moving at incredible speed. The sky full of light points resembled razor-sharp swords piercing through Kaido's body, exiting from his abdomen. Even for the monster Kaido, his eyes rolled back, and his consciousness faded. He knew at this moment he would certainly die. There was no escaping it. He never expected Bai Jing to be so overwhelmingly powerful. His colossal dragon body began to slowly recoil. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed one after another, shattering the dome, its fragments falling heavily from the sky. Kaido was swept away by the storm, seemingly landing far below into the endless lava. Boom. Not a single scale remained intact on his body. All was shattered by this terrifying strike, revealing his exposed bones within. At this moment, Kaido's consciousness had completely faded, his life extinguished into nothingness. In this instant, the Emperor of the Seas had died. Yet the massive explosion showed no sign of stopping. The enormous thunder sphere, upon striking Kaido, destroyed only 1/3 of it, while 2/3 continued to fall relentlessly. Bai Jing's technique had already been unleashed and was difficult to retract. His expression shifted slightly. He had forgotten this detail. He never expected that fusing multiple fruit abilities would be so monstrously powerful. He flapped his wings, once about to fly forward. But the next moment, Whitebeard and Longma, who had already landed beneath Onigashima, turned around and looked up at the remaining 2/3 of the colossal thunder sphere, their eyes flashing with unusual movement. They both reached for their respective swords. Ryuma's left hand slowly came to rest upon the scabbard of Shusue, while his right hand abruptly seized the hilt. His gaze sharpened, and his aura surged ever higher. Whitebeard did the same, a wild laugh spreading across his face. Above them, the terrifying, world-destroying thunder orb was still crashing downward at immense speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the two of them. Their tiny, insignificant bodies faced the colossal thunder orb, nearly 1,000 zhang in size, without the slightest hint of fear. Bai Jing had just been about to make a move, when in the next instant he saw the two of them already springing into action. He thus refrained, confident that Whitebeard and Ryuma's abilities were more than sufficient. They would shatter the thunder orb. Whitebeard's robes flapped loudly under the fierce gale stirred up by the terrifying orb. Along the path of the thunder orb, the sky and the empty void had already been shattered into pieces, leaving only a pitch-black trail stretching outward. The thunder tribulation exploded, unleashing endless heavenly calamity at incredible speed. Whitebeard's right hand fiercely gripped the hilt of Murakamijiri. With both hands on the blade, he twisted his body, set his right foot forward, and took a mighty step. His left leg pushed off the ground behind him, his aura rising higher and higher, Conqueror's haki unconsciously radiating from him. Armament haki coated Murakamijiri, enveloping the entire weapon. A white air dome appeared, revealing the full power of his devil fruit. At that moment, the auras of both men reached their absolute peak. A terrifying white pressure and a terrifying black pressure burst forth from their bodies. They seemed to have walked right out of hell, their presence dreadfully immense. Not a whit inferior to Kaido at his peak moments earlier, nor to Bai Jing. Whitebeard's expression hardened, and his aura soared to its zenith. He slashed the blade forward with all his might. Naturally, the air dome also collided with the void. Skyquake. The stretch of space before them shattered completely like a dense spiderweb. That slash, carrying the power of the tremor fruit, showed no sign of stopping, driving straight up into the huge black thunder orb and slamming down upon it. At that moment, Ryuma also drew his blade. This slash had no name. It was his ultimate strike. Once with this very slash, he had cut down the mightiest dragon in the world. Centuries later, he now used it to counter the attack Bai Jing had unleashed. A black crescent moon, sword chi pouring like a waterfall, sword chi stretching like a rainbow. In a flash, it was unleashed. Between heaven and earth, a blade cry resounded. Clang! The blade cry echoed across heaven and earth. From his place, Ryuma slashed a black sword light 1,000 zhang long into the sky, cutting out alongside Whitebeard. The white blade light rocketed upward and smashed heavily into the enormous thunder orb that Bai Jing had sent down. Within the orb, endless thunder fire interweaved, and biting cold energy raged wildly. It was at precisely this moment that a colossal explosion occurred. The three terrifying strikes collided and detonated once more in the sky, giving birth to yet another gigantic mushroom cloud. It was even more immense than the clash with Kaido earlier. Boom! Space shattered layer by layer, and the void collapsed. Even the very vault of heaven was blasted to fragments by this attack. Two unfathomable sword auras, each 1,000 zhang long, were brutally carved out. Within the void, the remaining shockwaves continued to tremble, destroying the leftover frost and endless flames. Ryuma's black crescent slash was the killing blow that tore through the final black lightning. Every technique on the field came to an end, and the dome of the sky collapsed. Below, nearly 3/10 of Onigashima's land was annihilated into nothingness, blasted into smithereens by that terrifying strike. The small fry on Kaido's side who had failed to flee were dead beyond death, while those who had already taken to their heels barely survived. On the battlefield a mere 10 meters in front of Whitebeard and Ryuma lay a colossal pit, left behind when the three of them clashed with this move. Bai Jing stood atop the sky, the phoenix wings behind him flapping. In the heavens a single man stood alone like an immortal clothed in white, truly a banished celestial, descending into the mortal world. For some reason at that moment Whitebeard and Ryuma both raised their heads and met Bai Jing's gaze. Fierce fighting spirit blazed within both of their eyes. Having witnessed such a terrifying strike from Bai Jing, one that required their combined strength to neutralize, they too were stirred to battle. Bai Jing laughed heartily and showed no intention of fighting the two. Now that the deadly conflict here had been resolved, what followed would likely be a grand reunion. There would be plenty of time to fight later. Bai Jing flew down from the sky and landed in front of the two, clearly unwilling to start an engagement. Seeing Bai Jing like this, the two men lost interest and abandoned any thought of resuming the fight. In that moment, as Luffy was held in Ace's arms, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. His gravely wounded form instantly recovered, his hair turned white, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Luffy's aura steadily recovered, and at a certain moment his eyes snapped open. His hair had turned pure white, and a bizarre smile crept across his face, one that would not stop his laughter spilling out unchecked. He sprang out of Ace's arms and landed on the ground nearby. Ace frowned at Luffy's strange condition. The moment Luffy saw Ace, he nodded to him. The next instant he launched himself high into the air from where he stood, leaping dozens of meters, and shouted into the distance, "Kaido!" At this moment a terrifying aura erupted from him, containing the power of thunder and the power of flame. This was one of the abilities bestowed upon him by the Sun God Fruit. "Kaido, I'm coming. Wait for me. Fight me once more," Luffy shouted in Kaido's direction, his spirit blazing. When he reached the edge, he was suddenly stunned. He found that the surroundings had turned to nothingness. Ahead of him gaped a colossal black hole, and the dome above had long since vanished. Before him lay only ruins. There was no trace of Kaido. He had only just awakened the Sun God Fruit, but Kaido had already been dealt with by Bai Jing. Whitebeard and Ryuma turned to observe Straw Hat Luffy's abnormal state and the terrifyingly vigorous aura of life emanating from him, amazement blazing in their eyes. Bai Jing's eyes glimmered with amusement at the sight. He stepped forward, and while Straw Hat Luffy stood utterly bewildered, walked up to him. His hand rested gently on the Straw Hat's shoulder, and in that exact moment the Devil Fruit ability was copied into his grasp. Luffy wary was about to brush Bai Jing's hand away when Ace rushed over. Marco, Robin, Nami, Frankie, Zoro, and the others likewise hurried over and shouted toward Luffy, "Captain Luffy!" Excitement filled every face. Although the Emperors were not defeated by Luffy, the victory was still tied to him. Even though Bai Jing had stolen the spotlight and Luffy had been spared much harm, the result was a good one. They had achieved their goal. Thus smiles were on every face. Yet when they sensed Luffy's exceedingly powerful aura, they were taken aback at first. Straw Hat Luffy, puzzled, turned to look at his crewmates, even more confused and curious, and asked, "Where is Kaido? Where is Big Mom? Where did they go?" Bai Jing shook his head with a smile. "They have already been dealt with. The restoration of Wano is now right before us. All that remains is your reunion." Bai Jing looked at the group with laughter in his eyes, especially Frankie, Chopper, Nami, Sanji, Zoro, and Robin. Once the remnants of the battle were cleared away, the time of the grand reunion would come. He had already found the dead from the yellow springs of the Nine Nethers, and now he could revive them one by one. For now the most important thing was to find Katakuri and settle the matter among the three of them here, and let the two of them reunite first. Of course, before doing that he still had one more matter to resolve. Bai Jing did not plan to take part in the Straw Hats reunion. He nodded to Whitebeard and Ryuma. After imparting some final instructions to Guild Tesoro Corazon and the others, he prepared to leave the scene. Katakuri and Pudding looked at Sanji from afar and froze on the spot, not knowing what to say. Their mouths parted slightly, and their eyes grew distant. Bai Jing naturally noticed Pudding from afar. Originally he had intended to let Pudding steal only one distant glance before making a clean break. But now he had changed his mind. His figure slipped through space, reappeared before Sanji, and rested a hand on Sanji's shoulder. In an instant, a huge black hole opened above the two of them, and Sanji was strangely carried away from the spot. Seeing this anomaly, Luffy could not help but shout, urgency flashing in his eyes as his aura surged. Just as he was about to chase after Sanji, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Luffy turned in confusion and found it was Ace. Ace shook his head and said softly, "Mr. Bai Jing has his own plans. Just wait and see. Sanji and Pudding still have an unfinished engagement. Now that regret should be made right." Luffy was stunned by Ace's words. He looked at the companions on the battlefield, then at Whitebeard's people, as if in a dream. Especially Guild Tesoro Black Arm Zephyr too had once been his enemy, yet Black Arm Zephyr deserved his respect even more. Before Sanji could understand what was happening, Bai Jing had already taken him away and they vanished from the spot. When Sanji came to his senses, he had already been brought to a distant place. Sanji and Pudding met face to face, exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Bai Jing nodded to Katakuri, and Katakuri departed into the distance, leaving only putting Sanji and Bai Jing in that place. The power of the clipping fruit had already gathered in Bai Jing's hand, ready to restore the memories that Pudding had once erased from Sanji. Bulan's lips parted slightly, her gaze fixed vacantly upon Bai Jing, utterly bewildered by his actions. A peculiar smile lingered on Bai Jing's face as he regarded her. In the next instant, Bai Jing restored all of Shan Ji's lost memories piece by piece. At that precise moment, Shan Ji stood frozen in place, lost in a deep trance, unable to shake off the overwhelming flood of recollection. Images flickered through his mind frame by frame. It was a rainy night, and within that downpour he had shared his final farewell with Ms. Bulan. Before him, the young woman walked through the storm and lightning. Clad in a white dress, she was breathtakingly beautiful, moving like an angel from the heavens. She paid no heed to the rain soaking her form, nor the mud staining her white dress. She approached him and snatched the cigarette from his lips. For the first time, someone had taken his cigarette, and the first woman to do so for him. The next moment, warm lips pressed against his. That kiss rendered his mind completely blank, leaving him dazed and speechless. When the kiss ended, still lost in that stupor, Bulan wielded her power to erase this entire memory from his mind. After a long silence, they parted. By the time Shanji's memories were fully extinguished and he came to his senses, he had already bid his final farewell to Ms. Bulan. And so he departed. When the scene resumed, Bai Jing wove in additional details and animated sequences, seamlessly integrating them into Shanji's mind. The scene continued, revealing what followed. That night, after Bulan's third eye overflowed with tears as she slumped weakly against the corners, slowly sliding down the wall. Her arms wrapped around her knees, face buried deep within them, she wept uncontrollably. She had wept so bitterly that night, for she had let go of the man she loved most. She had set him free, allowing him to soar far away, granting him the liberty he needed. Because she understood he still had adventures ahead with his companions, more voyages yet to undertake. With his memories restored, Shan Ji stared transfixed at the woman before him, his mouth opening, but no words coming forth. Bulan was equally spellbound. Observing the pair, Bai Jing nudged Shan Ji forward with a gentle press against his waist. Stumbling, he fell directly into Bulan's embrace, and without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. It was in that very moment that Shan Ji found clarity, understanding Bulan's true feelings. The rest of the scene naturally belonged to the two of them. Bai Jing smiled, choosing not to disturb their tender moment. The next instant, he descended directly into the underworld, resurrecting all those who had passed, every soul connected to the Mugiwara pirates. Whether it was the quack doctor who had taught Chopper or Robin's mother, all were restored to life. Everything converged into a joyous reunion brimming with warmth and tenderness. Law reunited with Mr. Kurosawa, and the Straw Hat crew also found their happy ending, all filled with pure joy. Watching the smiles upon their faces, Bai Jing's lips curved upward, and he quietly faded from existence. Reaching a distant location, he still had one final target to eliminate. A blade forged from concentrated light flashed forward in a single stroke. Shock remained frozen upon that man's face. The next moment, that detestable visage, the very face despised by every fan, was utterly destroyed. Momonosuke has died today. All settled into place as the four emperors saw a succession, the new sovereign ascending the throne. His legend upon these seas would only grow louder. Nearly a year had passed since he arrived at these waters. Countless events had unfolded, and he had filled many of his regrets. For someone with his devotion as a fan, this journey was truly without sorrow. Satisfied, Bai Jing appeared in the heavens above, gazing down upon the reunion of all below.